Chapter 1, Skydrop System. Counselor, can I ask why? In the office, Yifan looked at his counselor who had taught him for 4 years in college and questioned. Just now, the number of places for guaranteed admission to graduate school in the college was announced. Originally, based on Yifan's performance in all aspects, he would definitely be able to be successfully admitted to graduate school. But when the list was announced, the name that appeared on it was not only not his, but also a name that made him extremely sad: Sumunk. Sumunk was his ex-girlfriend, and they had just broken up yesterday, but today this happened to her. The school decides the quota. What's the point of asking me? The counselor was busy with his work and said impatiently, "Okay, get out now and don't disturb my work." Yifan knew that he couldn't get anything out of him, so he went out in annoyance. Standing in front of the door, he took a deep breath and controlled his emotions. At this time, Sumunk was holding the materials for admission to graduate school in her hands and preparing to submit them. Yifan turned around and saw her with a frown on his face. She also saw Yifan, but Sumunk sneered and ignored her. Why? Yifan spoke first, and a trace of pain flashed in his eyes when he saw Sumunk. Why? Sumunk's face was a little flustered. Yifan, I don't understand what you are saying. You really don't understand? Based on my grades, I will definitely be the one who gets the chance to study in graduate school. Even if it's not me, I'm the second-ranked class monitor in the department. How could it be your turn? Upon hearing this, Sumunk, who was already feeling guilty, immediately became anxious. Yifan, what do you mean by this? Do you think you can definitely get a place if you study well? Do you think the spot is definitely yours? At this point, Sumunk sneered and said sarcastically, Yifan, sometimes, it is not necessarily good at studying that can guarantee admission to graduate school. Having money is also very important. She was able to continue her study in graduate school because a rich young man paid money to bribe people behind the scenes. Yifan couldn't listen to Sumunk's words now. Looking at Sumunk's expression at this moment, Yifan felt a little sad. In the past, he obeyed her in everything and agreed to all her requests, even if they were unreasonable. Once, Sumunk took a fancy to an LV bag. But that bag costs more than 10,000 yuan in the counter. Yifan was born in a rural area, and his family situation was not very good. At that time, the school gave him a scholarship of 5,000 yuan, but Yifan did not spend a penny of it. He worked hard at a part-time job for several months to get enough money to buy the bag. Because of this incident, he spent all the money he had. If it weren't for his roommate's help, he would probably have starved to death. The reason he did that was because he liked Sumunk and wanted to be with her until the end. Unexpectedly, this dream was shattered a day ago. Sumunk broke up with him, and before he could recover from his sadness, Sumunk snatched his place in graduate school. Yifan, you don't understand. You study well, so even if you fail to get a place in graduate school, you can still pass. But I am different. Without a place in graduate school, I won't even be able to find a job in the future. Then why did you break up? I can give you the admission quota, but we have been together for 2 years, more than 700 days of love. Yifan was extremely angry. Are you childish? What's wrong with 2 years? I've been with you for 2 years and I've eaten in the cafeteria every day. Sumunk also exploded. Don't you know why I broke up with you? Graduate school tuition is over 10,000 yuan a year, plus living expenses. Do you think you can support me? Yifan wanted to argue but was speechless. Yes, the tuition for graduate students is more than 10,000 yuan a year, plus living expenses. It's at least 40,000 to 50,000 yuan a year. He really couldn't afford it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the future prediction system. At this moment, a mechanical voice appeared in Yifan's mind. What is this? System? Yifan, who had read countless online novels, was naturally very happy. He never expected that such a fantastic thing would happen to him. Introduction to the function of this system. This system can help the host see what will happen in the future. System prompt. The time node for viewing the future will be randomly selected, but the host's physical fitness is currently low and the number of uses per day is limited. Please use with caution. Holy shit! The system boss is awesome. This is equivalent to having the ability to predict the future. His hands were shaking with excitement, ecstasy was almost about to burst out, and he was eager to find a target to experiment with. Yifan looked down at Sumunk, his eyes suddenly brightened. It's a good opportunity to try it out on Sumunk. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down, check Sumunk's future. Three options popped up in my mind: career, love, fortune. Please choose from the three. Yifan came back to his senses and glanced at Su Monk, who was still scolding him. She dumped me before, so it depends on her. Love. Then some images appeared in Yifan's mind about what would happen to Su Monk in the future. Half a year later, the sky was gray and it was raining heavily. Su Monk and a rich young man came out of the hotel. Judging from her bulging belly, she must be pregnant. The two of them just stood in front of the hotel. The rich young man's face was extremely gloomy, and her face was also pale. After a while, Su Monk was about to hold the hand of the rich young man, but he pushed her away with a slap. Then the rich young man pushed her to the ground again, pointed at her and yelled at her, and finally said bluntly that he was just playing with her. Now that I'm tired of playing with her, I'll naturally dump her and abort the child as soon as possible. After saying this, the rich young man ignored Su Monk's pleading and drove away in his luxury car. She was left crying in the rain. The guests coming and going in the hotel pointed and talked in front of the hotel, but no one cared about her. And at this moment, a phone call made her situation even worse. The call was from the principal, informing her that the school had found out the truth about the guaranteed admission quota and that she had been expelled. Seeing this scene, Yifan felt inexplicably happy, and the depression in his heart was instantly swept away. Looking at Su Monk, who was resting his chin on his face, Yifan sneered. What are you laughing at? Su Monk was talking excitedly. When she suddenly saw Yifan laughing, she immediately frowned. The next second Yifan looked at her with pity, sighed and shook his head, and said, Su Monk, although I hate you for taking away what should belong to me, everything is about cause and effect. Since you can do it, you have to bear the consequences. These inexplicable words left Su Monk a little confused. Yifan was too lazy to explain. It would be pointless to say anything since no one would believe it. Consider this spot as my charity to you. Finally, Yifan waved his hand and left in a cool manner. Even if she took it, she would be fired in the end anyway. He no longer wanted to waste time with this woman. After leaving, Yifan went to eat outside the school. As he walked on the road, he touched the dozen or so dollars left in his pocket inside. All the money was invested in Su Monk, and this is all that is left for me, but I didn't expect to get such a result. However, after learning of her result, Yifan's anger and hatred were not as strong as before. Finally, Yifan found a cheap noodle shop and prepared to go in to fill his stomach. But when he glanced around, he saw a lottery shop next to him. He immediately lowered his head and thought about it, and came up with a bold idea. Chapter 2: Predicting the Lottery. Yifan struggled again and again, and finally went to the lottery shop to try his luck. Hello, young man, which lottery ticket do you want to buy? After I came in, there were only one or two people in the lottery shop and business was not very good. Yifan looked at the pictures on the wall and felt dazzled and couldn't understand them because he knew nothing about lottery. But he knew a lottery with a faster prize draw and a higher jackpot, so he slapped the 10 yuan he had on the table and said, Boss, give me 5 bets of the double color ball. The boss collected the money, clicked twice on the computer, and transferred it to Yifan. Please choose a number here. Yifan looked at those numbers and felt very nervous. System, can you tell me which numbers will win the first prize tomorrow? Red 02, 07, 19, 26, 28, 30, blue 10. Oh shit, it's true. Yifan was very nervous at first, but when the number came out, he became excited instantly. After searching on the computer, he found the number and bought it without hesitation. After getting the lottery ticket, Yifan ran out without looking back, not noticing the expression of the boss behind him who was looking at him as if he was a fool. Yifan prayed as he ran, System, please don't lie to me, otherwise I will have to eat dirt for more than 20 days this month. I didn't know how long I ran until I heard a mocking voice behind me. Hey, isn't this the talented boy in our class? Why is he so tired? Which construction site did he go to carry bricks? Yifan frowned, looked back, and saw a couple walking towards him. Su Monk was arm in arm with Han Chi, who was wearing all designer clothes. That intimate look is that of a couple in love. It turned out that these two people hooked up at this time. Yifan saw this and felt a surge of anger in his chest, but he quickly calmed down. Forget it. I already know their outcome. What's the point of getting angry? It will only harm my own body. What does it have to do with you whether I move bricks or not? Who the hell do you think you are? Mind your own business. Get away from me. Yifan glanced at them and was too lazy to pay attention to them. Han Chi's playful expression suddenly froze and then became gloomy. When he and Sumunk saw Yifan while shopping, they wanted to come over and mock and slander Yifan. But Yifan's attitude made him unable to utter a single word. Besides, Yifan was a troublemaker to begin with. He was fine alone, but the gang in his dormitory were difficult to deal with. Seeing that Hanshi looked unhappy, Sumunk, who was standing next to him, wanted to gain a good impression from Hanshi, so she pointed at Yifan and said angrily, "Yifan, what's your attitude? Hanshi is my boyfriend now, so please be polite." Yifan was speechless and sneered, "Your boyfriend has nothing to do with me. Why should I be polite to him? He is lucky that I didn't hit him." "You? What do you mean by you? If you have something to say, just say it. If not, get out of here. I'm still busy." Yifan didn't give Sumunk a chance to speak. He was busy looking at the lottery tickets, so he had no time to deal with this couple. Hanshi was so angry that he didn't dare to do anything. He said with a cold face, "In 2 days, I will hold a celebration party for Menka's admission to graduate school at ZUN Hotel. All classmates will be there, and you have to come too." "Okay, I get it. I'll go when the time comes." Yifan waved his hand impatiently and agreed. "If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Then Yifan turned around and left without giving them a chance to speak. As soon as Yifan left, Sumunk stroked Hanshi's chest and comforted him, "Brother Chi, don't be angry, he is that kind of person, he can't stand others being better than him." Hanshi still had an angry expression and was still furious. Sumunk also knew that her comfort was of no use. Her eyes flashed, and she stood on tiptoe and whispered something in Hanshi's ear. Hanshi immediately looked at the shy Sumunk with a wicked smile. "You said that?" Sumunk nodded slightly. "So what are you waiting for? Let's go to the hotel now. I want to have a good time tonight." After saying that, he pulled Sumunk and ran to the nearest hotel. It went without saying what would happen. Yifan ran all the way back to the dormitory. No wonder others said he looked like a bricklayer. "I was sweating profusely and my whole body was soaked after running all the way." When he returned to the dormitory, the 3 big men in the dormitory were eating. When they saw Yifan's appearance, they looked weird. "Are you trying to seduce me with your wet body?" "We are all normal people and are only interested in women," said the brother who slept on the upper bunk of Yifan. The other 2 people in the dormitory nodded in agreement. Yifan rolled his eyes at them and said, "I am only interested in women. I just ran back from outside the school. Is there anything to eat? I haven't eaten yet and I'm hungry." Yifan touched his empty stomach and glanced at the food on the table. "The chopsticks are there, take them yourself." His roommates didn't mind him, and the 4 grown men squeezed together to eat the meal. The 4 men devoured the meal in no time. While the others cleaned up, Yifan went to take a cold shower. Lying on the bed, Yifan glanced at his mobile phone from time to time. "I've never felt time go by so slowly. Then I just stared at the ceiling, and I fell asleep without knowing when." He didn't even hear his roommate calling him to go out and surf the internet. When he woke up, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening, and there were only 15 minutes left before the opening of the double color ball. Yifan was completely afraid to sleep. He held his cell phone in one hand and the lottery ticket in the other, his heart pounding wildly. After a long wait, 9:15 finally arrived. Refresh the mobile page. First prize 02, 07, 19, 26, 28, 30, 10. 5 million per bet. Fuck. Yifan jumped up from the bed, his hand holding the phone shaking constantly. Really? I really won the prize. Damn it, I really won the prize. Ha ha ha, shit. System, I love you. Yifan shouted excitedly. He was the only one in the dormitory now, so no matter how he jumped around, no one would know. Yifan checked it several times and finally confirmed that he had won the prize. He almost exploded with excitement. Ha, I'm finally rich. Ha ha ha. It feels so good, ha ha. Yifan jumped up and down on the bed excitedly. But he quickly touched his chest and forced himself to calm down. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he opened the calculator on his phone and did some calculations. I bought 5 tickets, one for 5 million, so the total for all 5 tickets is 25 million. After deducting the 20% tax, I still have 20 million left. 20 million. Oh my god, I'm so rich. Yifan gasped. Then I rushed out of the dormitory. Fortunately, the dormitory had good sound insulation and no one heard the noise here. Yi Fan closed the door carefully and sat on the bed. Damn, 20 million. What a huge number. He had never seen such a huge number before, and it would soon be his. Yi Fan's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. I don't know how long it took, but Yi Fan finally calmed down and began to think. No one else can know about this. I want to keep it secret for now. As he said this, Yi Fan hid his lottery ticket under his pillow, but he felt it was inappropriate. I put it under the mattress, but it still didn't fit. It won't work if you get it stuck in the quilt. Yi Fan searched through all the boxes and drawers but didn't know where to put it. In the end, he just put it on himself and felt a lot more at ease. I lay in bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time, and kept thinking in my mind, I have to get the money out early tomorrow morning. Chapter 3, Buying a Car for 5 million. The next morning, Yi Fan, with dark circles under his eyes, armed himself fully. Sunglasses, hats, masks and coats are in place. Under the strange gazes of his roommates, Yi Fan went out and arrived at the Lottery Welfare Center in Huan City at around 9 o'clock. Miss, I want to exchange my lottery ticket. Yi Fan stood in front of the service desk. The young lady inside took a look at his outfit and seemed to be used to it. She has met many similar people during the several years she has worked here. After checking it on the computer, she stood up and said respectfully, Sir, please wait a moment. After a while, Yi Fan was invited to the VIP room. A middle-aged man sitting on a leather sofa stood up when he saw Yi Fan, and stretched out his hand to Yi Fan with a smile on his face. Yi Fan also extended his hand and shook hands with him as a greeting. Half an hour later, Yi Fan came out of the VIP room again with a shaky step. The disguise on his body has faded away, revealing his handsome face. The hands in his pockets tightly held his cell phone and bank card. Yi Fan still felt a little unreal inside. He took out his mobile phone from time to time to check whether the money was in his account. Porsche 4S store. Every man has a dream of owning a luxury car, including Yi Fan himself. As soon as he entered the store, Yi Fan saw a silver Porsche displayed in the center of the hall. The silver luster reflects the human figure, the domineering appearance shows arrogance, and the sleek car model flows smoothly, making people unable to take their eyes off. I looked at the price marked next to it, 5 million. Totally affordable. Hello sir, are you here to buy a car? When Yi Fan was looking at the Porsche carefully, a salesman walked over with a smile on his face. Hello, can you introduce this car to me? Yi Fan smiled back and glanced at the name on her chest, Lin Xiaoxiao. Okay, this car is the latest model in our store. It can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in less than 3 seconds, and its top speed reaches 330 km/h. It can travel 30 km under pure electric power, and its top speed can reach 150 km/h. It also uses the latest turbine technology. As Lin Xiaoxiao spoke, she secretly sized up Yi Fan, gradually becoming more and more disdainful. His hair was a little messy and he was wearing clothes that were washed so much that they looked bleached. She didn't believe he could afford the car and just wanted to introduce it quickly and leave. Sir, what do you think of this car? After introducing it, the salesperson still looked at him with a smile, even though he looked down on him in his heart. Well, that sounds good. Yi Fan nodded. In fact, Yi Fan only understood half of what he heard. He didn't know much about cars. He only knew that this car accelerated very quickly. Then he walked around and looked around again, and the salesman followed him, becoming increasingly impatient. You can't afford it, and you keep pretending here, so just leave. Lin Xiaoxiao now regretted receiving Yi Fan. At this moment, she saw a person walking in from the door, and her eyes suddenly lit up. That person had previously bought a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars from her, so he could be said to be her big customer. That. Yao Yao, come here and receive this guest. Lin Xiaoxiao pulled over a car salesman who was passing by, and then smiled apologetically at Yi Fan. I'm sorry, sir, I have another guest to receive here, so let Yao Yao take care of you. After saying that, without caring whether Yi Fan Tong agreed or not, he turned around and trotted towards the person who had just come in. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. What's going on? They just picked up someone and ran away halfway through the reception? The girl in front of me looks like a newcomer and probably isn't very familiar with the cars here. Yi Fan looked over and saw that Lin Xiaoxiao was very enthusiastic towards that person. She even joked with the old man from time to time. She was completely different from the professional person he was with. First, sir. And the person next to me seems a little scared when looking at me? Yi Fan took a look at her. Although the girl he found for him didn't look too old, she had a good figure, especially the two volleyballs on her chest, which dazzled Yifan. Let me make it clear first, I came here to see her name, not this, it's just that I can't see it clearly. Finally, Yifan smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, forget it, your name is Chu Xinyao, right? Let's do it here. I want this car. Ah? Chu Xinyao stood there in a daze, but she hadn't done anything yet. What? Take me to handle the formalities. Oh, sir, please follow me. Then, Chu Xinyao, confirming that she had heard correctly, took Yifan to handle the business. A few minutes later, Yifan sat in the rest area, drinking tea, and watching Chu Xinyao running around for her own business not far away. He suddenly felt that this hard-working little girl was quite interesting. At this time, Yifan saw Lin Xiaoxiao walk up to Chu Xinyao, snatch all the documents she was handling, and then said something. Chu Xinyao looked at Yifan aggrievedly, and then walked away in a daze. This scene made Yifan frown, and he felt disgusted with Lin Xiaoxiao. She just looked down on me, and now she's trying to steal someone else's credit. How can there be such a shameless woman in this world? Soon, Lin Xiaoxiao walked up to Yifan with an enthusiastic look on her face. As soon as she opened her mouth, Yifan reached out to stop her. I'm sorry, Miss Car Sales, I only recognize Chu Xinyao. I won't sign for anyone else's business if it's not handled by her. Lin Xiaoxiao was suddenly panicked. She had just heard her sisters say that the guest they had received before was a wealthy sponsor. She regretted her previous behavior of abandoning the old shoe and wanted to snatch back what belonged to her from Chu Xinyao. Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly said in a panic, Sir, why is this? I was the one who received you before and introduced you to the performance of the car. Why did you have to go with that silly girl? Yifan looked at her and smiled coldly, then why didn't you think of this result when you abandoned me just now? That's because. Okay, I don't care what the reason is. If Chu Xinyao hadn't helped me to handle this car, I wouldn't want it. As he said that, Yifan stood up and prepared to leave. The manager who was patrolling nearby saw what was happening here and knew Yifan's generosity, so he took Yifan very seriously. He quickly ran over and asked, Mr. Yi, I'm Wang Kai, the sales manager of this store. What's wrong with you? Yifan glanced at the pale-faced Lin Xiaoxiao, and then told her the whole story. Wang Kai frowned and became furious when he heard it. Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. I will give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter. Then he turned and walked to Lin Xiaoxiao, his face cold, and shouted directly, Lin Xiaoxiao, do you not want to do this anymore? If you don't want to do this anymore, just pack up and leave. Don't embarrass yourself here. Chapter 4, Beautiful Girl Stops a Car. Lin Xiaoxiao took a few steps back in fear and quickly shook her head to deny it, her face extremely panicked. No, manager. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Yi, and then call Chu Xinyao over. Wang Kai suddenly yelled again, staring Lin Xiaoxiao so much that she almost cried. Lin Xiaoxiao could only stomp her feet in anger and regret, said sorry to Yifan, and then went to call Chu Xinyao back. Yifan naturally knew that all this was done for him to see, but he didn't say anything. In response to Wang Kai's final question, he just nodded. A few minutes later, Chu Xinyao came back to continue helping Yifan with his business. Her little face and eyes were filled with indescribable gratitude towards Yifan. After an hour, Yifan finally got the car keys and even Chu Xinyao's contact information. But this was given voluntarily by others, and Yifan did not insist on it. Finally, he waved to Chu Xinyao and drove away. Lin Xiaoxiao could only hide in the dark, regretting her previous actions. Not only did she lose a financial sponsor for nothing, but she was also scolded by the manager in the lobby today. Her attendance record for this month would be deducted. It was so embarrassing. A silver Porsche was moving forward with the flow of traffic. The car owners next to it kept a certain distance from it, looking at it with envy through their car windows. They all knew that this new car was worth at least millions, and they couldn't afford to compensate for a simple scratch. But the car owner Yifan was thinking about something else. Tomorrow is Su Monk's celebration party, which will be held at the Ziyuan Hotel. That is one of the most famous 5-star hotels in Huan City. How should I show up at that time? Just as he was thinking, Yifan saw at the intersection ahead, a girl in a red dress was reaching out to the road with an anxious look on her face, as if trying to stop a car. But the private cars in front of her whizzed past without paying any attention to her. The anxiety on her face became more and more serious, and she looked back from time to time. Yifan sighed and had to change lanes from the front. He stopped steadily in front of the girl and the passenger door opened automatically. Come up. The girl thanked him repeatedly while sitting in the passenger seat. Before Yifan asked her where she was going, the girl asked anxiously, "Handsome guy, please drive quickly. There is a nasty person chasing me." Upon hearing this, Yifan felt a sense of justice in his heart. "Okay, girl, fasten your seatbelt." Then Yifan immediately started the car and drove away. He glanced at the rearview mirror inadvertently, and then saw a boy holding a rose hurriedly chasing his car. Yifan instantly understood what was going on. Yifan was speechless for a while, then he smiled bitterly. The couple had a quarrel. "It seems like I'm meddling in other people's business." After turning the corner, the girl no longer saw the man in the rearview mirror and immediately breathed a sigh of relief, her little hand constantly brushing across her small chest. When Yifan saw this scene, he knew that he had guessed wrong. It was very likely that the man just now was the girl's suitor. Along the way, Yifan asked the girl where she was going, and the girl said Ziyuan Villa District. The two of them didn't have much conversation, and Yifan turned the car around as the beautiful woman said and drove to the Ziyuan Villa District not far outside the city. Yifan knew that place was the largest and most luxurious villa area in Huan City. "I heard that the cheapest villa there costs several million, and the people who live in them are all wealthy people in Huan City." From this, it seems that the identity of this beauty is not simple. Without saying a word, Yifan sent the beauty to the gate of Ziyuan Villa District. The beauty unbuckled her seatbelt and said gratefully, "Thank you, handsome guy. If it weren't for you today, I don't know what I would do. That man is so annoying." Yifan smiled, thinking he was very handsome, and said, "You're welcome. A beautiful lady is in trouble, and as a handsome guy, how can I not help her? By the way, you two are not a couple, right?" Later from the conversation, Yifan learned that the beautiful woman was called Niecheng, and the man was one of her suitors. The man annoyed her all day long, to the point of being extremely annoying, and he remained like this even after she rejected him several times. Just now he confessed his love in public, but was severely rejected by Niecheng. Niecheng turned around and left, but the man kept chasing her. Then Niecheng saw the Porsche and got in directly. "I'm sorry, handsome, for causing you trouble." Niecheng smiled apologetically and said, "Handsome, do you have time tomorrow? I'll treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude for saving my life." Yifan really wanted to agree. After all, when a beautiful woman invited him to dinner, there was no reason not to go. But thinking about the party tomorrow, he said with regret, "Forget it, I have a dinner party tomorrow, let's do it another day." "Ah," Niecheng said in distress, "I only have time tomorrow. I have to go to school and attend classes next week, so I don't have much time." Yifan originally thought about it, but his eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "How about this, if you do me a favor, I'll repay you." Yifan told Niecheng the whole story, hoping that he could help him choose suitable clothes before the party started. When he heard that it was about shopping, Niecheng's eyes sparkled and he agreed without hesitation. The two exchanged contact information, agreed on a time to meet in the morning, and waved goodbye. Looking at Niecheng jumping into the villa area, Yifan wondered if he should not look for her. He always felt that he would suffer tomorrow. After driving back to school, Yifan found a parking space and parked. When he was about to get out of the car, he looked up and was shocked. My car was surrounded by students who came to watch, and their expressions were indescribable. In the time it took Yifan to unbuckle his seatbelt, they had surrounded the place and no one could get in or out. Yifan smiled bitterly. It was indeed too dazzling. If I had known earlier, I would have found a place to stop outside the school. "Ahem, sorry, let me pass," Yifan said after getting off the car. When everyone saw the owner of the car getting out, they all made way for Yifan. Yifan passed by quickly, and his departing figure looked somewhat embarrassed. The envious eyes behind him really made him uncomfortable. Until Yifan's figure disappeared from everyone's sight, many female college students who were watching had their eyes shining, and they had the same thought in their hearts, a rich son-in-law. Does anyone know who that was just now? He's so handsome, and he's driving such a luxury car. I know him. He seems to be from the Department of Financial Management, but I forgot his name. I remember that his classmates said he was from the countryside. How could he drive such a luxury car? What do you know? That's called being low-key and not pretentious. While the men were talking, many female college students had already left. They planned to skip classes this afternoon and go to the Department of Financial Management to wait for this rich son-in-law. Chapter 5, Celebration Will Slap You in the Face. The next day, Yifan hurried to Ziyuan Hotel, opened the door of the private room and saw that the people inside had already started eating. The dishes seemed to have just been served. Yifan, why are you so late? Why don't you give me, brother Han, face? Before Yifan sat down, a man stood up from the table and started to accuse him. The man sitting on Han Chi's right was named Chao Yuan. In school, he is Han Chi's lackey, taking advantage of his master all day long. There's a bit of traffic jam on the road. Yifan explained lightly. Traffic jam? Chao Yuan almost laughed out loud. Yifan, you are kidding us, right? Since when did shared bikes get stuck in traffic? Can't we just swerve left and right and get through it? In Chao Yuan's opinion, Yifan has always been a loser. I never knew what was wrong with Sumink that she would fall for a loser like Yifan. It wasn't until these 2 days that Chao Yuan figured it out. I guess all of this is just for that one place in graduate school. Now, Yifan's place in graduate school has been snatched away, and he has become a worthless waste again. Actually, I have. Yifan, let's have a drink. Yifan was interrupted before he could finish his words. Han Chi, who was sitting in the main seat, stood up with a glass of wine in his hand. Yifan, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have found such an excellent woman like Sumunk. Meng Ku is not only a graduate student at a top 985 university, but also has an extraordinary figure. A hint of sarcasm appeared on Han Chi's face. He called Yifan here today just to humiliate Yifan. Who made this kid so blind? At the table, other students in the class all started laughing. These classmates didn't have a very good relationship with Yifan. Any scholarships and grants in the class were usually snatched away by Yifan. That's all the government's money, don't waste it. But they couldn't snatch Yifan at all, they had no chance at all. So this time they have the chance, and they don't mind stepping on Yifan a few times. Yes, Yifan, you have to stand up and clink glasses with Han Chi. This must be your first time in such a high-end hotel, right? What do you mean by toasting? Yifan, I say that you should toast Han Chi. You eat in the cafeteria every day, and you probably haven't tasted the delicious food here. It's really unreasonable not to toast young Master Han. Toast, toast. At the dinner table, those classmates either watched coldly or followed suit. Anyway, in their eyes, watching the fun is no big deal. Looking at their sneering faces, Yifan's eyes turned cold and his anger grew stronger and stronger. However, when he thought about the bad end of these two people, Yifan's mentality improved a lot. He picked up a cup of tea on the table and said, "First of all, I did drive here today and can't drink. Secondly, Han Chi, I should actually thank you for letting me escape from the sea of suffering and stay away from green tea bitches, so this glass of wine, I toast to you. As for Sumunk, if you like her, you can take her. I've already played with her, and she's just a slut. After all, we were classmates for 4 years in college, so we have some friendship. I'll give it to you. No need to be polite to me, and no need to thank me, I am such a generous person." After saying that, in front of everyone's stunned eyes, Yifan raised his head and drank the tea in his hand. Then Yifan turned around and left the private room with a sarcastic look on his face. Han Chi was already shaking with anger, while Sumunk beside him had a red face full of anger. "Damn it, bring him back. I want to kill him." Han Chi was furious. Afterwards, Han Chi let everyone out of the private room and headed straight for the hotel door. But the scene at the hotel entrance made them drop their jaws and widen their eyes. After coming out, Yifan quickly walked to a silver Porsche sports car, took out the car key from his pocket and pressed it, and the car door opened automatically. There was a beautiful figure in white sitting on the passenger seat in the Porsche. When she saw Yifan, she turned around and smiled at him. Han Chi and the others were standing at a distance, and the beauty in the Porsche was so much more beautiful than Sumunk next to him. Moreover, when the beautiful woman saw that Yifan looked unhappy, she seemed to be comforting him softly. Then Yifan sat in the driver's seat of the Porsche. The door closed, and with a hum, the Porsche turned into a silver flash and disappeared in front of everyone with the flow of traffic. The sound of the accelerator started lingered in their hearts, and they were unable to recover for a long time. Am I seeing things? Yifan, that loser, actually got into a Porsche? Am I dreaming? I saw it too. Isn't Yifan from the countryside? How could he afford such a luxury car? Could it be that he rented it? Just to show it to us. It's not impossible. Just when everyone was sure that the car was rented by Yifan, someone said, I seem to have seen that car. It was parked in the school parking lot yesterday, and the license plate number has not changed. Everyone stared at him with wide eyes, their voices trembling, are you telling the truth? The man nodded without hesitation, it's true. No one spoke, they didn't know what to say. The shock brought by Yifan made them not know how to face reality. The person they always thought was a loser drove away in a luxury car. But they had just humiliated him, laughed at him, and humiliated him at the dinner table. After leaving the hotel, Yifan didn't know that they had chased him out, and naturally he didn't know the shock and suspicion he had brought to those people. Nie Cheng dragged him to a beauty salon and forced him to undergo a transformation. When he came out again, Yifan's entire temperament had undergone a drastic change. He inadvertently revealed a sense of indifference and coldness, which attracted Nie Cheng's beautiful eyes to gleam, as well as those passers-by. Although I know you have a good foundation, I didn't expect you to be so handsome. Nie Cheng said, staring at Yifan. No, thank you Miss Nie for the compliment. Yifan quickly shook his head and said with a smile. Yifan himself didn't feel any changes and was still full of doubts. My hair is just a little shorter and my skin looks a little shiny and smooth after skin care, so how come I become handsome? Just spending more than 30,000 yuan on this doesn't seem worth it. So what exactly is the existence of women's imagination? Finally, Yifan drove away with Nie Cheng and went directly to the Ziyuan sales center in the city center. He already has a car, and he wants to use the remaining money to buy himself a villa so that he can settle down in this huge Huan city. Not to mention that this is his dream, it is also his parents' wish. Chapter 6, Buying a House. A Porsche sports car worth millions slowly stopped on the side of the road in front of the main entrance of Ziyuan sales center. Sales manager Zhang Jun originally wanted to come out and smoke a cigarette and take a break, but when he saw the Porsche, his eyes lit up and he immediately went to greet it. Are you here to buy a house, sir? After seeing the two people come in, Zhang Jun asked hurriedly. Yifan nodded slightly. Okay, please wait a moment. I will arrange a sales lady for you now. After saying this, Zhang Jun trotted to the service desk. When a big customer comes, we must take good care of him. Then, Zhang Jun called over a girl with fair skin, beautiful looks, and delicate features. In terms of appearance, she is the most beautiful one in the sales center. Zhang Jun lowered his head and said softly, Mu Xianxian, did you see the two customers at the door? Yes, that man and woman. I tell you, you must take good care of those two distinguished guests today. You must not neglect them. Don't I have a box of top-quality tea guanyin in my office? Make 2 cups of good tea for these two customers first. Zhang Jun gave the instructions carefully again. Ah? Manager Zhang? Those two people look like they are just college students. There's no need to take care of them so much, right? Mu Xianxian said in surprise. She knew manager Zhang very well. Last time, the chairman rewarded him with a box of top-quality tea guanyin tea, but manager Zhang was reluctant to drink it and took it out to show off every day. Every time I want to drink it, I just put a few tea leaves in it and savor it slowly. In this way, after he drank a box of the best tea guanyin for half a year, there was still 3/4 left. Has manager Zhang changed his personality this time? What do you know? Manager Zhang glared at her. I just saw those two people getting out of a silver Porsche. I recognize that car. It's worth millions. Look at their clothes. They are either second-generation rich or second-generation coal miners. It's right that they have money. You must take good care of them. If anything goes wrong, I'll dock your salary. Mu Xianxian looked surprised, but since the manager said so, she didn't dare to neglect it. First, I went to the manager's office to get some tea and brewed it. Then I put on a professional smile and went over to greet them, placing the tea on the table in front of them. Hello, sir. I'm Mu Xianxian, a salesperson. Are you looking for residential housing or villas? Villa. Yifan took a look at her and was quite amazed. Are all the ladies in the sales office so pretty now? It seems like being an internet celebrity or a star is enough. Then Mu Xianxian took Yifan to the villa display area, while Nie Cheng went to the rest area and waited quietly. Mu Xianxian introduced Yifan while secretly sizing up the young man. She is really young. She looks like she is still a college student, right? She must be a junior or senior. But can he really afford it? How much does that one cost including the handling fee? Yifan's eyes fell on the 3 buildings named Purple Star Pavilion in the center of the villa display area. The price was marked on the sign in front of the villa model, 10.5 million. The construction style of those 3 villas is somewhat different from that of the other villas, making them stand out from the crowd. He likes them very much. Mu Xianxian immediately said, Mr. Yi has a really good eye. The one you like and the 2 next to it are 3 villas that our Ziyuan group has put all its efforts into building. Yi Fan interrupted her, no need for introduction, just tell me how much it costs. Okay, Mr. Yi, you've seen the price of that villa. Including the handling fee, the total is 11.5 million. Okay, Xianxian, you are here, come and show me the house. Yi Fan was interrupted as soon as he finished speaking. Not far away, an old man waved at Mu Xianxian with a greasy smile on his face. Yi Fan frowned, his eyes flashing coldly. Why are there such annoying guys everywhere? When Mu Xianxian saw Yi Fan's expression change, her expression changed slightly. The deal was about to be completed, but it was interrupted by this sudden old man. She also hated this old man. He was over 50 years old, fat, greasy, and lustful. Ever since I bought a house here, I come here every day. I don't buy a second house or do anything else. I just want to accompany him. Moreover, he was not looking at the house, but was staring at his own breasts and legs. But he was a customer and he couldn't get angry, so he could only endure it. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, when the young man in front of him expressed his willingness to buy a villa, he came again. At this time, Manager Zhang ran over. He was paying attention to the situation here all the time. Manager Zhang said apologetically, Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, I'll take care of this matter. After saying that, Manager Zhang ran over there. Normally he doesn't have a good impression of this old guy. It's bad enough that he takes advantage of his subordinates, but you actually dare to come out and make trouble at a time like this. Then Mu Xianxian apologized to Yi Fan again. Yi Fan didn't say anything and went to handle the business with Mu Xianxian. When the old man saw Mu Xianxian following a young man, he wanted to chase after her. But Manager Zhang stopped him. Although he had a smile on his face, he was hiding his anger. Mr. Huang, what kind of house would you like to see today? Old man Huang took a look at Zhang Jun and said with an unhappy look, Who are you? Get out of here. I'm here to find Xianxian. Let her introduce me to someone. Zhang Jun still showed his professional attitude and explained, Xianxian is serving another customer and can't leave now. I am the manager here, Zhang Jun, and I can still serve you. Old man Huang said with disdain, Manager? What's wrong with the manager? I said I only want Xianxian. After all, I bought a house worth more than 1 million yuan from you. Is this how you treat customers? Don't you know that customers are God and all their requests must be met? As he spoke, his voice became louder and louder, attracting everyone's attention. Mr. Huang's attitude was so arrogant that Manager Zhang felt a little embarrassed at the time. Manager Zhang's expression changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, Mr. Huang, did you see the silver Porsche outside the door? Old man Huang said nonchalantly, I saw it. What's the matter? Stop talking nonsense. I'm talking to you about Xianxian. Stop changing the subject. That silver Porsche is worth more than 5 million, one of the best in Huan City. And now that customer is buying a villa. Do you know which villa it is? Purple Star Pavilion. You live in our Ziyuan, so you should know the value of a Zixing Pavilion. Do you need me to tell you? Manager Zhang's consecutive words immediately made old man Huang's face change from gloomy to happy, and he took a breath of cold air. How could he not know about Zixing Pavilion? That SA villa worth more than 10 million. It's simply not comparable to his house worth over 1 million. What's more, one of his cars is enough to buy several houses. What does this have to do with me? Old man Huang said with a guilty conscience. Chapter 7, Going to Nie Qing's house for dinner. Don't you want Xianxian to accompany you? Now Xianxian is accompanying this rich young man. If you have the courage, go to the rich young man and ask Xianxian to accompany you. Manager Zhang said jokingly. Even if old man Huang had 100 courages, he probably wouldn't dare to make this request in front of Yi Fan. This old man is a bully who only cares about the weak and fears the strong. In the end, old man Huang was too embarrassed to stay here, and left in shame amid the pointing and talking of people around him. Manager Zhang showed sarcasm. This old man will never dare to come here again. On this side, Yi Fan completed the formalities, obtained the property certificate and keys, and left with Nie Cheng. Yi Fan took Nie Cheng back to the Ziyuan villa area. While visiting the house, I also sent Nie Cheng back. Yi Fan parked the car in the parking space at the entrance of Zixing Pavilion Building 2. Nie Ching asked in surprise, "Did you buy this building?" "Yeah, what's wrong?" Yi Fan asked puzzledly. "Hee, my house is in the building next door, you can come visit me later." Nie Ching smiled playfully, "I won't say anything more now, I'm going home, if I don't go back my parents will scold me." "Okay." Yi Fan nodded and watched Nie Ching enter the villa next door. It really is next door. Yi Fan entered the villa, and Mu Xianxian told him that everything was already decorated and he could move in directly with his luggage. So he came just to take a look and feel the atmosphere. Sitting on the sofa, Yi Fan hadn't enjoyed anything yet when he heard the doorbell ring. When I opened the door, it was Nie Chang. Before he could say anything, Nie Ching said she wanted to invite Yi Fan to her house for dinner. Yi Fan was a little troubled and wanted to refuse. But Nie Ching directly dragged him to her house, and Yi Fan shook his head helplessly. This girl. At the dinner table of the Nie family, Nie's mother kept asking Yi Fan how old he was, where he was from, and where he worked. Yi Fan felt that Mother Nie was choosing a son-in-law. When Nie Ching's parents found out that Yi Fan was still a college student, they were surprised. It's rare for college students to be able to afford a mansion worth more than 10 million yuan and a luxury car worth more than 5 million yuan. Suddenly, the way he looked at Yi Fan changed. At this moment, Yi Fan and Father Nie were sitting on the sofa. He wanted to leave after dinner, but Nie's mother insisted that he eat some fruit after dinner. Nie Ching is now helping to wash dishes in the kitchen. Yi Fan didn't know how nervous he was, his heart was about to jump out and his palms were sweating. From time to time, he glanced at Nie's father who was reading a book next to him. He was surprised when he saw that the book was an ancient book about predicting the future. I didn't expect that Nie Ching's father would be interested in this. "Uncle Nie, are you still studying these?" Unable to bear the awkward atmosphere, Yi Fan could only ask. Father Nie replied casually, "It can't be considered research, I just want to take a look." "You know about business, you have to understand a little bit about everything." "Why? You like it too?" Father Nie glanced at Yi Fan and asked. Yi Fan was very excited. He finally had something to talk about, so he found an excuse. "When I was in my hometown, I learned palmistry prediction from an old fortune teller in the village, so I know a little about this." "Have you learned this?" Father Nie suddenly became interested and asked, "How about you help me take a look?" Yi Fan was stunned. "I just mentioned it, why do you still let me see it?" But what can he do now that things have come to this? Just go for it. He pretended to look at Father Nie's hand, but in his heart he was calling the system. "Master System, I want to see what happens to this person in front of me in the next 7 days." Then 3 options popped up in his mind, and Yi Fan directly chose career. Then, everything that happened to Father Nie within the past 3 days appeared in his mind. On the first day, which is tomorrow, Father Nie was sitting in his office marking documents when suddenly a man about the same age as Father Nie broke in. He threw the company documents in his hand on Nie's father's desk. After that, no one knew what Father Nie said to that person, but the two had a big fight. The man slammed the door and left. Father Nie was not in the mood to work and sat in his office chair, smoking dejectedly. The next day, the man came again. The two did not argue, but he sat opposite Father Nie with a sneer on his face. Father Nie looked at him, his fists clenched, his eyes burning with anger. On the third day, a group of men in black broke into the chairman's office with a court summons. In the afternoon, Nie's father went to court and was sentenced. Nie Chang and his mother, who were sitting at the back and watching, cried heart-wrenchingly. When he was imprisoned, the man walked up to Father Nie, patted him on the shoulder, and whispered in Father Nie's ear, "Don't worry, I will run the company well, but from now on, the company will be renamed to my Wang family's name. As for your daughter and wife, I will take good care of them. You also know that I have liked Xiaoqin since high school, so after you go in, I will let Xiaoqin marry me again. And you also know that my godson has liked your daughter for a long time. Now that you are gone, we, father and son, can finally get what we want. Yi Fan, are you okay?" Father Nie's call brought Yi Fan, who was looking down with a gloomy face, back to his senses. "Ah. Uncle Nie, I'm fine." Yi Fan shook his head and let go of Father Nie's hand. "I'm glad you're okay." Father Nie nodded, and then asked, "What do you think?" In fact, Yi Fan was still struggling with how to tell Father Nie about this matter. "You will definitely not believe it if I tell you." But thinking of how innocent and cute Nie Ching was in front of him, Yi Fan gritted his teeth. Uncle Nya, I can only remind you that something unexpected will happen to you in 3 days. Please be careful with your loved ones, as someone may harm you. Close relatives? Father Nya frowned. Are you talking about Ching and her mother? Yifan shook his head. The closest people I'm talking about are not them, but your closest friends. For example, your company's partners and the like. Impossible. Stop talking. A trace of anger appeared on Father Nya's face, and he interrupted Yifan's speech with a cold voice. He trusts people close to him and they will never harm him. I originally thought Yifan was a good kid and even wanted to match him with my daughter. But now it seems that Yifan is unreliable and is full of nonsense. Yifan smiled helplessly, and seeing that Father Nya didn't believe it, he didn't say anything more. Afterwards Yifan stopped talking, and Nya's father also stopped talking. After looking at Yifan, he continued reading the book in his hand. The atmosphere at this time was even more awkward than before, and Yifan regretted his actions just now. At this moment, I wanted to run away. After sitting for a while, Nya Ching and Nya's mother finally came out, and Yifan quickly stood up and said goodbye. Nya Ching was still wondering why Yifan walked so fast. Yifan went to bed early after returning home. He found that he would feel a little tired every time after using the system's abilities. Chapter 8, Stock Investment, Visit from Father Nya. At 9:30 the next morning, Yifan sat on the bed. Holding the laptop I bought yesterday, I am looking at the stock software. Last night he pulled out his phone and checked the messages. There was originally 20 million in the bank card, but in just 2 days, only more than 3 million was left. Yifan was quite impressed by the speed at which he spent money. Too fast. He knew this was not a solution. He still has to earn money, otherwise after spending 20 million, he will end up eating dirt like before. So Yifan thought of stocks. Apart from lottery, stock investment is the fastest way to make money. In fact, he also thought about continuing to buy lottery tickets to make money. But I thought that if I kept buying lottery tickets and won every time, it would definitely arouse suspicion. So Yifan gave up this idea and tried stock investment. He studied finance, so he knows something about stocks. I have simulated stock buying and selling operations in class, so basically I don't need anyone to teach me. System, I want to know the stocks with the fastest growth rate in the next 7 days. Afterwards, more than a dozen stock codes appeared in Yifan's mind, including some for US stocks. Yifan really admires this system. It's so powerful. Behind those codes are the rate of increase of these stocks within 7 days. 5 of them hit the daily limit today, and some of them rose by more than 60% within 7 days. Yifan did not hesitate and quickly found these stocks based on the codes. 3 million, Yifan used 2 million to buy these stocks. He bought more when the price increased a lot, and he also bought a lot when the price increased a little. During today's 5 daily limit UPS, Yifan bought 3 to 5,000 shares. Depending on the purchase price, the number of shares he buys will also vary. According to a rough calculation, it cost about $500,000 to buy these stocks. Wait until tomorrow's opening and sell at the highest price before it falls. Yifan deducted his own capital and calculated the total to be 500,000. With these stocks, Yifan can at least double them in the end and get more than 1 million. As for the others, Yifan will judge when to sell based on the daily limit. After 7 days, the 2 million will be recovered and Yifan will be able to get more than 10 million, or even more. Call. After completing the operation, Yifan breathed a sigh of relief. He was very excited. When he thought about getting more than 10 million in 7 days, he couldn't hold back the smile on his face. For the first time, I discovered how easy it is to make money. It feels so good to be rich. Afterwards, Yifan closed the computer, took a shower and went out. When I returned to the villa again, it was already past 10 o'clock in the afternoon. He went to the school dormitory to get his things, and then went to the city center to buy some other things. After tidying up the villa, Yifan sat limply on the sofa, not wanting to move at all. Just like Guyu lying down. It's so tiring to clean up by myself. I'm exhausted as a dog. After sitting for a while, Yifan's phone rang. Hello? Nya Ching, what's wrong? Yifan asked after weakly picking up the phone. The other side hesitated for a while before asking, Yifan, are you home now? I'm here. You want to come over, right? Come on. Then Yifan hung up the phone and waited for Nya Ching to arrive. In less than a minute, Yifan heard the doorbell and went to open it. Nya Chang and Nya's father were both standing outside the door. Nia Cheng looked aggrieved, while Nia's father behind him had a gloomy expression.
Uncle Nia, you are here too, come in and sit down. Yifan invited the two to come in and sit on the sofa, then he ran to the kitchen to boil water.
Soon, he brought 2 glasses of boiled water and placed them in front of the 2 people.
Sorry, I forgot to buy tea just now.
Yifan sat on the single sofa next to him with an apologetic look on his face, and then asked, Uncle Nia, what do you want to talk to me about? He would not ask Nia Cheng, because he knew that the person who was looking for him today must be Nia's father. Father Nia looked at the boy who was 1 or 2 years older than his daughter, and his disdain yesterday turned into admiration for the young man. As soon as he arrived at the office this morning, his friend came to him. He slammed the document on the table and questioned himself. He thought that Father Nia was no longer suitable to be the chairman and that the position of chairman should be taken by him. Then the two of them had a big fight, and my friend slammed the door and left. He smoked a cigarette in depression and took a look at the document. I found many unreasonable places, which were deliberately modified by someone imitating my handwriting. The technique is very professional and there is no flaw at all.
I immediately remembered what Yifan said, be careful of the people around you. So he rushed back and asked Nia Cheng to take him to find Yifan. Xiaofan, you are right, he really wants to harm me. Father Nia nodded in despair, and said painfully, but how is this possible? I have been friends with him for decades, how could he do this? He just couldn't believe that his closest friend would frame him. The two have known each other since high school, although they have had arguments over the decades. But those are all small matters and cannot lead to betrayal. The only thing I can't let go of. That is, the woman he liked in high school married him and had a child. But at that time he also liked Lin Shuyun, Nia Cheng's mother, but they both knew about this and made an agreement. No matter who Lin Shuyun falls in love with in the end, they cannot complain and they remain friends. Was this the reason for his betrayal? Was it for Nia Cheng's mother?
Yifan looked at the painful expression on Father Nia's face and felt the same way, his heart aching. Because he too had been betrayed not long ago. He sighed and said, Uncle Nia, people's hearts are hidden in their stomachs.
Father Nia was speechless.
He struggled for a long time before he sighed, forget it.
Maybe it's just what you said.
Nia Cheng, who was listening nearby, was confused.
Knowing that the two were silent, he couldn't help but ask, Dad, what are you and Yifan talking about?
Yifan looked at Father Nia's appearance, and then told him what happened yesterday afternoon. Nia Cheng's pretty face was filled with shock. After a long while, he half believed and half doubtedly asked, that means, what Yifan said yesterday has already happened today. Nia Cheng stared at his father. His father's eyes wandered for a while before he sighed and nodded in agreement. Nia Cheng grabbed Yifan's hand and said pleadingly, Yifan, since you can tell fortunes, you must have a way to save my father, right? I beg you, please save him, please save him? As long as you save my father, I will agree to whatever you ask for. As he spoke, Nia Cheng had already burst into tears, his shoulders shaking constantly. Yifan couldn't bear to see women cry, so he was afraid of becoming like this, and his scalp went numb. He hurriedly took the tissue and wiped Nia Cheng's tears, while continuing to comfort her.
Nia Cheng, don't cry. Don't cry.
I know you might come to find me, so I have already thought of a solution.
Really?
Nia Cheng immediately stopped crying and asked with a pout, her eyes still misty. Yifan was stunned by the speed of the expression change. He absolutely didn't dare to say no now, and tears were welling up in his eyes. Yifan smiled bitterly.
I won tea fall into the hands of a woman in this life, right? Yes, but I need to meet Uncle Nia's friend, preferably today. Father Nia nodded and agreed.
Nia Cheng wiped away her tears with her hands, smiled playfully, grabbed Yifan's hand and shook it, her face full of admiration.
Yifan, I know you are the best, but I didn't expect you can tell fortunes. It seems that I have found a treasure friend. Chapter 9, Resolving the Crisis.
In the afternoon, Father Nia invited his friends out for dinner, and Yifan sat beside them.
Father Nia still looked worried and asked, Xiaofan, do you really have a solution?
Yifan smiled at Father Nia and said, Uncle Nia, don't worry, just communicate with him as we agreed.
Father Nia looked at Yifan's confident look and said nothing more.
To be honest, Yifan himself was quite nervous and his palms were full of sweat. It was Yifan's first time acting and he was so nervous that he felt like his heart was about to jump out.
Damn it, we must not mess this up.
While they were anxiously waiting, the man came. As soon as Father Nia saw him, he greeted him with a big laugh. It was as if the conflict in the morning had never happened.
Yi Fan felt a chill and curled his lips secretly. Businessmen are so hypocritical. His friend saw Yi Fan sitting next to Father Nya and asked in confusion, "Old Nya, who is sitting next to you?" Father Nya just sat down and glanced at Yi Fan. Then he quickly stood up, with an expression as if he had just remembered something, and said, "Look at my brain. Let me introduce you. This is the child of a distant relative of mine. He just came from the countryside. His name is Yi Fan. His family wanted him to see the world in the big city, so they sent him to stay with me for a few days. Yi Fan, this is your uncle Wang Gang. How can you be so rude, kid? Hurry up and say hello." As he said this, he looked at Yi Fan with a reproachful look on his face. Yi Fan quickly stood up, looking uneasy, and bowed repeatedly, saying, "Hello, Uncle Wang, my name is Yi Fan." Then, without waiting for Wang Gang to say anything, he sat down. Father Nya smiled and shook his head. This child has never seen much of the world, so he might be a little nervous. Ha ha ha! Wang Gang laughed loudly and waved his hand generously. "It's okay. Wasn't he at the same when we came to the city? Seeing him reminds me of us back then." Then the two of them lamented the passing of time, and then ordered food and started eating. Yi Fan was watching Wang Gang from the side, calling the system in his mind to check Wang Gang's career status from tonight to the day after tomorrow. The reason why I need to meet Wang Gang is because the system must see the real person in order to check the future. Otherwise, it would be impossible with just a name. Besides, there are so many people with the same name and surname in the country. But we soon found a breakthrough, tonight. After the meal, Father Nya and Wang Gang said goodbye. Wang Gang watched Father Nya and Yi Fan get into the car before leaving. After driving for a distance, Yi Fan asked Nya's father to stop the car and got out himself. He asked Father Nya to go back, and he was the only one who could do the rest. Father Nya told Yi Fan to be careful and then left. He looked at the young man in the rearview mirror, feeling full of guilt. My own affairs have to fall on a 19-year-old young man, but I can't help it all. Yi Fan was walking on the road thinking about his performance just now. I really want to give myself a Best Actor award. The acting is so realistic. Hey! Just as I was daydreaming, I suddenly felt someone patting my shoulder. Yi Fan was startled and turned around to see Nya Ching standing behind him lightly, wearing a baseball cap. "Why are you here?" Yi Fan asked puzzledly. Nya Ching smiled proudly. "I have been following you all the time, but you just didn't notice." Yi Fan was speechless. "By the way, do you really have a way to save my father?" At this time, Nya Ching suddenly asked. That pitiful expression made Yi Fan feel pity for her. Yi Fan gave her a confident smile. "Don't worry, have you forgotten that I can tell fortunes? But since you're here, follow me." Then Yi Fan took Nya Ching to a computer city. When he came out, Yi Fan had a pinhole camera and a recorder in his pocket. They took a taxi and went to the Ziyuan Hotel. "What are you doing here?" Nya Ching asked in confusion as the two got out of the car in front of Ziyuan Hotel. "Of course we came here to find evidence that your uncle Wang framed your father." As he said that, Yi Fan took Nya Ching into the hotel. We took the elevator directly to the 4th floor of the hotel. This floor is full of private rooms. Yi Fan pulled Nya Ching to find the Purple Sakura Hall private room. They found it quickly. Yi Fan asked Nya Ching to stand guard outside and then went in himself. Open the recorder in the box and find a place to hide it. Then place the pinhole camera that has been debugged and connected to your mobile phone facing the wine table. The two left quickly. After returning to the 1st floor, Yi Fan directly booked a room in this hotel and stayed there tonight. In the room, Nya Ching kept pestering Yi Fan and asking what he was doing in the box just now. Yi Fan was forced to be mysterious and said, "The secret of heaven cannot be revealed." Nya Ching rolled his eyes and snorted, "If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me." After a while, she looked away and said hesitantly, "Yi Fan, if you really save my father this time, I said I would agree to any request you make." Being bored, Yi Fan wanted to tease Nya Ching. He said with a sly smile, "Really? Then I want you to be my girlfriend, okay?" "Ah." Nya Ching panicked. Her pretty face turned red with shame, like a ripe apple, and she could hardly speak clearly. But, we've only known each other for a few days, isn't it too fast?" Yi Fan shook his head seriously and said, "I think this is just right." Nya Ching played with the corner of his clothes, stammering and unable to speak. Finally, he said in a mosquito-like voice, "That I'll think about it." Yi Fan didn't hear this sentence. He just saw that Nya Ching didn't say anything, so he thought it was enough.
He had no idea that his own death would leave Nie Ching with a lasting memory. Night fell quickly, and just when the two were drowsy, the image on Yifan's mobile phone came. The two of them immediately became energetic. In the video, 8 people entered the box one after another, including Wang Gang, who was the last to arrive. The 9 people first shook hands and greeted each other, then sat down around the table and ordered some dishes and a few bottles of good wine. Then they started talking. As time went on, their words made Nie Ching more and more angry, and his eyes were spitting fire. Yifan knew it a long time ago, so he didn't show too much. She never imagined that Uncle Wang, who was so kind to her, had been selling company secrets to rival companies. And it has been going on for a long time. By now, those hostile companies have already obtained many secrets of Nia's father's company. The purpose of today's meeting is to take over Nia's father's company in one fell swoop tomorrow. In the end, Nia's father was unable to repay his foreign debts and was thrown into prison. This completely made Nie Ching explode. Nie Ching wanted to go down and question him directly, but Yifan quickly stopped him. If we let her go down, all our plans for today will be exposed. After comforting Nie Ching, the two continued watching the video. They didn't leave until the 9 of them had almost finished drinking. Before the box was cleaned, Yifan went in and took back the recorder and camera. I'll hand it over to Father Nie tomorrow and see how he handles this matter. Chapter 10, Making Money in Seclusion. Yifan woke up from the hotel, packed up simply, and then checked out. Nie Ching was called back by her parents at around 10 o'clock yesterday. When she left, she looked so aggrieved that Yifan comforted her. With a family background like hers, her family would keep a very strict eye on her and curfew the door at night. Afterwards, Yifan returned to the villa area and went directly to Nia's house. He gave the recorder and video to Nia's father and turned around and left. As for how Father Nie will deal with this matter later, it has nothing to do with him. He now has to go back quickly to recover the stock funds. If he delays for a minute, he will lose a lot of money. Sitting on the sofa, Yifan was operating stocks with a notebook in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other. Soon, he had bought back 3 of the 5 stocks from yesterday. From the opening of the market in the morning to the closing of the market in the afternoon, Yifan sold all 5 stocks. Because the transaction was credited to the account on the same day, Yifan was not in a hurry to withdraw the money. During the next 7 days, Yifan didn't go anywhere and just stayed at home trading stocks. As soon as the money arrived, Yifan took out most of it to invest in the stock market, and he even started to enter the US stock market these days. Compared with mainland stocks, US stocks are more profitable. Stock trading in mainland China is about buying today and selling tomorrow. However, there is no such situation in US stocks. You can buy and sell at any time. So Yifan chose to buy at the lowest point in the US stock market, and then sold at the highest point today. For example, there is a stock that he buys at $19 and watches its trend changes. When the price reached today's highest point of $21.50, he sold it quickly, making a profit of $2.50. Plus he held 30,000 shares, which meant he bought them for $570,000 and sold them for $645,000. In the end, he was able to earn 75,000 US dollars, which converted into RMB, he earned 525,000 yuan. 500,000. And this is just one US stock. He didn't even count the other high-value US stocks. If you add those in, I've made at least 6 or 7 million today. Oh shit. After this series of operations, Yifan himself was a little confused. This makes money faster than winning the lottery. Fuck. Who said making money is hard? Pull it out for me, I will kill him. Beat him so hard that he didn't even recognize his mother. Then the next day, Yifan took advantage of the fact that his energy had not yet worn off. His brain was still congested and he continued to enter other US stocks, repeating this operation over and over again. Because of the existence of such a bug in the system, Yifan was not worried at all about buying the wrong stocks. He just needs to invest, and leave the rest to the system to decide. Then, 7 days later, the more than 10 million yuan that Yifan had originally reserved in his account quickly turned into more than 40 million yuan, a high amount of nearly 50 million yuan. Looking at the bank card reminder on his phone, Yifan felt dizzy and almost cried. The balance of your savings account ending in 4366 is 48,230,657.00, and the current account balance is 48,230,657.00, China Construction Bank. Just 7 days. In just 7 days, he used 2 million to make more than 40 million. Adding those that have not yet been recovered by the US stock market, the total amount is more than 10 million. Adding everything up, Yifan is now worth at least 50 million. He could no longer maintain his previous indifference. If you still have no feeling at this time, then you are a fucking idiot.
Damn it. This is a lot of money.
With 2 dark circles under his eyes, Yifan kept grinning foolishly. For 3 days, he only slept 4 hours a day. It's not that he doesn't want to sleep, but that he can't sleep.
How can I sleep when I feel like I drank a dozen cans of stimulants the whole day? I can't sleep like this. Damn.
I really want to take this money out of the bank, spread it on my bed, sleep in a golden nest, and take a golden bath in the bathtub.
But I quickly gave up the idea. Damn, I'm not a nouveau riche.
Lying on the bed, Yifan turned off his cell phone.
Damn it, go to bed quickly, or you'll die suddenly.
I have worked so hard to earn so much money, I can't just not spend a penny.
What is the point of earning so much money?
Sleep, sleep, sleep. Go to sleep quickly. Finally, I couldn't hold back my eyelids anymore and fell into a deep sleep. Even when he was asleep, he would still let out a silly laugh.
The child is going to be stupid. Ding ding ding.
While sleeping, Yifan was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone.
Hello? Who is this?
If you have something to say, just say it.
If not, I'll hang up.
Yifan took the phone and said impatiently.
Fuck you, I'm your dad.
There was a roar from the other side.
Dad?
Yifan suddenly woke up, quickly sat up from the bed, and said with a smile, Dad, how did you have time to call me?
What do you mean? Can't your dad call you?
Huh?
You are such a heartless person.
You didn't even bother to call home after being out for such a long time.
Huh? Do you know that your mother is always talking about you and asking when you will come back?
Huh?
Are you from my Yi family?
First he started roaring and scolding.
There's nothing we can do. Father just has this temper, and Yifan can't say anything.
Listening to his father's words, Yifan felt full of guilt.
It's true that I've been away for such a long time and I haven't called home once.
However, the phone was soon snatched away by Ye's mother, and Yifan could hear Ye's mother blaming his father.
Whenever I call, I talk about children. Whenever I call, I talk about children.
Then he picked up the phone.
Yifan said aggrievedly, Mom, tell my dad that I was wrong. I will call home often in the future. My dear, it's okay. Mom knows you have a lot of study to do. It's okay. This is the difference between fatherly love and motherly love.
A father's love is strict towards his children, while a mother's love is tolerance towards her children.
2 completely different loves made Yifan's heart ache.
His eyes were filled with tears, but he forced himself not to let them fall. After chatting with her mother for a while and asking about the health of the 2 elders and the situation at home, Ye's mother said,
My son, it's like this. Your sister has gone to Huan City for a few days. Please take care of her. Your father and I will transfer the money to you. Sister?
Yifan was stunned for a moment, and a girl of about 14 or 15 years old appeared in his mind.
He asked, What is she doing in Huan City?
Your sister just finished her high school entrance exam and was admitted to the number 1 high school in Huan City. I wanted to go and see her before school starts. Ye's mother said, her tone full of relief.
Really? That's great.
Yifan was immediately delighted. He knew that his sister had always had very good academic performance, so it was normal for her to be admitted to the number 1 high school.
When will my sister arrive? I arrived this morning. I kept calling you but couldn't get through. Arrived in the morning?
Yifan was startled and glanced at the time.
Holy shit. I slept for most of the day?
He hurriedly got out of bed, packed up and said, Mom, I'll go pick up my sister now, so you don't have to give me the money. I, your son, have made a lot of money recently, which is more than enough to take care of my sister. How much money can a college student like you earn?
Okay, I'll ask your father to transfer the money to you later. Go pick up your sister now.
After saying that, Ye's mother hung up the phone.
After a while, my father sent me a WeChat message with 1,000 yuan and a message below. Spend some time with your sister.
If you don't have enough money, tell me and I'll transfer some to you.
Yifan showed a warm smile, his heart was filled with the warmth of home, and he had the urge to go home.
They still accepted the money because it was the parents' kindness. In their parents' eyes, they would always be their children. I simply washed up and then left the house. Chapter 11, Taking Action for My Sister. Xinyue, I'm at the station entrance, where are you? Yifan parked the car at the station entrance and looked around. Brother, I'm waiting here at the door. I didn't see you? A pleasant voice came from the other end of the phone. Yifan searched for a while. Then I saw my sister standing on the roadside not far away, with a package on her back, in her hands, and next to her. Okay, I see you, wait there. Yifan hung up the phone and drove over. Then, Xinyue saw a silver Porsche parked in front of her. Before he could figure out what was going on, he saw his brother getting out of the driver's seat, and his eyes widened immediately. What is going on? My brother actually came to pick me up in a luxury car. Are you tired, Xinyue? Yifan asked as he took the things in her hands and put them in the trunk. Xinyue was stunned and didn't say anything. After a while, she pointed at the luxury car and asked in shock, Brother, is this your car? Yifan smiled casually and said, Yeah, I'll tell you when I get back. Get in the car first. Xinyue even forgot how she got into the car. Amid the envious gazes of everyone, Yifan drove away with her. Xinyue, have you eaten? If not, I'll take you to eat first. What do you want to eat? On the way, Yifan asked while driving, without noticing his sister's eyes at all. Brother, tell me, where did this car come from? Xinyue stared at Yifan and asked in a deep voice. Although she doesn't know much about cars, she knows that this car is called a Porsche. The cheapest one costs hundreds of thousands. My brother's car is a sports car, and it has 2 seats, which will cost at least several million. Their family is from the countryside, and their parents only earn tens of thousands of yuan a year. They have to support both of them in school, so it is impossible for them to afford a car like this. Yifan smiled slightly, knowing that his sister was worried about him, and explained, Don't worry, Xinyue, I bought this car with my own money, and the money came from normal sources, not stolen or robbed. I can't explain it to you clearly now, I'll explain it to you slowly later. Anyway, you just need to know that I'm not short of money now. Afterwards, Xinyue didn't say anything else, she believed her brother. But she couldn't feel at ease sitting in the car for a long time, for fear that she would damage the car mat or something. You know, it's not a small expense to repair a car like this. Looking at his sister's reserved look, Yifan smiled and said nothing. Some things still require gradual adaptation. Yifan took Xinyue to the restaurant that Nia's father had taken them to a few days ago. After eating there that day, Yifan thought the food was delicious, so he wanted to let his sister go there to try it too, and he also wanted to go there again. Lunch was eaten there. Yifan, who hadn't had a proper meal for a long time, ate so voraciously that people onlookers watched and pointed at him. But Yifan didn't care, and Xinyue didn't feel embarrassed either. From time to time, she would put some dishes in Yifan's bowl. After dinner, Yifan took Xinyue to the mall again. The dazzling array of things there dazzled Xinyue, who had just arrived in the city. Yifan took his sister directly to the clothing store on the 3rd floor. Hello, sir, what would you like to see? A shopping guide came up and asked in the women's clothing store. Buy some clothes for my sister. Yifan said calmly. Xinyue quickly shook her head and refused. Brother, no need, I brought a lot of clothes. Yifan smiled at her and said in a slightly domineering manner, Listen to me. Then he handed Xinyue over to the shopping guide. He had poor aesthetic sense, so he could only sit on the sofa nearby to rest and drink the tea brought by the shopping guide. Then Xinyue started her own dress-up show, changing clothes over and over again. When Xinyue put them on, she felt that the clothes were light and fluttery and she was not used to wearing them. Yifan looked at the smiling face and said nothing. I have to say that Xinyue is also born with natural beauty. Yifan was very satisfied with every piece of clothing. Pack up all the clothes my sister tried on just now. Finally, Yifan took out his bank card and handed it to the shopping guide. The shopping guide suddenly looked ecstatic and ran to get the POS machine. Oh my god, I've met a big money sponsor. Xinyue ran to Yifan and said hurriedly, Brother, there are too many, I can't wear them all. Yifan said, There's a saying in the city that a woman's wardrobe is always short of a few pieces of clothing. I'll buy you a few more this time, so you won't want too many next time. Okay, don't worry about it. Just try. I'll buy you as much as you have. Anyway, I've prepared a limit of 300,000 for you to spend today. You must spend it all within half a day, and you can only buy things for yourself. 300,000? When the shopping guide who came over heard this, he was stunned.
And I can only buy things for this girl. Holy shit. I also want to have a brother like this. 300,000? Yi Xinyue was also shocked and quickly shook her head, pleading, "Brother, can we not spend money recklessly? 300,000 is too much. Let's keep the money. Damn it. Don't give it to me. I want it." The shopping guide lady next to her wanted to shout out what was in her heart. Yifan smiled and said, "Don't worry, Xinyue, I told you before that your brother is not short of money now. No shortage of money. The quality of these 3 words couldn't be higher. We just don't lack money." Yifan felt an inexplicable sense of refreshment whenever he said it himself. Then Yifan entered the password into the POS machine and spent more than 30,000 yuan on these clothes. This swift and decisive measure made the shopping guide's hands tremble as he held the POS machine. Too rich. No consideration. Just swipe. Yifan might feel a little distressed if he bought it for himself, but when he bought it for his sister, he had only one thought. Great value. Finally, the shopping guide said goodbye to them warmly and looked at the girl with great envy. "Oh, it would be great if I had a brother like this who was young, rich, and willing to spend money on me." 300,000. Yifan took his sister into another women's shoe store. When he came out, Yifan's hands were full of things. Anyway, Yifan is now taking Yi Xinyue to visit one store after another, as if he is going to move the entire clothing city back home. For 3 hours, a full 3 hours, Yifan took Yi Xinyue to shop non-stop, and swiped their cards non-stop. As a result, all the shopping guides in the clothing store were shocked by Yifan's lavish spending, and were extremely envious and jealous of Yi Xinyue. It's okay that my sister is so beautiful that she can shame the moon and flowers. Even his brother is so handsome. And he has so much money. The most important thing is to be willing to spend money on your sister. Why isn't such a brother our own? A good brother always belongs to someone else. Oh God, why don't you give me a brother like this?" Someone howled in pain to the sky after Yifan and Yi Xinyue left. Then the entire 3rd floor was filled with such noises, shocking the people who had just come up so much that they didn't know what was going on. They instantly gave up the idea of buying clothes and went to the 4th floor. Chapter 12, 2 Women Meet. Originally, Yi Xinyue felt quite distressed and blamed Yifan in her heart for spending money lavishly. In the end, she enjoyed it so much without realizing it that she actually spent all the 300,000 yuan, and even spent more than the limit. "Brother, did you buy too much?" Yi Xinyue asked with a frown in the car. "The trunk almost couldn't hold more room." Yifan shook his head and said, "It's not much. Just wear it slowly. If it's not enough, I'll buy you more sometime." "No, no, no." Yi Xinyue shook her head repeatedly. Thinking of such a pile of clothes and shoes, Yi Xinyue didn't know how long she would be able to wear them. "You even bought yourself clothes for next year." Returning to the villa area, Yi Xinyue looked at the villa in front of her with her jaw dropping. She pointed at the villa and spoke incoherently. "Brother, this, you bought this too?" "Yes." Yifan said, took out all the things in the trunk, took out the key and opened the door. Looking at the things all over the floor, Yifan sighed and regretted his previous crazy behavior. Damn, some have moved. Then he asked Yi Xinyue to help him move things. After they were done, both of them were sweating. Yifan asked Yi Xinyue to take a shower first. "I sat on the sofa, drank some water, opened my notebook and looked at the status of my stocks today. Fortunately, many of them have turned red, and a few have turned green, but it is only a small drop. They will rise back tomorrow, so it is not a big problem." Finally, Yifan took a shower and cooked dinner by himself. After eating, Yifan took his sister to the 2nd bedroom, which would be her room in the future. After a tiring day, Yifan fell asleep without thinking about anything. The next morning, Yifan came back from buying breakfast and saw his sister coming down sleepily. He smiled and said, "Are you up? Go wash up and have breakfast. I'll take you out to play later." "Where are we going to play?" Yi Xinyue asked with a yawn. "Haven't you always wanted to go to the amusement park since you were a child? I'll take you there today," Yifan said as he cleaned the table. Yi Xinyue suddenly perked up and quickly ran to wash up. After breakfast, she went back to change her clothes, while Yifan called Nia Chang. "Hello, Nia Chang, are you okay?" Yifan asked directly after the call was connected. He had already told Nia Chang in the morning that he would take his sister out to play today. "I'm well now and I'm waiting for you outside. Nia Qing replied excitedly. Okay, then I'll let Xin Yue hurry up. After saying that, Yi Fan hung up the phone and urged Yi Xin Yue. Yi Xin Yue came down quickly, wearing the clothes she bought yesterday. The two of them hurried out and saw Nia Qing waiting at the door. When the two women met, each other's eyes lit up. Yi Fan stood between the two and introduced, Nia Qing, this is my sister Yi Xin Yue, who came yesterday. Xin Yue, this is Nia Qing. She lives next door to us. Just call her sister. Yi Xin Yue immediately greeted her with a smile. Hello, Sister Nia, you are so beautiful. She didn't lie. If Nia Qing were placed in ancient times, she would be considered a figure like Bo Si, Daji, or Shi Shi. Nia Qing smiled slightly and complimented him. You are not bad either, you have such a good figure, I really envy you. She was not lying either. At the age of 14 or 15, her figure was in a small S shape. She was indeed very envious. Yi Xin Yue said thank you. Yi Fan didn't care about all that, he just knew that these two people were indeed very good looking. Yi Fan took the car keys from Nia Qing. Her car couldn't accommodate 3 people, so he could only drive Nia Qing's BMW X3. Afterwards, Yi Fan drove the two beauties to the largest amusement park in Huan City, Lotte City. Brother, this is the amusement park. Looking at the entertainment facilities around, Yi Xin Yue's face was full of excitement. Yi Fan looked at Yi Xin Yue, whose eyes were shining, and said with a smile, yes, you can play whatever you want. I will accompany you today. Then Yi Xin Yue pulled Yi Fan and Nia Qing to play with her. He played with this and that, and didn't stop for the whole morning. I don't know where all the strength comes from. What do you want to drink? I'll go buy you some. Yi Fan asked during the break. I want black tea. I want orange juice. Nia Qing and Yi Xin Yue replied one after another. Yi Fan asked the two of them to sit in the pavilion and wait, while he went to the milk tea shop not far away to queue up to buy drinks. After waiting in line for a while, I finally bought black tea and orange juice. Yi Fan was about to leave when he saw his sister's favorite candy on the bar. The flavor was unique and hard to buy. Old. Boss, I want this rainbow candy. How much is it? Before Yi Fan could say anything, a harsh voice came from beside him, taking the candy in his hand, which immediately made him frown. That piece of candy is the last one. Auntie, it's not good for you to cut in line suddenly, right? Yi Fan asked with a frown. Looking at the auntie next to me, she was holding a 4 or 5-year-old child in her hand and licking an ice cream. The old lady looked sarcastic and started to chatter. Hey, young man, what you said is wrong. I'm an old man, you young people should give me some consideration. What's wrong with you waiting in line a little longer? Didn't your parents teach you what it means to respect the elderly and love the young? As Yi Fan listened, his sword-like eyebrows furrowed tightly, and anger suddenly rose in his heart. But unfortunately, the other party was indeed an old man in his 50s, and Yi Fan couldn't just scold him. Instead, he said coldly, my parents did teach me how to respect the elderly and love the young, but for someone like you who uses morality to blackmail others, I think it's a shame to use this idiom on you. What's wrong with the elderly? Can they just jump the queue without saying anything? Can they just do whatever they want just because of their age? If you want to cut in line, you can tell me and I can make room for you. But isn't it a bit too much for you to cut in line without saying anything? I really don't know how you educate your children at your age. If your children are like you, they will definitely have no future. I can't scold you though. But that doesn't mean I'm easy to mess with. After this, the old lady became so angry that her face turned red, and the people queuing behind her were full of admiration. This guy is awesome, he's so eloquent, look, he made that old lady dumbfounded. The aunties and uncles nowadays are so abominable. They take advantage of their age and act tyrannically because others dare not touch them. Everyone felt very happy at this moment. Good rebuttal. You. The aunt pointed at Yi Fan and couldn't say a word. Yi Fan was right about one thing, her children really had no future. My son works in a factory and my daughter is in sales. Finally, Yi Fan used the system to check the aunt's fortune again. Yi Fan sneered and said, Auntie, let me tell you again, I have learned fortune telling. I see that your forehead is black, and you will have a bloody disaster within a minute. After saying that, Yi Fan ignored her and turned away. He didn't even want the candy anymore and just left everyone with a cool back view. Everyone secretly gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. Ah. When everyone turned around, they saw the old lady lying on the ground, her forehead hit on the edge of the flower bed next to her, and blood was flowing all over the place. She was covering her head and wailing in pain, while her grandson was crying loudly beside her. There was a stepped-on ice cream at her feet. Shit, I stepped on an ice cream cone. It was the one that fell from my grandson's hand. Everyone's eyes widened with disbelief. Oh shit, there really is going to be a bloody disaster. That's not a curse. Yifan turned his head and took a look, then shook his head and sighed, alas, God is watching what you do. It's not that there is no retribution, it's just that the time has not come yet. Chapter 13, Telephone Numbers of Stock Exchange Centers. Yifan stayed with the two of them at the amusement park until 4 or 5 in the afternoon. They didn't stop until the three of them were exhausted, planning to have a meal and then go back. But Yifan had never been around here, so he didn't know where there was any delicious food. Nia Cheng often came here and was very familiar with the shops and restaurants, so this time she took Yifan and Yi Xinyue to a nearby Western restaurant. It was the first time for Yifan and Yi Xinyue to eat Western food, so they were inevitably a little nervous. Although Yifan's English is good and he has learned about Western food, he doesn't know much. So, no matter what Nia Cheng ordered, Yifan would just say mito and be done with it. Afterwards, Nia Cheng helped Yi Xinyue order something suitable for her. Then, while waiting, the two beauties chatted, and Yifan sat aside looking at his mobile phone, checking some information about his stocks. At this time, a phone call came in, the number starting with 019, and it was marked as a harassment call, so Yifan did not answer it. But after a while, the phone rang again, and Yifan pressed the answer button. Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Hu Yellen, the manager of Goen Securities Exchange Center. A steady voice came from the other end of the phone. Stock Exchange Center? Why did they call me? I didn't do anything. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? Yifan asked puzzledly. It's like this, Mr. Yi. The securities account you opened before was a cooperative agent of our Goen, which is also one of our online management departments. I called you this time because your account transactions really amazed us. We have been tracking your account transactions and found that every stock you bought, whether it was mainland stocks or US stocks, had almost daily limit profits, and not a single one was a loss. Your skills shocked us, so we would like to invite you to our company as an investment consultant. I wonder if you are interested? Having said that, Yifan finally understood what they were trying to do. They came to poach him, and it was the stock exchange center. Every transaction in your account must go through their hands, so it is normal for them to know you well. Seeing that Yifan had not spoken, the person on the other end of the phone said anxiously, Mr. Yi, your salary and commission, we can help you apply for the highest point of the company, and we will never let you lose money. Yifan thought about it and declined, I'm sorry, manager Hu, I don't have any plans to work recently, and I'm still a college student. I still have 2 or 3 months to graduate. But don't worry, I studied finance. If I look for a job at that time, I will give priority to you. You are still a college student who has not graduated yet. A cry of surprise came from the other end of the phone. There is no need to think about it, he must have looked shocked. Yifan didn't care what his expression was, he couldn't see it anyway, so he smiled and said, yes, so I'm sorry. There was silence for a while, then he said, okay, since you said so, academic studies are also important. As for this position, I will help you apply to the company to reserve it for 2 or 3 months. If you want to come, just call my private number. My phone number is. Okay, I'll take note of it. Yifan added the phone number to his contacts and made a note of it. Okay, then I'll hang up first. I'm still having a meal. Yifan said finally. Then he hung up the phone. When Yifan called, the meal had already arrived. Nia Cheng carefully cut the steak for him and placed it in front of him. Then she taught Yi Xinyue how to cut and eat steak. Looking at Nia Cheng, Yifan felt a little strange in his heart. This girl is so attentive. After dinner, the three of them went back. To be honest, it was Yifan's first time eating steak, and it was medium rare. He was not used to it and always felt a bloody taste in his mouth. Brother, what do you think of Sister Nia Cheng? Yifan was sitting on the sofa, looking at his stocks. Yi Xinyue, who was watching TV next to him, suddenly asked casually. I think it's great. Yifan didn't understand the meaning of her question and replied casually. Very good? What's good about it? Yi Xinyue continued to ask. She's pretty, has a nice personality, and knows how to take care of people. Yifan looked up, looked at Yi Xinyue and asked, Xinyue, why are you asking these questions? Do you want to bring us together?
Yi Xinyue nodded without hesitation, and Yi Fan smiled bitterly.
Girl, why are you meddling in my affairs? Come on, this is still a matter of fate. Even if I like her, what good does it do if she doesn't like me?
Yi Xinyue curled her lips and said nothing.
How do you know that people don't like you? If you don't like it, can I help you cut the steak? What a blockhead.
At night, Yi Fan returned to his room, took out his mobile phone and called Hu Yelin.
He picked up the phone after it rang for a few seconds. Hello? Who is this? Manager Hu, I'm Yi Fan.
Yi Fan replied, I'm sorry to bother you so late. The other party immediately replied, oh, it's Mr. Yi.
It's okay, I'm just bored. What's the matter, Mr. Yi?
Yi Fan said, it's like this, Manager Hu, I'm planning to do futures recently, I wonder if you have any good suggestions.
Futures?
The other party was stunned for a moment, then said, Mr. Yi, you studied finance, so you should know something about futures, right? Yi Fan nodded and said, well, I have studied it in class before, but I still hope that Manager Hu, as a professional, can give me some advice. Of course, Mr. Yi, the most attractive thing about futures trading is the principle of leverage. Manager Hu then explained to Yi Fan the benefits of the lever principle.
Yi Fan was amazed when he heard it. Professionals are different. They know so much more than him.
Mr. Yi, if you want to trade futures, our Gohan has the right to raise funds. I can help you apply for a 10 million yuan financing leverage, which means borrowing money to trade stocks.
This is a privilege given by the entire industry to stock trading experts like you. However, you can only use this money for stock trading and cannot do anything else. If you need it, I will go to the company tomorrow to apply for it for you.
Yi Fan thought about it and agreed, okay, I want it. Then Yi Fan chatted with Hu Yelin for a while. Hu Yelin taught Yi Fan a lot of stock knowledge and tactics that he could not learn in class. Hearing this, Yi Fan nodded in approval. It turns out that stocks can be played like this. Before he knew it, it was 12 o'clock. Yi Fan didn't want to disturb them anymore, so he said, I'm sorry, Manager Hu, to bother you for so long tonight. There was a loud laugh from the other end of the phone. Ha, Mr. Yi, that's not true. If I hadn't talked to you for so long, I wouldn't have thought that a college student would have his own opinions on stocks.
I really admire you.
No, I'm just showing off my skills in front of Manager Hu. Yi Fan smiled modestly, Manager Hu, it's getting late.
You still have to go to work tomorrow. Let's not talk for now. Okay, Mr. Yi, you should go to bed early. I will give you an answer about the financing leverage tomorrow.
Afterwards, the two hung up the phone, and Yi Fan also planned to take a rest.
Chapter 14, Back Home.
In the morning, Yi Fan was awakened by the sound of the phone. He picked it up and saw that it was from Hu Yelin. Someone arrived at the company early in the morning to handle this matter for Yi Fan, and the financing leverage quota of 10 million was finally applied for. Yi Fan was completely sleepless. He sat on the bed and thanked Hu Yelin repeatedly on the other end of the phone.
The two didn't talk much.
Hu Yelin had a morning meeting to attend, so he hung up the phone. Yi Fan also had to get up and wash up, but Xinyue had already gotten up and prepared breakfast. In the next few days, Yi Fan was not in a hurry to do futures. He wanted to accompany Yi Xinyue to have a good time at various tourist attractions in Huan City for a few days. Nia Qing did not accompany them because he had to go to class. The girl had a wronged expression on her face at that time, and Yi Fan comforted her for a long time. On the morning of the fifth day, Yi Xinyue said while eating breakfast, Brother, I want to go home.
I have been out for too long this time.
Yi Fan said nothing, but nodded and said, okay, I'll accompany you to see the school this morning, and I'll go back with you in the afternoon. In fact, there is nothing much to visit in the school. You can just walk around inside and familiarize yourself with the environment beforehand. I have to say that as the #1 high school in Huan City and also a famous aristocratic school, the teaching buildings, dormitories, canteens and gymnasiums inside are really incomparable to those ordinary schools.
Yi Fan sighed.
Why didn't I have such conditions when I was in high school? After lunch, Yi Fan took Yi Xinyue to the mall and bought a lot of things, spending more than 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. They were all supplements for the elderly, as well as a whole box of cigarettes and liquor that cost several thousand yuan a bottle. Then Yi Fan drove back to his hometown, which was relatively far from Huan City. It takes 3 hours by bus, and then you have to change buses in the county town and sit for more than an hour to get to their town. When I get back to town, I have to ask my parents to ride their motorcycles for half an hour to pick me up. But this time, Yifan drove for only 2.5 hours to reach his hometown. As soon as he entered the town, Yifan's car attracted the attention of people in the town. After all, this sports car is really cool and gives people a sense of being ostentatious. The cars that people in towns and villages see the most are BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and Audi. Where have they ever seen a car like this? What the hell, what kind of car is that? It's so cool. How come I've never seen it before? You country bumpkin, don't you understand? See that golden logo on the car? Recognize it from now on. That's a Porsche. The cheapest one costs 5 or 600,000. I estimate this one costs over $1 million. Over $1 million? This is more expensive than a BMW or a Mercedes. Oh my god, when will I be able to drive a car like that? Just you, go back and see how to sell your pork. The noisy chatter was all about envy, jealousy, and hatred. But no one dared to touch it, and even other private cars took a detour when they saw it. Tauzi! Tauzi! The car window rolled down and Yifan waved at the crowd. In the crowd, a man with dyed yellow hair heard the sound coming from the Porsche and the cigarette in his mouth dropped in surprise. He felt like a bolt from the blue had hit him. Am I hallucinating? How come I see my childhood friend waving at me while sitting in a luxury car? Rubbed his eyes violently. Shit! It's not an illusion. Yifan? Wang Tao screamed, then ran over under such envious gazes. I saw him pointing at the car, his mouth trembling, and he couldn't finish a sentence for a long time. This is your car? Yifan smiled and said, yes, I bought it. Then he took out a cigarette from Yi Xinyue's arms and handed it to Wang Tao, saying, here you go. Wang Tao took it and looked at it, then screamed again, FCK, the emperor? And there's only one? Yifan said, yes, I'm rich now, so I can't forget you. Take this one first. If it's not enough, I still have a box. Just come to my house and get it. I won't tell you now, I'm in a hurry to go home, remember to come and play with me. Then Yifan drove away, leaving Wang Tao standing there in a daze. What did he just say? Another box? When he came to his senses, he rode his motorcycle towards the village without saying a word. Uncle, I'm back. Here's a pack of cigarettes for you. Aunt, I'm back. Uncle, I'm back. Here's a pack of cigarettes for you. As soon as Yifan came back, he greeted people everywhere in the village. When he met men, Yifan asked Yi Xinyue to take apart a piece of Emperor's royal love in the palace, and then got out of the car and gave them to them personally. The people in the village didn't have much experience, and many of them were elderly. They just thought Yifan's car was very beautiful, and then took a puff of the cigarette Yifan gave him. Good smoke. Finally, Yifan returned home. In addition to farming, his family also engaged in breeding, so they lived a little far away from the village. They no longer wanted their hometown, and now the whole family lived in this farm. A home made up of several small houses. There is a big pit next to the farm. This pit has been there since Yifan was a child, but it has never been filled and has become a wasteland. But neither Yifan nor Yi Xinyue had ever disliked this place. In their opinion, home is where their parents are. Dad, Mom, I'm back. After getting out of the car, Yifan and Yi Xinyue moved the things in the trunk home one by one. As soon as I entered the door, I saw the village chief was there, chatting with Yi's father and mother. Yifan greeted him with a smile, Village chief, you are here too. When the village chief saw Yifan, he immediately smiled and said, Xiaofan is back. Seeing Yifan holding a pile of things, Yi's mother immediately came up to take over and said, you kid, you didn't even tell me you came back. Why did you buy so many things? How much money will it cost? Mom, it's not much. These are nutritional supplements for you too, and cigarettes for Dad. Yifan smiled and shook his head. After putting the things in a corner, Yifan sat next to the table. His father's face looked a little bad, probably something had happened. He first gave a cigarette to the village chief. The village chief, who was more knowledgeable, recognized the cigarette at a glance and said in surprise, this is the emperor. Has Xiaofan become rich in the outside world in these years? No, I just made a little money. Yifan continued, village chief, what's the matter? The village chief sighed and said, it's this piece of land. The town said that this piece of land cannot be used for breeding, and insisted that your father clean up the stall and plant crops.
Oh, that's it. Yi Fan knew about this matter. His family had quarreled about it many times before. Humph. What right does his town have to care what I do with this land? This land was allocated to our family by the country in the past. It used to be a wasteland and crops couldn't be grown on it. Why didn't he say anything then? Now that I have put this land to good use, he comes to meddle in my business again. What right does he have? Ye's father said angrily. The village chief was also a little angry and said, "There's no point in yelling at me. This is the town's decision. I just came to inform you and ask you to clean up this mess as soon as possible." Dad, leave this to me, let me do it. Just as Father Yi was about to get angry, Yi Fan quickly stopped him and said, "I came back this time to help you solve this problem." You solve it? What can a kid like you solve? Father Yi rolled his eyes at Yi Fan. Yi Fan smiled confidently and said, "Dad, don't worry, your son has made a lot of money outside now, and he can definitely help you solve this problem." Chapter 15, The Naughty Kid Scratches the Car. Then Yi Fan drove the village chief back to the town. The Yi family stood at the door and watched them leave. "When did this kid buy a car?" Father Yi said in surprise, "And I saw it on TV. It's called a sports car, it's very expensive, right? Did he do anything illegal?" Yi Xinyue smiled and said, "Dad, don't worry, my brother is doing a legitimate business. He can make a lot of money without doing anything every day. In addition, a company even called my brother to invite him to work." "Is it true? Then why didn't he go?" Ye's father asked with a frown. "My brother didn't say he wouldn't go. He said he would wait until he graduated. They even said they would keep the position for him." Yi Xinyue said with a smile. "Really?" Father Yi nodded with a smile, feeling very relieved. That's good. His son has finally made it. Is there anything more important than seeing your children succeed? The slightly bent back straightened up quietly, and I felt that a lot of the burden was lifted. As for Yi Fan, he drove the village chief quickly to the town. The village chief sat in the passenger seat feeling uneasy. He had never ridden in such a luxury car before. Finally arriving at the town's government affairs center, the village chief took Yi Fan directly to the land management office. At this time, the staff inside were working. When they saw a village chief coming in with a teenager, they asked, "Hello, what can I do for you?" "Hello, my name is Yi Fan. I live in Yejia village." Yi Fan greeted politely, sat in the seat in front of him, and said, "My father's name is Yi Hai, it's about my father's land." "Wait a minute, let me look for it." Then the employees started to look through the pile of documents next to him. The clerk quickly took out a document, looked at it, and said, "Oh, is it about your father privately using state land to build a breeding farm?" Yi Fan quickly said, "It can't be said to be private use. The land was originally allocated to our family, and it was a wasteland before. Crops can't be grown on it at all." The clerk put down the document, looked at Yi Fan and said, "Young man, I know what you said, but the regulations at that time stipulated that the land could only be used to grow crops. It was indeed illegal for your father to build a farm on it, and there was nothing we could do." Yi Fan was silent. This was indeed true. His father did build the farm privately without permission. Yi Fan thought about it, then asked, "Then can I contract that piece of land?" The village chief and the staff looked at Yi Fan in shock. Only then did the village chief understand what Yi Fan meant by the solution. Just take over the entire property. This way the land will belong to them, and no one will interfere with what their family does on the land. You want to take it under contract? Are you kidding? The clerk frowned and asked, "Do you know how much it costs to take a contract for a piece of land for a year? Can you, a child, afford it?" Although he didn't show it, Yi Fan could hear a hint of contempt in his tone. Yi Fan didn't say anything, and asked directly, "Just tell me if it's okay." The staff looked at Yi Fan's serious and confident look, was stunned at first, and then nodded. "Of course you can, but you have to apply to the relevant departments in the county. Then go through the approval process step by step. If they approve it, there will be no problem." Yi Fan nodded and said, "Okay, I understand, thank you." Then he and the village chief got up and left. The employee looked at Yi Fan's back and laughed at himself. I was actually oppressed by the aura of a child. He really didn't believe that a child could be capable of contracting that piece of land. Xiao Fan, do you really want to contract that piece of land? The village chief asked while standing aside.
Yes.
Yi Fan nodded, and the village chief said nothing more. How to say? I have no say in this matter.
Yi Fan knew that things would be troublesome, so he came here just to test the waters and see if his idea would work.
However, if I want to contract that piece of land, I must have a legitimate reason. That is to set up a breeding farm.
In this way, it is possible to contract the land.
He also asked the county's animal husbandry department to report his father's farm. There are also business licenses, certificates of epidemic prevention conditions, tax registrations, and other miscellaneous matters.
It seems that these things cannot be solved in a day or two. Fortunately, the land use certificate was already in my father's hands, so he didn't have to handle this.
It saves some trouble.
Coming out of the Government Affairs Center, Yi Fan saw a little boy next to his car, scratching the car with a stone.
Yi Fan's heart suddenly tightened. Fuck, what the hell are you doing?
Yi Fan glared, ran over hurriedly, and pulled the boy away.
The boy sat down on the ground and cried loudly.
Yi Fan ignored it and looked at the scratches on the rear of his car.
He felt distressed. Damn it! This is my favorite car.
Yi Fan was so angry that he turned around with his hands on his waist and yelled at the little boy. At this time, a woman ran over, picked up the child and comforted him.
Then he looked at Yi Fan angrily and said, "Why are you yelling at my child?"
I have never yelled at him like that.
Who are you? Why are you yelling at him?
Seeing that she was comforting her child and ignored him, Yi Fan's face turned cold. He pointed at the scratch on his car and said, "That's your child, right?"
He scratched my car.
The woman glanced at the place where Yi Fan's finger was and said, "It's scratched, it's just a layer of paint falling off, what's the big deal?"
Yi Fan suppressed his anger and said, "What's the big deal? What you said is really interesting. Can't you just keep an eye on your child and let him touch other people's things casually?" When the woman heard this, she immediately yelled in a harsh voice, "What's wrong with you? How old is the child? He is ignorant, what can he know? Do you want him to change the car back for you?" Yi Fan laughed in anger and said, "What's wrong with a child? Can a child do whatever he wants? Can a child scratch someone else's car and nothing will happen? Who taught you this? How can you be a mother? Haven't you taught your child not to touch other people's things? Do you know what it means to be a mother?" The woman sneered, "What did you say?"
"I'm telling you, my child scratched your car today, what can you do?"
"It's just a broken car, right?
I'll compensate you no matter how much money you have." She only knows that BMW, Audi and Mercedes-Benz are the most expensive cars. She has never seen a car of this brand before, and it is definitely not as valuable as these three cars.
Just pay a few hundred or a few $1,000s. The area was now full of people watching the fun.
Many of them had just seen the car and naturally recognized it, and immediately laughed at the woman.
"Sister, do you really want to pay for this car?
I tell you, even if you sell all your belongings, you still can't afford it. Sister, this car is called a Porsche. The cheapest one costs 500,000 or 600,000 yuan, and this one is a sports car.
It costs at least 1 or 2 million yuan.
That's right. The car will definitely need to be repainted.
Will you pay for it?
It's worth at least 500,000 or 600,000 yuan.
Can you afford it?" Chapter 16, Meet a high school classmate. What? Hundreds of thousands?
When the women heard this number, they were almost shocked. But she soon calmed down again. "Even if your car is worth millions, so what? Since you have the money to buy this car, why do you care about that little money to repair it? Why make things difficult for us rural people?
We can't afford it.
Besides, the car was scratched by a child.
What does it have to do with us adults?
I don't believe you can ask the child to pay for it."
Yi Fan listened, his face became colder and colder, and finally sneered, "You mean you don't intend to compensate or apologize?"
The woman glanced at Yi Fan and said in a bluffing tone, "Yes, so what?" Yi Fan took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and then said, "In this case, the only option left for us is to sue."
"Go to court?"
When the woman heard this, she was stunned and felt a little panicked. "Hundreds of thousands of dollars, you might be able to deny it if you try to pay it, but if you go to court, then it's a done deal."
No. We can't sue. We absolutely can't sue."
The woman shook her head violently in fear.
Putting his child aside, he hurried to Yifan, tightly grasped Yifan's arm, and said pleadingly, "Young man, you also know that our family is from the countryside. How can we afford so much compensation?" The woman immediately burst into tears, grabbed Yifan's arm tightly, continued to beg, and spoke incoherently. "Young man, please be magnanimous and let us go, okay? I was wrong, I know I was wrong. I beg you to let us go, okay? I beg you. I will kneel down for you, okay? Please let us go." As he said this, he was really about to kneel down. Yifan looked at her, sneered, and said, "Why didn't you say this just now?" After saying that, Yifan shook off the woman's hand that was holding him. He used too much force and the woman sat directly on the ground. Yifan looked at her and said, "Just wait for my lawyer's letter." After that, Yifan followed the village chief into the car and left, not caring about the woman who was sitting on the ground and crying. After returning, Yifan first sent the village chief back to his home, and then returned to his own home. During the meal, Yifan told his parents what happened today. His father and mother didn't say anything, but just nodded. Just leave everything to Yifan to handle. In the next few days, Yifan took his father running around the county, towns, and village committees all day long. As for the people who came to check and collect materials every day, Yifan left them all to his mother and Yi Xinyue. Yifan asked Yi Xinyue to write down the suggestions for the farm and what the inspectors said, so that she would know what to do when the time came to renovate the farm. For 15 whole days, Yifan and his father went to bed late and got up early every day. At 6 o'clock in the morning, after Yi's father fed all the livestock, the two drove to the relevant departments in the county. It was 10 o'clock in the evening when the two of them returned from the county town. It was already 11 o'clock when they got home. They fell into bed and fell asleep. Nieching called him several times but he didn't answer. Yifan and his father looked so tired that Yi's mother and Yi Xinyue felt distressed. Mother Yi wiped her tears and said, "My child, you have suffered so much." Yifan smiled slightly, shook his head and said, "It's okay, Mom, this is all for our family. If we work harder now, we won't have so many troubles in the future." In this way, it took Yifan 15 days to get everything done. Even that piece of land finally passed layers of approval and was contracted by Yifan. "At least I don't have to worry for a while. I even spent a lot of money to buy all kinds of necessary equipment from the animal husbandry department. There are also various vaccines, medicines, nutritional supplements, and feeds. Including freezers for storing vaccines, Yifan directly bought too. And also bought furniture and appliances for people. Since he couldn't transport it back himself, Yifan paid the staff to send a car to transport it home. All in all, Yifan spent nearly 400,000 or 500,000. On the 16th day, Yifan went to the county town by himself and got all the documents. Sitting in the car, Yifan looked at the pile of contracts, business licenses, health certificates, and qualified inspection reports, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I can have a good rest. Then I put those things in a bag, threw it on the passenger seat, and prepared to go home. Bang bang bang. At this moment, Yifan heard someone knocking on his car window. He turned around and saw a face that seemed familiar, but he just couldn't remember who it was. Yifan rolled down the car window. When the man saw Yifan, he was immediately surprised and said, "Yifan. It's really you. I thought I saw it wrong just now." Yifan smiled and said, "Who are you?" "It's me, your high school classmate, Sun Lianxue." Sun Lianxue said immediately. Seeing Yifan frowning and looking like he couldn't remember, Sun Lianxue became a little anxious. She simply told him where she sat in high school, where Yifan sat, and what Yifan did in high school. Yifan had some impression at this moment, and said, "I remember now. Sun Lianxue, right? The one who sat behind me in the second year of high school. It's me, it's me." Sun Lianxue immediately nodded happily and felt relieved at the same time. Finally he remembered. However, Yifan was not happy about this. Instead, he frowned and felt a strong disgust in his heart. He remembered that Sun Lianxue was his classmate in high school and was a notorious snob. At that time, because Yifan's family was very poor, this woman often opposed Yifan and slandered him secretly. Yifan didn't expect to meet her here. "Why are you here?" Yifan's face did not show any disgust, but asked with a smile. Sun Lianxue showed a charming smile and replied, "I just came back from the city and was about to go home when I saw you." "Is this your car?" "A Porsche. It must be expensive, right?" Yifan shook his head and said modestly, "It's not that expensive, just a few million." "Millions?
Sun Lianshue's face was immediately filled with shock, and she spoke without closing her mouth for a long time. A luxury car worth millions. I have never sat on it before. The most expensive car I have ever ridden in is a Mercedes-Benz that cost over 600,000 yuan. It seems that Yifan has become rich in recent years. Yifan, what have you been doing in the past few years? You haven't contacted us old classmates for such a long time, and you didn't even reply to my messages. Sun Lianshue asked immediately with a smile. I'm still in college and my academic workload is quite heavy, so I haven't paid much attention to the messages on my phone. Yifan made up an excuse. You're still in school. Sun Lianshue was surprised, then asked in confusion, then your car? Yifan replied casually, while I was in college, I also did some stock investment and made some money. Now I have a small amount of capital. Chapter 17, Porsche and Lamborghini. Sun Lianshue was even more excited. Her eyes lit up when she looked at Yifan. I was still investing when I was in college. Driving a car worth several $1 million still means you have some capital. Who would believe it if I told you? If this person were to start working after graduating from school, it would definitely be a management-level position. Finally, Yifan took a look at the time and said quickly, "Oh no, I have something else to do. I have to leave first. If I delay any longer, I won't be able to finish my work today. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm leaving first." Oh, okay. Sun Lianshue immediately stepped aside, and then immediately said, "By the way, Yifan, since old classmates have met, why don't we get together? How about calling some people we have a good relationship with?" Yifan thought about it, nodded and said, "Okay, you guys decide the time, and just let me know when the time comes." Seeing Yifan agreed, Sun Lianshue was delighted and said repeatedly, "Okay, I will contact a few old classmates when I get back and let you know when the time is decided." Finally, Yifan drove away. From the rearview mirror, Yifan looked at Sun Lianshue, who was still waving goodbye, and a sneer appeared on his face. What else can he do now? Just go home and eat. As for the old classmates getting together, it depends on my mood. After returning, Yifan took 2 full days to recover. He had so much running in the past few days that his legs and waist ached. Then, on the evening of the next day, Sun Lianshue sent a message saying that the dinner would be held at noon the next day and that everyone would be there. Yifan had no impression of those people at all. He probably didn't have a very good relationship with them in the past. In fact, he didn't really want to go, but he was leaving tomorrow, so he thought of stopping by to take a look. It's just in a small hotel in the county town, as long as you don't drink. The next morning, before Yifan left, he told Yixin to come to Huan City a few days before school started and go directly to his place. When he left, Yifan left 500,000 yuan to his parents as capital for the breeding farm. Sun Lianshue, are you sure you saw Yifan driving a Porsche? In a private room at the Fushan Hotel, 8 people were sitting together, including Sun Lianshue. Several people looked at her with disbelief. Who is Yifan? In their eyes, Yifan is the guy who wears washed-out clothes, doesn't take care of his hair, and receives poverty subsidies every school year. How is it possible to drive a Porsche? So when Sun Lianshue told them, they didn't believe it. How is this possible? Sun Lianshue frowned and said, "What are you saying? Can I really lie to you?" Several people looked at each other, thinking that there was really no need for Sun Lianshue to lie to them. However, they still felt it was not real. How could a poor boy back then drive a Porsche now? Anyway, I don't believe it. One of them sneered, "If Yifan can drive a Porsche, I can drive a Lamborghini." At this time, Yifan pushed the door open. He heard what he just said outside and immediately glanced at the person who spoke. No impression. Sorry, I'm late. Yifan said lightly, then found a place to sit down. Except for Sun Lianshue, everyone looked at Yifan. I just couldn't connect the person in front of me with the unkempt guy in high school. Yifan, we heard from Sun Lianshue that you bought a Porsche? How about you show it to us? The man continued to look at Yifan and said jokingly. That's right, Yifan, we've all heard about it. Can we take a look? If not the car, just your car keys will do. A group of people were chattering, causing Yifan to frown. Yifan mocked, when you first come here, you either look at the car or the car keys. Is this a reunion of old classmates or a car viewing event? If you really want to see it, I'll recommend a place for you. Take a taxi to the 4S store in the south of Huan City. There are plenty of Porsches there.
You can look around as much as you want. No one will bother you.
Finally, Yifan stood up, looked at the speechless crowd, sneered, and said, I should have not come if I had known earlier. At this time, the man suddenly stood up and said to Yifan, Yifan, what do you mean by this? What's wrong with us taking a look at your car?
You don't let us see it. Does that mean your car is not a Porsche at all? Or did you see Sun Lianxue that day, and then you rented a car and showed it to her on purpose?
After saying that, a strange smile appeared on the man's face. In short, he just didn't believe that Yifan could drive a Porsche. The others stared at Yifan, including Sun Lianxue. After hearing what that person said, she felt it made a lot of sense. Yifan turned around, glanced at everyone, and sneered, First, what car I buy has nothing to do with you. Why should I let you see it? Second, I have no impression of you all. I don't even know your names. Am I familiar with you? I was able to attend this party because of Sun Lianxue. I thought that since we haven't seen each other for a long time, we should get together regardless of whether we know each other or not. But now it seems that I might as well not come. After saying that, Yifan left immediately without caring about what others thought. At the last party, Yifan didn't eat a single bite of food and just drank a sip of tea. This time, damn, I didn't even get to drink a sip of tea. After leaving the box, Yifan was speechless. Am I born with a hatred for parties? Look, is that Yifan? In the box, someone looked out the window and saw that Yifan had indeed gotten into a Porsche. Fuck, he really has a Porsche. Everyone quickly gathered around to look and saw the scene. This must be fake. Everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. Especially the guy who had been questioning Yifan just now, his face was turning red and purple at this moment. What did he just say? If Yifan drives a Porsche, he will drive a Lamborghini. But now Yifan does own a Porsche, but where is his Lamborghini? Li Yang, where is your Lamborghini? Sun Lianxue looked at Li Yang at this time, feeling extremely angry. It was this man who made him doubt just now. This resulted in me losing an opportunity to get in touch with Yifan and enhance their relationship. Li Yang's eyes flickered away, not daring to look at everyone. Everyone looked at him with a strange smile on their face, and he seemed to be able to hear everyone's thoughts. Where's your Lamborghini? In the end, the party ended in a bad mood. It was already past 3 in the afternoon when Yifan drove back to Huan City. Instead of going home first, he drove to the forest shop in the south of the city. The car still needs to be repaired. Outside the forest store, Xu Xinyo had been waiting there for a long time. Yifan just called her to inform her that he would come over. Xu Xinyo felt excited when she thought about her big client coming. I've been waiting outside for a long time. Soon, she heard the sound of an engine roaring. Here we come. A silver Porsche stopped in front of Xu Xinyo. Yifan got out of the car and smiled slightly when he saw Xu Xinyo. Chapter 18, Xu Xinyo invites you to dinner. Mr. Yi, you're here. Xu Xinyo's heartbeat suddenly accelerated when she saw Yifan. So cool. And she looks so beautiful when she smiles. Yes. Yifan nodded and said, Ms. Chu, I came here this time because my car broke down. Didn't your forest shop tell me at the time that there is a 1-year free warranty regardless of any damage to the car? Can this situation be repaired? Xu Xinyo suppressed the throbbing in her heart, trotted over to Yifan, and said regretfully, What's broken? Yifan pointed at the scratch on his parking space and said, It's not a big deal. It was just scratched by a naughty kid with a stone. When talking about this, Yifan still feels annoyed. Xu Xinyo felt it was a pity when she saw it. Such a nice-looking car has such a scar, which really affects its appearance. Of course you can, but Mr. Yi, your car needs to be repainted completely. It may take some time. Do you think you can wait until then? Xu Xinyo said. Yifan waved his hand casually, handed the car keys to Xu Xinyo and said, I know this. Anyway, I'll give this car to you temporarily. Just fix it for me. Then, take me in and show me another car. 1 or 2 million will do. This 2-seater is suitable for him and Nieching to drive alone or together. By the time Yi Xinyue arrives, this sports car probably won't be used very often. Xu Xinyo was stunned at first, then she was overjoyed and hurriedly took Yifan to the store. It's only been a month and Yifan is going to buy another car. Okay, Mr. Yi. Xu Xinyo nodded.
At this time, she spoke steadily and did things in an orderly manner. Compared to the nervousness she felt when she met Yifan a month ago, although she cannot be said to be professional now, she has learned a lot. In the 4S store, Zhu Xinyao carefully introduced each car to Yifan. Finally, Yifan picked out a pure black Mercedes-Benz G-Class, an off-road vehicle worth 1.6 million. Amid the envious and jealous eyes of the sales staff, Zhu Xinyao once again handled the business for Yifan and bought the G-Class. Just like a month ago, I bought it in full. Fuck. This young man is too rich. He just bought a 5 million luxury car last month, and now he bought a Mercedes-Benz worth more than 1 million. Zhu Xinyao, a newcomer who has been here for less than 2 months, actually completed our annual task target in just 1 month. 7 million. Why is this client not mine? I also want a client like this, rich and handsome. It wouldn't matter if I was supported by him. The wailing voices of other salesmen could be heard not far away. Lin Xiaoxiao, hiding in the dark, watched the scene, feeling full of regret. If I hadn't been so snobbish at the time and had served that young man well, maybe the 7 million would have been mine. How could it be her turn, Zhu Xinyao? But now she could only watch Zhu Xinyao running around for Yifan, stamping her feet in regret. After buying the car, Yifan was about to leave when Zhu Xinyao stopped him. She said shyly, "Mr. Yi, you spent a lot of money to buy a car for me, and you also helped me a newcomer a lot. I would like to treat you to a meal to thank you." Yifan was stunned. He didn't do anything. But if a beautiful woman invites you to dinner, there is no reason not to go. Yifan smiled and said, "Sure, I'll wait for you to get off work." Zhu Xinyao quickly shook her head and said, "No, I'll go ask the manager for leave now." A few minutes later, Zhu Xinyao changed her clothes and trotted over. "Let's go." Finally, Yifan coughed twice, drove the G-Class and took Zhu Xinyao away. "Mr. Yi, what do you want to eat?" On the way, Zhu Xinyao asked nervously while sitting in the passenger seat. Yifan was driving the car and replied casually, "I can do anything. After all, you are treating me to a meal, so I can eat anything." Zhu Xinyao thought about it and found it really difficult. Someone of Yifan's status would definitely not be used to eating food that costs hundreds of dollars. "But I have never been to places that cost thousands of dollars, so I really don't know what I should treat Yifan to." He lowered his head and thought for a while, then thought of a place. "Mr. Yi, I know a place. I'll show you the way." Afterwards, she took Yifan to a Chinese restaurant. After dinner, Yifan went to get the car, and Zhu Xinyao went to the bar to pay the bill, 1,200 yuan. After paying the bill, Zhu Xinyao was waiting at the door with a smile on her face. She didn't even know it. "Xinyao! Xinyao!" At this time, Zhu Xinyao suddenly heard someone calling her, and then she saw her 2 best friends from college waving at her across the street. Zhu Xinyao ran over and said excitedly, "Momo, Xiaoying, long time no see." "Long time no see, Xinyao, why are you here?" Qin Mo and Yang Miaoying were very happy to see their best friends and asked quickly, "I just made an appointment with someone to have dinner. What about you guys? Are you shopping?" Zhu Xinyao asked back. "Yeah." Qin Mo nodded and said, "We just got off work and decided to go shopping together. Do you want to join us?" Although Zhu Xinyao wanted to go, she thought of Yifan and shook her head and said, "I won't go. You guys go. I have something else to do here." "Oh, okay then." Qin Mo and Yang Miaoying nodded disappointedly and said, "Then we'll leave first." "Okay. I'll come to see you when I'm on vacation." Zhu Xinyao nodded and said. At this time, Yifan drove over and stopped in front of the 3 people. The black Mercedes-Benz G-Class immediately blinded Qin Mo and Yang Miaoying's eyes. "Oh my god, this is a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, it costs over $1 million, and I actually saw it here." "I saw it too. It looks like it's new." A man got out of the car, and Qin Mo and Yang Miaoying were immediately shocked. "The owner of this car is so young and handsome." The man walked to Zhu Xinyao's side, glanced at the 2 of them, and asked, "Is she your friend?" Zhu Xinyao nodded and said, "Yes, they are my college classmates and we have a good relationship." "Hello. My name is Yifan." Yifan greeted. "Hello." Qin Mo and Yang Miaoying came to their senses and quickly pulled Zhu Xinyao aside, which made Yifan confused. "What's going on?" Yang Miaoying asked quietly, "Xinyao, is that your boyfriend? He's so rich and so handsome." The tone was full of envy. Zhu Xinyao shook her head and denied, "No, he is one of my clients." "Your client?" Qin Mo and Yang Miaoying glanced at Yifan standing there and said angrily, Xinyao, you are stupid.
That guy is so young and so handsome, and more importantly, he is so rich.
Aren't you going to flirt with him?
That's right. If you don't make a move, just give us his contact information and we'll take him in. With our skills, it won't be difficult to take him down. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xinyao panicked and shook her head repeatedly. No, he is my client, you can't do this.
Yang Miaoying immediately asked, why not?
You also said that he is just your client and has nothing to do with you. Zhu Xinyao didn't know why, but she just didn't want them to do this. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said, no.
I don't agree.
Then he escaped from the control of the two people, ran to Yifan, and said hurriedly, Mr. Yi, let's go. Yifan didn't know what was going on, so he had to take Zhu Xinyao into the car and leave. Zhu Xinyao sat in the car and didn't breathe a sigh of relief until she no longer saw her two best friends in the rearview mirror.
Chapter 19, 1 or 2 million will do.
Yifan sent Zhu Xinyao back home before leaving. As soon as he got home, he took out his computer to check the stocks he had not traded for a long time. Those short-term ones are basically turning green now, and several are falling. However, before Yifan set off, he used the system and spent 10 million to buy 4 or 5 long-term mainland stocks. So even if there are short-term losses, it does not affect Yifan's interests at all. On the contrary, because of the support of those long-term stocks, I have been in a profitable state. Moreover, he made a profit of more than 50 million with 10 million, plus the 50 million in the bank card now.
Damn it! I finally became a billionaire.
Yifan pinched his eyebrows and rubbed them hard, muttering silently in his heart.
Get used to it. Get used to it. I get so excited every time I see money. Then how can I be rich? Money is something outside of your body.
Then Yifan took a deep breath, then switched to the US stock market, ready to start harvesting leaks. As for mainland stocks, they can only be sold when the market opens tomorrow, so harvest them all tomorrow morning and then prepare to start futures trading. After working on the US stock market for most of the night, he finally managed to stop the losses on the US stock market and recovered his original capital of 3 million yuan. He also made more than 2 million yuan. When he finally looked at the clock, it was already 12 o'clock. Yifan was so tired that he turned off the computer and fell asleep on the sofa. The next morning, Yifan was awakened by the ringing of the phone.
Yifan took the phone and pressed the answer button. Hello, who is it?
There was a noisy voice coming from the other end of the phone. After a long while, Yifan heard someone say, Hello, Xiaofan, I'm your second uncle.
Second uncle? Why is he calling? Yifan didn't have a good impression of his second uncle. To be precise, I don't like the whole family. It's a whole family of Pishio. They eat and never spit out.
A few years ago, African swine fever broke out in Yi's father's farm, and all the family savings were spent on treatment and prevention.
Yifan's second uncle still owes money to Yifan's father.
It has been several years and he has never paid it back. At that time, Yifan's family was almost penniless, so Yi's father went to their house to collect the debt. But they simply denied that this happened and insisted that Yi's father produce written receipts.
Without written receipts, this didn't happen. Yi's father was so angry that he was fuming, but he could do nothing.
In the end, it was his uncle's family who lent 20,000 yuan to Yi's father so that he could barely get by.
I haven't contacted my second uncle's family for several years. Why are you calling him now? Yifan thought, it must be something bad.
Oh, second uncle, what's the matter with the call? Yifan said with a somewhat cold tone.
Oh, that's it, Xiaofan, are you at home now? Your second aunt and I are planning to come over.
We haven't been in touch for a long time, so we wanted to come and see you and enhance the relationship between our two families.
Second uncle said with a smile on the other end of the phone.
Upon hearing this, Yifan said calmly, I'm sorry, second uncle, I went back to Huan City yesterday and am not at home now. My parents are busy renovating the farm at home, so they are probably very busy too.
Are you in Huan City? It just so happens that my second aunt and I are also in Huan City.
Where do you live?
Let's go there now. My second uncle said hurriedly. Yifan frowned. This family is so shameless. Didn't you hear that this was a rejection of them? Do they understand me if I have to tell them not to come and that I don't welcome them?
But Yifan thought that his second aunt was his mother's biological sister, and it would be inappropriate for him to do so, so he said, well, come over.
I live in Ziyuan Villa district now.
When you get to the door, just tell the security guard to look for Yifan from Zixing Pavilion Building 2. Then he hung up the phone. After being disturbed by his second uncle, Yifan no longer felt sleepy. I looked at the time, it was exactly 9 o'clock, and the market would open in half an hour. I quickly washed up and went out to buy some breakfast. Then I sat on the sofa, eating breakfast and looking at my stocks. At 9:30, Yifan officially began to harvest long-term stocks and sell those short-term loss-making stocks. At 11 o'clock, Yifan received a call from the security guard saying that a couple was looking for him. "Are you here?" Yifan sighed and went out to greet them. "Xiaofan, is this the villa you bought? It's so magnificent." Yifan's second uncle exclaimed as he looked at the villa in Zixing Pavilion. "Yes, come in." Yifan held back his disgust and invited the family into his home. He poured them tea and hot water and asked, "Second aunt, second uncle, what do you want to see me for today?" Yifan's second aunt said with a reproachful look, "You child, can't we come to see you if nothing happens?" Yifan sneered in his heart. I knew the saying "no one comes to the temple for no reason" when I was in junior high school. But since you don't want to ask, I don't want to ask anymore. Then Yifan started chatting with his second uncle. It was his second uncle who was talking the whole time. Yifan nodded. Second aunt was wandering around the villa. "You really don't consider yourself an outsider?" As to why he came here, his second uncle didn't even say a word. Finally, after the second aunt walked around the villa from top to bottom and front to back, she stood in front of Yifan again and began to praise how good and beautiful the villa was. Yifan couldn't stand it anymore, so he interrupted his aunt and said, "Aunt, dinner is about to start, and I have an appointment. If you don't have anything to do, go first. I'll pack up and leave too." Only then did his second uncle look at his second aunt and secretly nudge his wife with his elbow. Yifan's second aunt glared at her husband, and then said to Yifan awkwardly, "Xiaofan, actually, your second uncle and I came to see you today because we have something to tell you." "Yeah." Yifan nodded expressionlessly. His second aunt continued, "It's like this. Look, your cousin Xiangzi is almost an adult, he's 20 years old, but his family hasn't found him a similar job yet. Your second uncle and I are both from the countryside. Although we work in a factory in Huan City, we can earn 7 or 8,000 yuan a month. But this child has already dropped out of school. It's not good for him to keep wandering around in society like this. Your second uncle and I have discussed letting him get married as soon as possible. Once he has a family and children, we will feel relieved. Just a few days ago, I found a date for Xiangzi. She's very pretty and a local of Huan City. We like each other, but she needs Xiangzi to have a house and a car in Huan." As they spoke, both of them actually showed distressed expressions on their faces. Yifan hummed, glanced at the two of them, and watched their performance quietly. He had already guessed what the other party would say next. "It's nothing more than borrowing money. Then we heard from relatives that you've made a lot of money now, bought a car and a house in Huan City, and used money to solve the family's problems. So we thought about whether you could lend some money to your brother so that he can also settle down in Huan City and buy a car and a house." Yifan's second aunt said, "Let him get married first, so that the two of us can feel at ease. Don't worry, we won't borrow much, just 1 or 2 million will be enough." Yifan's second aunt said quickly. Chapter 20, Attack in Groups. Yifan couldn't hold it in any longer, and with a sneer on his face, he nodded and said, "You are right, 1 or 2 million is just a small amount of money for me now, I can take it out casually." As soon as these words were spoken, Yifan's second aunt and second uncle showed joy on their faces. This is it. There is drama. But Yifan suddenly changed the subject and said coldly, "But why should I lend it to you?" The expressions of the two men froze in an instant. Yifan stood up and said, "Let's not talk about other things for now. From your words, I didn't hear that you would pay me back. You didn't even mention the word pay back. You are not borrowing money, you are asking me for money. Besides, whether your son buys a house, a car, or gets married in Huan City, what does it have to do with me? Why should I give him the money I worked so hard to earn? He is a treasure to you, but to me, he is nothing. Don't tell me he is my brother, you are my second aunt or uncle or something like that. Have you fulfilled your responsibilities as a relative over the years? When my farm had an accident, my father went to your house to collect the money you owed. What did you do? Do you need me to tell you? Just 1 or 2 million. That's easy for you to say. With this 1 or 2 million, why don't I go out and have fun for a few days instead of lending it to you ungrateful bastards?
After saying that, Yifan looked at their faces, which turned pale and blue, and felt relieved. Damn, I've been holding these words in my heart for so long, and now I finally say them out loud. What did you say? Yifan's second aunt widened her eyes, thinking she had heard wrongly. Then her face changed and she said angrily, Yifan, you just have some money, right? What's there to be so arrogant about? I live in a multi-million-dollar mansion and drive a multi-million-dollar car. What's wrong with asking you for 1 or 2 million? Why are you being so stingy? Now that you're rich, you don't even know your last name. Now you don't even acknowledge us as your relatives. Yifan sneered and said, Don't flatter me, I can't stand it. Okay, I've said everything I need to say. I don't want to waste time talking to you. You guys go, I have something else to go out for. The message revealed between the words, I don't want to keep you any longer. You actually dared to chase me away. Just wait for me. After saying some harsh words, Yifan's second aunt and second uncle left. Walking outside, Yifan's second aunt became angrier and angrier, and said, No, I can't swallow this breath, this matter can't just be let go. I want to make him lose all reputation in front of his relatives and friends. I don't believe that he won't come back to the village and won't see his relatives. As he said that, he took out his mobile phone, opened the family's WeChat group, took a video of the Ziyuan villa area and sent it to the group. Someone in the group replied immediately. Second sister, where are you? Why are there villas everywhere? Yes, these villas are so beautiful. As soon as Yifan's second aunt saw someone replying, she immediately turned on the voice chat and cried and told the whole story that had just happened. He even exaggerated and confused right and wrong. She described herself and her husband as victims. In the end, she was kicked out by Yifan. How can Yifan be like this? He doesn't care about his relatives just because he has money? That's right, you become so arrogant just because you have a little money. What will happen in the future? He is totally inhuman. He has brought shame to our Yi family. We, the elders, need to give him a good talk. At Yifan come out and explain what's going on. At Yifan come out. Then came a group of people tagging Yifan. But Yifan didn't say anything. Seeing this scene, Yifan's second aunt and uncle showed smug smiles on their faces. They thought Yifan was scared by what was said and didn't dare to come out. Oomph, kid, you're too young to fight us. If we don't have a good life, you won't have an easy life either. At this time, Yifan had no idea about this situation. Now he is having dinner with Nia Qing in the restaurant in front of their school, and they are talking and laughing. At this moment, Yifan's phone rang. When he saw it was his father, he quickly answered it. Dad, what's wrong? Did something happen at home? Just check the family group for yourself. After saying that, Ye's father hung up the phone. Yifan was still a little confused. What's going on? Just say this to yourself and that's it? Then he opened the family WeChat group and looked at the 999 plus message. Yifan was stunned. When I clicked on it, I saw that it was all criticism and blame towards myself. Yifan frowned, realizing that he was uneasy, and slid his fingers quickly to look up. After scrolling to the top and listening to the voice message from his second aunt, Yifan immediately understood what was going on. He just sneered and didn't rush to explain. He sent a message to his father on WeChat. Dad, it's okay, I'll take care of it. Then he told Nia Cheng about it and entered the WeChat group. Uncles, aunts, grandparents, brothers and sisters. As soon as they saw Yifan speaking, these elders came out. Yifan, you finally came out. What's going on with you, kid? Does wealth make you arrogant? Can you just kick your relatives out of your home? Is that what your parents taught you? Yifan looked at those words and typed with an expressionless face. Don't worry, I'll show you something. Then Yifan opened the monitoring software on his mobile phone, captured a clip and sent it to the group. This surveillance camera was installed not long after he moved into the villa and is relatively hidden. It was originally intended to prevent theft, but I never expected it to be used for this. Video? Everyone clicked on it. The content of the video shocked them. It's like this: your cousin Xiangzi is almost an adult, he's 20 years old. Just a few days ago, I found a girl for Xiangzi. She's so pretty. 1 or 2 million will do. Yifan's second aunt and second uncle were stunned. I never thought that there was surveillance in Yifan's home. How come they didn't notice? Seeing the silence in the WeChat group, Yifan sneered and stretched out his hand to type. Do you need me to explain anything else? 1 or 2 million is enough. Chao Qin's second aunt, how can you say that shamelessly? We wouldn't say anything if you wanted to borrow a few thousand, but 1 or 2 million. Your family is so shameless to ask for it. That's right, your family is asking for too much. It's shameful to be related to people like you. Get out of this group right now. This is disgusting. Get out. Then WeChat popped up 2 prompts. Yifan as second aunt and second uncle left the group chat. They are too embarrassed to stay in the group anymore. Staying any longer would only bring humiliation upon yourself. Seeing this, Yifan turned off his phone and ate with Nia Qing in peace. Chapter 21, Nia Qing's Admirer. After dinner, Yifan accompanied Nia Qing to stroll around their school. Nia Qing walked beside Yifan, glancing at him from time to time. A blush flashed across her face. Yifan walked beside, looking at the school's environment and facilities, and did not notice Nia Qing's expression at all. Finally, Nia Qing bit her lip and said, Yifan, I have something to tell you. Yifan turned around, looked at Nia Qing, and said with a smile, Go ahead. Nia Qing immediately became embarrassed and whispered, Yifan, Nia Qing. Qing. A shout came from a distance, interrupting what Nia Qing wanted to say. Yifan turned around and looked at the man. Then he was stunned. Isn't this the person who chased Nia Qing before? How come he is here? Yifan was thinking, and suddenly felt a murderous aura. He looked down at Nia Qing and was shocked. Oh shit. A tigress is ready to strike. If looks could kill, that person would have no idea how many times he had been killed by Nia Qing's eyes. Yifan prayed silently for this brother. Qing. The man ran over with a happy face, and when he saw the man standing next to Nia Qing, he frowned and asked, Who are you? Why are you standing with Qing? Before Yifan could answer, he heard Nia Qing next to him say with a gloomy face, Bai Fei, I told you to call me by my full name. And what do you want to do? I have already told you very clearly that I hope you will not bother me anymore, right? That voice really sounded like it came from the netherworld. Yifan felt cold all over. The boy named Bai Fei said seriously, Qing, I have liked you since the first time I saw you. Why don't you accept me? You like me, that's your business. What does it have to do with me? Nia Qing said in a low voice, besides, I made it clear before that I already have someone I like. Is it him? Bai Fei pointed at Yifan and asked. Nia Qing didn't say anything. But Bai Fei immediately caught the panic in Nia Qing's eyes. Bai Fei felt a pain in his heart. He was sure it was the man next to her. Then he turned around and stared at Yifan and said, Boy, I advise you to stay away from Nia Qing. She is not someone you can get your hands on. Yifan raised his eyebrows and said sarcastically, She is not something I can get my hands on, but you can? Your logic is not sound. You. Bai Fei pointed at Yifan, glared at him, and said coldly, Boy, I don't care what you do, I will give you 10,000, you leave Nia Qing right now. Yifan found it funny. 10,000 yuan? Do you mean that Nia Qing is only worth 10,000 in your heart? Bai Fei was stunned, and quickly shook his head and looked at Nia Qing and said, Qing, don't listen to his nonsense, that's not what I meant. Yifan said, I think that's what you mean. If Nia Qing is so cheap in your heart, then why do you still like her? Get out of here as soon as possible. Also, let me tell you one more thing, I don't need your $10,000. Bai Fei's face turned red with anger. After hearing these 2 sentences, he realized that he was no match for Yifan at all. Bai Fei clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Yes, you may not need the 10,000 yuan, but Qing is such a good girl, do you think you can afford to support her? Do you have the money to support her? Then Bai Fei took out a BMW key from his pocket and said to Yifan arrogantly, See? A BMW worth more than 500,000 yuan, can you afford it? If you can't even afford this, do you think you are worthy of Nia Qing? Yifan glanced at Bai Fei. How can there be such a stupid person in this world? Do you have the nerve to show off a BMW worth more than 500,000 yuan? But since you want to compete, I'll play with you. It can also be regarded as your parents teaching you in advance about the cruelty of this society. Yifan looked at him with a strange smile, took out the key of the Mercedes-Benz G from his pocket and showed it to Bai Fei. Bai Fei recognized the key at a glance and his face suddenly changed in shock. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class 1 bought the day before yesterday cost 1.6 million. Do you think it can compare to your BMW worth more than 500,000? Yi Fan shook the key in his hand and said lightly, 1,600,000. There is no problem buying his 3 BMWs. But I am shouting like a fool in front of others. Bai Fei's face turned pale and blue, and he didn't know whether to put away the key in his hand or what to do. Yi Fan looked at Bai Fei, whose face was uncertain, and sneered, "Boy, if you don't have the diamond, don't take on the porcelain job. You haven't even grown all your hair yet, and you dare to come out and show off casually? Besides, I see that your forehead is black, and I guess you won't live to be a young master for many days. You'd better find a place where no one is around to cry for 2 days, otherwise if something really happens, you won't even have a place to cry." This sentence was not made up by Yi Fan. Just now, Yi Fan summoned the system and observed Bai Fei's fortune. According to the prompts given by the system, Bai Fei's father will be involved in a lawsuit in a month at most. Originally, Bai Fei's father was fine. However, the court directly froze more than 50 million yuan of his family's liquid funds. For an operating company, 50 million in working capital is not a small amount. Most of the companies you see nowadays are basically borrowing from Peter to pay Paul, and they owe a lot of money to banks. Without a cash flow of more than 50 million yuan, Bai Fei's father's company's capital chain was directly broken. The resulting bank loans could not be repaid, and suppliers could not be paid either. In the end, Bai Fei's company went bankrupt. This is truly a butterfly effect. But Bai Fei was not to be said to be pitiful. His family had been wealthy for more than 20 years, and Bai Fei had been a young master for more than 20 years. Now it's just a matter of 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. The young man has become poor. All I can say is, no one can escape this fate. You. Bai Fei's blood rushed to his heart and his face looked extremely ugly. What do you mean by you? You are just a little brat. You don't learn your lesson. You just imitate others to show off their cars every day. Have you made any contribution to the society? Yi Fan said again. I. What do you mean by I? If you have something to say, just say it. If you have something to fart, just fart. I hate it most when someone speaks incoherently. They have no courage at all. Bai Fei wanted to say something, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yi Fan again. For a moment, Bai Fei felt angry and helpless. Phew. After hearing Yi Fan's words, Nia Qing covered her mouth and chuckled. Then, she pulled Yi Fan's arm and said, "Okay, don't bother with him. Let's go." Yi Fan nodded, without even looking at Bai Fei, and left with Nia Qing. Bai Fei looked at their backs as they left, feeling so angry that his teeth were itching. A sinister look flashed in his eyes, and he was thinking about how to make Yi Fan pay the price. Chapter 22, Cooperation. Yi Fan, what did you mean when you said he wouldn't live long enough to be a young master? After leaving school, Nia Qing asked curiously. Until now, Nia Qing still naively believed that Yi Fan could tell fortunes, so she felt that Yi Fan would not say those words just now for no reason. This guy must have figured something out. But when other people do fortune telling, they have to stretch out their hands and count with their fingers, but Yi Fan doesn't do that. Could it be that he has reached that very high level? Can you tell it just by looking at it? If Yi Fan knew what Nia Qing was thinking at the moment, he would definitely say, "You have a really wild imagination." Yi Fan looked at Nia Qing, whose eyes sparkled, and said with a smile, "Do you want to know?" "I think so." Nia Qing nodded seriously. Yi Fan said, "The secret cannot be revealed. You will know it later." Nia Qing pouted and said unhappily, "Humph, you're just being mysterious." Yi Fan smiled and said nothing more. Finally, Nia Qing had no classes in the afternoon, so Yi Fan sent Nia Qing back home. Yi Fan wanted to go home and rest, but Nia's mother pulled him and said with a smile, "Yi Fan, come in and sit for a while, why are you in such a hurry to go back?" Yi Fan was helpless. Knowing that he couldn't leave, he went in obediently and sat on the sofa. Mother Nia saw the looks of the two people and nodded with satisfaction. What a perfect match! At this time, Father Nia came down from the second floor and sat directly on the sofa. His face was extremely gloomy, his eyebrows twisted into the shape of the Chinese character, and he was full of worry. Seeing this scene, Yi Fan asked curiously, "Uncle Nia, what's wrong with you?" When Father Nia heard this, he looked over and saw Yi Fan sitting in his house. When Father Nia saw Yi Fan, his eyes lit up immediately and he quickly sat next to Yi Fan. "Xiao Fan, you're here. It just so happens that my uncle has run into trouble at work. Please help him think about it." Father Nia looked at Yi Fan expectantly. Ever since Yi Fan helped him last time,
he felt that Yi Fan was a very extraordinary person.
Uncle Nya, you tell me, I'll do my best.
Yi Fan did not agree immediately.
He was not a fool. He would help if he could, but if he couldn't, forget it. Hearing Yi Fan's answer, Father Nya quickly said, "Didn't you help me get rid of the pests in the company before?" Yi Fan thought of the previous incident and nodded, "Yes. But I recently found a project related to that person. Now without him, the project is not running well. I can find other people in the company to connect with partners. The main problem is funding.
Without his part of the funds, the project can only be monopolized.
But this is a good project and I don't want to give up. Uncle Nya, can I know what the project is?"
Yi Fan said, "It is more effective to treat the symptoms."
Father Nya smiled and said, "Okay, Xing, go to my study and get that project file."
Oh. Then Nia Qing went to the second floor, and when he came down he handed a folder to Yi Fan. Yi Fan took the document and began to look through it, reading it word by word. Father Nia and Nia Qing sat beside him and did not disturb him.
Looking at Yi Fan's focused look, Father Nya's face was full of admiration.
Half an hour later, Yi Fan closed the folder and sighed in his heart. This is indeed a very good project. The initial investment does not need to be too large, but if it is done well in the later stage, you can definitely make a fortune from it.
But the only drawback is that this project is too risky and not something that most people can afford. If you are not careful, an error in one link will cause the entire project to collapse.
So when he saw this, Yi Fan was a little hesitant, not knowing whether he should go up.
System, I want to check Nya's father's career in the future. Then Yi Fan thought about the future changes in Nya's father's career.
After reading it, he felt relieved. Yi Fan stared at Father Nya and asked, "Uncle Nya, I think your project is pretty good.
I can give it a try. I wonder how much money you still need."
When Father Nya heard this, he thought there was hope. Yi Fan was able to buy luxury cars and villas at school age, so he must have a good background. He said quickly, "This project only requires an initial investment of 500 million yuan to operate, but the available funds and bank loans in my company have been invested in another project, resulting in no extra funds in the company. Yurad Lin and I can only come up with 370 million yuan, which is 130 million yuan short."
"I voted,"
Yi Fan said without any hesitation. "There are 150 million in the bank card now, so it is not difficult to take out 130 million.
Father Nya looked at Yi Fan in surprise and said, "Are you sure? This project is very risky. You should think it over carefully."
Yi Fan smiled slightly and said confidently, "Uncle Nya, I believe in your vision and your years of experience." That is right, Yi Fan used the system to see the success of this project from Nya's father's future.
And it was a big win.
I made a lot more than I expected.
A lot of money.
This battle also allowed Father Nya to gain a firm foothold in the business world of Huan City. Although there were some bumps in the process, Father Nya managed to escape danger.
That is why Yi Fan said it so straightforwardly. Father Nya stopped talking immediately and looked at Yi Fan with even more satisfaction.
Father Nya smiled generously and said, "Okay, since you want to invest, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. How about this? For your investment of 130 million and your previous help to me, I will give you 30% of the share of this project.
What do you think?"
"Okay." Yi Fan nodded without hesitation. He got the upper hand with this profit margin. Yi Fan only invested 130 million yuan, accounting for 26% of the total amount of 500 million yuan. Now Yi Fan did nothing and just got an extra 4% of the shares, which is 20 million. However, Yi Fan's approach is like providing timely help, so it doesn't matter if he takes a little more. Yi Fan smiled and stretched out his hand to Father Nya and said, "Uncle Nya, this is our first cooperation.
I wish us a happy cooperation."
Happy cooperation. The two men shook hands. Nya Qing and his mother standing beside them were also excited when they saw it. They never thought that Yi Fan could have business cooperation with their family. This unexpected change made the whole family very excited, especially Father and Mother Nya. The way he looked at Yi Fan was completely like he was looking at his son-in-law. Very satisfied. This kid has the guts to do business and is definitely not indecisive. There is a feeling that he was born to be a businessman. At this time, Nya Qing suddenly raised his hand and said, "I suggest that we go out to celebrate this happy event in the evening." She was the most excited person in the audience.
"I think this is a good suggestion."
Mother Nya also echoed. Then Father Nya patted Yi Fan on the shoulder and said, "I think so too.
Yi Fan, you must have a drink with me tonight, do you hear me? You can't run away today.
Yi Fan knew he couldn't escape, so he smiled bitterly and nodded.
Speaking of which, Uncle Nya, has your character collapsed? Where has the steady Uncle Nya gone? Okay, I will definitely accompany Uncle Nya until we get drunk. Chapter 23, A Banquet.
At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Fan went out to eat with the 3 members of the Nya family. After the celebration, Yi Fan and Nya's father were drunk and passed out. When Yi Fan woke up in the morning, he had a splitting headache and had to hold the stair handrail to go downstairs.
Damn, I will never drink so much again. My head is about to explode.
Yi Fan was sitting on the sofa. He saw a note on the coffee table and took it to have a look.
There is ginger soup in the kitchen that I made last night. I will drink some hot water when I wake up. Smiley face.
Yi Fan smiled, and a warm feeling rose in his heart. There is no doubt that this must have been left by Nye Ching.
Yi Fan went to the kitchen and found ginger soup in the rice cooker. He just needed to heat it up.
After setting the heating time, Yi Fan went to take a cold shower. After taking a shower, the ginger soup was ready, so Yi Fan scooped a bowl of it and took some food from the refrigerator to fill his empty stomach. Sitting on the sofa, Yi Fan drank ginger soup while watching the stock market open and started to trade stocks. He first sold all the short-term stocks he had bought yesterday, and then took a look at the long-term mainland stocks he held, and found no major problems. After doing all this, Yi Fan thought about it, then took out his phone and called Hu Yellen, saying, "Manager Hu, I want to start trading futures today and I want to use that leverage."
Okay. Hu Yellen agreed readily.
After hanging up the phone, Yi Fan went to the mainland's futures market, used the system to search the market, and spent 3 million to buy crude oil and gold futures. According to the system prompts, crude oil futures will experience a surge in a week, and gold will also experience one within a month. At night, Yi Fan went to the European and American futures markets and used the US dollars exchanged from the 10 million quota to buy soybean futures and put them there. During the rest of the time, Yi Fan harvested profits in the US stock market. Yi Fan used most of the money in the bank card to invest in Nye Ching's father's project, so Yi Fan started to be busy again in the next few days. In this way, until a week later, Yi Fan sold soybean and crude oil futures and made a profit of more than 100 million.
Plus the 80 million renminbi profit brought by US stocks.
In just 1 week, Yi Fan's wealth increased by more than 200 million again. On this day, when Yi Fan was operating the stock market, he suddenly received a call from Nya's father.
"Hey, Xiaoye, there is an exchange meeting at the Victory Hotel tonight. Many upper-class people in Huan City will attend.
When they notified me, I recommended you.
Do you have time tonight?" Yi Fan thought about it and decided that since he had nothing to do recently, he might as well go out and see the world. "There's time, Uncle Nya."
The person on the other end of the phone said, "Well, then go buy 2 evening gowns with Nye Ching later, and ask her to give you the invitation."
Yi Fan was stunned when he heard this, and asked, "Is Nye Ching going too?" "Of course she has to go. First, she can be your female companion and introduce you to people of your age at the party.
Second, she also needs to have some interactions with those people. As the saying goes, one more friend means one more path."
Father Nya said with a smile. Yi Fan nodded.
He knew that Uncle Nya's words were not only directed at Nye Ching, but also at himself.
"Okay, I understand. Thank you, Uncle Nya.
By the way, let me tell you, our project is gradually becoming profitable and is showing some signs of improvement." After hearing this, Yi Fan instantly showed an excited smile on his face. "That's great. It's only been a few days and the project has started to make a profit."
Profit means making money, how can he not be happy?
After chatting with Father Nya for a while, Yi Fan hung up the phone. As soon as the call ended, Nye Ching called again to set a time for the two of them to go buy dresses.
At 8 o'clock in the evening, all kinds of luxury cars kept coming to the entrance of the Victory Hotel.
Rich people dressed in gorgeous clothes got out of the cars one by one, shook hands and talked with each other, and then flattered each other. Yi Fan stood aside, watching this scene, feeling mixed emotions. More than a month ago, he was still a poor boy and could not even imagine such a party. But now, he came here with an invitation in hand and a female companion.
"Let's go in." Father Nya turned around and said to Yi Fan and Nye Ching.
The two nodded, and Nye Ching took Yi Fan's arm. Under the light, the blush on her face disappeared in an instant, and she tried her best to act natural. Yi Fan looked down at Nye Ching, even though her dark blue long dress was bought by both of them. But when it was worn by Nye Ching, Yi Fan had to say that he was still amazed.
After entering, Yifan exclaimed in admiration, "This Victory Hotel is indeed different from the Astor Hotel. The hotel is flashing golden light everywhere, just like a golden palace. Nye Ching, take Yifan around first, I'll go say hello to the others." Father Nye suddenly turned around and said, "I understand." Nye Cheng nodded, then took Yifan to the gathering of young people. As soon as those people saw Nye Ching, they immediately greeted her. Many of the men had a flash of obsession in their eyes when they saw Nye Ching. As for the woman, she was also surprised when she saw Yifan standing next to Nye Ching. "This is so cool." Then Nye Ching introduced Yifan to them. Yifan smiled and shook hands with them one by one, acting like a gentleman. At another place in the party, Han Chi was talking with Su Monk while eating the buffet. "Honey, this place is so great. There are so many delicious foods everywhere. I have never seen so many delicious foods before." Su Monk looked at the various delicacies on the table, her eyes lit up, and she couldn't help swallowing. Han Chi hummed twice with great pride, "Of course, you haven't experienced this kind of scene before when you followed Yifan, right?" When Su Monk heard this, disgust flashed in her eyes, and she immediately said with disdain, "With him? How could he, a poor bastard, bring me to a place like this? Every day he took me to eat either a 7 or 8 yuan box lunch or the food in the cafeteria. Besides, he has to work part-time all day and barely makes any money. How could he bring me to this kind of party? He doesn't even have the qualifications to enter here. I still feel that leaving him and following you is the right choice. I can see a lot of things every day and meet a lot of friends." Upon hearing this, Han Chi showed a smug smile on his face and felt extremely happy. Ever since Yifan humiliated him last time, he always finds ways to get Su Monk to belittle Yifan. It seemed that this would be able to eliminate his resentment towards Yifan. "Okay, let's not talk about him anymore. Why would he do that? It really ruins the atmosphere. Come on, I'll take you to meet my friends." As he spoke, Han Chi took a glass of champagne from the waiter who passed by. Su Monk did the same, and put her other hand on Han Chi's arm and walked into the crowd. The direction they were heading was exactly where Yifan was. "Ha! Honey, why do I feel that the back of that man in a white suit looks familiar?" Su Monk stared at the back of the man in white in front of her, frowned and said, "Why do I feel a bit like Yifan's back?" "Yifan?" Han Chi followed Su Monk's gaze and said, "How could a country bumpkin like him show up in a place like this?" When Han Chi glanced at the man, his brows furrowed slightly. "It really looks like Yifan. But how could a rural guy like him attend such a banquet?" Han Chi felt uneasy when he thought of the scene where Yifan drove away from them in a Porsche. Han Chi stared at the man in white for a moment before saying, "Go and take a look." The two agreed and walked over there. Chapter 24, Two People in Shock. "Yifan, come here." Not far away, Yifan saw Father Nye waving at him, and there were 4 or 5 people standing behind Father Nye. Yifan walked towards Father Nye and asked in confusion, "Uncle Nye, what's wrong?" Father Nye patted Yifan on the shoulder and said, "Isn't our project getting better now? After they found out, they insisted on meeting their partners, so I brought them to meet you. They are all my old friends." Yifan nodded in understanding, smiled at everyone and said, "Nice to meet you, my name is Yifan." Everyone looked at the young man in front of them in shock. He looks no more than 21 or 22 years old. At first, no one believed what Lao Nye said about his partner when he was young. But now this young man named Yifan was actually standing in front of them. They couldn't help but believe it. Could it be that this kid has some background? They couldn't think of any reason why they would casually invest over 100 million in such a risky project except that they had a background. "Boss Yi, when old Nye told us that you were very young, we didn't believe him. Now it seems that we were short-sighted. Yes, he is really young and promising. How does the saying go? The waves behind push the waves ahead, and each wave is stronger than the last." Listening to what everyone said, Yifan showed a hint of humility on his face and said, "I dare not. Mr. Yi, we heard from Mr. Nye that you previously invested more than 100 million yuan in his project." "That's really a bold move," one of them praised. No. Yifan smiled modestly and said, "I also saw that Uncle Nye's project was better, so I paid money to cooperate with Uncle Nye. Although Uncle Nye told me that the project was very risky, money is something outside of one's body. When the time comes, this project will make money or lose money. I don't care about that little money. What's more, I believe in Uncle Nye." That little money? Although more than 100 million is indeed not a lot in the eyes of these people.
But when a young person says it, it really tastes different. These words inadvertently made Yifan's identity mysterious in everyone's mind, and also made Father Nia feel relieved. Several people looked at each other. They found that Yifan's extremely indifferent expression when he spoke made them unable to see through Yifan's strength. Their next words became somewhat flattering. They had to curry favor with this young man named Yifan no matter what. Alas, Mr. Ye's generosity is truly unmatched by any of us. I wonder what Mr. Ye's family does. Could you please tell me a little? What does Mr. Yi do for a living? How old are you this year? Do you have a girlfriend? With all the questions, Yifan didn't know where to start answering, so he could only respond one by one. However, Nia Cheng, who was standing by, became anxious when he heard someone introducing a girlfriend to Yifan. She wanted to go up and pull Yifan over, but was stopped by her father. She could only stamp her feet anxiously and pout. All of this was seen by Han Chi and Su Monk, who were hiding in the crowd. They stood there in a daze with expressions of astonishment on their faces. The two of them never imagined that the young man in white was really Yifan. Just now he and Su Monk were saying bad things about Yifan, belittling him and humiliating him. Looking for that little bit of satisfaction. But what about now? The person is standing right in front of you. He was also surrounded by bigwigs from Huan City's business community. Like a shining Venus that makes it impossible to look directly at it. But why would he attend this party? And those big guys have flattering expressions on their faces. Even Han Chi's father was among them. He looked very flattering. Han Chi and Su Monk's eyes almost popped out. Isn't Yifan's family from the countryside? Who can tell them what happened? The two men spent the entire banquet in a daze. They had no memory of what happened in the second half. Their eyes were always on Yifan, who was talkative and laughing with many big guys. It's so fucking shocking. Yifan, how do you feel after interacting with those business leaders today? Father Nia asked Yifan after the banquet. Yifan smiled bitterly on his tired face and said, "It's good, but it's too tiring to deal with them. If there is such a banquet in the future, he would rather not come." Of course, he was just thinking about it. Father Nia smiled and said nothing more. Yifan glanced at Nia Cheng, who was hugging his arm tightly and refusing to let go. I could just hug her, but why was she staring at me? He also looked angry and aggrieved. It seems like I didn't do anything to her, right? Uncle Nia Cheng, what happened to her? Yifan asked quietly. Father Nia glanced at his daughter and laughed. She's fine, just leave her alone. Let the children solve their own problems. As an old man, he can no longer have a say. Let her go? How can I let her do this? My arms are numb and I can't feel them anymore. But Yifan wanted to open his mouth and ask Nia Cheng to let him go, but when he met her eyes, Yifan changed his mind. Let her be. On the other side, Han Chi, Su Monk and his father Han Shunyao had already gotten into the car and left. On the way, Han Chi couldn't help but ask, "Dad, the young man you were talking to just now. Oh, are you talking about Yifan?" Han Shunyao kept rubbing his brows, and said with a serious tone, "The background of that boy may not be simple. You will definitely see him often in the future. Remember, when you see him, don't offend him. Isn't the background simple? Isn't he just a country bumpkin? What background could there be? Can't offend him yet. How is this possible?" When they were in college, Han Chi humiliated Yifan many times, including at the party before. In addition, he also seduced his ex-girlfriend Su Monk and snatched Yifan's place in graduate school. Yifan must have been offended to death. Han Chi, I just heard from Yifan that he is still a student at Huan University, majoring in finance. I remember that you and Meng Ku are also studying this. Haven't you heard of this young man before? While Han Chi was daydreaming, Han Shunyao suddenly turned around, stared at them and asked. Instantly, Han Chi and Su Monk's hearts began to beat wildly. Their faces turned pale and they hurriedly shook their heads and said, "No, I haven't heard of it." Because it was late and he had drunk a little, Han Shunyao did not see the expressions of the two people. He just nodded and said, "Whether you have heard it or not, I will give you Yifan's phone number after I go back. You should get in touch with him more and build a good relationship in advance. I have a hunch that our Han group will definitely have a cooperative relationship with that young man in the future." Han Chi was in a panic now. He secretly clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and suppressed his violently shaking body. I understand. Su Monk next to her was not much better. With an expression of endless fear on her face, her little hands tightly grasped Han Chi's clothes, trying to give herself a sense of security. What on earth had she done? Chapter 25, Confused Yifan. Early in the morning, Yifan received a call from Chu Xinyao, saying that his car had been repaired and asked him to go to the forest shop to pick it up. Yifan immediately lost his sleepiness and took a taxi to the forest store in the south of the city. Finally, I got my precious car back. Haven't seen you for a long time, I missed you so much. Today was Yifan's graduation day, so he drove to school. This time he learned to park the car outside the school and never let the car enter the school. But even so, Yifan still attracted attention. The reason is that he dressed himself up specially when he came out today. He was wearing a new pair of sunglasses that he had bought a few days ago and a set of Armani casual clothes. His expressionless face makes him look like a domineering president. Such people attract attention wherever they go. Back in the familiar classroom, the noisy excitement in the class suddenly quieted down, and everyone looked at Yifan, who appeared. Yifan's gaze swept over his so-called classmates. Thinking about what happened at the Ziyuan Hotel that day, I felt a strong disgust towards these people. Under the gaze of 20 or 30 people, Yifan found a seat and sat down. Looking at Yifan wearing the famous brand and looking indifferent, everyone knows that the current Yifan is no longer the same person he used to be. The girls in the class now look at him affectionately and lovingly, and the boys are even more jealous. Why didn't Ti realize before that Yifan really has a good-looking appearance? In an instant, most of the people in the class gathered around. Yifan, what job do you do now? When did you buy this? And these sunglasses, they must be the latest style. Yifan, is the Porsche we saw earlier really yours? Is that car worth several million? Yifan looked at their smirking faces and sneered in his heart. These people are really shameless. Have they just forgotten what happened in the hotel? Not a word? Can you please stop changing your attitude according to the situation? Yifan was annoyed and smacked his lips. The group of people immediately quieted down. Yifan stood up and said sarcastically, I didn't see you guys being so attentive when I didn't have money before. Why do you want to curry favor with me now that you see I have money? Sorry, I won't fall for it. Everyone was speechless. It was just as Yifan said. When Yifan was a poor boy, he was always ignored. Now that Yifan is rich, they suddenly come up to talk to him. If this isn't flattery, what else could it be? Seeing that they stopped talking, Yifan smiled coldly and prepared to leave. Yifan. When Yifan turned around, someone suddenly called him. Everyone turned to look and saw Su Monk, who had just been sitting in her seat without saying a word, standing up and walking towards Yifan. Standing in front of Yifan, Su Monk's eyes flashed with panic and fear. She took a deep breath and smiled at Yifan with difficulty. Yifan, I want to treat you to a meal, is that okay? Everyone was full of questions. Did they hear it wrong? Su Monk actually wants to invite Yifan to dinner? Still with a questioning tone. Even Yifan himself was confused. He looked at Su Monk strangely and said, Are you kidding me? She's not kidding you, it's true. Han Chi also came over, looking at Yifan with a pale face and strange eyes, and said, Yifan, Su Monk and I are the same. This meal is invited by the two of us. We hope you can give us this face. Now, everyone is even more confused. What is going on? Yifan couldn't figure out the situation, but the serious expressions of these two people did not show any sign of deception. Yifan shook his head and said, Although I don't know what tricks you are playing, this is impossible. After saying that, Yifan left. The atmosphere in the classroom made him unable to stay there for even a second. If it weren't for the graduation certificate and another thing, Yifan didn't want to come back here at all. In the afternoon, a message came in the class group, asking students who were outside to return to the teaching building as soon as possible because graduation certificates were to be issued and graduation photos were to be taken. Yifan rushed over. After taking the graduation photo, Yifan walked up to a girl and said with a smile, Class monitor, would you like to chat? Shinsenyu raised her head, her peach blossom eyes fell on Yifan, and asked doubtfully, What do you want to talk about? It's better to say it here. This. Yifan was a little embarrassed, but he knew that if he didn't say it, Shinsenyu would definitely not go with him. Yifan sighed and said, Squad leader, I want you to help me. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned around and looked at the man and woman in shock. What did Yifan just say? He wants the squad leader to help him? What does this mean? Shinsenyu frowned slightly, stared at Yifan and asked, What are the details?
Yifan glanced at his classmates around him and said with a smile, "Why don't we find a place to chat? I think you will be interested." Shin Sinyu didn't say anything. She looked at Yifan for a while before she nodded and said, "Okay." Yifan took Shin Sinyu out of the school, and they sat opposite each other in a nearby coffee shop. After ordering 2 cups of coffee, Yifan took a sip and said, "I plan to start a company in the financial industry in the near future, and I need talents. Why are you looking for me?" Shin Sinyu said very little, but every sentence hit the point directly. "Except for you, I can't think of anyone else who can take this position immediately." Yifan stared at Shin Sinyu and said. Shin Sinyu continued to ask, "Why should I believe you?" Yifan laughed and said, "In the early stage, you come here to intern as my assistant and trade stocks with me. After you understand my strength, you can choose to stay or leave. Even if you leave, I will still pay you the salary for your time as an assistant. Of course, if you stay, you'll be the vice president once the company starts running." After Yifan said this, he stared at Shin Sinyu, wanting to know what decision she would make. Shin Sinyu usually wears big framed glasses and often disguises herself with her bare face. But she was already very pretty, and Yifan had once accidentally seen her taking off her glasses. Apart from Nia Qing, she is the most beautiful woman Yifan has ever seen without makeup. In addition, she was not good at speaking and exuded an aura that kept people away, which added to her charm. Moreover, this squad leader is very reliable and never vague in what he does. She will never put off until tomorrow what can be solved today. When Yifan was interning in his senior year, he worked in the same financial company as her. Her business ability is beyond Yifan's reach. At that time in the company, many senior employees did not have as outstanding performance as her, and in turn, who completed the day's tasks in excess on the same day. Therefore, she was highly appreciated by the company's boss. "I receive an internship salary every month, but my commission is higher than many people. So such a woman will definitely be a strong woman in the future. This is also the reason why Yifan chose her." Shin Sinyu lowered her head to think, took a sip of coffee, frowned, and said, "It tastes terrible." Then she looked at Yifan and said, "I agree. When do we start work?" Yifan breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled and said, "Anytime." "Okay, I'll go back to the dormitory and pack up." After saying that, Shin Sinyu stood up and left. Yifan sat for a while, looked at the time, put on his sunglasses, went outside the school to get the car, and drove to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Yifan got out of the car, leaned against the side of the car, and waited for Shin Sinyu to come down. The schoolgirls around him were all looking at him with hearts in their eyes, and they were crazy about him. From time to time, a few of them would throw a wink at Yifan. Chapter 26, The Monitor's Surprise. Look, it's a Porsche. And the owner is so handsome. He looks like the leading actor from a movie or TV series. Wow, I really want to fall into his arms. No, I like him so much, I want to get his WeChat. I advise you not to go. I saw him this morning. Many people asked for his WeChat ID, but he refused to give it to them. That's because they don't look good. Look at me. I will definitely get it." Then the girl handed the book in her hand to her friend, took out a small mirror, tidied herself up a little, and walked towards Yifan. "Handsome guy, can you leave me your WeChat?" Yifan turned his head and took a look at the girl. She was indeed a beauty. "Thank you, but no thanks." Yifan smiled and refused. The girl returned disappointed, and her friend looked at her with gloating eyes. "So, I told you it wouldn't work, but you didn't believe me. Besides, how could a handsome guy like that not have a girlfriend? Look, isn't that coming down?" The girl looked over and saw a girl in plain clothes carrying a bunch of things walking towards the handsome guy. Although the girl was wearing big framed glasses, she was many times prettier than him. No wonder others look down on me. Yifan put Shin Sinyu's things in the trunk of the car, then drove away with Shin Sinyu. At this moment, countless female students' hearts were broken. "Go sit on the sofa for a while." After bringing Shin Sinyu back to his villa, Yifan placed her things in a room, poured a cup of tea and handed it to Shin Sinyu, saying, "The US stock market will open tonight, and you can follow me to operate it. It may be late, so just find a room here to stay." Shin Sinyu stared at Yifan, her eyes full of vigilance. Yifan knew what she was worried about and smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I only asked you to come here for work. I have no interest in you for anything else." "Well, that's good." Shin Sinyu nodded, then looked around the villa. The two of them sat for a while in silence, and the atmosphere seemed very cold. Yifan felt that being with Shin Sinyu was more uncomfortable than being with Nia's father. Before, when Yifan was with Father Nya, he still had topics to talk about, but when he was with Shinsinyu, he couldn't find any topics at all. The key point is that Shinsinyu is like a mysterious woman. When she was in college, Yifan had never seen her show enthusiasm or interest in anything other than studying. I didn't participate in any club activities and kept a certain distance from everyone. The whole day is spent going back and forth between the dormitory, the cafeteria, the classroom, and the library. I became the class monitor out of helplessness, as I was recommended by my classmates for this position. I need a computer, Shinsinyu said after taking a sip of tea. Ah. Oh. Yifan got up and went to the bedroom to take out his notebook and gave it to Shinsinyu. The sentence she just said was the first time she took the initiative to speak today. Shinsinyu opened her notebook, found Yifan's stock software, and opened it. She originally wanted to check out the recent stock market conditions and trends of the broader market. But when she accidentally clicked on Yifan's selected stocks and found that it was all red, and most of the stocks were stocks with daily limit, a rare look of horror flashed in her eyes. However, it disappeared so quickly that Yifan did not see it. Did you buy all these? Shinsinyu asked while looking through the stocks. Yeah. Yifan nodded slightly and smiled. I am now focusing on the mainland stocks in the medium and long term. In the short term, I usually do US stocks. In addition, I entered the futures market some time ago. I have several agricultural futures, metal futures, and energy futures, etc., which are distributed in the mainland futures market and the European and American futures market. Shinsinyu's calm heart showed a slight wave of emotion at this moment, and her beautiful eyes secretly glanced at Yifan. What on earth happened to this guy during this time? Just looking at the number of shares held in these mainland stocks, each stock is held in the hundreds of lots. In the settlement unit of stocks, one lot is 100 shares, which means that all of Yifan's stock holdings are counted in 10,000. Shinsinyu roughly calculated that these mainland stocks alone were worth tens of millions. Plus what he said about US stocks and futures. Yifan's investments in the stock market and futures, all of them, at least he uses billion as the unit of calculation. Thinking of this, Shinsinyu finally couldn't remain calm anymore. She took a deep breath, trying not to let her shock show. I closed the computer quietly and no longer had any thoughts about the stock market. Shinsinyu looked at Yifan with some doubts and asked, since you are so good at stock trading, what's the point of having me as your assistant? Yifan knew she would ask this, and said with a wry smile, I can't say I'm great, but I'm buying more and more stocks now, and I can't handle it all by myself. I don't trust those financial companies, so I wanted to find someone to help me, and I thought of you. So that's how it is. Shinsinyu nodded and said nothing more. At this moment, she became curious about Yifan and had a desire to get to know him better. She wanted to know, what made a person who was so poor that he couldn't even afford to eat become a billionaire in 2 months? If you say it's just stock speculation, then it's a bit exaggerated. Although it is possible to make a lot of money in the stock market, it depends on luck and the overall market trend. It is impossible to win every battle. Even the big names in the stock market, such as Buffett and Soros, can't do it. It's even more impossible for Yifan. Let's go and have dinner. I also need to prepare a computer for you to work. When you come back, the US stock market will almost open. Yifan suddenly said when Shinsinyu was daydreaming. Okay. Shinsinyu retracted her various speculations, stood up and followed Yifan out to eat. When they came back, Shinsinyu was holding a pure white laptop in her hand, and Yifan was carrying 2 big bags, one full of fruits and the other full of various snacks. After the two of them prepared, Yifan took Shinsinyu to the study and sat next to them at the desk, keeping a distance of 1 meter. This was the first time he had used the study room since he moved into Zixing Pavilion. In the study, 2 people ate cut fruits and snacks, quietly waiting for the US stock market to open. Shinsinyu looked at Yifan secretly. At this time, Yifan was leaning against the back of the chair with an extremely calm expression. His fingers tapped on the handle, making a very regular sound. Different from the nervousness of ordinary stock investors before the market opens, he exudes a strong sense of confidence. The charm that was exuded unintentionally made Shinsinyu unable to look away. At 9:30, the US stock market officially opened. Yifan twisted his neck, making a crackling sound, and smiled evilly. Get ready to start harvesting leaks. Chapter 27, How many hundreds of millions a night? Squad leader, sell all the 20 or so stocks you have first. Yifan gave orders to Shinsinyu while operating the stocks on his computer. Why? I just looked at the trends of the European and American stock markets.
These stocks still have an upward trend.
Isn't it too early to sell them now?
Shin Sin-yu asked with a frown as she looked at the stocks on her computer.
Just listen to me, Yi Fan said directly.
Now he didn't have much time to talk to Shin Sin-yu as he was busy selling the stocks he held. Then continue to use the US dollars you earn from the stock market to buy new stocks. Seeing this, Shin Sin-yu stopped talking nonsense and started selling all the 20 or so stocks that Yi Fan gave her. Soon, the balance in the account increased from more than $3 million to more than $7 million. When Shin Sin-yu looked at the stocks in her watch list again, most of them turned green and were falling rapidly. Shin Sin-yu was shocked and 4 words immediately came to her mind.
The banker is in control.
These companies deliberately let traders raise the stock price to attract a large number of investors to buy, making many investors believe that the stock will continue to rise and unwilling to sell, thereby achieving the purpose of diverting funds. When the price is almost right, let the trader lower the stock price. By this time, the investors will not be able to react at all, and it will be too late to sell their stocks. These companies have achieved their goals. As for what will happen to their shareholders, that has nothing to do with them. Shin Sin-yu's brows furrowed slightly, and her face looked a little gloomy. I've heard before that the US stock market is very profitable, but it's also much more dangerous than the mainland market. If you're not careful, you'll end up losing everything.
That's what happened just now.
If I hadn't listened to Yi Fan, the more than $4 million would have been swallowed up by these companies long ago. Thinking about it, she almost threw away more than $4 million. Shin Sin-yu felt a chill rising from the soles of her feet. You have to know that these more than $4 million, when converted into RMB, would be more than 20 million. I can't afford to pay for it even if I spend my whole life on it.
How is it?
Have you sold all of it? At this time, Yi Fan had already operated the funds in his account, and he used all of the $20 million he recovered to buy stocks.
Now just wait for those stocks to go up.
Yes, it's sold out. Shin Sin-yu nodded solemnly, looking at Yi Fan with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Yi Fan nodded, took out a list and handed it to Shin Sin-yu, and continued, there are a total of 12 stocks on it.
500 lots each.
Hurry! This time, Shin Sin-yu didn't ask why, but started to find these stocks according to the stock codes on the list, added them to her wish list, and bought them all.
In an instant, more than $7 million were spent.
Then what?
Shin Sin-yu asked.
Wait. Yi Fan leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest for a while.
Shin Sin-yu stared at the stocks, watching their changes. I am very confused.
Some of the stocks I just bought were sold before, and I bought them again now. The trend is still falling and breaking the bottom.
Could it be that these stocks will go back up in value soon?
Soon, her guess came true. Those stocks really went up. One of them was even scarier. It just experienced a limit down, and then it reached the limit up again in less than half an hour. When Yi Fan asked people to sell this stock, its price limit was $20.50. Then it broke through the lower line and fell to $10, hitting the limit at this time. It was at this time that Yi Fan asked himself to buy it back. And now this stock has risen rapidly to $15.50 and then hit the daily limit. There is a price difference of $5.5. Shin Sin-yu calculated carefully. Just now, this stock was 500 lots, which means he held 50,000 shares. In just a few minutes, he got $275,000.
Converted into RMB, it is 1,925,000. Nearly 2 million.
It only took half an hour in total. Mr. Yi, this stock. Unconsciously, Shin Sin-yu's way of addressing Yi Fan changed. Yi Fan glanced at it and said lightly, sold it. Shin Sin-yu sold the stock quickly, and the $275,000 was transferred to the stock market balance. This is just one stock.
If you add other stocks.
Shin Sin-yu took a look at the other stocks.
Those stocks began to show an upward trend one after another. Shin Sin-yu was stunned.
This is too crazy. Yi Fan glanced at Shin Sin-yu and smiled secretly in his heart. It turns out you have other expressions. Okay, let's start the harvest. Sell all these stocks before 12 o'clock, then take a break and prepare for the process in the second half of the night. Yi Fan moved his shoulders and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Then before 12 o'clock, Yi Fan and Shin Sin-yu sold all the stocks in their hands, and the total amount of money in their accounts was more than $40 million. After a 1-hour break from 12 to 1 o'clock,
Yifan took Shin Sinyu to continue the process in the second half of the night. At 4 o'clock, before the US stock market closed, Yifan and Shin Sinyu converted all the money in their accounts into RMB and transferred it into Yifan's account. Yifan glanced at the message on his phone. Warm reminder, the balance of your savings account with the last number 4366 is 1,025,789,542 yuan, and the active balance is 1,025,789,542 yuan, savings bank. 1 billion. Yifan had 500 million in his mobile phone before, and he had been in seclusion for a long time to achieve this. And now with Shin Sinyu helping him, he earned more than 500 million in one night. If Shin Sinyu knew this, would she faint? Shin Sinyu, who was standing behind Yifan, had no expression on her face, but one could see the excitement flashing in her eyes. In one night, she used more than $3 million and earned more than 200 million renminbi. This is even more exciting than earning money herself. More than 200 million. If it weren't for Yifan, I would never have come across so much money in my life. Looking at Yifan's back, Shin Sinyu admired her classmate from the bottom of her heart. He is even more awesome than the two big guys in the stock market. Tell yourself that the stock code is either at the daily limit or in a sharp upward trend. No wonder such a person can become a billionaire within 2 months. This is no longer just a stock trading genius. Calling him a genius is a bit of an understatement. If I follow him, my dream will definitely come true. Shin Sinyu's eyes are full of ambition. By the way, squad leader, give me your WeChat and I'll add you. At this time, Yifan suddenly turned around and said. Shin Sinyu almost bumped into Yifan's arms without paying attention, and a blush flashed across her face, even though she remained calm. Shin Sinyu took out her mobile phone, opened WeChat, and brought up the QR code. Yifan scanned it and added him as a friend. He directly transferred 100,000 to Shin Sinyu, and said domineeringly, "This is your reward for tonight, don't refuse it. You helped me earn more than 200 million yuan, and this 100,000 yuan is what you deserve." Shin Sinyu really wanted to refuse, but after hearing what Yifan said, she accepted it. Then she looked at Yifan and said seriously, "I accept the money, but from now on, you can't call me class monitor anymore. We have graduated, and I am your assistant. Just call me by my name or Assistant Shin." Yifan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Okay, Assistant Shin." Chapter 28, I Rent for 10 Years. In the following days, Shin Sinyu did not go anywhere and learn stock trading with Yifan in the villa. Although she knows how to trade stocks and has learned some stock trading skills, compared to Yifan's stock trading skills, her skills are nothing compared to Yifan's and are not worth mentioning. Shin Sinyu immerses herself in the stock market every day, holding her computer all day long. Even when eating, he never puts down his computer. He puts it next to him and looks at it while eating a bite. Her current condition is just like Yifan when he first started investing in stocks, sleeping only 4 hours a day. Finally one day, Yifan, who was sitting on the sofa, couldn't stand it anymore and said with a hint of blame, "I say, Assistant Shin, can you take a break? We still have to go see the office building tomorrow, and it's time to prepare to start the company." After 4 days, she finally raised her head and looked at Yifan. She had dark circles under her eyes and her face was sallow, but the curiosity in her eyes made her look somewhat spirited. "Fuck, you can't be like this," Yifan said with some concern. "Go take a shower and have a good sleep. If you do this again, I will confiscate your computer." Shin Sinyu nodded and handed the computer in her hand to Yifan. Then she got up to take a shower and went to rest. Yifan breathed a sigh of relief. She was even stronger than any other woman. It's simply risking one's life. The next morning, Yifan drove out with Shin Sinyu. This scene fell into the eyes of Nia Cheng, who was out throwing away the garbage, and she woke up instantly from her sleepiness. Who was that woman just now? Why was she in Yifan's villa so early in the morning? Could it be that the woman is his girlfriend? When Nia Cheng thought of that possibility, he felt extremely uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Shin Sinyu had recovered a lot after a night's rest. She sat in the passenger seat and asked, "Where do you plan to rent an office space?" "The day before yesterday, I went to the Dream Building in the city center. I think there is a pretty good place there. I have already contacted the person. Let's go and take a look," Yifan said casually. He has indeed been busy these days, running around outside all day, basically running around the entire Huan city, looking for a suitable place to work. Dream Building? Of course Shin Sinyu had heard of this name. The best location right in the heart of downtown Huan. It is also one of the most expensive office buildings in Huan City. The companies operating there are among the top 100 companies in Huan City. I didn't expect Yifan to go there. Soon they drove to the Dream Building office building in the city center. Downstairs in this office building, a man in a suit saw Yifan's silver Porsche and immediately came up to him with a smile. This person was Xia Chang, the salesperson of Dream Building whom Yifan had contacted the day before yesterday. When she saw that Yifan was driving a Porsche worth several million, she became very interested in him and kept waiting for his contact. This morning he suddenly received a call from Yifan, saying that he wanted to confirm the matter, so he waited here early in the morning. Yifan got out of the car, greeted the man in the suit, and introduced Shin Sinyu. "Let's go, take us to see the floor you mentioned before," Yifan said. "Okay, Mr. Yi." Afterwards, Xia Chang took the two of them to the office building behind him and went directly to the top floor, the 24th floor. Yifan had learned about this place once before, and this time he came here just to bring Shin Sinyu to take a look. After all, Shin Sinyu will be the vice president of her own company in the future, so she still needs to be familiar with the office space. "What do you think of this place?" Yifan asked with a smile. Shin Sinyu nodded and said, "Very good." When Xia Chang behind him heard this, a look of joy appeared on his face. "Manager Xia, please tell me the price. As for the introduction, there is no need. I don't like those empty words." Yifan turned around and asked. Xia Chang immediately introduced, "Okay, Mr. Yi, I will tell you the price directly. This floor is 800 square meters in total, and each square meter is 23,000 yuan. I wonder how many square meters of this floor do you want as your company address, Mr. Yi?" 800 square meters, 23,000. Yifan murmured. Yifan calculated silently in his mind that if he rented this place, he would have to pay more than 10 million yuan in rent every year, which was not very expensive. However, Yifan seemed to remember something, and then asked, "By the way, I remember you said that you haven't found a tenant for the 23rd floor yet, right?" Xia Chang quickly said, "Yes, Mr. Yi, the prices are the same." "Okay, I want both floors. I'll pay the rent for 10 years in one lump sum, how about that?" Yifan said casually. Xia Chang and Shin Sinyu looked at Yifan in shock. After Xia Chang heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face, and he said, Of course. The total rent for both floors is more than 30 million. What's more, this Mr. Yi actually has to pay 10 years rent first. That means paying more than 300 million in one go. Oh shit. How much commission can I get then? At least hundreds of thousands. This is equivalent to a year's worth of classes. This young man, who looks even younger than me, is so generous. Super sponsor. Did you bring the contract? Yifan asked again. No, I'll get it now, please wait a moment. After saying that, Xia Chang ran to the elevator and pressed the button frantically, fearing that if he was a second late, the sponsor would run away. After Xia Chang left, Shin Sinyu frowned and asked, "Is it too much to rent?" The company hasn't been established yet, so it doesn't need such a large area. Yifan smiled, walked to the window, let the breeze blow across his cheeks, and looked down at half of Huan City from here. You must have ambitions when doing business. If you limit yourself too much in the early stages, you will always be just a pawn on the road of business. If you're going to do it, then do it big. Money is the least valuable thing. Isn't the reason I make money to spend it and create profits? At this moment, Shin Sinyu was looking at Yifan's back, the scorching sun shining on his body. At that moment, Shin Sinyu seemed to be looking at an emperor standing with his hands behind his back. Majestic and domineering. A trace of admiration for Yifan rises from the bottom of my heart. This figure was also imprinted deep in her heart. What on earth did this man go through to reach this point? Shin Sinyu was stunned for a moment, a smile appeared on her face, and she said, "You are right, it is I who lacks experience." Yifan happened to look back and saw the smile that confused everyone. He immediately teased, "If you show this smile to others, there will definitely be a lot of men who are obsessed with you." When Shin Sinyu heard this, a trace of shyness flashed across her cheeks and she rolled her eyes at Yifan. I felt he was a nice guy just now, but now he's acting so frivolous. Soon, Xia Chang came back with a briefcase in his hand, which contained all the contracts. Under his close supervision, Yifan signed his name on all the contracts. Xia Chang's hand holding the POS machine was shaking. Finally, Yifan swiped the card. Xia Chang looked at the bill. The string of 8-digit numbers after the 3 made him dizzy. He just casually spent over 300 million. He didn't even blink an eye. This. Who is this young man? Damn, I may not be able to take such a big order in the future. Chapter 29, Poaching. Ding ding ding. In a private room of Feiyu restaurant, Yifan was talking with Hu Yelin when his cell phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was Nie Ching. Then Yifan said to Hu Yelin apologetically, "Sorry, I have to take a call." Hu Yelin smiled and nodded without saying anything. Half an hour ago, Yifan suddenly called him and said that he wanted to meet him and have dinner together, so the two of them came here. "Hello, Nie Ching, what's the matter?" Yifan asked directly after answering the phone. There was silence for a while before asking, "Yifan, what are you doing now?" Yifan was stunned after hearing this, and replied, "I'm having dinner with someone now, what's wrong?" "With whom?" "With Manager Hu from the previous trading center." "I told you about that." "Oh, then you eat first." After saying that, Nie Ching hung up the phone. Yifan was confused when he heard the busy tone. "What's going on?" He asked me a few inexplicable questions and then hung up the phone. But now is not the time to think about this. Putting away the phone, Yifan said to Hu Yelin, "Manager Hu, let's continue." As for Nie Ching, she was kneeling on her bed at this time. After calling Yifan, Nie Ching angrily threw his phone on the bed, his face full of grievance. "How dare he lie to me? I clearly saw him coming out of the villa with a woman this morning. Now they say he is having dinner with the manager of the trading center." When Nie Ching thought that the woman might be Yifan's girlfriend, he felt very uncomfortable. He hugged his knees with his arms, curled up on the bed, and mist appeared in his eyes. After keeping this posture for a long time, Nie Ching suddenly stood up and said, "No, when he comes back, I must ask him who that woman is and why she stayed at his house last night. I won't give up until I get the answer." There was a fire burning in her eyes. Nie's mother, who had been eavesdropping outside the door, heard the voice and gave a comforting smile, thinking of how she was also so young and naive in her time, and was obsessed with love. "Manager Hu, what do you think? Do you want to come to work in my company?" Yifan's conversation with Hu Yelin has already gotten to the point and he has begun his journey of poaching people. Hu Yelin also smiled bitterly. He originally thought that Yifan invited him to dinner to discuss the position of investment consultant, but later on, he found out that Yifan was trying to poach him. Recruit people from large financial companies. I have to say, Yifan is quite brave. "Mr. Yi, I really admire your courage, but this matter. The position of vice president of the company. The annual dividend is 5 million. Plus a year-end bonus." Yifan interrupted Hu Yelin's next words and said with a smile. Hu Yelin swallowed his words of refusal. I was deeply moved by the conditions that Yifan had just offered. The annual dividend is 5 million, plus a year-end bonus. Hu Yelin didn't calculate much about the year-end bonus, just 1 million for example, he can get 6 million a year. I don't know how many times more this is than the trading center. But a company is not like a trading center. Working at the trading center can be said to be a stable job, a state institution. Although the annual salary is less than 1/10 of what Yifan gives, one does not have to worry about losing his job at any time and can work there until retirement. And the company has to live in fear every day, fearing that they might be fired at any time. Yifan looked at his somewhat tangled face and smiled in his heart. Conflict means wavering. That means there is a chance. Then, Yifan continued, "Of course, this is only for you in the early stage. When the company becomes bigger, I will definitely introduce a shareholding system. Manager Hu, you can also get shares. At that time, what you can get is not what you get now. It may be tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions." As Yifan spoke, he carefully observed Hu Yelin's body language. When he had nothing to do before, he even studied psychology. So from the body language, Yifan could see what Hu Yelin was thinking at the moment. Hu Yelin's body is now tense, his clenched hands are slightly tight, the expression on his face is not as conflicted as before, his cheeks are slightly flushed, and his breathing is rapid. This is an expression of excitement. In other words, he was indeed tempted by the conditions that Yifan saw. It seems that something in what I just said hit his heart. But he still has problems in his heart that need to be solved by Yifan. He picked up the goblet in front of him, took a sip of the red wine in the glass, and then said with a smile, "Manager Hu, if you have any questions, you can ask me. I will definitely help Manager Hu answer them. Even if Manager Hu really disagrees at that time, I won't say anything. We can still be friends." After all, even if the deal fails, there is still friendship. Hu Yelin looked at Yifan, who was nonchalant at this time, and was shocked. I always feel like I'm not talking to a recent college graduate. Instead, he was talking to a veteran who had been in the business world for a long time. He is calm and his demeanor exudes the aura of a superior. It seemed as if I was being held firmly in his hand unintentionally. He knows exactly what's going on in your mind. This young man is so cunning. He is really scary. This is Hu Yelin's most truthful evaluation of Yifan. Hu Yelin took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and said, "Okay, since Mr. Yi said so, I do have a question." "Manager Hu, you tell me, and I will answer," Yifan said. Hearing this, Hu Yelin's eyes suddenly became sharp, like a sharp blade piercing Yifan, and then he asked in a low voice, "Although Mr. Yi did not mention when your company was established, I think it should not have been established for a long time, and it may not even be a complete prototype of a company. So I want to ask Mr. Yi, how can you be sure that your company can be sustainable in the long run?" Yifan's heart skipped a beat, but after hearing his question, he laughed twice and said, "I think Manager Hu knows the answer to this question best. Your financial company checks the account flows of stockholders every day. You should know the status of my account." Hu Yelin made a click and the expression on his face froze. He did know the flow of funds in Yifan's account. Of course, it's not just him, even his superiors are extremely concerned about Yifan's account transactions. People are sent to keep an eye on Yifan's account every day. Once there is any movement, their top leaders will sit together and watch the changes in Yifan's account. From tens of millions to hundreds of millions, from hundreds of millions to more than 1 billion. It took just over 2 months. They see every stroke very carefully. I am deeply impressed by this person's stock trading skills. I can say that I am completely in awe of him. Would such a person worry about the company not being able to last long? Would he also worry about the company not being able to grow big? In an instant, Hu Yelin realized that he had asked 2 very stupid questions. With a wry smile on his face, Hu Yelin relaxed his body, stood up and extended his hand to Yifan, saying with a smile, "I agree. From today on, I will call Mr. Yi Mr. Yi." Chapter 30, Nie Qing's Misunderstanding. Coming out of the restaurant, Yifan felt very refreshed and relieved. As long as Hu Yelin is recruited, with his rich experience in the financial industry, there won't be too many problems in the operation of the company in the early stage. Yifan called Shin Xinyu and asked her where she was. After seeing the company address, Shin Xinyu did not come with Yifan, but went to take care of her own things. After Shin Xinyu told the location on the phone, Yifan wanted to drive there. Suddenly I remembered that I just took a sip of red wine to establish my prestige. Now that the car could not be driven, Yifan had to use his mobile phone to find a designated driver and ask him to drive the car back to the villa area. When the driver learned that he was going to drive a Porsche worth several million, his panic-stricken look made Yifan worry that the car might be scratched by his nervousness. Afterwards, Yifan took a taxi to pick up Shin Xinyu and take her home. Nie Qing didn't go to class today. He just stayed in his house and watched what was happening next door through the window. Yifan didn't come back for a long time, and he was extremely anxious. The two of them went out in the morning, and now it's almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and she hasn't seen them come back yet, which really makes her feel uneasy. All kinds of suspicions lingered in her mind. After an unknown amount of time, she saw the silver sports car coming back and wanted to rush down directly. When she saw that the person who got out of the driver's seat was not Yifan, but a designated driver in blue work clothes, she stopped again. How could it be a designated driver? Where did Yifan go? Just when he was daydreaming, Nie Qing saw Yifan walking slowly towards him, with the woman following behind him. Why is that woman still here? Is she really his girlfriend? Watching the two of them enter Yifan's villa together, Nie Qing couldn't bear it any longer and rushed downstairs without even changing his clothes. After Yifan and Shin Xinyu came back, before they had rested for long, Yifan heard the doorbell. He had no choice but to get up and open the door. It was Nie Qing. Nie Qing was seen pouting with a look of grievance on his face. Yifan looked strange, looked away, and asked, "What's wrong with you? Who offended you?" "It's you." This sentence almost came out of my mouth, but I didn't say it in the end. Nie Qing smiled and said, "Can't you let me in first?" Yifan was getting more and more confused. What on earth was wrong with her? She was not laughing. And her clothes? I don't know where to put my eyes. Then come in. Yifan thought about it and let her in. It's not a good idea to let her stand outside like this. Ha! Why is there someone sitting on your sofa? Nie Chang asked after coming in.
The corner of Yi Fan's mouth twitched.
Just act, can you please not be so stiff? This is too fake. Shin Sinyu also knew that someone was coming and stood up.
When she saw Nie Chang, she felt strange.
Why do I feel that this woman is hostile to me?
And she's wearing such seductive clothes.
Okay, let me introduce her to you. This is my class monitor in college and now my personal assistant. Her name is Shin Sinyu. Yi Fan said.
Although Shin Sinyu was full of doubts, she still greeted him.
Ha? Personal assistant? What does that mean?
Nie Chang felt relieved when he found out that it wasn't his girlfriend, but soon asked again in confusion. Then Yi Fan told Nie Chang about his plan to start a company.
Nie Chang was surprised after hearing this and asked, "You want to start a company? Why didn't you tell me about this?"
Yi Fan was speechless and said, "It's just opening a company, it's not a very important thing, there's no need to make it known to everyone, and the company documents haven't been applied for yet, and there's no decoration yet, so what's the use of saying it?"
Oh.
Nie Chang nodded, and then asked, "Then, I saw you and her coming out of the villa this morning.
Has she been living in your house?"
After asking this question, Nie Chang felt timid, fearing certain answers.
Are you meddling too much?
Yi Fan frowned slightly, and before he could say anything, Shin Sinyu explained, "I live in his house because I just graduated and I don't have anywhere to go for the time being. As an assistant, he has to teach me a lot of things, so I have no choice but to live here.
But don't worry, I'll move out right away. I've already found a house this afternoon and paid the rent. It's near the company."
Yi Fan was stunned.
What she said about having something to do this afternoon was going to find a house.
But it's also true that Shin Sinyu can't live with him forever.
Instead, it will cause unnecessary misunderstandings, just like now. Oh, okay then.
Nie Chang was speechless. It turns out that all this was just my misunderstanding. She was happy but also felt very apologetic, always feeling that it was her fault that Shin Sinyu moved out. Looking at her sad face with her head down, Yi Fan shook his head helplessly. However, Yi Fan never dared to look at her outfit.
Well, now that you already know, shouldn't you leave?
Yi Fan said with a dry cough.
Why?
Nie Chang looked up and said aggrievedly.
Is Yi Fan angry? What should I do then?
Yi Fan sighed, looked away and pointed at Nie Chang's clothes. Nie Chang looked down and her little face turned red with embarrassment. It turned out that I was still wearing that pink gauze pajamas. 2 shoulder straps hung on my shoulders. Although it was a long dress, my spring scenery was still faintly visible.
Ah!
Nie Chang screamed, and immediately hugged his arms tightly, staring at Yi Fan, his eyes full of mist, as if he would cry at any time.
You saw everything?
Yi Fan quickly shook his head and said, No, I basically didn't even look at you. Shin Sinyu threw the blanket on the sofa to Yi Fan, who quickly put it on her and said, Go back and change your clothes first. Finally, Nie Chang glared at Yi Fan fiercely again, then ran back home wrapped in a blanket. Only after Nie Chang left did Yi Fan breathe a sigh of relief.
Damn, this is too stimulating.
I'll go pack my things. At this time, Shin Sinyu suddenly said. Yi Fan nodded and said, Okay, I drank some wine before, so I won't see you off.
Shin Sinyu didn't say anything either.
After packing up, Yi Fan called a car for Shin Sinyu, put the things in the trunk of the car, and watched Shin Sinyu leave. After returning home, Yi Fan felt a little agitated when thinking about the beautiful moment just now.
That one at least has a C.
Why didn't I realize that Nie Chang had such a good figure before? She can't be said to have a curvy figure, but she is worthy of a slim lady. Until the evening, Yi Fan did not see Nie Chang come again. I guess he was too shy to come over. Then at 9:30, Yi Fan communicated with Shin Sinyu on the phone about the operations of US stocks. It was not until 12 o'clock that the two hung up the phone and Yi Fan went to rest. Starting from tomorrow, Yi Fan will be busy with various matters related to establishing a company, so it is not suitable for him to stay up late in the near future.
Chapter 31, Interview.
In the following period of time, Yi Fan kept running around for the company's affairs, while Shin Sinyu supervised the company's decoration. Hu Yelin has not quit his job there yet, but he has promised Yi Fan that as soon as Yi Fan's company opens, he will definitely submit his resignation as soon as possible and rush to his side. Half a month later, everything was settled, the decoration was completed, and various matters of Yi Fan's company were also settled. Sitting in his seat as CEO, he closed his eyes and quietly enjoyed the atmosphere.
Shin Sin-yu and Hu Yelin, who were standing in front of him, were looking at him, but no one spoke to disturb him.
Blue Ocean Securities? Yi Fan murmured. This is the name of my company. Blue represents the sky and sea represents the ocean.
It implies that a company can be as vast as the sky and the ocean, accommodating everything. It can also be like these two things, existing in the past and the future. Mr. Yi, the elites from various industries found by the headhunting companies are already outside waiting for interviews.
I wonder when they can start. Shun Sin-yu interrupted.
Yi Fan opened his eyes, stood up and said, "Let's start now. Bring all of them to the conference room on the 24th floor.
I want to interview them all at once."
In the conference room, Yi Fan sat in the main seat, flipping through the resumes in his hand.
He didn't pay attention to the expressions of the 20 or so applicants sitting in front of him.
All these people looked at the young man in front of them with frowns. They could never have imagined that this young man, who was only in his 20s, was the owner of this company. They always thought that the middle-aged man in his 40s standing on the left of the boy was the one. But now the middle-aged man standing respectfully beside them clearly told them that their initial guess was wrong. At this time, many people have already considered quitting.
What good results can a young man in his 20s achieve by starting a company? Isn't that just a joke?
Yi Fan finished reading the last resume, put it down, looked up at everyone and smiled. "Okay, I understand your situation.
Let me introduce myself first.
My name is Yi Fan, I am 21 years old.
I graduated from school more than 20 days ago.
I majored in financial management, so I opened this company after graduation. On my right is my university class monitor, Shin Sin-yu, who is one of the vice presidents of this company.
If you have any questions, please feel free to ask."
He knew that many of these people did not believe that he owned the company, so he had to make the first move. It is not difficult to guess people's minds, especially those of the elites. From the moment they came in, they looked arrogant and did not take Yi Fan and the other two seriously.
Seems like they are very awesome. I would like to ask, is this company owned by you?
An elite raised his hand. Yi Fan looked over and recognized the man at a glance. The first resume he had just seen was his. His name was Chen Xiang. He previously worked as an investment director in other financial companies for 6 or 7 years, where he achieved excellent results and had his own insights into the stock market.
Yes. Yi Fan nodded. Have you run a company before? Chen Xiang continued to ask. No.
Yi Fan shook his head lightly.
If that's the case, I may not meet your requirements.
Chen Xiang suddenly said, his face extremely serious. Yi Fan smiled, leaned back in his chair, and said, "It's okay, you can take the resume. Of course, the same goes for others. Those who want to take it can take it themselves." Then, almost 20 people stood up, walked to the pile of resumes, picked up their resumes, pushed the door and left. Seeing this scene, Shin Sin-yu frowned slightly and looked a little unhappy.
But Hu Yelin was the exact opposite.
His admiration for the young man Yi Fan grew stronger and stronger.
Too cunning.
In the end, only 4 people were left. Yi Fan was a little surprised to see these 4 people.
He thought no one would stay. Give me a reason why you didn't leave. Yi Fan asked calmly.
A young woman who looked no more than 28 or 29 said solemnly, "I think that a young person who has just graduated can start a company. Either he has a profound background or he is very capable."
And the middle-aged man on your left looked at you with admiration for a moment. Although it was not easy to detect, I caught it. This is why I stayed.
The others nodded as well. Yi Fan finally smiled, feeling very satisfied with these people, and said, "You are accepted." The 4 of them were all stunned. They were accepted just like that? I know you may be confused as to why I accepted you without asking any questions this time. Yi Fan cleared up their confusion and said, "Actually, when I was reading your resumes, I already remembered most of your information. Like the beautiful lady who just spoke, her name is Chengya, she is 28 years old, lives in Huan City, graduated from the Department of Financial Management of Fudan University, and has been working in a private bank in Nanhai for 6 years from graduation to last year. She returned to Huan City for the new year this year." The one called Chengya widened her eyes. All Yi Fan said was the information on her resume, a concise and clear summary. Just took a quick look. What kind of memory is this? Looking at Chengya's shocked expression, the others naturally knew that what the young man in front of them said was true. Hu Yelin, who was standing next to him, was also filled with shock. Standing behind Yifan, he saw Yifan just glanced at it casually and actually remembered so much. This young man. Only Shinsinyu knew that she had never been able to surpass Yifan and become the number one in the department in college. This was the difference. She thought she couldn't do it. Do you need me to ask you anything else? Yifan then asked with a smile. No need. Several people shook their heads quickly. Okay, in that case, I will tell you about my early plans for the company. You should be mentally prepared. President Hu and President Shin should also sit down and listen. After Yifan finished speaking, Hu Yelin and Shinsinyu sat on both sides of Yifan. Everyone's face was solemn. Yifan said, within half a year, I hope this company will stand at the top of Huan City's financial industry. So I will give you 1 billion as operating funds. If 1 billion is not enough, I will give you as much money as you want. Hiss. As soon as the words fell, everyone gasped. 1 billion is working capital. Holy crap. If it's not enough, give more. This guy is too extravagant. And we have to become the top of Huan City's financial industry within half a year. This goal is too terrifying. Even the top companies don't dare to make such plans. And he doesn't look like he is kidding. Clear. Yifan nodded with satisfaction and said, this is my goal plan. If there are no problems, you will start working from tomorrow. By the way, the 23rd floor is also our company's. The lower floors are the office areas for ordinary employees, and this is the office area for you leaders. For the next 2 days, please find a hotel nearby to stay. When you come to work, give me your receipts and I will reimburse you. The 2 vice presidents and I will arrange the staff dormitory and your positions as soon as possible. As for your salary, it will be calculated according to the salary of ordinary employees. Each person will receive a monthly salary of 20,000 plus commission. It's up to you to decide how much you earn. After leaving the dream building, the 4 people still looked unreal. Their boss Yi is incredibly rich. 1 billion is operating capital. Ordinary employees have a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, plus commission. Even those big financial companies may not be able to get it. Am I dreaming? Someone asked. Bang. Fuck. Why are you hitting me? The man looked at the person who was hitting him and said angrily. Didn't you say you were dreaming? Let me show you if you are dreaming. The man was speechless and murmured, it's not a dream. Chapter 32, Buying a Building as Staff Dormitory. Everyone, I suggest that we go out for a meal to celebrate our bright future. One of the older fat guys, Lu Shan, suggested. Okay, I think so. I agree. Half an hour later. The young people who were interviewed appeared in a restaurant. The table was filled with dishes and a few bottles of beer were ordered. Come on, everyone, cheers. We are all colleagues from now on, so help each other. Lu Shan said with a smile on his face. At this moment, one of the young people being interviewed, named Wu Changsheng, had just raised his glass when his cell phone rang. Excuse me, I have to answer the phone. Wu Changsheng apologized. It's okay. I'm in a good mood today. You can answer it. The others said nonchalantly. The friend who was calling Wu Changsheng now was one of the people who left before. His name is Wang Hai, and he met him at the previous company. Hey, Wang Hai, what's wrong? Wu Changsheng asked. Wu Changsheng, do you know how to write the word regret? Wang Hai's words stunned Wu Changsheng. What did this mean? Ha, it's no use regretting now. I asked you to leave, but you insisted on staying. What kind of treatment can you get from that crappy company? Wang Hai's sarcastic voice came from the microphone. Wu Changsheng frowned. He was originally in high spirits, but after being disturbed by Wang Hai, he felt a little unhappy. What's wrong? Lu Shan noticed something was wrong with Wu Changsheng and asked. Listen. Wu Changsheng simply turned on the speakerphone and let everyone listen to what was said. Do you know how much this company I just found is offering me? It'll scare you to death if I tell you. 8,000. Give me 8,000 as salary, and after all the benefits, it's equivalent to 10,000. Wang Hai laughed wildly. I'm afraid you must be regretting it now. If you also want to come to this company, you can beg me, and I might consider it for the sake of my former colleague. That's it? Lu Shan said disdainfully. The other people also chuckled softly. They are so arrogant with only 8,000 yuan. If they could get 20,000 yuan like them, they would be so rich. Wang Hai, I'm too lazy to tell you, just go and look at the pictures yourself. After Wu Changsheng finished speaking, he hung up the call. On the other end of the phone, Wang Hai, who was about to continue mocking Wu Changsheng, frowned in dissatisfaction. Wu Changsheng was so angry that he actually hung up the phone. Alas, there is nothing I can do. When I see others feel superior to me, I feel inferior. Sudden. A message popped up on his WeChat. It was sent by Wu Changsheng. Regret it? Ha, if you want to beg me now, the price will be different. At least a box of Huazi. Wang Hai clicked on the message box. Wu Changsheng sent him a picture. He clicked it and took a look. What is this? Wang Hai was stunned. How is this possible? This is an electronic fair employment invitation letter which says, Dear Mr. Wu Changsheng, congratulations on becoming a member of Blue Ocean Securities Company, Ltd. The salary is 20,000 yuan per month. 20,000? 20,000 fucking months. Wang Hai quickly picked up his phone to call Wu Changsheng, but the call couldn't go through. Oh. What a stupid thing I have done. Wang Hai regretted it so much that he really lost the big picture while picking up sesame seeds. After the interview, Yi Fan left the company directly with Hu Yelan and Xin Sinyu. Yi Fan and Xin Sinyu were going to look for a community suitable for employee dormitories. This place is not far from the Ziyuan sales center, so Yi Fan decided to go there first. The silver sports car stopped at the same spot on the roadside as last time, and manager Zhang inside saw it at a glance. Damn! The big money sponsor is here again. There was a different beauty following me from last time. Manager Zhang immediately ran to the service desk and asked the sales staff, Where is Mu Xianxian? Everyone looked at Manager Zhang and said, Manager, Xianxian is on vacation today. Vacation? Manager Zhang was stunned for a moment, then said hurriedly, What kind of vacation is that? Call her back. No one knew what the manager was crazy about, so they had to take out their cell phones and call Mu Xianxian. Manager Zhang was really helpless. She was worried about handing the financial sponsor over to other people, so she had to go forward to greet him in person. Mr. Yi, you are here again? Manager Zhang said with a flattering smile. Yi Fan smiled and said, Yes, let me ask, how far is the nearest community from Dream Building? The nearest residential complex to Dream Building? Yes, the Yuantian Fengshan residential complex next to Dream Building belongs to our Ziyuan group. Manager Zhang said without hesitation. Take me over to have a look. Yi Fan said immediately. This Yuantian Fengshan community is just opposite the Dream Building, it couldn't be closer. I didn't expect it to be ZUNS. Okay, please come this way. Manager Zhang took Yi Fan to the display area of the Yuantian Fengshan community. I wonder what type of house Mr. Yi wants to see this time. How many square meters does he want to buy? Manager Zhang asked as they walked. Yi Fan waved his hand and said, I'm not here to look at the house type. I'm here to look at the building. Do you have an entire building that's empty? Manager Zhang was stunned again. The whole building was empty? What is he going to do? Yes, yes. Manager Zhang nodded and pointed to a building at the edge of the display area. That building was recently built and no tenants have been booked yet. Yi Fan said directly, Okay, I want this building, how much do you think it costs? Snap. Manager Zhang was struck by a bolt from the blue and he almost didn't hear it clearly. Buy a house? As for why Yi Fan wanted to buy a house, the reason was very simple. As staff dormitory. Before he came out, he used the system to check Xin Sinyu and Hu Yelan's careers. I see the brilliant future of my company. The number of employees in the company quickly increased to 400 or 500. So just a few small apartments cannot accommodate so many people. And an apartment is just right. This is just the beginning. When everyone heard that Yi Fan wanted to buy a house, they were stunned and all kinds of voices arose. What did this guy just say? He said he wanted to buy the whole building? Are you kidding me? Young man, don't brag when you're so young. You want to buy the whole building. Do you know how much it costs? That's right, if you can buy the whole building, I will kneel down and call you daddy. Yi Fan glanced at the onlookers, not wanting to argue with them, but looked at Manager Zhang and asked, Is it okay? Manager Zhang came back to his senses and nodded repeatedly, Yes, of course, but we need to calculate it.
After all, the room types are different and the prices are different. Yifan said, "Tell me, how much is the cheapest small room, how much is the medium room, and how much is the most expensive large room? How many floors are there in this building? How many rooms are there on each floor?" "Well, the small room is 560,000, the medium room is 700,000, and the large room is 1.2 million. That building has 30 floors, and each floor has 2 large rooms and 2 medium rooms. As for small rooms, this building does not have any." Manager Zhang answered honestly and calmly, but his heart was churning. Chapter 33, Spending 100 million to buy a house. Yifan nodded and said, "In that case, I will charge you 1 million for the large apartment. Each floor will be 4 million, so 30 floors will be more than 100 million. The extra money for each floor will be regarded as the water, electricity, property fees, etc. I paid for 1 or 2 years. How about that? Are you prepared to pay the full amount?" Manager Zhang couldn't hold on any longer and suddenly climbed onto the edge of the model, fearing that he would fall to the ground due to excitement. His whole body was shaking violently, and his mouth was trembling so much that he couldn't speak. "The house price is over 100 million yuan, how much commission will he get?" "Make a fortune." "Well, then take me to handle the formalities," Yifan said. Manager Zhang waved to a salesperson who was watching nearby and said, Xiao Wang, you come over and help me up. I can't walk." Manager, I can't do it either." Finally, Mu Xianxian came in a hurry. Seeing so many people gathered here, she rushed into the crowd. Before she could understand what was going on, Manager Zhang said to her, "Mu Xianxian, hurry up, take your client to handle the formalities." "Oh." Mu Xianxian nodded blankly and took Yifan to go through the formalities, feeling confused. "What's wrong with everyone? Why aren't you moving?" "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry that I'm late. I don't know which type of house you just bought. I can get the documents for you," Mu Xianxian said with a professional smile. Yifan shook his head and said, "I didn't buy a house, I bought a building." After hearing this, Mu Xuanxuan's legs went limp and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, she stood up with the help of the service desk. She looked incredulous and said in a trembling voice, "Mr. Yi, you bought a building? A whole building? Why did you buy a building?" "As staff dormitory." Everyone's jaw dropped. "Buy a building? As a staff dormitory? Are you kidding me? Whose company is this president of? I want to resign now and go to work for this young man's company. This treatment is too good." Soon, in the shocked eyes of everyone, Yifan signed all the documents and paid by credit card, and more than 100 million was thrown away. Next to Yifan, there was a cardboard box filled with property certificates. A whole box. 120. All of them were his. Everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. Really bought it. And it's paid in full. Manager Zhang's face turned red because of excitement. After Yifan paid the money, he could no longer hold it in and sat down on the ground. If it weren't for the company rule that managers cannot receive customers, he would have insisted on taking Yifan for himself. Even so, after this order, he can get at least 1 million in commission. The same goes for Mu Xianxian. It is too easy to get a commission of hundreds of thousands. "Gang, where is the guy who was about to kneel down and call Dad? Come out." Someone in the crowd shouted, causing a commotion. "Yes, where is my son? I'm waiting to see the show. Don't be a coward. If you are a coward, I will look down on you. Come out. Come out." At this moment, the entire sales center was in a state of panic. Everyone just hoped that the son would come out quickly. Little did they know that he had quietly slipped away when no one was paying attention the moment Yifan swiped the card. "Okay, everyone, let's end this farce," Yifan suddenly said loudly, and everyone calmed down. Then Yifan picked up the box of property certificates and called Shin Sinyu to leave together. Under the envious gazes of everyone, Yifan put the things in the trunk and left. "Did you buy too much? That's the whole building." In the car, Shin Sinyu also felt that Yifan was a little too exaggerated. A company of 7 people bought an apartment as a staff dormitory. It was indeed a little confusing what Yifan did. Yifan smiled and said, "The company will only get bigger in the future. Let's buy a building first and wait until it's not enough. And you should hurry up and move in." After sending Shin Sinyu back, Yifan received a call from Nia's father. "Yifan, please come to my company." We have encountered some troubles on the project. Please discuss it with me. Father Nie's tone was a little serious. Yifan also knew that Father Nie might have encountered a problem that he couldn't solve, so he called him. Okay, Uncle Nie, I'll be there in 30 minutes. Yifan hung up the phone, turned around and went straight to Nie's father's company. Shan-Yun Group is Nie's father's company and is also among the top 3 large enterprises in Huan. Hello, I'm looking for your chairman Nie. After Yifan entered, he went straight to the front desk and said. The girl at the front desk smiled sweetly and said, Mr. Yi, right? The chairman has already greeted us. Please follow me. Then the girl at the front desk took Yifan to the chairman's office on the 24th floor, the top floor of the office building. Please sit down first. After entering, Father Nie pointed to the seat in front of his desk and said in a low voice. Then he called his secretary outside the door to bring in 2 cups of tea. What's wrong, Uncle Nie? Are you in any trouble? Yifan smiled indifferently and asked while sitting in his seat. Father Nie sighed, with grief flashing in his eyes, and said, Do you still remember Wang Gang? Yifan immediately remembered this person and said, Remember, Uncle Nie's former friend. Yes. Father Nie continued, I told you before that the project we were working on had something to do with him. I don't know how he found out that we were developing this project recently. He hired people to cause trouble on our construction site, and almost killed someone yesterday. Although I have called the police and put those people in jail, I have also warned Wang Gang. But he just didn't know how to restrain himself. He even bribed the workers on the construction site and replaced all the materials with inferior ones. If I hadn't gone to the construction site to inspect today, I wouldn't have discovered this. Those layers of buildings are all shoddy construction. Yifan's face also became serious, and he asked, Didn't they catch who bribed them? No. Father Nie shook his head and said, This person seems to be a veteran. The surveillance cameras can't capture him. And I can't go to the construction site to supervise every day, so I called you here. Okay, leave this matter to me. Yifan nodded without hesitation and said. This Wang Gang has really gone too far. He wants to use shoddy construction to ruin Nie's father's reputation. Doesn't he know how many people have been killed by shoddy construction over the years? Father Nie quickly asked, Do you have any solution? Yifan smiled mysteriously and said, There is a way, but Uncle Nie, I can't tell you. Just send me a few people from your company to support the situation. Father Nie looked at Yifan meaningfully. This young man was becoming more and more mysterious. He was impossible to see through. Okay, sure. After coming out of Nie's father's company, Yifan took out his phone and called his 3 roommates from college. First, he briefly asked about the 3 of them's recent situation. All 3 of them had not found a job and were homeless. Yifan then said on the phone, I can help you arrange your work, but I want you to do me a favor. The 3 of them agreed without hesitation. Yifan directly asked them to take a taxi to the construction site outside the city, and he drove there himself. Chapter 34, Stealing Materials at the Construction Site. Old 4, you're finally here. What on earth do you want to talk to us about today? At the construction site outside the city, when the 3 people saw the familiar Porsche parked in front of them, they knew Yifan had arrived. Yifan got out of the car and briefly told them what happened. The 3 of them were shocked. They didn't expect that this construction site belonged to Yifan. But when they heard that someone was causing trouble inside and secretly replacing the materials, the 3 of them became angry again. The 3 of them patted their chests and said, Leave this to us. I'm telling you, I asked you to keep up appearances, so don't cause trouble for me, otherwise it will be hard to deal with. He warned the 3 men, looking at their ferocious looks, with discarded steel pipes picked up from everywhere in their hands. These 3 people were the troublemakers in the class when they were in college. Especially the eldest brother Yang Shua, he really looks like the Shua in his name, with dark cheeks, muscular body, and a strong look that makes him suitable to be a thug. The other 2, the second brother Muyu and the third brother Chang Wenqing, may look weak, but they have learned martial arts and are very strong, so they are not easy to mess with. Don't worry, 4th brother, we know what we are doing. The 3 of them laughed. Yifan nodded with satisfaction. Soon, people from Nie's father's company also arrived. There were 2 main staff members in charge of this side, 3 professional bodyguards and these 3 guys, which were enough to support Yifan's scene. After the team entered in a mighty manner, they found that there was no construction work inside. The 2 staff members next to Yifan explained that the chairman asked them to suspend the work for a while. Yifan nodded, and then went directly to the temporary shantytown.
The construction workers were all resting in the house. It was very hot outside and no one wanted to go out, which saved Yifan a lot of trouble. The two staff members asked the supervisor to gather everyone together and stand in front of Yifan. Then the two staff members introduced Yifan. Everyone was surprised. This kid is actually our immediate superior. He looks like he's barely 30 years old, right? Yeah, kids nowadays are really amazing. They become bosses at a young age. TSK, I think he got the job thanks to his family, otherwise how could he have gotten the job? The crowd was chattering. Yifan motioned for them to be quiet. Then he looked at them with burning eyes and said, I think you all know why I came here. Someone among you colluded with outsiders and replaced the construction materials on the construction site. Although I don't know who it is, I can suspect that all of you are suspects. Kid, you need evidence to say this. If you don't have evidence, don't slander us. That's right, we can sue you based on what you just said. Although we are your subordinates, it doesn't mean you can just accuse us. Show us the evidence first. There was another noisy sound. Yifan turned and signaled to Yang Shuo. Yang Shuo understood instantly and hit the construction materials next to him with the steel pipe in his hand. Bang! The huge noise was deafening. Shut up! Listen to what my brother has to say. Yang Shuo pointed at the 50-plus workers with a steel pipe and shouted. The crowd suddenly became quiet, and those who had just stiffened their necks quietly retracted their necks. He is obviously a gangster. Although there is only one person, who knows if there is anyone behind him? Most of these workers are not locals and are far away from home, so they dare not cause trouble. Yifan also secretly gave Yang Shuo a thumbs up. This is really a great honor. Then, Yifan looked at everyone with cold eyes and continued, if you think I have wronged you, then whoever did it should come forward. Don't let me pick the person out from among you, or you will feel ashamed again. Yifan stopped talking and just looked at them quietly. No one stood up and no one spoke. They just stared at them. Yifan knew this was the case, so he had already started communicating with the system in his mind. System, can I check what's next for everyone in front of me at once? The system replied, yes, but it will consume all the host's energy. Do you want to continue? Continue. Immediately afterwards, Yifan felt a severe pain in his head, as if it was about to explode. At the same time, he felt nauseous in his chest. He took a few steps back and almost fell down. Fortunately, his three good brothers supported him and asked worriedly, are you okay? What happened to you? Yifan shook his head and said weakly, it's okay, maybe I feel a little dizzy from the sun. I don't think there will be any results today. Let's just leave it at that for now and go back first. Okay. Then, with the supervisor and two staff members looking at them in astonishment, everyone dispersed. The two staff members despised Yifan in their hearts. It's already sunset at around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, and you can still get sunburned. You're such a rich boy, shame on you. Yang Shuo and the other two took Yifan to a nearby hotel and booked a few rooms. The three of them were a little surprised. When did the fourth brother become so weak? Yifan was lying on the bed, his face pale. He grabbed Yang Shuo's arm and said to the three of them solemnly, I'll transfer a few thousand yuan to you. You drive to the city to buy a night camera. At 2 o'clock tonight, you sneak into the construction site and ambush them. There are 4 or 5 people on the other side. Don't alert them first. Use the camera to record their faces and the process of them stealing materials. Come back to me tomorrow morning. After saying that, Yifan took out his mobile phone and quickly transferred the money. Then he tilted his head and fell asleep. The remaining 3 people looked at each other. What should we do now? What can we do? Just do as Lao Si says. Lao Si suddenly became rich 2 months ago and became mysterious. Maybe he really has some special abilities. Fuck, didn't the fourth brother say a few $1,000s? Why did he transfer 600,000 to me? Chang Wenqing screamed, holding the phone with wide eyes, and Yang Shuo and Muyu were also shocked. Maybe he's about to fall asleep, his hands are shaking. Muyu said strangely. This shaking is a bit too big. At 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 figures sneaked into the construction site, holding night cameras in their hands and hiding in the dark corner of the construction site. Half an hour later, they heard some noise and 5 people came out of the makeshift shanty town. The 5 people helped each other carry the new building materials, and then they got a batch of other building materials from somewhere and placed them in the original positions to replace those materials. Hurry up and take a picture. Yang Shua gently hit Chang Wenqing beside him and said anxiously. We're filming now. Chang Wenqing replied in a low voice.
Mu Yu next to him had his mouth open but could not utter a word.
Lao Si is really a master of foresight. Someone is really moving materials in the middle of the night.
The filming lasted until 3 o'clock, when the people stopped and quietly returned to the residential area to sleep.
Yang Shua and the other two also left.
When Yifan woke up in the morning, he saw the camera on the bedside table. He opened it and took a look. A sneer appeared on his face. Just as he had instructed before, the face and the whole process were filmed. The evidence has been found, and now it's up to Father Nya.
Chapter 35, Meeting by Fei Again.
A few days later, Yifan heard Nia Chang from home mentioning what happened on the construction site. The moment Nia's father got the video, he directly chose to call the police and Wangang went to jail.
This matter has been settled.
Yifan locked himself in the villa for a while and made money crazily in the stock market.
As long as the company is not on the right track, it will definitely need money. He never fights a battle unprepared.
So this time he directly prepared 3 billion as the company's working capital.
In case the 1 billion is not enough, we can replenish it at any time.
Shin Sinyu called him every day to report on the company's situation. With the presence of the veteran Hu Yelan, the company has been developing steadily and has achieved initial results. This made Yifan very pleased. He had hardly been there since he founded the company. He was like a hands-off boss, and it had always been Shin Sinyu and Hu Yelan who supported the company.
As for me, I just need to be a behind-the-scenes president.
The end of August and the beginning of September is the start of the school year for all schools. Yi Xinyue also called Yifan and said that she would rush over from home today and go to school to register in the afternoon. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Yifan went to the station to pick up Yi Xinyue. This time, Yi Xinyue did not come with a lot of things like last time. This time, she pushed a suitcase, carried a black leather backpack, and stood in front of Yifan in a gorgeous outfit, calling him sweetly, brother.
Yifan smiled and said, Are you tired? Have you eaten? No. Yi Xinyue shook her head. Come on, I'll take you to eat first.
Yifan put the suitcase in the back of the car and took Yi Xinyue to a high-end restaurant to have something to eat.
At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I drove Yi Xinyue to register for Huan No. 1 High School.
Quickly register Yi Xinyue, pay the fees, pick up the school uniform, and then choose a dormitory for her. The dormitory for 4 people is equipped with air conditioning, washing machine, and separate bathroom.
Yifan sighed, why didn't I have such good conditions when I was in high school?
After registering, Yifan prepared to take his sister away. The formal class would start tomorrow, so they would have free time this afternoon.
It's you.
Before leaving the school gate, an angry voice in front of him attracted Yifan. Turning around, he saw that the man in front of him had a ferocious look on his face, as if he wanted to eat him.
Yifan looked at this pretty boy and asked, Bai Fei? Why are you here?
Then he glanced at the boy next to Bai Fei and understood. He also came to sign up for his younger brother.
I didn't expect to meet you here.
Bai Fei gritted his teeth and said word by word. Bai Fei thought he would never find this guy in his lifetime, but he didn't expect to meet him here. A month ago, he said, you won't be a young master for many days. Bai Fei didn't know what it meant at the time, but now he completely understood it. These days, his father was involved in a lawsuit because of tax evasion. The company accounts and family bank cards were all frozen by the court.
Now I'm in arrears with the bank loan and can't pay a single cent to my suppliers. The company is facing bankruptcy.
It's all because of this guy's words, a curse. Thinking of this, he wanted to go up and skin this man alive and pull out his tendons.
Yeah, I didn't expect to meet you here.
Yifan said calmly. According to the future scene he saw last time using the system, this guy should be in trouble at home right now, so he is so hostile to him.
Yifan's indifferent expression made Bai Fei even more angry.
He pointed at Yifan and said, it's all because of you.
If you hadn't said that, my family wouldn't be like this now. You are a jinx.
A jinx? Yifan's face darkened and he said, that's your father's own fault.
What does it have to do with me? I just said it casually.
Bai Fei pointed at Hanyu, his body trembling slightly, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time.
If you hadn't cursed, who would have found out? The argument between the two attracted many people to join in the fun, wanting to know what was going on.
Yi Xinyue also saw others coming over and quietly pulled Yifan's sleeve. Yifan also frowned, because it was very uncomfortable to be watched by others for such a trivial matter, and he just wanted it to be over quickly. Yifan approached Bai Fei step by step and said, I don't know if you have ever heard of the saying, if you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself. Your father brought this upon himself, and now you are blaming me? I just said one sentence, and you said I cursed you? Who do you think would believe such a fantastic thing? I don't think you would believe this, right? After saying that, Yifan stood in front of Bai Fei, his eyes piercing into Bai Fei's body like a sharp blade. Bai Fei was forced to retreat step by Yifan, his eyes flickering. This man was right, he didn't believe such a thing either. But in order to find some psychological comfort, he forced himself to say that it was a curse from the person in front of him. Brother, let's go and not mind other people's business. Bai Fei's younger brother Bai Li, who was next to him, pulled his sleeve with a dim look in his eyes and said. Seeing this, Yifan continued, a child knows more than you do. I don't know how you are a big brother. I've asked you to contribute to society since you grew up. Just don't cause trouble for society. Study hard like your brother. This young man is amazing. He is so talkative. Look how angry that kid is. He can't even speak. Why do I feel like that kid looks familiar? Isn't that the child of the Bai family? The news that his father was caught for tax evasion is now widely spread in the circle. The sounds of discussion all around made Bai Fei's eyes gradually panic and tremble. Bai Fei? What are you doing here? At this time, a middle-aged man walked over. Everyone looked and saw a burly man walking up to Bai Fei. Bai Fei suddenly seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw, his face was filled with joy, and he quickly said to the middle-aged man, Uncle Lu, please help me. Then he pointed at Yifan and said viciously, that's the man. He's the one who put my father in jail. He's the one who just bullied me. Find a way to teach him a lesson for me. Uncle Lu looked over and saw Yifan, and asked in surprise, Boss Yi, why are you here too? Bai Fei's arrogance came to an abrupt end, and he stared at the middle-aged man and Yifan with wide eyes. It was Lu Qingtian, one of the business tycoons that Father Nya had introduced to him at the banquet. Yifan also recognized this person and said with a smile, Boss Lu, we meet again. Ah, yes, Mr. Yi. The two shook hands. Everyone was shocked. This young man actually knew Lu Qingtian? And it seemed like they had a rather unusual relationship. Lu, Uncle Lu, you. Bai Fei was completely surprised. Lu Qingtian glanced at him, then said to Yifan, Boss Yi, can you please not bother with Bai Fei for my sake? Bai Fei's father and I have a lifelong friendship. He did something wrong and went to jail, and I still need to take care of his children. Yifan shrugged casually. He had no intention of getting entangled with him. It was he who kept chasing him. Afterwards, Yifan took Yi Xinyue away. Lu Qingtian kept staring at Yifan's back, wondering what he was thinking. Bai Fei, I'm telling you once, don't be mean to that young man anymore. I can't even see through his background. Lu Qingtian retracted his gaze and looked at Bai Fei with frosty eyes. Bai Fei trembled all over and nodded repeatedly. Afterwards, Lu Qingtian left with his daughter beside him. Chapter 36, Company Reform. Bai Fei looked at Lu Qingtian in horror and asked, Uncle Lu, why? Didn't you come to help me? Lu Qingtian was like a furious King Kong, shouting, apologize. Bai Fei was so frightened that his whole body trembled, his face turned pale, and he walked reluctantly in front of Yifan and lowered his head. Sorry. Yifan looked at him coldly and said nothing more. Instead, he said to Lu Qingtian, Boss Lu, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Okay, Mr. Yi, take care. Afterwards, Yifan took Yi Xinyue away. Lu Qingtian kept staring at Yifan's leaving back, as if thinking about something. Bai Fei, considering my friendship with your father, I advise you not to go against that young man. He is not someone you can afford to offend. After a while, Lu Qingtian retracted his gaze and said coldly to Bai Fei, also, you should be sensible. Bai Fei trembled all over, lowered his head and couldn't see his face clearly, but his fists were clenched tightly. I understand, Uncle Lu. Afterwards, Lu Qingtian took his daughter away, and reminded her, the girl next to Yifan just now should be his sister. Take care of her when you see her in school and get closer to her. Although Lu Yi didn't understand why her father cared so much about a man in his 20s, she still nodded, I know, Dad. Xinyue, do you want to visit my company? On the way, Yifan glanced at the time. It was a little after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and there were still more than 3 hours before the company closed.
Yi Xinyue was stunned for a moment, then asked happily, "Brother, you started a company? Where is it?" Yi Fan smiled and said, "It's in the city center. I'll take you to see it." Yi Xinyue nodded, feeling very excited. His brother is now a big boss and has his own company. Are we there yet? Let's go up. Yi Fan parked the car on the side of the Road of Dream building, and then took Yi Xinyue upstairs. Yi Xinyue was very excited in the elevator and kept wondering what Yi Fan's company was like. Yi Fan went straight to the 24th floor. When the receptionist saw Yi Fan, she immediately came up to greet him. "Mr. Yi, you are here." Yi Fan looked at her in surprise and asked, "Do you know me?" "I have never been to the company except for that interview since its establishment, but there are still people who know me." "Yes, Mr. Shin has shown us your photo." Yi Fan nodded. As expected, Shin Sinyu was very efficient in her work. Then he took Yi Xinyue into the company. Seeing those busy people, Yi Fan was very pleased. Yi Xinyue also followed behind and looked around. "This is my brother's company. It looks great." He went straight into the president's office and lowered the blinds. This scene shocked everyone and they all looked up. "That's our CEO Yi? He looks so young. Fuck, I didn't believe it when I saw the photo. Mr. Yi is really too young. He seems to be even younger than us. And the one behind him is his sister. She looks pretty. If I could see handsome men and beautiful women like this every day, I would work overtime every day." After entering the office, Yi Xinyue sat on the sofa and looked around, her eyes sparkling, and said, "Brother, this is your company." I looked at the employees outside through the blinds. I was too nervous just now and didn't look very carefully. "Well, not bad, right?" Yi Fan said with a smile as he looked at Yi Xinyue's excited expression. "That's great." Yi Xinyue sighed, "I also want to work here in the future." Yi Fan shook his head and said, "If you want to come, I welcome you, but you can't give up the things you like just to come here, understand?" "I know." Yi Xinyue nodded. Afterwards, Shin Sinyu and Hu Yelin came in, and they were both stunned when they saw Yi Xinyue. "Mr. Yi, long time no see." Shin Sinyu teased. Yi Fan didn't think anything of it, motioned for the two to sit down, and then replied, "Yes, two vice presidents, long time no see. How is the company doing recently?" In the past, Yi Fan always listened to Shin Sinyu's work reports on the phone, and what she said was not clear. Yi Fan only knew that the company was operating well. Shin Sinyu took out a folder and handed it to Yi Fan, who took it and looked through it. After a long while, Yi Fan put down the folder and said with a serious expression, "It is indeed right to follow the conventions of the financial industry, but in this way, we will not be able to achieve the expected goals within half a year, so many things need to be changed." "What does Mr. Yi think?" Shun Sinyu asked. Yi Fan did not answer, but pressed the pager on the table. "Changya, Lu Shan, Wu Changsheng, Shan Guan, the four of you come to my office for a meeting." After a while, the four people who Yi Fan had interviewed personally came in with small notebooks, and Yi Fan asked them to sit down. Originally Yi Xinyue wanted to go out, but Yi Fan asked her to stay here and listen, saying it would definitely be useful in the future. "Let me ask you, how is the quality of the work of the more than 100 employees recruited by the company? Where does the company's customer list come from? How do you operate with customers? Tell me all this." Yi Fan asked seriously. Although high salaries can attract many job seekers in a short period of time, many of them are just filling in the gaps after they come. They either have no performance or have poor performance. The company's clients are now looking for buyers to purchase lists. As for the operation of clients, we create group chats in the traditional way and concentrate all customers in the group. There are market information alerts every morning, noon, and evening. In the morning, there are also 3 leading stocks analyzed by the company's internal staff. Hu Yelin replied. Yi Fan nodded and said in a deep voice, "Start laying off employees now. Don't hire those who are just filling in the numbers. It will only cause trouble if they stay. Settle the wages clearly. For those who stay, notify them that as long as they can achieve the expected goals within half a year, they can all be promoted, their year-end bonuses will be doubled, and their 3-day trip to the South China Sea will be reimbursed by the company. Wu Changxing and Changya, you go and take care of this." "Got it, Mr. Yi." The two nodded and wrote it down in their notebooks. Quickly set up a resource department in the next few days. You don't have to do anything else but collect customer information all day. You must ensure that it is 100% high quality,
and then distribute it to employees to let them contact customers. Xian Guang, you have experience in this matter, so go and do it. If you do a good job, you will be the director, and your salary and year-end bonus will be quadrupled. Xian Guang immediately said excitedly, I will definitely complete the task. Chanya and the others looked at Xian Guang with envy. His salary had quadrupled, which meant a monthly salary of 80,000 yuan. And he was promoted directly to director, skipping the manager position. The 3 leading stocks sent in the group will be changed to 5, all of which will be sent by me to you, and you will send them to the group. Every day, someone will be sent to the group to help investors solve stock problems, creating a transparent working atmosphere. Yi Fan made a few more remarks, basically breaking some traditional financial things and formulating new plans in his own company. These plans made Hu Yelin's eyes light up. If these plans are really used properly, it is not impossible to become one of the top 10 financial companies in Huan City within half a year. But it is still difficult to become the top. After saying that, Yi Fan asked them to go out and carry out the operation. Brother, you were so handsome just now. After they left, Yi Xinyue looked at Yi Fan with admiration. She never thought that Yi Fan was so domineering. The aura he exuded just now made her feel scared. Yi Fan smiled, said nothing, then took out his cell phone and started contacting the Victory Hotel. Chapter 37, Give a Slap and a Sweet Date. This afternoon, a total of 150 employees of Blue Ocean Securities Company, Limited, including reserve cadres, were gathered in the activity hall, holding their belongings in their hands, and everyone was in a panic. Because people's names were constantly called, and then they went on stage to collect their wages, pack up their things and leave. When someone asks why they were fired, Wu Changxing simply glanced at them and said, You have been here for almost a month. Are you here to work or to collect your salary and sleep? You know clearly that no company is willing to keep a group of idle people. Those people were suddenly speechless. Yes, they get a base salary of 20,000 yuan, but they haven't brought any performance to the company in more than a month. Anyway, they come here all day and do nothing. A day passes by just by watching short videos and reading novels on your phone. Isn't it normal to be fired? In the end, those people could only leave in frustration. I'm regretting that I didn't do anything after I came here, and I wasted such a good job. Yi Fan, Shen Xinyue and Hu Yelin stood at the back and watched everything. Yi Fan had no sympathy for those who were fired. Just as Wu Changxing said, the company does not keep idle people. The business world is like a battlefield. If you can't sharpen my sword and knives for me so I can fight the enemy, then what's the use of you? From 4 to 5 o'clock, the number of employees in the entire company has been severely reduced. The number of people dropped from 150 to 32, a level that made Hu Yelin and Shin Xinyu sigh. Yi Fan had guessed that so many people had left. After Chenya relayed his words to the 32 people, all of them stopped panicking and became excited and motivated. Yi Fan walked onto the stage, and Wu Changxing and Chenya made way for him. Everyone looked at the president, whom they had only seen in his photo before, and understood what was going on today. This first meeting gave them a sense of fear. The means were too drastic. There was no sign at all. Yi Fan stood on the stage, looked at everyone and said, All of you who stayed are elites. From now on, you are all team leaders and managers. Your salary will remain the same, but you can recruit subordinates. As long as the people you recruit have completed a 1-month probation period in the company and have completed the entry process, the company will give you a reward of 10,000 yuan. It will be calculated per person, and you will register with Human Resources Manager Lu Shanlu when the time comes. The reward money will be settled together with the salary. As soon as these words came out, everyone was delighted again. If the reward for hiring one person is 10,000 yuan, then the more people you hire, the more you will get, right? Holy shit! This boss is quite rich. Lu Shan was even more excited because he suddenly became a manager. Although his salary did not increase, this title was enough for him to show off for a while. Next, Yi Fan promoted Chenya, Wu Changxing, and Xian Guang to financial manager, sales manager and logistics manager in public, and the 3 of them were all beaming with joy. They can also recruit talents from related departments. The recruitment conditions are the same, and a reward of 20,000 yuan will be given for each person who is recruited. The 4 people also became more loyal to Yi Fan. Then Yi Fan looked at everyone again, no longer serious, and smiled kindly, Get off work early this afternoon, and have a day off tomorrow. I have booked a private room at the Victory Hotel for team building tonight. Oh! Long live President Yi! When everyone heard this, they jumped up in excitement.
They were no longer as scared as they were at the beginning. The Victory Hotel is a 5-star hotel. They originally thought that entering such a place was just a dream in their lifetime, but they didn't expect that the young president would directly plan the team building in such a place. This is a dream come true. Who doesn't like a boss like this? Outside the Victory Hotel, a hotel bus stopped at the hotel entrance. 32 people got off the car. They were the employees of Yifan's company. The men returned to the dormitory and dressed themselves up handsomely, and the women dressed themselves up beautifully. After entering, they were so dazzled by the golden scene that their eyes almost fell out. Wow, look, this is a 5-star hotel. It's decorated so beautifully. Is this real gold? If it is, I must find a way to get a piece of it. What are you thinking? How can it be real? It's just gold-plated, but it's really luxurious. I want to get my hands on it. Yifan looked at their excited expressions. Many of them had just graduated from college and had never seen such a place. It was good enough that they didn't scream out loud. Excuse me, are you Mr. Yi? A beautiful waitress came over and asked. Yifan nodded, and the beautiful waitress took them to the private room Yifan booked. The 2 girls at the front desk looked at the 30 or so people with envy. It's unique to schedule team building in a 5-star hotel. In the private room, all kinds of cold dishes had been served on the 3 tables. There were 2 bottles of mitai on one table, 2 bottles of red wine on one table, and there were also drinks. It goes without saying that mitai is for men and red wine is for women. This warmed everyone's heart. The president was really considerate. Yifan asked Shinya and 3 other people to sit together with himself and 2 vice presidents, and the rest of the people could be assigned as they wished. Yifan motioned for everyone to sit down and be quiet, and said, "Tonight, let's put aside the relationship between superiors and subordinates at work, and not talk about work. Let's just drink and eat like friends." Okay, everyone responded and started eating and drinking. Xin Yue, you should eat something too. The food here tastes good. Yifan said to Yi Xinyue who was beside him. Yi Xinyue nodded, then picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Yifan also talked with Hu Yelin and others. They all talked about family matters, and no one mentioned work. Mr. Yi, Mr. Shin, Mr. Hu, and the 4 managers, can we toast you a glass? Someone shouted, and the 3 of them looked up and found that several people stood up and looked at them, holding wine glasses in their hands, both men and women. Yifan and the others had no choice but to pick up their glasses. Okay. Afterwards, Yifan was forced to drink by his employees one by one. Even though Yifan had trained himself to drink a lot, he still amazed everyone. This alcohol tolerance is unmatched. After 2 bottles of red wine were drunk, his face was only slightly red. Mr. Yi, you drink too much, someone said. Yifan smiled and shook his head, not wanting to think about the past, and said, that's it. No one dared to drink anymore. After praising Yifan's alcohol tolerance, they went back to drink. The boys at the table were having a drinking contest, while the girls were talking about cosmetics, clothes, and so on. Some of them even kept staring at Yifan. Such a handsome president, but I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Chapter 38, Riverside at Night. The team building did not end until 10 o'clock in the evening, and Yifan was slowly getting drunk. The first time he wanted to take a closer look at the night view of Huan City, he asked Yi Xinyue to take the key and go back first. The car can be driven again tomorrow. Walking alone in Huan City at night, looking at the neon lights around. For the first time, he found that although Huan was noisy at night, he felt a sense of belonging. This is the city where he lives. This is also where his career began. Just keep walking like this until you reach the riverside not far from the Victory Hotel. On the beach, there are pairs of couples, kissing, cuddling, or strolling. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, a hurried phone call interrupted Yifan's thoughts. He took out his phone and saw Nye Ching. Hey, what's up with the phone call? Xinyue said that you didn't want to come back after drinking. I want to ask where you are. Nye Ching asked worriedly on the other side. Yifan felt something strange in his heart and said, I'm by the Tsujiang River. Do you want to come? If you come, I'll send you the location. I'm coming. Nye Ching said. Yifan hung up the phone, then sent a location to Nye Ching and continued to enjoy the cool autumn breeze. Half an hour later, Yifan saw a BMW X3 parked behind him. Nye Ching immediately got out of the car and ran to Yifan's side. What are you doing sitting here? I'm just getting some fresh air. Yifan replied casually.
Nia Chang looked at Yifan's flushed face after drinking, and said with some distress, "Look at how drunk you are. Come back with me to sleep." As she was about to pull Yifan up, Yifan grabbed her hand, looked at her and said, "Sit here with me for a while." Nia Ching's heart skipped a beat when Yifan held his hand. He nodded inadvertently. The two of them sat on the stone steps by the river, and no one spoke. Nia Ching kept glancing at Yifan secretly. She found that Yifan, who remained sober after drinking, exuded a different kind of charm. Unlike his usual indifference, Yifan now looked at those couples with a faint smile on his face. Seen from the side, the smile was so beautiful that it made Nia Ching's heart beat fast. The two of them looked at the couples on the beach, and Nia Ching suddenly asked, "Yifan, have you ever had a girlfriend?" Yifan was stunned, with a trace of sadness and nostalgia on his face. "When I was in college, I had a girl. Although she wasn't as pretty as you, I loved her very much. I loved her so much that I was willing to give her whatever she asked for without reservation. There was a time when I naively thought that she was the one I was looking for, the other half of my life. But 2 months ago she changed. She ran off with the rich boy in our class at the time and stole things that were supposed to belong to me." Nia Ching suddenly hugged Yifan gently from behind. She thought Yifan was still stuck in that relationship and couldn't get out of it, so she wanted to comfort him. "Don't be sad, a woman like this is not worthy of your love." Yifan was also stunned by her sudden action, but when he heard her comfort, his heart was filled with warmth. This girl is so perfect that Yifan can't find any flaws in her. Just as he was about to explain that he had let it go a long time ago, Nia Chung behind him asked again, "What did she steal from you?" Yifan said, "A place in graduate school." "What? A place in graduate school?" Anger appeared on Nia Ching's face, but he did not let go of his hand. As a college student, she naturally knows how important the admission to graduate school is. The quota for guaranteed admission to graduate school symbolizes recognition of a college student as 4 years or even more than 10 years of study, but it was snatched away by someone else. This action is undoubtedly an act of usurping the throne. How can she be that kind of person? Are you just going to give up such an important thing? Nia Ching said, with a tone that hinted at indignation towards Yifan. Yifan shook his head calmly and said, "No, I studied hard for now, didn't I? I've already done it. What's the point of having that thing? Yes, in this society, isn't the purpose of going to school to get a better job and a better life?" Nia Cheng said angrily, "Your girlfriend really has no foresight. If she were still with you now, she would be the girlfriend of a billionaire anyway." Yifan sneered and said, "Forget it. If it weren't for the fact that I was kept in the dark by her and didn't know her true nature, she would feel disgusted even if she stood in front of me now." "Oh." Nia Chang nodded. It seemed that Yifan's ex-girlfriend had hurt him deeply, which led to this result. "Nia Cheng, I ask you." Yifan suddenly turned around, and then he felt a coolness on his mouth, but it disappeared as soon as he touched it. The two of them widened their eyes at the same time. Yifan quickly turned around and faced Nia Chang. "This is too ridiculous." Nia Ching's head almost dropped to his chest, and his face suddenly turned as red as a ripe apple. Yifan also felt a little dry in the mouth, the evil fire in his heart was ready to stir, and the blush of drunkenness covered up the blush of embarrassment. Yifan knew that he would definitely make a mistake if he continued like this, so he hurriedly said, "I'm a little thirsty, let's go buy a bottle of water." "I'll go buy it." Nia Ching immediately stood up and ran to a nearby store to buy water. Yifan, who was originally looking at the beach, turned to her. Looking at her back, Yifan smiled inexplicably, with the fragrance still lingering on his lips, and then he looked at the river again. But 10 minutes passed and Nia Cheng hadn't come back yet, which made Yifan frown. "It only takes 5 minutes to get to the store, why did it take her so long?" Yifan felt a little uneasy and stood up and walked over there. The scene he saw afterwards made his originally relaxed mood suddenly angry. He was completely drunk. Nia Cheng was surrounded by 3 gangsters with dyed hair. He was terrified and kept dodging. The 3 thugs had frivolous smiles on their faces, and one of them was holding Nia Cheng's arm and pulling him. Yifan ran over with a cold face, pulled Nia Cheng back, put her in his arms, and said, "What the hell do you want to do?" When Nia Cheng heard Yifan's voice, he immediately felt relieved and hugged Yifan tightly to seek a sense of security. "Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the 3 of us brothers?" Seeing Yifan's frail appearance, the 3 men said arrogantly, "We were the first to fancy this girl, get out of here." As he spoke, he reached out his hand again. Yifan was completely furious and kicked the yellow-haired man in the stomach.
The yellow-haired guy was instantly thrown 1 meter away, his face turned purple, and he held his stomach like a shrimp, unable to even scream in pain. It can be seen how much effort Yifan put in. How dare you touch anyone's people? Yifan roared directly, scaring the two dumbfounded people so much that they trembled all over and took a step back. Fuck! How dare you attack me? Coming to their senses, the two men clenched their fists and rushed towards Yifan. Yifan retreated while communicating with the system. System, predict the movements of these two people for me. Loading. Loading completed. Prediction begins. Afterwards, the next attack route of the two people appeared in Yifan's mind. Yifan held Nia Cheng and dodged to the side, avoiding the punches and kicks from the two men. Then he kicked another person in the back, and the two of them collided face to face. He screamed and fell to the ground, with a round bump on his forehead. Yifan gave them a cold look, then left with the frightened Nia Cheng. Fuck! Just wait for me. After a while, the yellow-haired man came to his senses and pointed at Yifan and Nia Cheng, who were walking away. Chapter 39, Talking Business with Shin Sinyu. After returning home, Yifan fell asleep under Yi Xinyue's careful care. Nia Cheng also returned home and lay on her bed, burying her head in the pillow. Thinking of the two things that had just happened on the beach, she felt like she was strangling herself to death with the pillow in her hand, and she stomped her feet back and forth. It took him a while to stop, the shyness on his face slowly faded away, and then he went to the study. He pushed the door open and walked in. Father Nya was still looking through company documents. When he saw Nia Cheng, he asked, "Why aren't you going to bed so late?" "Dad, I want you to help me check something." At 6 o'clock the next morning, Yifan woke up, sent Yi Xinyue to school, and directly transferred 10,000 pocket money to Yi Xinyue. Yi Xinyue felt that the amount was too much and living in school didn't cost much. Yifan said in a deep voice, "It's not much, spend it. You must spend it all in the 4 days of the first week of school. I'll check it when you come back on the weekend." After saying that, he sent Yi Xinyue to school and then drove away. The reason why he gave her so much was because her family was too poor when she was a child and couldn't give her too much. Now that they are rich, Yifan naturally wants to give the best to Yi Xinyue. Yifan arrived at the company at 9 o'clock, but when he opened the door, he was stunned. More than 30 employees are all working. There are still many interviewees waiting outside the door. Yifan called the front desk lady Luo Yaya over and asked, "Didn't I let you take a rest today?" "Mr. Yi, this is voluntary," Luo Yaya said, and then Luo Yaya explained. Yifan nodded. Since it was his own will, he had nothing to say. Walking into his office, Yifan used the system to select 5 leading stocks and sent them to Huyellen. Looking at the busy employees outside, Yifan nodded with satisfaction and prepared to leave. At this time, Shin Sinyu came out of the office next door carrying her bag. Seeing Yifan in the company so early, Shin Sinyu was a little surprised. "Where are you going?" "I'll take you there," Yifan asked. "I'm going to discuss business. I can take a taxi myself." "You just go about your business," Shin Sinyu replied. "Take a taxi? Don't you have a car for the company?" Yifan asked doubtfully. Shin Sinyu shook her head and said, "No, the 10 billion has been very useful in the past 6 months, and most of it has been used now." Yifan nodded. It seemed that he had to do the car allocation himself. "Where are we going to talk?" "I'll take you there, and by the way, I'll also see how you talk," Yifan said. Shin Sinyu didn't refuse anymore, Shanghai Cafe. Afterwards, Yifan took Shin Sinyu to the Shanghai Cafe she mentioned. It's already 10:30. We agreed to meet at 10 o'clock, but the other party is still nowhere to be seen. Yifan suppressed his anger and said, "Call and ask." Shin Sinyu's face didn't look any better either, so she took out her cell phone and called. The person on the other end answered the phone quite quickly. Shin Sinyu asked directly, "Mr. Chow, I've been waiting at the place we agreed to meet for a long time. Are you not here yet?" A frivolous voice came from the other end. "Oh, sorry, Mr. Shin, I was delayed by something here. I'll be here soon." "Mr. Shin, please wait a moment." After hanging up the phone, Yifan's face darkened. This Mr. Chow did it on purpose. "Wait another half an hour. If he still doesn't come, we will find another partner." Yifan's tone was a little cold. It seemed that Mr. Chow had irritated him. In less than half an hour, a fat man came in from the door of the cafe. After seeing Shinsenyu, a smile appeared on his face and he walked towards the side. "Sorry, Miss Shin, I'm late." The man smiled apologetically. When he saw Yifan, he felt familiar and asked, "Who is this?" Shinsenyu stood up and shook hands with Chowan, then introduced, "Hello, Mr. Chow, this is our company's president, Mr. Yi." "Oh, it's Mr. Yi. Hello, hello." Chowan had a faint smile on his face and extended his hand to Yifan. "Hello, Mr. Chow, please take a seat." Yifan felt a little disgusted with this man. He thought he was too hypocritical, but for the sake of business he still shook hands with him. "Mr. Chow, we can discuss the price." Shinsenyu took out a contract from her bag and said, "We can leave the development of this software, future upgrades and routine maintenance to you." Chowan interrupted Shinsenyu with a cold face and said, "Boss Shin, I have said before that the price your company offered is too low, and the time Boss Shin mentioned at that time is too short and there is no way to make it. We really can't accept it." Shinsenyu's face suddenly darkened. Low price? The price she offered was even twice that of other companies developing software. How could it be low? "However, if Mr. Shin can agree to the conditions I mentioned before, I can consider it." Chowan suddenly changed the subject and looked at Shinsenyu with interest. "Impossible." Shinsenyu shook her head without thinking, her face looking as if water could drip out. "Then there's nothing to talk about." Chowan shrugged, glanced at Yifan, and laughed inexplicably. Yifan also looked at him with a frown. He could probably guess what the condition was. As soon as he came in, Chowan had been looking at Shinsenyu. Maybe because Yifan was next to him, he could only see it secretly, but Yifan could see it clearly. And his attitude today shows that he is not here to discuss business at all. "Tear up this contract and find another partner." Yifan next to her interrupted what Shinsenyu was about to say, stood up and said in a cold voice. Both of them looked at him in surprise. Chowan sneered, "Boss Yi, you are still young and full of energy. The software your company wants to develop can only be developed by our company. Are you sure you want to do this?" Yifan looked at Shinsenyu and asked inquiringly, and Shinsenyu nodded. Yifan thought for a moment and said, "Let's break it up. I've found a better partner. Shinsenyu, let's go." The smile on Chowan's face suddenly stopped, and he said in a cold voice, "A better partner? Mr. Yi, don't joke around. Apart from Huaxiang Technology Company in Huan City, I have never heard of anyone doing better than us." "You said the company, not the group." Yifan glanced at him and snatched the contract from Shinsenyu's hand, tore it into pieces and threw it into the trash can. Seeing Yifan tear up the contract, Chowan slammed the table and said angrily, "Boss Yi, are you going too far? Tearing up the contract in front of the partner." Yifan sneered and said, "Partner, our company doesn't seem to have cooperated with you yet. How can we be a partner? Besides, the contract was torn up. It was our own contract, not yours. What does it have to do with you? And your eyes have been staring at Shinsenyu since the beginning. Do you really think I'm blind and can't see it?" After being exposed by Yifan, Chowan's eyes suddenly became flustered for a moment, but soon calmed down, pointing at Yifan and said viciously, "Don't slander good people. When did I look at Miss Shun? You know whether you have it or not." Yifan directly took Shinsenyu's hand and was about to leave. "Fuck, you slandered people and you still dare to leave?" Chowan reached out and grabbed Yifan by the collar. Chapter 40, I may have bought too much. Yifan narrowed his eyes slightly. He was not someone to be trifled with. He reached out and grabbed Chowan's wrist and twisted it hard. "Ah!" Chowan suddenly let out a scream. This sudden change really scared Shinsenyu, and a crowd of onlookers gathered around. Chowan had no way to break free from Yifan's restraints, so he yelled, "Let me go." Incorrect context. Yifan snorted coldly and pushed Chowan down on the sofa. Chowan covered his arm and was about to scold him, but when he saw Yifan's cold eyes, he was immediately frightened and held back all the words. Yifan warned, "I'm telling you, the people in my company are not easy to bully. If you want revenge, come find me. My name is Yifan." Then Yifan took Shinsenyu away. Until Chowan recovered, sat on the sofa, and repeated the name again, Yifan? Such a familiar name. Chowan thought for a while, then his eyes widened suddenly. He stood up suddenly and said, "Fuck, isn't that the guy who was surrounded by business tycoons at the banquet? It's him. No wonder it looked familiar to me when I first saw it. No wonder it looked so familiar when I mentioned its name. The regret in my heart at this moment is beyond words. Damn, How could an ordinary person be able to talk with several business tycoons in Huan City? He was such a fool, and he wanted to play with the vice president of another person. He angered me even more. When he thought of this, Chowan felt extremely panicked. Will Yifan find ways to take revenge on me in the future? What the hell did I do? In the car, Yifan took out his cell phone and a black and gold business card. President of Future Technology Group, Yang Tianqi. Yifan called the private number above. Soon Yang Tianqi's calm voice was heard from the other end. Knowing that it was Yifan calling to ask him out for dinner, Yang Tianqi's attitude changed. I had always wanted to contact this mysterious boy, but couldn't find a way. Unexpectedly, he actually called me. After agreeing on the dining place, Yifan hung up the phone and asked Shin Sinyu to reserve a private room in the restaurant. Half an hour later, Yifan and Shin Sinyu appeared outside the Muan restaurant. The last time he and Niaqing came here, he didn't know that this restaurant was quite famous. Not long after entering, Yifan received a call from Yang Tianqi, who had already arrived. Yifan went out to greet him. After coming in, Yifan was followed by a middle-aged man in expensive suit and tie, exuding a strong aura of a superior. Shin Sinyu recognized this person at a glance. Although she smiled, her heart was in turmoil. Yifan really called Yang Tianqi out to have dinner together. This is a business tycoon in Huan City. Mr. Yi, who is this? When Yang Tianqi saw Shin Sinyu, he was shocked at first. This woman is comparable to the kid from the old Nia family. Oh, this is Shin Sinyu, the vice president of my company. Yifan introduced quickly. Shin Sinyu greeted him somewhat awkwardly. She had never thought of having dinner with the CEO of a top 10 company. Yang Tianqi smiled and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Shin Sinyu, then said to Yifan, Boss Yi, you brought the vice president to dinner, your purpose is unclear, right? Yifan also laughed and said, I do have some business that I want to cooperate with Mr. Yang today, but let's eat first and not talk about work. Okay, since Mr. Yi said so, I won't ask for now. Yang Tianqi really didn't ask anything else. Yifan originally wanted Yang Tianqi to order, but he asked him to do it, so Yifan had no choice but to do it. Fortunately, after that incident, he studied English hard and was able to speak fluently when ordering food. Soon, everything was ready, and Yifan talked with Yang Tianqi while drinking red wine. After the meal, Yang Tianqi asked, Okay, Mr. Yi, can you tell me what the business is now? Yifan coughed dryly, put away his smile, and said, Boss Yang, this is the case. Our company recently wants to independently develop a stock trading software, so we want to cooperate with Boss Yang's company to develop this software. Stock trading software? Yang Tianqi thought for a moment and said, What kind of software is it? What does it include? Let Vice President Shin talk to you about this. She is mainly responsible for this. Yifan left the rest of the time to Shin Sinyu. Shin Sinyu nodded and said, Boss Yang, the idea behind our software is not just a stock trading software. It includes a big data system and the most popular intelligent AI. It is mainly used for the analysis of the stock market, the screening of leading stocks, and the function of self-determination. It is an independent and innovative stock trading software with these 3 advantages. After listening to this, Yang Tianqi nodded solemnly and said, Then this may involve more things. Yours requires artificial intelligence to work together, which is indeed more troublesome to design, but it is not impossible. How long do you want to get this software? 3 days at the earliest, 7 days at the latest. Shin Sinyu said. Yang Tianqi frowned tightly, so fast? At this time, Yifan suddenly said, Boss Yang, money is not a problem. We can leave the future maintenance, upgrades and daily tasks of the software to you. This can be considered a long-term cooperation. That's not what I'm talking about. Yang Tianqi shook his head, then said, However, how about I give the things to you within 7 days at the latest? Okay. Yifan nodded without hesitation. When will the contract be signed? Yang Tianqi asked. Tomorrow, at the latest tomorrow I will ask Vice President Shin to bring the contract to your company. Yifan said quickly. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, at the door of Mun restaurant, Yifan and Yang Tianqi shook hands again, and Shin Sinyu next to them also had a smile on her face. Mr. Yang, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Yifan said with a smile. It's a pleasure to work with you, Mr. Yi. Yang Tianqi smiled back and said, I have something else to do here, so I'll leave first. Okay, Mr. Yang, be careful on the road. After Yang Tianqi left, Shin Sinyu finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Yifan with complicated eyes, saying, I didn't expect that you actually managed to negotiate this deal, and with the president of Huan City's top technology group. Yifan replied casually, what's so difficult about this? It's just a small matter for them. By the way, can you drive? Shin Sinyu nodded and said, yes, it will open. Yifan handed the car keys to Shin Sinyu and said, then you drive. Let's go to the 4S store in the south of the city first. I'll go buy a few cars for the company. It's not a good idea for you to always come out to discuss business and take a taxi. Yifan sat in the passenger seat and closed his eyes to rest. Shin Sinyu followed Yifan's orders and drove to the south of the city. In the 4S shop, Xu Xinyo had nothing to do, but suddenly she heard a familiar roar outside and her eyes lit up. He hurried out to check, and it was indeed the silver Porsche, but a woman he didn't know got out from the driver's seat of the Porsche, and Yifan got out from the passenger seat. Seeing Xu Xinyo, Yifan greeted her, Xinyo, long time no see. Although she didn't know what was going on, Xu Xinyo still smiled at Yifan, brother Yi, long time no see. Since that meal, the relationship between the two has become much closer. Yifan addressed him by his first name, while Xu Xinyo called him brother Yi, even though she was 1 year younger than Yifan. Take me in to see the cars. I may need to buy a lot of cars today, so it might be troublesome. Yifan said. Chapter 41, He fell down by himself. Xu Xinyo was stunned when she heard that. Buy more cars? Okay, brother Yi. Xu Xinyo walked to Yifan's side, smelled the faint smell of alcohol on him, and understood why Yifan was not driving today. But who is this cold woman? As soon as Yifan came in, the car salesmen were shocked. Yifan had already been deeply imprinted in their minds. Fuck, this guy is here again? Is he here to buy a car again? The third time buying a car in more than 2 months? Does he buy one every month? This is too extravagant. Fuck. The beauty next to him is so pretty. Is she his girlfriend? Every time Yifan comes, it causes a huge sensation. This time, even the manager Wang Kai came over and said with a flattering smile, Mr. Yi, what kind of car do you want to see this time? I'll let Xinyao take you there directly. Yifan smiled and said, I'm equipping the company with cars this time. I need 8 cars for now. I don't want anything under 1 million. I want 2 Autos, BMWs, and Mercedes-Benzes each. I want 2 large commercial vehicles for the rest, preferably ones that can seat more than 7 people. The price will range from 1 to 3 million. After hearing this, everyone opened their mouths so wide that they could fit an egg in them. Wang Kai was even more exaggerated. His legs went limp. If Xu Xinyo beside him hadn't quickly supported him, he would have probably sat on the ground by now. Shin Sinyu behind him was already numb. Every time Yifan surprised everyone. The manager who sold the building last time was also the same. 8. Don't buy anything under 1 million. From 1 million to 3 million. At least it will cost more than 10 million. Everyone was completely jealous of Xu Xinyo. What good deeds did I do in my previous life to meet such a wealthy client? This order will earn me at least hundreds of thousands of commission. I have become a wealthy woman in a flash. Xinyao, don't support me anymore. Come on, take Mr. Yi to see the car and see what kind of car he wants. Coming back to his senses, Wang Kai hurriedly urged Xu Xinyo beside him. I understand, brother Yi, miss, please follow me. Xu Xinyo took Yifan and Shin Sinyu to see the car. Wang Kai squatted on the ground without any image. It was not that he didn't want to stand up, but his legs were so weak that he couldn't stand up at all. Finally, Yifan took a fancy to 2 BMW series commercial vehicles, which cost 1.9 million yuan, and the other 6 cars were priced between 1.2 million and 1.5 million yuan respectively. In total, Yifan spent more than 13 million yuan to buy all these cars and registered them under the company's name. Then he asked Wang Kai to deliver all the cars to the underground garage of Dream Building today. When Yifan rented the floor, he had already rented the parking spaces as well. More than a dozen parking spaces are still sitting there empty. Lin Xiaoxiao, who was hiding in the dark, had been watching all this. With a dark look in her eyes, she laughed at herself and whispered, I'd better resign. Staying here would only bring humiliation upon myself. From that day on, Yifan transferred another 2 billion into the company account. After that, he never went to the company again. The rest of the matters could be handled by Hu Yelin and Shin Sinyu.
As for those 2 vice presidents and 4 managers, Yifan doesn't have to worry about their betrayal. The system is checked that these 6 people will follow me and expand the company step by step. Today is Yi Xinyue's day off, so Yifan will pick Yi Xinyue up first. As soon as I got home, I received a call from Yang Shua and others. These 3 people went back to their hometown since the last time, and only now contacted Yifan to ask Yifan to arrange work for them. Yifan asked them to go to the 23rd floor of Dream Building, then called Shin Sinyu and asked her to make arrangements for these 3 people. Then he drove the Mercedes-Benz G and took Nie Chang and Yi Xinyue around. At night, I go to the night markets around the city to have fun. Nie Ching was particularly excited as it was his first time seeing a night market, and he ate from stalls everywhere. For some reason, Nie Ching's family has loosened their curfew on her at night. Now they basically ignore her and only ask her to come back at night. Is this Huan City at night? How interesting. Nie Ching said excitedly. Yifan smiled slightly. He came here often. When he was in college, Yang Shua and 2 other people would invite him to this night market at night to get some skewers and beer to drink. If you haven't been here, just have fun. Yifan said. Yeah. Then he looked at Yifan, and their eyes met. What happened on the beach immediately appeared in their minds. Nie Ching turned her head away with a red face, and Yifan coughed twice to ease the embarrassment. Seeing this scene, Yi Xinyue's eyes showed some ambiguity. These 2 people. The night market is very noisy and bustling, with a mix of people and all kinds of people. Not long after, Yifan bumped shoulders with 3 people. Turning around, he saw 2 of them with their eyes wide open. Fuck, it's you, kid. These 3 guys were exactly the 3 thugs who teased Nie Ching on the beach that day. I didn't expect to meet them in a place like this. This chance encounter made Yifan frown, and his good mood was completely ruined by these 3 people. When the 3 men saw Yifan, they showed fierceness on their faces and said, "Last time you beat us up, you ran away. Now you're caught by the 3 of us, and you still want to run away?" As they spoke, the 3 men rolled up their sleeves and approached Yifan step by step. There were many people here, and Nie Chang and Yi Xinyue were at a stall not far away. Yifan looked at them strangely and asked, "Do you want to fight here?" The yellow-haired leader taunted, "What? Are you scared? Didn't you enjoy beating us up that day? Why are you scared now? Afraid?" Yifan sneered and shook his head, saying, "There are too many people here, I just don't want to fight here, I'm really not afraid of you 3 skinny chickens." When it comes to fighting, Yifan has never been afraid. Now with the help of the system, these 3 people are no match for him. Fuck, you dared to curse. If I don't beat you until you cry for your parents today, I'm not called Wang Fugue. As they said that, the 3 of them didn't care about the number of people and rushed towards Yifan directly. Yifan had already called the system at this time, and the next actions of the 3 people were already in his mind. With a wicked smile on his face, he dodged the fists of the 3 men by turning sideways, and stretched out his foot to trip over the yellow-haired man's leg. The 3 of them immediately fell to the ground, dizzy and grimacing in pain. Everyone looked over and saw the 3 of them fall down, but did not see Yifan taking action. But it still attracted people's attention. What's wrong with these 3 people? How can they fall on such a flat ground? This is ridiculous. It seemed like they had a conflict with this young man. They were about to fight, but the young man dodged and they fell. I was also puzzled. I guess that yellow-haired guy sprained his ankle. He hurt the 2 brothers behind him. Nie Ching and Yi Xinyue also noticed the situation here and rushed over quickly. When Nie Ching saw the 3 people lying in front of Yifan, his face changed. Why are there 3 of them? Are you not hurt? Nie Ching looked at Yifan worriedly. Yifan shook his head and said, "I'm fine. They wanted to hit me, but they fell down by themselves." Chapter 42, Brotherly Relationship. Fall down by yourself? Nie Ching was stunned when he heard this. You fell down on such a flat ground? Alright, let's go. Nie Ching didn't care whether what Yifan said was true or not, he just wanted to leave here quickly, so he pushed Yifan away. Fuck. Stop right there. Before Yifan and the others left, the 3 yellow-haired guys had already stood up. One of them was covering his red nose that was still bleeding from the fall, with tears in the corners of his eyes, looking very funny. What else do you want to do? Yifan narrowed his eyes, flashing a cold light. If these 3 people continue to pester him, he doesn't mind beating them up in public. Damn. You guys? Huang Mao, what are you doing? At this time, a petite figure squeezed in from the crowd. When the three yellow-haired men saw him, they immediately broke out in a cold sweat. "Miss, why are you here?" When Yi Xinyue saw the girl, a look of joy appeared on her face. "Lu Yan." The girl named Lu Yan saw Yi Xinyue and Niecheng, and asked happily, "Xinyue, sister Qingqing, what are you doing here?" "I'm shopping at the night market with my brother. What about you?" Yi Xinyue said, holding Lu Yan's hand, and Niecheng nodded with a smile. The three yellow-haired guys were dumbfounded. What is going on? Do these people know the young lady? Especially that woman. Damn it! If the boss knew about this, he would beat us to death. Lu Yan replied, "It's hot at home, so my dad took me out to play for a while." "Yan, where have you been?" A heavy voice came. Why did Yifan feel that this voice was so familiar? "Dad, I'm here." Lu Yan yelled, and then a burly figure walked over. The three yellow-haired men were instantly soaked in cold sweat. "The boss is here." When Yifan saw this figure, he was surprised. This person also saw Yifan and was equally surprised. "Mr. Lu, Mr. Yi. We meet again." The two people shook hands excitedly. The three yellow-haired men felt as if a bolt from the blue had fallen on their heads. This young man also knows the boss? Shit, are they going to let people live? There were 3 people, none of whom I could afford to offend. And I had to offend 2 of them. "Boss, the 3 yellow-haired men shouted tremblingly. Lu Qingtian frowned and asked, "Yellow hair? What are you 3 doing here?" "Mr. Lu, are these 3 people your people?" Yi Fan was a little curious. How come Lu Qingtian knows gangsters? And they call him boss. Lu Qingtian nodded. "Well, the younger brothers I recruited before have now been disbanded." "Why? Did they offend you?" Yi Fan was a little surprised. Has Lu Qingtian ever been involved in society? However, since someone was punishing them, he was too lazy to do it himself. He then told Niecheng about how they had offended Niecheng on the beach that day and how they had caused trouble for him today. Lu Qingtian's face turned ashen, and he looked at the 3 yellow-haired men with cold eyes and said, "Is what Mr. Yi said true?" The 3 of them nodded with trembling bodies. Lu Qingtian immediately took a step forward and kicked the 3 of them, sending them flying several meters away. Before they could scream in pain, they heard Lu Qingtian's angry shout, "Come here and apologize." The 3 of them were all trembling with fear, holding their stomachs, and ran to Yifan and Niecheng. "Yes, I'm sorry, we won't dare to do it next time." Sorry. Yifan was fine. He had already taught these 3 people a lesson. Let's see if Niecheng is willing to forgive them. Niecheng fanned his hands in disgust and said, "Let them go." Lu Qingtian then let the 3 people leave, then looked at Yifan and said, "Boss Yi, now that the matter has been resolved, and we are so destined to meet, do you want to go for a drink?" Yifan thought for a moment and said, "Okay, then I'll have a drink with Mr. Lu." Afterwards, the 5 people found a barbecue spot at the night market stall and sat down. Lu Qingtian and Yifan ordered some food casually, and then Lu Qingtian directly asked for a box of beer. Yifan and Lu Qingtian absolutely forbade the 2 high school girls to drink. Niecheng was going to drive later, so she didn't drink either. Only Yifan and Lu Qingtian were left clinking their glasses. The 2 of them finished the beer bottle by bottle, and a box of 12 bottles, but Lu Qingtian still didn't enjoy it enough. They ordered another box and continued drinking. Yifan found that among these business tycoons, only Lu Qingtian was more to his liking. And he is more intimidating than the other big guys. When we drink, we can get along like friends. "Mr. Lu, have you ever been involved in society before?" Taking advantage of the alcohol, Yifan asked the question that had always puzzled him. Lu Qingtian nodded and said, "When I was young, I was involved in gangs for a while and became the boss of a gang." "Oh, so that's how it is." Yifan appeared calm on the surface, but he was extremely shocked in his heart. "Gang boss." Lu Qingtian continued, "The gang has been disbanded now, but many of the younger brothers still respect me when they see me. For example, the yellow-haired guy was my subordinate's right-hand man. I met him a few times. He was very enterprising at a young age, so I have some impression of him. After he left, he chose to continue to mix in society and became what he is now." Yifan nodded, and then continued drinking with Lu Qingtian. The 2 of them finished the second box before they got drunk and started to get close to each other. "Mr. Yi, I didn't expect that you can drink so much at such a young age. You can even drink more than me," Lu Qingtian said with a confused look in his eyes.
Yi Fan laughed loudly and said, "How can that be possible? I am still a little bit behind Mr. Lu."
Yi Fan's compliment made Lu Qingtian feel very comfortable.
"In that case, Mr. Yi, I have a suggestion. I'm not like old Nye or old Yang. There are no such things as that. It's a bit strange for us to call each other boss. From now on, I'll call you Brother Yi and you'll call me Brother Lu. How about we be drinking buddies?" Yi Fan quickly said, "I couldn't ask for more, Brother Lu. It is the easiest to get along with people in society. You may become friends over a drink and a fight, or you may become enemies because of these two things." "Okay."
Lu Qingtian suddenly stood up, put his big hand around Yi Fan's shoulders, and said heroically, "Since you are willing, Brother Yi, I, Lu Qingtian, will definitely protect you in the future. If anyone in the black circle dares to bully you, just find me, and I will find someone to deal with it for you."
Yi Fan also took the opportunity to put his arm around Lu Qingtian's shoulders and said, "Then I would like to thank you, Brother Lu."
Nie Cheng and Yi Xinyue, who were standing next to them, were extremely shocked.
Yi Fan just became friends with a former gang boss and the current boss of Huan Group? Even Father Nya couldn't do this. Father Nya and Lu Qingtian were friends, but they only knew when to stop. But Yi Fan.
After the drinking party, on the way back, Nie Cheng kept secretly glancing at Yi Fan, who was sitting in the passenger seat.
"Isn't this guy's charm too strong? Yi Fan, how did you become friends with Uncle Lu?" Nie Cheng asked in confusion.
Although she had been listening carefully, everything happened so suddenly that she had no idea what Yi Fan had done. Yi Fan looked at the scenery passing by quickly outside the window and said, "It's easy to get along with Mr. Lu.
He used to be in society.
People like him are usually ruthless and don't talk much. They are of a true nature. So just get along with him in the most ordinary way. Don't think too highly of him, or there will be distance."
"Oh." Nie Cheng nodded, not quite understanding.
"I really don't understand how men get along with others, just like men can never guess what women are thinking."
Chapter 43, Meeting an Internet Celebrity. "Hello? Dad, what's the matter?"
On Saturday, Yi Fan was out buying clothes for Yi Xinyue when he suddenly received a call from Yi's father. "Son, someone came to our house today and said they wanted to apologize, saying that the child scratched your car out of ignorance."
"Is that true?" asked Yi's father.
Yi Fan almost forgot about this matter. He didn't expect that 2 months had passed and the family was still thinking about it.
"That's right. How do they plan to apologize?" Yi Fan asked coldly. "They gave me 200,000. 200,000?
Yi Fan thought for a moment and said, "That's enough."
"Where are they?"
"You were sitting at home, but you insisted that I call you and beg you to forgive them and not to sue them," said Yi's father.
"Oh, then tell them to keep the money, because it's what they deserve. And I won't sue them again after they leave," Yi Fan said.
"Okay, I got it." After saying that, Yi's father hung up the phone. At this time, Yi Xinyue had already tried on several sets of clothes, and each set of clothes made the shopping guide's eyes light up. "Sir, your sister looks so beautiful in these clothes."
"I have never seen anyone so beautiful."
The shopping guide next to Yi Fan couldn't help but praise.
She really thought Yi Xinyue looked beautiful in these clothes. "I think so too."
Yi Fan was also proud in his heart. He was happier when others praised Yi Xinyue for her beauty than when they praised him.
"Let's settle the bill. I want all the clothes my sister tried on." Yi Fan suddenly waved his hand and said heroically.
The shopping guides quickly began to calculate the prices of the clothes. Finally, he took them to Yi Fan and let him see for himself. "Sir, these clothes are worth a total of 53,000 yuan.
Yi Fan nodded, swiped the card. When they came out of the mall, Yi Fan and Yi Xinyue were carrying all kinds of bags, most of which were clothes bought for Yi Xinyue, as well as 3 suits bought for themselves and 5 sets of casual clothes.
But when Yi Fan saw the side of his car, he frowned. A woman dressed up gorgeously was taking pictures with her mobile phone. She seemed to be an internet celebrity and was communicating with fans who were watching the live broadcast.
"Everyone, look, what did I encounter during my first outdoor live broadcast today? A Porsche sports car.
I'm telling you, I've seen this car before at a 4S store in the south of the city.
It cost 5 million. I didn't expect someone would actually buy it. This internet celebrity is called Su Xin. She is usually an entertainment anchor.
After broadcasting for half a year, she has more than 1 million fans and is considered an accomplished anchor.
Today, Su Xian suddenly had the idea to do an outdoor live broadcast. Unexpectedly, she encountered this Porsche just after the live broadcast started. This is a great opportunity to increase her popularity. At this moment, the popularity of the live broadcast room instantly exploded. There were more than 500,000 fans. They all came for this car. 5 million. Oh my god, there are people who buy such an expensive car? I really want to get to know the owner of this car. Please give me the license plate number. The owner, please come out. Miss, please move aside, this is my car. Just at this moment, Yifan came over with a pile of things in his hands. When the people in the live broadcast room saw Yifan and Yi Xinyue next to him, the screen was refreshed again. Fuck, this car owner is so handsome. And so young. Oh my god, I didn't have this much money when I was this young. A 5 million Porsche. I only regret that I didn't work hard when I was young. It's useless to feel sad when I'm old. Fuck, the girl next to him is so pretty. Is she his girlfriend? I don't think so. Don't you see that they look a bit similar? She should be his sister. Oh my god, brother-in-law, please ask for my sister's WeChat. Su Xian turned around and saw the car owner, and was immediately overjoyed. So handsome, and so elegant. The owner of this car must get it himself. With his looks and means, it is not a simple matter. Hello, handsome guy, nice to meet you. My name is Su Xian. As she said this, she stretched out her slender hand to Yifan and kept winking at him with her back to the live broadcast room. Fuck, Xinshin, you look like you're going to take action. Goddess, control yourself. Don't be fooled by your beauty. Ah. My goddess, are you going to leave me like this? My glass heart is about to break. There was another round of screen refreshes, and gifts kept appearing. Yifan's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. I'm not interested, please move aside, we are leaving. The smile on Su Xian's face froze. This was the first time she had been rejected so bluntly. Hundreds of thousands of fans behind the screen were all laughing at her, and she felt a little embarrassed. But she could only laugh dryly, because the person who could afford such a luxury car was not someone she could afford to offend. But that doesn't mean she would give up, so she turned her target to Yi Xinyue. Little sister, do you usually watch live broadcasts? Yi Xinyue shook her head. Su Xian was even more embarrassed. She didn't expect that there were still people who didn't watch live broadcasts these days. This made her a little confused about where to start. At this time, Yifan had already put the things in the trunk and sat in the driver's seat. Fuck. Xinshin, don't be scared. We are still waiting to see you hook this big guy. That's right. Hurry up and get in. Can't you see there's an empty passenger seat next to this car? Why are you so timid? Get in now. If you dare to do it, I will give you 20 super rockets. Ditto. 1 super rocket costs 1,000 yuan, 20 rockets would cost 20,000 yuan. It would be a waste not to make this much money. Thinking of this, Su Xian gritted her teeth and opened the passenger door before Yi Xinyue and got in. Handsome guy, don't be impatient, let's talk for a while. Yifan heard the voice beside him, turned around and his face suddenly darkened. Doesn't this woman have any shame? Get out. Su Xian was completely enraged. She had tried to please him time and time again, but always got this kind of attitude in return. What's wrong with you? Do you think you're so great just because you have a little money? I'm a famous internet celebrity on Douyu. Do you believe that I can find someone to expose and discredit you? Expose and discredit? Yifan asked with a sneer, I'd like to hear what you would do. Su Xian thought Yifan was afraid, so she immediately said, there are all kinds of people among my fans. Let them dox you, publish all your information and residential address, and then let them discredit you. What's so difficult about that? I'll let you know what happens if you anger a big internet celebrity like me. Yifan smiled inexplicably and said, then do you know that threatening others, exposing others privately, and slandering others is illegal? If you get on the car without their consent and cause trouble to others, you will be detained? After saying that, Yifan stared at Su Xian with burning eyes, emitting a terrifying aura of majesty. Su Xian was frightened and felt guilty, with cold sweat all over his back. She is not illiterate about the law, how could she not know these things? I. Yi Fan retracted his smile and said coldly, I don't know what will happen if I anger an internet celebrity like you, but the charges I mentioned are enough to keep you in jail for a few years. If you want to try, I can call the police now. Su Xin was so scared. She was terrified. He quickly got out of the car and left in disgrace. Only then did Yi Fan leave with Yi Xinyue. The crazy fans in the live broadcast room kept comforting Su Xin until they saw this comment, Goddess, what are you afraid of? He has no evidence. Fight him to the end. Su Xian's eyes lit up, and he said to himself, yes, he has no evidence, so what should I be afraid of? Then looking at the Porsche leaving, Su Xian's eyes were full of hatred. Chapter 44, The Truth of the Matter. One morning, when Yi Fan was sleeping soundly, he was suddenly awakened by the urgent ring of the doorbell, and he went downstairs to open the door. Last night, he fought hard in the US stock market all night and made more than 500 million, but now he is still very sleepy. Who are you? What are you doing so early in the morning? Yi Fan yawned and replied weakly. Yi Fan, don't sleep, something happened. Nie Qing's anxious voice came from outside the door. Yi Fan opened the door and asked, what happened? Nie Qing rushed in, pulled Yi Fan to sit on the sofa, and turned on his cell phone to him. Look at the trending searches on WB yourself. Yi Fan took a look and saw a striking title on the hot search list that made him lose all sleepiness. His face was extremely ugly. Shocking. A young wealthy man in Huan City has a bad temper. A famous Douyu internet celebrity wanted to get to know him, but he was insulted by him. What's the reason? There was also a short video clip below, which was the scene where Yi Fan was sitting in the car and told the internet celebrity to get out. Just 3 words, get out. Looking at the comments below, they are all condemnations and insults against Yi Fan, and some people even revealed Yi Fan's information in the comment section. Even Yi Fan's contact information, Weibo, and company information were exposed. What's going on? Nie Qing asked hurriedly as he saw Yi Fan's face becoming increasingly gloomy. Before Yi Fan could say anything, the phone upstairs rang again. Yi Fan had no choice but to go upstairs and answer the call with a serious face. It was Shin Xinyu calling. What's going on with that thing on the internet? I just went to the company and found that it was surrounded by reporters inside and out. How are you now? Although Shin Xinyu's tone was cold, one could hear some worry. Yi Fan said coldly, don't worry, I will take care of this matter. Please notify everyone that the company will have paid leave during this period, and no one will have to go to work. Okay. Be careful. Shin Xinyu gave this instruction and then hung up the phone. But before he put down the phone, another call came in. It was from Yi Xinyue. It seems that she also knew about this matter at school. As soon as the phone was picked up, there was a burst of anxiety on the other end. Brother, are you okay? Yi Fan smiled and said, don't worry, I'm fine. I will take care of this matter. You study hard and don't worry about me. Your brother is very capable. Okay then. Since Yi Fan said so, she naturally had no need to worry, but soon she seemed to remember something and said, by the way, brother, I saw that something was wrong that day, so I secretly took a video. I'll send it to you. Although he hung up the phone, Yi Fan received a video sent by Yi Xinyue on WeChat. He clicked it and saw that it was the video in which Su Xin threatened him. He was delighted. My sister is really smart. This is much more powerful than the evidence I secretly recorded with a recorder. Afterwards, Yi Fan received calls from Lu Qingtian, Yang Tianqi and others, all of whom came to greet him. After hanging up the phone, Yi Fan picked out a phone number from the contacts, with the note, legal advisor of Blue Ocean Company. Going downstairs again and sitting on the sofa, Nie Qing looked at him worriedly. Yi Fan gave her a reassuring look, opened his web, which was full of voices criticizing him, and sneered. Yi Fan didn't say anything, just edited 4 words, the facts are as follows. Then the video was posted online by Yi Fan. In an instant, all public opinion on the internet changed. It turned into a voice condemning Su Xin. At this time, Su Xin was still live streaming, singing and dancing for her fans. Her clothes were revealing, but she still covered up what needed to be covered, and her fans were also giving her gifts like crazy. Thank you for the plane, my dear brother. I love you. Thank you, baby Shinshin, for the rocket. Thanks. Then suddenly, the number of fans in the live broadcast room increased rapidly, reaching more than 1 million. Soon, it broke through to more than 3 million and was still rising. What is going on? Could it be that my luck has turned?
Before she could be happy, the screen flooding in the live broadcast room made her face suddenly look unhappy. How dare you, a woman, broadcast live here? How can you have a moron like you? Fuck, this woman is wearing such revealing clothes. Why doesn't you ban her? Just let her discredit her image? You idiot actually twisted the facts and deceived us online. How can there be a shameless anchor like you? What's going on? Su Xin was dumbfounded. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. A hurried phone call rang. Su Xin picked up the phone and saw that it was the boss of his own guild. Su Xin did not dare to delay and hurriedly answered the call. Before she could say anything, she heard a roar from the other side. Su Xin, what the hell did you do? Su Xin shuddered all over and said quickly, Boss, I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything? How could someone sue our guild if we didn't do anything? They said that our guild's influencer slandered the president of another company. Now the lawyer's letter has been sent to the guild's mailbox. Snap. Su Xin was shocked. Her mind went blank. Lawyer's letter? Boss, please listen to my explanation. Su Xin said hurriedly. Explanation? I don't want you to explain. From now on, you are no longer the anchor of our guild. I will pay you the penalty for breach of contract. Get the hell out of here. After cursing, the other party hung up the phone. Su Xin was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, the live broadcast room was filled with a unified screen. You deserve it. Su Xin didn't care about all this and quickly opened the WB. The first video was the one Yifan sent. Su Xin was shocked and clicked it to take a look. I'm telling you, I'm from Douyu. Believe it or not. This is what happens if you anger a big internet celebrity like me. Su Xin lost her grip on the phone and dropped it to the ground, shattering the screen. How is this possible? Doesn't he have no evidence? Su Xin murmured in despair, then remembered that the video was shot from outside the car. It's that girl. At that time, I was busy arguing with the rich man named Yifan and didn't pay attention to this girl, so she took advantage of the opportunity and took the photo. Ding-a-ling. The phone on the ground rang again. Su Xin picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, are you Miss Su Xin? Su Xin said with difficulty, Yes, it's me. The person on the other end of the phone continued, Hello, Miss Su, I am Mr. Ye's legal representative. I am calling you to inform you that Mr. Yi has appealed to the court and his appeal was successful. You will go to the People's Court of Huan City at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning to wait for the trial. Bang! The phone in his hand fell to the ground again, and the court session began. When Su Xin thought of the charges Yifan had mentioned before, his whole body trembled. Threatening, slandering, exposing without permission, and harassing, these 4 charges are enough to get you into trouble. Why was I so stupid as to offend him? Even though he knew he couldn't win, he still insisted on licking blood from the tip of the knife. It's completely over now. Looking at her live broadcast room again, it is empty now and the number of followers is also 0. Chapter 45, Farce Becomes Opportunity. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Yifan came out of the court, followed by Lu Qingtian, Nie Qing's family, and Yang Tianqi, who all accompanied Yifan. The verdict on the internet celebrity Su Xin has just been announced in court. Compensation for Yifan's mental damages, 1.3 million. Detention for 3 months. This was the maximum forgiveness that the lawyer Su Xin hired tried her best to obtain for her after she went to court and honestly pleaded guilty. Yifan didn't care about it anymore, but the more than 1.3 million was enough for her to pay compensation. If it were in the past, Su Xin could easily get 1.3 million by relying on gifts from fans. But now, her reputation has been ruined, and even the entire live broadcast industry has banned her. The remaining 900,000 yuan will be enough for her to pay compensation for several years or even more than 10 years. After saying goodbye to everyone, Yifan drove directly to the company. He was afraid that this incident would have some impact on the company. Nie Qing also went there. She had never seen what Yifan's company looked like. As soon as he arrived at the company, Yifan breathed a sigh of relief. Everything in the company was operating normally, as if this incident had not caused any impact on it. Mr. Yi, are you okay? We all saw it on the internet. Soon several employees gathered around and asked with worried looks. These people were team leaders and managers promoted by Yifan before, and now they have subordinates they recruited themselves. The male employees were fine, but the female employees had eyes full of love, which made Nia Qing jealous. However, he couldn't say anything and could only pout secretly to express his dissatisfaction. I'm fine. Yifan smiled and shook his head, and asked, has the company been affected? What are the reactions of the shareholders? To be on the safe side, Yifan still asked. Several people shook their heads and said, the company has not been greatly affected, and the shareholders have not said anything. They only care about which company can make them money, and they don't care about anything else. Yifan nodded, as long as it didn't have any impact. Everyone was busy with their own work. Yifan went straight to find Shen Xinyu and Hu Yelan to learn about the company's situation today. Everything was still developing steadily, and he was completely relieved. Then tell them that they can use this incident to increase publicity for the company. It just so happened that Hu Yelan and Shen Xinyu had the same idea. The three of them came to the same conclusion. Future Technology Group has also notified Shen Xinyu that the software development has been completed and can be officially put into the market. Although it is one day later than expected, it doesn't matter. This is also a good opportunity to promote the software. Su Xian in prison never thought that this farce would bring such a great opportunity to Yifan's company. If she knew this, she would vomit blood. The three people also discussed the initial price of the software and the initial trial period of the software. It was finally decided that each stockholder could have a 3-day trial period, and the software was priced at 29,800 per set. Then Yifan took Nia Qing away. While eating, Yifan saw Nia Qing venting his dissatisfaction with the food with chopsticks, and asked, what's wrong? You have been like this since you came out of the company. It's okay, just eat yours and don't worry about me. Nia Qing replied angrily. Oh. Yifan really didn't care, which made Nia Qing so angry that he almost wanted to cut his head open to see if there was a piece of wood in Yifan's head. I really want to know how he got a girlfriend in college. Nia Qing finished the meal in a depressed mood. Her look made Yifan confused. Why was she getting angrier and angrier? I just listened to her and did nothing about it. After returning home, Yifan received a call from Lu Qingtian, who asked Yifan if he was interested in gambling on jade. He had a hobby, which was to love jade, so he set up a gambling stone field for himself. A batch of rough stones happened to be delivered today, so he could take his little brother to relax and unwind. Gambling on stones? Yifan was stunned at first. He knew this and became interested. He said, okay, brother Lu, what time is the game? Lu Qingtian smiled and said, at 9 o'clock in the evening, I will send someone to pick you up then. After hanging up the phone, Yifan took a rest for a while. At 8:30 in the evening, Yifan received a strange phone call. It was the person sent by Lu Qingtian to pick him up. Yifan packed up his things simply and got in the car and set off. Half an hour later, Yifan was taken to a darker alley. Not far away there was an iron gate, and outside the gate stood two burly men in suits. Mr. Yi, please follow me. The driver parked the car on the side of the road and led Yifan towards the iron gate. Yifan was a little confused. Why was it built in such a place? Wasn't gambling on stones allowed in this country? Led by the driver, Yifan entered smoothly. The lights inside were dim, and it didn't look like a gambling stone venue, but more like a gathering place for gangsters. Soon he was taken to an office where Lu Qingtian was sitting at his desk with 4 people sitting on the sofa in front of him. As soon as he saw Yifan, Lu Qingtian's face showed joy. Brother Yi, you are here. Come, let me introduce you. These 4 were my capable generals when I was in the underworld. They are now managers of my security company. Yifan was slightly surprised when he looked at these 4 men. No wonder these 4 men looked so ferocious. It turned out that they were thugs in the past. Hello? My name is Yifan. Yifan extended his hand to the 4 people with a faint smile. The 4 people also shook hands with Yifan and introduced themselves. The one with a crew cut is called Cheng Liang, the one with a bald head is called Hu Biao, the one with a slicked back hair is called Xiang Yang, and the one with long hair is called Lin Tian. Boss Yi, since you and my eldest brother are brothers, if there is anything in the future, just let me know and the 4 of us brothers will go through fire and water without hesitation. Yifan was speechless. These 4 people had a strong social atmosphere and the words they said did not sound like those of a manager. Okay, although not to the point, I still want to thank you all first. Then a few minutes later, it was 9 o'clock and the gambling on stones was about to begin, so Lu Qingtian called people out. When I came out again, the small dark room of more than 300 square meters was already full of people. In the middle of the crowd were 3 piles of rocks, which were the raw materials for today's bet. Many of the people here have a deep passion for jade, and there are also people from jewelry stores who come here to try their luck. When everyone saw President Liu, they greeted him respectfully. When they saw Yifan following behind him, they were even more surprised. They all knew what had happened in the past 2 days, but they didn't expect to see Yifan here in the evening. "Boss Yi, are you here just for fun? Have you resolved that matter?" Yifan smiled and replied, "Yes, it was solved in the morning. Brother Liu called me and asked me to come out and relax and have some fun here." "Brother Liu?" Everyone looked at each other in surprise. When did this young Mr. Yi get involved with Liu Qingtian? "Okay, everyone, stop chatting. The stone gambling is about to begin. Hurry up and pick out a few stones that you like," Liu Qingtian suddenly said at this time. Everyone did not dare to delay and concentrated on selecting stones. Liu Qingtian signaled to Yifan, and Yifan also walked into the crowd and prepared to play a few rounds. Chapter 46, Glass Seed. I don't know if the system has any effect on these things that are not living things. Playing with a piece of stone in his hand, Yifan muttered to himself. Unlike the people next to him who were shining a strong flashlight on the raw material with nervous faces, he seemed somewhat relaxed. Before he finished speaking, a line of words appeared in Yifan's mind. Warm reminder, this system works on everything. Yifan was stunned, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. I didn't expect that a sentence I said unintentionally would actually get an answer. As long as it's useful, it'll be much easier. System, come on, help me predict what will happen to this stone in my hand next. The system gave the answer as to what would be inside the stone after it was cut. Just an ordinary stone. Yifan threw it away casually, then found another piece from the pile of rocks and continued to explore with the system. The wealthy man next to him saw Yifan squatting beside the pile of stones, picking up a stone, then taking a casual look at it and putting it back, so he asked, "Mr. Yi, have you never played gambling stones before?" Yifan shook his head. "No, this is the first time I've come into contact with you." The rich man was immediately delighted. He finally had a chance to get close to this young man, so he squatted beside Yifan and explained to him, "Mr. Yi, there are 5 ways to gamble on stones: gambling on fog, gambling on casinos, gambling on cracks, gambling on bottom, and gambling on color. You are a novice, so I don't recommend you to use the first 4 methods. The 5th method is the simplest and is also commonly used by many people. It is to use a strong flashlight to shine on the blanks. The outer skin of these blanks is very thin, and you can tell the color inside by shining the flashlight on them. For example, this piece of mine has green inside. It is very green, abundant, and very lively, so the possibility of it being jadeite is relatively high." The rich man talked a lot. Yifan seemed to understand, and said with a smile, "Thank you, it turns out that gambling on stones has so many details." It's okay. The rich man shook his hands in panic and asked, "Mr. Yi, do you want me to help you choose one?" Yifan shook his head. "No, I'll do it myself. I'm here to relax anyway, so winning or losing doesn't matter." "That's true." The rich man nodded in agreement. After all, that was what happened in the morning. "Okay, Mr. Yi, take your time. I'll go find someone to cut the stone in my hand and see how it goes." "I'm glad to meet you, Mr. Yi. I think this stone in my hand can definitely be cut into something good." When this person left, he did not forget to flatter Yifan. Yifan ignored him and quietly used his system to search for the target. But soon he became a little annoyed, because there were at least several hundred stones in these 3 piles. If I look for them one by one, how long will it take me to find them? Sighing, Yifan was wondering whether he should use the same method he used on the construction site before to predict everything at once. But stones are not like humans, they have various shapes and forms, and it is difficult to distinguish them even if you measure them. Yifan thought about it and decided to look for them one by one. If it really doesn't work, just don't play. You're here to relax anyway, there's no need to argue with this. He was looking carefully here, but cheers came from the cutting side, as if someone had really cut out a piece of jade, and everyone ran over to watch. But soon, Yifan also found his target. The stone in his hand was not big, much smaller than other stones, and fit perfectly in his hand. "Okay, let's take this one." Yifan held the stone tightly in his hand and stood up to pay first. Just now, before Yifan could say anything, the other party said that Liu Qingtian had already instructed that his place was free of charge and he didn't need to pay any money. Yifan didn't say anything and went to cut stones. "Don't cut this stone, just help me grind it," Yifan said to the master in charge of cutting.
When they learned that Yi Fan was going to cut stone, everyone gathered around him, looking forward to seeing what Mr. Yi would cut out. "Oh shit, it's out, it's purple." After a moment, someone exclaimed and everyone looked over in panic. When they saw that hint of purple, everyone's eyes instantly became warm. "Oh my god, it's really purple, and so rich." Looking at its clear and transparent appearance, it seems to be a glass seed. Boss Yi is so lucky. He actually found such a rare treasure. This is a violet. I saw a rich purple color appearing where the cutter had polished it, and the cutter's hands were shaking. He had seen many imperial green emeralds, but this was the first time he had seen purple. Yi Fan didn't know what violet was or what glass was, but from what they said, it seemed to be something of great value. "Boss Yi, are you selling this piece of violet? I'll buy it for 2 million. 2 million? Mr. Yi, don't listen to him. I'll give you 3 million. I'll give you 3.5 million. I'm going to." Everyone's prices kept rising, and Yi Fan finally realized that a piece of violet this small in size could be worth millions. "I'm sorry, I don't plan to buy this jade. I have other uses for it, and I don't lack that little money," Yi Fan said loudly. When everyone heard this, they all went back disappointed. It would have been great if they could buy it. Soon, the jade was polished and the cutter breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that this was the most difficult job in his life. He was afraid that a slight scratch would destroy the entire violet color and texture, and he would have to pay millions in compensation. Under the burning gazes of the crowd, Yi Fan put the violet back into his pocket, then left and went to the office upstairs. Seeing Yi Fan coming back, Lu Qingtian, who was sitting in the office, asked with a smile, "Did you find something good?" Yi Fan nodded and smiled, "Yes, I found a violet, and I heard them say it was grown in glass." Lu Qingtian's expression changed, and he quickly asked, "Do you mind letting me see?" Yi Fan handed the thing to Lu Qingtian. Lu Qingtian took it in his hand, looked at it carefully, and shone a flashlight on it from time to time. After a long while, Lu Qingtian nodded and said, "The lines are clear, the color is rich, and the texture is very fine. It is definitely a glass type, and the head is quite big." After that, he returned the jadeite to Yi Fan, and sighed, "I didn't expect that you, Brother Yi, are so lucky." Although violet is not as precious as imperial green and emerald, because of its color, most of them are royal purple jadeite abroad, and they are only glutinous. Your glass jadeite is indeed rare. Brother Yi, I wonder if you are willing to sell it? Yi Fan smiled and said, "Brother Lu also likes this violet?" Lu Qingtian nodded without denying it. "I'm sorry, Brother Lu, I have a use for this jade," Yi Fan said apologetically. Lu Qingtian sighed and stopped asking for it. Yi Fan chatted with Lu Qingtian for a while and realized that setting up this gambling stone field here was also for reuse. This used to be the gathering place for their gang, but after they disbanded, they felt it was a pity to leave it empty, so they used it as a gambling stone field. This reason left Yi Fan speechless. Chapter 47, A Chance Encounter at a Nightclub. Soon this gambling on stones came to an end. Some were happy while others were sad, which just verified the saying in the gambling on stones industry. One knife makes you poor, one knife makes you rich, and one knife makes you linen. As for the gems that were mined, Lu Qingtian would buy them back at a high price. He would take those who were willing to sell them, and those who didn't want to sell could take them back themselves. He would keep the good gems for himself and have others carve them into various designs, while he would sell the inferior ones at low prices to jewelers. It was past 11 o'clock in the evening when the gambling stone conference ended. Yi Fan wanted to go back to sleep, but Lu Qingtian's 4 brothers did not let Yi Fan go back and directly took Yi Fan to a nearby nightclub. Yi Fan felt that if he followed these people, he would become a bad person one day. But there is no other way. What he needs now is all kinds of connections. Whether it is for yourself or the development of the company, personal connections are always indispensable. Yi Fan had been to KTV many times, but he had never been to a nightclub. As soon as I entered, the general manager who had been waiting in the lobby for a long time immediately greeted me with a smile. "Brother Liang, Brother Biao, Brother Yang, Brother Tian, you are here. This must be Boss Yi, right?" After saying hello, the manager looked at Yi Fan in confusion. Yi Fan was slightly surprised. The manager of this nightclub actually knew these 4 people. Judging from his respectful attitude and tone, there is no doubt that he must have been a younger brother in the past. Then he smiled bitterly. These people had arranged everything and were just waiting for him to come. But who is Boss Yi?
As if seeing Yifan's confusion, Chang Liang explained solemnly, "Boss Yi, you and our boss are brothers, it is only right for us to call you Boss Yi. Besides, our gang used to have a very strict hierarchy, so we just called people what we should be called." Yifan opened his mouth, but since the other party had already said this, Yifan could only agree. "Well, you get the title of boss for free." After being introduced by several people, Yifan got to know the manager, named Ma Qingxiang. He used to be Chang Liang's younger brother and now manages the nightclub for Chang Liang. On the surface, Ma Qingxiang is the general manager of this nightclub, but secretly, it is Chang Liang who has been controlling him. After all, this guy hasn't even graduated from elementary school and has been hanging around in society, he can't even read a few words. Even if Chang Liang really wants to make him a boss, he can't do it. Finally, under the guidance of the manager, Yifan and others were taken to a luxurious box. The table was already filled with beer, foreign liquor, and red wine. This shows that you won tea, go home until you are drunk. Xiaoma, call a group of princesses in. Remember, they must be good ones, not ugly ones. Hu Biao glared and shouted. This social atmosphere really makes Yifan unable to tell that he is a manager. Brother Biao, don't worry, the one I call for you must be good stuff. Ma Qingxiang patted his chest and used the intercom on his clothes to notify everyone. Soon, the door of the box opened, and 10 princesses in scantily clad attire came in one after another. They all had light makeup on their faces and were indeed quite pretty. Boss Yi, I wonder which one you like. The 4 people looked at Yifan and asked. The 10 princesses looked at the young man in the middle in surprise. They were very familiar with the other 4. All the employees here knew that they were the behind-the-scenes bosses of the nightclub. But they had never seen this young man before, and the 4 bosses seemed to be led by him, and they even called him Boss Yi? What is the origin of this young man? Forget it, you can choose for yourselves. Yifan shook his head lightly. The 4 of them looked at each other and laughed. I didn't expect that Boss Yi is also a clean person. Well, in that case, the 4 of us brothers will choose for ourselves. The 4 men selected 5 people to serve as drinking companions. The atmosphere of the drinking party was livened up by the presence of these princesses, who sang, danced and drank to their heart's content. The 4 brothers kept drinking and clinking glasses with Yifan. Slowly, Yifan relaxed under the hypnosis of alcohol and the atmosphere. The 20 bottles of beer, 3 bottles of Remy Martin and 2 bottles of red wine on the table were finished by 9 people. He drank so much that he fainted. Ma Qingxiang, who had been standing outside the door and observing, quickly ordered people to clean up the messy table and put new wine on the table again. Yifan said he was going to the bathroom and left. In the bathroom, Yifan washed his face with cold water to sober himself up. This foreign liquor has a really strong after effect. Yifan said, shook his head, and turned away. But when he passed by a box and heard someone shouting he looked inside and saw a figure. All the drunkenness disappeared in an instant. A surge of rage instantly flooded my head. Rushed directly into this box. The sudden change made the box quiet instantly, and everyone looked at Yifan, who walked in quickly. Yifan pulled the person who was still drinking over and turned around to see that the person was already drunk and unconscious, with money covering the wineglass in his hand. Seeing the face, Yifan's eyes had become extremely cold. Yi Yangyang, the daughter of Yifan's uncle, is a sophomore this year, studying at a second-tier university in Huan City. She is usually a very well-behaved child. I didn't expect to meet her here. She was wearing such revealing clothes and heavy makeup. She looked like a princess. When they were young, Yi Xinyue and Yifan often stuck to each other, and Yifan liked this cousin very much. So when he saw her drinking like crazy for money today, Yifan was furious, an unprecedented fury that was about to overwhelm his reason. Come with me. Yifan took a deep breath, forced himself not to get angry immediately, and pulled Yi Yangyang out. Hey, who the hell are you? This is the princess we chose. Soon, someone grabbed Yifan's shoulder and said. Yifan turned around and glared at the young man. The man was frightened by Yifan's murderous gaze and let go of Yifan's shoulder. Yifan ignored him and continued walking out. The man came to his senses and thought that his friends were still looking at him. He was frightened by a look. His face suddenly lost its color and he shouted, "Fuck! He dares to stare at me. Surround him." A dozen young men surrounded Yifan and his partner in an instant. Yifan stopped and swept his cold gaze across their faces. Get out of here. Who the hell are you? Not only did you rob our people, but you are so arrogant.
The young man with blue hair in front of Yi Fan said arrogantly, "Leave the people to me." As he said this, he reached over here. Yi Fan couldn't help it. His eyes suddenly widened and he kicked Lan Mao in the chest. Lan Mao flew several meters away and fell to the ground. For a moment, the whole box was filled with his screams of pain. The others were also shocked by Yi Fan's sudden attack, without any signs at all. "Get the hell out of here!" Yi Fan suddenly roared, his expression like a mad lion. Chapter 48, The Reason of Compulsion. Everyone turned pale with shock. Someone yelled, "Shit, there are more than a dozen of us and we are afraid of him." "Come on." Everyone woke up in shock. Yes, why should more than a dozen of us be afraid of just one person? Then more than a dozen people rushed up together. Yi Fan smacked his lips angrily, hugged Yi Yang in his arms, and no longer cared about using the system to predict everyone's actions. He directly found a thin man as a breakthrough point and kicked him out. The thin guy lay on the ground wailing like the blue-haired man. Yi Fan quickly ran out of the opening, avoiding the siege of the crowd. Now used the system to predict their next move. Soon, wailing sounds were heard in this box. Why did Boss Yi take so long to go to the toilet? Lin Tian asked in confusion in the private room, did he fall asleep in the toilet? Xiang Yang shook his head and said, probably not. Didn't you see how steady Boss Yi's steps were when he walked out? He looked like he wasn't drunk. Then why hasn't he come yet? The four of them all showed confusion on their faces. Hu Biao directly instructed Ma Qingxiang, who was standing at the door, "Xiao Ma, go and take a look." Okay. Ma Qingxiang nodded. But before he could open the door, a waiter rushed in directly from the private room where they had just been served. He said in a panic, oh no, Boss Yi is fighting with someone in the private room." "Fuck, what did you say?" The four of them stood up suddenly, their eyes widened, and Ma Qingxiang did the same. "Ma Qingxiang, call someone for me." "Damn it, I want to see who dares to touch Boss Yi." Hu Biao shouted directly, "Which box is it?" "In the Royal Glory box." "What are you waiting for? Let's go." The four men walked over directly on the wine table, and Ma Qingxiang behind them roared into his walkie-talkie. "Everyone, get your weapons and come to the Royal Glory box." But when Hu Biao and the others went over and pushed the door open, they were dumbfounded. There were a lot of people lying on the ground, covering their injured parts and wailing. A dozen princesses were hugging each other on the sofa, shivering, looking at Yi Fan with fear in their eyes. Their boss Yi had some bruises on his face and 2 footprints on his body. He was holding a girl and standing in the middle of the crowd, emitting terrifying anger. When Hu Biao and the others came in, Yi Fan just gave them a cold look, and that look scared even the four of them. Boss Yi, did you do all this by yourself?" Hu Biao asked cautiously, and the other 3 also stared at Yi Fan intently. Yi Fan hummed and said, "I'll leave it to you." Then he took Yi Yang out, and the 4 people were stunned. This Boss Yi is so powerful? He fought against 13 people alone and beat them all down without any injuries. They have been in society for so many years and still can't do this. This is so awesome. At this time, Ma Qingxiang and his men also rushed in. Seeing the patch on the ground, he was also stunned and asked, "Brother Liang, what's going on? Was this all done by Boss Yi?" The 4 of them nodded in unison. Ma Qingxiang's mouth is big enough to fit an egg. One person defeated 13. If he was a little dissatisfied with Boss Yi just now he admires him from the bottom of his heart. So awesome. Where is Boss Yi? Cheng Liang came back to his senses and asked. Go to the box." Cheng Liang thought for a moment and said solemnly, "Xiao Ma, order someone to bring all these people to the box. Let's go and see what's going on over there with Boss Yi." After Yi Fan helped Yi Yang to the box, he directly picked up the 2 buckets of ice and poured them on Yi Yang's face. The cold stimulation instantly woke Yi Yang up. When she saw Yi Fan with an ice bucket and a livid face beside her, she shuddered and stood up. Cousin. Yi Fan snorted coldly and threw the ice bucket directly on the table. The clanging sound scared Yi Yang so much that she trembled all over. She bit her lips tightly and tears welled up in her eyes. She had never seen Yi Fan so angry. "I don't want to hear nonsense. What's going on?" Yi Fan stared at her and said coldly. Yi Fan tried his best not to get angry. He would know the reason and then act according to the circumstances. Yi Yang's tears fell, her shoulders twitched, and she said with difficulty, "My dad was in a car accident and is still unconscious." My family has no money left to pay for his surgery.
There are thousands of reasons, but this one was beyond Yifan's expectations.
He frowned and asked, when did it happen? Do your relatives in your hometown know about it? Yi Yangyang shook his head and said, just 10 days ago, no one in my hometown knew about it.
Why don't you say it?
Yifan continued to ask.
My mother was afraid that my family would worry and didn't want to trouble them, so she didn't let me tell them.
So you're here to be a princess?
When Yi Yangyang heard the word princess, her tears flowed even more and she bit her lips to stop herself from crying. The silent crying made Yifan upset and he had no place to vent his anger. I sighed and felt relieved at the same time. As long as she didn't do those things for her own selfish desires and greed, it would be fine. It's not that Yifan looks down on the position of princess. After all, everyone has their own lifestyle, but he just doesn't want the people around him to have anything to do with it.
How many days have you been working here? Yifan continued to ask.
Yi Yangyang wiped away her tears and sobbed, I just got here today. Yifan breathed a sigh of relief, but then scolded him, you are almost 20 years old, can you have some opinions of your own?
Your mother told you not to say anything, so you really won't say it? Are you planning to do those embarrassing things in a place like this? Do you know what those people would do to you if I hadn't happened to be here today?
Yifan's stern voice made Yi Yangyang cry again, and she couldn't even utter a word. Yifan waved his hands in annoyance and said, okay, stop crying, come with me, I will pay for uncle's medical expenses. As he said that, he was about to leave with Yi Yangyang. When they opened the door, they saw Cheng Liang and his 4 companions, Ma Qingxiang, and a bunch of waiters holding wooden sticks in their hands, with the 13 people kneeling at their feet.
Boss Yi, what's going on? Do you know that, girl?
Cheng Liang asked as soon as he saw Yifan coming out. Yifan nodded and said, my relative's child is my cousin.
Ah.
Everyone was shocked, their eyes filled with panic. Ma Qingxiang was even more panicked, and he quickly ran over and knelt in front of Yifan. Boss Yi, I'm sorry, I didn't know that this new girl was your cousin.
Yifan waved his hand and said, all right, it's okay. Ignorance is not a crime, and she just drank a little too much. Nothing happened. Don't kneel down anymore. Get up quickly. Thank you, Boss Yi, thank you, Boss Yi.
Ma Qingxiang stood up quickly.
Chapter 49, Help.
This scene really scared the 13 people. Not to mention that they had heard of these 4 guys with weird hair. They used to be in the underworld and were very famous. Ma Qingxiang is still the person that the 13 of them have always wanted to curry favor with. Ma Qingxiang is the younger brother of these 4 guys, and these 4 guys call this young man the boss. What kind of status is that? He is on par with Lu Qingtian, the gangster boss of these 4 people back then. What kind of monster did this group of people offend? Yifan said, Brother Liang, Brother Biao, Brother Yang, Brother Tian, I won't drink the rest of the wine.
The 4 interrupted Yifan and said, it's okay.
Of course, my sister is more important. I'll have someone drive you boss and his sister back.
Actually, I have one more thing before I leave.
Yifan said, looking at the 13 people kneeling on the ground, his eyes cold. The 4 men understood what he meant and said, don't worry, Boss Yi.
We understand what you mean.
We will give these 13 people a taste of their own medicine for what they did to your sister. Anyway, everything here belongs to the 4 of us brothers, so we will give them enough wine tonight. Terror appeared on the faces of the 13 people. They were about to beg for mercy but were glared back by Ma Qingxiang. They had no choice but to lower their heads and wait for punishment.
Thank you very much.
Yifan smiled with satisfaction and said, I will treat you all to a drink next time. After saying that, Yifan left, and Ma Qingxiang volunteered to take Yifan and the other person back. Cheng Liang looked at the 13 people on the ground and sneered. He ordered someone to take the 13 people into the box, and then asked other waiters to carry as much wine as possible. In short, it can be summed up in Hu Biao's words, as long as drinking doesn't kill them, let them drink until they die. After being sent back, Ma Qingxiang apologized to Yifan and Yi Yangyang, and promised that such a thing would never happen again. Then he left. After returning to the villa, Yifan asked Yi Yangyang to take a shower, and then stay in Yi Xinyua's room for the night. He would go with her to his uncle's house in the neighboring Weinan city early the next morning to see what was going on. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Yifan got up as usual, but found that Yi Yangyang had gotten up earlier than him and breakfast was already ready. I just toasted 4 slices of bread, fried 2 eggs, and heated a cup of milk.
It was quite simple.
Yi Fan washed off the smell of alcohol on his body, then sat at the dining table and had breakfast with Yi Yangyang. Yi Yangyang didn't dare to look at Yi Fan because of what happened last night, so she lowered her head and finished the breakfast in a depressed mood. Before leaving, Yi Fan asked her to put on Yi Xinyue's clothes. The two of them were about the same size, so Yi Xinyue's clothes were just right for her. Setting off on time at 7 o'clock, Yi Fan drove his Porsche. He could increase his speed on the highway and shorten the time to Weinan City. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Yi Fan and Yi Yangyang entered Weinan City. Yi Fan asked Yi Yangyang which hospital he was in, then searched using the navigation and followed the navigation to the First People's Hospital. As soon as he entered the hospital, Yi Yangyang hurried to the intensive care unit of the inpatient department. Mom! Outside the door of an intensive care unit was a gray-haired woman, leaning against the wall with her eyes closed and resting quietly. Upon hearing the sound, the woman quickly opened her eyes and looked in. Yang, why are you back? And your cousin? Yi Yangyang threw herself into the woman's arms and cried softly, while Yi Fan looked inside the ICU. On the bed inside was a person with tubes and instruments inserted all over his body. Aunt, how is my uncle? Yi Fan turned around and asked with a worried look. Yi Yangyang's mother Tang Mei sighed and said, he has been in a coma since he had surgery some time ago. Yi Fan also sighed. How could his uncle, who was so honest and kind to others, encounter such a thing? Auntie, if Yang hadn't told me about this, I don't know how long you would have kept it a secret. Why didn't you call me when this happened and there was no money at home? Tang Mei looked a little embarrassed and said, it's not because of the incident with your second uncle last time. I'm too embarrassed to speak up. Yi Fan was speechless for a while, and said slightly reproachfully, Aunt, what you said, how can this matter be the same as theirs? This matter concerns human life, how can I not pay? Besides, my uncle was so good to me when he was a child, how can I not help him? Okay, I will pay for uncle's medical expenses. Tang Mei and Yi Yangyang showed joy on their faces and said, thank you, Xiao Fan cousin. Yi Fan waved his hand casually, asked for the medical insurance card, first paid off the 2 days of overdue hospitalization fees, medical expenses and other expenses, and then paid for 3 months. After returning, Yi Fan only gave them the medical insurance card and kept the bill himself. Xiao Fan, I really don't know how to thank you. Without you, I really don't know how I would have lived. I kneel down for you. Tang Mei held the medical insurance card excitedly, tears streaming down her face, and she bent her knees. If it weren't for Yi Fan, Tang Mei would have really thought about death. In these 10 days, the surgery and the intensive care unit had used up all of their family savings. She was already at her wit's end. When Yi Fan saw this situation, he said to himself, oh shit. He hurriedly stepped forward to support her. Auntie, this is not allowed, please get up. Please get up. If you really kneel down, I will not only be punished by the gods, but my dad will also skin me alive. After helping Tang Mei sit on the stool, Yi Fan breathed a sigh of relief and said, Aunt, have you eaten? If not, let's go eat first. Uncle should be fine for the time being. Well, Mom, you go have dinner with your cousin first. I'll watch here for a while. Yi Yangyang also said from the side. Tang Mei originally wanted to say that she couldn't eat, but in order not to worry Yi Yangyang and Yi Fan, she had to nod. While walking on the road, Aunt Tang Mei next to Yi Fan opened her mouth and then closed it again. Yi Fan had seen this scene a long time ago and had guessed what she was going to say. But since the aunt was too embarrassed to ask, Yi Fan simply said, Aunt, I will cover all the expenses for the rest of Yangyang University, you just need to take care of your uncle. Tang Mei was silent for a moment before she sighed and said, I really don't know how to thank you. Yi Fan didn't say anything else. He took Tang Mei to a restaurant to have some food and ordered all kinds of nourishing food. Then Yi Fan took advantage of the mealtime to go to a nearby bank ATM and withdraw 100,000 yuan, which he wrapped in a paper bag. By the time we got there, Tang Mei had almost finished eating. She really had no appetite, so she just drank a few sips of chicken soup and ate some side dishes. After returning, Yi Fan spent tens of thousands of dollars to hire a caregiver. Yi Yangyang and I definitely can't stay here forever. We have to go back tonight. There is actually not much use for the two of us to stay here. Instead, it will cause trouble for Tang Mei. So Yi Fan prepared everything he needed in advance, so that he wouldn't forget it when leaving. Chapter 50, The Return of Childhood Sweetheart. When it was time to leave at night, Yi Yangyang wanted to stay and look after the baby, but Tang Mei would definitely not agree. Auntie, take this 100,000 yuan. You still have to have it for your daily expenses. Yi Fan took out the 100,000 yuan he had withdrawn at noon from his pocket and handed it to the aunt. Tang Mei refused to accept it and said hurriedly, No, Xiao Fan, you have helped me enough. It would be unreasonable for me to take more money from you. Auntie, just take it when I tell you to. Don't refuse. I don't need this little money. Yi Fan stuffed it into Tang Mei's hand forcefully. In the end, regardless of whether Tang Mei accepted it or not, Yi Fan drove away from Weinan City with Yi Yangyang in tears. Before leaving, she reminded him, Aunt, no matter what crisis you encounter this time, please give me a call. I will definitely help you if I can. Oh, I understand. Tang Mei nodded, feeling more grateful to Yi Fan in her heart. Thank you, cousin. In the car, Yi Yangyang said very seriously, I will definitely return the money to you. Yeah. Yi Fan nodded. He did not refuse. He didn't care about the money, but it wasn't good to let her keep thinking about it. You'll have to pay it back after you graduate and start working. Don't think about it now. I will give you 10,000 yuan for living expenses at the beginning of every month. If you want to go back to see your parents after school, just tell me. And I haven't told your mom about what happened yesterday, but if there is a next time, before I tell your mom, I will definitely beat your ass like when we were kids, do you hear me? Phew. Although he said so, Yi Fan did not act ferocious at all. His slightly glaring look actually made Yi Yangyang smile, and a warm feeling flowed through his heart. Okay, got it. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning when he rushed back. Yi Fan let Yi Yangyang rest in the villa and sent her to school when he woke up in the morning. For a period of time after that, Yi Fan stayed at home all day and focused on stock trading. The company is also developing steadily. The software they developed has been loved by many investors as soon as it came out. Previous stock trading software could only look at stocks and market trends. Now there is an intelligent software that can help them analyze and solve tickets and provide market strategies. How can they not like it? Therefore, Yi Fan's company's popularity is also rising rapidly. Yi Fan also downloaded it and took a look. It was indeed quite good and the stock analysis was very thorough. However, he just took a quick look at it as he had no use for this kind of thing. Today, Yi Fan was driving outside for a ride when he received a strange phone call, an international long-distance call. Hello, is this Yi Fan? A gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. The voice seemed familiar. Yi Fan replied, It's me, who are you? Li Qingyi, where are you now? Yi Fan was slightly stunned. Li Qingyi? A beautiful figure appeared in Yi Fan's mind. No wonder it was an international long-distance call. I'm in Huan City, what's wrong? Can you pick me up at Huan Airport at 1 o'clock in the afternoon? I'm back. The other end said lightly. Are you back? Are you back from abroad? Okay, I got it. I'll pick you up then. After that he hung up the phone, endless memories flooded into his mind. Finally, Yi Fan smiled bitterly. This childhood sweetheart is still so cool. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Fan arrived at the airport on time and waited at the pickup area. Soon, people who got off the plane came out one after another. The 1.7-meter-tall beauty attracted the attention of those who came to greet them at the airport, and Yi Fan's eyes also fell on her. This person is an absolutely stunning beauty. She is not only stunningly beautiful, but she is definitely a disaster for the country and its people. She is tall, with skin as white as snow, wearing sunglasses, with long straight black hair draped over her shoulders, and walking towards me slowly, dragging a suitcase. Fuck, this beauty is too beautiful, I've never seen such a beautiful one. What good genes does it take to give birth to such a beautiful daughter? Mom, I think I fell in love at first sight. I'm going to get her contact information. Don't think about it. Didn't you see the diamond ring on her hand? She's already married. I don't know how many men were heartbroken at this moment. Yi Fan also looked at his hands as others said. She did have a diamond ring on her ring finger. She got married? When? I'll ask later. Yi Fan shook off the distracting thoughts in his head and raised his hand. Li Qingyi. Here. Their house used to be next door to Yi Fan's house. Later, when they became rich from business, they moved to the city, and Yi Fan had less contact with her. It was not until high school that Yi Fan and she went to the same high school and the two got in touch again, but Yi Fan was in his first year of high school at the time and she was already in her third year. Later, she graduated from high school and was admitted to Stanford University in the United States with a college entrance examination score close to full marks,
and went abroad to study from then on. All in all, she has been abroad for about 6 years. I heard from her family when they came back to visit the village that after graduating from college, she joined a Fortune 100 company as a senior executive with an annual salary of $1 million. The beauty looked at Jifan, a barely perceptible smile appeared on her face, and she nodded slightly at Jifan. At that moment, the envious, jealous and hateful gazes were about to engulf Yifan, but he was not panicked, but instead felt a sense of enjoyment. "Let's go." Yifan walked up to her and took the suitcase from her hand. Li Qingyi nodded slightly and walked side by side with Yifan. Everyone looked at Yifan's proud back as he left, and some people couldn't help but clench their fists. "Damn, we know each other, so we know each other. You are showing off a little too arrogantly." Yifan put the suitcase away. Li Qingyi was slightly surprised and asked, "Is this your car?" "Yeah." Yifan nodded, smiled at Li Qingyi, and said, "Pretty, right?" There was a flash of disbelief in Li Qingyi's cat eyes as she looked at Yifan. From clothes to shoes, everything is Gucci, and the faint scent of perfume on her body is cologne. It seems that Yifan has changed a lot in the 5 years since I was away. It's quite beautiful, Li Qingyi said as she sat in the passenger seat. Yifan shrugged at her perfunctory compliment, got in the car, started the car, and left with Li Qingyi. "Are you married? Why haven't I heard you tell me that?" Yifan asked puzzledly in the car. Li Qingyi looked at the passing scenery outside the car and nodded. "Well, time is rather tight, so I didn't have time to notify you." "Oh." Yifan didn't ask any more questions. The two people fell into silence. After a long while, Li Qingyi glanced at Yifan and asked casually, "Why don't you ask who the other person is?" Yifan was stunned for a moment, and said, "Since you can marry him, I think he must be a good person." The two fell silent again, and Yifan seemed to hear a very light sigh coming from the passenger seat. But when I looked over, the other party was still looking out the window as he did at the beginning. Maybe I heard it wrong. Chapter 51, Being remembered by too many people is not a good thing. After returning, Yifan asked Li Qingyi to go to Yishinyue's room to rest and adjust to the jet lag. I carried the vegetables to the kitchen by myself. Originally he wanted to take Li Qingyi out to eat, but she wanted to eat authentic home-cooked food. Yifan could do it, so he asked him if he could, and Yifan agreed. Soon Yifan prepared 4 dishes and a soup. He went up and knocked on the door, asking Li Qingyi to come down for dinner. At the dinner table, Yifan asked Li Qingyi how long she planned to stay at home. However, she said that she had quit her job in the United States and planned to start a new business in Huan City. This time she wanted to start her own business. Yifan didn't think there was anything wrong with this decision. After all, she had always been a very independent woman. So Yifan didn't find it strange at all that she wanted to start a business. After dinner, Li Qingyi did not go to rest, but asked Yifan to take her to a nearby clothing store. I thought she was going to buy clothes, but when she got there she just wandered around the nearby stores, asking prices from time to time and touching the fabrics. "Let's go." After walking around for the entire afternoon, she didn't buy any clothes. "Did you study fashion design in college?" Yifan asked. Li Qingyi nodded and said, "Yes." "Don't you plan to go home first and start a company directly?" Yifan asked. "I'll go back in a few days. I want to finish the company's formalities first." Yifan sighed. "Well, another strong woman." Li Qingyi suddenly said, "Take me to the city center later. I'll stay in a hotel for the next few days." Yifan originally wanted to keep him. But thinking that he was already married, it would not be appropriate for him to live with him, so I neither agreed nor agreed. Why stay in a hotel? It's so unsafe. I bought a building in the city center. There should be a lot of empty houses. You can stay there for a few days and pick any house you want. Li Qingyi looked at Yifan in surprise and asked strangely, "Why did you buy a house?" "It's used as a staff dormitory." Yifan said casually, "I opened a financial company in the city center. As you know, the financial industry has a large proportion of salespeople, and they usually go to work at different times. I can't change the working hours, so I bought a building for them to use as employee dormitories to improve their quality of life." Li Qingyi became more and more shocked. Luxury cars and villas are fine, but Yifan actually opened a company. They also generously bought a building to use as employee dormitory. Her previous company did not have this benefit. Wasn't their family very poor back then? How did you suddenly become so rich? What happened in Yifan's family during the years when I was away? Can you take me to see your company? Li Qingyi became interested in Yi Fan's company. Sure, but you have to go tomorrow. It's late now. You can rest at my house tonight. I will take you there tomorrow. Yi Fan said. Li Qingyi did not refuse. Okay. Yi Fan took her around the mall and looked at clothes in other clothing stores. The two of them didn't go back until 8 o'clock in the evening. The next morning, Yi Fan took Li Qingyi to his company. Li Qingyi kept asking questions along the way. When she learned that Yi Fan made his first fortune by winning the first prize in the lottery and then making money by speculating in stocks, she was so surprised. This guy is so lucky. However, when she asked Yi Fan how many employees the company had and how it operated, this guy answered hesitantly. Finally, Yi Fan simply said, I don't know if you ask me. I am just a hands-off manager. I let the two vice presidents handle the company's affairs. Li Qingyi was speechless. This CEO is simply amazing. The key is that he speaks with confidence. Look, this is my company, what do you think? In the president's office, Yi Fan gang took Li Qingyi on a tour of the entire company. Li Qingyi nodded approvingly and said, not bad, the operation is okay, although it has nothing to do with you. Yi Fan had a smile on his face and did not refute. There was nothing wrong with what she said. Outside, everyone was still chattering, still talking about Yi Fan and the super beautiful girl who came to the company with him. I really didn't realize that our President Yi is such a playboy. The one he brought last time was already stunning enough, but this one is even prettier than that one. That's right. The women around Mr. Yi are more beautiful than each other. I thought that Mr. Shen from our company and that girl from last time were already goddesses. I didn't expect that. Oh. That's why they say you have short hair and little knowledge. In the future, just follow our boss Yi and maybe you'll see more beauties. The group of people became even more devoted to Yi Fan. I just want to follow their boss Yi to see more beauties. Although you can only view it from a distance and not play with it, it is enough. It is enough for them to just appreciate the beauties. Just leave the rest to Mr. Yi. Their secret conversation caused the female colleagues and subordinates next to them to look down on them with contempt and disdain. You men are such losers. What are you talking about? A cold voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. Everyone's heart trembled and there was a panic. Mr. Shun, Mr. Yi is here. Shin Sinyu glanced towards Yi Fan's office, but the blinds blocked her view. Looking through the small gap, one can see two figures sitting on the sofa and having a friendly conversation. Looks like she's still a woman. Retracting her gaze, Shin Sinyu glanced at everyone and said in a cold voice, hurry up and get to work. If I find you talking about things unrelated to work during working hours again, I will deduct all your wages. After saying that, Shin Sinyu returned to her office, came out with a folder in her hand, and knocked on Yi Fan's office door. She didn't push the door open until she heard a voice from inside asking her to come in. After she went in, people outside started talking again, and this time even the girls joined in. Hey, do you think our Mr. Shin is interested in our Mr. Yi? Every time Mr. Yi comes, Mr. Shin will go to him first. I don't think so. What if they were talking about work? Didn't you see she was holding a work folder when she came in? You stupid fool, if you don't use something as a cover-up or an excuse, how can Mr. Shin get in? Brother, your analysis is absolutely correct, I think so. I think so too. Ahem, hurry up and work, don't discuss those trivial things. Hu Yelin couldn't stand it anymore, so he came out of the office and stopped them sternly. Everyone immediately returned to work. Hu Yelin also took a look at Yi Fan's office, sighed, and retreated into his own office. Mr. Yi, take care of yourself. It's not a good thing to have too many women thinking about you. Lao Hu, I was very experienced when I was young. Chapter 52, I want to join. Li Qingyi stared at Yi Fan with burning eyes. After a while, she asked, how much do you plan to invest? Just now when we were chatting, Yi Fan suddenly said that he wanted to invest in his own company, which was beyond his expectations. But it just so happened that Li Qingyi also needed to find a partner. During the year she was abroad, her annual salary was $1 million, and after bringing home it was only over 10 million renminbi. She wanted to start a company and really needed a strong partner. Yi Fan said slowly, it depends on how you want to develop. If you slowly stabilize your pace first, I will naturally invest less. If you want to reach the top in 1 year or half a year, I will invest more. I want to develop quickly. 500 million is the minimum standard. Yi Fan took a sip of tea and replied casually. 500 million? Li Qingyi's eyes widened, and her pleasant voice trembled slightly as she asked, "Are you really going to invest that much?" Yi Fan smiled and nodded. "When the time comes, the company will be yours, and I'll be the largest shareholder and just take the dividends." Li Qingyi was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Who is Yi Fan now? Is he really the same person I knew before? Just exporting it casually would amount to 500 million. Especially the last condition he mentioned was the most tempting, the company still belonged to her. At this time, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." After Shin Sinyu went in, she closed the door. When she saw the frowning man on the sofa, she felt an unnatural sense of powerlessness and jealousy in her heart. It's so beautiful. It is simply the most perfect work created by God. What's wrong? Is there something that can't be solved? Yi Fan asked. Shin Sinyu came back to her senses and handed the document in her hand to Yi Fan, saying, "It's like this, Mr. Yi, after discussing with Mr. Hu, I plan to acquire several weaker financial companies, but we encountered some troubles." While Yi Fan was looking through the documents about the company, he listened to Shin Sinyu saying, "There is a company whose acquisition price we offered was very reasonable, but the other party's boss kept making things difficult for us. We wanted to give up, but the other party refused to return the down payment." A hint of coldness flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. "Isn't this a deadbeat? Okay, I get it. You make an appointment with the boss now and I'll go talk to him." Yi Fan casually glanced at the document in his hand and handed it to Shin Sinyu. Shin Sinyu glanced at the woman sitting on the sofa again and then stepped out. After a while, Shin Sinyu came in again, and Yi Fan couldn't finish the words that were on the tip of his tongue. "The other party said that we could meet at noon and booked a private room at Ziyuan Hotel." Yi Fan glanced at the time and it was almost 11 o'clock, so he had to pack up and prepare to go out with Shin Sinyu. As for Li Qingyi, he had already taken her to the dormitory building, and she could go there by herself when the time came. After Yi Fan drove away, Li Qingyi suddenly took off the diamond ring from her hand and threw it into the trash can next to her. "Hello, Mr. Shin. The person next to you is Mr. Yi. Please take a seat." In the Ziying hall box of Ziyuan Hotel, Yi Fan and his companion had just pushed the door open when a middle-aged man came up to them with a big smile on his face. "Hello, Mr. Yu." Yi Fan did not shake hands with him, but sat directly on the stool, which made the middle-aged man very embarrassed. "This is Yu Jiang, the president of the company that is about to go bankrupt." Yu Jiang wanted to order some food, but Yi Fan stopped him and said, "Boss Yu, let me make it short. The price my company paid to acquire your company is reasonable. What are you dissatisfied with?" Yu Jiang saw the situation and knew that Mr. Yi was up to no good when he started questioning him directly. However, he still said in an orderly manner, "Mr. Yi, actually the price you offered before was very reasonable, and I don't think there is anything wrong with it. It's like this. Now there is a better financial company that has taken a fancy to our company and wants to acquire it, offering a higher price." "Better financial companies?" Yi Fan sneered in his heart. "In that case, I certainly have nothing more to say. We voluntarily withdraw from the competition. Boss Yu, please return the deposit we paid." Yi Fan nodded and said. Yu Jiang's face darkened and then became gloomy. He said in a deep voice, "Boss Yi, are you going to reconsider this?" He said that the better financial companies were just trying to deceive Yi Fan and just wanted a higher price. Human hearts are always greedy. Since someone wants to acquire his company, he wants more money. Yi Fan said, "Consider? What's there to consider? Boss Yu also wants a better price, and our company can't give you the price of the company you mentioned, so we can only withdraw. I wonder how you plan to return the down payment, Boss Yu." Yu Jiang's face completely darkened, and he said, "Impossible. You can give up the company, but I can't return the money." Yi Fan's expression also changed, full of frost, and he said, "Boss Yu, are you sure you don't want to retreat?" Yu Jiang sneered, "You were the ones who said you wanted to buy it, and now you're the ones who regret it. Why do you want me to return the money? Besides, you paid the down payment yourself, I didn't force you." Anger was already showing on Yi Fan's face, and Shin Sinyu's expression was also extremely ugly. This guy is simply a scoundrel. Looking at their expressions, Yu Jiang sneered again. "I want to give it to you anyway, what can you do to me?" At this moment, Yi Fan's cell phone suddenly rang. Yi Fan answered the call without even looking at it, with a smile on his face, saying, "Are you here? I'm in Xiangtang, and I haven't ordered yet. Come up quickly." Yu Jiang suddenly frowned and said sarcastically, "Why, you guys called for help?" I'm telling you, don't think you have anyone. I have someone too. Yifan laughed and said, Boss you are too kind. I just invited a few friends to come over for a meal. How could I invite people? That's the underworld. I don't do that. Yu Jiang finally felt relieved, but a strong sense of uneasiness still lingered in his heart. Soon, 4 strong men in suits pushed the door open and came in. When they saw Yifan, they respectfully called out, Boss Yi. This sound scared Yu Jiang to death. Especially when he saw the hairstyles of these 4 people, their faces turned pale. He used to be a gangster, how could he not recognize these 4 iconic hairstyles? That was a nightmare for these little gangsters at that time. Shinsenyu next to him also had a slightly changed expression, her heart beating fast with fear. Liangzi, Biaozi, Yangzi, Xiaotian, come and sit down. You can order what you want to eat now. Yifan quickly pointed at the empty seats and said proudly, I spoiled the fun last time. This time, the meal is on me. What are you talking about, Boss Yi? Hu Biao shouted, his voice echoing in the small private room like the sound of a bell. Chapter 53, If you blame me, I will blame you more than you do. Alright, I said please, so don't refuse. Yifan waved his hand casually and said, hurry up and sit down. Boss Yu, why did you stand up? Hurry up and sit down. Everyone is here. It's time to eat. Chang Liang and the other 3 looked over there with confusion on their faces. Who is this person? 8 tiger eyes looked over, and Yu Jiang was almost scared to kneel on the ground. He laughed dryly and said, well, Mr. Yi, I have something else to do. I'll leave first and won't eat. Yifan glared and said, Boss Yu, are you really not giving me face? Besides, it's time to eat. Eating is the most important thing in the world. Hasn't Boss Yu heard this? Yu Jiang nodded repeatedly, not afraid of breaking his neck, and said, I've heard it, I'll eat it. Yifan nodded in satisfaction and said, that's good. Then hurry up and take a seat. Waiter, take your order. Yu Jiang finished the meal in fear. The key point was that Yifan and his group could chat for a long time after eating a bite. However, Mr. Yi did not mention a single word about his own affairs, making it seem as if he had invited Cheng Liang and the other 3 to dinner, and he was just an unexpected victim. The meal lasted from 12 o'clock to 2 o'clock. Yu Jiang sat on the sidelines and watched. He didn't even dare to ask for the toilet. He held it in for an hour. His face turned red and he hesitated for a long time. Boss Yu, is there something wrong? Why are you so shy like a wife? At this time, Hu Biao suddenly looked at him and asked in confusion. Yu Jiang was so frightened that he almost blurted out his emotions. He shook his head and said, it's okay. You guys continue chatting. Hu Biao had no choice but to turn around. If he said it was okay, then it was okay and he was too lazy to care. At this time Yu Jiang really couldn't bear it anymore, but he knew that as long as he didn't return the money today, Yifan would not let him go, and he would definitely become incontinent. But how can I withdraw the money? That's 10 million. I've almost squandered it all, how can I withdraw it? Finally, Yu Jiang looked at Yifan pleadingly and said, Boss Yi, I have changed my mind about our matter. Yifan looked at him and said with a smile, Boss Yu, what's your change of mind? Yifan has only one way to deal with this kind of deadbeat. Aren't you a liar? I'm even more of a liar than you. If you don't shut up today, you'll just have to sit here and waste time. I have plenty of time anyway. When you are willing to relax, we can talk again. Yu Jiang knew that he was finished and he could no longer get the money. His company was on the verge of bankruptcy, and he couldn't even come up with 5 million, let alone 10 million. In the end, Yifan bought the company for 50 million, which was half less than the 100 million that Shinsenyu gave him at the time. After Yu Jiang escaped from the sea of suffering, the first thing he did was to rush to the toilet. Everyone laughed at his embarrassed figure as he escaped. Boss Yi, we have taken care of the matter for you, and we will leave first. Chang Liang suddenly said. They knew from the beginning that Yifan was the target, so they all acted with Boss Yi in unison. Okay, let's go together. But let's make it clear that this meal is my treat and none of you have to pay. Yifan stood up and said. Then the few of them went down together. After Yifan paid the bill, the 4 of them separated from Yifan and the others. After sending Shinsenyu back to the company, Yifan originally wanted to go home, but then he thought it would be boring to death at home. What's more, it was only 4 o'clock in the afternoon and it was still very early, so he only stayed in the company for an afternoon. When he returned home in the evening, Yifan received a call from Li Qingyi. She said she agreed, but when the company became bigger in the future, she would buy back the extra shares from Yifan. Yifan didn't say anything and just followed her wishes. In the following days, Yifan did not stop. He either went to the project site with Father Nya, or went to keep in touch with Yang Tianqi and Lu Qingtian. In short, it's all about socializing. Anyway, you don't have to do anything every day and just spend money non-stop. But the money in the bank card just keeps increasing, and now it's close to 5 billion, and this is what he earned even though he didn't work hard in the stock market during this period. For the first time, Yifan felt so tired of spending money. It's more tiring than making money. On Friday, just after Yifan picked up Yi Xinyue, he received a call from Li Qingyi, who said that she had finished her business and was going home to visit her parents, and asked him if he wanted to go with her. Yifan asked Yi Xinyue, and Yi Xinyue had wanted to go back for a long time. She had been away from home for a month and was still very worried about the things at home. Yifan agreed and asked Yi Xinyue to pack up her clothes, then drove the Mercedes-Benz G to pick up Li Qingyi. Yi Xinyue saw Li Qingyi very rarely, and when she saw her, she called her Sister Chang. Li Qingyi was surprised and asked, "This is your sister Yi Xinyue? Has she grown up so much? Okay, come on, get in the car. You can talk in the car, otherwise it will be night when you get back." Yifan urged the two people to get in the car quickly, and then drove away. Two people sat in the back seat of the car, chatting non-stop, while Yifan in the front was listening to the in-car music and driving attentively. When Li Qingyi was talking about the scenery in foreign countries, Yifan saw Yi Xinyue's face full of longing in the rearview mirror, so he interrupted and said, "Xinyue, if you want to go abroad, it's not impossible, but I have a condition. If you get good grades at the end of this semester, I will take you abroad for 2 days." "Really, brother?" Yi Xinyue immediately said excitedly. It is not easy to get good grades. She was among the top 5 in the whole grade in this monthly exam. Of course, but I'm telling you, you can't worship foreigners, okay? We are authentic Chinese people, don't let the time come when even our ancestors can't recognize us. Although Yifan agreed to her, he had to instill some concepts into Yi Xinyue in advance, so that others would not say that a traitor had emerged from the Yi family. After all, no matter what time it is, there are many people who are trying their best to go abroad, get rid of their Chinese nationality, and join a foreign country. Yi Xinyue also said seriously, "Brother, don't worry, I still know this." Yifan nodded with satisfaction. As long as she knew it, it would be fine. However, as they were chatting, Li Qingyi fell asleep. She has been busy with company affairs recently and has not yet adjusted to the jet lag, so she just slept. Yi Xinyue next to me was wearing headphones and watching a TV series or something on her phone, but she looked very serious. 2 hours later, Yifan sent Li Qingyi to the community in her county. Originally, Li Qingyi wanted Yifan to go up and sit down. Yifan thought about it and decided to give up. He wanted to go home first. Li Qingyi didn't say anything else. She waited until Yifan drove away before she entered the community. Chapter 54, I have the idea of bringing wealth to the whole village. Yifan returned home and found that the farm had undergone tremendous changes since he left last time. It is no longer as tattered and bumpy as before. The ground is covered with cement and cars can drive on it. Hearing the sound of a car, Ye's father and mother came out. "Why are you back? You didn't even tell me you came back." Ye's mother came up to them in surprise. Seeing Yifan and Yi Xinyue holding a pile of things again, Ye's mother scolded, "You're back, why are you buying so many things again?" Yifan smiled and said, "It's okay, they are all nutritional supplements, which are good for your health." Mother Yi said nothing more, feeling very relieved. "Okay, I'm tired from driving today. I'll go make you something to eat." "What do you want to eat?" "Then give me some egg custard." Yifan replied. Yi Xinyue next to her also nodded, feeling a little greedy for her mother's egg custard. Mother Yi went to the kitchen next door to make egg custard with a smile on her face. Yifan sat on the sofa with his father and asked about the various situations of the farm after he left. Knowing that everything was fine, Ye's father even got a lot of high-quality livestock from farms in other provinces, and Yifan felt very happy. After people from the surrounding villages and towns learned about this, they placed orders for batches of livestock cubs from Ye's father. After hearing this, Yifan had an idea. But whether this idea will work or not, Yifan will have to wait until tomorrow when he goes to the village chief's house to ask. After chatting for a while, Ye's mother's egg custard was ready and she also fried a few side dishes. The family gathered around the table to eat, and Yifan took out the white wine he bought last time and had a few sips with his father. The meal was a joy to behold. The next morning, Ye's father got up early to feed the livestock, and Ye's mother and Yi Xinyue also got up early. Yifan couldn't sleep because of the noise of the animals, so he just got up. After breakfast, Yifan went to the village committee at the entrance of the village. This used to be a school, but later it became abandoned and turned into a village committee center. The village chief works here in the morning. Yifan knocked on the door and heard a voice from inside, so he went in. Xiaofan, you're back? The village chief looked up and saw that it was Yifan, his face full of smiles. Yifan sat on the sofa and said, "Well, village chief, I want to ask you to come here today because of something." The village chief put down the pen in his hand and asked in confusion, "What's the matter?" "I want to build a breeding base near the village and help the villagers get rich," Yifan said. He had this idea when he came back last time, but he was in a hurry and didn't say it. The smile on the village chief's face froze instantly. He looked at Yifan in shock and said solemnly, do you really think so?" Yifan nodded solemnly. "Now all the young and middle-aged people in our village have gone out to work, leaving only the elderly and children at home. It would be better to find a job near home so that I can work and take care of the elderly and children at home at the same time." The village chief immediately stood up, walked to Yifan in 2 steps, shook Yifan's hand excitedly and said, "Xiaofan, it's great that you have this intention. I will gather everyone in the village to discuss this matter immediately." Yifan smiled and nodded, "Okay, then I'll trouble the village chief." After Yifan left, the village chief immediately ran to the broadcasting room. All villagers at home, please gather at the village committee now. We have a major announcement. After returning to the village, Yifan went to Wang Tao's house. This guy was still sleeping like a dead pig. Yifan hit him directly on the butt, and Wang Tao woke up immediately. Seeing Yifan standing beside the bed, he stretched. "Why are you back?" Yifan rolled his eyes at him and said, "The sun is already shining brightly, and you're still sleeping. Aren't you going to work in the fields? Hurry up, I have something good to tell you." "Just talk here." Wang Tao replied casually, turned over and prepared to take a nap. Yifan then told the story about his plan to build a breeding base in the village, and then said, "I want you to manage the breeding base once it's built." Whom? What did you say?" Wang Tao was about to fall asleep, but suddenly turned over and sat up, staring at Yifan with wide eyes. "Fuck, Xiaofan, are you kidding me? Would I joke with you about such a big thing?" Yifan glanced at him and said, "Just tell me whether you will do it or not. If not, I will find someone else." "Fuck, of course I did it. I'm not a fool." Wang Tao sat up hurriedly and pulled his pants over the bed and put them on. "Wait a moment, I'm going to wash my face." Wang Tao ran to wash up. Yifan sat quietly by the bed and waited. He looked for this childhood friend because he was trustworthy. Don't be fooled by his appearance as a careless and cavalier second-rate guy who doesn't care about anything. But this guy is very thoughtful and careful. Take when I was in high school, for example, a family in the village had their belongings stolen and no one could find the suspect. This guy managed to find a clue on his own and caught the suspect. At that time, Yifan felt that it was a waste of talent for this guy not to become a police officer. Unfortunately, when he was in his 2nd year of high school, he got into a fight and sent the other person to the hospital, where he was detained for a few days. He was expelled from school and no one wanted to work for him, so he could only farm at home and live a lazy life. So Yifan swore from then on, as long as I have a bite of meat, I will never let my brother Wang Tao drink the soup. After washing up, Wang Tao ran over to listen carefully to what Yifan said about the breeding base. Yifan said seriously, "Taozi, I can let you be the manager of the breeding base, but you must master some related skills and learn how to manage." But Wang Tao said with some fear, "Brother, aren't you afraid that I will destroy your breeding base?" He was very happy that Yifan let him be the manager, but what if something went wrong and he couldn't afford to pay for it? Yifan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry too much. I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of? And I believe in you." Secretly, Yifan had used the system to look at Wang Tao's future career. This breeding base will shine as it should in Wang Tao's hands. Finally, Wang Tao simply gritted his teeth and said in a very serious tone, "Okay, in this case, I won't say much. I will go to your house after dinner to learn the craft from Uncle Yi." After Yifan left, Wang Tao's mother came back from the fields. Looking at his son dancing around, he angrily asked, "Why are you going crazy in broad daylight?
Wang Tao ran over and grabbed his mother's shoulders, saying excitedly, "Mom, our family is going to be rich in the future." After Yi Fan returned, his father had already left for a meeting in the village. Yi Fan told his mother everything again. After hearing this, Ye's mother not only did not blame him, but also said that Yi Fan did a good job. The greatest comfort to parents is that their son has money but does not forget his roots. "Son, how much do you plan to invest in this breeding base you mentioned?" asked Ye's mother. Yi Fan thought for a moment and said, "Let's invest 100 million first, and we'll deal with the rest later." Chapter 55, The Villagers' Disbelief. Village leader, what is the matter that you called us together today? Yeah, you're so anxious all of a sudden, is there something big happening in the village? In the meeting room of the village committee, hundreds of villagers were chattering non-stop. The village chief coughed dryly and said loudly, "Everyone, be quiet for a moment, let me finish my words, then you can discuss it later." The villagers suddenly became quiet and looked at the village chief. The village chief then said respectfully, "Just now, Yi Fan, the child of the Olji family, came to me and said that he wanted to build a breeding base in our village and make our village rich." If they were still having a private conversation just now, at this moment, the entire conference room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. "Village chief, you are not trying to scare us old guys, are you?" "That's right, village chief, I'm telling you, don't make fun of us old guys. We may be old, but our ears are very sharp." "Village chief, is this true? Give us a definite answer." The various questioning voices made the village chief feel overwhelmed. He really regretted not letting Yi Fan stay when he left. All right, be quiet." The village chief suddenly yelled, scaring everyone into silence. "How can I lie to you about such a big thing? If I lie to the people, will I still be able to be the village chief?" The villagers looked at each other. There is nothing wrong with what the village chief said. If he lies about this matter, then he can quit his job as village chief. But everyone was still skeptical. After all, in their view, everyone has selfish desires. Even if it is impossible to get rich, I will still think about coming back to build my hometown and the countryside. How could such a good thing happen to them? "Old Yi, you should know about this, right? Is it true?" someone suddenly asked Ye's father. "Yes, he mentioned it when we were drinking last night." Father Yi nodded with a smile. Everyone then believed what the village chief said. After all, since Ye's father said it existed, then it must exist. "Old Yi, your family really has a dragon this time. And it's a big golden dragon. If that's true, your son is a great benefactor to our village. Old Yi, when your son was little, I knew he would be a great man in the future. He is truly an outstanding person." Father Yi smiled broadly when he heard their compliments, but he was extremely angry in his heart. This is indeed a matter of great joy to all. But Yi Fan never told him about this. Yi Fan never mentioned such a big thing. Does he still care about his father? The meeting ended quickly, and Ye's father immediately returned home with an angry look on his face. "Yi Fan, you stinky boy, come out here, why didn't you inform me first of such a big thing?" Yi Fan walked out slowly and said with a smile, "No, Dad, I wanted to discuss it with the village chief first and then tell you, but you were out when I came back." "You." Father Yi pointed at Yi Fan and was speechless for a long time. Finally, Father Yi snorted coldly and said, "So you still blame me?" "I dare not." Yi Fan quickly shook his hand and said, "How could I blame you?" All right, don't blame the kid. Why are you getting angry about such a good thing?" Ye's mother came out and glared at Ye's father. "Besides, the child is already so old, can't he have his own opinions? Does he need your approval for everything?" Father Yi was speechless. He sighed and said, Okay, you are all right anyway." Yi Fan hurriedly helped Ye's father sit on the sofa and brought him tea and water. Father Yi secretly glared at Yi Fan for his attentiveness and stopped blaming him. It is a good thing after all. "So what are you going to do?" Father Yi asked casually while drinking the tea made by Yi Fan. Yi Fan sat next to Ye's father and told the story slowly. "There is a large piece of wasteland in the south of our village. I can contract the land next to it and pay them 50,000 yuan a year as a contract fee to build a medium-sized breeding base there. As for breeding, Dad, you are in this business and you know a lot of friends in this field. You can just bring them over and tell them to give them a base salary of 4,000 yuan per month, plus commissions." 4,000? Isn't that a bit too much? Father Yi frowned and asked. Yi Fan smiled and said, "Not much. She knew I didn't tell you that the average employee of my financial company earns 20,000 yuan a month.
4,000 is not much at all. Okay, then, let's do as you say, but you're leaving tomorrow, right? Father Yi said after hesitating for a while. Yifan waved his hand and said casually, "It's okay, I'll leave it to Wang Tao. When the drawings of the breeding base come down, he just needs to urge the construction team to build according to the drawings. I'll come back from time to check, and there won't be any big problems." Father Yi thought for a while, then agreed. Although Wang Tao looks unserious, he is down to earth and smart. Besides, he even fought for you in the past. Now that you have money, you should really help him. Okay, you're old enough now, so just do whatever you want. After saying that, Ye's father got up and went into the room to rest. Yi Fan and Ye's mother, who came out of the kitchen, smiled at each other. After lunch, Wang Tao arrived as promised, and even his mother Yang Fang limped over. She heard it from her son and thought Yi Fan was just joking. But only after the village chief came to their house and informed them about Yi Fan's breeding base did she really believe it. "I originally thought that my son would only be a farmer in his life. But he didn't expect Yi Fan to give Wang Tao such a great opportunity. That's the manager of the breeding base. Manage the entire breeding base. How much money do you need to make a month? It should be around 7,000 or 8,000 yuan, maybe 9,000 yuan. When she saw Yi Fan after entering the door, Wang Tao's mother grabbed Yi Fan's hand, burst into tears of gratitude, and thanked him repeatedly. Yi Fan said very seriously, "Aunt, Wang Tao helped me everywhere in high school and protected me. I swore at that time that if I became rich, I would never forget this brother." Okay. Wang Tao's mother was already in tears, and the words that came to her lips could only be reduced to these two words. All the resentment she had towards Yi Fan in her heart was now gone. Father Yi accepted Wang Tao as his apprentice without hesitation, and promised to teach Wang Tao everything he knew without reservation. At this time, Ye's father received a call from the village chief, who said that the town had agreed to build a breeding base and would fully cooperate. They were speeding up the report to the county and would have the results in the evening. The town's government staff also said they wanted to meet Yi Fan tomorrow. But Yi Fan still thought about it, and said to Wang Tao, "Taozi, you go and do this. I will go back to Huan City tomorrow and don't have time to see you." "Ah? What will happen to the project after you leave?" Wang Tao asked. Yi Fan said, "You are the project manager, please work harder. During the time you are in charge, I will give you a salary of 30,000 per month." 30,000? Everyone was surprised. Wang Tao refused again and again. No, this is too much. How can it be 30,000? Yi Xinyuan next to her curled her lips. "If you knew that my brother gives me $15,000 a week for living expenses, you would be shocked." Yi Fan said in a deep voice, "Okay, I said 30,000, so don't refuse me." Chapter 56, 3 million in cash. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Yi Fan, Wang Tao agreed. But he secretly clenched his fists, his eyes full of determination. Finally, Wang Tao's mother Yang Fang went back, and Wang Tao stayed and began to learn breeding skills with Ye's father. Actually, there is nothing much to learn, it's mainly just about swinging needles and pipes. What disease you have, what medicine to use, and how to prepare the medicine. Remember when to give which vaccinations and what dosage of medicine should be used for livestock of different sizes. As for the rest, as long as you do a good job of prevention and ensure that the circle is clean at ordinary times and warm in winter and cool in summer, there will be no problem. Wang Tao studied until the evening before leaving. The village chief called again, and this time the county also agreed. He also told me that if I wanted to use the land, I could go directly to the relevant department to apply, and it would be approved immediately. Yi Fan took the phone from his father, then told the village chief the land he wanted and mentioned the price of the land he contracted. The village chief was shocked at that time. 50,000 a year. The 40-odd acres of land surrounding that piece of wasteland all belong to families in the village. The contract fee for this year will be 2 million. Moreover, at the current price, the annual contract price for 1 acre of land is at most 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, but Yi Fan directly offered twice the price. The village chief couldn't find any good adjectives to describe Yi Fan, and could only sigh, "Rich people are willful." After Yi Fan learned that those lands belonged to various families in the village, he asked the village chief to notify everyone to go to the wasteland tomorrow morning to count how many acres of land each family had, and to ask each family to send a representative to gather at the village committee at 11 o'clock. The village chief immediately notified the village group on WeChat. He didn't go to bed until he saw that all 45 families in the village had replied to his message. At 7 o'clock on Sunday morning, Yi Fan went to the county bank to withdraw 3 million in cash, put it in 3 black cloth bags and placed it in the trunk of his car. The people in the bank looked shocked. Then I rushed back at exactly 11 o'clock. He drove directly to the village committee. When the villagers gathered at the village committee saw the Mercedes-Benz and found out that the owner was Yi Fan, they were all shocked. No one recognized the last car, but many people in the village recognized this car. This is a Mercedes. My God, it costs hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands? Let me tell you, this is a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, which costs more than $1 million. More than 1 million? Are you kidding? With more than 1 million, it would be great to buy a house in the city. Why buy a car? That's just you. How can Yi Fan compare to you? He is a wealthy man now. He must live in a villa worth several million in the city. Why would he care about that 1 million apartment? Yi Fan put the black bag of money on the table in the meeting room. The village chief and Yi Xinyue came over, handed the statistical table to Yi Fan, and said, "Xiao Fan, everyone is happy to accept the price you said." Yi Fan nodded, looked through the statistics on the table, then returned it to the village chief and asked him to fetch the money counting machine from the village. Then, Yi Fan said, "Uncles, aunts, grandpas, and grandmas, everyone has already counted how many acres of land each family has around that piece of wasteland this morning. The village chief said you have accepted the price I offered, so I will give you the money now. The annual contract fee for 1 acre of land is 50,000. Please come up and collect the money when your name is called." After that, Yi Fan opened the zippers on the 3 black bags, and the 3 million cash was exposed in front of everyone. The red banknotes refreshed their senses. Just like 3 small mountains. Everyone's face was filled with shock. Some people even lost their balance and fell to the ground, totally unaware of the pain, their eyes fixed on the money. Everyone was red-eyed and gasping for breath. Oh my God, how much does that cost? I've lived for most of my life and I've never seen so much money. It must be several million. Fuck. This is too. The village chief nearby gasped when he saw so much cash. With trembling hands, he began to read out the names on the list. Wang Koan, Yamudi. Here I come. A middle-aged man in his 50s stood up quickly and ran to Yi Fan in a hurry. Yi Fan took out 50,000 yuan from it and asked Yi Xinyue to open it and put it in the money counting machine. The swish sound of counting money made everyone feel itchy in their hearts, and they couldn't wait for their names to be called. After counting, Yi Xinyue handed the money to Wang Kuan. The village chief drew a line on the paper with a pen. Yi Fan next to him smiled and said, 50,000 in total, Uncle Kuan, take it. Okay. Wang Kuan nodded repeatedly with a smile on his face. After taking the money, he took out a red plastic bag from his pocket, carefully put the money in it and put it against his chest, then sat back in his original seat. Zhang Suifang, 1 acre of land. Hey, here I come. A woman stood up and ran to Yi Fan carelessly. It was the same steps again. Yi Fan smiled and gave her the money. Then it's the next one, everyone is ready to go, and can't wait. They looked on with envy as they watched those whose names were called go up to collect their money. Everyone had only one thought in their mind, I'm next. I'm next. The distribution of money is in full swing. Those who were in 50,000 envy those who were in 100,000, and those who were in 100,000 envy those who were in 150,000. 2 hours later, more than 40 family representatives received their money, and there were still 200,000 or 300,000 left. Yi Fan put it back into a black bag and put it back in the car. Yi Fan looked at everyone's satisfied expressions and said with a smile, okay, everyone has received their money. Tomorrow everyone will go to the County Land Management Bureau with my dad to handle the formalities. Xiao Fan, don't worry, we will definitely go. Everyone replied in unison. Yes, if anyone doesn't want to go, we will drive him there with sticks. If he doesn't mind the shame. I don't know who said this, but everyone burst into laughter. They all told Yi Fan not to worry, and that they would ask the village chief to charter 2 buses to the town before dawn tomorrow. Yi Fan felt much more relieved. Just then Li Qingyi called and asked Yi Fan when he would leave. Yi Fan looked at the time, it was 1:30 in the afternoon, so he replied and set off immediately. After driving back and packing up briefly, Yi Fan left the 200,000 or 300,000 yuan to his parents, gave a few words of advice to Wang Tao, who was studying technology hard next to him, and then set off. After arriving at the county town, Yi Fan went to the community to pick up Li Qingyi, and her parents were still there. When they saw Yi Fan driving a Mercedes-Benz G, their eyes suddenly lit up. Yi Fan, is this your car? Yes, uncle, my car. Yi Fan nodded. Not bad, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, more than 1 million, right? Father Li looked around the car and said with interest. Yifan would be unhappy if others looked at his car like this. But Li's father and his own father are close friends, and if he wants to watch, Yifan won't say anything. No, no. Yifan touched his nose. Okay, the children still have to go, stop hanging around them. Mother Li glared at Father Li and said angrily. Only then did Mr. Li cough dryly and make way. Yifan put Li Qingyi's things away, and the three of them got in the car. Xiaofan, Qingyi just came back from abroad not long ago. You should take care of her for your aunt. Before leaving, Li's mother said to Yifan. Aunt, I know even if you don't tell me. It's getting late. We'll leave first. Li Qingyi waved goodbye to her parents, and Yifan drove away. Chapter 57, The Weird Mother-in-Law. Hello? Xinyao, what's the matter? After returning yesterday afternoon, Yifan sent the two girls to their respective places and went back home alone at night to have a good rest. In the morning, just after Yifan had eaten a steamed bun, he received a call from Chu Xinyao. Yi, brother Yi, please do me a favor. Chu Xinyao hid in her room, covering the phone and said carefully. What help do you need? Tell me. Yifan said incoherently. On the other end of the phone, Chu Xinyao said aggrievedly, Brother Yi, my mother came today and introduced me to a blind date. She insisted that I go with her to see it. I didn't want to go, so I quarreled with her. In a hurry, I said that I have a boyfriend. Yifan frowned slightly, his heart skipped a beat, and he put the bun that was about to reach his mouth down. You're not going to tell your mom that your boyfriend is me, are you? There was silence for a long time, and then Yifan heard a voice. Seeing Yifan didn't say anything, Chu Xinyao thought he was angry, and quickly apologized. Yes, I'm sorry, brother Yi, I have no choice. I don't want to get married now. After a long while, Yifan sighed and said, Okay, what do you want me to do? Chu Xinyao's eyes suddenly lit up and her heart started beating wildly. Her brother Yi meant that he agreed. All you have to do is come to my house for lunch at noon. Just in the same neighborhood where you dropped me off last time, Building 3, Unit B, Room 1305. Okay, I understand. I'll be there when the time comes. After saying that, Yifan hung up the phone. Chu Xinyao held the phone in her arms, a silly smile inadvertently appearing on her face. Yifan did the same, put away his phone and continued to eat his breakfast leisurely. He was still very opposed to this idea in his heart and really didn't want to go. It's not that he's unwilling to help. But this matter will be too troublesome when the time comes, and you won't be able to explain it clearly even if you have 7 or 8 mouths. At 12 o'clock noon, Yifan arrived at Chu Xinyao's house with something in his hand and pressed the doorbell. Coming. A middle-aged woman's voice came from inside. The door was opened, and behind the middle-aged woman followed Chu Xinyao, who looked apologetic. Hello, Auntie, I'm Chu Xinyao's boyfriend Yifan. Yifan took out the things in his hand first. This is the nutrition I brought for you. Chu Xinyao's mother first looked at Yifan, a satisfied smile appeared on her face, and she reached out to take the thing. You kid, just come if you want to. What gifts do you bring? Come in, come in. Have you eaten yet? As he said this, he took the gift from Yifan. Not yet. Xinyao told me you were coming, so I rushed over without stopping. Okay, Auntie just prepared a large table of dishes and is waiting for you to come. Mother Chu warmly invited Yifan in and sat on the sofa. Seeing her daughter still staring at Yifan from behind, she scolded, Xinyao, how can you be so ignorant? Someone is coming, and you don't even know how to pour water? Oh. Chu Xinyao hurriedly ran to serve tea and water, glancing at her mother and Yifan from time to time. I was afraid that Yifan would be exposed, but seeing how calmly he handled it, there shouldn't be any problem. Yifan, I heard from Xinyao that you bought a Porsche worth several million from her? Mother Chu looked at Yifan and asked. Yes, Auntie. Yifan nodded and said, that was also the time when Xinyao and I met. Then, can I see the car keys? Chu's mother asked tentatively. Chu Xinyao beside him said dissatisfiedly, Mom, how can you be like this, coming up to look at other people's car keys? Mother Chu rolled her eyes at her, but before she could say anything, Yifan said, It's okay, Xinyao, if Auntie wants to see it, just let her see it. It's just a car key. After saying that, he took out the car keys from his pocket and handed them to Chu's mother. Mother Chu's eyes lit up and she quickly took the key from Yifan's hand, looking at it carefully, her hand constantly touching the Porsche logo. It's really a Porsche car key. This is the first time I've seen it.
Chu Xinyo felt really embarrassed standing next to them.
How could my mother be like this? This must have made Brother Yi laugh out loud.
Chu Xinyo secretly glanced at Yifan with a faint smile on her face.
Mom!
Chu Xinyo couldn't stand her mother's appearance anymore and said, "It's time to eat." Mother Chu came back to her senses and said repeatedly, "Yes, yes, it's time to eat."
Come on, Xiaoye, eat quickly and try Auntie's cooking.
After returning the car keys to Yifan, Mother Chu pulled Yifan to the table. Yifan took a look and saw that there were quite a lot of dishes. Chu's mother didn't care what Yifan ate or not, she just kept putting food into his bowl.
He kept asking about Yifan's situation. Xiaoye, what is your job now?
Yifan said, "Auntie, I opened a financial company a few months ago." When Mother Chu heard this, she became more satisfied with Yifan.
So how is your company doing now? It's okay. It's gradually expanding in accordance with my expectations. Really? That's great. Mother Chu asked in surprise, where do you live now? I live in the Ziyuan Villa area. Ziyuan Villa district?
Mother Chu was shocked. That was a place where only high-class people could live. She was really satisfied with the man her daughter had found. Not only was he young, but he also owned his own company.
How far is that from my dream of becoming the mother-in-law of a wealthy man?
Thinking of this, Chu's mother couldn't hold back her inner feelings and hurriedly asked, "Xiaoyi, no, son-in-law, I now agree that you can date my daughter."
When do you plan to get married?
Yifan was stunned.
The name has changed. Isn't this too fast? Are you admitting it just like that? But Chu Xinyao's mother is really weird.
Chu Xinyo, who was eating quietly, immediately put down her chopsticks, her face flushed with shame, and she stared at her mother with wide eyes and said, "Mom,
Yifan and I just started dating, how can it be so fast?"
After saying that, she couldn't help but wink at Yifan, who echoed, "Yes, Auntie, Xinyo and I have only been together for a short time, it's a bit early to talk about getting married now."
Mother Chu glared at Chu Xinyo and said, "What do you mean early? You are already 21, it's time to get married. Also, eat your meal, I'm chatting with my son-in-law, why are you butting in?"
Chu Xinyo stamped her feet in anger, pouted and ate the rice in the bowl. Afterwards, Chu's mother looked at Yifan with a smile on her face again, without any of the harshness she had when she scolded Chu Xinyo just now. "Son-in-law, I don't think it's too early.
Xinyo is already 21, and you're 22 or 23, right? In a few years you'll be 25. It's better to get married early. I'm still waiting to hold my grandchildren."
When Chu Xinyo heard the words "hold her grandson," she buried her head in the bowl.
Yifan didn't want to respond.
Although he was mentally prepared, this was indeed too far-fetched. Only Chu's mother kept chattering at Yifan, saying what's wrong with a man at 25, a man at 30, and a woman at 30.
Ding dong!
The doorbell rang again, and Mother Chu suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot to notify them not to let this person come." Yifan and Chu Xinyo were both stunned.
Things seem to be getting troublesome. Chapter 58, Pretending to be a Boyfriend. Hello, Auntie. I was recommended by my second aunt. My last name is Wang, and my name is Xinbo. Come in first. Chu's mother awkwardly invited the man into the house.
Now that the person has arrived, Chu's mother feels embarrassed to chase him away, so she lets him in first. As soon as Wang Xinbo came in, he secretly looked around the room, as if he was looking for something. When he saw Chu Xinyo sitting at the dining table, his eyes suddenly lit up. He had seen the photos and knew that Chu Xinyo was pretty and his ideal type.
However, when he actually met Chu Xinyo, Wang Xinbo was still deeply obsessed. The real person is much more beautiful than the photo.
When Yifan saw his greedy and passionate eyes towards Chu Xinyo, he couldn't help but frown and felt a surge of anger in his heart. At least he is Chu Xinyo's boyfriend now, even though it is fake. But no matter what, Yifan still felt a little uncomfortable with his girlfriend being stared at like that. And just from the fact that he was looking around as soon as he came in, Yifan knew that this was not a good person.
Drink some water first. Okay, thank you, Aunt.
Wang Xinbo took the water cup from Chu's mother, put it on the table, and then continued to stare at Chu Xinyo, this time blatantly.
But the next scene left Wang Xinbo dumbfounded. "Xinyo, this piece of meat made by Auntie is good, you should try it."
After saying that, Yifan picked up a piece of braised pork from the plate and put it in Chu Xinyo's bowl. Chu Xinyo was stunned at first, then her face quickly turned red. She hummed in a mosquito-like voice and ate the piece of braised pork. "This cola chicken wing is also good, you can try it, and this one, or that one. Yi Fan kept putting various dishes into Chu Xinyao's bowl. Chu's mother felt very relieved, but when she saw Wang Xinbo's face turn pale, the smile on her face disappeared. Xinbo, I'm sorry, my daughter already has a boyfriend. You go back first. I'll call your second aunt later. I'll postpone the matter between you and Xinyao. Wang Xinbo's chest was heaving violently, and it seemed that he was very angry with Yi Fan and Chu's mother. He thought that man was a relative of the Chu family, so he didn't take him seriously from the beginning. I didn't expect that he was Chu Xinyao's boyfriend. Where the hell do you put yourself? For some reason, Wang Xinbo always felt like there was a lush green grassland above his head. Yi Fan glanced at him secretly, a wicked smile appeared on his lips, and then he ate by himself. Wang Xinbo narrowed his eyes, looked at Yi Fan's back, snorted coldly, and stood up and left. Chu's mother was immediately relieved. She was afraid that her son-in-law would have a conflict with Wang Xinbo, which would be even more difficult to resolve. Well, son-in-law, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for being careless and forgetting about this. Mother Chu sat next to Yi Fan and said apologetically. Yi Fan shook his head and said with a smile, "It's okay, Auntie, Xinyao is so beautiful, it's only natural that she's popular." Seeing that Yi Fan was not angry, Mother Chu felt relieved. The meal was finally over. Chu's mother cleaned up in the kitchen and let Yi Fan and Chu Xinyao go out for a walk. As soon as they got downstairs, they ran into Wang Xinbo. Yi Fan and Chu Xinyao were a little surprised that this guy didn't leave. After Wang Xinbo came down, he wanted to leave directly, but he stopped when he thought of Chu Xinyao. He had set his eyes on this woman and he must get her. When he saw the two people, he immediately walked up to them with a gloomy expression. He glanced at Chu Xinyao, looked at Yi Fan, and said in a deep voice, "Boy, I will give you 200,000 yuan, leave Xinyao." Yi Fan and Chu Xinyao were both stunned, and Chu Xinyao then became angry. This man treats himself as a commodity and measures himself with money. You. Chu Xinyao wanted to speak, but Yi Fan raised his hand to stop him, saying jokingly, 200,000? Isn't that a bit too little? Wang Xinbo sneered, he was indeed a money-hungry guy. He took out a check and a pen from his chest pocket, quickly wrote on it, tore it off, and threw it to Yi Fan. 500,000. Take the money and get out. Yi Fan still had that smile on his face, and he didn't even reach out to take the check with his hands in his pockets, letting it fall to the ground. Wang Xinbo's eyes narrowed and he asked, "What do you mean?" Yi Fan said with a mocking look on his face, "When did I say I would take your money? But you have been putting on a show here like a monkey. Do you think it's good? You." Only then did Wang Xinbo realize that the man was humiliating him. Just because you have a little money, you don't know the directions? You can use money to insult others at will? A mere 500,000 yuan, you really can afford it. Do you really think you are a nobody? Get away from me, don't dirty my eyes. Yi Fan sneered. Chu Xinyao looked at her brother Yi in shock. It was the first time that I knew Yi Fan was so eloquent. He made Wang Xinbo's face turn pale and blue, and he was speechless. Looking at Wang Xinbo's unpredictable expression, Chu Xinyao covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Wang Xinbo felt that he had lost all his face today. You're looking for death. Wang Xinbo roared angrily and rushed towards Yi Fan with his clenched fists. Yi Fan's face suddenly turned cold. He reached out and grabbed Wang Xinbo's fist, then kicked him directly in the chest. Wang Xinbo screamed in pain, sat down on the ground, covered his chest with footprints, pointed at Yi Fan and said angrily, "You dare to hit me? Being you is too light a punishment. Get out." Yi Fan's voice and eyes were so cold that Wang Xinbo trembled all over and immediately gave up the idea of rushing forward. Wang Xinbo stood up and glared at Yi Fan, his eyes full of hatred, then turned and left. His back looked like a dog that had lost its home. Chu Xinyao didn't breathe a sigh of relief until Wang Xinbo left. She was so frightened by the two blows just now that she didn't dare to move. Patting her huge chest, Chu Xinyao now looked at Yi Fan, her eyes full of love. Before, I only knew that Yi Fan was young, handsome, and rich. Now I know he can still speak and fight. Such a man is simply the perfect man in her mind. In an instant, Chu Xinyao beautified Yi Fan in her mind. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Yi Fan's phone rang again. It was Shin Xinyu calling. What's the matter with the call? What time is the dinner? 3 o'clock? I know, you go first, I'll be there soon. Yi Fan hung up the phone, turned around and said to Chu Xinyao, I've solved the problem for you.
I have work to discuss now, so I'll leave first. Xu Xinyao retracted her thoughts and said quickly, okay, brother Yi, thank you. After Yi Fan left, Xu Xinyao also went upstairs. Thinking of how Yi Fan had just defeated the enemy with just 2 moves, Xu Xinyao was excited. It's really cool. Chapter 59, isn't it a coincidence? Damn. At this time, Wang Xinbo was sitting in a private room of a restaurant, smoking. When he thought about what had just happened, he felt a dull pain in his chest and his face turned grim. Fuck. Don't let me see you again. After saying that, he crushed the cigarette butt in his hand into the ashtray as if it were Yi Fan. In addition to meeting his blind date Xu Xinyao today, he also has a mission. That is to discuss cooperation with the president of Blue Ocean Securities. Wang Xinbo's father said that this financial company has huge development potential. It only took 3 months to gain a firm foothold in Huan City's financial industry. It is simply a dark horse in the financial industry. It took Wang Xinbo's Jinmai Securities Company a whole year to reach this point. Recently, Blue Ocean Securities has shown signs of surpassing their company. So Wang Xinbo's father wanted to rely on this support to solve the current crisis of their company. But the president of Blue Ocean Securities is very mysterious and basically no one has ever seen him. So the person who handles diplomatic affairs is Shin Sinyu, the vice president of their company. According to rumors in the industry, Shin Sinyu is also very beautiful. So Wang Xinbo took the initiative to apply to his father for the negotiation rights for this cooperation. He wanted to see how beautiful Shin Sinyu was. His father repeatedly reminded him that there must be no mistakes in this conversation. Soon, his phone rang. Hello, Mr. Shin, are you here? Okay, I'll pick you up right away. After hanging up the phone, Wang Xinbo opened the window of the private room to let the smoke out of the smoky room. Then adjust your state and go out to greet it. When he saw Shin Sinyu standing outside the door, he was really shocked. She's so fucking beautiful. That woman Xu Xinyao isn't even half as beautiful as her. This white-collar professional makeup perfectly sets off her figure. The cold temperament made Wang Xinbo's heart beat faster, and he hurriedly went up to him, revealing a smile that he thought was a gentleman. His father's numerous warnings and instructions were thrown behind his head in an instant. You are Mr. Shin, right? I'm Wang Xinbo, in charge of this negotiation. Please come in, I've prepared the box. Shin Sinyu glanced at Wang Xinbo and nodded. Hello, Mr. Wang, please wait a moment. Our president is here too. He will come to discuss this matter with you personally. President? Wang Xinbo was stunned. Before he could say anything, he heard a roar coming from a distance. Buzz. Then Wang Xinbo saw a silver Porsche parked in front of him. Wang Xinbo frowned slightly. Isn't this the Porsche he saw just now in Xu Xinyao's community? How did you get here? Next, the person who got off the car made Wang Xinbo's eyes widen, his face became ferocious and his eyes were filled with resentment. It's you! Wang Xinbo pointed at Yi Fan angrily and shouted, Fuck, I didn't expect to meet you here. Yi Fan smiled playfully and said, I didn't expect it to be you. Yi Fan's words have double meanings. Shin Sinyu, who was standing next to him, saw Wang Xinbo gritting his teeth, looking like he wanted to tear Yi Fan apart, and frowned and asked, Do you know our CEO Yi? Of course I know him, he. Before he could finish his words, Wang Xinbo suddenly realized something was wrong and turned to look at Shin Sinyu. Mr. Shin, what did you call him just now? Mr. Yi? Now Shin Sinyu can be sure that Wang Xinbo and Yi Fan have a conflict. Yes, he is the president of our Blue Ocean Securities, Mr. Yi. Wang Xinbo's eyes widened again, and this time his eyeballs almost popped out. Yi Fan remembered a nursery rhyme, eyes as big as bells. How is this possible? How the hell could you be the president of Blue Ocean Securities? Wang Xinbo didn't believe it at all. After a moment, Wang Xinbo seemed to have thought of something, pointed at Yi Fan and said to Shin Sinyu in a deep voice, Boss Shin, this guy must be an imposter. He must have heard that your president is missing, so he is impersonating. Call the police and arrest him. Wang Xinbo turned around and warned Yi Fan, Boy, I advise you to admit it yourself, otherwise when your police come later, you won't be able to explain it clearly even if you have 10 mouths. Shin Sinyu's eyes turned completely cold, her heart was filled with anger. Just as she was about to speak, Yi Fan reached out to stop her. He was amused by the guy's stupidity. Yi Fan took out a stack of business cards from his pocket, took out one and handed it to Wang Xinhai, saying, I'm sorry to disappoint you, I'm the behind-the-scenes president of Blue Ocean Securities, Yi Fan.
Wang Xinbo took the business card with trembling hands and took a look. President of Blue Ocean Securities, Yifan. A bolt from the blue struck his head, and he stepped back in shock. This was fucking real. This afternoon, I was still fighting with the president of the company I was going to work with for a woman. He's like an idiot and he took out $500,000 to ask someone to leave his girlfriend. Little do you know that they are much richer than you. When he said it was only 500,000, I thought he was showing off, but now it seems that he really didn't take it seriously. Wang Xinbo felt that he had been embarrassed enough today and wanted to turn around and leave. But at this moment, Wang Xinbo finally remembered his father's instructions. If they don't get the cooperation from Blue Ocean Securities, it will be very difficult for their company to develop further. So Wang Xinbo took a deep breath, showed a difficult smile, and said with a stiff face, "Yi, Mr. Yi, I was blind and offended you before, please don't take it to heart. Regarding this cooperation, you see." Yifan interrupted him coldly and said, "You are such an interesting person. You paid me to get out of my girlfriend's way, and you still want to talk to me about cooperation. Is it possible?" With just one sentence, Wang Xinbo's face turned pale instantly. He knew that this cooperation was really over and his father would not let him go this time. In the end, he could only watch Yifan and Shen Xinyu leave, and tremblingly took out the phone to call his father. "Hey, Dad, I have bad news for you. The cooperation with Blue Ocean Securities is over." Shen Xinyu returned to the company and everyone looked at her. Until she entered the office, everyone started whispering again. "Hey, do you think Mr. Shen is in a bad mood? What's wrong? Doesn't she always have a cold face?" No, today's expression is indeed a little different from before. You can see that it is cold on the surface, but it is secretly filled with anger. Yes, and when I walked over, the front was much faster than before. I'm sure he was furious. Fuck, you guys are born in the year of the rat, right? Yeah, how did you know that? We didn't tell you, did we? You guys are so sneaky. Are you staring at Mr. Shen every day? Ahem, hurry up and work. Hu Yelin came out again and spoke sternly, and everyone quieted down instantly. Hu Yelin was really speechless about these people. They stared at Shen Xinyu and President Yi every day. They would talk a lot about the little thing that happened between the two of them and didn't work properly. Chapter 60, Lingqin Manor. Outside the villa, Yifan just took out the key when he received a call from Lu Qingtian. He was asked to visit his home tomorrow, and Yifan agreed without hesitation. Yifan was determined to build a good relationship with Lu Qingtian. It's not just because Lu Qingtian is the boss of the underground forces, but also because Lu Qingtian is really to his liking. Yifan had a premonition that he would definitely have a lot of cooperation with Lu Qingtian in the future. Near noon the next day, Yifan drove there according to the address Lu Qingtian gave him yesterday. Lingqin Manor. Yifan looked at this huge winding mountain manor and everyone was amazed. I thought my villa was luxurious enough, but now I know there is such a large manor on the outskirts of Huan City. And the owner is Lu Qingtian. It seems that I still underestimated Lu Qingtian's financial resources. Are you Mr. Yi? I'm the butler Song Ran. The master has greeted us. Please come in. At this time, a man with white hair on his temples drove a sightseeing car and stopped in front of Yifan. He was wearing a suit, white gloves, smiling and slightly bent over. Yifan followed him onto the sightseeing bus and looked at the scenery along the way. How should I put it? The breeze was very comfortable, but the scenery was rather monotonous. Half garden, half lawn. Because it was morning, there were many servants working in the garden, watering and pruning the garden. It took us a full 20 minutes to finally see our destination, which looked like a castle. Lu Qingtian had been waiting outside for a long time, with a beautiful woman standing next to him. As soon as he saw Yifan, Lu Qingtian came up to greet him warmly. Ah, Brother Yi, you are finally here. Yifan also greeted Lu Qingtian excitedly, and half-jokingly said, Brother Lu, yours is too big. I almost fell asleep just now. Lu Qingtian laughed and patted Yifan on the shoulder, then introduced the beautiful woman to him. This is my wife, her last name is Lu, her name is Ai Yun, you can just call her Sister Lu. Hello, Sister Lu, I'm Yifan. You can call me Xiao Yi or Xiao Fan. Yifan greeted her with a smile and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Lu Aiyan. I know. My husband often mentions you. After entering the castle, Yifan realized that the word luxurious could no longer be used to describe this place. Extravagant was the most accurate word. Just from the door to the sofa in the middle of the hall, there were about 60 or 70 servants standing on both sides.
Brother Yi, what do you think of this place?
Sitting on the sofa, Lu Qingtian asked Yifan with a smile.
Yifan opened his mouth and finally said only 2 words. Great.
Lu Qingtian smiled and said, I spent billions to build this manor and this piece of land. It took more than a year to complete.
This place is far more than what you see. There are many entertainment facilities in the back. Let's go over and play after dinner.
Okay. Yifan did not refuse. Anyway, Yifan came to Lu Qingtian's house as a guest today, so he had to have fun.
The two chatted for a while, and the housekeeper Song Ran came over and stood aside and said, Master, Mr. Yi, the dishes are ready, you can eat. Lu Qingtian took Yifan to eat.
I didn't expect that there were so many maids standing in the dining area.
At the dining table, the maid next to him carefully poured Yifan a glass of red wine, and Lu Aiyun slowly introduced it to the side. Xiaofan, this bottle of red wine is 1982 Lafite. It tastes much better than ordinary red wine.
If you hadn't come, your brother Lu would not be willing to drink it.
Yifan took a small sip. Sure enough, it tastes different from ordinary red wine. This one has a mellow and rich flavor.
It tastes good, but it's still not as strong as Chinese liquor.
Lu Qingtian and Lu Aiyun looked at each other and burst into laughter at Yifan's amusement. This is the first time I heard someone praise white wine after drinking 1982 Lafite.
The meal passed in such laughter. It's not that Yifan doesn't tea like red wine. He will still drink it when necessary and on necessary occasions. But it's really not as effective as white wine.
After dinner, Chang Liang and his 4 brothers also came. They came to report on their work.
However, because Yifan was here, Lu Qingtian asked them to stay, and the 6 of them went to the golf course behind to play.
It was Yifan's first time playing, but he knew a lot about it. As long as you get the ball into the hole with the fewest strokes, you win.
In the end, Yifan, who was playing for the first time, won.
Until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, several people sat in the rest area and drank drinks. Lu Qingtian suddenly asked, Brother Yi, have you ever thought about developing in other places?
Yifan was a little stunned by his question.
Brother Lu, what does this mean?
Lu Qingtian said, I'm going to the South China Sea in a few days.
There is an auction there. There is a project that I value very much.
I can't handle it alone, so I want to find someone to cooperate with me.
Since it was a work matter, Yifan naturally became serious. What are the chances of success? Lu Qingtian said, it's even riskier than the project you and old Nia are working on. I can't guarantee whether it will succeed. Brother Lu, can you tell me what the project is? Yifan continued to ask. It's a resort development. Resort?
Yifan became more cautious. This project was indeed bigger and several times riskier than Nia's father's project, so he hesitated.
Yes, the resort is being developed in Nanjiang. I have also done some on-site scouting there. It has beautiful scenery and is close to the sea.
It will be a great place for tourism after it is developed, so I want to take it.
Yifan nodded and said, Brother Lu, give me some time to think about it. It's okay. I also know that this project is huge. You may not be able to accept it at once. Go back and think about it slowly. Lu Qingtian nodded.
Yifan shook his head and said, no, just a few minutes.
Lu Qingtian was surprised. It only took him a few minutes to think about such a big thing?
He thought Yifan would need a few days to think about it, but he didn't expect him to only say a few minutes.
There are 2 reasons why Lu Qingtian looked for Yifan. First, Yifan is courageous. He even dared to take in the dangerous project of old Nia.
I believe Yifan will definitely be interested in the development project of this resort. Second, Yifan is too mysterious.
People who are too mysterious have uncertainty. The resort project is a multi-billion-dollar project.
Apart from this mysterious Yifan, Lu Qingtian really couldn't think of anyone else who could come up with so much money at once. System, help me see Lu Qingtian's career in the next 3 years. A large amount of information flooded into Yifan's mind. The feeling from last time at the construction site came back again. Yifan stroked his forehead with a pale face and closed his eyes pretending to be thinking. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes with a smile on his face.
Brother Lu, I agree. Lu Qingtian frowned and asked, really? Yifan nodded and said nothing.
Lu Qingtian stared at Yifan for a moment and then suddenly burst into laughter.
Okay, Brother Yi, I was right about you. You are indeed very courageous. Brother Lu, when are we going to set off for the South China Sea? Yi Fan asked. It's the October 1st golden holiday in 3 days, let's go. Yi Fan thought for a moment and said, okay. Then 3 days later. Chapter 61, Try your best and make 20 billion in one night. In the evening, Yi Fan did not go back and was kept by Lu Qingtian to drink. It can be seen that Lu Qingtian is determined to win this resort project, otherwise he would not be so happy. Yi Fan didn't leave until the next morning. When leaving, Yi Fan took another look at the manor and smiled inexplicably. It seems that I have a new goal to work towards. Yi Fan drove directly to the company and quickly called Hu Yelan, Shin Xinyu, Chengye, Chen Guan, Lu Shan, Wu Changsheng and others into his office. I need 20 billion now. Tonight, the 6 of you will follow me to work hard in the company. Looking around at everyone, Yi Fan said with concern. Everyone was shocked. 20 billion. Earn 20 billion in one night. This is not a joke. Isn't 20 billion a bit too much? And one night is too. Hu Yelan asked with a frown. Although he knew that Yi Fan's stock trading skills were unmatched and he basically won every time. But 20 billion is indeed too much, and it is not something that can be obtained simply by talking about it. Yi Fan shook his head and said, not much. Just listen to my instructions and follow my instructions. Yi Fan's confident look deeply touched Hu Yelan, so he agreed. Come on then. It just so happened that Hu Yelan had always wanted to witness Yi Fan's stock trading skills with his own eyes. He will never let go of this opportunity. The rest of Chengye looked at each other in bewilderment. Although they still felt it was too unrealistic, the 2 vice presidents were already gearing up for it, so they didn't dare to speak up. After the 6 people left, Yi Fan also began to prepare for the battle in the evening. Mr. Yi, are you kidding me? Earning 20 billion in one night. I can't do it even if you kill me. After coming out, Chengye and the other 3 sat in the rest area, drinking drinks and whispering. Yeah, how is this possible? Anyway, I don't believe it. I think it's very likely. Didn't you see the 2 vice presidents? They were rubbing their hands, as if they were ready. Never mind, let's talk about it tonight. It's not our money that will be lost anyway. If there is really nothing left in the end, we can just resign. I think so. They don't know that their decision not to resign immediately will change their lives. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Yi Fan asked other employees to go off work, and asked Chengye and Shin Xinyu to prepare snacks and fruits for the evening, while the others moved a few computers into the conference room. After everyone arrived, Yi Fan asked for their securities accounts and took over the remaining 70 million in his own securities account, giving each person 14 million as operating capital. Chengye and others looked at the $7 million exchanged in the account, and their minds went blank. Then Yi Fan gave everyone a list of the top US stocks with the highest growth rates found by the system this morning. There were 30 stocks on each list. Yi Fan glanced at everyone coldly and said, the US stocks on this list are divided into the first half of the night and the second half of the night, each with 15 stocks. I have marked the time of buying and selling, and the number of lots to buy. Strictly follow the time above. If anyone makes a mistake, you will be fired immediately without mercy. The 6 of them were all shocked. This is for real. Understood, Mr. Yi. 21:30. The phone rang, the US market opened, and Yi Fan showed an evil smile on his face. Everyone, let's begin the battle. No one dared to delay and picked up the list and bought the stocks on it according to the indicated time. The $7 million that Yi Fan distributed to everyone was squandered by them in less than an hour. Xian Guan was the first person to sell all the 10 stocks he had bought in the first half of the night. He then quietly opened his watch list of stocks, which was all green, feeling very confused. These stocks are clearly all at their limit down, so why does Mr. Yi still want to buy them himself? Could it be that Mr. Yi doesn't know how to trade stocks at all? But the next second his eyes widened and he could no longer sit still. A stock started to turn red. The first 2 start. The third one starts. The fourth, the fifth, the 15th. All limit up. The green grassland seemed to be continuously growing red flowers, and the red flowers were like a plague, instantly engulfing the entire grassland, turning it all red. Shit! All stocks have reached their daily limit. Xian Guang sat up suddenly, scaring everyone except Yi Fan and Shin Xinyu so much that they almost fell to the ground. This. Xian Guang pointed at his computer, his eyes constantly scanning between Yi Fan and the computer, and he was speechless for a long time. What are you doing? Stop shouting and scaring us. Sit down quickly. Hu Yelin glared at him. Xian Guang sat down, but before he could calm down, he heard other people's voices. Shit. All my stocks have reached their daily limit. Me too. Exclamations came one after another. Except for Shin Sinyu, everyone else looked at Yi Fan in shock, who was still operating the stock market as if he knew everything. The total number of stocks bought by all the people in the first half of the night was more than 100. Not a single one fell, all of them hit the daily limit. This is equivalent to more than doubling the previous 70 million. This guy must be the god of the stock market. Why are you all looking at me? Are you selling off after the stock price has been trading at the daily limit for too long? Are you waiting to lose all the money you made? Yi Fan said in a cold voice while operating the stock. Everyone came to their senses and quickly sold all the stocks they had. Looking at the hundreds of millions of dollars in their accounts, they were shocked for a long time. In just a few hours, they made more than 300 million US dollars with 7 million US dollars. This is still the least among them. The most is almost 500 million US dollars. At this moment, everyone had only one thought in their mind: is this Mr. Yi really a human? After Yi Fan finished trading the stocks in his account, he leaned back in his chair, breathed a sigh of relief, and then glanced at the time. It's 12 o'clock. Go and rest for half an hour. We will continue the battle in the second half of the night at 12:30. Everyone couldn't wait to go out, and Chanya had paper and pen in her hand. Sitting in the rest area, 4 people gathered together and started calculating. Hu Yelin saw it when he passed by and joined in. Lushan holds a US stock, and one share is worth 125 US dollars. The order Yi Fan gave him allowed him to buy 300 lots, or 30,000 shares. That means this stock was purchased for 3,750,000 US dollars. At that time, the daily limit was 135 US dollars, with a price difference of 10 US dollars. That is 300,000.00 US dollars, plus the principal. The total is 4,050,000.00 US dollars, which when converted into RMB is 28,350,000 yuan. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. This is just for one stock, they didn't dare to calculate the others. What are you doing sitting here? Why aren't you talking? At this time, Shin Sinyu suddenly came over and asked. Everyone looked at her with gloomy eyes. Boss Shin, is Boss Yi a human being? Chapter 62, Scout. What do you mean? Shin Sinyu frowned and walked over. When she saw the papers and numbers on the table, she knew what they were doing. She glanced at everyone and said, "Are you surprised? Before the company was established, I was Mr. Ye's assistant. That night, I learned how to trade stocks from him. He gave me more than 20 million yuan, and in the end, he helped me make more than 200 million yuan. It seems that the two of us made about 1 billion yuan that night." Hiss. Everyone gasped. This was a tenfold increase. This too. Are you all rested? If you are, then get ready to start. Seeing everyone coming in with admiring eyes, Yi Fan said casually. The battle continued in the second half of the night. After 4.5 hours, we could finally take a break, but no one wanted to sleep. It's really exciting. Just now Yi Fan asked Shin Sinyu to count how many people came back, not counting the decimals. Xian Guang and Shin Sinyu, 600 million US dollars. Changya and Wu Changsheng, 500 million US dollars. Lushan, 400 million US dollars. The total amount is 2.4 billion US dollars, which is 16.8 billion renminbi. Everyone's face was filled with astonishment. Did they really do so much in one night? More than 10 billion. If you add the decimals, it's really more than 20 billion. From 9:30 to 12 o'clock, 2.5 hours. 12:30 to 4 o'clock in the morning, 3.5 hours. In 6 hours, the 7 of them made back more than 20 billion from the US market. Who would believe this if I told them? Okay, I have transferred the money to the company account, and it should be credited tomorrow morning. Except for the 20 billion, don't touch it for now. Use the remaining 50 to 60 billion as the company's new working capital. Yi Fan stretched tiredly. Chanya, everyone has worked hard today. I will give you all 500,000 yuan as labor compensation when you go to work tomorrow. Everyone go back and have a rest. Chanya was still in a daze, not coming to her senses until Hu Yelin next to her kicked her secretly. Ah? Mr. Yi, what did you just say? Yi Fan smiled and repeated his words again. Chanya was stunned again. 500,000 as labor fee, this boss is so generous. He really doesn't treat money as money. Yi Fan did not go home this time. He was not fit to drive after not sleeping all night. I stayed with Hu Yelin in his dormitory apartment. He would only rest here when he worked overtime, and usually the place was empty. When he woke up again, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After washing his face with water, Yi Fan left. When I came down, I unexpectedly ran into Li Qingyi, who was pushing 2 suitcases. Are you moving away? Yi Fan asked puzzledly. Li Qingyi replied, well, the company has already started renovating. It's too far from here and it's not convenient to go there. I plan to move there, and I can't live with you all the time. Yi Fan nodded but didn't say anything. Where? I'll take you there. Yi Fan asked as he took a suitcase from her hand. Li Qingyi did not refuse. Qinghai Garden, I bought an apartment there this morning and I can move in with my luggage. Okay, let's go. Yi Fan first sent Li Qingyi to the Qinghai Garden she mentioned, and then followed her to a nearby shopping mall to buy some daily necessities. It has to be said that with Li Qingyi by his side, Yi Fan could feel the constant gazes coming towards him wherever he was. Some people even accidentally bumped into the pillars of the mall while trying to see her, and their noses bled. After putting the shopping in the car, Yi Fan took Li Qingyi to a nearby KFC first. Yi Fan went to the bar to order food, and Li Qingyi sat at her seat and waited quietly. Miss, why don't you reconsider it? With your conditions, are you really not considering entering the entertainment industry? As long as I package you a little, I believe you will become a star that everyone will pay attention to in a few years. Sitting in front of Li Qingyi was a guy dressed like a woman, and his eyes were burning with fire as he looked at Li Qingyi. He is Tian Yang, a famous scout from Huaqing Entertainment Company. The stars he discovered have also become famous in their own right. Wandering outside all day looking for targets. Just now when I passed by here, I saw Li Qingyi sitting inside. Even though it was just a side profile, it made him very excited. This person is the most perfect work of God that he has been looking for. He must dig out this beauty and make her a star. So he came in immediately without any hesitation. But he said a lot, but the other party kept refusing. Even though I offered her generous conditions, she didn't show any interest. But this is what arouses my desire to conquer. Sorry, I've rejected you 3 times. Can you please stop bothering me here? Li Qingyi said in a cold tone, with a look of disgust on her face. Tian Yang's face was full of surprise. Rejected again. And this time, people directly expressed their deep disgust. Tian Yang became furious after being rejected again and again. This woman was too ungrateful. No matter how much I try to persuade her, she just won't respond. Miss, I advise you to think again. I am Tian Yang, the marketing director of Huaqing Entertainment, the largest entertainment company in Huan City. Since I want to dig you out, I can let my company's employees expose and discredit you online. I advise you to think clearly before you speak. Tian Yang sneered. He has no idea how many times he has used this method, it works. As long as he likes you, he will do whatever it takes to get you. Li Qingyi frowned. If seduction doesn't work, then could she use coercion? You said you were from Huaqing Entertainment Company? Li Qingyi was about to speak, but when she heard Yi Fan's voice, she took back the words. Tian Yang looked at the man who suddenly appeared, frowned, and asked, "Who are you?" Yi Fan did not answer, but said with a smile, "Does your president Lin Tianlin know that you are doing this?" Coercion and inducement, what a good method. Yi Fan heard from Lin Tian that he had an entertainment company called Huaqing, which was the largest entertainment company in Huan City. Tian Yang's expression suddenly froze, and he felt uneasy. Do you know our president? Of course I know him. He even calls me boss. Yi Fan replied. Boss? Tian Yang was stunned and sneered. What bullshit are you talking about? How can our president call a little kid like you the boss? Of course Yi Fan knew that he would not believe it, so he took out his cell phone and dialed Lin Tian's number, which was quickly connected. Hello, Boss Yi, what's the matter? Let me ask you, does your Huaqing Entertainment Company have a marketing director named Tian Yan? It seems there is one. What happened? Did he offend you? Yi Fan looked at Tian Yang, who was pale,
and said with a smile, "You are a great marketing director." My friend didn't want to be a celebrity, so he threatened to use the power of the company to expose and smear him online, which scared us so much that we are trembling here. When Lin Tian heard this, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat and said hurriedly, "Boss Yi, I don't know anything about this."
Wait a minute, I'll call and ask. No need, I'm on speakerphone now, he can hear everything you say.
I'll put the phone in front of him and you talk to him.
Chapter 63, First Arrival in the South China Sea.
Yifan put the phone in front of Tian Yang, and Tian Yang looked at Yifan with horror. They never expected that this young man was really their General Lin's boss.
Lin Tian roared, "Fuck Tian Yang! How dare you use my company to do these things? Expose and smear online? You are awesome. Lin, Mr. Lin."
"I don't dare, Mr. Lin,"
Tian Yang said in panic.
"I'm telling you, Tian Yang, if I don't get someone to beat you into the hospital, my last name isn't Lin. You dare to use my company to play with these things, you must be tired of living."
Tian Yang's mind went blank.
Everyone in the company knew that their general manager Lin was once a gang leader. There was once a guy in the company who didn't know what was good for him. He took advantage of his family's wealth to do evil things in the company. In the end, he bullied Lin Tian and was sent to the hospital by Lin Tian. But no one in their family dared to fart. So after Lin Tian said this, Tian Yang suddenly felt like he fell into an ice cave, and his whole body was trembling. He looked at Yifan in horror, his feet felt like they were filled with lead. He wanted to move but found that he couldn't move at all. Yifan smiled coldly, took the phone and told Lin Tian the address. 10 minutes later, Lin Tian came with a group of people, carried Tian Yang and left. His face was extremely gloomy when he left. Yifan didn't care at all what would happen to Tian Yang. After eating, he sent Li Qingyi back to the apartment and left. At 12 o'clock the next day, Yifan drove to the school to pick up Yi Xinyue, who was on vacation, and asked, "Xinyue, how about going to the South China Sea with me on the 11th? Yi Xinyue immediately said excitedly, "Okay." Yifan knew that Yi Xinyue had always wanted to go to a seaside city to see the sea. The conditions didn't allow it before, but now that the conditions are there, I naturally have to take her to see it.
Then just pack up and we'll set off right away.
At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Qingtian sent someone to pick up Yifan and Yi Xinyue to the airport.
Lu Yan and Yi Xinyue started chatting as soon as they met.
After all, this was the first time for the two of them to go out traveling. Seeing Yi Xinyue so excited, Yifan felt relieved. Yi Xinyue used to carry too much on her shoulders, but now she can let go of the burden and play with children of the same age.
This is what Yifan wants to see most. Lu Qingtian took everyone on the plane.
Yifan never thought that this was Lu Qingtian's private plane. No wonder he never let himself buy a plane ticket.
After 2.5 hours of flight, we finally landed at the airport in Nanhai.
As soon as he got off the plane, Yifan saw a fleet of all black cars, and 3 people came up to greet him with flattering smiles on their faces. "Boss, miss, I'm Dong Hui, the person in charge of the Nanhai branch. I used to work for Brother Tian. When I knew you were coming, I rushed over to pick you up." Lu Qingtian hummed, then pushed Yifan forward and said, "This is my brother Yifan, and next to him is his sister Yi Xinyue.
You know what to call her."
Dong Hui shuddered all over, shocked. "This young man looks younger than me, but he's on close terms with my boss.
It must be difficult.
You have to flatter her."
"Boss Yi, Miss Yi, you can just call me Huizi. That's what Brother Tian used to call me."
"Hello, Hui, was I?" Yifan hesitated for a moment. After all, the other party was a man in his 30s. Afterwards, Dong Hui asked Yifan and others to get in the car and took everyone directly to a villa near the mountain.
Dong Hui took out the key and opened the door.
"This is a villa that I fell in love with when I came to Nanhai. I spent some money to buy it from someone else." Lu Qingtian introduced it to Yifan slowly. "The auction will start tomorrow, we will live here."
Yifan nodded.
He had never been to the South China Sea before, so he would just let Lu Qingtian make the arrangements.
After entering, it was spotless inside.
Dong Hui, who was following behind, immediately said, "Boss, we have specially assigned people to clean here every day, hoping that when you come here, it will be as clean as when you left."
Lu Qingtian nodded and said calmly, "Well, you are thoughtful."
Dong Hui immediately said with a look of panic, No, boss, this is what I should do." After putting her things away, Lu Yan immediately said to her father, "Dad, Xinyue and I want to go to the beach."
Lu Qingtian looked at Yifan and asked for his opinion. Yifan nodded and said with a smile, "Brother Lu, since they want to go, let them go. It's a good opportunity for us to relax." "Okay, then you and Xin Yue pack up and we'll set off," Lu Qingtian said with a smile. The two girls were very happy. After packing up briefly, Dongwei took them to the beach. It is autumn now and the night breeze is cool, but the beach is extremely lively tonight. All kinds of luxury cars and beauties gathered everywhere, and beer and champagne were spraying out. A group of young people held a bonfire party here. On the platform in the middle of them, there was a car that attracted everyone's greedy gazes, but no one dared to touch it. Because this silver sports car is the protagonist of tonight. Let's see who can get this car in the end. Manager, do we really want to do this? What if someone accidentally scratches it? That's a Lamborghini Veneno worth 80 million. Not far away, a thin man stared at the car in the middle and said worriedly. Whenever someone passed by the car, his frail heart would beat. Really, if that Lamborghini Veneno was scratched, not everyone could afford the compensation. At least now, no one among these young people dares to go up and touch it. Originally, this car was lying in good condition in the 4S shop. But today the manager suddenly said he wanted to hold a car show party. The car was pulled out as a display and placed in the center of the party. He originally thought the manager was talking about a car model, but he didn't expect him to pull over a real car. This made many people sweat. The manager is so brave. The manager next to him was actually also feeling nervous at the moment, his fists were clenched and his palms were full of sweat. But there was no way, the car was too expensive and it sat in the store for several months without being sold. Instead, it attracted a constant stream of spectators. Stay from morning till night and don't leave. The store's business is completely ruined all day long. Holding this car show party is also a promotional event. The key is to sell this car as quickly as possible. It's okay. There are pinhole cameras on the platform under the car. It has 360-degree coverage. If anyone dares to go up and scratch, they can definitely take a clear picture. The thin man nodded. If that was the case, he had nothing to worry about. Just wait and see if any buyer shows up tonight. Chapter 64, 80 million for a luxury car. The bonfire party is still going on and more people are coming. The Lamborghini Veneno was already surrounded by a lot of people, all of whom came to see this luxury car. Under the neon lights, the car looks even more bizarre. Hey, will anyone buy this car tonight? I heard that the purpose of this party is to sell this car. Who knows? Anyway, I haven't seen anyone here who wants to buy a Lamborghini worth 80 million. Everyone here is rich, but who dares to spend so much money on a car? That's right. If his family finds out, he'll definitely get his ass kicked. While everyone was talking, a man walked up to the car, reached out and touched the body of the car, then patted it with a satisfied expression. This car is great, I want it. This caused everyone to be shocked. A buyer showed up so quickly? Are you kidding? My friend, you really need to buy this Lamborghini. It's worth 80 million. Think it over carefully. This car is cheaper than BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and Audi. Do you really want to buy it? Is it a fake? If you are a shill, we advise you not to waste your energy. No one will buy here. Yifan smiled and said nothing. He, his sister Yi Xinyue, Lu Qingtian, and others saw the bonfire party as soon as they arrived at the beach. When I came over, I spotted this Lamborghini on display. Yifan fell in love with the car at first sight, and from the discussions of others, he learned that the car was for sale. Yifan found this promotion method quite interesting. The person who came up with the idea of holding a bonfire party to buy a car is indeed a talent. Who's in charge? I want this car. Yifan opened his mouth and roared. Everyone fell silent instantly. Isn't this guy a shill? Really want to buy it? Here they come. Two figures quickly ran to Yifan. They were the manager and his subordinates. The two men were standing not far away, and when they heard Yifan's roar, they immediately rushed over quickly. Hello, sir. I'm Jiangyan, the person in charge. I just heard your name, but I don't know. The two of them smiled flatteringly. My last name is Yi. I heard them say that this Lamborghini is worth 80 million. How do I transfer the money? Yifan asked. Jiangyan and the subordinate were both stunned. Don't you want to introduce him? Yes, Mr. Yi, how about I introduce this car to you first? This Lamborghini Veneno was newly launched in May this year. There are only 10 of them on the market in the world now.
Yifan interrupted him. No introduction is needed. How to transfer the money? Have you brought the documents here? This is what I care about.
I've brought it.
Jiang Yan quickly asked his subordinates behind him to take out a stack of documents from his briefcase. They have all signed the document, so Yifan just needs to sign it. Yifan did not delay. He took the document, signed it, and then transferred the money, directly transferring more than 80 million yuan.
Jiang Yan and the other man couldn't stop smiling and looked very excited.
They sold the Lamborghini worth 80 million just like that.
Settle it all at once. This is what a rich man is.
Buzz. Yifan got in the car for a test drive and was very satisfied. The sound of this car's engine is much clearer than that of his Porsche. This sound also rang in everyone's ears, and they all looked incredulous and shocked.
Is this what I bought? It's not a proxy. Fuck, whose son is this? He's so rich, isn't he? A car worth 80 million. Just buy it. Don't you even think about it?
The crowd around was filled with exclamations. Yifan originally wanted to try driving here, but then he thought better of it. The car is good, but the chassis is too low and it is difficult to drive on the beach. Yifan got out of the car, and Lu Qingtian just happened to bring over Yixin Yue and the other person who were tired from playing.
Lu Qingtian exclaimed, "Brother Yi, did you buy this car? This is a Lamborghini Poison."
Yifan nodded and smiled, "Yes, I just saw this car and bought it.
It's better than my 5 million Porsche."
Lu Qingtian was suddenly speechless and rolled his eyes.
Compare a 5 million Porsche with an 80 million Lamborghini.
There is no fear of hurting Porsche's feelings. Yixin Yue, who was standing behind Lu Qingtian, was in high school for 1 year and had also heard of the name of Lamborghini from her classmates.
This car is more expensive than a Porsche. To be on the safe side, Yixin Yue asked the excited Lu Yan next to her, "Yan Yan, do you know that car? How much is it?"
Lu Yan immediately responded in a trembling voice, "That car is called Lamborghini Veneno. It was just released in May this year, and it's worth 80 million. Although Lu Yan is a girl, she is a real sports car fan. Whether it's a Porsche, Ferrari, Lamborghini, or any other car.
As soon as a sports car appears, she will definitely pay attention to it.
But she is still too young." Lu Qingtian said that he would never buy her any sports car before she came of age, for fear that she would secretly drive it out one day. So when Lu Yan saw this Lamborghini Veneno, she fell deeply in love with it. And when I learned that it was bought by my father's brother, I felt happy again.
Ah? 80 million?
Yixin Yue next to him was shocked. However, seeing how happy his brother was, he didn't know what to say.
"Brother Yi, how do you plan to get this car back? It's not good to leave it here forever." Lu Qingtian asked.
Yifan thought about it and realized that it was indeed not a good idea to leave the car here with so many people staring at it. If it was another scratch, Yifan would be heartbroken this time. "You should have a tow truck to get the car here, right?"
Yifan asked Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan quickly said, yes, I can send you home for free." "Where do you live, Mr. Yi?" "Send it to the Kaoshan Villa in the east of the city. Dong Hui, you go with him to take a look," Lu Qingtian said. Everyone was shocked again. They knew about the villa on the hillside in the east of the city. A few years ago, it was bought by a mysterious business tycoon for a huge sum of 300 million yuan, and there has been no news about it since. So when they heard this name, they knew that the mysterious boss was standing in front of them. But what is the relationship between this big guy and this young man?
A villa with the most famous backer. A man took out 80 million to buy a luxury car in front of everyone.
Is this just having too much money to burn? Who are these two people standing in front of them now?
Jiang Yan did not dare to refuse, knowing that these two were people he could not afford to offend, so he quickly followed the man named Dong Hui to get a trailer, carefully put the luxury car on it, and followed Dong Hui to the villa on the mountain in the east of the city. From then on, this Lamborghini became a dream in everyone's mind forever. Chapter 65, 10 billion to buy the project. In the following time, Yifan was surrounded by many people, who flattered him in various ways, which made him feel very unhappy. Fortunately, Yixin Yue and Lu Yan were already tired from playing, so they just dealt with it casually, and then Yifan and Lu Qingtian went back. The next morning, Yifan and Lu Qingtian packed up and prepared to go to the auction venue. As for the two girls, Dong Hui took them around to play and see the scenery, and secretly sent bodyguards to follow them, so Yifan had nothing to worry about.
It was already 10 o'clock when we arrived at the venue, just in time for the start of the auction. The two of them found a random seat in the last row and sat down. Lu Qingtian and Yifan's only goal was the resort project, which was the finale, and they didn't pay any attention to the other auction items. Just watch those people compete with each other for the things in front. Okay, everyone, we have finally come to our finale project of today, which is the Nanjiang Resort Development Project that everyone has been looking forward to for a long time. The beautiful auctioneer on the stage suddenly laughed. Many people sat up straight with gleams in their eyes. They are here today just for this project. Just like Lu Qingtian, he is determined to win this project. Nanjiang, I think everyone here is a wealthy businessman from Nanhai, and you must have been there, so I won't introduce it in detail. This project was developed by a wealthy businessman back then, but because of some things, he had to auction it off. Our valuation experts have assessed this project to be worth 6.5 billion. Now you can start bidding, and each bid must not be less than 100 million. 66 billion. 68 billion. 7 billion. Lu Qingtian was about to raise the sign, but was held back by Yifan. 10 billion. Everyone's voices suddenly stopped. They all looked towards the source of the voice, and when they saw that the bidder was only 20 years old, they all sneered. Young man, which company are you from? Do you know how to bid? 10 billion? Can a little thing like you afford 10 billion? How come anyone can come into the auction house now? Is this guy here to cause trouble? Yifan glanced at everyone indifferently and said, I don't think they said we can't bid like that, right? Everyone was speechless. Indeed, they hadn't said that. The reason they were angry was that there was a difference of 3 billion between 7 billion and 10 billion, and they simply couldn't accept it. Lu Qingtian next to him showed anger. He never expected that Yifan, whom he had always been optimistic about, would actually stop him and bid himself. Brother Yi, what do you mean? Yifan smiled and said, Brother Lu, don't worry. I have no intention of competing with you for this project. I bid the price just to help you. Lu Qingtian frowned slightly and said, but isn't 10 billion a bit too much? A lot? Yifan shook his head and whispered, not much at all. On the contrary, I think 10 billion is a bit too little for this project. Brother Lu, believe me. Lu Qingtian didn't know what Yifan was doing, but his serious expression made Lu Qingtian choose to believe it. But he still said cautiously, okay, since you said 10 billion, then let's do 10 billion. But since you are the one who made the offer, you have to pay the money for now. Yifan nodded in agreement. He was afraid that this would be the result, so when he came out, he asked Chengya to transfer 10 billion to him. However, since Yifan asked for 10 billion, no one bid anymore. No one can afford it. 10 billion once, 10 billion twice, 10 billion 3 times. Congratulations to this young master for winning the resort development project with 10 billion. Finally, the final word was given and the project belonged to Yifan. Today's auction ends here. Please go backstage if you have won an auction item. Yifan stood up and went backstage with Lu Qingtian. More than 40 wealthy men followed him. They wanted to see how this young man came up with the 10 billion. So Yifan was the first to pay. 10 minutes later, he came out holding a folder, escorted out by people with fawning looks on their faces. Everyone was stunned. Did he really pay 10 billion? After Yifan and Lu Qingtian left, everyone looked at each other, wondering whether it was true or not. Let me make a phone call and ask. At this time, a rich man suddenly took out his mobile phone and made a call. Hello, Mr. Li, I'm the president of Haoyun Group. I want to ask, did a young man just spend 10 billion to auction the resort project here? Is that so? Okay, I got it. I'll hang up now. I'll treat you to dinner next time. After hanging up the phone, everyone looked at the wealthy businessman nervously. How is it? Is it true? The rich man just nodded with a serious expression. Everyone's face changed in shock. Really took it out. 10 billion. This is not a small amount. Just casually put an item up for auction. Who is this young man? I remembered, another rich man suddenly exclaimed. I've seen the middle-aged man next to that young man before. He's Lu Qingtian, the chairman of Hangyuan Group. Why does he look so familiar? What? Lu Qingtian. Everyone's faces turned pale again. Lu Qingtian is a legendary figure in the business world of Nanhai. A few years ago, he suddenly appeared from Huan City, spent tens of billions to buy a port, and established Hangyuan Group. It took only 1 year to make Hangyuan Group one of the top 10 port transportation companies in Nanhai City. He is worth tens of billions. He is also a man who was good at both black and white. He just called that young man brother. What is the identity of that young man? Moreover, what they just said had offended the young man. Would he retaliate against them? No, they have to come and apologize. Yi Fan didn't know that they had thought so much. Now he was sitting face to face with Lu Qingtian in the villa. Lu Qingtian had a serious look on his face. Brother Yi, can you tell me why you were willing to spend 10 billion to shoot this project? Facing his question, Yi Fan smiled lightly and said, Brother Lu, how about going to Nanjiang with me tomorrow? I'll show you something good, and then you'll know why I'm willing to spend 10 billion. Nanjiang? Lu Qingtian frowned, thought for a moment and said, okay, I'll go with you to take a look. Yi Fan laughed and said, all right, Brother Lu, it's my money, not yours. Don't be so angry. Let's go. It's still early. How about we go out and relax? I'll treat you no matter what you eat today. In the end, Lu Qingtian could only sigh. Although he was still a little angry that Yi Fan stole his things, he must have his reasons for doing so. Maybe Yi Fan really knows something he doesn't know. Okay, in that case, I won't be polite. Chapter 66, Hot Springs in the Woods, a huge opportunity to make a fortune. In the afternoon, Yi Fan drove the Lamborghini Veneno and went out to find a random restaurant to have dinner with Lu Qingtian. Fuck, isn't this the Lamborghini Veneno from the forest shop? Why is it here? Someone bought it. I heard from the people in the store that someone bought it on the beach last night. I thought I would never see it again. Damn. Who is so rich that can afford a car like this? No, I need to take some photos as a souvenir, otherwise I may not be able to see them later. Outside the restaurant, Yi Fan's car circled inside and outside 3 times, and everyone took out their mobile phones to take pictures. We may not be able to see each other again in the future, so at least take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments as a commemoration. Brother Yi, your car really attracted a lot of people. In the restaurant, Lu Qingtian looked at Yi Fan's unhappy expression and felt a little gloating. Yi Fan took a cold look and then retracted his gaze, saying with a smile, since you have bought it, you can always drive it out. You can't just leave it in the garage and let it become tattered. Lu Qingtian smiled and said nothing more. Soon the dishes ordered by the 2 people came up. Although Lu Qingtian really wanted to have a drink with Yi Fan, he thought better of it since Yi Fan was driving today. The 2 chatted and ate, and no one mentioned the resort project again. After dinner, Yi Fan took Lu Qingtian back home. When the onlookers saw that the car owner was so young, the man's face was full of envy, jealousy and hatred, while the woman's face was full of obsession, and she wanted to throw herself on Yi Fan. Yi Fan drove away as if he didn't see it. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Dong Hui came back with the 2 exhausted little girls. They had had enough fun today. Yi Fan told them about going to Nanjiang tomorrow, and the 2 people's eyes lit up again. Although I haven't visited Nanhai enough, the spring-like scenery of Nanjiang all year round also makes me yearn for it. So the 2 girls agreed quickly. Had a good night's rest. The next morning, the group left with Dong Hui's farewell. After a 5-hour flight, the 4 people finally landed. Dong Hui had already arranged for people from the Nanjiang branch to wait here. After receiving Yi Fan, Lu Qingtian and others, Lu Qingtian did not want to rest for a quarter of an hour and immediately rushed to the resort's address. When he got there, Yi Fan first looked around the place. It is indeed a nice place, facing the sea, backed by mountains, and surrounded by some small woods. Brother Yi, where is the thing you want me to see? Lu Qingtian asked solemnly. Yi Fan smiled and said, Brother Lu, come with me. After saying that, Yi Fan walked in front and led everyone to the small woods on the right. The person in charge of reception frowned. What was this for? Yi Fan once watched Lu Qingtian's 3-year career at Lingqin Manor. He remembered seeing that 2 months into the work, several workers discovered a natural hot spring deep in the woods. Since the hot spring was discovered, the resort has become increasingly popular as soon as it was built, and many people come here to visit. This is also the reason why Yi Fan agreed to cooperate with Lu Qingtian. This is also the reason why he is willing to spend tens of billions to get some of this project. Brother Yi, where are you taking us? Lu Qingtian asked with a frown behind him. They have been traveling here for half an hour and have not yet reached their destination. Brother Lu, please wait a little longer. We will be there in another 10 minutes. Yi Fan, who was leading the way, replied. Lu Qingtian didn't know what to say, so he just followed Yifan quietly. 10 minutes later, everyone stared with wide eyes at the hot spring covering hundreds of square meters in front of them. White mist and hot air rising. Brother Lu, what do you think of this place? Yifan looked at the dumbfounded Lu Qingtian and asked with a smile. Lu Qingtian came back to his senses with an excited look on his face. He quickly squatted down, reached his hand into the hot spring, scooped out some and sniffed it. There was a sour smell, the smell of sulfur. It's really a hot spring. It's all natural. Looking at Lu Qingtian's excited expression, Yifan was very satisfied. Brother Yi, how did you know this place? Natural hot springs are really hard to come by. Lu Qingtian asked hurriedly. Yifan had already thought of an excuse. I have a friend who came here before. After I told him that I wanted to build a resort here, he told me about this place. I wonder if Brother Lu is satisfied with it. Lu Qingtian nodded repeatedly and said, satisfied, very satisfied. Brother Yi, I have to say that your 10 billion is worth it. It's worth it. Yifan smiled and said nothing. Lu Qingtian added, with this hot spring, the resort project will definitely be a success. He already anticipated that the resort would be packed with people the day it was completed. All this is thanks to you, Brother Yi. If it weren't for you, I would have really missed this project. I'm so sorry for blaming you before. Lu Qingtian looked at Yifan apologetically and said, I am willing to spend 15 billion to buy this resort project from you. Yifan shook his head, Brother Lu, no need, just think of it as me investing 10 billion in advance. I said the project is yours, and I will just be an investor. This project is good, but Yifan doesn't have the energy to focus on it, so let us leave it to Lu Qingtian. Lu Qingtian was slightly surprised. Today he was completely conquered by Yifan. Maybe he was a drinking buddy, a partner, or a mysterious person that he was wary of. From today on, Yifan is his real brother. Okay, then I won't refuse. Brother Yi, no, Xiaofan, just stay at home and wait for the money to come to you. Lu Qingtian patted Yifan's shoulder generously. Yifan smiled and said, okay. Yifan could truly feel that Lu Qingtian was completely standing with him. This is the result I want. At present, he is still very weak and still needs Lu Qingtian's help in many aspects. Yifan's ultimate goal is to establish a good relationship with Lu Qingtian. Because the hot spring has not yet been tested to see if it can really be used, these people just came to take a look. When it is really useful, it would be nice to soak it again. After returning, Lu Qingtian had already booked a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel. In the evening, he knocked on Yifan's door with 2 bottles of mutai and insisted on drinking with Yifan. After all, it was Yifan who discovered this thing that is so helpful to the resort, so he must be rewarded well. There was no point in eating, so he just decided to drink with Yifan. Drink it up. Didn't Yifan say at his house that the 1982 Lafite is not as delicious as the Huaxiao Baijiu? Then drink white wine with him. In one night, the two of them actually drank 2 bottles of mutai, and vomited all over the toilet in the middle of the night. It was really embarrassing to wake up in the morning. After waking up, Yifan still had a headache. Yi Xinyue was taking care of him, and Lu Qingtian had already gone back. Chapter 67, Going Home. Yifan slept until the afternoon before he came to his senses. This time he truly understood the meaning of that sentence. Although wine is good, you should not drink too much. Yifan had been drunk before, but he was really unconscious last night. He didn't even know how he got to bed. Yifan took a sip of the hangover tea prepared by Yi Xinyue and asked, where is Brother Lu? Uncle Lu, he took the project book this morning to prepare for the construction of the resort, and also the inspection of the hot spring yesterday. He asked you to take care of me and Yin Yin these days. Yi Xinyue replied. Okay, where are you planning to go? Yifan asked. The 2 girls smiled slyly, and Lu Yan suddenly took out a brochure of tourist attractions, on which various tourist attractions had already been marked. Yifan was stunned for a moment, then laughed and scolded, okay, you 2 little things, have you been waiting for me to say this? The 2 of them nodded in unison. Yifan waved his hand and said, okay, if you want to go, then we'll have fun in the remaining 4 days. Go wherever you want, I'll pay. Yi Xinyue and Lu Yan high-fived and cheered. In the remaining 4 days, Yifan asked for an outie from Lu Qingtian's branch and took the 2 girls out to play. The inspection results of Lu Qingtian's hot spring have come out, and all indicators are within the prescribed range and can be used. As for this forest, Lu Qingtian has already thought of a solution. The forest remains intact, and hot springs and protective measures are built on this basis.
A forest road was opened from the resort to the hot springs.
Make an open-air hot spring in the forest.
After thinking about this, Lu Qingtian called Yifan. The next morning, which was also the last day of the golden holiday, Yifan returned with the two girls. In Lu Qingtian's presidential suite, Yifan looked through the contract drafted by Lu Qingtian and frowned slightly.
Brother Lu, isn't your split ratio wrong? Why do I have so much? The contract clearly states that Yifan takes 40% and Lu Qingtian takes 60%. This profit-sharing ratio is not suitable for the current situation. Lu Qingtian laughed and said, Xiaofan, I think this is a good idea.
First, you won the project through bidding. Second, you discovered this natural hot spring. If it weren't for this hot spring, I wouldn't be sure about the resort project. So I thought about it and decided that I can't give you the project, but I can increase the share.
What do you think of this?
Yifan thought about it and decided that this was actually a feasible approach, so he agreed. The contract was signed and the two parties formally reached a cooperation.
Xiaofan, you should take Yan Yan and the others back this time.
The resort is about to start construction, and it may take some time for me to go back. Before leaving, Lu Qingtian suddenly said, I have arranged the plane for you, you can leave soon.
Yifan nodded and said, I understand, Brother Lu, I'll have to thank you for your hard work in the next period of time.
After having dinner with Lu Qingtian in the afternoon, Yifan took the two girls and boarded a plane back to Huan City.
After returning to Huan City, Yifan took a deep breath.
It turned out that it was more comfortable to be back home. Before leaving the airport, Lu Ayan called and they were already waiting outside. When she saw Yifan, Lu Ayan said, Xiaofan, I have heard from my husband that this time it is really thanks to you. Thank you for taking care of my daughter when my husband is busy.
Yifan shook his head and said, Sister Lu, what are you talking about?
Brother Lu and I are as close as brothers. Whether it's work or life, it's only right for us to help each other.
Lu Ayu nodded.
She was becoming more and more satisfied with this young man Yifan. He is modest, righteous, and behaves like a gentleman in his daily life. If Yan Yan wasn't too young, she really wanted to bring Yifan over to be his son-in-law.
Lu Ayun sighed. Yifan didn't understand why Lu Ayun sighed. Sister Lu, it's getting late. I'm going to go back with Xin Yue first. I have to send her to school tomorrow. Lu Ayun nodded, and then sent someone to send Yifan back to the Ziyuan villa area. Before leaving, Lu Yan suddenly asked, Uncle Yi, can I come to your house to play in the future? Hearing this name, Yifan staggered and almost fell. Lu Ayun next to him was stunned, Uncle Yi? But it seems to be right.
According to the relationship between Lu Qingtian and Yifan, he should indeed call Yifan uncle.
It's just a little weird. Yifan turned around and glared at Lu Yan.
This girl called him uncle every day when they were in Nanxiang. When he asked her to call him brother, he refused.
Yifan was so angry that he really wanted to throw this girl away somewhere. If you call me brother, I will let you come. Otherwise, don't even think about it. I won't let you ride in that Lamborghini. Yifan threatened.
In order to experience the Lamborghini Venezia, Lu Yan had to grit her teeth and said, Brother Yi.
Yifan nodded with satisfaction, waved his hand, and said heroically, I agree. After Yifan left, Lu Ayan looked at Yifan in surprise.
I didn't expect that Yifan could subdue this girl with just a car.
Don't be fooled by this girl's cold appearance outside.
At home, he is a complete bully and won't listen to anyone. It seems that Yifan will have to take action to deal with Lu Yan in the future. Lu Yan was sitting in the car playing with her mobile phone when she suddenly felt a chill and began to panic.
What's going on?
Not long after returning home, Yifan received a call from Nie Qing saying that she saw Yifan and Yi Xinyue came back, so she wanted to come over and sit for a while. Yifan agreed without thinking too much, and then the doorbell rang, and Nie Qing stood at the door with a smile on his face.
How was your vacation? I think you look a little darker.
Yifan poured a glass of water for Nie Qing and said with a smile.
Nie Qing quickly touched his face and said, Ah? Is it really dark? I clearly did some sun protection.
When Yifan had been chatting on the phone with Nie Qing for a long time, he learned that Nie Qing and his roommates went to Sanya for fun. Besides, Nie Qing didn't get tanned, Yifan just wanted to make a joke. Seeing the smile on Yifan's face, Nie Qing immediately realized that he had been deceived by this guy.
She immediately became angry.
Obviously we haven't seen each other for such a long time, so it's okay if he doesn't miss me.
You lie to me as soon as you meet me and even make such a joke. Don't you know that girls care about their skin?
Nia Qing immediately pouted to express her dissatisfaction.
Okay, I was just joking, don't be so angry.
Yi Fan had no choice but to comfort her, and then took out a small tiger pendant from the box he brought back with him, and said, "Here, this is a small gift I brought back for you from Jiangnan."
Nia Qing immediately smiled happily.
The fact that Yi Fan brought a gift meant that he was still thinking about her. Although it was just a small gadget, she liked it since it was given to her by Yi Fan.
And the tiger is exactly his zodiac sign. He immediately took it from Yi Fan, hung it around his neck, and asked, "Does it look good?"
"Well, it looks pretty good and suits you very well,"
Yi Fan replied.
Nia Qing blushed and said, "You are so perfunctory.
How can a pendant look so pretty?"
Yi Fan rolled his eyes at Nia Qing.
"I answered you because you asked me, and now you accuse me of being perfunctory. What exactly is the structure of this woman's brain?"
Chapter 68, Company Changes, Promotion and Salary Increase.
"Sister Nia Qing, you are here."
Yi Xinyue came down from the second floor and smiled when she saw Nia Qing.
The two girls started chattering as soon as they met.
They talked about the fun things during the holidays, and finally it was almost 10 o'clock. Yi Fan asked Yi Xinyue to go to bed quickly because he had to send her to school early the next morning. Coincidentally, Nia Qing was also planning to leave, so Yi Fan sent her to the door. He was about to say goodnight when he felt someone tap his cheek gently and froze in place.
Yi Fan was actually secretly kissed by a little girl.
When I came to my senses, Nia Qing had disappeared. Yi Fan touched his face, which was still a little wet, and shook his head with a smile.
He didn't notice Yi Xinyue, who was peeping from behind.
Yi Xinyue felt a pang of regret.
"Sister Nia Qing,
if you want to kiss secretly, at least kiss on the lips.
Kissing on the face is nothing." Not seeing what she wanted, Yi Xinyue went back to sleep disappointed.
The next day, Yi Fan sent Yi Xinyue to school and then went to the company. The employees had just returned from holiday and all had excited smiles on their faces as they discussed what they had seen and heard during the holiday.
Many employees even formed groups to travel abroad.
When they saw Yi Fan, they greeted him excitedly. If it weren't for this young man, it would be a dream for ordinary people like them to travel abroad. But because of Yi Fan, their dream came true again.
Now Yi Fan is their idol.
So they were very grateful to Yi Fan for giving them such a high-paying job, and they made up their minds to work harder for the company in the future. In the conference room, Yi Fan called Shin Sinyu and others to a meeting. He asked Shin Sinyu to report to him all the situations of the previous company.
After listening, Yi Fan asked, "Chan Sheng, how many employees does the company have now?"
Wu Changqing quickly replied, "Boss Yi, our company now has 324 employees, plus the 561 employees from the acquired companies, so we now have 885 employees."
"What are the departments?"
"The company now has sales department, after sales department, finance department, human resources department, market research department, customer information resources department and product development department."
Yi Fan nodded and asked, "Chengya, how much liquid funds are left in the company's account?" "Hu Yelin, what is the company's current ranking in the Huan financial industry?"
Chengya said, "Mr. Yi, there are still 15 billion liquid funds in the account. You said that 10 billion of them cannot be moved, so there are still 5 billion. Hu Yelin said, "It took our company almost 4 months to go from a small company to the top 100 in Huan's financial industry, ranking 35th. The last answer made Yi Fan's face solemn.
"It's still too slow." Everyone laughed bitterly. "Is this slow? Including this golden holiday, it's still slow in 4 months? Do you still want other financial companies to survive? My Mr. Yi. This is fast enough." Yi Fan didn't know what everyone was thinking.
He lowered his head and thought for a while, then said, "I have something to say after the 8:30 morning meeting. As for the subsidiaries, please ask their CEOs and managers to come over." A serious look flashed across the faces of Shin Sinyu and others. They knew that Yi Fan was going to make new reforms to the company.
"We have just returned from vacation and Mr. Yi is about to make new big moves."
At 8:30, all employees gathered in the activity hall on the 23rd floor.
"Why are there so many people? Wasn't it only our sales department that gathered here before? Why does it seem like everyone in the company is here today?"
"I don't know, maybe something happened in the company."
Does this mean our company is going to go bankrupt?"
When these words were spoken, many people were startled.
"It can't be true.
Just when I was worried, I heard a muffled sound, followed by a scream of pain. Fuck. Can you shut your fucking mouth? If you curse my brother's company again. Do you believe I will throw you out of here? The one who hit the man was Yang Shuo. Now he was like an angry King Kong, glaring at the person who had just spoken. The man originally wanted to refute, but when he saw Yang Shuo's size, he immediately wilted. The morning meeting began, and the front desk lady who was in charge of hosting the meeting said excitedly, "Now, please invite our company's president, Mr. Yi, to come to the stage and give a speech." Everyone immediately perked up and listened attentively, with excitement on everyone's face. Their idol is about to take the stage. Yi Fan took the microphone, said good morning, and then said solemnly, "I don't like to talk nonsense, I have a few things to announce. Shengye, Wu Changsheng, Xian Guan, Lu Shan, you will appoint directors of your respective departments, with a monthly salary of 80,000 and double the year-end bonus. As for the 32 people from the previous company, from now on, each of you will be in charge of a sales department and become a department manager, with a monthly salary of 40,000 and the same year-end bonus. You will select the team leader of each department in each group, and the selected team leader will receive the same monthly salary of 30,000 as before, with the same year-end bonus." These 36 people were shaking with excitement. It had only been such a short time and they were suddenly promoted again. The others were also shocked, with fighting spirit flashing in their eyes. Team leader. Monthly salary increased by 10,000. That's 30,000 a month. This is so fucking cool. Yi Fan continued, "The second thing is that the company will move in the near future. Now the company has more and more employees, and this place is no longer enough to support it. I plan to buy an office building. This will be a subsidiary in the future. In the near future, I will evaluate you and other subsidiaries. I will make the decision on who will go to the head office and who will stay in the subsidiary." Everyone's heartbeat quickened again. What does company relocation mean? It means that the company is becoming stronger and stronger. Who doesn't want the company they work for to become stronger and stronger? It also means that many positions in the subsidiary companies will become vacant, and their long-awaited opportunity for promotion and salary increase has come again. Third, I told the CEOs and managers of each subsidiary that the company will implement a shareholding system after the relocation. I will also evaluate you, and I will choose those who are qualified to become shareholders of the company. I have already decided on the 2 major shareholders besides myself. I have reserved 10 shareholder quotas, and I will select the rest from among you, who can enjoy the company's dry shares." The CEOs and managers of the 8 subsidiaries also looked excited. Company dry shares. That means they don't have to do anything and can get a lot of dividends. This is so cool. Everything Yi Fan said today were things that these leaders and ordinary employees would never dare to think about before. Now that their boss Yi has given them such a great opportunity, they are naturally full of fighting spirit. That's all I have to say. Do you have any other activities next? If not, let's adjourn. After saying that, Yi Fan returned the microphone to the receptionist and left with Shin Sinyu and Hu Yelin. There was a strong flame of fighting spirit in the eyes of each of those employees. During this period, they have to fight for promotion and salary increase. Chapter 69, Talk about Chow Chow calls. After returning to the office, Yi Fan held a small meeting with Shin Sinyu and Hu Yelin. As for the 2 of you, after you become shareholders of the company, you, Hu Yelin, will be the president of the company, and Shin Sinyu, you will be the executive president. You will choose the 2 vice presidents from among Qian Guang and the other 4. The remaining 2 will be appointed as the general manager and deputy general manager of the company based on their personal abilities. Let them temporarily serve as directors, and let them secretly select the new director themselves. Okay, Mr. Yi. They both nodded. Yi Fan added, "Also, let Yang Shuo and the other 3 take the positions of directors of the RD department, the marketing department, and the customer information resources department." Shin Sinyu frowned slightly and said, "Isn't it a bad idea to let the 3 of them do this?" Yi Fan knew what she was worried about and said with a smile, "Don't worry, they live in the same dormitory as me, so I know everything. These 3 departments are very suitable for them. It's not because they are brothers with me that I do this." Only then did Shin Sinyu nod. Since Yi Fan said so, she had nothing more to say. That's basically it. Yi Fan nodded and said, "By the way, where do you 2 think I should put the address of the head office?" The 2 looked at each other and said, "It depends on what choice you make, Mr. Yi. As long as you don't stray from the city, it doesn't matter where you are."
Yifan nodded. You go first, I will call you later. After Shin Sinyu and Hu Yelin went out, Yifan called Mu Xianxian. Now Mu Xianxian has been promoted by the company to be the sales manager of this sales center, while Zhang Jun has become the sales director and works within the company. And the company gave her a privilege. She will continue to be responsible for Yifan. You can still get commission. Mu Xianxian knew that all this was thanks to Yifan. If it weren't for Yifan, it would have taken her an unknown amount of time to get to this position. This is definitely my financial sponsor. Next time I see Yifan, I must thank him. Just then her cell phone rang. When I took it out and looked at it, my eyes suddenly lit up. Speak of the devil. This is really weird. Hello, Mr. Yi, what can I do for you? Mu Xuanxuan's tone was flattering. The people around looked at him in confusion. Are all sales managers so humble now? Yifan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Hello, Miss Xianxian, it's not necessary to order me. I'm in urgent need of an office building, and it's already been renovated. Do you have any? Mu Xianxian thought for a moment and said, I'll have to ask this for you. Okay. Yifan hung up the phone. Mu Xianxian immediately called Zhang Jun to ask. Zhang Jun immediately replied, Yes, a company's contract expired today and they moved out. The office building has just been vacated and has not been sold yet. It's in the East City high-tech zone. When Mu Xianxian learned about this, she was very excited and called Yifan directly to tell him about it. Mr. Yi, if you want to go and have a look, I can take you there. Yifan thought for a moment and realized that it was indeed a ready-made one, so he said, Okay, take me over to have a look. After hanging up the phone, Yifan called Shin Sinyu and Hu Yelin over and asked them to go with him to take a look. In the underground garage, Hu Yelin's eyes lit up when he saw the sports car parked in the parking space. This is the Lamborghini Veneno that was just released this year. It's worth 80 million. How come it's here? When Shin Sinyu next to him heard the price, his expression changed a little. An 80 million sports car. Yifan looked at Hu Yelin and asked with a smile, Old Hu, do you like sports cars too? I like it, of course I don't like it. Who doesn't like sports cars? Hu Yelin said excitedly, especially this kind of top-level sports car. There are only a few of them in the world. I didn't expect to see one here. At the same time, he was also feeling puzzled. Who parked this car in their parking space? And didn't Mr. Yi drive his Porsche today? Walking over here? Hu Yelin looked back at Yifan and found that he had a smile on his face, and a thought flashed through his mind. Mr. Yi, this Lamborghini Veneno could be. He didn't dare to say the next words, and Shin Sinyu also guessed it. Yifan nodded and smiled, It's mine. I bought it when I went to the South China Sea. Snap. Both of them felt like they were struck by a bolt from the blue. This is so fucking shocking. This Lamborghini Veneno really belongs to Yifan. 80 million. Hu Yelin didn't know what to say at the moment, so he just used two words, fuck. But then I thought about it again, Yifan had made more than 20 billion with them that night. It was not surprising. But when Hu Yelin looked at the newly bought Audi worth more than 1 million yuan next to him, he suddenly didn't feel attracted anymore. I wanted to show off. It seems better to forget it now. Hu Yelin drove to the destination according to the address given by Yifan. Hu Yelin originally thought that Yifan would drive the Lamborghini Veneno. Although I can't afford it, at least I can experience the feeling of riding in an 80 million sports car. But to his disappointment, Yifan did not open it. The reason is simple, the car can't accommodate 3 people. Unless he doesn't go, Yifan may still be able to drive that car. But if he didn't go, it would have nothing to do with him if Yifan drove that car. It is even more impossible for Shin Sinyu not to go. So let us see if there is a chance to ride that car in the future. He may be old but not old at heart, and he is only 38 years old this year, still in his prime. Old Hu, what's wrong with you? Sighing. Yifan said with a strange look on his face. It's okay. Hu Yelin quickly replied, Mr. Yi, we are almost there. Why don't you ask where the sales lady is now? Well, let me ask. Yifan took out his phone and called Mu Xianxian. After learning her location, Yifan asked Hu Yelin to drive over. After a moment, Yifan saw Mu Xianxian standing next to a red BMW with a briefcase in her hand, and the 3 of them got out of the car. Hello, Mr. Yi, Miss Shun. Mu Xianxian shook hands with Yifan and others enthusiastically. Yifan first introduced Hu Yelin, then glanced at Mu Xuanxuan's work badge and said, Ms. Xianxian, are you the sales manager?
Yes, Mr. Yi, this is actually your contribution, so I have to thank you. Mu Xianxian said with gratitude, Mr. Yi, you can just call me Xianxian. Yifan was a little surprised and said, No, I just bought some things I needed.
Come on, take us to see the office building you mentioned.
Okay, Mr. Yi, please come this way.
Mu Xianxian took Yifan and others to the office building behind them.
Chapter 70, Buying a House for 500 Million.
Mu Xianxian took Yifan and others to tour the floors of the office building, a total of 25 floors.
Apart from the leftover garbage, it is indeed a well-renovated office building. As long as we renovate the interior and buy some office supplies, it can basically be used. Moreover, this building is located in a bustling area, with all kinds of restaurants and shops downstairs.
So Yifan is still very satisfied with this office building.
Mr. Yi, what do you think of this place? Mu Xianxian asked, standing next to Yifan.
Yifan looked at Shinsinyu and Hu Yelin and said, I think it's pretty good, what about you?
We all think it's okay. Hu Yelin and Shinsinyu both nodded.
Yifan nodded and said, okay, I'll buy this building.
How much is it?
Mu Xianxian took a breath of cold air.
This time she heard it clearly.
Yes, buy.
Not for rent. She remembered what Director Zhang Jun had said to her on the phone. If he wants to buy, just give him a direct quote, and save as much as possible on other things.
Moreover, Zhang Jun also said that if she won the order, the company would promote her to deputy director. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to do it. The company can find someone to train you to do it.
So she was extra cautious today and tried her best to entertain Yifan. Mr. Yi, this office building can be bought for 500 million. Mu Xianxian said with a smile. In fact, her palms were sweating because she was so nervous. She had already prepared herself mentally she would never almost fall to her knees like she did last time.
That would have been too embarrassing.
Okay, I want it. These 4 words echoed in Mu Xuanxuan's mind and could not be dispelled. She didn't fall down, indeed she didn't fall down. But her body couldn't help but tremble.
So exciting. I really want to rush over and knock Yifan down.
And give him a few fierce kisses. She didn't see the house buying scene last time, so this time she was watching it alone, and she had it all to herself.
Okay, Mr. Yi, here are the documents. Please take a look and see if there are any problems.
Mu Xianxian took out 2 documents from her briefcase with trembling hands.
One is for buying and selling, and the other is for leasing. Hand the one you bought to Yifan.
Yifan was surprised. The preparations were so complete.
Did these people know that they would definitely buy it? Prepare 2 documents. What are you going to do if I don't want this building? Yifan asked out of curiosity.
Mu Xianxian quickly replied, No, we know you will definitely buy it. If you really don't buy it, these 2 contracts will still be kept. Yifan nodded, then signed his name on the contract and transferred the money. At the UN company, Zhang Jun and the general manager had already gone to the financial director, and the 3 of them were closely watching the company's account records. Time passed by minute, and the 3 of them were getting anxious.
Zhang Jun, why don't you make a phone call and ask if it's done? The general manager was getting a little impatient waiting.
The key is that he is also anxious. I don't know whether the other party is renting or buying.
The purchase price is 500 million. The chances of success in competing for the vice president position will be higher.
Renting it would cost tens of millions, nothing to say. Zhang Jun smiled flatteringly, Manager, wait a little longer.
There's no point in being anxious now. What if something goes wrong over there when you call to urge them?
The general manager thought about it and decided to suppress his restless heart for the time being. Here you come, manager, the financial director suddenly called out.
Count a few zeros quickly.
The general manager shouted hurriedly and leaned forward without caring about his image. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 1,000, 10 million, 100 million.
500 million in total.
The director's office was quiet. The 3 of them stared with eyes as big as copper bells, and their mouths were big enough to fit an egg.
Bought again. Last time it was an entire apartment building, this time it's an entire office building.
Fuck. How rich is this young man?
We spent more than 600 million here.
I am so amazed that I can't express it in words, all I can say is wow.
This time, his position as vice president is absolutely secure. Hurry, call Mu Xianxian and ask for Yifan's phone number. This time I must thank him in person, the general manager said hurriedly. Zhang Jun quickly took out his cell phone and called Mu Xianxian. Hello, Director Zhang. Mu Xianxian on the other end was trembling as she spoke. As soon as Yifan left, she couldn't hold on any longer and was holding on to her red BMW while taking deep breaths. Before Zhang Jun could say anything, the general manager snatched his phone and said, Mu Xianxian, I'm General Manager Yang Rui. Congratulations on becoming the deputy director of the sales department. Before Mu Xianxian could recover from her shock, good news came one after another. Thank you, Manager Yang. Okay, give me Mr. Ye's phone number. I want to thank him in person. Yang Rui said quickly. Okay, manager, I'll send it to you right away. By the way, manager, isn't there a community here? Yang Rui was stunned and frowned. No, we basically have office buildings in Gaoxin, but not in the community. What do you mean by asking this? Mr. Yi just said that he wanted to buy 2 buildings nearby to use as employee dormitories, so he asked me if there was a community like our Ziyuan nearby, and if so, he would buy them there. After hearing this, the people in the director's office were stunned. They had never hated the company's top management so much. Why didn't the company build a few residential areas in the high-tech area at that time? Otherwise, several hundred million would be deposited into the account. Finally, Mu Xianxian hung up the phone and sent Yifan's contact information via WeChat. After receiving the message, Yang Rui immediately called Yifan, who answered the call quickly. Hello, who is this? Yifan's indifferent voice came from the other side. Yang Rui said hurriedly, Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Yang Rui, the manager of Ziyuan Company. This is the case. I am calling you this time to thank you. When are you free? I will prepare a meal for you to express my gratitude. Yifan was stunned for a moment, and said, Okay, I have time these days. Okay. I'll wait for you at the Huangyao Hall of Ziyuan Hotel at 6 p.m. this afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Yang Rui breathed a sigh of relief. He was really nervous talking to Yifan. He had never felt this way before when facing his superiors in other companies. Yifan, on the other hand, was staring at his phone, confused. Mr. Yi, what's wrong with you? Hu Yelin, who was driving in front, glanced at Yifan in the rearview mirror and asked. Yifan repeated what happened on the phone, and then said, I don't think I've done anything worthy of Yang Rui's gratitude. Shin Sinyu next to him suddenly said, It should be related to the recent promotion of the vice president of Ziyuan Company. You spent 500 million to buy an office building at this time, which showed the upper management of Ziyuan his ability as the general manager. Maybe you helped him indirectly, so he wanted to thank you. That's right, Mr. Yi. Hu Yelin, who was standing in front of him, also said, There is a lot of competition in Ziyuan Company, so being a general manager doesn't necessarily mean you can be promoted to president. At this time, you need to show your ability, and your previous actions are undoubtedly a timely help to him as the general manager, and your success in competing for the vice president is much greater. Yifan understood. So this is what was happening. Then I should definitely go to this meal. Chapter 71, Yang Rui invites you to dinner. After returning to the company, Yifan instructed Chengye to find someone to reserve 5,000 computers as soon as possible. Of course, the computers had to be the best. The renovation of an office building must be completed within a week at the latest, even if it means spending more money to have the decoration team work overtime or hiring more decoration teams. In short, the decoration of an office building should not take more than 1 week. As for the supervisor of the decoration, Yifan sent Yang Shua over. His size and prickly personality were very intimidating. The last step was to ask Chengye to buy 2 apartment buildings in a community near the office building as soon as possible to use as employee dormitories. As for the dormitory building here, it is now full with more than 300 people. The large room has 3 bedrooms and accommodates 3 people, while the medium-sized room has 2 bedrooms and accommodates 2 people. There are 2 large rooms and 2 medium rooms on each floor. There are 10 people on each floor, so there are 300 people on the 30th floor. However, there are also employees whose homes are closer to the company and who rent houses outside with their girlfriends, so 60 or 70 people are excluded. In addition to Hu Yelin, Shin Sinyu, and Changye who all occupied a room, and Li Qingyi's previous house, the remaining 200 people were almost exactly full. Money is not a problem, there is plenty of it. The problem is timing.
Yi Fan has decided that he must move to that office building within a week and put it into use as soon as possible. This way he will have a chance to reach his goal in the next 2 months. In short, it's just 4 words. Time is running out. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Yang Rui, Zhang Jun and Mu Xianxian were already waiting for Yi Fan in the Huangyao Hall of the Yuan Hotel. The reason he brought Zhang Jun and Mu Xianxian with him was because he had 2 people who were familiar with Yi Fan around him, which gave him some confidence. The 3 of them were a little nervous, as if they were facing a powerful enemy. Mu Xianxian, you must accompany Yi Fan well later. You must make him happy today, even if it means selling your body and losing something. I will compensate you when we get back. Do you hear me? This was not the first time Yang Rui had said these words to her. Ever since the 3 of them came here at 5 o'clock, Yang Rui has repeated these words to her every 10 minutes, without changing a single word. Her ears are almost calloused from hearing them. Mu Xianxian smiled bitterly in her heart and said solemnly, I understand, manager. In fact, Mu Xianxian is now also looking forward to something really happening between her and Yi Fan. Maybe I can use this to soar into the sky. After all, he is such a rich man, so handsome, and has such a calm temperament. No matter which woman, such handsome guys are the most attractive to them. As time passed, several people became more and more nervous, feeling that every second was torture. They don't know what kind of person they will be facing at that time. No one knows what the background of this young man is. All they could find out was that he suddenly appeared before them like a god a few months ago. First it was a villa, then an apartment building, and then an office building. The money spent on their company increased each time. The promotion and salary increase of the 3 of them all depended on this young man. It can be said that Yi Fan has given them a new life. Why haven't you come yet? Yang Rui was getting really impatient. It was already 5:50, but he hadn't received Yi Fan's call yet, and the dishes were already being served one after another. The 2 people next to him twitched their mouths. You clearly said 6 o'clock, and there are still 10 minutes left, but you're trying to rush them to come. Could you be more reserved like us? At exactly 6 o'clock, Yang Rui's phone rang on time, and he quickly took it out and answered it. Hey, hello Mr. Yi. You're here, right? Okay, I'll come out to greet you now. Ah, you're already here. Okay, I got it. Yang Rui hung up the phone and said hurriedly, come with me to answer it. The 3 of them hurried out to greet them, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. But as soon as I opened the door, I saw the lobby manager and Yi Fan walking towards this side. Yi Fan also saw them. He knew the other 2, and there was no need to say anything about the rest. It must be Yang Rui. Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm Yang Rui. It was me who talked to you on the phone before. Yang Rui took 2 steps at a time and walked up to Yi Fan, saying with a flattering smile. Hello, Manager Yang. Yi Fan nodded with a smile. Then Yang Rui invited Yi Fan to the box. Before he could speak, Yi Fan said, Manager Yang, let me say first, I drove here and I have something else to do later, so I can't drink. The 3 of them were stunned. Not drinking had disrupted everything they had just discussed. Fortunately, Yang Rui reacted quickly and said, It's okay, Mr. Yi, let's not drink today, just eat. Mu Xianxian and the others also smiled and nodded, Yes, we won't drink today. Then Yang Rui sat next to Yi Fan and chatted with him. Mu Xianxian and the other person would interject from time to time. Yang Rui expressed his gratitude to Yi Fan in many ways, saying that without Yi Fan, he would never have been promoted to the position of vice president. Yi Fan smiled and said, Manager Yang, I'm just buying some things I need. There's no need to do this. Yi Fan was talking about Yang Rui's attitude, which was as if he was worshipping himself as an ancestor. Yang Rui's face straightened and he said, Mr. Yi, although you said that, you did help me, there is no doubt about that, so this is what I should do. In the end, Yi Fan could only smile and accept it. Yang Rui continued chatting with Yi Fan, and occasionally asked Yi Fan to taste the dishes on the table. But soon, Yang Rui secretly winked at Mu Xianxian. Mu Xianxian understood what he meant, picked up the wine glass on the table, showed a charming smile and said, Mr. Yi, I would also like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to you. If it weren't for you, I, Mu Xianxian, might still be just a small sales lady, and it would take me many years to reach the position of deputy director. So, I am very grateful to you, and I toast you with this glass of wine. Yi Fan was stunned for a moment. He saw her as a sales manager in the morning, but how come she became a deputy director in the afternoon? Could it be because I bought that office building this morning? Yi Fan picked up the teacup on the table and said with a smile, Miss Xianshan, I accept your gratitude and congratulate you on becoming the deputy director.
I will use tea instead of wine. I dare not, I dare not. Mu Xianxian looked terrified. Yi Fan gently clinked his teacup against Mu Xuanxuan's wine glass and drank the tea in the cup.
Mu Xianxian drank the wine in her glass and felt very disappointed.
Why don't you drink? The same goes for Yang Rui and Zhang Jun.
They have no way to do anything if Yi Fan doesn't drink. Then Zhang Jun stood up and expressed his gratitude in the same way.
Yi Fan still replaced wine with tea. Chapter 72, What was I holding back on?
In the end, after the banquet, Yang Rui and the other two drank a lot, but Yi Fan didn't drink at all.
No matter what they said, Yi Fan just wouldn't drink a drop of alcohol.
Coupled with Yi Fan's somewhat cold personality, he always felt that he was keeping people at a distance. Before leaving, the lobby manager suddenly ran up to Yang Rui and handed him a black gold card. When Zhang Jun and Mu Xianxian saw the card, their faces changed suddenly.
Mr. Yi, please accept this card.
Yang Rui handed the black gold card directly to Yi Fan.
There is only one word on the black gold card, Zun.
This card is the black honor card of our Ziyuan hotel. From now on, no matter which Ziyuan hotel you spend money at in the country, everything will be free with this card. Yi Fan was a little surprised and looked at the black gold card in his hand solemnly. Although he knew that this card might not be simple, he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Before he could say anything, Yang Rui continued, Mr. Yi, please accept this.
This is my thank you gift to you.
Seeing Yang Rui's serious look, Yi Fan thought about it and said with a smile, okay, then I will thank Manager Yang.
I have something else to do, so I'll leave first.
Yi Fan casually put the card into his pocket. This action made Zhang Jun and Mu Xianxian feel a little regretful about the card.
Such a good thing, how can you be so careless with it? What if you lose it?
The three of them sent Yi Fan to the hotel entrance. When they saw the Lamborghini parked in front of them, they were dumbfounded again.
Lamborghini? How come this car looks the same as the one in the game?
It was not until Yi Fan left that Yang Rui asked Zhang Jun with a serious expression, didn't you say he was driving a $5 million Porsche?
How come it was an $80 million Lamborghini?
Zhang Jun and Mu Xianxian both stared at Yang Rui with wide eyes. They just listened carefully.
80 million. Manager, is that Lamborghini really worth 80 million?
Mu Xianxian said in a trembling voice. Yang Rui glanced at her, took a deep breath and said, that car is called Lamborghini Veneno. It is a new version of the sports car that was launched in May this year. It is worth 80 million yuan, and there are only a few of them in the world.
Mu Xianxian was so shocked that she took 2 steps back. An 80 million car. What on earth was I being so reserved about? Yang Rui was relieved.
He had just given out a black honor card when he became the vice president, and he was afraid that the company's higher-ups would say that he abused his power not long after taking office. Now he can kill them with just one sentence. The one I gave to is a super rich kid who drives a luxury car worth 80 million. In the end, some of these three people were happy, some were sad, and some left in shock. In fact, Yi Fan had nothing wrong at all.
He just didn't want to drink recently.
I drank too much when I was drinking with Lu Qingtian in Nanjiang some time ago, so I plan to quit drinking for a while. While driving on the road, Yi Fan suddenly received an unmarked call. But this number seemed extremely familiar to him, and a strong feeling of disgust rose from the bottom of his heart. Yi Fan hung up without thinking, but the phone rang again the next second and Yi Fan hung up again.
The call came again.
Yi Fan was already furious, but this time he answered the phone. If you have anything to say, please tell me quickly.
I'm busy.
There was silence for a while before the other side said, Yi Fan, are you okay recently?
Yi Fan sneered and said, I don't want to hear nonsense.
Then Yi Fan hung up the phone. But after a few minutes, she called again. Yi Fan pressed the answer button without saying anything.
Yi Fan, don't hang up, I have something to do. Look, can I treat you to a meal? With Han Chi and his father.
Yi Fan frowned, full of questions.
What is going on? The last time I graduated, Su Munk invited me to dinner. Even now Su Munk is still talking about these things. Do you think it's possible?
Just as he was about to hang up, he heard Su Munk suddenly say, Yi Fan, I beg you, please? Just one meal, just this one meal. Yi Fan was completely confused.
Will Su Munk beg me?
and from the sound of her voice, it seemed like she was going to cry if I didn't agree.
What is going on? Yi Fan, are you still there? Sumung's trembling voice came from the other side. Where? When? Yi Fan asked coldly.
When Sumung heard this, she was overjoyed and said hurriedly, the day after tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the evening, in the Royal Hall of the Victory Hotel.
I see.
After saying that, Yi Fan hung up the phone.
Yi Fan will see what these two people are up to the day after tomorrow. You actually come to ask me for help? What a strange news.
In the end, this phone call disrupted Yi Fan's plan to go for a drive.
Just go back to sleep.
The next morning, Yi Fan came to the company with a total of 16 financial industry test papers in his hand, which he had spent 2 hours searching for in the evening. Then he asked Wu Changxing to make a total of 900 copies of the papers, and stipulated that a score of 75 or above would be considered a passing score. Yi Fan asked him to take out 324 copies, and he gave the assessment of ordinary employees to Qian Guang and 4 others. In the conference room, in front of Yi Fan sat the executive presidents and managers of the subsidiaries, a total of 16 people.
He will test these people today. These are 16 different papers. You can divide them among yourselves. I won't set the scores. The time is 1 hour, but remember, after this, some of you may be fired.
The 16 people were stunned, and then smiled bitterly in their hearts.
I didn't expect that it has been so long since I left school.
There will actually be a day when I will take an exam here like a college student.
But what can they say? He is the president after all. And people also said that there is a high possibility that I will be fired after this incident. Then who dares not to take this exam seriously? Yi Fan, Shen Xingyu and Hu Yelin were the invigilators.
They kept a close eye on them, fearing that they would cheat. But it is impossible for them to cheat since the test papers are different.
Although this method may seem old-fashioned, grades can sometimes reflect a person's ability. Besides, this exam is just a cover-up.
Yi Fan will use the system to check their future later.
There will definitely be unfaithful people among these people in the future.
Yi Fan naturally wants to suppress them as soon as possible, so that the upper echelons of the company will not be filled with a bunch of parasites. Time passed by minute, and Shen Xingyu looked at the 16 of them scratching their heads, feeling very contemptuous.
I have just seen these questions, how difficult can they be? Just one look and she knew the answer.
I really want to know how they got to such a high position. If Yi Fan knew what Shen Xingyu was thinking, he would definitely despise her.
Don't compare yourself with others. There must be some means by which they could reach this point. Chapter 73, Examination and Interview. Old Hu, how long has it been?
Yi Fan asked, opening his eyes. Hu Yelin checked it with his Patek Philippe and said, 1 hour.
Collect the papers.
Looking at these 16 students, some looked sad, some worried, and some happy.
Yi Fan finally understood what it felt like to be an invigilator.
You guys go wait outside first, I'll call your names and let you in one by one. These 16 people really acted like students who had just finished an exam, and they obediently stood up and left the examination room. Then we stood outside and exchanged our experiences in the exam.
Old Hu, how is your professional level? Yi Fan suddenly looked at Hu Yelin and asked.
Hu Yelin touched his nose awkwardly and said, just barely.
In fact, financial expertise has always been Hu Yelin's weakness.
So he has been a manager in his original company.
Yi Fan rolled his eyes and said, should I arrange an exam for you as well?
Hu Yelin coughed twice, and Yi Fan gave 8 test papers to Shen Xingyu, and the 2 of them quickly flipped through them. Yi Fan then took out 2 of them and handed them to Hu Yelin, saying, tell these 2 to go to the finance department to settle their wages and leave.
Hu Yelin took the test paper and took a look at it. The corners of his mouth twitched.
Although my professional knowledge is not good, it is not a problem for me to get 70 or 80 points on this test. These 2 people actually scored 20 or 30 points, which is really awesome. Hu Yelin really wanted to know how they climbed to these 2 positions.
Wang Kai, Huang Xiang, go to the finance department to get your wages.
Hearing this, 2 people stood up, their faces pale, and they did not dare to refute. Because they relied on one sentence in their original company, my dad is the president. That's why they sat in this position.
The 2 men went to the finance department in disappointment.
The remaining 14 people's hearts were pounding and their palms were sweating.
The president is not kidding. Fire people just if you say so.
If this method was used on the ancient battlefield, it would be a decisive killing.
Soon Hu Yelin came out again. Everyone held their breath and could hear each other's heartbeats. "Yu Guanyao, come in."
Immediately, a man walked out of the crowd and entered through the back door.
Yu Guanyao didn't dare to sit down and just stood in front of the three chairmen. "Sit down, don't be nervous, just treat this as an interview."
Yi Fan smiled at him, and Yu Guanyao dared to sit down. Yi Fan asked him to start introducing himself, and began to communicate with the system in his mind to observe Yu Guanyao's career in the coming year.
10 minutes later, Yu Guanyao finished his introduction and Yi Fan had seen enough.
He thought this man could still be trusted for the time being.
"Okay, I understand your situation. You can go back to the company first. Take the test papers with you when you leave. Bring as many test papers as you can. All the leaders who score less than 70 points will be rejected."
Yu Guanyao suddenly felt happy and said repeatedly, "Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll leave first." As soon as Yu Guanyao came out, Hu Yelin called another person in. Yu Guanyao breathed a sigh of relief at the door. It really felt like he had survived a disaster. Although I don't know what the result will be, at least I was not directly fired like those two people.
He raised his head proudly towards the others, then strode away. 10 minutes later, another person came out, repeated Yu Guanyao's actions, and then left. This made the people waiting outside feel very nervous. Everyone pricked up their ears, wanting to hear what was going on inside. "It's a pity that the sound insulation material is so good that I can't hear anything." After this person came out with a look of despair on his face, everyone understood immediately. This guy was fired. Next, some people come out feeling proud, while others feel desperate. Suddenly, everyone felt like they were back to when they first entered society, looking for jobs and accepting interviews. But to say that there was no trouble is simply impossible. Just like now, after Yi Fan saw the future of this man named Chen Hai, Yi Fan planned to fire him. But Chen Hai got angry and slammed the table, asking Yi Fan why he fired him. Yi Fan replied indifferently, "I am the president of the entire company. Why should I give a reason for firing someone?" Chen Hai was so angry that he slammed the door and walked out without asking for his salary of 10,000 yuan. In the end, there were 10 people left out of the 16, and 6 were fired. The matter was resolved in 2 hours. When the company moves, Yi Fan will distribute the shares according to performance. After all, the more professional the shareholders he needs, the better. As for the remaining 3 who will not get any shares, we can only let them be the general manager and deputy general manager of this subsidiary and increase their salaries. If they want to stay, they can stay. If they don't want to stay, let them find their own way out. Chunya and the other 3 ordinary employees who were invigilating the exam had already collected the test papers. Yi Fan directly gave them the answers and asked them to check them themselves. Those with good performance will be appointed as the leadership of all subsidiaries, and those with poor performance will go to the head office and wait for the next opportunity to take up the position. As for the different responsibilities of different departments, Yi Fan also took this into consideration, so the leadership line passing line for each department is different. In short, this time Yi Fan made a major reshuffle in the company just like last time. Everyone was busy until 6 o'clock in the evening. Except for eating, Yi Fan rarely left the company. "I wander around the 23rd and 24th floors of the company all day, supervising the work situation of the entire company." Perhaps because Yi Fan was on patrol, these employees worked harder than usual. "I just want to show my best side to this young president." And the lady at the front desk. Now she only hated herself for not applying for another department at that time. Now looking at Yi Fan, he doesn't have to do anything except standing at the front desk and smiling. It hurt so much. But no matter what, even if she was just smiling, she wanted to show Yi Fan her best working state. Looking at her slightly stiff but forced smile, Yi Fan felt for the first time that this young lady was quite cute. As if she felt Yi Fan's gaze, the young lady suddenly became confused and her mind went blank. What should I do? What should I do? Just now, Mr. Yi seemed to look at me with a strange look in his eyes. Could it be that he has taken a fancy to me? Should I agree to it then? Should we be more reserved? As she thought about it, the young lady's face turned red, and her eyes were full of little stars as she looked at Yi Fan's back. If Yi Fan knew that his look made the young lady think so much, he would rather not look at her. However, Yi Fan also had some thoughts about this young lady. He is indeed a very nice person. If trained well, he can be used as a leadership figure. However, Wu Changsheng from the logistics department should observe for a while. Chapter 74, Prediction 6 months ago. The next morning, Nia Qing was eating breakfast when her father suddenly placed a briefcase in front of her. This is what you asked me to investigate the other day. Father Nye's face looked a little bad. When he learned that Yifan's ex-girlfriend had snatched the honor that should have belonged to Yifan, he felt extremely disgusted with this woman named Su Monk. I think I have seen shameless people in my life, but this is the first time I have seen someone as shameless as Su Monk. Nia Cheng immediately opened it and took a look with joy. It was indeed what she wanted. She stood up and gave Father Nia a hug. Thank you, Dad. Then he didn't even bother to eat breakfast. He quickly ran to the second floor to change his clothes and drove his BMW straight to Yifan's university. Child, have breakfast first, there's no need to rush. Mother Nia shook her head. Father Nia beside him also sighed and said, girls should not be kept at home when they grow up. In the afternoon, Yifan looked at the time, it was 6:20. It was raining heavily outside, which made Yifan's depressed mood even worse. He didn't want to go at all. Just lie down on the bed and sleep. At 7 o'clock, Suman called and asked if I had left. Yifan replied impatiently, come on, wait for the red light. After hanging up the phone, Yifan got up, packed up, and set off. You too, I don't know what kind of conflict you had with Yifan in college, but today you must keep him company for me. In the Imperial Hall of the Victory Hotel, Han Shunyao looked at Han Chi and Su Monk coldly. It was not until a few days ago that he learned that Han Chi and Su Monk had offended Yifan when they were in college. And now Han Shunyao entire company is in danger. If it weren't for the financial help from this mysterious Yifan, his company would most likely face bankruptcy. Han Chi and Su Monk both trembled violently and their faces turned pale with fear. I know, Dad. They really don't know how to face Yifan. The two of them had already lost hope. The time of anxious waiting is always long. Han Shunyao looked anxious and glanced at the time from time to time. The cigarettes in the ashtray had piled up into a small mountain, and the private room was filled with smoke. He paid no attention to the pregnant Su Monk next to him. For Han Shunyao now, every minute and every second is precious. With every minute that passed, his company's loopholes widened and the funds required increased. Finally, it was exactly 8 o'clock, the door of the box opened, and Yifan appeared in front of the three people. Before he even entered, Yifan smelled the strong smell of smoke, and the disgust in his heart increased again. Mr. Yi, long time no see. The middle-aged voice coming from inside made Yifan feel somewhat familiar. Looking up, Yifan was a little surprised and said with a smile, Boss Han, long time no see. Why is Han Shunyao here? Could it be that Han Shunyao is Han Chi's father? Han Shunyao saw Yifan standing outside fanning his nose and not coming in, and he immediately understood what was going on. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. I was a little anxious waiting for you just now, so I smoked a few cigarettes. After saying that, Han Shunyao quickly opened the window and turned the exhaust fan in the box to the maximum. After the air inside became fresh, Yifan walked in and just in time saw Su Monk looking up at him. When Su Monk noticed Yifan was looking at her, she suddenly became flustered and quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at him again. Yifan just glanced at him coldly, then looked at Han Chi, sneering in his heart. This guy is even worse than Su Monk. He doesn't even dare to raise his head. Mr. Han, Han Chi is your son? Yifan sat down slowly and asked with a smile. Now, every word Yifan said sounded like the beating of a drum hitting their hearts in the ears of Han Chi and Su Monk. Ah, yes. Han Shunyao nodded quickly and said with an awkward smile, it was my son, Mr. Yi. It turns out that my son was ignorant at school and offended you. Please don't take it to heart. Why don't you two stand up and apologize? Han Shunyao suddenly yelled at Han Chi and Su Monk. The two men were so frightened that they trembled violently all over and quickly stood up, but they couldn't utter the three words. Han Shunyao was so angry that he wanted to go up and slap both of them. Damn, you guys don't say a word at a time like this. Alright. Yifan waved his hand in disgust, what they did cannot be solved with a small apology. Han Shuanyao's face changed drastically, and a deep sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. Mr. Yi, I wonder what my son did to make you so angry. What? Didn't they tell you, Mr. Han? Yifan looked at the two of them and smiled evilly. Han Shuanyao's heartbeat was getting faster and faster. His face looked as if water was about to drip out, and he shook his head. The two men's legs tightened and began to tremble. They forgot to breathe and just prayed in their hearts that Yifan would not say anything. Yifan naturally didn't know what they were thinking, and slowly said, your daughter-in-law, Su Monk, used to be my girlfriend. Before we broke up, your son intervened and took her away. While speaking, Yifan stared at the two people closely. Han Shuanyao's body shook and he almost stumbled and fell onto the chair. And your son instructed her to take away the postgraduate study quota that should have belonged to me, causing me to lose everything I cherished at that time. After saying that, Yifan showed boundless disgust and said in a cold voice, Boss Han, do you think an apology can make things go away? Han Shunyao could no longer stand and sat down on the chair, his head buzzing. Poach others and seize their honor. Are either of these two hatreds irreconcilable? But his son offended both of them at once. Han Shunyao knew that they didn't need to have this meal, and their Han group was finished. Han Chi and Su Monk also sat down in their chairs, looking deathly pale. Yifan looked at the three people in despair, retracted the disgust on his face, and said with a light smile, Boss Han, I know that you called me here today most likely for cooperation. I also saw on the news that your Han group was in trouble. If I didn't know that Han Chi was your son, maybe I would cooperate with you, but forget it now. Yifan stood up and said in a deep voice, although I hate work, your son and daughter-in-law really disgust me. I really don't want to have anything to do with them, so Mr. Han, I'm leaving first. After saying that, Yifan turned and left. It was a miracle that he could sit in that box for so long without vomiting. Dad, Dad. After Yifan left, Han Chi raised his head and looked at his father. It would have been fine if he hadn't screamed. This sleep helped Han Shunyao come back to his senses. Han Shuanyao's face showed a ferocious look. He jumped up and swung his hand in a circle. Bang! This slap made Han Chi's eyes turn black, stars appeared in his eyes, and half of his face quickly swelled up like a pig. Look what you've done. Chapter 75, Prediction Comes True. The entire box was filled with Han Shunyao cursing in Han Chi, using all kinds of foul language. It sounded as if Han Chi was not his son. Fortunately, the 5-star hotel has good sound insulation. If someone noticed it, they would definitely say that Han Shunyao, as the chairman of a group, spoke like a street thug. In the end, Han Shunyao was so angry at Han Chi that he was shaking all over. But Han Chi didn't say a word from beginning to end, and his fists were clenched. Having run out of words to curse, Han Shunyao looked at Su Monk, who was shaking violently with fear. He now felt nothing but disgust towards this woman. A daughter like you is not worthy of entering my Han family. Han Shunyao snorted coldly and turned away. In the end, only Han Chi and Su Monk were left in the private room. Han Chi suddenly stood up and left with a gloomy face, and Su Monk immediately followed him. From childhood to adulthood, Han Shunyao has never scolded or hit himself. Everything goes according to my will. But today, because of Yifan, Han Shunyao scolded him and beat him. Let him lose face today. Yifan. Su Monk looked at Han Chi's violently shaking body, hesitated for a moment, walked up and gently held Han Chi's fist. But Han Chi suddenly turned around, stared at her like a wild beast, and slapped her hand away. Yes. And there is this woman named Su Monk. Su Monk staggered and sat down in the rain, looking at Han Chi with a pale face. Han Chi pointed at Su Monk and roared, Why are you still here, you bitch? Get away from me. Don't dirty my eyes here. Fuck. Who the hell do you think you are? Why are you with me, the eldest son of the Han family? Look in the mirror and see what you look like. I'm telling you, I was just playing with you from the beginning to the end, and now I've had enough, I'm tired of playing, get the hell out of here. I'm sick of seeing you. Su Monk looked at this crazy Han Chi in astonishment, with a look of disbelief on her face. She grabbed Han Chi's trouser leg and begged, Han Chi, you can't do this. You must not do this, you can't abandon me, I'm pregnant, and I have our child in my belly, you can't do this. I beg you, I beg you. Han Chi sneered, pushed Su Monk away and said, I advise you to abort the baby as soon as possible. You are such a bastard that you don't deserve my child. Afterwards, Han Chi drove the Audi in front of him, stepped on the accelerator, and left the place. Alas, another girl was abandoned by a scumbag. I don't think this girl is a good person. Didn't you hear what that rich young master said just now? This bitch must have done something shameless. That's right, I think so too. The pointing and criticizing of the onlookers made Su Monk feel ashamed. Her tears flowed down the rain, and her crying even drowned out the sound of the rain. Just at this moment, her phone rang and Su Monk hurriedly picked up the phone. Before she could open her mouth to speak, a deep voice came from the other side, Is that Su Monk? I am the president of Huan University. Su Monk was slightly stunned. Why did the principal call her? I felt uneasy. I am. The person on the other end of the phone said coldly, Sumunk, I am officially informing you that the school has already found out the truth about the I Care graduate school quota incident 6 months ago. You have been expelled from our school. Sumunk's cell phone fell to the ground and her head was buzzing. After a while, Sumunk smiled bitterly. Is this retribution? If I had not been seduced and used by Hanshi at that time. If I weren't so vain. Are you snuggling sweetly with Yifan now? Is she deeply loved by Yifan? But all this was destroyed in my own hands, destroyed by my own hands. After Yifan left, he went straight home. Lying on the bed, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have used the system to see that Sumunk's future would be like this. And it seems to be the Victory Hotel. Could it be that this matter has something to do with me? Yifan rested his chin on his hand in thought. But soon the WeChat ringtone on his mobile phone interrupted his thoughts. It was sent by Li Qingyi, but these few simple words made Yifan's face change suddenly. Save me. Zuanhuang KTV. Yifan immediately got out of bed, braved the heavy rain and drove the Lamborghini to the maximum horsepower. He rushed to Zuanhuang KTV. In the heavy rain, people saw a silver car whizzing past on the road with a clear and pleasant roar. Fuck, is this guy looking for death? Driving so fast in the rain. What the hell is that car? It has to be going at 200 miles per hour. I kept calling Li Qingyi on the way, but she never answered. Yifan's face became increasingly gloomy, and he called Cheng Liang directly. Cheng Liang was exercising on the bed when the phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and his face became serious. He quickly asked his wife to keep quiet and then took the phone himself. Hey, Boss Yi. Cheng Liang, do you know Zuanhuang KTV? Cheng Liang was stunned for a moment and said, I know, Boss Yi, that's Hu Biao's place. My friend had an accident there. What? Cheng Liang stood up suddenly, his scalp tingling. He put on his clothes hastily and said hurriedly, Boss Yi. Don't worry, I'll call Hu Biao now. What's your friend's name? After asking the name, Cheng Liang hung up Yifan and called Hu Biao. As soon as Hu Biao answered the phone, Cheng Liang yelled, Hu Biao, what the hell are you doing? Hu Biao was stunned after hearing Cheng Liang's yell. Did Cheng Liang eat explosives so late at night? Fuck. Cheng Liang, what the hell do you mean by this? What do you mean? Cheng Liang sneered and said, Boss Yi's friend got into trouble on your territory. What the hell are you doing? Hu Biao was dumbfounded again after hearing this. Something happened to Boss Yi's friend at his place? How the hell is this? Where is it? I'm going there now. Hu Biao stood up immediately, his face full of fear. Zuanhuang KTV. You are so fucking. I'm here now, I'll go and see it right away. Hu Biao hung up the phone immediately, then rushed from the office to the KTV hall and yelled, all the staff of Zuanhuang KTV, stop what you are doing. Everyone looked at Hu Biao, wondering what this bald guy was doing. The lobby manager hurried to Hu Biao, and before he could say anything, Hu Biao slapped him in the face. The huge sound was like a slap in everyone's face, making them tremble with fear. Some people even couldn't help but touch their faces. This is a fatal move. What the hell do you do for a living? The lobby manager didn't know what was going on. He was beaten for no reason and felt a little aggrieved, but he didn't dare to say anything. Call out all the people in the boxes. If anyone doesn't obey, I'll beat them up. Hu Biao made up his mind that even if he had to stop doing business at Zuanhuang KTV, he had to find the person out. Damn it, if anyone dares to touch Boss Yi, I will make him suffer even to his death. Chapter 76, Fight. Xin Xiaojie, where did you find this girl? She's so beautiful. In a private room of Zuanhuang KTV, 4 or 5 men were grinning lewdly on their faces. That's right, it's not an exaggeration to describe Li Qingyi as a fairy. My god, she's so beautiful. Damn, this is the first time I've seen such a beautiful woman. I'm still excited just thinking about it now. A group of people became eager to try when they thought of Li Qingyi's figure and beautiful appearance. Although they have seen many women and played with many of them. But it was the first time they had seen a woman as beautiful and otherworldly as Li Qingyi. Compared with those mediocre women in the past, Li Qingyi is simply a goddess. My dad took me to discuss cooperation with this woman today. I liked her at first sight, so I invited her to come and play with us. Xin Xiaojie had a smug look on his face, and a hint of lust flashed in the depths of his eyes. Li Qingyi had already been forced to drink quite a bit of wine by them, so it was time to get down to business.
Speaking of which, why hasn't Li Qingyi come back yet after taking such a long time in the bathroom? Bang! With a loud bang, the door of the box was opened, and everyone was startled. Before they could understand what was going on, 8 waiters holding steel pipes rushed in from outside. Each of them had a ferocious look on their faces, which was in stark contrast to their smiling and polite appearance when they had just greeted the guests. "Ladies and gentlemen, please come with me to the lobby," a waiter said coldly. Xin Xiaojie had a gloomy face. Such a good thing was ruined like this, and he couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable. "What do you mean? Is this how you treat your guests at Zhuanhuan KTV?" The waiter glanced at Xin Xiaojie and ordered, "Take him away. Anyone who dares to resist will be crippled and taken away." Upon hearing this, Xin Xiaojie frowned, and the thought of resisting just now disappeared. When he left, his face was still gloomy and flashing with anger. But when he came out, he found that all the guests of Zhuanhuan KTV were concentrated in this hall. Sitting on the sofa in the hall was a drunk beauty. It was Li Qingyi who had gone to the bathroom and had not returned for a long time. A young man was squatting next to her, feeding her water one mouthful at a time with a worried look on his face. Xin Xiaojie and others suddenly felt uneasy. Could it be that this incident was just because of Li Qingyi? Everyone just stood there quietly, no one dared to speak. Zhuanhuan KTV entertains all the well-known people, so they naturally know Hu Biao. Even if they have thousands of complaints, they dare not speak. "Brother Biao, Boss Yi, everyone is here," said the lobby manager, standing tremblingly beside Hu Biao. Hu Biao nodded, looked at Yi Fan next to him, his head covered with cold sweat, and said, "Yi, Boss Yi." Yi Fan stood up and glanced at everyone with cold eyes. Fortunately, Li Qingyi answered the phone and said that she had fallen asleep in the bathroom. Yi Fan quickly asked Hu Biao to send a few waitresses to bring Li Qingyi out. "Who did this?" Yi Fan's cold voice sounded like it came from hell, making everyone tremble. Xin Xiaojie and the others couldn't help but tremble all over, and they all lowered their heads to hide themselves. "Boss Yi, it's them." At this time, a waiter pointed at Xin Xiaojie and others. Xin Xiaojie panicked and wanted to escape, but was blocked by the waiters and pushed in front of Yi Fan. Yi Fan looked at them with a cold expression. Xin Xiaojie looked at the young man, suppressed his panic, and raised his head and said, "Yes, I did it." "What do you want?" I tell you, you'd better not touch me, otherwise my dad will not let you go." Yi Fan didn't say anything, but slapped Xin Xiaojie in the face. Bang! Xin Xiaojie sat down on the ground, and finally came to his senses, covering his swollen face in disbelief. He was actually slapped. In front of so many people. The people around were also trembling with fear, and couldn't help but cover half of their faces. It was as if they were the ones being beaten. How much strength must it take to make that half of the face swell up like that? "I don't know who your father is, and I don't want to know, but you hurt my people, and I don't think I will let you go just like that," Yi Fan said with a cold face. Xin Xiaojie looked at Yi Fan with resentment and shouted, You dare to hit me. You dare to hit me." Yi Fan smiled coldly and extended his hand to Hu Biao. Hu Biao immediately understood and took a steel pipe and handed it to Yi Fan. Yi Fan pressed the steel pipe heavily on Xin Xiaojie's shoulders, scaring Xin Xiaojie so much that his face turned pale. "What do you think will happen to you if I hit you with this stick?" Yi Fan asked coldly. Xin Xiaojie was so frightened that he couldn't speak. His body was trembling and he kept shaking his head. Just at that moment, he saw ferocity in the eyes of the person in front of him. "He really dares to do it. I was wrong, brother, I was wrong, I was really wrong. I apologize, I will apologize right now." Xin Xiaojie's speech was incoherent. Yi Fan looked at his begging appearance and sneered, "I thought you were so tough." He just gave in after being threatened. Yi Fan is not stupid. If he really continues to fight, it would be against the law. Yi Fan then looked at Xin Xiaojie's 4 companions. Before he could say anything, the 5 men immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Brother, spare us. We apologize. We apologize, and we won't dare to do it again." Yi Fan gave them a cold look and said, "Hu Biao, you guys take care of these guys." After saying that, Yi Fan turned around and left with Li Qingyi. "Okay, Boss Yi, take care." Yi Fan would not use heavy hands, but Hu Biao was different. He has been in the underworld before, so these people will definitely not have an easy time in his hands. "Damn, you are causing trouble in my place, you really want to die. Everyone else, anyone who spends money here tonight will get their bills free, no matter how much."
If you paid but didn't play, come here tomorrow and we will return you double the amount you paid. Everyone please leave now. How could these people dare to stay? They had wanted to leave a long time ago. Then the 5 people were left trembling, and Hu Biao looked at them and sneered. In Zhuanhuang KTV, screams continued. Yi Fan sent Li Qingyi back home and covered her with a quilt. This time he finally noticed that the diamond ring on Li Qingyi's hand was missing. What is going on? Li Qingyi had just vomited in the bathroom of the KTV. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Yi Fan stared at the sleeping beauty. Does it look good? Sleeping Beauty suddenly woke up, and her seductive eyes fell on Yi Fan with a look of intoxication. Seeing Yi Fan's heart skip a beat, he coughed twice. Are you awake? Are you feeling better? Yeah. Li Qingyi nodded, looking at Yi Fan with an inexplicable look in her eyes. Okay, then you take a good rest. I'll go lie down on the sofa for a while. Call me if you're thirsty. After saying that, Yi Fan was about to go out. However, Li Qingyi suddenly stood up and floated into Yi Fan's arms. Chapter 77, Want Revenge? The next second, Yi Fan pushed Li Qingyi away. This sneak attack caught him off guard. He said unkindly, Li Qingyi, what are you doing? You are already married. Respect yourself. Li Qingyi fell on the bed and laughed, silly, I was lying to you. Yi Fan was stunned. What's going on? Li Qingyi took this opportunity to hug Yi Fan again and said, I'm not married at all. When I was abroad, I had too many suitors, so I bought a diamond ring myself and told others that I was married in China and my husband's name is Yi Fan. In the morning, Yi Fan felt an itchy nose and lost all desire to sleep. When I opened my eyes, I found Li Qingyi playing with her hair on her nose. Awake? Li Qingyi smiled when she saw Yi Fan waking up. Both of them remembered clearly what happened last night. Li Qingyi took advantage of her drunkenness, and after seeing Yi Fan's prowess in the KTV, she couldn't suppress her emotions for a moment. She still feels some pain in her waist. Yi Fan had sex with Li Qingyi reluctantly. The vitality accumulated over a long period of time is released. The two of them tossed and turned for most of the night. The two looked at each other, and for a moment the air in the room was a little ambiguous. Li Qingyi's face turned red when Yi Fan stared at her. She asked, What do you want to eat? I'll go buy it. As she spoke, Li Qingyi was about to get up, but as soon as she moved, she felt a tingling sensation all over her body. He snorted softly and frowned slightly. Yi Fan smiled when he saw it, and said sympathetically, I'll go, you take a good rest. Having said that, he let Li Qingyi go to sleep. He got up, dressed, covered Li Qingyi with a quilt, washed up briefly, and went downstairs to buy breakfast. After Yi Fan left, Li Qingyi could no longer resist her sleepiness and fell asleep with a sweet smile. Half an hour later, Yi Fan came back and saw Li Qingyi sleeping soundly on the bed, so he didn't disturb her. He ate a little, then called Hu Biao and asked him to send him all the information about the 5 people from yesterday. Hu Biao guessed that Yi Fan might want it, so he organized the collected information into 5 documents and sent them to Yi Fan. Yi Fan clicked on it and saw that Qin Xiaojie, whom he beat up yesterday, was the young master of a clothing company in another city with a market value of 3 billion. The others are companies with a market value of 800 to 900 million yuan. Yi Fan sent the 5 documents to Shin Xinyu, and added a note, in 3 days, I want these 5 companies to withdraw from China's business community. Although Shin Xinyu didn't know what Yi Fan was going to do, since he had already said so, she could only do as he said. In the luxury box of Huan First People's Hospital, Qin Xiaojie has been lying unconscious on the hospital bed. The middle-aged man next to him has a gloomy face and clenched fists. My own son was beaten like this. How could he not be angry? He turned around and went to another ward, where 4 other people were lying. Their father had the same face as Qin Xiaojie's father, and their mother was sitting beside them crying. Son, who on earth was so cruel to beat you up like this? Tell me, and I will help you get revenge. Several people did not dare to speak. Their faces were bruised and swollen, and they looked terrified. It was obvious that they had not recovered from what happened last night. Mr. Qin. Seeing Qin's father come in, several men immediately went up to him and greeted him. Father Qin just nodded and said coldly, haven't they said who did it yet? The fathers of several children shook their heads, sighed, and said helplessly, no. Father Qin frowned, walked up to a child, and said, Child, tell your uncle who beat you up like this? If you don't tell me, how can your uncle and your parents help you get revenge? Yes, son, tell me who did it.
The boy's mother also echoed. At this time, the young man came back to his senses, looked at Father Chin, and said tremblingly, "Uncle Chin, can you really help us get revenge?" Seeing his reaction, Father Chin immediately nodded and said, "Yes, I will." When this person told the story, several fathers immediately gathered around him, but the faces of all the parents changed suddenly. Their child is actually competing with Hu Biao's boss for a woman. ISNT boss Hu Biao Lu Qingtian. No matter how bold their son is, he would never do this. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Are you trying to steal Lu Qingtian's woman? A father said in a trembling voice. Lu Qingtian? No, no. The young man shook his head and said, "The boss of Hu Biao is named Ji. He is a young man, the same age as us. They call him Boss Yi." Last name Yi? Several people looked at each other. ISNT Hu Biao following Lu Qingtian? Who is this young man surnamed Yi? When everyone was puzzled, one of them's cell phone rang. He picked it up, and before he could say anything, the secretary's voice came from the other end. "Chairman, it's bad. Someone is buying our company's shares from other directors. Several directors have already sold them." "What did you say?" The man's face changed suddenly. Everyone else looked at him in confusion, not knowing what was going on. Soon, except for Chin's father, other people's phones started ringing. They were all secretaries, and they all exclaimed, "What did you say?" Chin's father was even more puzzled. "What's wrong with you all?" These people were as silent as their children, their faces were terribly pale, and even their wives were silent. Until someone seemed to remember something, rushed to the young man, and asked hurriedly, "You said that young man's surname is Yi, Hu Biao called him Boss Yi. Is he a very handsome man, 1.8 meters tall, and speaks in a very calm manner?" The young man was slightly stunned, then nodded and said, "Yes." The man took several steps back and said in a trembling voice, "It's Yi Fan." The other three's eyes widened. Yes. It's the young man named Yi Fan. He was the only one who was recognized by Lu Qingtian and became the closest friend of Lu Qingtian. Although he does not have his own strength, but in a sense, he is even more terrifying than Lu Qingtian. He is mysterious enough. 5 business tycoons in Huan City revolve around him. If not him, who else can be scary? That is to say, the acquisition of their company by a mysterious person this time was most likely done by Yi Fan. They broke out in cold sweats when they thought of this. What kind of existence did these beasts provoke? While Father Chin was in a daze, those people suddenly turned around and said, "Sorry, Mr. Chin, we admit that we suffered a loss this time." This time even their wives were stunned, and suddenly they pointed at the 4 of them and yelled. "What do you mean? Your son was beaten like this and you don't plan to take revenge? Are you so weak? I don't know why I fell in love with you in the first place." That's right. They don't even have the thought of avenging their son. What a bunch of weaklings. Chapter 78, Apology. Revenge, revenge, you women only know how to avenge your sons. Do you know how much trouble they have caused? We can't afford to offend that young man, how can we take revenge? The 4 women were also shaken by their husbands yelling and stared at them with wide eyes. What do you mean? Isn't he just a man in his 20s? How can you not mess with him? What do you mean? The 4 men sneered at the same time and said, "Then I'll tell you, the person these little bastards are messing with is called Yi Fan, and he is Lu Qingtian's acknowledged brother." Who is Lu Qingtian? He used to be the boss of the underground forces, and now he is the richest man in Huan City. Brother Lu Qingtian, how can we avenge you? Just be thankful that your son was not stabbed to death. Not to mention that Yi Fan is now mobilizing his power to acquire our company. Soon, all 4 of our companies will be his. It's already good enough that I didn't beat these little bastards to death with one slap. Upon hearing this, the 4 women turned pale with fright. The 4 young men lying on the bed looked even more frightened, and their heads were buzzing. Even Chin's father's expression turned serious. How much trouble has this brat Qin Xiaojie caused for himself? Ding ling ling. At this time, Chin's father's cell phone also rang, and a sense of uneasiness suddenly arose in his heart. "Chairman, this is bad. Someone is buying up our company's shares on the market." "What?" Chin's father's face also changed in shock. He glanced at the 4 people who were gloating over the misfortune and asked hurriedly, "Who is buying it?" "Okay, it seems to be a financial company called Blue Ocean Securities. In Huan City." Blue Ocean Securities? The 4 of them understood everything at this time.
They know about Blue Ocean Securities Company, Ltd.
In just 4 months, it has grown rapidly from an unknown small company to the 35th largest company in the financial industry. The market value of this company is now close to 10 billion.
No wonder Blue Ocean Securities is growing so fast, it must be Yifan's company.
Father Chin hung up the phone, his face turned pale, he tightly grasped the phone, his breathing was trembling.
I really want to go over and crush that little beast to death. Husband, what should we do now?
The women looked at their husbands in panic.
They finally knew how to be afraid. The 4 men all sighed and said weakly, what should we do? Try to apologize and see if we can calm his anger. Yifan didn't know about these things. He was currently shopping with Li Qingyi outside.
Although Li Qingyi still felt a little uncomfortable, it was much better than when she just woke up.
What do you think of this one?
Li Qingyi came out of the fitting room, wearing a white dress, and asked Yifan.
Yifan nodded and smiled, it looks pretty good.
Li Qingyi was somewhat dissatisfied with Yifan's attitude, rolled her eyes and said, I have changed so many, and you only know how to say that they are good looking.
Aren't there any that are not good looking?
Yifan replied, it's mainly because you are so beautiful.
The clothes are just a foil on you. I really can't say that you are not good looking.
A trace of shyness flashed across Li Qingyi's face, and she covered her mouth and smiled, I've never heard you say such sweet words before.
Really? Then I have to talk more about it next time. After that, Yifan stood up and said to the group of shopping guides next to him, I'll buy all the clothes in your store, please swipe your card.
When coming out of the store, Yifan had dozens of clothing bags hanging on his body, and the shopping guides looked at Li Qingyi with envy as she left.
She is so beautiful. The boyfriend I found is so handsome and so rich.
Oh, if only I were half as pretty as her, it would be great to find a boyfriend who was half as handsome as that young man and also has money. Yifan and Li Qingyi spent the whole morning shopping. Until the end, Yifan received a call from Shinsenyu, saying that 5 people from the company came to see him. Only then did Yifan go to the company with Li Qingyi. When he arrived at the company, Shinsenyu was waiting for him outside. When Shinsenyu saw Li Qingyi behind her, her woman's intuition told her that this woman's temperament was different from before, and there was a hint of charm between her eyebrows.
Yifan, you go and deal with it first. I'm going to the bathroom.
Li Qingyi suddenly said to Yifan.
Yifan nodded and went to the office.
Li Qingyi then looked at Shinsenyu and asked with a smile, would you like to go downstairs and have a drink together? Shinsenyu thought about it and nodded in agreement, and everyone watched them leave.
Everyone's gossipy heart is burning. What a strong Shura field atmosphere.
Yifan entered the office and found that the 5 people looked uneasy, so he asked, who are you? When a few people saw Yifan, they hurriedly came forward to greet him and introduce themselves. After Yifan found out that they were the fathers of those people last night, he naturally lost his good expression.
If you have anything to say, please tell me now. I have something else to do later.
The 5 people looked at each other, and Father Chin gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Yi, we know that our little bastards accidentally offended your girlfriend.
We apologize to you, and you have already taught them a lesson. Can you let our families go? Don't buy any more shares in our company.
Yifan glanced at them coldly, and none of the 5 dared to look at him.
Impossible.
Yifan's eyes flashed coldly, and he said, if I hadn't arrived in time, my friend might have been killed.
Do you think I would have let you go? I have taken over your company. I will not accept your apology. Get lost.
The 5 of them were all disheartened. They had already guessed this would be the result.
Mr. Yi, you have already punished them so severely, do you really have to kill them all? Chin's father still pleaded without giving up. Yifan sneered and said, kill them all? Don't put such a big accusation on me. I did send them to the hospital, but they deserved it. But aren't you the one who condones their behavior?
If a child is not well educated, it is the fault of the father.
If they are wrong, how can you as parents do anything good?
So there is no room for negotiation on this matter.
I say it again, get out. The 5 people could only leave in despair.
They dare not resist, nor can they afford to resist.
First of all, Lu Qingtian's anger was something they couldn't bear. Secondly, this Yifan has an unknown background. He is not someone they can afford to offend.
And what Yifan said is right.
Isn't it because of the indulgence of parents that things have turned out like this?
If I had educated my children well in the past, how could this result have happened?
How could they end up like this? After they left, Yifan was not in the mood to sit here. Every time I am in a good mood, there are always some flies coming out to make trouble. Chapter 79, Li Qingyi's Admirer. Yi Fan came out of the office and found that Li Qingyi had not returned yet. It's been more than 20 minutes. Is it so slow for a woman to go to the toilet? Boss Yi, your friend asked Boss Shen to go downstairs for a drink. Yi Fan looked at the person who had just spoken with a look of surprise. These two people don't know each other, so how can they sit together? Okay, I understand. Then Yi Fan left the company directly. The employees behind him watched Yi Fan get on the elevator, and they quickly gathered together and whispered. Where are you? After leaving the company, Yi Fan called Li Qingyi. I'm here already, please wait there for a moment. Without giving Yi Fan a chance to speak, Li Qingyi hung up the phone. 10 minutes later, he saw Shen Xinyu and Li Qingyi walking towards him. Shen Xinyu said something to Yi Fan and went straight to work. When Yi Fan felt strange, Shen Xinyu seemed to become even colder. There was a chill in the tone of voice when speaking to him. And he took Li Qingyi to Li Qingyi's company. As soon as he entered the Qingyi fashion design company, Yi Fan felt that the decoration style here was more flexible than that of his company. The company has already hired more than a dozen people and has started work, and now it looks like a large studio. But their faces were not very good. Standing at the company's door, Yi Fan could feel their low morale. The company is now able to carry out the most basic operations, and several clothing companies have begun to cooperate with us. There are no major problems in the company's current operations. Li Qingyi said. Yi Fan is still the largest shareholder of her company, so he has the right to know the current situation of the company. Yi Fan nodded and said, Can I see the clothing samples you designed? Can. Li Qingyi asked her secretary to bring all the drafts of her clothing designs. Yi Fan watched and listened to Li Qingyi saying, The main problem now is that the company's publicity is not strong enough, and we can't expand our business. We thought about inviting some celebrities, but now the only ones the company can invite are third-tier celebrities with little fame. They can't play a big role, and the endorsement fees are very high. Although Yi Fan's aesthetic sense is not very good, he has to admit that Li Qingyi's designs are indeed very beautiful. There is a touch of style that comes from the hands of a top fashion designer. Especially the draft of a men's clothing made Yi Fan's eyes light up, and he couldn't help but take a few more glances. Yi Fan put down all the drafts in his hand and said, Leave the publicity to me. I will find the people. You just need to take care of the company's affairs. Li Qingyi thought about it and nodded in agreement. Yi Fan sat here for a while and was about to leave. A man came in holding a rose in his hand. He was wearing a blue suit and leaning against the doorframe with a handsome smile on his face. He even put his nose to the rose and took a sip in a very coquettish manner. Yi Fan's eyebrows twitched and he felt a chill. What the hell is this? Have you watched too much TV drama? When she saw this person, Li Qingyi's smiling face suddenly turned cold, full of disgust. Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Li, I've already told Mr. Fu, but he just wouldn't listen and just barged in. The secretary who rushed in kept apologizing. Li Qingyi waved her hand and asked the secretary to go down. The secretary didn't dare to stay here and left quickly. Xiao Qingyi, this is me. As soon as the flirtatious man opened his eyes, he saw Yi Fan sitting next to Li Qingyi. The two seemed to be very close. His self-proclaimed handsome smile froze in an instant and he stopped. Fu Jin, I should have told you that I have no interest in you. Why are you still here? Li Qingyi said coldly. Fu Jin said affectionately, Xiao Qingyi, you know this is impossible. I was deeply attracted to you from the first time I saw you. I once swore that I would only marry you in this life. Then Fu Jin stared at Yi Fan with a gloomy face and said, Who are you and why are you here at my Xiao Qingyi's place? Yi Fan sneered. What a shameless person. Before asking someone's name, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Fu Jin didn't say anything, but stared at Yi Fan with his eyes half closed. After a while, he said in a cold voice, I don't care who you are now, you'd better stay away from Li Qingyi. She is not a woman that a little bastard like you can touch. After listening, Yi Fan suddenly laughed. Bai Fei said the same thing to himself that time. You guys really have the same routine. The way you talk is exactly the same. Yi Fan shook his head and muttered. Fu Jin was completely confused by this statement. What does he mean? The next second, Yi Fan's eyes suddenly became cold. I don't care who you are, get out now. Fu Jin was stunned for a moment, and soon his face turned pale. The employees outside the door were already watching the excitement, and when they heard the sound coming from inside, their faces changed. Fuck, that guy inside is too fierce. He even dares to scold Fu Jin. Doesn't that guy know who Fu Jin is? He's the son of Mr. Fu from Xinjiang Group in Shanxi province next door. That's right. Fu Jin is the son of the CEO of a company worth over 10 billion. Is this kid too young to be afraid of tigers? How could our CEO Li be friends with such a person? You dare to scold me? Fu Jin narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Yi Fan glanced at him and said, "If you don't get out of here, I can beat you to a pulp." Ha ha ha. Fu Jin suddenly laughed and said, "Boy, if you're brave, I'll see how you plan to beat me to a pulp." Yi Fan smiled coldly and said, "This is the first time I've seen someone looking for a fight. But since you asked, I'll satisfy you." After saying that, Yi Fan walked towards Fu Jin. Li Qingyi originally wanted to stop it, but after thinking about it, she decided to give up. After all, Yi Fan is different now. "Kid, I'm a third-degree black belt in karate, I don't think you can beat me." Hearing this, Yi Fan said sarcastically, "Karate? Then I want to test how powerful your karate is. Secretly communicate with the system and start predicting his next move." Fu Jin didn't waste any more words and kicked Yi Fan in the face. He was confident that with this kick, the man in front of him would definitely be disfigured in the following time. Li Qingyi's face suddenly changed and she rushed directly towards Yi Fan. But the next scene made her eyes widen. Yi Fan grabbed Fu Jin's foot and held it in his hand with an evil smile on his face. Before Fu Jin could react, Yi Fan kicked Fu Jin in the abdomen. Fu Jin fell directly to the ground and rolled around like a shrimp. Yi Fan watched coldly, as if he was looking at garbage. Ever since what happened last night, the cruelty hidden deep in Yi Fan's heart was completely aroused. "I don't want to waste time talking nonsense like before, let us just fight first and talk later." Chapter 80, Popularity. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? After a while, Fu Jin came back to his senses. He pointed at Yi Fan and yelled, anger in his eyes. After all, he is a third-degree black belt in karate, and his attack speed is several times faster than that of ordinary people. However, the person in front of him saw through him at a glance and kicked him to the ground without mercy. Especially in front of the person he likes, which makes him even more embarrassed. "I said, I don't care who you are, if you don't get out of here, I don't mind kicking you again." After saying that, Yi Fan walked up to Fu Jin step by step. Fu Jin panicked and quickly stood up to distance himself from Yi Fan. He said in a cold voice, "Boy, don't think that this matter can be let go. Tell me your name if you dare." Yi Fan laughed sarcastically and said, "My name is Yi Fan. Come here if you want revenge." Yi Fan. Fu Jin's pupils suddenly shrank and his expression became even uglier. "Are you Yi Fan? The president of Blue Ocean Securities?" Fu Jin's purpose of coming to Huan City was to follow his father's instructions and contact this young man named Yi Fan. "But I just got off the plane some time ago and met Li Qingyi, and I completely forgot about this matter." Now that he saw Yi Fan, he remembered it again. Yi Fan is not only famous in the business community of Huan City, but the entire financial industry is now watching him and his company. The emergence of such a fast-growing company in the financial industry is bound to attract a lot of attention. Especially on the night before the Golden Holiday, he led Blue Ocean Securities to make $20 billion in the US market. Now the whole business world is buzzing with news. Especially these multi-billion-dollar conglomerates. After finding out Yi Fan's information, billionaires from all over the country have sent their children to contact Yi Fan. When Fu Jin thought about this, realizing that he had offended such a person, he broke out in cold sweat. Yi Fan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that apart from a few people, there were outsiders who knew his identity. "Do you know me?" Yes, of course I know him." Fu Jin immediately put on a flattering smile, ran to Yi Fan, and said repeatedly, "Boss Yi, no, brother Yi, I didn't recognize you, and I offended you and your girlfriend. I'm really sorry." This sudden change left Yi Fan and Li Qingyi dumbfounded, with a look of weirdness on their faces. What's going on? Why did he apologize all of a sudden? The people outside were even more shocked. The two people were fighting just now, how come they suddenly started to pay money to apologize? "What are you doing?" Yi Fan asked with a frown. Fu Jin quickly explained it, and Yi Fan suddenly realized. So that's how it was. Li Qingyi next to him looked at her man in shock. Made $20 billion in the US market in one night. This is too crazy. Is this really the Yi Fan I know? Are you saying that there are rich kids coming from all over the world just to see me? Yi Fan asked solemnly. Fu Jin nodded repeatedly and said flatteringly, yes, Brother Yi, I was traveling some time ago. After my father told me about it, I rushed over. I didn't expect to bump into Brother Yi. I'm really sorry. Yi Fan glanced at him. This Fu Jin was similar to Bai Fei. He was spoiled by his parents and thought he could do whatever he wanted just because his family was rich. But one thing that makes him better than Bai Fei is that he has self-awareness. Alright, I got it. Yi Fan waved his hand and said, let's go. Now that the other party has apologized, Yi Fan has nothing to say. Okay, Brother Yi, then, I'll leave first. Fu Jin said repeatedly, turned around and left with his roses. After he left, Yi Fan fell into deep thought again. The days ahead would definitely not be easy. But when you think about it, it would be unreasonable if no one noticed such a big fuss I made before. Yi Fan, are you still the Yi Fan I know? Li Qingyi's question made Yi Fan collect his thoughts. Looking up, there was some panic in Li Qingyi's eyes. Yi Fan naturally knew what she was worried about. 20 billion in one night is indeed a big impact. He walked over slowly, hugged Li Qingyi gently, and said, don't worry, I have never changed. Li Qingyi opened her mouth but still couldn't say anything. Finally, she gently hugged Yi Fan with her forehead on his shoulder. In the end, Yi Fan stayed with Li Qingyi all the time. She worked while Yi Fan rested on the sofa. The secretary brought him a cup of coffee, his eyes always on Yi Fan. She just wanted to know how this man conquered her own CEO. What means were used? Yi Fan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at her, smiling slightly. The secretary's pretty face suddenly turned red, her heart started pounding, and she hurriedly put down her coffee and trotted out. That is so cool. Li Qingyi shook her head when she saw the scene, feeling a little proud. There's nothing she can do about it, the man she identifies with is just so handsome. When getting off work at 6 o'clock, Li Qingyi suddenly stopped those people and said that she had something to announce. Everyone was looking at her. She went in, woke up the sleeping Yi Fan, and pulled him in front of everyone. There is only one thing I want to say, that is, this man, Yi Fan, is the real president behind our company, who invested 500 million, and I am just working for him. Yi Fan never expected that Li Qingyi would actually reveal his identity to these people. But I've just said it. If a few people know about it, it will save me a lot of trouble in the future. Everyone looked at Yi Fan in shock. Invest 500 million. The real CEO? Mr. Li is just working for Yi Fan. It seems that Mr. Li is not joking. The young man they had previously looked down upon turned out to be the president of their company. Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi. More than a dozen people shouted in unison, feeling very nervous. Yi Fan waved his hand and said, you don't need to be so nervous. Your CEO Li and I are also in a cooperative relationship. She helps me make money, and her name is still on the company. Just work hard in the future. By the way, how much monthly salary does Mr. Li give you? Yi Fan asked casually again. 8,000 a month. Yi Fan thought about it, turned around and said to Li Qingyi, since you have betrayed me, I will help and increase their salary to 12,000. This standard will be applied to all new employees in the future. Everyone was stunned. The monthly salary has increased to 12,000 just like that? They've only been here a few days. And they've already been given a raise. Thank you very much, Mr. Yi, more than a dozen people said excitedly. From now on, they must work hard for Mr. Yi. Li Qingyi frowned slightly. Is Yi Fan trying to win people's hearts? Yi Fan smiled at her to reassure her. Li Qingyi then breathed a sigh of relief and followed Yi Fan to eat and then sent her back. Yi Fan did not stay at Li Qingyi's house for long today. After sending her home, he left. Li Qingyi didn't say anything either. After all, although the two of them had a relationship, they had not yet confirmed their relationship. So Yi Fan did not stay, as a sign of respect for her. But she didn't know when the two of them confirmed their relationship. Chapter 81, Moving Company. In the morning, Nie Qing came to visit suddenly. Seeing Yi Fan's face slightly blushed, he took out 2 tickets from behind. Tonight, my favorite singer will be having a concert at the downtown stadium in Huan City. Please go with me. Yi Fan lowered his head and thought for a while, then said, okay. Nie Qing was so happy that he skipped away. Yi Fan looked at her back meaningfully, wondering what he was thinking at the moment. After a while, he withdrew his gaze, entered the villa, packed up and was ready to leave.
Today is the day the company moves, he must be present, and the shareholding system will be implemented today.
His company is finally taking a big step forward.
At 9 o'clock in the morning, Yifan drove to the Dream Building, where 5 moving trucks were already waiting downstairs.
One after another, employees of his company came with a pile of cardboard boxes and put them in the car. Shin Sinyu and Hu Yelin were directing from the side. What's wrong? Yifan walked to Shin Sinyu and asked.
Shin Sinyu glanced at him, quietly distanced themselves from each other, and said, "They've almost finished moving. They're all personal belongings, as well as company documents, files, and files on the computer.
I asked them to download them to a USB drive and take them away."
Yifan nodded and looked at Shin Sinyu strangely.
Why do I always feel that this guy's attitude towards me seems to be colder than before?
After watching them move things for a while, Yifan said, "I'll go over there first." Yifan was really confused, but he just couldn't figure out what the problem was.
Maybe it's my illusion. Hasn't she always been like this? Then Yifan drove away.
When we drove to the Gaoxin office building, there were already quite a few people there. Father Nya, Yang Tianqi, Shang Liang, Hu Biao, Xiang Yang, Lin Tian, reporters, and some people I have never met. It seems that these people have already known that I am the president of Blue Ocean Securities.
That's right.
If these reporters and business people just send 1 or 2 people to investigate, they will be exposed.
But it doesn't matter, he will stand in front of everyone today anyway.
When they saw Yifan getting out of the Lamborghini, everyone was shocked.
Didn't Yifan drive a Porsche before? When did you change your car to this Lamborghini Veneno? This is a car worth 80 million.
Seeing Yifan coming down, the group of reporters immediately surrounded him, and the microphone was almost touching Yifan's face.
Hello, Mr. Yi. I am a reporter from a certain TV station. May I ask if you really founded Blue Ocean Securities? Mr. Yi, how did you manage to make a company soar to the top 30 in the industry in just 4 months?
All the questions gave Yifan a headache, and his brows furrowed into an imperceptible arc.
Get out of the way. Hu Biao couldn't bear it anymore and suddenly roared.
All the reporters suddenly fell silent and made way for them.
Shang Liang, Hu Biao, Xiang Yang, and Lin Tian walked up to Yifan and served as his bodyguards. Brother Yi, please.
Only then was Yifan able to leave. The reporters behind him hurriedly took pictures. They had even thought of the topic for tomorrow's report.
Shocking.
The 4 former underground bosses actually respectfully call a young man Big Brother. The 3 Huan bosses are headed by him.
What exactly is his identity? Shock. The former gang leader is so respectful to a young man, could he be the boss of some underground force? All in all, tomorrow's news will be absolutely dazzling, and will include everything. Except for the reporters, everyone else followed Yifan into the company. Xiaoyi, I didn't expect you to hide it so well. If we hadn't heard the news, we wouldn't have known that Blue Ocean Securities was actually your company. Yeah, you've been lying to us for a long time. Father Nya and young Tianqi joked on the side.
Yifan also smiled and said, No, it's just a small company. After I founded it, I handed it over to my subordinates and didn't manage it much. Father Nya and young Tianqi looked at each other and laughed at themselves.
Small company?
In 4 months, I established myself in the financial industry and rose from 35 to the top 30 in just 1 day.
Yifan did what took them several years to do. You call this a small company? But they both sighed again.
Moreover, in their eyes, Yifan is not an ordinary person, so it is normal for him to be able to do this.
Xiao Yi, you are still young and promising. We guys are almost old. From now on, the world will belong to you young people. Yang Tianqi said.
Yifan didn't say anything, which was considered as his agreement.
After the company moves here, he will start expanding massively. He will no longer be limited to Huan City.
Soon, the employees moved in and drove all the company cars over as well. Yifan did not make any big fuss about this move, and kept everything simple.
There's no need to make it known to everyone. Until the afternoon, Father Nyat and his companions did not leave.
They sat in the office with Yifan, drinking tea and chatting. Xiao Yi, there is a rumor in the business world now that you earned 20 billion in the US market in one night.
Is this true?
Suddenly, Father Nya asked. The others also looked serious, wanting to know whether it was true or not. After all, this matter is indeed quite powerful.
Yifan took a sip of tea and nodded, it's true.
We used 10 billion to cooperate with Brother Lu before, and now there are still 10 billion in the company's account without moving a cent. Hiss. Everyone gasped. Although they already knew about this. But when he heard Yifan admit it himself, he was still extremely shocked. I really admire this young man. 20 billion in one night. Earn it back with something as risky as stocks. Even the two most powerful bosses in the stock market can't do this. Well, Xiaoya, tonight we want to see how you operate it. Is it possible? Father Nya asked again. He knew that this kind of thing might be a bit embarrassing to talk about. But they all wanted to find out how the boy did it. Yifan thought for a moment and said, "It's not something shameful, but it may not be possible tonight. Nia Cheng asked me to accompany her to the concert, so tomorrow, I have nothing to do tomorrow night. Uncle Nia, if you guys want to watch it, you can come and watch it then. Of course, if you guys want to follow me and learn how to operate, I can also guide you." Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Yifan to actually agree. This was really beyond their expectations. And I can bring them along, which would be the best of course. Although they are not short of money, who doesn't want to be richer? Okay, let's make it a deal tomorrow. Tomorrow night we will come to your company to take a good look at how you operate. Chapter 82, Backstage at the Concert. In the afternoon, after everything was moved, Yifan asked Shen Xinyu to gather everyone in the activity hall again. This time, more than 900 people from all companies were present. Sitting below, everyone looked at Yifan, with fanaticism flashing in their eyes. My heart is already shouting in unison. Idol. Yifan took the microphone and said, "I won't say those nice words. I will only say one thing. The company has just taken root in Huan City. We have two goals in the future. 1. In less than a month, I will make the company stand at the top of Huan City, and the rewards are what I mentioned before. 2. From now on, I will no longer limit my development to a small city like Huan. After preparing for a while, we will start expanding to the whole country. When the time comes, you will have plenty of opportunities for promotion. It all depends on whether you can seize them." Good. Long live Mr. Yi. Everyone exclaimed. Seeing this, Father Nya and Yang Tanchi couldn't help but admire Yifan's ability to win people's hearts. Indeed strong. Then Yifan began to distribute his shares to the 9 people as before, and he retained 45% of the shares for himself. The remaining shares are 15% each for Hu Yelin and Shen Xinyu. The rest of the people have received shares in varying ways. Then comes promotion to various positions in the head office. Yifan worked all afternoon and didn't finish until 7 o'clock. Originally, Yifan wanted to go out for dinner with Hu Yelin and others, but when he saw the time, he hurriedly drove to the library. On the way, Nye Cheng had called and asked several times. But now was the rush hour for getting off work, and the traffic jam was very serious. Yifan didn't arrive at the entrance of the gymnasium until 8:30. As soon as he got off the car, Nye Cheng ran to Yifan in a hurry and scolded him, "You are finally here, hurry up, the concert will start in half an hour." Yifan glanced at her and said, "Okay, I'm here, let's go. I rushed here without even eating. I still have to be blamed by this girl, really. And there's still half an hour left, why are you so anxious?" The two people immediately lined up to enter. But when it was almost Yifan's turn, he took a look at the poster next to him and was a little surprised. This singer named Yu Yang Yang is actually from Lin Tian's Watching Entertainment Company. I forgot to bring my ticket. It seemed that I was in a hurry to go out in the morning, and when I changed clothes, I put the ticket in another piece of clothing and didn't take it out. Nye Cheng, I forgot to bring my ticket. Yifan whispered in Nye Cheng's ear. Nye Cheng asked quickly, "What should we do then?" Yifan said, "Why don't you go and see it?" "I won't go." "No." Nye Cheng shook his head and pouted, "If you don't want to go, then I won't watch it either. It's boring to watch it alone." Finally, Yifan looked at Nye Cheng's somewhat disappointed eyes and sighed. "Wait here for a moment. I'll make a phone call." After saying that, Yifan took out his cell phone and called Lin Tian. Lin Tian answered the phone, and Yifan told him what happened. Then Lin Tian said, "Boss Yi, wait there for a while. I'll pick you up now." Lin Tian hung up the phone, and Yifan told Nye Cheng not to worry, it would definitely be possible to watch it. Soon, Lin Tian ran over and took Yifan and Nye Cheng directly in, which made everyone envious. Fuck, wasn't that Lin Tian, the president of Watching Entertainment Company? Why was he so respectful to that young man?
Who said it wasn't? Who is that young man? Why does he look familiar to me? Of course he looks familiar. Don't you guys watch the news? He is Yifan, the behind-the-scenes chairman of Blue Ocean Securities. Fuck, aren't all the directors a bunch of old men? He's too young. He looks like he's only in his early 20s. Alas, when people compare themselves to others, they are dead. Lin Tian took Yifan and the other person directly to the lounge behind the scenes, where Yu Yang was putting on makeup and humming lyrics. Nia Qing behind Yifan held Yifan's arm tightly, with some excitement on his face. She never thought that one day she would be so close to her idol. Yu Yang, who was putting on makeup, also saw Yifan following behind Lin Tian and was a little surprised. This little brother is so handsome. Cough cough. Lin Tian coughed twice, and everyone looked at their president Lin. Let me introduce you all. This is our boss Yi. He is as close to the chairman as a brother. From now on, you can call him Boss Yi when you meet him. The one behind Boss Yi is Miss Nia, did you hear me? I understand, Boss Yi. Miss Nia. Everyone nodded and called out respectfully. I was shocked. This young man who looks to be only in his 20s is actually on friendly terms with their chairman. Who is this kid? Yu Yang looked at Yifan with even more amazement. Being the boss at such a young age, he must be no ordinary person. Just as she had finished putting on her makeup, she walked towards Yifan. Hello, Boss Yi, my name is Yu Yang. I often hear you mentioned by General Manager Lin. I never thought you were so young. Although Nia Qing behind him liked the singer very much, when Yu Yang approached Yifan, he immediately became alert. Lin Tian, who was standing next to him, watched Yu Yang's actions but did not show it. But I am very satisfied and I would like to mention myself by the way. It would be good for her to have more contact with Yifan. After all, Yu Yang was cultivated by herself, so naturally she hopes that she can go further. Yifan smiled slightly and said, I dare not, miss you, you look very young too. Yu Yang was a little surprised. Apart from being young and speaking very modestly, this Boss Yi didn't look like a big boss at all. Boss Yi, do you listen to music on a regular basis? Yu Yang asked with a smile. Yifan shook his head, I don't listen to it often, but I will listen to it occasionally to relax. By the way, can you sign an autograph for the girl behind me? She's your fan. Nia Qing looked at Yifan in surprise, and felt warm in his heart. This guy actually still thinks about himself. Okay. Yu Yang nodded, looked at Nia Qing and said, Ms. Nia, right? Thank you for liking me. Where would you like to sign? Nia Qing waved his hands repeatedly and said excitedly, I dare not. Then Nia Qing took out a small notebook from her bag and handed it to Yu Yang. Yu Yang signed her name on it, returned it to Nia Qing, and said with a smile, Miss Nia, if you don't mind, after the concert, please come backstage and I will give you a copy of the new album that will be released soon. When Nia Qing heard this, he immediately said excitedly, Really? I want it. This is my idoless record, who wouldn't want it? She can be said to be a die-hard fan of Yu Yang. Ever since Yu Yang debuted, she has been attracted by her singing and has always liked her. Now she can get her idoless record, all thanks to Yifan. She glanced at Yifan with a blushing face. Yifan didn't see it, but Yu Yang saw it and was delighted. It turns out that this Miss Nia likes Boss Yi. Then I will have the opportunity to get close to Boss Yi. Chapter 83, Attacked. The concert was about to begin, and Lin Tian arranged an excellent seat for Yifan and Nia Qing. Being able to listen to Yu Yang singing up close almost excited Nia Qing to death. Yang, you should get in touch with Boss Yi more in the future. He is definitely a rare talent. After Yifan left, Yu Yang's agent Zhang Yan said solemnly, I heard from people in the company that our company's famous scout Tian Yang was banned and imprisoned. It seems that it has something to do with Boss Yi. Hearing this, Yu Yang was stunned for a moment. Isn't Tian Yang the company's marketing director scout? He is responsible for discovering new talents among the crowd. It seems that he is very efficient at work. The new stars he recruited are all very well behaved, and most of them have gained some fame. Previously, there were rumors in the company that he was banned and went to jail due to various crimes. It's actually related to this Boss Yi. Sister Yan, I know this even if you don't tell me. Yu Yang smiled playfully while sitting on a chair. It was completely different from the ladylike look she had shown in front of Yifan just now. Finally, the concert began. As soon as Yu Yang came on stage, thousands of fans behind him cheered wildly. Even Nie Qing, who was sitting next to Yi Fan, looked excited and sang along with Yu Yang on the stage. I didn't expect that this girl is such a big star chaser. Yi Fan thought Yu Yang's singing was indeed beautiful. Her voice was clear and pleasant, like the sound of nature that penetrated into people's hearts. Plus, she is beautiful, so it is normal for her to be so popular. However, he also had some other ideas about Yu Yang. However, halfway through the concert, an emergency occurred when Yu Yang was taking a break. Suddenly, a fan rushed onto the stage, knelt on one knee in front of Yu Yang, took out a diamond ring from his pocket, and his eyes were filled with enthusiasm and deep love. Yu Yang. I love you. Please marry me. The sound is transmitted through the microphone. The noise was so loud that the whole place was silent. What the hell is going on? How come the concert suddenly became a place to confess love to the goddess? The staff behind the scenes didn't expect something like this to happen. They all stood there in a daze. Lin Tian's face was extremely livid, and it was covered with dark clouds. He slammed the table. Pointing at everyone, he shouted, "Fuck! How could this happen? What the hell are you doing? Where are the bodyguards? Where are the security personnel? Hurry up and drag him down." All the staff were frightened and quickly sent people to the stage to pull the person out. This was also the first time that Yu Yang encountered such a situation, but she was able to handle it with ease thanks to her years of on-the-spot experience. "Sir, I appreciate your love and support, but I still plan to focus on my career. I hope you can always support me." The man looked surprised, as if he had not expected Yu Yang to reject him, and his body began to tremble violently. "Why? I like you so much. Why don't you agree to me?" The fans in the audience finally reacted and started to mock. "Fuck, you are such an idiot. Yu Yang is our goddess. How can someone like you be worthy of her? Someone actually wants to eat swan meat. Find a place to pee and look in the mirror to see what you look like. Fuck, get off here. How dare you confess your love to my goddess? You must be tired of living. Get down here. Get down." The whole audience said in unison, "Get this guy out of here. Please be quiet." Yu Yang said, and all the fans in the audience fell silent instantly. How can you not listen to what your idol says? Yu Yang's face was also filled with anger, and he said bluntly, "Sir, let me say it again, if you are here to cause trouble, please leave immediately, the concert is about to start." Did you hear that, idiot? Get the hell off here. Come down. Another rejection and the ridicule of hundreds of thousands of people made him feel ashamed. He saw the man on the stage clenching his fists and his face becoming somewhat ferocious and fierce. Yi Fan frowned, having a bad feeling. "System, help me predict Yu Yang's fortune tonight." Only one picture appeared in Yi Fan's mind, but it made his face change in shock. "Nie Qing, go backstage right now. It's going to be a mess here soon." Nie Qing looked back at Yi Fan and saw that he looked solemn and serious. Suddenly he remembered that Yi Fan was also a fortune teller. She didn't ask any more questions, just nodded and went straight to the backstage. Yi Fan rushed onto the stage and went straight towards Yu Yang. When Yu Yang saw the security personnel running up hurriedly, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the person half kneeling on the ground. He lowered his head, his body shaking slightly. He didn't know why Yu Yang always felt uneasy. "Since you don't agree, then die with me." The man suddenly looked up, with a look of madness and ferocity, took out a fruit knife from his pocket and rushed towards Yu Yang. Yu Yang was so frightened that his face turned pale, and fear appeared in his eyes. She wanted to escape but couldn't take a step. Hundreds of thousands of fans and all the staff backstage were all shocked. They never expected that things would suddenly turn out like this. Seeing that the man was about to rush in front of him, Yu Yang closed his eyes in despair. The next second, Yu Yang felt a strong force pulling her into an embrace and holding her waist. Then a bang sound rang in her ears. Yu Yang opened his eyes and saw that it was Boss Yi. He saved himself. The clothes on Yi Fan's other arm were cut open, and a knife wound went through, with blood flowing out. He felt that he was just in time, but he still got cut accidentally. "Let's go." Yi Fan's face was cold, and he went directly to the backstage under the escort of security. As soon as he left, the entire stadium exploded just as Yi Fan had predicted. Lin Tian quickly dispatched thousands of security guards to maintain order. After returning to the backstage, Lin Tian immediately asked the medical staff to come up and bandage Yifan. Nia Qing next to him almost burst into tears. But what relieved him was that the wound on Yifan's arm only scratched the skin and did not hurt his bones. Lin Tian's face was filled with panic and confusion, but murderous intent surged in his heart. "Boss Yi, I'm going to go out for a while and will be back soon." Lin Tian bowed deeply to Yifan and then walked out. The first call Lin Tian made was to Hu Biao. The second time he called, he told Lu Qingtian about this matter in panic. Lu Qingtian only said, "You can handle that person as you wish." As soon as these words came out, Lin Tian already knew what he should do next. Chapter 84, Secretary of Millions of Fans. With Zhang Yan's comfort, Yu Yangyang gradually came back to her senses. She took a sip of the hot water handed to her by the assistant, then stood up and walked towards Yifan. "Boss Yi, thank you." Yu Yangyang bowed deeply to Yifan with his weak body trembling. Even if she had thousands of words to express her gratitude, only a few words could come out of her mouth now. At this time, all the staff in the background might have looked down on and doubted Boss Yi. Now they only have admiration in their hearts. If it weren't for this young man, perhaps the Queen of Singing would have died at her own concert. "It's okay," Yifan said lightly, as if he didn't take it seriously. In the following time, Yu Yangyang stood beside Yifan and served him quietly. Afterwards, Lin Tian came in and asked everyone to evacuate quickly. Yifan and Nia Qing also left. Lin Tian drove Yifan's Lamborghini to the entrance of the gymnasium. As for that person, Party J intervened and took him away. Lingqin Manor. "Everyone is here tonight." This is what Lu Qingtian told Lin Tian, and the confession was also recorded here. Finally, after the police left, Butler Song came over with a pile of documents and handed them to Lin Tian, and read the contents to everyone. It turned out that person's name was Qin Shengnan. A few years ago, he was the president of a company, which was later acquired by a rival company. Addicted to alcohol all day long. Some time ago, he discovered that his wife was cheating on him and that their daughter was not his biological daughter. The heavy blows made him mentally unstable. After listening, no one knew what to say. Come to think of it, being able to do such a crazy thing as confessing his love in a concert with hundreds of thousands of people, it is possible that he really likes Yu Yangyang to the point of being unable to extricate himself, or he may be a psychopath. No matter what, as long as everyone is okay, it's fine. Lu Aiyun said with a gloomy face. This matter is not as simple as Yu Yangyang being assassinated. This is a slap in the face to their Lu family. Everyone in Huan City knows that Huaqing Entertainment Company belongs to their Lu family. Someone actually dared to cause trouble on their Lu family's territory. No matter what the reason is, this person cannot live anymore. In the end, everyone stayed at Lingqin Manor. Yifan originally wanted to go back, but Nia's father called and said that there were many reporters gathered at the door, so he gave up the idea. Yifan had no choice but to find a room in the manor to sleep in, but Cheng Liang and Xiang Yang had already gone to find someone to suppress the matter. When I woke up in the morning, everything was pushed aside. However, there are still many people who called Yifan to inquire about the situation. Yifan also responded one by one. After breakfast, Yifan and Nia Cheng left. As soon as they returned to the villa area, Nia's father and mother immediately surrounded them and asked them all kinds of questions. When they learned that the wound on Yifan's arm was just a scratch, they felt relieved. Mother Nia insisted that Yifan come to her house for lunch at noon, preparing to give Yifan some good nourishment. But Yifan refused. He packed up and went to work. In the evening, he will take Nia's father and others to make money in the American market, so he has to make preparations in advance. In the company elevator, many employees were talking about what happened last night. It seemed that because Shin Sinyu arranged to get off work early yesterday, there were quite a few people going to the concert. Even though they were sitting very far away, they couldn't see who the man on the stage was and could only see his back on the screen. When they saw Yifan, they greeted him first and then started whispering until Yifan left. "Do you think our CEO Ye's back looks a lot like the guy from yesterday?" "I think so too. I also saw Mr. Ye's Lamborghini parked in front of the stadium yesterday." "I saw it, too. Could it be Mr. Yi?" Yifan had just arrived at the office when Shin Sinyu walked in and said, "Boss Yi, someone came to interview your secretary this morning." "Secretary?" Yifan was slightly stunned, then said, "Let her in." Then Shin Sinyu went out to let the man in, and she left first. Yifan was shocked when he saw the secretary. "Yu Yangyang, what are you doing?" Although Yu Yang was in disguise and was very different from the arrogant singing queen before, Yifan still recognized her at a glance.
Yu Yang smiled at Yifan and said, "Boss Yi, I am your secretary now."
Yu Yang is just my pseudonym when I debuted. Now I have retired from the entertainment industry. You can just call me Yu Shu. Yifan had a strange look on his face and asked, "What are you doing? Repaying a favor?" Yes and no. Yu Yang kept it a secret and didn't give a direct answer.
Yifan stared at her without saying a word for a long time before he said, "Wait for me." Then he took out his cell phone and called Lin Tian to inquire about the situation.
Lin Tian said directly, "Boss Yi, that's what she should do. You saved her life. She will be yours from now on. She has nothing to do with us watching anymore." Okay, whatever you want. Yifan sighed, then hung up the phone. Looking at Yu Yang, Yifan smiled inexplicably. If the people in the company knew that Mr. Yi's secretary used to be a singing queen, what would they do? Yifan was still somewhat looking forward to it. By the way, have you signed a dismissal contract with Hua Chang? Yifan suddenly asked. Not yet, Mr. Yi, because I still have an album to release, so it will take some time before I can sign the contract. Yu Yang replied. Yifan's eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "That's good. I just happen to have a job that I want you to help with." Then Yifan told Yu Yang about Li Qingyi's clothing design company, and Yu Yang nodded in agreement without hesitation. After this matter was resolved, Yifan asked for Yu Yang's contact information and then told Li Qingyi about it. Li Qingyi was also very happy. No one would have thought that Yifan would actually invite Yu Yang, who has tens of millions of fans, to be the spokesperson. If so, their company will surely grow fast. Li Qingyi stayed with Yifan for a while, and it was obvious that she didn't know what happened last night. After hanging up the phone, Yifan took Yu Yang to Li Qingyi's company. Yu Yang's clothes had to be designed today, so he couldn't be careless. A private plane landed at the Huan City airport. More than 20 minutes later, 3 rich young men and women dressed in gorgeous clothes walked out of the airport, followed by a group of bodyguards. A fleet of Porsches was already waiting for them outside. I want to see what kind of ability this Yifan has that makes my father admire him so much and let me come to the mainland to meet him at all costs. The 2 people behind him also nodded. They were also sent by their families to contact this man named Yifan. Rumor has it that he made $20 billion in the US market in one night. Is this a joke? Neither of the 2 big bosses in the stock market can do this. How could he, a college graduate, possibly do that? Chapter 85, A Proof. When night came, Nia's father and others came to Yifan after work, and Lin Tian also brought 4 strong men. As soon as they met, Lin Tian introduced these 4 people to Yifan. They were all bodyguards carefully selected for Yifan from the security company. They are all veterans who have retired from special forces and have been on the battlefield. Each of them has unique skills that are enough to protect Yifan's safety. They were even afraid that Yifan would not accept it, so they said that it was arranged by the boss and his wife. Yifan nodded and accepted the 4 bodyguards. Then Father Nya persuaded Yifan, "Why don't you just forget about it tonight? You are still injured." Yifan shook his head and smiled, "It's okay, just a few skin injuries, it's nothing serious." There is no other way. Yifan's development plan must have the support of these people, so he must let them see it for themselves. But it was still early, so Yifan drank tea and chatted with a few people in the tea room. At 9:20 in the evening, Yu Yang came in to announce that the time was almost up, and several people hurried to the meeting room. Shin Sinyu and others were already waiting for them here. There were 14 notebooks on the conference table, with a piece of paper next to each notebook. On the paper were the stocks that Yifan carefully selected this afternoon, the same as last time. There are 15 stocks on a piece of paper, a total of 168 stocks, divided into the first half of the night and the second half of the night. Even today, in order to prevent someone from not following the instructions, Yifan connected their computers to a projector and projected the image onto the wall so that Yifan could give easier instructions. Mr. Nye and others have several million in their stock accounts, and they will use the several million to test the waters tonight. As for Shin Sinyu and the others, Yifan directly gave each of them $70 million in operating funds. His own account was handed over to Yu Yang to handle. At 9:30 in the evening, they officially started to take action. Shin Sinyu and others had already bought all the stocks in the first half of the night according to Yifan's instructions. Nye's father, Yang Tanchi and others thought that they had missed the best time to buy, and many stocks were already rising rapidly. They didn't dare to hesitate and bought in immediately, but they were shocked in their hearts. Really, as it was written on the paper, the stock suddenly started to rise during that period of time. How could Yifan's prediction be so accurate? Everyone thought to themselves. Yifan looked at the image on the projector and watched the stock price rise. Uncle Nia, Mr. Yang, since you guys bought the stocks late, you may need to sell some of them later. I'll tell you later. Okay, got it. Father Nia and others nodded. Time passed minute by minute, and Shin Sinyu and others kept trading stocks according to the prompts, selling all those stocks that had reached the daily limit, and then buying some stocks again. Ever since the last operation with Yifan, they often looked for a stock to practice, just to wait for an opportunity like this one. So they have become extremely skilled in these steps. Yu Yang was new to the stock market and needed Yifan's guidance because it was her first time. However, when she saw the money in her stock account gradually increase from 70 million to 80 million, 90 million, and even exceeded hundreds of millions, her eyes widened. It's so easy to make money. In the past, she thought that if she could earn tens or hundreds of millions from a concert, it would be pretty good already. But today, when I saw Yifan here, I felt that he was a dwarf compared to the giant. The money I earn from my own concerts is not even worth mentioning. She earns RMB, while Yifan earns USD, which is much more than her. Nia's father and others were also surprised. They operated the stocks in their hands according to Yifan's instructions. I watched with my own eyes as the millions in my account turned into tens of millions. And those stocks that hit the daily limit, and those that soared so much. None of them fell. Even if there were, they started to fall after Yifan sold the stocks. They all know that the US stock market is dangerous. But Yifan was just licking blood on the tip of a knife. And he wouldn't hurt himself. Earn a lot of gold and silver. It's really awesome. Now they finally understood how Yifan grew a newly established company to its current size of more than 1,000 people in just 4 months. Before I knew it, midnight had passed. I took an hour break and continued in the second half of the night. It was not until 3:30 that Yifan asked everyone to sell their stocks and then asked everyone to come and watch. He asked Yu Yang to get up and open the futures contract himself. He hadn't looked at the futures he had bought for a long time, but when he thought about it, it was almost time to harvest. Yifan bought the 3 most important ones: crude oil, soybeans, and gold. He forgot how much he bought. But when they got it back, the sum of more than $500 million really shocked everyone. More than $500 million would cost about 3.6 billion renminbi when converted. Having just made 50 billion from stocks, he now makes another 3.6 billion from the futures market. Everyone really didn't know what to say. This stock trading technique is really unheard of. It was finally time for a break at 4 o'clock. Shin Sinyu and the others went straight to their offices to rest. Yifan had asked them to make a small cubicle for them in their office. As for them, Father Nia and his friends all got off the bus and went home. They didn't count how much money they made, but it is true that the balance in the account is several times more than before. After the exchange, there will be at least 600 to 700 million. Boss Yi, how did you predict so accurately? Our stocks have only gone up and not down. How did you do it? Hu Biao asked excitedly, can you teach me the stock trading strategy you use? Chang Liang secretly poked his second son to stop him from saying anything further. After all, they all knew that Hu Biao was also speculating in stocks privately. And he has already lost hundreds of millions. Now that he saw that Yifan was so powerful, he naturally wanted Yifan to teach him something. Hu Biao also knew that he had gone too far, so he quickly shut his mouth. However, Yifan smiled and shook his head, saying, it's not that I won't teach you my method, it's that I can't teach you. Even if I teach you, you may not have the luck. Luck is one thing. If you are lucky, you will have a system that comes from heaven. Then you can learn it without a teacher. However, Yifan could only repeat these words silently in his heart. No one would believe him if he said them out loud. Finally, Yifan said goodbye to them and followed Father Nia back to the villa area. Xiao Yi, what are your plans next? Father Nia suddenly asked on the way. Yifan's face was serious, and a strong desire flashed in his eyes. He said, I want to build a business empire. A business empire that belongs to China. Father Nia was also surprised. He didn't expect Yifan to have such ambitions. I thought he had no desires. A business empire is something that can only be compared with ancient foreign families that have been passed down for thousands of years.
They underestimated Yi Fan from the very beginning, and perhaps what happened last night was proof of this to them.
Chapter 86, Treated as a Confidential. How is it, did you find out?
In a financial group somewhere in the United States, an old man with gray hair asked with a serious face.
Not yet.
The subordinate in front of him said tremblingly, not daring to wipe the cold sweat on his head.
Bang!
The old man slammed the table and yelled at him, "Why don't you check it out now?" The subordinate went to check tremblingly, while the old man puffed on his cigar and recalled what had happened before. In the past few months, a Chinese stock market account has been like a money-eating machine, frantically making money in their US market. At the beginning, no one cared about them. After all, the amount was small, only more than $100 million. But last time, this account took advantage of their inattention and directly led several accounts to frantically make nearly $3 billion in their US market. But that morning, the account appeared again, and this time, under their watchful eyes, it directly scooped up more than $7 billion. The total amount of these two times is more than $10 billion, which is more than 70 billion renminbi.
He, the big shot in the US financial world, was alarmed by the entire financial elite.
As he saw every transaction in that account, his expression gradually became solemn.
Basically, every transaction is bought at the lowest point and sold at the highest point.
Safely escaped from the period of time when the banker was manipulating the market.
He wanted to see who the name of this account was. Soon the subordinate came back, and the old man asked hurriedly, "Did you find out?"
The subordinate shook his head and said, No, all the information in this account has been encrypted by the Chinese side and classified as top secret.
It cannot be accessed without permission.
What? The old man was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Unexpectedly, even the Chinese authorities were alarmed this time, and they encrypted the account overnight.
How can they check this?
At this time, Yi Fan had no idea about these things.
He was sleeping soundly but was awakened by the ringing of a cell phone.
Yi Fan clicked his lips in annoyance. Ever since he became rich, Yi Fan has received more and more calls, and he always calls without checking the time. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, Yi Fan hung up immediately, but the number called again soon.
Hello, Brother Yi, I'm Fu Jin.
Fu Jin's sly voice came from the other end, saying, Brother Yi, those rich young men and young ladies I told you about before have already arrived in Huan City.
Yi Fan frowned and said, Come if you want to. What does it have to do with me? Don't disturb my sleep.
After saying that, Yi Fan hung up the phone and turned it off. I stayed up so much last night, no one is allowed to disturb my sleep today. I don't know how long I slept, but Yi Fan heard the doorbell ring again. He immediately stood up with a cold face.
Damn, you really don't plan to let me sleep?
When he opened the door, he saw 3 people he didn't know.
Yi Fan asked in a deep voice, Who are you?
The 3 of them were stunned when they saw Yi Fan with messy hair and wearing pajamas.
This guy is still sleeping at this time? Their father let them come into contact with such a lazy person? Hello Mr. Yi, I'm Pong Ding Yuan.
The 2 behind me are Luo Feng and Li Jiayin.
We are from the Gangmen County City Foundation.
The leading man said politely. These guys arrived really quickly. And they came directly to my door. It seems that they have investigated my information.
Oh, then you come in first.
Yi Fan thought for a while and said,
We won't go in.
But Peng Dingyuan shook his head, took out an invitation from behind, and said, Mr. Yi, there is a banquet for the rich young men from all over the country at Ziyuan Hotel tonight.
I hope you can come at the banquet.
Of course, you can bring your own female companion.
Yi Fan took the invitation from them, and they said hello and left.
Then he threw the invitation on the sofa and went back to the second floor to continue sleeping.
Hello, what's the matter with the phone call?
After waking up, Yi Fan called Li Qingyi.
There is a banquet at 9 o'clock tonight. Please accompany me.
Yi Fan said.
Okay. Li Qingyi said, Then come to the company now and I'll make you a dress.
Yi Fan was stunned for a moment.
Li Qingyi made a piece of clothing for herself?
What clothes?
Okay, I'm coming. After hanging up the phone, Yi Fan put on his clothes and went to Li Qingyi's company.
After arriving at the company, I didn't expect that Shuyu Yang Yang's real name and her agent and assistant were all there. It seemed that these 2 people were discussing the design of the comfortable clothing with Li Qingyi and her team based on a draft.
Boss Yi.
When Yushu and others saw Yi Fan, they called him respectfully regardless of whether they were in a meeting or not.
Yifan nodded, found a seat and sat down, watching Li Qingyi work. It turns out that this woman is charming no matter what she does. As if feeling Yifan's somewhat hot gaze, Li Qingyi glanced at him inconspicuously with a smile on her face. After discussing for about half an hour, they finally decided on the final plan. Li Qingyi sent Yushu and others away first, and then walked to Yifan's side. "Do you know them?" Li Qingyi asked. Yifan nodded with no objection and said with a smile, "I am not very familiar with them, but I am familiar with the president of Huaqing. Their president also calls me Boss Yi when he sees me." In front of Li Qingyi, Yifan wanted to show off himself. Li Qingyi was surprised and asked, "Is their president in league with the boss of Zuanhuang KTV? They all call you Boss Yi." Yifan said, "Well, they are people of Lu Qingtian, the richest man in Huan City. Lu Qingtian and I are brothers now, so when they see me, they call me Boss Yi. Let's not talk about this for now. Where are the clothes you made for me?" Li Qingyi retracted her surprised look, then took Yifan to the president's office and pulled the blinds. She was seen walking out of the lounge in a white suit. Yifan was a little surprised. "Isn't this the clothes drawn in the draft that he looked at a few more times the day before yesterday?" Unexpectedly, Li Qingyi saw it and gave him 3 days to make it. I have to say that Li Qingyi's craftsmanship is really good. The quality of the work completed in 3 days is quite high. And the fabric used seems to be of high quality. How is it? Not bad, right? Li Qingyi said with a rare hint of boasting in her tone. "It's really nice. I'll wear this tonight." Yifan praised, and then asked, "But how did you know my size?" "Of course I can tell." Li Qingyi said, "When I was in college, my teacher said that a real designer doesn't use a ruler to measure the customer's size. He can tell with his eyes." "Okay, put it on first and let me see it. If you want to wear it for the party, I will hurry up and change the size for you." Yifan changed into this set of clothes in the lounge. After putting it on, Li Qingyi's eyes lit up immediately and she said jokingly, "It's a pity that you don't become a model." Chapter 87, Banquet. "I'm not interested at all." Yifan smiled casually and looked at himself in the mirror in the lounge. "This dress is really nice looking and very comfortable to wear. Unlike ordinary suits, it is very tight when worn." Li Qingyi didn't say anything else and walked over to tie Yifan's tie. Yifan looked down at her, his eyes gradually becoming hotter. Being so close, Li Qingyi naturally felt Yifan's gaze. A hint of shyness flashed across her face, but her hands moved slowly. "Qingyi." After a while, Yifan suddenly opened his mouth. Li Qingyi became flustered and replied softly. "Can I kiss you?" Yifan asked with a smile. The atmosphere in the small cubicle suddenly became erotic. 5 minutes later, the two came out of the small cubicle. Li Qingyi's clothes were a little messy, and there was still a trace of blush on her face. Li Qingyi packed up and went out with Yifan. Since she was going to attend the banquet, she had to buy an evening dress. After the two left, the employees in the company were burning with gossip. "Hey, what do you think? Is there something wrong with our two presidents? I think the relationship between these two is unusual. Isn't it? Mr. Li is always hanging out with Mr. Yi. Hey, could it be that Mr. Li is pursuing Mr. Yi? Wow, our CEO Li is such a beautiful lady, but she would actually pursue CEO Yi. Then CEO Yi would easily fall for CEO Li. But Mr. Yi is so young and handsome. He and Mr. Li would be a match made in heaven. I totally agree. I fully agree with this." At 9 o'clock in the evening, a Lamborghini Veneno stopped at the entrance of Ziyuan Hotel. The rich young men and women were all surprised to see the car. "This is Lamborghini poison. I didn't expect to see this kind of car in Huan, a second-tier city. Could it be that when someone came, they brought the car here with them on a transport plane?" When they saw the owner getting out of the car, they were shocked again. "Isn't this Yifan that I saw in the photo before? Is this car his?" Then Yifan opened the passenger door and a breathtakingly beautiful girl got out of the car. All the rich young men present gasped, and even the rich young ladies felt they couldn't hold their heads up in front of Li Qingyi. These people have seen all kinds of beauties. But the person next to Yifan really refreshed their views. "This is so beautiful. Brother Yi, you are finally here." A figure quickly ran in front of Yifan with a flattering smile on his face. Yifan glanced at Fu Jin in front of him and shook his head. "You don't have to be like this." It's okay, it's okay. I'd do it willingly. Fu Jin smiled and said, Brother Yi, sister-in-law, please come in. Yi Fan didn't say anything else. If he is willing, then let him stay like this. When the three of them entered the hotel, Yi Fan and Li Qingyi immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. That's Yi Fan? He's much more handsome in person than in the photo. And he looks so young. The woman next to him is so beautiful. She looks familiar to me, as if I've seen her somewhere before. It's true what you said, I seem to have seen it somewhere. Peng Dingyuan, who was talking to someone, saw Yi Fan coming, picked up a glass of champagne and walked over. Nice to meet you again, Mr. Yi. Peng Dingyuan smiled and handed the champagne in his hand to Yi Fan. Hello, Mr. Peng. Yi Fan took the champagne and clinked glasses with him. However, when he saw Li Qingyi next to Yi Fan, his eyes lit up again. Are you Li Qingyi, a famous American fashion designer? Li Qingyi nodded and said, It's me. Yi Fan was surprised and quickly looked at Li Qingyi beside him. Is she also a famous designer? Why haven't I heard her say that? The people around them also suddenly realized that they finally knew where they had seen this woman. There have been several issues of famous American fashion magazines that have detailed reports about her. This woman was accepted as an apprentice by the famous American designer Mira during her college years. She studied under Mira for 3 years and learned most of Mira's design skills. Appointed the director of fashion design in the most famous fashion design group in the United States. She has carved out a niche for herself in the industry in the United States because of her outstanding beauty and unique clothing design techniques. But just when everyone thought she would prosper, she resigned from that group some time ago and has been missing since then. I didn't expect to see her in Huan City. She actually knows Yi Fan, and judging by the way she snuggles up to Yi Fan, the relationship between the two of them is quite unusual. This Yi Fan is so lucky. He actually knows such a beautiful woman. This is the most famous Chinese fashion designer in the United States. I heard that the clothes she designed are very popular in the United States. She designed an evening gown before, and I heard that it was auctioned off for $30 million. So awesome. Everyone was so shocked that they didn't know what to say. The two people in front of me are simply freaks. A new stock market rookie made 20 billion renminbi in the US market in one night. A cutting-edge fashion design industry. The combined ages of the two are not even 50. This is too. Think about what they have done all these years. They all rely on their family's wealth to eat, drink and have fun everywhere. If you don't study hard in college, you will be lazy at work. These two have become famous in the business circle while they are eating, drinking and having fun. Thinking of this, they finally understood what regret was. I only regret that I didn't work hard when I was young. But even so, it did not stop them from currying favor with Yi Fan. Yi Fan, I heard that you made 20 billion in one night in the American market. Is that true? At this time, an inappropriate and disdainful voice sounded in the crowd. Everyone looked over, and when they saw the person coming, they made way for him. The person who spoke was the eldest son of a consortium in Kyoto, Han Yu from the Han family. He was wearing a white suit like Yi Fan. Not to mention his consortium, Han Yu alone has created many miracles in the Chinese business world. So they didn't dare to provoke him either. This person walked up to Yi Fan with a contemptuous smile on his face. Yi Fan frowned slightly, looking a little unfriendly. Anyway, I don't believe it. The US market is about to open. How about you show us how you operated at that time? Han Yu said with a wicked smile. Everyone could hear that Han Yu was provoking Yi Fan. Because of Yi Fan's previous feats, Yi Fan's reputation in the business world is firmly above Han Yu. So Han Yu is somewhat unkind to Yi Fan. Even Peng Dingyuan didn't say anything. To be honest, he also wanted to see whether Yi Fan could really do it. Chapter 88, Why should I prove it to you? Yi Fan glanced at the man indifferently and said, Whether you believe it or not has nothing to do with me. Why should I do it for you? I know you very well. When this person came up, he didn't even introduce himself, and his words, which seemed like questions, were full of commands. The smile on Han Yu's face froze instantly. Although he expected Yi Fan to refuse, he was not prepared for such a direct refusal. I feel like I have lost face in front of everyone. Yi Fan, young Master Han is giving you face by letting you demonstrate. Don't be shameless. That's right, isn't it just 20 billion? Give young Master Han a day and he can earn that much. Why are you so arrogant?
I advise you to be obedient and show us right away. Yi Fan sneered. As expected, every villain would be followed by a few lackeys, and they would always appear on time. But after they finished speaking, all the rich young men and women looked at these idiots. Where did these guys come from? Don't they know how to settle accounts? Even Han Yu glanced at them coldly. A few people thought that Han Yu was looking at them to praise them, which made them even more proud. Yi Fan smiled and said, "Let me ask you a question. Do you know how many hours there are in a day?" Several people looked at each other, wondering what he meant by this question. 24 hours, what's wrong? How many hours is that one night? Yi Fan asked again. They all broke out in cold sweats. They immediately realized that they were flattering, and they lowered their heads and said nothing. Yi Fan said, "I thought you didn't know. Let me tell you, there are only 12 hours at night. The US market opens at 9:30 p.m. and ends at 4 a.m. the next morning. That's 6.5 hours. In 6.5 hours, I earn more than your young Master Han earns in a day. Who do you think is most qualified to stand here and speak? Am I right, Mr. Han?" After saying that, Yi Fan looked at Han Yu, whose face had turned ashen. Provoke anyone. If you can respond after the provocation, that's real skill. But don't forget, you are just talking now. You still need to prove whether it is true or not. Han Yu said in a cold voice with a gloomy face. Yi Fan sneered, "I still say the same thing, believe it or not, why should I prove it to you? For a family group like yours, it's easy to find my information in the transactions in my stock trading account. If you really want to know, you can go back and ask your family if it's true. I don't have time to waste with you. Get lost." Since he doesn't give himself face, Yi Fan naturally won't give him face either. Everyone around held their breath at Yi Fan's words. Han Yu is a celebrity in the circle. You dare to curse like this? Get out. What a guts. Awesome. Han Yu narrowed his eyes, a hint of coldness flashed across them, and he said, "You are the first one who dares to tell me to get out. If you are willing to stay and humiliate yourself, I have no objection." Yi Fan glanced at him and said lightly. If it was the Yi Fan of the past, he might have cursed people, acted cool, slapped people in the face, and then turned around and left. But now he won't do that anymore. Doing business has taught him a lot of things, including patience. Finally, Han Yu snorted coldly and left. His lackeys looked at him resentfully and hurriedly chased after Han Yu. But before he had taken a few steps, Yi Fan's voice came again. "I say you guys better be careful when you go. If you slip on a banana peel and get covered in food and drinks, it won't be a good sight if a bloody disaster occurs." A few people didn't know what it meant, but they knew it the next second. Someone was so wicked as to throw a banana peel on the ground, causing them to step on it and fall backwards. One of them simply grabbed the long tablecloth next to him. The sound of bowls and pots falling and dropping resounded throughout the hall. The wine column on the table collapsed, soaking them from head to toe. Several people were covered in various kinds of food. Everyone was stunned, and then burst into laughter. The laughter made several people feel ashamed and angry, and they stood up in a hurry. One of the three screamed in pain, and everyone looked over to see that one of them had his hands covered in broken glass. The laughter stopped abruptly and everyone's eyes widened. I stepped on a banana peel, got doused with wine and food, and then all the bloody disasters happened, without a single one left out. Who exactly is this Yi Fan? Can you predict the future? Especially the rich young man who threw the banana peel, he never thought that a banana peel he casually threw would trigger such a powerful chain reaction. Han Yu also saw this scene, and his eyes became even colder. His own people were in such a miserable state, and he felt that he had been slapped in the face by Yi Fan. After all, Yi Fan had warned them about all the things that would happen to them, but it still turned out like this. A bunch of trash. Han Yu turned around and left, no longer having the face to stay here. Those people looked at Yi Fan's back with resentment, thinking that he had sent people to do all this, but now they had no evidence, and they were humiliated, so they left in embarrassment. After they left, everyone looked at Yi Fan in shock as he was eating with an indifferent look on his face, as if it had nothing to do with him. "Yi, brother Yi, did you do this?" asked Fu Jin next to him. Yi Fan smiled at him and said, "Do you think I'm someone who would do this kind of thing?" Fu Jin thought about it. Although he had only had contact with Yi Fan a few times, Yi Fan did not seem like the kind of person who would do something behind the scenes. That means someone else was framing those people, and Yi Fan just spoke out to go with the flow? So Yi Fan was kind enough to remind them?
Fu Jin immediately admired Yi Fan even more. This person is magnanimous and can even give advice to his enemies. He is a very good person. Worth following.
If Yi Fan knew he was thinking this, he would kick him away speechlessly. However, Yi Fan didn't want to explain anymore, so he used the system to predict the future fortunes of those people. Han Yu was fine, but those people suffered the disaster just as Yi Fan predicted.
Master Yi, how do you know they will become like this?
Yes, Master Yi, you don't have the ability to predict the future, do you? Everyone gathered around and asked, chattering, with a hint of fawning in their tone. Yi Fan smiled and said, I have learned fortune telling.
Do you believe me? Master Yi, you are such a joker. Everyone knows that fortune telling is a lie.
Yes, Master Yi, we are living in a scientific age now.
We don't believe in feudal superstitions.
Yi Fan smiled and said nothing. It was difficult for him to explain this kind of thing.
Someone had already guessed it. He deliberately changed the subject and asked, Can anyone tell me who this young Master Han is?
Everyone looked at each other and shut up.
Pang Dingyuan was shocked and asked in confusion, Master Yi, don't you know that person?
Yi Fan was stunned and shook his head, I don't know him.
Is he famous? Pang Dingyuan admired Yi Fan very much. How dare you say that to him even though you didn't know anything? It makes people lose face. It's really amazing. Chapter 89, Peng's father's phone call.
Pang Dingyuan introduced Han Yu to Yi Fan, and Yi Fan nodded in sudden enlightenment. It turns out that Han Yu is from the Han Group in Kyoto, which has developed in various industries.
The group has assets of 50 billion in the market.
Yi Fan mocked in his heart, they call themselves a consortium with only 50 billion, but how do I calculate my company which has 60 to 70 billion now?
Mr. Yi, you have to be careful.
Han Yu and his father don't have a very good reputation in the business world.
They will definitely try to trip you up in secret. Pang Dingyuan reminded carefully.
Before Yi Fan opened his mouth to speak, Fu Jin beside him said proudly, Why are you afraid of tripping me up?
My brother Yi is so powerful, why would he be afraid of a small Han group? Besides, I am still here.
Yi Fan glanced at him.
Was this guy here to harm him? What can you do? Pang Dingyuan sneered. Fu Jin was speechless.
Indeed, their 10 billion group is nothing compared to the Han family's 50 billion consortium.
I can support brother Yi spiritually.
Fu Jin said with his neck stiffened.
Okay, shut up. Yi Fan really didn't know what to say. He finally realized that this guy was a funny guy.
Fu Jin shut up obediently, and Yi Fan said, Don't worry, Mr. Pang.
The Han group can't do anything to me. Pang Dingyuan was also stunned.
Looking at Yi Fan's confident face, he didn't know why he actually believed it. In the end, the banquet turned into everyone flattering Yi Fan. Of course, there were people who were afraid that the trouble caused by Yi Fan would affect themselves, so they dared not step forward. The banquet ended at 12 o'clock in the evening, and Yi Fan and Li Qingyi both drank a lot of wine.
I probably won't be able to go back tonight.
At this time, the lobby manager suddenly ran over and said, Mr. Yi, your presidential suite is ready.
Do you need it? Yi Fan was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, I didn't ask you to prepare a suite, did I?
The lobby manager quickly explained, Mr. Yi, you are a black gold member of our hotel and hold our black honor card. The waiter in charge today notified me when he saw you, so in order to prevent you from getting drunk and unable to return, we will prepare these things whether you need them or not.
Pang Dingyuan, Fu Jin and others were shocked again. Black card of Ziyuan Hotel.
That is a card that only the most distinguished customers of Ziyuan Group are eligible to own. Even these groups and consortiums wanted something but couldn't get it, but they didn't expect Yi Fan to have one.
Yi Fan took out the card and looked at it.
He didn't expect that the card had this function. When other people saw this kind of card, they were all stunned.
This is true.
But since there was a room, Yi Fan used it. After saying goodbye to Pang Dingyuan, Yi Fan went upstairs to rest.
Brother Pang, what do you think of Yi Fan? At this time, Luo Feng and Li Jiayin walked up to Pang Dingyuan and asked.
They listened to Pang Dingyuan and did not come over to contact Yi Fan just now.
Instead, they let Pang Dingyuan test Yi Fan first.
Pang Dingyuan said 6 words with a serious expression.
It's very mysterious and hard to see through.
The next day, Yi Fan woke up and looked at Li Qingyi in his arms.
She was still sleeping soundly.
He gave Li Qingyi a lot of trouble last night, so let her sleep a little longer.
He carefully pulled himself out of Li Qingyi's arms and used the landline in the suite to notify the waiter to bring up 2 breakfasts. Then I took a shower, and when I came out, breakfast was already at the door. Li Qingyi still didn't wake up, so Yifan ate his own portion first and then took breakfast to the bedroom. Qingyi, get up and have breakfast. Yifan gently woke up Li Qingyi. Li Qingyi rubbed her eyes and woke up. She sat on the bed and said only one sentence, "My body aches all over now. Feed me." Yifan fed Li Qingyi mouthful by mouthful without saying a word. After breakfast, Li Qingyi got up to take a shower, and Yifan sat quietly on the sofa waiting. More than an hour later, Li Qingyi came out with her makeup put on, and the two left the hotel. Yifan sent Li Qingyi to the company, walked around the company twice, and then went to the financial company. However, Yifan had just left. Peng Dingyuan and others who had just gotten up received a call from their father. "Hey, Dad, what's up? Dingyuan, how is your contact with Yifan now?" A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. "Very good." Peng Dingyuan told his father what happened at the banquet last night. After listening to this, a burst of laughter came from the phone, which made Peng Dingyuan confused. "What's wrong, Dad? Why are you laughing suddenly? Old Han will definitely regret missing such a great opportunity for development this time." Peng Dingyuan was confused by his father's words. He only heard the other side continue to say, "Dingyuan, I don't care what you and Xiaofeng do to this Yifan, you must build a good relationship with him. If you need money, tell me, no matter how much, I will give you, but you must build a good relationship with this Yifan." Peng Dingyuan became more and more confused and asked, "Dad, this Yifan is indeed very mysterious, but he is not enough for us to do this for him, and we don't know his background at all. We have just met him, right?" The other side suddenly interrupted Peng Dingyuan's words and said carefully, "Dingyuan, your uncle Luo and I have received news that some time ago, Yifan, a young man, made 50 billion in the US market in one night. After the transaction that night, Yifan's stock trading account became a top state secret, and we are no longer authorized to access it." "What?" Peng Dingyuan stood up in shock. His eyes widened, and he asked in a trembling voice, "Dad, is what you said true or false? 50 billion. Still one night. This guy made more than 70 billion from the US market. Yifan's stock trading account has become a top state secret. This is a bit far-fetched. Can I still lie to you? In short, you must not ruin your relationship with Yifan. Even if you can't be friends, don't make an enemy. Do you hear me?" Father Peng said in a deep voice, "Also, don't tell anyone about this matter." I understand." Peng Dingyuan hung up the phone, opened his mouth and stared for a long time without coming back to his senses. After a moment, Peng Dingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did not make enemies with Yifan because of Han Yu's matter last night. But soon, Peng Dingyuan's face was filled with sneer again. The Han group has grown increasingly larger recently due to Han Yu's presence, and has begun to extend its reach to gangmen. But Han Yu hit a wall this time. He really wanted to know what the outcome of the Han group would be. Chapter 90, Exposed. As soon as Yifan arrived at the company, he received a call from Peng Dingyuan. He said he wanted to visit Yifan's financial company, and Yifan agreed immediately. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Peng Dingyuan finally arrived, followed by Luo Feng and Li Jiayin. When they met, Peng Dingyuan and the other two greeted Yifan very enthusiastically. Luo Feng and Li Jiayin didn't know what was going on yet, and Peng Dingyuan kept reminding them of one thing on the way. No matter what happens, never ruin your relationship with Yifan. Absolutely not. The two of them nodded blankly. But since their eldest brother said so, they naturally did so. Yifan was still wondering, why are these guys different from yesterday? Why are they so enthusiastic today? Is it possible that we have received some new news? Afterwards, Yifan took them on a tour of each floor of the company. Peng Dingyuan and others were surprised by the enthusiasm and eagerness of the company's employees to devote themselves to their work. No wonder Yifan was able to develop the company to this extent in just 4 months. If every employee in their Tangchung group had such passion for work, the group would surely prosper. What kind of method did Yifan use, or what kind of charm did he have that made them show such passion? Sitting on the sofa in Yifan's office, Peng Dingyuan exclaimed, "Mr. Yi, compared with your company, I suddenly feel that our Tangchung Financial Group is nothing. The employees in your company are really working hard for the company, while many of the grassroots employees in our financial group are just trying to get by." "Thank you for your compliment." Yifan smiled sincerely. If they knew that a young master of a multi-billion-dollar consortium praised them like this,
they would probably all jump up in excitement.
Pang Dingyuan laughed loudly and said, "Young Master Yi is exaggerating."
A few people were sitting in the office chatting. Yushu came in with a set of tea sets, squatted in front of everyone and slowly poured tea. Yifan was surprised that Yushu, a big star, had learned this before. When Luo Feng saw Yushu's appearance, he felt that he looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was.
There was no way.
Yushu was now wearing black framed glasses and her hair was tied casually behind her head. This was a privilege given to her by Yifan.
Her hair doesn't need to be so formal.
After all, I'm not in the company all day, so let her be casual.
Mr. Yi, your tea.
As soon as Yushu spoke, Luo Feng's eyes widened instantly and he stood up abruptly, which scared everyone and almost scared Yushu so much that he poured the hot tea on his hand. Luo Feng pointed at Yushu and spoke incoherently. You are you Yang Yang, the young singing queen.
Li Jiayin and Pang Dingyuan also looked carefully, and then their eyes widened.
It's really her. She is actually working as a secretary here.
Young Master Yi, what's going on? Luo Feng asked with a trembling voice, a little angry.
He is a super fan of Yu Yang Yang.
I have liked Yu Yang Yang's clear and pleasant voice since her debut. He collects every song and every album of Yu Yang Yang.
And there was the accident at the last concert.
He was almost mad when he found out about it. But after the accident, Yu Yang Yang disappeared without a word. No paparazzi captured her whereabouts.
I never thought he was here. How could he not be angry when he saw his goddess groveling and serving tea and water to others? Li Jiayin and Peng Dingyuan also looked at Yifan in shock.
A song with millions of fans is actually being used as a secretary here, this is too.
Yifan knew that Yu Yang Yang's presence here could not be concealed for long, so he explained the whole cause and process of the matter.
You mean, it was you who saved Yu Yang Yang at the last concert? Luo Feng asked in disbelief.
Yifan nodded, but before he could speak, Yu Yang Yang took over and said, "Sir, you may have been my fan before, but I will quit the entertainment industry in a few days and plan to work here wholeheartedly, so from now on I will be Mr. Yi's secretary."
Luo Feng opened his mouth wide, but couldn't say a word. This is so shocking.
Finally, Yu Yang Yang stood up, bowed slightly, and said, "Sir, I hope you can keep this matter secret from the outside world for the time being."
Luo Feng had no choice but to nod, staring at Yushu.
I sighed in my heart, knowing that I would never hear Yu Yang Yang singing again. The goddess in his heart will no longer exist.
This Yifan is really amazing.
Accepted as secretary from a singing queen with millions of fans. Luo Feng felt sorry for Yifan, but he also admired him.
If this really got out, would millions of fans come here to tear him apart? Pang Dingyuan had such an evil idea.
But it's just a thought.
After chatting for a while, Pang Dingyuan suddenly asked solemnly, "Master Yi, have you ever thought about developing in Gangman?"
Yifan was stunned for a moment, and said, "It's not that I don't have this idea, but if you mean to let me go to your consortium, then forget it." Pang Dingyuan shook his head and said with a smile, "Master Yi, you misunderstood me.
I didn't mean to poach you.
I meant to open your financial company in Gangmen." Yifan frowned and looked at Pang Dingyuan. After a while, he said, "I do have this idea, but now is not the right time.
The company is still a little unstable. I can't leave Huan for too long."
"That's okay.
If you really want to open a company in Gangmen, I can be the person in charge there." Pang Dingyuan said, "And the Tangcheng Financial Group will also support it."
Yifan, Luo Feng, and others were a little surprised.
So sudden?
To be honest, Yifan was a little tempted. He originally thought that his development plan would have to wait for more than a month, but Peng Dingyuan gave him this opportunity in advance. Yifan pretended to be in deep thought and began to communicate with the system secretly.
"System, help me check Peng Dingyuan's career for the next year."
A long series of images appeared in Yifan's mind, taking him a while to digest. But he was very satisfied with the final result. The responsibility for the company in Gangmen was given to Peng Dingyuan, and with the support of Tangcheng Group, the company itself had nothing to worry about.
"Mr. Peng, if it's what you really want to do, I have no objection,"
Yifan said with a smile at last.
Peng Dingyuan was shocked.
Yifan thought too quickly.
Wasn't he afraid that he would ruin the company?
But he agreed, so he was naturally very happy.
"Since Master Yi trusts me, I will unfortunately fail in my mission." Peng Dingyuan said, "Master Yi, we are about to have dinner. Do you want to go out for dinner together? We can discuss the details this afternoon." Yi Fan agreed. It seemed that the arrival of these rich young men required the plan to be advanced. Those 50 billion are going to be used so soon. Chapter 91, Identity Revealed at the Press Conference. After that day, Yi Fan and Peng Dingyuan finalized all matters concerning the Gangmen branch. When Yi Fan talked about the company's salary system, Peng Dingyuan and others were surprised again. The average employee only has a base salary of 20,000 yuan, no wonder those employees work so hard. In the next few days, Yi Fan followed them to visit various scenic spots in Huan City. As for the other rich young men and women, Yi Fan left them all to Huyelan and Shinsinyu. Several clothing groups knew that Li Qingyi was with Yi Fan, and they were trying their best to cooperate with Yi Fan. Yi Fan gave them Li Qingyi's contact information and asked them to contact Li Qingyi themselves. Finally, on the fourth day, these guys were called back by their families, and Li Jiayin stayed in Huan City as a liaison between the two companies. After Peng Dingyuan and others left, Li Jiayin bought 12% of the shares from Yi Fan at a price of 30 million per share, becoming the fourth largest shareholder of Blue Ocean Securities. As for her position, Shinsinyu happened to be in need of an assistant, so he made Li Jiayin the deputy executive president. Today happened to be the day when Li Qingyi was holding a press conference for the promotion, so Yi Fan rushed over to watch it. Originally, there was no press conference. But because Li Qingyi was working with a 30 billion clothing group, and because of her status and the publicity from the big star Yu Yangyang, this press conference was forced to be held. The venue for the press conference was chosen to be a 3-star hotel not far from the company. The press conference officially began at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and most of the people present were reporters who had rushed there after hearing the news. When they learned that a famous Chinese fashion designer in the United States had returned to his homeland and opened a company, they rushed here without stopping. The press conference ended with a question and answer session. Ms. Li, I would like to ask, you have already become a famous designer abroad, why are you willing to give up the glory abroad and suddenly return to China? Is there any reason? Li Qingyi replied, I can only answer your question with 4 words, fallen leaves return to their roots. Ms. Li, I would like to ask, what are your views on our country's clothing industry, or do you have any opinions? Li Qingyi, I don't have any opinions. The same industry operates differently in different countries. Each country has its own unique features. I won't make any comments. Ms. Li, it is rumored that you have a close relationship with Yi Fan, the chairman of Blue Ocean Securities. People often see you too in the community where you live. What's going on? Li Qingyi said, Boss Yi and I grew up together. We used to eat together and go to school together. After I returned to China, he helped me a lot. I don't think it's a problem for him to come to where I live. Everyone was surprised. I didn't expect that these two business newcomers were actually childhood sweethearts. Yi Fan's financial company is about to become a giant in Huan's financial industry. It is also said that Peng Dingyuan, Luo Feng, and Li Jiayin, the sons of the Tangcheng Group and Gangmen, have close ties with Yi Fan's company, and people often see these 4 people visiting scenic spots in Huan City. Then there is Li Qingyi. This Yi Fan is surrounded by many business elites and young masters. What kind of charm does he have? Then Miss Li, have you ever thought about cooperating with Mr. Yi of Blue Ocean Securities? Another reporter asked. Cooperation? We have always been cooperating. Li Qingyi smiled and said, Qingyi Fashion Design Company was initially established with Yi Fan's investment of 500 million yuan. In fact, Yi Fan is the behind-the-scenes president of Qingyi Fashion Design Company. I just work for him. Yi Fan was slightly stunned. He never expected that Li Qingyi would actually give him away. However, when he saw Li Qingyi looking at him with a cunning look, Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. On purpose. She didn't want to just sit there and enjoy herself. But it doesn't matter. I will be exposed sooner or later anyway. Everyone followed their gaze and looked at Yi Fan, who was sitting in the back, eyes wide open. It turns out that this guy is not only developing in the financial industry, but he has also made his mark in the fashion design industry. Such a famous designer is actually working for this guy. This is an initial investment of 500 million. Then many reporters surrounded the real president and started asking questions. Hello, Mr. Yi. Miss Li said that you invested 500 million yuan at the beginning. Is that true? Boss Yi, is what Miss Li said true? Are you really childhood sweethearts? Mr. Yi. Yi Fan directly interrupted the questions of many reporters and said, every word Li Qingyi said is true, and I will continue to cooperate with her. After this press conference, I will increase my support for the clothing company.
Just like the financial company, I want this company to become the top of the clothing design industry in Huan City within 3 months. After waiting for a definite answer, all the reporters widened their eyes. It's all true. Moreover, he would increase his support. He would also become the top of Huan City's fashion design industry within 3 months. More than 500 million in support. How much does that cost? Anyway, these people can't come. Although Yifan stole the limelight, Li Qingyi was not angry at all. The two of them were inseparable. Instead, she was happy to see Yifan surrounded by reporters. Finally, Li Qingyi noticed a hint of impatience on Yifan's face, and immediately said, "Everyone, we have arranged a model show today. The clothes on display are the latest designs of our Qingyi fashion design company. If you are interested, you can go upstairs to take a look." When the reporters heard this, their eyes lit up. Model show. They actually have such an opportunity. One by one they picked up their machines and went upstairs. After they left, Li Qingyi walked over to Yifan and tidied his clothes. Yifan's mood improved a little, but he didn't expect Li Qingyi to suddenly say, "Wait, you are going to go on stage for the fashion show, I have prepared the clothes for you." He was stunned and asked, "Why don't I know about this?" Li Qingyi smiled at him and said, "Of course you don't know. If I told you, would you agree?" "Really not. Now that you've told me this, do you think I will definitely agree?" Yifan asked back. "Not necessarily, but I can let you go." Li Qingyi said confidently, "If you don't go, you are not allowed to come to my house at night again." "How is this possible?" "It's okay for me to go." Yifan finally compromised. He is very strong in front of others, but in front of Li Qingyi, he is a different person. Yifan and her did not have a confirmed relationship, but they were deeply dependent on each other. It is estimated that he will be defeated by this woman in this life. You have to pamper your own woman. Phew. Li Qingyi suddenly laughed. Yifan didn't understand the situation, so she said, "I was joking. There is no such thing at all." Although she did have this idea, she quickly gave it up. She wanted to monopolize Yifan's most handsome side. Yifan was stunned for a moment, then he realized that he was being fooled by Li Qingyi. Those thoughts just now disappeared completely in an instant. Chapter 92, Company Crisis. That's weird. The fashion show is about to start, so why haven't we seen President Yi and CEO Li yet? Behind the stage, Li Qingyi's employees all looked anxious. These reporters have been here for quite some time, and the fashion show will start in a minute, but Yifan and Li Qingyi are still nowhere to be seen. You guys go downstairs and take a look. Fu Jin suddenly ordered. This guy became the director of a clothing design company and bought his position with his own money. Although he looks stupid at ordinary times, he is very decisive at work. No need, we're here. Yifan and Li Qingyi walked in one after another. Seeing the two backbones, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yifan found a seat and sat down. Li Qingyi went to direct the work. Yifan stared at her. At this time, Yushu suddenly walked to Yifan's side and said with an inexplicable smile, "Boss Yi, you did a lot of bad things just now, didn't you? You haven't come for 30 minutes. Yifan looked at Yushu with some surprise. He didn't expect that this guy actually discovered it. But can Yifan admit this? What bad thing could I have done? I just went out and made a phone call. Yushu was such a smart person that he could tell at a glance that Yifan was lying, and whispered, "Others can't tell, but I can. Mr. Li's clothes are a little wrinkled." Yifan glared at her and said, "You dare to tease the boss, do you want your salary to be deducted? Or do you want me to tell Lin Tian about it?" Yushu covered his mouth and laughed as he left. If Yifan could threaten her, it means he was guilty. They both just determined what happened. However, Yushu felt a sense of loss and bitterness in his heart. It would be a lie to say that she didn't like Yifan. Ever since Yifan saved her at the concert, he had become the Prince Charming in her heart. But this Prince Charming belongs to someone else after all. The model show began. These models were provided by the cooperating clothing companies and the quality was also good. Coupled with the clothes made by Li Qingyi, the temperament of all people is brought out to the fullest. Li Qingyi looked for a while and found that there was nothing wrong with the departure, so she came over and picked up a bottle of water to rinse her mouth. When she saw Yifan looking at her with an evil smile on his face, her face quickly flushed with shame and she glared at him fiercely. "I swear I will never joke with Yifan again." The consequences were too serious, and it seemed that she couldn't bear it alone. Soon it was Yushu's turn to take the stage.
As soon as she came on stage, everyone exclaimed in surprise. These people hadn't seen the new queen of singing for a long time, and now she actually appeared here. Moreover, the red dress she wore brought her temperament to a higher level. At this moment, Yushu was the most perfect goddess in their hearts. The cameras were taking pictures of Yushu frantically. The fashion show ended quickly, and Yushu took the opportunity to announce her withdrawal from the entertainment industry. The album she released a few days ago and today's fashion show would be her last performance. The internet exploded instantly at that moment. Tens of millions of fans were shouting wildly online, just expressing regret for Yushua's sudden departure. Some people even speculated that the incident at the last concert left a shadow on Yushu. But no matter how they guessed, Yushu never appeared again, and the WeChat number was cancelled in an instant. After the press conference, Yifan sent Li Qingyi back to the company. Along the way, Li Qingyi had a red face, looking out the window, and ignored Yifan. It's not that she was angry, but looking at Yifan now reminded her of what happened just now. Yifan also glanced at her from time to time, with a smile on his face from beginning to end. After sending Li Qingyi away, she still had that red face and didn't dare to look at Yifan. This immediately made Yifan burst out laughing. The two of them didn't know how many times they had done this, but this time she acted like a little girl, and Yifan felt for the first time that this woman was still a little cute. After hugging her gently, Yifan left. When I returned to the company, Yushu was already back at work. After staying in the company for a while, Yifan had nothing to do, so he planned to go home and sleep. But Shin Xinyu, Hu Yelan, Wu Changshang and others suddenly ran into the office and said solemnly, "Boss Yi, someone is maliciously buying our company's shares online." Yifan's face also darkened, and he asked, "Have you found out which company it is?" Hu Yelan nodded carefully, "I found it, the Kyoto Han Group." Yifan frowned. "Has Han Yu really started? What is the current loss situation?" Yifan asked while tapping the table. "The shareholders have not been shaken. The price they offered is not enough to attract shareholders. However, many directors and managers in the leadership have resigned one after another. A professional person has been poached from the product research and development department, including the subsidiaries." Hu Yelan replied. Yifan closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then said, "Call all the leaders to a meeting." An hour later, the huge conference room was full of people. Yifan said nothing, his eyes swept over the 40 leaders, and said in a deep voice, "I know that many of you have begun to waver now. Are there any of you who want to take this opportunity to leave?" Many of the leadership are the same, and many have considered leaving. After all, the Han Group is such a large company covering various industries. How could their small company, which has only been developed for more than 4 months, possibly beat them? "I want to leave." A thin leader raised his hand. Yifan glanced at him and said, "Go wait outside first. I'll pay you your salary later." "Is there anyone else?" When one person raises his hand, it will naturally cause a butterfly effect. More than half of the 40 leaders left, and they all had the same idea. How can a small company possibly outperform a large conglomerate? Looking at the remaining dozen or so people, a large number of them were promoted by me personally. "Old Ji, you're just going to watch them leave like that?" Yang Shua clenched his fists and asked indignantly. If it were him, he would definitely go up and punch them and tell them to get out. Yifan said indifferently, "What's the point of keeping him? Since he wants to leave, it means he is not suitable for us." Yang Shua naturally had nothing to say, so Yifan continued, "What do you think of this incident?" Everyone looked at each other, they really didn't know what to do. "Director Yi, how about we fight back? The Han Group can acquire our company, so how about we fight back? Anyway, it's easy to fight back with the spare money in our account." "Yes, Mr. Yi, let's fight back. We can't just watch the Han Consortium swallow up the company." "That's right, Mr. Yi, we are all ready. Anyway, our company is not short of money now. If the money is not enough, we will make another attempt tonight and get tens of billions from the US market to beat him." Yifan was a little surprised that Hu Yelan and Wu Changsheng were his men. Were these people so brave before? Or is it that you feel more confident after knowing that you can make money easily without any reason? Hu Yelan seemed to feel Yifan's gaze, coughed twice, and said with a smile, "Boss Yi, I learned this from you." Chapter 93, Make You Panic Instantly. In the conference room, Yifan hadn't said anything yet when he suddenly received a call from Kyoto. He knew who it was without even thinking about it. "Yifan, how do you feel? Do you regret provoking me?" Han Yu's contemptuous voice came from the other side. Are you so sure that your Han Group can take over my company? Yi Fan asked jokingly. Han Yu sneered, it's just a small company. Even if you really have 20 billion, so what? Aren't you still being eaten up by me, Han Yu? Yi Fan, do you still remember how you humiliated me at the banquet? Now I'll give you a chance.
As long as you can kneel down and beg for mercy in front of me within one day and work for my Han Group, I will let you go. And how about your company?
Oh, by the way, it would be better if you could send that woman Li Qingyi to me. Then I might have a better chance of letting you go.
Yi Fan's face suddenly turned cold. It would have been fine if they had been targeting his company, but now they were targeting Li Qingyi.
Sure enough, Han Yu is not a good guy.
Han Yu, I pray that you and your Han Group can survive the next 7 days.
After that, Yi Fan hung up the phone, looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, Shi Tian, eat up the entire Han consortium for me.
In the Han Group in Kyoto, Han Yu sat opposite Han's father, and both of them had sarcastic expressions on their faces. Han Yu was speaking on speakerphone just now, so Han's father heard Yi Fan's last sentence clearly. The two of them disagreed with Yi Fan's last words.
This Yi Fan is really bold and arrogant. He thinks he can be so arrogant just because he has some ability.
He dares to threaten us with a small company. He is really tired of living. Dad, in short, Yi Fan cannot be kept.
Since he can't be used by us, we can't let him exist in the business world. Han Yu added. Father Han nodded in agreement and asked, by the way, Xiao Yu, how is the situation at Gangmen going? Have you reached an agreement?
Speaking of this, Han Yu's face darkened and he said, no, the Tangchung consortium has been unwilling to give in. A few months ago, when the business community in Gangmen was highly competitive, Han Yu was sent to Gangmen by his father, who wanted to replace the many Gangmen consortiums with the Han consortium. But they were suppressed at every level. So he discussed directly with Peng Bingyi, the chairman of Tangcheng Group, that his Han Group could help Tangcheng gain control of Gangmen business community, but the condition was that Tangcheng Group must cede half of Gangmen business market to Han Group.
The result is obvious, it is impossible to agree.
So they have been using various methods to tempt Peng Bingyi, but there has been no result so far. Even the Tangcheng Group has begun to do its best to get the Han Group's things out of the port.
That was why he and Peng Dingyuan didn't see eye to eye at the banquet that day. No matter what, we must find a way to open up the Gangmen market, otherwise our Han family will stop here. Han's father said solemnly. Han Yu nodded, I understand, Dad, I will go there again in a few days.
At this time, Han's father's secretary rushed in and said breathlessly, no, it's bad, Chairman, someone has monopolized the stock market of our consortium.
What?
Han Yu and Han's father widened their eyes and stood up suddenly, saying, take us to see it quickly. The two of them hurriedly followed the secretary to check, and Han Yu's expression was extremely solemn.
Could it be that Yi Fan did this? How is this possible? He only has 20 billion. How is it possible to monopolize the stock market of a 50 billion consortium?
But when they ran to the trader's office, they found that all the stocks of their company had been bought by 20 accounts.
And all stocks began to rise rapidly. What on earth is going on? The traders were frightened by the angry roar of Han's father.
No, I don't know, Mr. Han. These accounts suddenly appeared and bought all the stocks of our company.
Han's father's face was gloomy.
Stock market monopoly was a common method used to acquire companies, but who would actually use such a method on a 50 billion consortium?
Is the money in your hands all dirt?
Chairman, this is bad. Our company's stock trading has been stopped by the trading center.
Father Han almost had a heart attack and vomited blood.
All of these stocks are at the daily limit.
How much money will he lose if this continues?
Father Han suddenly looked at Han Yu and said, now call Yi Fan and ask if he did it. Han Yu did not obey his father's order, but looked at those stocks, his scalp tingling.
No need to fight, this must have been done by Yi Fan. Han Yu's voice was trembling.
In such a short period of time, he took over all the shares of the Han Group. It is impossible to do it without more than 50 billion. Or maybe Yi Fan really has the ability to make money in the American market like a dragon sucking water.
Or maybe there is a powerful force supporting him. Dad, we underestimated him.
Fear flashed in Han Yu's eyes and cold sweat ran down his back.
Father Han stepped back repeatedly.
They, father and son, had just impeached Yi Fan in the office. But now, Yi Fan's counterattack caught them off guard and they were completely powerless to resist. If they continue like this, their consortium will be completely bankrupt in less than 7 days.
Xiao Yu, quickly call Yi Fan. Tell him to stop, Han's father said hurriedly. Han Yu immediately took out his cell phone and called Yifan, but a professional female voice came from the other end. When Yifan, who was sitting in the company, saw Han Yu's cell phone number, he sneered and hung up. But the phone rang again and Yifan hung up again. Call again, hang up. In the end, Yifan couldn't stand it anymore and turned off his phone. Yifan just kept staring at the stocks that had hit their daily limit on the computer. Those leaders looked at Yifan with both fear and admiration. The first move was this kind of swift and decisive means. Yifan directly mobilized 60 billion from the company's account and asked them to buy all of the Han Group's shares. Mr. Yi, the 2 tickets to Kyoto you asked for have been booked. They will take off at 5 p.m., and there are still 2 hours before departure. At this time, Yushu came in and said, Okay, I understand. Yifan nodded and said to Shin-Sinyu, you accompany me to Kyoto in the next few days. Lao Hu, you stay here and wait for me to come back. Other shareholders and you leaders, please take good care of the company during my absence. Okay, Mr. Yi. Chang Wenqing, you are the director of the Product Research and Development Department. I order you to develop a brand new upgraded stock trading software within 7 days. It should have more powerful functions than the first generation. Is that okay? Yifan stared at Chang Wenqing with burning eyes. No problem, Mr. Yi. Chang Wenqing nodded solemnly. Finally, Yifan and Shin-Sinyu packed up and set off for Kyoto. Chapter 94, Arriving in Kyoto and Acquiring Shares. At night, in front of a pub in Kyoto, 3 or 4 middle-aged men in suits were sitting, drinking depressedly. What the hell? What kind of existence did those 2 Han bastards offend to turn a good consortium into such a mess? Who the hell knows? Anyway, I've already lost enough. In just 2 days, they broke the funding chain of the entire consortium. Basically, all the projects can no longer operate. I don't want to get involved in this mess with them anymore. That's right. If anyone comes to me now and asks for my shares, I will sell them to them without saying anything. These 3 people are the shareholders of the Han Group. Since that day, many employees of the Han Group knew that someone was targeting the Han Group. Moreover, their chairman and deputy chairman were no match for the other party and suffered a setback in secret. Most of the employees have already submitted their resignations and left this troubled place, not wanting to be implicated. Dozens of shareholders also began to try every possible way to sell their stocks, but no one dared to buy. Do the chairman really want to sell their shares? At this time, a young man was sitting at their table, and next to him stood a beautiful woman with a pretty face and a cold temperament. Who are you? The 3 of them looked at him and frowned. The young man did not answer them, but smiled and said, If you really want to sell your shares, I can buy them. Do you want to consider it? Several people looked at each other, and were shocked that there were actually people who dared to buy their shares now. But since someone was buying, they naturally wanted to sell it quickly, and kept asking, Okay, how much do you plan to pay? Then I need to know how many shares you hold before I can make an offer, the young man continued. I own 5% of it. I own 6% of it. I own 7% of it. The young man lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said, How about 100 million per share? The 3 people's eyes suddenly lit up. The current price was already high enough, 100 million per share, and the least among them could get 500 million. For a consortium that was about to go bankrupt, this price was absolutely reasonable and they made a profit. Okay, sold it. The beauty took out 3 contracts from her bag. The 3 men were stunned. These contracts had been prepared long ago. If they had known this, they would have asked for more money. After signing the contract, the young men asked the company to transfer the money to them. The 3 were delighted after receiving the money. When I looked again, the young man had left. Why do I feel that young man looks familiar? Don't tell me, I feel the same way, I seem to have seen it somewhere. Boss Yi, the combined shares of these 3 people only amount to 18%, which is still a long way off. The 2 of them were walking on the streets of Kyoto, and the beautiful woman behind them said, It's still a long way from the 35% absolute controlling stake held by the Han family father and son. These 2 people are Yifan and Shin-Sinyu who came to Kyoto yesterday afternoon. After arriving, Yifan and Shin-Sinyu have been busy. Yifan called Peng Dingyuan and asked him to send him the information of all shareholders of the Han Group. When Peng Dingyuan heard that Yifan was going to deal with the Han Group, he was so happy that he sent the information he had collected to Yifan without saying a word. Shin-Sinyu took advantage of this time to draft the contract. Then tonight, Yifan began to take action. As for how Yi Fan found these people, Peng Dingyuan has placed a lot of people in the Han group. Therefore, the whereabouts of these people were reported to Yi Fan by those people. Well, don't be in a hurry, take your time, there are still 5 days left. Yi Fan walked slowly in front with a wicked smile on his face. Shin Sinyu followed Yi Fan quietly, keeping a distance of more than 1 meter from him, but her eyes were always on Yi Fan's back. Sinyu, why do I feel like your attitude towards me seems to have changed recently? Yi Fan suddenly turned around and asked. Shin Sinyu thought Yi Fan had noticed her gaze, and she felt a little flustered, and said, No, I've always been like this. Yi Fan shook his head and said, No, I can feel that your attitude has obviously changed. Shin Sinyu became more and more flustered, took a deep breath and said, You must have made a mistake. After saying that, she took a step forward, past Yi Fan, and bit her lips tightly. Yi Fan frowned and looked at Shin Sinyu's back thoughtfully. The next day, Yi Fan received a call from Peng Dingyuan's people, saying that they had found a new target. After Yi Fan asked for the address, he rushed over with Shin Sinyu. When they arrived at a coffee shop, they saw a beautiful woman drinking coffee slowly. She was the person Yi Fan was looking for. Her name is Yu Yunyun, and she is the only female director of the Han Group. However, although she is a girl, she holds 10% of the shares of the Han Group and is the 5th largest shareholder of the Han Group. Hello, can I sit here? Yi Fan asked with a smile after he walked over. When Yu Yunyun saw Yi Fan, she was surprised at first, then she showed a charming smile. Mr. Yi, please take a seat. Yi Fan was surprised and asked, Ms. Yu knows me? Of course I know him. Yu Yunyun nodded and said with a smile, Many of the top executives in our company have seen your photo, Mr. Yi. Yi Fan sat in front of the beautiful woman and said with a smile, Ms. Yu, if you know me, then you should know why I came here today. Yu Yunyun took a sip of coffee and said, 1 billion per share. Hi. Yu Yunyun shook her head and said, Not hi. I've also heard about Mr. Ye's deeds. He got back 20 billion from the US market. So I know that after Mr. Yi acquired the Han Consortium, he must have a way to get it running again. So 10 billion is not high. She is indeed a shrewd woman. Why do you believe that I will do this, Ms. Yu? Yi Fan asked. Yu Yunyun pointed to her head and said with a smile, Women's sixth sense. Yi Fan stared at Yu Yunyun for a while, then said, Ms. Yu, let's make a deal. After I acquire the Han Consortium, you will take charge of it for me. Yu Yunyun looked at Yi Fan in shock. She never expected that Yi Fan would suddenly say such a thing. Mr. Yi, this is the first time we meet. You probably don't know me well enough. Yi Fan made up an excuse and said, I like smart people, so I will be at ease leaving the consortium to you when the time comes. He made the decision after checking Yu Yunyun's career using the system. This time it was Yu Yunyun's turn to stare at Yi Fan. She realized that Yi Fan was not teasing her, so she nodded and said, Okay, then 200 million, but I want to keep a portion of the shares. Yi Fan didn't say anything and asked Shin Sinyu, who was sitting not far away, to bring the contract over. The two signed the contract and transferred 1.6 billion. Yu Yunyun only left 2% of the shares as collateral. Chapter 95, Dispute in the Board of Directors. Just as Yi Fan was looking for targets to acquire shares, the board of directors of the Han Group also held an emergency meeting, which was nothing more than an impeachment meeting against the Han father and son. Han Yu sent people to track down those accounts for 3 days and finally found out the other party's origins. Blue Ocean Securities. They are all Yi Fan's people. There is also an encrypted account that cannot be viewed. This time he finally knew what panic was. Even if he really has the ability to earn 20 billion in one day, it cannot make up for the company's growing gap. Old Han, what is going on here? Why did you get involved with that young man named Yi Fan? That's right. Our board of directors unanimously decided to befriend Yi Fan. Now you are in trouble. And you even implicated us. If you and your son feel that your position is too secure, then step down. Don't forget, as long as all of us directors raise our hands, you too can be removed at any time. Han Yu swept his gloomy eyes across the faces of the directors and clenched his fists. These people usually don't care about the consortium and leave all the work to them and their son. When times of crisis come, they are the ones who make the most noise in the entire consortium. I'm afraid that the company will harm their interests at this time. Dear directors, I called you here to discuss countermeasures, not to talk about these things. Han's father's face was extremely ugly. Now all the employees and leaders of the entire consortium who should leave have left.
All company projects have been suspended, and the stock market is still in a state of monopoly and suspended trading, so the money in it cannot be taken out at all. Banks no longer lend them money, and all their former partners, friends, and relatives have left them. What can we do? What can we do? Whoever caused the trouble should apologize, even if they have to kneel down and beg for mercy. It's better to revoke his position, otherwise there is no sincerity at all. Yes, when can we let Yifan let us go? When can we let him come back? Kneel down and beg for mercy? Remove your position? Hanyu could tell that this group of people were still thinking about how to weaken the control of the Han Group by him and his son. Those who had been fawning on him now revealed such ugly faces. Enough! Hanyu yelled, suddenly stood up, stared at the directors, his body shaking violently. Apologize? Kneel down and beg for mercy? Revoke your position? You really can think of it, but I tell you, it's impossible for me. If it weren't for me, if it weren't for my father, could you have such a life? Can you rely on the company's dividends to eat, drink, and have fun every day? You want to revoke my position? Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, my father and I have the absolute controlling stake in the entire company. Do you have the qualifications to revoke my position? A group of people in their 40s were talked about like this by a young man, and they all looked unhappy. But Hanyu was right about a few things. The Han father and son had absolute controlling rights in the consortium. Even if these shareholders really united to revoke Hanyu's position, it would only take his father a word to restore his position. But Hanyu's words chilled their hearts. Yu Yunyun, who was standing next to them, watched the scene quietly, watching them fighting among themselves. It has nothing to do with her anyway. On the contrary, the more fiercely they fight, the happier Yu Yunyun feels, and the greater her chance of becoming the controller of the entire consortium. In the end, this emergency meeting ended in a bad mood. They didn't come up with any good results at all. After leaving the Han Group, Yu Yunyun found a man, Ho Yaodong, the third largest shareholder of the Han Group. Yu Yunyun patted his shoulder gently and said, "Do you want to go have a meal together?" Ho Yaodong looked at Yu Yunyun's smiling face, thought for a moment, and nodded, "Okay." Back in the office, Hanyu smashed the things on his desk into pieces. The secretary outside the door trembled as he listened to the boss's roar inside. The boss, who seemed so mild-tempered before, turned out to be so violent when he got mad. After more than 10 minutes, the noise inside stopped and the secretary finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hanyu sat in his seat with a cold face and eyes full of resentment. "Yifan, I will never let you go." At this time, Yifan was wearing sunglasses, followed by Shinsinyu. The two of them were holding the milk tea they had just bought and strolling in front of the famous Kyoto Imperial Palace. There were still 2 days left before the 7-day deadline, so he was not in a hurry. The shares of the Han Consortium in his hands were enough to firmly suppress the Han family father and son, 45%. He purchased all of them from the board members of the Han Group in the past 2 days. The remaining 10 billion in the company's account will be used for this purpose. Besides, Yu Yunyun would definitely not just sit there and do nothing. So basically, Yifan had already won the game, so he naturally took Shinsinyu to visit various tourist attractions in Kyoto for the next 2 days. After spending these few days together, Yifan really felt that Shinsinyu's attitude was different. Every time she comes out with me, she always keeps a distance of more than 1 meter from me. As soon as I get close to her, she will step back. Moreover, she would occasionally smile at him before, but now he has never seen Shinsinyu smile. Yifan sighed at this. Although he guessed that something might have happened between her and Li Qingyi that time, what could have happened between these two people? He really couldn't figure it out. However, the two of them just walked one after the other, and as long as Yifan didn't speak, Shinsinyu would definitely not speak. There were quite a lot of people in the square outside the palace, but the atmosphere between the two of them was inexplicably inconsistent with the surroundings, and there was a subtle awkwardness. "I say, Sinyu, it's not good to have a stern face all the time when you go out to play." Yifan finally sighed and said, "You make us lose the mood to play at all." Shinsinyu said calmly, "Mr. Yi, we are here to work, not to play." Yifan rolled his eyes, "Don't say that when you're playing, it's easy to ruin your mood." After saying that, Yifan suddenly grabbed Shinsinyu's hand and pulled her to his side. Shinsinyu was startled and panicked, and wanted to pull her hand back. But Yifan held her tightly, making it impossible for her to break free. "Let go." Finally, Shinsinyu said with a sudden cold look in her eyes. Yifan smiled evilly and said, "Do you think it's possible?" Then he just dragged Shinsinyu to play in front of the palace. "I just don't believe that I can't warm up this block of ice like you."
What's good about the boss having a bad face? It's okay to treat others, but it's not good to treat him as your boss all the time. Shin Sinyu was so flustered when Yifan pulled her. She bit her lips tightly and tears appeared in her eyes. But he did not struggle anymore and let Yifan pull him. Chapter 96, I am the new chairman. Mr. Yi, I have already negotiated the deal. Yu Yunyun's voice came from the other end of the phone. Okay, I got it. Yifan nodded and hung up the phone. Yifan looked up at Shin Sinyu in front of him and said with a wicked smile, "Let's go, today is the last day, we should go and close the net." Afterwards, the two took a taxi to the address of the Han Group. The Han Group held an emergency meeting of board members as usual this morning. This is already the 7th day, and the entire consortium is on the verge of collapse, and many board members did not attend the meeting today. Now the 5,000 employees downstairs and shareholders who have come from all over the world have surrounded the Han Group, all of them are here to ask for their wages and debts. Except for a few directors who showed panic on their faces, many people had a blank expression, as if it had nothing to do with them. Han Yu and Han's father are going crazy. For 7 whole days, every time the Han Group's stocks were unblocked, the stock price rose abnormally and then the trading center suspended the stock. Yifan really monopolized their company as stock market for 7 days. This method really frightened the two of them from the bottom of their hearts for 7 days. The father and son hadn't slept for 7 whole days. Every time Han's father asked Han Yu to call Yifan, he heard that professional female voice. There is no need to guess, Yifan has already put Han Yu on the blacklist. Han Yu had already thrown everything in his office, but to no avail. He remembered what Yifan had said, "Han Yu, I pray that you and your Han Group can survive the next 7 days. Before, he thought Yifan was just making a last-ditch effort, but now he realized that what Yifan said was not groundless. But Yifan really has the ability to use a small company to take over a large consortium. This Yifan is really scary. Boss Han, I think we should stop struggling and accept our fate. Yes, Mr. Han, we have been struggling for 7 days, but what is the result? The entire consortium is in crisis. You said you had nothing to do, so why did you go and mess with Yifan? Now you are reaping the fruits of your labor. That's right. If you ask me, you two should kneel down and apologize to Yifan. Maybe he will forgive you." To the ears of the Han family father and son, each voice of persuasion sounded like sarcasm. Father Han slammed the table and roared, "Shut the fuck up, anyone who says another word will be kicked out right now." At this moment, his eyes were full of bloodshot. His face was sallow. He looked like he wanted to eat these people. "Director Han, I don't think you have the right to fire the director of my company now." At this time, a young man suddenly pushed the door in with an evil smile on his face. Behind him followed a man and a woman. They knew the man, he was the legal advisor of the Han Group and one of the famous lawyers in Kyoto, Guang Hailiang. The woman's appearance was similar to Yu Yunyun, but their temperaments were completely different. Yu Yunyun has the gentleness and charm of a mature woman, while the girl behind the young man exudes a coldness that keeps people away. Yifan. Han Yu stood up as soon as he saw the young man, pointed at Yifan angrily and said, "How dare you come here?" Everyone looked at Yifan with shock on their faces. "Is this the Yifan that Yu Yunyun mentioned? You are too young." Yifan smiled and said, "Why can't I be here? This is my company now, why can't I be here?" Han Yu and Han's father both trembled, and a strong sense of uneasiness surged in their hearts. What do you mean?" Yifan did not speak, but Guang Hailiang stepped forward and said, "Mr. Han, I just want to inform you that Mr. Yi now owns 45% of the company's shares, and you and your son only own 35% of the shares combined, so Mr. Yifan is now the company's largest shareholder. As the new chairman, you have the power to make decisions on any company matter." Snap! A bolt from the blue struck Han Yu and his father. Their heads were buzzing and the sallow faces of the Han father and son turned pale in an instant. 45% of the shares. Yifan became the largest shareholder of their company. What is going on? Shouldn't Yifan be in Huan City? When did he come to Kyoto? No wonder so many board members didn't come today. It turned out that Yifan bought their shares. 7 days, really 7 days, Yifan swallowed up Han's 50 billion. Han Yu couldn't stand any longer. He sat down on his chair, looking as pale as death. It was probably too late to regret, and he could probably imagine what his fate would be. No, that's impossible. You haven't gotten the approval of the other board members yet. Even if you have a larger share than me, what can you do? Han's father was still struggling. He was unwilling to be defeated by a kid in his 20s. The Han Group, which he had founded, could not be given away for nothing. That's right, as long as half of the 20 or so directors on the board do not agree with Yifan's appointment as chairman, he will still be the chairman of the entire group. But when Guan Hailiang handed a document to Han's father, he was completely desperate. Regarding the decision list of new director Yifan to be appointed as the new chairman of Han's consortium. Looking down, the 19 autographs below made him fall into hell, his whole body cold. This is impossible. Looking at the names on the list one by one, Han's father's body shook violently. When he saw a name, he widened his eyes and looked at the third largest shareholder Guo Xiaofeng, who was sitting next to him. You too. Guo Xiaofeng glanced at him and said, I can't just watch the consortium being destroyed in the hands of you too. Father Han now looks the same as his son, with a deathly pale face. Yifan walked to Han Yu and asked, since there is no problem, then I will issue my first order as the new chairman, expel Han Jun and Han Yu, father and son. In the end, Han Jun and his son Han Yu left the Han Group like two lost dogs. When leaving, Yifan saw Han Yu's resentful expression, sneered and ignored him. After Han Jun and his son went out, they were besieged by people who were collecting debts outside. Let's welcome Chairman Yi. I don't know which director shouted, and the whole audience burst into applause. They are really afraid of this young man Yifan now. His methods alone are enough to scare everyone. After the applause, Guo Xiaofeng next to him asked, Mr. Yi, what should we do about the crisis of the consortium now? Yifan didn't say anything, he just called Hu Yelin and said, you can stop now. Afterwards, the Han Group's stock market opened, huge amounts of funds withdrew from the stock market one after another, and the Han Group's stock market returned to normal. The directors who learned about it were all excited. I admire Yifan more and more. He stopped as soon as he said so. Chapter 97, Sneaking into the Han Family. Yifan motioned for everyone to be quiet, and then said, we will pay them the amount of their overdue wages. If the company's current account does not have enough money, come to me and I can subsidize it. The second thing is that Yun will be my agent in the future. I will give her 10% of the shares. When I am no longer around, the company will be fully managed by her. Her words are mine. The third thing is to change the name of the consortium to Yi from now on. Fourth, I will ask Blue Ocean Securities to transfer 60 billion to us tomorrow as working capital for the company to recover. But, Mr. Yi, the loss of the consortium this time is too severe. It will take 1 to 2 years to recover. At this time, there will definitely be other people coveting our consortium. What should we do then? A board member soon raised the question. Yifan smiled, then opened WeChat, clicked on the chat history between himself and Peng Dingyuan, and played a voice message. Mr. Yi, I promise you that as long as you get the Han Consortium, the Tengcheng Consortium is willing to cooperate with you in the development of the shopping mall in Gangmen. And we will reach a permanent cooperation with your consortium on other projects. This simple voice message made all the directors look ecstatic. Market development of Gangmen. This is a big piece of fat meat. As long as we get this piece of fat meat in our hands, it will only take a month or so for the consortium to recover. I didn't expect that the new Mr. Yi actually has such a good relationship with the eldest son of the Tengcheng Group. If we cooperate with Tengcheng Financial Group, now Hans. No. The Yi Group will definitely reach a higher level in the future. They now feel that choosing to believe Yun's words was the right decision. When Yifan was about to leave, someone suddenly reminded him. Boss Yi, you're taking office tonight. Would you like to have a drink with us? Yes, Mr. Yi, let's go for a drink together tonight. Others also began to join in the fun. Yifan thought about it and said, okay, once you have discussed it, let Yun contact me. After saying that, Yifan left with Shin Sinyu. After coming out of the company, Yifan walked into a dark alley alone, dialed the phone, and soon a deep voice came from the other end. Boss. Xin Long, I'm going to give you a task, and you go and carry it out now. Yifan then told Xin Long and the others the mission objectives, and said in a cold voice, the Han family father and son must be imprisoned today. Do you understand? I understand, boss. Xin Long hung up the phone, nodded to the other 3 people, and immediately drove to the destination Yifan mentioned. The 4 of them were the 4 bodyguards that Lin Tian gave to Yifan that day. Yifan asked them to hide in the dark and not come out unless necessary. This was also the first time that Yifan gave them a task, which was just to go to a courtyard to get some things. This was too much of an overreaction for them. But since he is the boss, I have to go. 2 hours later, Qin Long and his 3 companions parked the car at the intersection of an alley and looked at the courtyard house on the side of the road. There are 2 bodyguards guarding the gate and many surveillance cameras everywhere. The 4 people first walked around the courtyard, then found a blind spot in the surveillance camera, and with a light jump, Qin Long and others entered one after another. Which house was the boss talking about? After coming in, the bodyguard behind Qin Long asked in a low voice. It's the 3rd house on the east side of the gate. Qin Long replied. Half an hour later, they entered the room where the boss said there was a safe under the bed. They looked down. There really is one. The 4 of them looked at each other. How did the boss know there was a safe here? Has he been here? Take out the safe and enter the password according to the boss's instructions. With a click, the safe opened. The 4 of them widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. Shit, it's not enough that you know their SA safe, you even know the password. But how did he know the password? Old Qin, please take a look and see if this is evidence of the Han father and son's crime, someone suggested. Upon hearing this, Qin Long took out the file bag, USB flash drive, and a mobile phone. The boss told them not to touch the USB drive and the mobile phone, but he didn't tell them about the file bag, so they opened it and took a look. You can even fit an egg in your mouth. The documents inside turned out to be all the evidence of Han's father and son falsifying accounts and illegally raising funds. Exactly the same as what the boss said. Now the 4 of them had the same idea in their minds. Who exactly is their boss Yi, Mr. Yi? However, they also knew their current situation and quickly came to their senses, returning along the original route with layers of evidence. I drove directly to the nearby police station and submitted all the evidence, no matter what it was. In the Han family courtyard, not long after Qin Long left, Han Yu came out of the main house with a gloomy face. When he saw the lock of the room was broken to the ground, he felt a chill in his heart and ran in to check the safe. When he came out again, he was panicked and ran straight to the study. Dad, no, it's bad. Our safe has been broken into, and the things inside are gone. What? Han Jun's face also turned pale. The contents of the safe are gone. They were all fatal evidence against them. How could it be stolen? It's clearly placed so secretly. But before they could make a decision, they heard sirens coming from outside. When Yifan saw the message sent by Qin Long, a smile finally appeared on his face. The Han family affairs have been settled, and I will return to Huan City tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. What are you looking at? Shin Sinyu asked at the dining table. Yifan came back to his senses and shook his head, saying, Nothing, let's eat first. Since Yifan was unwilling to say, Shin Sinyu didn't ask any more questions. Yifan glanced at her and felt a little happy. Ever since he held her hand and took her for a walk outside last time, Shin Sinyu's attitude towards him finally returned to what it was before. Although the 2 sides were somewhat close, Yifan always felt that there was something else in between. It's a feeling that's hard to describe. After dinner, Yifan took Shin Sinyu to visit various scenic spots in Kyoto. I don't know why, but this girl actually took the initiative to hold my hand. However, her expression is self-evident, she looks very cold. But after looking at the people around the scenic spot, Yifan understood. I guess they were afraid that the 2 of them would get separated and not be able to find their place. After all, I'm unfamiliar with Kyoto, and getting lost would be a real hassle. If Shin Sinyu knew what Yifan was thinking, I guess he would slap him to death. You already have a girlfriend, but you are still a blockhead. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Yu Yunyun called and said that they had booked a place and asked Yifan and Shin Sinyu to go there at 8 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 98, Hotel Conversation. At night, Yifan and Shin Sinyu arrived at the hotel they mentioned. When it comes to traffic jams, Huan City and Kyoto really cannot be compared. A half-hour journey was unexpectedly extended to an hour and a half due to traffic jam, and the 2 of them did not arrive at the hotel until 8:30. After arriving at the hotel entrance, all the directors were waiting outside for Yifan and Shin Sinyu. Seeing the 2 people getting out of the taxi, everyone surrounded them and asked them all kinds of questions. This scene really shocked the hotel waiters and lobby managers. Who is that young man? Even the chairman of the Han Group respects him so much? I don't know him, but I know this young man is very handsome. I also heard that the Han Group seems to have offended someone they shouldn't have recently. Now the news says that the entire group has changed hands. Yes. I saw on the news today that the former chairman of the Han Group and his son were arrested for some crime. Could it be that the new chairman is that young man? look at the appearance of those directors. Everyone suddenly felt that this was not impossible. But think about it, it's bullshit. This young man is too young and is not qualified to be the chairman. In their impression, all the directors are either middle-aged people in their 40s or 50s, or old men in their 50s or 60s who are half buried in the ground. There is no way that someone as young as Yi Fan could be the chairman. Yi Fan and Shin Sinyu were invited into the box and sat steadily in the host's seat. Two beauties, Shin Sinyu and Yu Yunyun, sat on his left and right sides. Okay, everyone, raise your glasses, and let us once again warmly welcome Mr. Yi. As an old director of the company, Go Xiaofang also took on the role of livening up the atmosphere. Welcome, Mr. Yi. A loud voice rang out in the box, and more than 20 directors all stood up. Yi Fan could only pick up the glass and said, "Let's make fortunes together and make progress together. I'll drink first." After saying that, Yi Fan raised his head and drank the white wine in the glass in one gulp. The other directors dared not to be negligent and immediately followed Yi Fan in responding. "Boss Yi, although we knew you were young when we saw your photos before, we were really shocked when we actually saw you. Yes, Mr. Yi, when we were your age, we didn't even know which bar or KTV to go to for drinking and singing. Mr. Yi is still young and promising. He is so young that others can't catch up with him. As the saying goes, the waves behind push the waves ahead, and each wave is stronger than the last." Yi Fan is now tired of all kinds of flattery, but there is nothing he can do but listen. Instead, the waiters who served the dishes were shocked. They were just at the front desk and thought that this young man could not possibly be the new chairman of the Han Group. But now reality has slapped them in the face. This young man is really the chairman of the Han Group. This is so amazing. She looks like she's only in her 20s. The childishness on her face hasn't even disappeared yet. After the dishes were served, the waiters ran to the hall impatiently and told their sisters the information. There were only two words in everyone's mind: damn. This new chairman is too young. Yi Fan was constantly forced to drink by them, and he sighed in his heart. This was the case every time. Shin Sinyu next to him glanced at Yi Fan from time to time, with a hint of worry in her eyes, and Yu Yunyun saw through this little thought at a glance. A smile appeared on Yu Yunyun's face. It turns out that Shin Sinyu likes Yi Fan. But looking at Yi Fan's expression, he seemed not to know. Finally, Shin Sinyu sighed, shook her head, stood up and left the private room, and Yu Yunyun immediately followed. Yu Yunyun walked to Shin Sinyu's side with an inexplicable smile on her face, which gave Shin Sinyu goosebumps all over her body. "Assistant Shin, do you like Mr. Yi?" Yu Yunyun suddenly asked. Shin Sinyu stopped and used a cold face to hide her panic. "It's none of your business." After saying that, Shin Sinyu quickened her pace and walked forward. Yu Yunyun continued to smile inexplicably, and said, "Assistant Shin, you can't chase Mr. Yi like this. Do you want me to teach you how to chase a man? Especially someone like Mr. Yi." As expected, Shin Sinyu stopped and turned to look at Yu Yunyun. To be honest, she was really moved and wanted to ask for advice, but she remembered what Li Qingyi said that day: she has already had a relationship with Yi Fan. Shin Sinyu felt disheartened. What's the use of learning? He already has a girlfriend, and his girlfriend is prettier than me. I feel ashamed standing in front of her. Yu Yunyun was a little surprised. Yi Fan had a girlfriend? It didn't look like that. If so, why didn't he bring it with him to Kyoto? Isn't he afraid that his girlfriend will misunderstand him when he returns? Did Mr. Yi tell you in person? Yu Yunyun asked. Shin Sinyu was slightly stunned and shook her head. How do you know he has a girlfriend if he didn't say it? Yu Yunyun pressed. Shin Sinyu was silent for a while, then told the story. After listening to this, Yu Yunyun covered her mouth and chuckled. This girl looks cold, how could she be so stupid in her heart? Assistant Shin, first of all, this is just the woman's one-sided statement. Even if they really had a relationship, will they definitely be together? Yu Yunyun asked. Shin Sinyu was stunned again when she heard this, and said, "Isn't it normal to be together after having sex?" Yu Yunyun shook her head. This girl is really stupid. Now is not the same as before. Even if you have sex, it's probably just to relieve each other's loneliness. And even if that's the case, do you really have to quit? Why don't you compete? Maybe you will win in the future. Besides, a man like Mr. Yi will surely have many beautiful women around him in the future, so why should you care about these things? Besides, we women are all selfish when it comes to love. How can you be so obedient and just quit like that? Shin Sinyu's eyes widened after hearing this. Yes, Yi Fan had never admitted his relationship with Li Qingyi. He only listened to Li Qingyi's one-sided story. Why did he give up? Yu Yunyun continued, "You are still too silly and naive." Shin Sinyu was silent for a while, then said, "I want to learn how to chase a man." But even so, Shin Sinyu always had an inexplicable feeling. It feels like I have entered a pyramid scheme. Yu Yunyun didn't know what she was thinking, so she didn't get angry. Instead, she said, "Don't worry. Sister tells you, to pursue a rare talent like Mr. Yi, we should do it step by step. Don't be in a hurry." Chapter 99, Company Photo Shooting Incident. The welcome party eventually ended, so Yi Fan and Shin Sinyu did not leave and stayed in the hotel. At night, Shin Sinyu took good care of Yi Fan and had no time to go back to her room to rest. Looking at Yi Fan sleeping soundly on the bed, Shin Sinyu remembered the last words Yu Yunyun said to her. Women have to be persistent in love. As long as he doesn't have a girlfriend, you still have a chance. Finally, Shin Sinyu, not knowing whether it was due to the wine or Yu Yunyun's words, leaned closer to Yi Fan. The next day, when Yi Fan woke up and was about to drink some water, he saw Shin Sinyu lying on the sofa. It made him stunned for a moment. Didn't she go back to rest last night? Has she been taking care of herself here? A warm feeling surged in Yi Fan's heart. Wake up, Shin Sinyu. Yi Fan gently woke Shin Sinyu up and said, "If you are tired, go to bed and sleep for a while." After being woken up by Yi Fan, Shin Sinyu didn't sleep again. Thinking of how she secretly kissed Yi Fan last night, a faint blush appeared on her face. But fortunately Yi Fan didn't notice it because he went to take a shower. When they came out, Shin Sinyu had already ordered breakfast. After they ate quickly, they went to the consortium. There were no longer any people outside the consortium asking for wages or debts, and only a few employees were at work in the company. It seemed that Yu Yunyun had already solved the matter in the morning, and Yi Fan just walked around the company for a few rounds. However, many low-level employees and leaders knew that the chairman had been changed, but they didn't know who it was, so they just glanced at the two of them, chatted with their colleagues in front of them, and didn't work, just sitting there quietly. In their opinion, even if the Han Group changed its chairman, it would not be able to save the current situation. It would be better for them to just sit here and get paid. You have to know that Han Group's monthly salary of 8,000 is equivalent to that of a small manager in other companies. And if the company goes bankrupt, they might be able to get compensation. The compensation that the Han Group's $50 billion enterprise received was enough for them to squander for a while. Yi Fan didn't say anything, but just asked Shin Sinyu to take pictures with her mobile phone. But it was just this one shot that caused the accident. Hey, who are you? Why are you taking pictures? A man who looked like a manager walked over with an unfriendly look on his face. The other employees then realized that the beautiful woman in front of them was taking pictures with a mobile phone in her hand. Oh shit. Many employees were shocked. If the photos were passed to the upper management, they would still want compensation? It was simply a foolish dream. Who the hell are you? Why are you taking photos? Don't you know this is an invasion of privacy? Delete the photos now. Which company are you from? I suspect you've leaked our company secrets. If you don't delete the photos, I'll call the police. Yes, delete the photos quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Yi Fan protected Shin Sinyu behind him, glanced at these people, and sneered, "Why, you don't allow others to take pictures in your working state?" The crowd started to shout again. What's wrong with our working status? How does it bother you? That's right, our manager didn't say anything. Who the hell do you think you are? Why do you control us? I'm warning you again, delete the photos. Don't force us to do it, you hear me? Fuck, why are you wasting your time? Why don't we just come together and grab the phone? After saying that, 3 people swarmed over and tried to snatch the phone from Shin Sinyu's hand. The 3 of them all smiled evilly. This beauty is so pretty. Maybe they can take advantage of her. A cold light flashed in Yi Fan's eyes, and when he was about to take action, a cold voice came. What are you doing here? Everyone turned to look and saw Yu Yunyun looking at them angrily. Director Yu, this person secretly took photos in our company. I suspect he has bad intentions and wants to leak our company secrets. I'm asking the employees to arrest them. The manager ran to Yu Yunyun with a flattering look on his face and said, why don't you arrest him quickly? What if the company's secrets are leaked? This woman is now a favorite of the new chairman.
We must curry favor with her. Everyone looked at him with a dog-licking look, feeling contempt in their hearts. We do the dirty work. As a manager, he just wants to get the reward. Yu Yunyun was almost driven crazy by these idiots. She shouted angrily, "Don't stop. You even dared to arrest the chairman. What do you want to do?" Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded when they heard this. What did they just hear? They even dared to arrest the chairman. What do they want to do? Everyone broke out in a cold sweat and turned to look at the young man and the beauty behind him. This young man is the new chairman? You, Mr. Yu, what did you just say? Chairman? The manager also said with a pale face. Yu Yunyun glanced at him coldly, walked up to Yifan, and said, "Chairman, are you okay?" Yifan shook his head and said, "All these people should be fired." One sentence pulled them back to reality from their fantasy, as if they were falling into an abyss. The huge compensation they imagined was gone. It's their own fault. Yes, Chairman. Yu Yunyun nodded, looked at the group of people, and said coldly, "Do you need me to say anything else? Although I regret what I did just now, it is better to suffer for the sake of saving face. Fuck. Just leave. I don't believe your company can continue to operate. Damn it, it's just a bankrupt company. I won't stay even if you ask me to. That's right, I want to see how long your company can last without us." Their words made Yu Yunyun so angry that her face turned blue. This is the true face of the employees of this company. But the slap in the face came just in time, as the financial director suddenly ran over with a look of ecstasy on his face. "Director Yu, Chairman. Great news. Today, Huan City's Blue Ocean Securities funded our consortium with 60 billion. In addition, Xinzhuang Group and Gangman's Tangcheng Consortium also funded our consortium with 20 billion. Now the company has a total of 80 billion. Yu Yunyun's face was also filled with ecstasy. She didn't expect that not only Yifan's 60 billion, but also Xinzhuang Group and Tangcheng Consortium had invested. And those employees who were just about to leave stopped and widened their eyes. What did they just hear? 80 billion in funding. To this bankrupt company? With so much funding, it wouldn't be easy for this consortium to make a comeback. The manager came up immediately and said, "Well, Director Yu, the director. Don't make me call security." Yifan said coldly. Everyone knew it was over, and they had decided to leave. There was no way they could stay. I felt so regretful in my heart, wondering why I couldn't stay a little longer. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Chapter 100, Old Tricks Again. After those people left, Yifan asked Yu Yunyun to sort out the names of the employees that Shen Xinyu had photographed on her phone. Then let Yu Yunyun notify all employees, whether they are leaders or ordinary employees, to gather in the activity hall. An hour later, more than 2,000 employees were all sitting in the activity hall of hundreds of square meters, whispering to each other. "Have you heard? Our consortium received a joint grant of 80 billion from 3 companies today. Fuck, is this true? Isn't our company going to go bankrupt? I don't know. Besides, our new chairman almost fired everyone in a department today because they didn't work properly during working hours. Ah. How dare you fire someone at a time like this? Isn't the new chairman afraid of bankrupting the company again? Everyone, please be quiet." Yu Yunyun stood on the podium, holding a microphone, and her voice came from speakers on all sides. The entire hall quickly fell silent, and everyone was looking at Yu Yunyun on the stage. The notice had already been given yesterday. Now Yu Yunyun is a popular figure around the new chairman. Please invite the chairman to come to the stage and speak. Everyone was surprised when Yifan came on stage. The young man who had just been walking around their company was their new chairman. Shit. Didn't he see what I was doing during work hours? Yifan took the microphone from Yu Yunyun and said coldly, "Let me show you some photos first, and then tell you what's next." Then a lot of photos appeared on the screen behind him, all of which were taken by Yifan at Shen Xinyu's request. When a large number of employees saw these photos, their faces turned pale with panic. Sure enough, I saw it. The photos are full of evidence of many of them doing various things during working hours. Put on makeup, play games, read novels, listen to music, and watch short videos. There are even photos of several managers flirting with their female secretaries in their own offices. 20 minutes later, the photos were finished, and Yifan said, "I don't know what you think after seeing these photos, but I can only say one thing: the company doesn't support idlers.
Since you want to do this, there is only one way to deal with it: fire you. I have a list here, which is the names of the people in the photo. There are 652 employees in total, including 5 managers and 4 directors. You can see what these managers and directors did in the photos, so I won't say more. I don't want to read out the names of these 652 employees. Please come up and cross out your names and leave. I will give you 1 hour. Everyone widened their eyes. Firing so many employees in front of so many people. This method is too drastic. But what can they do? Soon someone stood up, walked to the podium tremblingly, found his name on the list, crossed it out with a pen, and walked away dejected. There will be chain reactions wherever you are. If there are 1, 2, there will be 3, and 4. All in all, these 652 employees were fired by the new chairman without mercy within just 1 hour. This time, there are only more than 1,800 employees left out of more than 2,000. Yi Fan took a look at the list on the table and spent all the money without leaving a single one. With Yu Yunyun watching from the side and Shin Sinyu counting the number of people not far away, no one dared to cheat. Finally, Yi Fan picked up the microphone and began his speech, saying, "For the remaining employees, I have 4 things to say. The first thing is, the company will be renamed Qingye Group from now on. The second thing is, starting today, all employees' benefits will remain the same, and their monthly salary will be increased to 20,000 yuan, including those of the subsidiary companies. Director Yu will notify them when he goes down. The third thing is, the company now has a recruitment reward system. If you hire one person, and as long as the person you recruit has completed the 1-month probation period and has been employed, you will receive a reward of 10,000 yuan. Of course, if someone is unqualified, 3 months' salary will be deducted. The fourth thing is that the company is short of leadership positions right now. Each of you has the opportunity to compete. In the next month, those who perform well will be promoted directly to managers. Monthly salary of 40,000, and year-end bonus doubled." These systems were what Yi Fan used when Blue Ocean Securities just started. The results were good, so he used them in this consortium. Sure enough, when everyone heard this, excitement showed on their faces. Promotion and salary increase are what attract them most. This is their dream job. Those chairmen looked at Yi Fan in surprise. This young man really had a way to win people's hearts. With a stick in one hand and sweet dates in the other, tell them the good news before they have time to get scared, thus arousing their competitive spirit. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask. Yi Fan asked on the stage. No. The voices from the audience were loud and full of fighting spirit. All the directors seemed to hear the voices of more than 6,000 members of the previous consortium. I never thought that 1,800 people could shout out with such momentum. Yi Fan finally nodded and said, "If there is no problem, let's adjourn the meeting. Those who need to work should work, and those who need to recruit should recruit." After the meeting, everyone quickly returned to their posts, swept away their previous laziness, and started their work at hand. When these directors came to inspect, they really admired Yi Fan in their hearts. With just these words, it seemed that this employee had displayed a work momentum that only 5 or 6 employees could display. This group of middle-aged people gave Yi Fan a thumbs up in their hearts. Awesome! Their choice was indeed correct. At this rate, it will probably take the company more than a month to recover its former vitality. Afterwards, Yi Fan gathered all the directors in the conference room for a meeting. He completely revised the company's salary system, making it the same as that of Blue Ocean Securities. The salary difference between each position is 10,000 renminbi, and the year-end bonus for leaders above manager level is doubled. The same goes for directors like them, although they can earn hundreds of millions from the company's annual dividends. But they couldn't help but feel excited about the doubling of their salary. After finishing these things, Yi Fan completely handed over the Qingye Group to Yu Yunyun, and he and Shin Sinyu bought tickets to return to Huan City in 3 days. But in the evening, Yi Fan received a call from Wang Tao. "Brother, the breeding farm has been built. Come back and take a look?" Wang Tao's joyful voice came from the other side. Yi Fan thought about it and realized that it had been almost a month since he last went home, and the breeding farm in his hometown should have been completed by now. "Okay, then I'll go back and take a look in a few days," Yi Fan said with a smile. Chapter 101, Address of Kyoto Branch. In the following period of time, Yi Fan transferred an Audi and a driver from the company, and started to select office buildings for the Blue Ocean Securities branch with Shin Sinyu at various sales centers in Kyoto. "Since I'm here this time, I'll decide on the location of the branch. I'll go back and find someone in the company to be in charge of this place. After Yu Yunyun learned about this, in order to save Yifan some effort, she directly told him about a sales office. The driver immediately took Yifan and Shin Sinyu there. The Audi stopped in front of the sales center and a beautiful woman immediately ran over. "Hello, are you Mr. Yi and assistant Shin?" The beautiful woman said with a professional smile, "I am sales director Yu Qian, and Yu Yunyun is my sister." Yu Yunyun had already told Yu Qian about Yifan's identity, but when Yu Qian saw that Yifan was so young, she was immediately shocked. This Yifan is so young. Is he really the current behind-the-scenes chairman of the Aoba Group? Hello. Yifan nodded and shook hands gently with Yu Qian. Zhao Zhua, the sales manager who came out to smoke, was so shocked that his jaw dropped. The cigarette in his hand was so hot that he didn't even notice it. This was the first time he saw his immediate boss being so close to a man. You know, Yu Qian always looks cold in the company and ignores any man. People in the company even thought that this director was misogynistic. But that was not the case today. The director not only smiled at the man, but also shook hands with him. And this man looks so young. What is going on? Sister Yun has already told me why you two are here. You want an office building with a good location and an uninhabited apartment next to it, right? Yu Qian asked. Well, is there? I want it as soon as possible. Yifan said. Yes, please follow me. Yu Qian took Yifan and the other person into the sales center. Yu Qian ignored the surprised looks of the employees, went straight to an apartment display area, pointed to an office building and began to introduce it to Yifan. Oh my god, who is that young man? He was received by Director Yu himself. And Director Yu seemed very careful when he received that young man. Could it be that the young man's identity is not simple? Fuck. This is too awesome. Several sales clerks who were resting at the service desk stared at Yifan, trying to guess his identity. Meanwhile, Yu Qian had almost finished her introduction and asked cautiously, Mr. Yi, what do you think of this office building and apartment building? Yifan looked at the two buildings on display and began to think. The two buildings Yu Qian mentioned have good geographical locations and are quite close to each other. The only thing that made Yifan think was that the entire community had just been built. The apartment building is okay as it has already been renovated. But the decoration of the office building has to be done by yourself, which is more troublesome and will probably take half a month. However, it is definitely not easy to find a ready-made office building, at least it is impossible to find one within 3 days. Thinking of this, Yifan sighed and said, okay, I want both buildings. You can calculate how much it costs. Yu Qian breathed a sigh of relief and a hint of surprise appeared on her face. She was afraid that she would not get it, otherwise it would be a wasted trip. Yu Qian quickly called over a few sales ladies and pointed at the apartment building and said, calculate the price of this apartment building. I need it right away. Ah. Several sales ladies looked surprised, glanced at Yifan and said, Mr. Yu, this whole building? Yes, hurry up. Yu Qian looked at the slow pace of the people and looked unfriendly. When they saw that their boss was angry, they hurriedly followed his instructions and calculated the price of the entire building. As for the 853 million for the office building, Yu Qian took it upon herself to give Yifan a small amount of money. Soon, several sales ladies came over with a list and said, Mr. Yu, the total price of that building is 530 million. Yu Qian nodded, then looked at Yifan. Before she could speak, Yifan said, I want both buildings. Take me to handle the business. Yu Qian's face was filled with surprise, while the two little sisters were so shocked that they stood there motionless. The business took 3 hours to complete. All the staff and those who viewed the house had their eyes wide open. The whole box of property certificates made their eyes hurt. 1.383 billion. One-time payment. I just bought 2 buildings. This young man is so rich. Holy shit. They don't even know what they are doing when this young man is this old. People can already afford to buy a house in Kyoto. Damn it. It's like comparing oneself to another person. Finally, amid the envious and jealous eyes of everyone, Yifan picked up the box of property certificates and left the sales center. Until Yifan left, many women regretted that they were so busy admiring Yifan's generosity that they forgot to ask for his contact information. Yifan placed the box of property certificates in Yu Yunyun's office. When Yu Yunyun opened it, she was shocked by the small red notebooks. She was already shocked when her sister called her just now.
But when so many property certificates were placed in front of me, my heart still beat wildly.
Is Mr. Yi rich enough to buy 2 buildings in Kyoto without blinking an eye?
You have to know that the housing prices in Kyoto are many times higher than those in Huan City. But her sister said that Yi Fan didn't even blink when he bought the house. Mr. Yu, these property certificates will be kept with you for the time being.
When the time comes, someone from my company will come to you to take the things away. Yi Fan said.
Oh. I see, Mr. Yi. Yu Yun just came back to her senses and said, Mr. Yi, please call me by my name from now on.
Mr. Yu is too unfamiliar.
Yi Fan thought about it and felt indeed a lot more unfamiliar. After all, Yu Yun would be with him for a long time in the future.
I'd better call you Sister Yun. After all, you are older than me. Yi Fan's straightforward words made Yu Yun's mouth twitch. Mr. Yi, don't you know that telling a girl about her age will ruin her impression of him?
Yi Fan was stunned when he heard this. It seemed to be the case. But he was right. Yu Yun is indeed 5 years older than him. Looking at Yi Fan's expression, Yu Yun sighed and said, Mr. Yi, just pretend that I didn't say anything.
This chairman has a personality that is a little bit cold and indifferent, and a little bit straight male in his coldness. I really want to know how Mr. Yi got a girlfriend in the past? Assistant Shun. I don't think your future is as simple as I thought. You must work hard. Chapter 102, Uncle and his family come to visit.
On the morning of the third day, Yi Fan and his companion set out on their journey back to Huan City. Shin Sinyu looked through the window at the shrinking Huan City, feeling filled with emotion. She gained a lot from this 8-day trip to Kyoto. She picked up the relationship that she had given up and learned a lot from Yu Yun. In short, now that I like Yi Fan, I will naturally not give up easily.
After getting off the plane, Yi Fan took a deep breath. Sure enough, the air in Huan City was comfortable to breathe. Chairman, Mr. Shin, you are finally back. Hu Yelin walked over with a happy look on his face. Old Hu, how is the company doing now?
Yi Fan nodded with a smile.
Hu Yelin said, Mr. Yi, the new version of the software you asked Shan Wenqing to develop has been officially put into the market. It adds stock strategy learning, gold stock rankings and other functions on the basis of the original software. Customers who have used the first generation of software have begun to order this software. 500,000 sets have been sold in one day. As for the price, I have agreed with other board members to 49,800 per set. And the company's ranking in the financial industry has also jumped from the previous 30th place to the top 10. It is now ranked 8th. Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction and said, okay, I trust you to do the job. Afterwards, Yi Fan went back to the company and took a look around.
There were more and more employees in the company, and now it has a scale of 1,000 people. Yi Fan convened a board meeting and began to discuss the idea of developing subsidiaries in other provinces. Although others suggest that the initial attempt should be made in surrounding provinces. But Yi Fan didn't want to do that, and said, since you have already considered expanding, don't be so petty, send people to various provinces to find locations for branches, and start preparing. After agreeing on this matter, Yi Fan asked the company's driver to take him back to the villa. After packing up simply, Yi Fan set out on his journey home. When he arrived at the village, even if Yi Fan drove a different car every time, everyone in the village knew who had returned. Oh, the kid from the old Yi family is back again. Yeah, every time he comes back he drives a different car. What a pity, they are all cars that we country folk have never seen before. If my son and daughter can achieve half of what the old Yi family boy has, I will be satisfied. When he got home, Yi's father and mother came out to greet him. When they saw Yi Fan's car, they blamed him a little. Why did you change the car again? You drove different cars the last 2 times you came back, and you changed it again this time. Yi Fan smiled and said, it's okay, Mom and Dad, our family doesn't need that little money now. Yi Fan just walked into the house and saw his uncle and his family sitting here. He asked in confusion, huh? Uncle, Aunt, Yang Yang, why are you here? Is Uncle feeling better? When my uncle's family saw Yi Fan, they were all excited. If it weren't for Yi Fan, his family would have died long ago. It was with Yi Fan's help that my uncle received the best treatment in the hospital, my aunt did not collapse from overwork, and Yi Yang went to college safely and was not looked down upon by his classmates. So Yi Fan has a great favor to their family. It's okay, it's okay. The 2 elders shook their heads repeatedly. Aunt Tangmei grabbed Yi Fan's hand and said gratefully, Xiao Fan, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, our family really don't know what to do?
Yi Fan smiled and said, "Aunt, what are you talking about? We are a family." "Yes, yes, yes, we are a family, a family," Tang Mei said repeatedly. The uncle's legs were still a little inconvenient to move, so he limped over and said, "But I still have to thank you, Xiao Fan. I am alive and can sit here because of you, but I don't know how to repay you, so I kneel down for you." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan exclaimed, "Fuck. This isn't going to work. How can the older generation kneel down to the younger generation? Why are these two old people always like this? Last time it was Tang Mei, this time it's his uncle's turn. Although I know that my uncle is honest and upright, kneeling down is really not an option for me." Yi Fan quickly supported his uncle, and his father and mother also came over to help. "Uncle, please don't do this. If you do this, I will regret paying for it. Get up quickly," Yi Fan said. "This uncle is so heavy." "That's right, big brother. If you really kneel down, how will Xiao Fan live in the future? Do you want Xiao Fan to bear the stigma of making an elder kneel down?" Yi Fan's uncle thought about it and it seemed to be the case. He stopped being stubborn and quickly stood up with the help of Yi Fan's family and said, "Yes, yes, yes, I didn't think about it." The three of them breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that he didn't kneel. "Yang Yang, come here." Although he didn't kneel down, he called Yi Yang Yang over, and Yi Fan's heart suddenly became nervous. Yi Yang Yang came over and stood in front of Yi Fan. Yi Fan's uncle said, "Xiao Fan, since we two old people are unable to repay you, I plan to let Yang Yang drop out of school and let her go directly to work in your company. Besides, the family doesn't have the money to support her to finish college, so..." "No." Yi Fan rejected him without waiting for him to finish. "Uncle, I will pay for Yang Yang's tuition. She must finish college. Otherwise, if you let her drop out of school now, I will not let her come to my company, let alone repay her kindness." The uncle did not expect Yi Fan to react so strongly, rejecting his proposal and saying it so absolutely. But how can this be so embarrassing? Yang Yang still has more than 2 years before graduation. This. Tang Mei behind him suddenly interrupted. Yi Fan smiled and said, "Uncle, aunt, don't worry. How much will it cost for Yang Yang to go to college? I can afford hundreds of thousands of dollars. Our family is not short of that little money now. Besides, I gave Yang Yang 10,000 yuan a month for living expenses in the past 3 months. Don't worry, we are not short of money." "How much? 10,000 a month?" Not only the uncle and his wife, but even Yi Fan's parents widened their eyes. "Isn't this a bit too much?" Ye's mother said with some concern, and Ye's father nodded. Mother Yi quickly explained, "Brother, it's not that we are reluctant to spend this little money, we are just afraid that it will be wasted. In the minds of the older generation, money should be spent every penny, and they are afraid that their children will waste it if they give them too much." Tang Mei nodded and said, "Yes, we only gave Yang Yang 2 or 3,000 a month before. 10,000 is a bit." Yi Fan said solemnly, "Auntie, Mom, girls nowadays are not your generation. It costs a lot of money for girls to put on makeup and dress up. It also costs money to go out for dinner with friends. Computer protective films, nice phone cases, nice clothes, etc. all cost a lot of money. 10,000 yuan is really not much for a girl now. Nowadays, people always say that boys should be raised poorly and girls should be raised well. My sister Xin Yue is attending an aristocratic school now. If you don't make 10,000 or 20,000 yuan a week, you'd feel ashamed. So 10,000 yuan is really too little now. I'm also planning to give Yang Yang a promotion. In the future, she'll get 20,000 yuan a month." The four of them were stunned by Yi Fan's words. It turned out that society has become like this now. Suddenly I felt guilty for giving my daughter 2 to 3,000 yuan a month for living expenses. Chapter 103, The Neighboring Village Chief Who Speaks Toughly. Ye's father, Ye's mother and others suddenly felt that they were out of touch with this society and could not keep up with the pace. "Brother, 20,000 a month is indeed a bit too much. 10,000 is enough for me to spend." At this time, Yi Yang Yang also said weakly. Yi Fan glared at her and said, "What do you mean by more? If I say not more, then it is not more. Have you bought a computer? Have you changed your cell phone? I remember you were wearing the same clothes the last time I saw you. Have you not changed them yet? What brand of cosmetics do you use?" Yi Fan's continuous questioning instantly made Yi Yang Yang lower his head. "It doesn't matter whether I change my cell phone or not, but I haven't bought a computer yet.
My wardrobe hasn't been updated for a long time, and the cosmetics I'm using are from unknown brands.
Uncle and aunt sighed when they saw the look on their daughter's face. It seems that 10,000 yuan is indeed not enough for Yi Yangyang's university expenses for 1 month. Okay, that's what I say. Let's settle on 20,000 a month. Finally, Yi Fan waved his hand and finalized the matter. Seeing this, Ye's father and mother felt relieved. Yi Fan did not lose his nature or forget his family just because he had money. After saying hello, Yi Fan went to the farm. Many middle-aged and elderly people in the village were helping here. When they saw Yi Fan, they greeted him warmly. Seeing Yi Fan, Wang Tao walked over. When I met Wang Tao this time, he had dyed his hair back to black, which was very different from his previous sloppy appearance. Yi Fan and Wang Tao walked around the farm. The farm was completed, but the decoration was still in progress. It will probably take some time to get it done. In short, this farm of nearly 10,000 square meters contains everything that is needed. Fanzi, the village chief of our neighboring village, came to see me some time ago. Wang Tao suddenly said. Okay, I understand. Yi Fan nodded and said, call them later and ask them to gather at our village committee. Okay. Wang Tao nodded. After that, Yi Fan chatted with him for a while, and then received a call from Ye's mother, asking him to go back for dinner. Yi Fan then stood up and left. When they got home, the table was already filled with dishes, as well as several $1,000s worth of Mao Tai that Yi Fan had brought back that time. They were waiting for Yi Fan. Yi Fan couldn't wait to sit down in his seat. Ye's father, uncle, and Yi Fan were drinking, while Ye's mother, aunt, and Yi Yangyang were discussing something. After eating and drinking, Aunt Tang Mei and uncle suddenly sat next to Yi Fan. The two looked at each other and said with an embarrassed look, Xiao Fan, your uncle and I have something to discuss with you. Yi Fan nodded and said, what's the matter? Tell me. Aunt Tang Mei stammered, yes, it's like this. Your uncle is lame now and has lost his job in the city. I heard that you have set up a breeding farm at home, so I discussed whether I could go in with your uncle to work there. Oh, about that, no problem. When the farm is renovated, my father is the factory director. You just need to talk to him and let him help you arrange the work. Yi Fan said. When they heard Yi Fan agreed, they were excited again and said, okay, thank you, Xiao Fan. Your uncle and I will work hard after we go in. The kindness Yi Fan has shown them can never be repaid in this lifetime. Yi Fan didn't say anything this time and accepted their thanks. At 7 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Fan, Wang Tao and Ye's father went to the village committee. Several village heads from neighboring villages had been waiting there for quite some time. Yi Fan first greeted the village chief of his own village, and the village chief introduced Yi Fan to the village chiefs of the 5 neighboring villages. When they found out that Yi Fan was the organizer of the farm, they were so surprised. They also always thought that the organizer was a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, or even older. But the kid in front of them is only in his 20s, right? How can you run such a big farm at such a young age? Are you so rich? Yi Fan nodded to everyone, then sat in the main seat in the conference room. I heard that you have something to talk to me about recently? Yi Fan asked. Several people looked at each other, put unflattering smiles on their faces, first introduced themselves, and then said, Mr. Yi, hello, it's like this, we heard that you built a breeding farm in our village, and want to promote the economic development of the village, so we discussed with the people in our respective villages to see if you can also help promote our village? Mr. Yi, you also know that there are many lonely elderly people and left behind children in the village now. All the young and middle-aged people have gone out to work. It's not a good idea for them to farm. But when something happens at home, they can't rush back immediately. So now that there is an opportunity to work near the village, we want to ask, do you think it's okay? The village chief spoke very carefully. Yi Fan nodded. He already knew that this might be the case, so he had already thought about it. I have no objection to this matter. Although I am the organizer, I usually don't pay too much attention to the situation of the farm. If there is anything, you can discuss it directly with the manager and director of the farm, that is, the 2 people next to me. If they agree, let your people in the village enter the factory when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao and Ye's father were both stunned. No one expected that Yi Fan would increase their prestige in front of everyone at this time. But since Yi Fan had already said so, the 2 of them naturally straightened their backs. Ye's father is fine. The reason why Yi Fan said this is that he wanted to see the changes in Wang Tao during this period of time. However, his subsequent performance made Yifan neither satisfied nor disappointed. His performance is pretty good, but he still has a lot to learn. In the end, Wang Tao and Ye's father agreed. After all, the farm is too big, and the people in my village add up to no more than 200 people, so we will definitely have to recruit employees when the time comes. But now we have people from neighboring villages, at least 700 or 800 people, and this number is almost enough to run this farm. The meeting ended at 9 o'clock in the evening. When these village heads left, they thanked Yifan and others repeatedly, and kept praising Yifan. Mr. Yi, you are really young and promising. You have your own business at such a young age, and you are willing to help us farmers get rich. Thank you so much. Yes, if the child is born into the Yi family, Mr. Yi, we have nothing to say. From now on, our village will be a family. Yes, we are all family. If there is any problem in the farm in the future, just let us know and we old guys will bring people to deal with it right away. Yifan didn't say anything, but he thought in his heart, these village heads look gentle, but they speak very harshly. Chapter 104, Preparation for the Opening Banquet. After the village heads left, the village head and Yifan and others discussed holding an opening ceremony for the breeding farm in the next few days. He knew that Yifan was very busy and he didn't know when he would come back after he left this time. So they simply took advantage of Yifan's return and set up a few tables of banquets in the farm to celebrate. Yifan did not refuse. No matter in the city or in the countryside, as long as there is good news, a banquet will be held to celebrate. Originally, the village chief said that everyone in the village would pay for it. But Yifan refused. He was the investor and organizer of the farm, so it would be most appropriate for him to host the banquet. Besides, the village is full of old people and children. How much money can they come up with? In the end, the village chief couldn't persuade Yifan and Ye's father, so he did as Yifan said and handed the task of preparing the banquet over to Yifan. The village chief sighed and said, "Xiaofan, you have to do everything for me. The people in the village don't know how to thank you." "It's okay, village chief. This meal is my honor. If I'm not in my hometown anymore, I'll have to rely on you and everyone in the village for the farm's affairs," Yifan said with a smile. The village chief nodded and said solemnly, "Don't worry, the farm will definitely be the top priority of the village from now on. If anyone dares to cause trouble in the farm, I will be the first one to not let him go." Yifan smiled and shook his head. The village chief was still very tough. Afterwards, Yifan agreed with them to arrange the banquet 2 days later, and Yifan would go to find the organizer of the banquet tomorrow. The next morning, Yifan drove to the county town and went directly to the most famous 3-star hotel in the county, which was also the most upscale hotel in the county. As soon as he entered, Yifan said to the front desk clerk, "Hello, can you help me call the manager of your hotel? I want to discuss a business deal with him." The waiters all looked at Yifan strangely, and seeing that Yifan was quite handsome, they said, "Please wait a moment, I will call our lobby manager to ask." Yifan just stood here waiting. The young lady took out her cell phone and called the lobby manager. She said a lot and then hung up. "Hello, our lobby manager asked you to wait a moment, he will be here soon," the young lady said with a smile. Yifan nodded, then sat on the sofa next to him and waited for a while. A few minutes later, a man was seen running hurriedly, asking the front desk, and then pointing in Yifan's direction. When that person saw Yifan, he was shocked. This person is so young. However, the brand name clothes Yifan was wearing made him take it seriously. That's Armani's limited edition this year. "Hello, I am He Tianxiang, the lobby manager of this hotel. Is this me you are looking for?" He Tianxiang asked as he walked to Yifan's side. Yifan stood up and said with a smile, "Hello, manager He, I am Yifan, I am looking for you." The two shook hands gently, and He Tianxiang asked, "It turns out to be Mr. Yi. Hello, hello. I wonder what business you want to discuss with me." Yifan said, "Tomorrow I want to book your hotel and hold a banquet to celebrate the event. The price is up to you." Not only He Tianxiang, but even the little girl at the front desk was shocked when she heard it. What did he just say? He wants to book the hotel tomorrow? The price is optional. This. He Tianxiang immediately said seriously, "Mr. Yi, please come to my office to discuss in detail." Yifan nodded and followed He Tianxiang to his office. The waiter behind him began to discuss. "Did you hear that just now? That young man wants to book our hotel for tomorrow." I heard it. "Who is that young man? He's so rich. And so handsome. That's a rich son-in-law." No one can compete with me for him. I must get his contact information later. You? Are you still awake so early in the morning? Or did you not wash your face?
After arriving at the office, He Tianxiang calmed himself down and treated Yifan to good tea and cigarettes. It was a pity that Yifan never smoked.
He Tianxiang sat on the sofa next to Yifan and asked solemnly, Mr. Yi, you said you want to book our hotel tomorrow?
It has been 5 or 6 years since this hotel opened, and there has never been any incident of their hotel being contracted out. Most of the time, small companies in the county would book a few large banquet tables when they held their annual meetings. So he had to take this matter seriously.
Maybe I will have to report it to the higher-ups at that time.
Yifan nodded casually and said, well, when the time comes, everything on the table will be prepared according to your highest standards, including the best wine.
How much will it cost?
He Tianxiang took a breath of cold air.
This would cost hundreds of thousands. Mr. Yi, how many tables do you want for the banquet?
He Tianxiang asked. Our big table can hold about 8 people, and we can purchase according to the quantity you give.
Yifan was stunned for a moment. He didn't ask about this.
After thinking for a while, he said, I don't know yet, but there should be about 100 people.
You can handle it according to the quantity of 20 tables first.
He Tianxiang nodded. Okay, if that's the case, we'll go with the county's price. The hotel is 500,000 yuan, but since the purchase price has not been decided yet, you can just prepay the money for the hotel for now, which will be considered a deposit.
Yifan nodded without hesitation, and then He Tianxiang took Yifan back to the front desk to pay the money, and swiped the money directly for 500,000.
Afterwards, Yifan decided on the dishes on the menu, as well as the drinks, wine and other things that would be served with He Tianxiang, and then he left amid everyone's astonished eyes. When He Tianxiang saw the car Yifan was driving, his legs almost went weak.
This is a Lamborghini sports car. At least one car costs tens of millions. Damn, this is a real rich young man.
It seems that tomorrow's banquet must be prepared well, and this young man must be served well.
Maybe we can even get sponsorship for the hotel.
Finally, Yifan went to another car rental center. At the car rental place, when the staff heard that Yifan wanted to rent 5 30-seat buses for a day, they also asked to bring a driver. Those people's eyes were like light bulbs, and they hurried to receive this big customer.
Yifan asked about the price. 34,000.
Yifan rented it without saying a word. Tell them to wait outside the village at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Several people agreed one after another.
After finishing all the work, it was already afternoon. On the way back, Yifan called Wang Tao and asked him to tell the village chief to let the villagers be prepared tomorrow.
Chapter 105, Banquet.
Time passed silently, and it was 8 o'clock the next morning.
The village is very lively today.
Whether it is the elderly, children, or the young people who have returned, they all hold benches in their hands and sit on the road in front of the farm.
Excitement was revealed on everyone's face.
And on the gate of the farm were hung strips of festive red cloth. Yifan's family, the village chief, and Wang Tao stood in front of everyone. The village chief coughed twice, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then said, Today is the opening ceremony of our village's breeding farm. This breeding farm is thanks to Yifan, the son of the old Yi family. If it weren't for him, there would be no breeding farm. The village chief said a lot, all of which were praises for Yifan, so the people in the village were very grateful to Yifan.
Yes, we have to thank the Yi family kid very much.
If it weren't for him, my son and daughter-in-law would have been drifting outside for who knows how long. Xiaofan, there are quite a few college graduates in our village, but none as promising as you.
That's right.
If it weren't for you, I don't know when I would be able to see my son and daughter again. Just as the village chief said, without Yifan, the village would continue to be poor for who knows how long. Now with this farm, many of them have seen a bright future for the village. After nearly half an hour of speaking, after the village chief, it was Ye's father's turn. It was the first time for Mr. Yi to give a speech in front of so many people. He was a little nervous and only said a few simple words.
The last one is Yifan. He is more formal.
After all, he is a businessman. Compared with some things, he is more concerned about the profits that the farm can bring him. So a lot of what he said was about the farm's systems and its future development. After nearly 2 hours of speaking, Yifan formulated some simple rules and regulations for the farm, as well as the salary system. The basic employees have a base salary of 3,000, and commissions are calculated separately. For those experienced breeding staff called by Ye's father, Yifan gave them a base salary of 4,000 yuan, plus commissions.
Hearing such a high salary, everyone was ecstatic. Especially those young people who had been called back by their families were very happy. Do you think this job is easy? It is very simple. It is a fully automated farm. All they have to do every day is to pay attention to the temperature in the farm and clean it regularly. They don't need to give injections if the animals are sick. The actual working hours are only a few hours a day, and I get a salary of 3,000 yuan, plus commissions, and I can also spend time with my children and the elderly. Where can I find such a good job? The opening ceremony ended with the cutting of the red silk ribbon, and the crowd burst into warm applause. Okay, the opening ceremony is over. Everyone please gather at the village entrance. I have booked a hotel and a banquet in the county town, and the car has arrived. Finally, Yifan said with a smile. Everyone was pleasantly surprised when they heard this. They dropped their stools and hurried to the village entrance. When the young men saw the empty bus at the entrance of the village, their eyes widened. Did Xiaofan rent all of this? It must cost tens of thousands. Who said it wasn't true? At first I didn't believe when they said Uncle Ye's kid was promising, but it seems to be true. Alas, we used to laugh at others, but now we can't even catch up with their heels. We are so ashamed. Everyone in the car was talking about it, but before they could come to their senses, they suddenly heard the sound of an engine roaring. They hurriedly looked out the window, and this time, not only their eyes but also their mouths opened wide. Fuck, that's a Lamborghini that Yifan is driving. I saw our boss's son driving one. Lamborghini? That car must be worth tens of millions. It's too awesome. The exclamations in the carriage made Ye's father and mother, who were sitting in the front of the car, feel proud. Who doesn't want their child to be praised by others? Soon, we arrived at our destination amid the chatter of everyone. Yifan and Yi Yangyang had already been waiting in front of the hotel, along with the lobby manager He Tianxiang. The young people looked at the hotel in surprise again. This is the largest hotel in the entire county. An ordinary meal costs 4 or 5,000 yuan. It's equivalent to their hard-earned salary for a month. Including those who came back from the whole village, as well as the breeding technicians, there would be at least 130 people. Yifan actually booked a banquet here. He even booked the hotel. How much does this cost? Everyone couldn't help but raise their Adam's apples in admiration for Yifan. He is so rich. Led by the waiter, they entered the hotel. The tables in the entire lobby were already filled with various cold dishes and several thousand yuan worth of liquor. Everyone, please find a seat and sit down. Yifan came in and said. Everyone then came to their senses, found a seat and sat down, consciously leaving a table for Yifan's family and the village chief. The children were eager to eat the food, but their parents or grandparents slapped their hands and said, "Don't move until the owner gives the order." The children had no choice but to put down their hands in grievance. Seeing that no one was eating, Yifan smiled and said, "We are all from the village, there is no need to care so much, just eat." Everyone started to eat. The village chief took 2 bites and stood up, saying, "How about everyone toast to our CEO Yi?" Good. Regardless of gender, age, or status, those who can drink can raise their glasses, and those who cannot can hold tea or drinks. Cheers, Mr. Yi. Yifan smiled, picked up the teacup in front of him, and said, "I'm driving, so I can't drink today. Then I'll drink tea instead of wine with everyone." No one paid any attention to it. They drank all the wine in their glasses and then ate their own food. Yifan was also chatting with Ye's father and others to discuss matters. The village chief's phone suddenly rang. He walked to the side, answered it, and then walked back. The village chief said with a serious face, "Xiaofan, the leaders of the town, the county, and the animal husbandry department will be here soon." Yifan was stunned when he heard this. It was reasonable for the town leaders and the animal husbandry department leaders to come here, but why would the county leaders come? The little investment I made shouldn't attract the attention of county leaders, not even if it helps me get rich. But since you are coming, just come. It shouldn't be a bad thing anyway. Yifan nodded, "Okay, I understand." When will they arrive? They are on their way now. They said they will be here in about 10 minutes, replied the village chief. Soon, when the banquet was about to begin, a large group of people walked in, each wearing a black suit. Without thinking, Yifan knew that this group of leaders had arrived, and everyone looked up at them. Chapter 106, 2 Talents Brought by the Leader. Isn't that the leader of our town? Why is he here too? Not only the town leaders, but also the county leaders are here. Oh my god, are you here to attend our celebration? Shit, I've never had dinner with these leaders before. I'm a little nervous. Not only these people, even the lobby manager was shocked. He knew these leaders and had met them several times before. Why are you here today? What is going on? The village chief hurried over to greet them, followed closely by Yifan and others. Hello, leaders. The person behind me is Yifan, the organizer of our breeding farm. Behind him are his father, mother, and their relatives. The village chief hurriedly introduced. When they saw Yifan, they were all shocked. Although they knew that Yifan was very young, they didn't expect him to be so young. Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Yifan. The square-faced man in the lead said with a righteous look and a smile. Yifan stretched out his hand and shook his, and said with the same smile, I guess Mr. He is the leader of the county, right? Not really a leader. Yifan shook his head, then pointed at the man next to him and said, the person on my right is Tan Guangyao, the director of the animal husbandry department, and the person on my left is Zhao Hai, the leader of your town. Yifan shook hands with them one by one and invited them to sit down at the table. Everyone made way for Yifan and several leaders to sit together, as that was their home ground. Mr. Yi is really young and promising, and he has not forgotten his roots. It is rare for young people to be able to do what Mr. Yi has done. As soon as he came up, Yifan started praising Yifan. Yifan smiled and shook his head, saying modestly, Mr. He, you are too kind. Afterwards, Yifan chatted with Yifan for a while, and everyone admired Yifan to the extreme. Sitting with a leader like that, I wasn't too nervous at all. I could actually chat and laugh with them and drink with them. Although they were not drinking alcohol, Yifan at this moment made them look at him with admiration. Many young people sighed. This was very different from the Yifan they knew before. By the way, Mr. Yi, let me introduce two people to you. Suddenly, Tan Guangyao pointed at the two people next to him and said, the two people next to me are the elites of our department. How about you introduce yourselves? A man and a woman stood up immediately, and Yifan took a look. These are twins. Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm Su Chen, you can just call me Xiao Chen. Mr. Yi, hello, I'm Su Min, Brother Chen's sister, you can just call me Xiao Min. Hello. Yifan nodded and asked, Minister Tan, what are you doing? Tan Guangyao said quickly, oh, that's right, Mr. Yi, these two are both top students who graduated from the Agricultural and Forestry University and are doing internships in our animal husbandry department, but it's a pity to have them here. It just so happens that your factory has just been built and is fully automated, so it definitely needs technicians. Many of the people in your factory are farmers of the older generation and don't know much about those machines, so I want to have them go to your farm. Is that okay? Yifan did not answer immediately, but looked at the two of them. He started to communicate with the system in his mind to check the future of their careers. A few minutes later, a smile appeared on Yifan's face. Minister Tan, you really sent two talented people here. I want these two people. Then, Yifan looked at the two and said, you two are the new generation of technicians. Your breeding techniques may not be as good as those of the older generation, but you should be very familiar with those machines and livestock nutrition. How about this, you can directly become the leaders of the farm, how about 30,000 a month? When the brother and sister heard this, they immediately showed joy on their faces, and the leaders were all surprised. 30,000 a month. This is really too high. And you will be the leadership when you go there. The brother and sister nodded repeatedly and looked at Minister Tan with gratitude. Minister Tan also nodded with satisfaction. These two are truly poor children who came from the mountains. So Tan Guangyao took the opportunity to bring the two of them here today, wanting to take a risk in front of Yifan. But I didn't expect Yifan to really agree. Mr. Yi, thank you. I'll toast you with this glass of wine. After saying that, Su Chen picked up the white wine on the table and drank it in one gulp. Yifan didn't even have time to stand up. Looking at Su Chen's unpredictable expression, Yifan knew that this guy didn't drink much. But unexpectedly, this guy poured another glass into the cup and said solemnly, Mr. Yi, my sister can't drink, so I'll toast you with this glass of wine on her behalf. Then he drank it again in one gulp. Yifan realized it belatedly and stood up to take a sip of tea. This young man looks so heroic, his father, his mother and others are also very satisfied with the two children. It is even more rare when the two people are twin boys and girls. Then Yifan asked the two to sit down, and Yifan next to him asked again, Boss Yi, I dare to ask, you should be the chairman of Blue Ocean Securities Company, Limited, which is well known in the business circle of Huan City, right? Yi Fan was a little surprised and asked, "Mr. He, do you know this?" He Fang said, "It's really you. Now I'm not the only one who knows your name. You and your company have spread across the internet, and many leaders want to see you." Everyone's heart is boiling with excitement. Is Yi Fan so famous now? The name has spread all over it? What on earth did he and his company do? Yi Fan thought about it and roughly guessed the reason. It was most likely because of the 2 times he took action in May City last time that the higher-ups paid attention to him. Then it makes sense for the people from the county to come and see me. I just don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing that this has attracted attention. Mr. He, I'm just a businessman. Everything I do is for my own benefit. Yi Fan said with a smile. He Fan laughed loudly twice, and then stopped dwelling on this topic. He stood up and said, "Mr. Yi, we have been sitting here for long enough. We have other things to do next, so we will leave first." Yi Fan and others also stood up and sent this group of leaders to the door. Before leaving, Tan Guangyao repeatedly reminded Su Chen and his sister to work well under Yi Fan. After they left, the banquet was almost over, and Yi Fan asked the lobby manager He Tianxiang to come over to settle the bill. He Tianxiang directly handed a bill to Yi Fan. The total cost of 20 tables of food and so much liquor was 230,000 yuan. He Tianxiang took the initiative to remove the remaining 30,000 yuan. This young man who can sit and have dinner with the county leader, no matter whether they can meet again in the future, at least give him a good impression now. In the end, Yi Fan paid a bill of 200,000 yuan, and the young people in the village had become numb. Yi Fan has already brought them enough shock today. Too lazy to react anymore. Chapter 107, Portia as a training ground. After returning home, Yi Fan arranged accommodation for the 2 of them. Originally, Yi Fan wanted to arrange for these people to live in the village temporarily, but they did not agree, so they moved directly into the farm. Because many instruments need to be debugged, they have to start working quickly. The next morning, Yi Fan asked Shenya to transfer another 300 million to Ye's father as working capital for the breeding farm. After that, he reminded Ye's father and Wang Tao of some things, and drove back to Huan City with Yi Yangyang. After coming back, Yi Fan left Yi Yangyang in his villa and went to the company. The company is now in the most important expansion stage, so he must pay attention to the situation in the company every day. As soon as he arrived at the company, Yi Fan held a meeting to understand the current expansion situation. According to Shin Sinyu, renovations have already begun in Kyoto, and a director has been sent there. With the help of the Aoba Group, things are now progressing very smoothly. As for other provinces, the staff who arrived first have already found an office building. Of course, there must be an apartment building next to it. The photos sent also meet the requirements set by the company at the time, and have entered the decoration stage. As for the others, they are still looking for one. Yi Fan nodded and said nothing more, but he was thinking in his heart that he would probably have to spend the next month in the company. Finally, Yi Fan gave some instructions and asked Changwen to develop the 3rd-generation software with the employees of Future Technology as soon as possible, with more comprehensive functions than the 1st and 2nd generations. Once the subsidiaries in other provinces start operations, this 3rd-generation stock trading software will be the top priority. After explaining everything, Yi Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He inadvertently looked at Shin Sinyu, was stunned for a moment, and felt a little moved. "You wear makeup?" "Yeah, it melted," Shin Sinyu admitted. Yi Fan nodded, a little confused. Doesn't this girl usually not wear makeup? Why is she wearing makeup now? Could it be that you have a crush on someone? Hu Yelin and others looked at Yi Fan with a puzzled look on their face, and they were already wailing in their hearts. "Mr. Yi, we all know that Mr. Shin put on makeup for you. But what's wrong with your head? It's like a piece of wood." In the end, Yi Fan did not stay in the company for long and drove to Li Qingyi's company. "Fu Jin, why don't you work properly? What are you doing?" As soon as he entered the door, Yi Fan saw that Fu Jin was not working properly. He was flirting and chatting with the young ladies in the company, making the female employees giggle. Yi Fan was so angry that he really wanted to kick him. If he had known earlier, he would not have allowed this guy into the company. When Fu Jin heard the voice behind him, he was so frightened that his whole body trembled and he said inwardly, "Damn it." He quickly got down from the table and stood in front of Yi Fan, with an awkward smile on his face. "Yi, brother Yi, why are you here?" Yi Fan rolled his eyes and said, "This is my company, why can't I come?" "But you are quite interesting. What are you doing here if you are not working?" Fu Jin quickly coughed twice and said, Brother Yi, communicating with employees and building relationships is also part of the job. Don't underestimate this. Communication is a science. All right. Yi Fan waved his hand to interrupt him and said, I own a company, I know more than you, go back to work. Fu Jin didn't dare to stay any longer and ran back to his office. Then Yi Fan looked at the group of employees, and his gaze immediately frightened everyone so much that their hearts started beating fast. This is the majesty of the young chairman. However, Yi Fan just said work hard and went to Li Qingyi's office. You're back? Li Qingyi saw Yi Fan coming in and smiled at him. Yi Fan nodded and walked behind Li Qingyi consciously, watching her use the hand-painted screen to draw clothes and adjust the colors on the computer. Yi Fan did not disturb him. He pulled over a chair and sat beside him, watching quietly. After about 30 minutes, Li Qingyi's brows finally relaxed and she nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, Yi Fan felt like a layman watching the excitement while an expert was watching the details. How is this different from just starting out? Li Qingyi looked at Yi Fan's expression and almost burst out laughing. Okay, stop looking. You won't be able to figure out anything. My neck hurts a little. Can you help me massage it? Yi Fan also knew this, so he retracted his gaze and helped Li Qingyi rub her shoulders. Li Qingyi immediately felt her neck felt much more comfortable. Last time I swallowed up the clothing company of Qin Xiaozhi's family, and I didn't take care of it for such a long time. You can send someone to take over that clothing company. Yi Fan said, it can be regarded as a subsidiary of yours in another city. It's best to let Fu Jin go. Li Qingyi thought about it and said, okay, I'll talk to him later. Then the two of them stopped talking, enjoying this moment of peace and tranquility, which made the employees outside look envious and excited. Wow! I'm so envious of this perfect couple. If I had a boyfriend like Mr. Yi, my life would be worth it. Yes, our CEO Yi is handsome and rich, and CEO Li is a beauty among beauties. I'm so envious. No, I'm so sour. I want to eat a lemon. It was soon time for dinner, so Yi Fan took Li Qingyi out to eat. Yi Fan didn't notice other people's gazes, but Li Qingyi felt it. The envious looks of the employees made her very proud, and she took Yi Fan's arm. He was stunned for a moment, but seeing the smile on her face, Yi Fan let her do as she pleased. After the two people left, the company employees covered their hearts and wailed. I'm so sour. I'm stuffed. After eating something downstairs in the company, Yi Fan told Li Qingyi some things, gave Li Qingyi a passionate kiss and left. Today is Friday, and at 3 o'clock in the afternoon Yi Fan took Yi Xinyue back to the villa. As soon as Yi Xinyue and Yi Yangyang met, they held each other's hands and danced happily. After all, they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Then Yi Fan began to say, I may be very busy for a month starting from tomorrow. I will leave you 500,000 yuan tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. You can go out and play by yourselves. Yang, you can drive, right? Yi Yangyang nodded and said, but it hasn't been open for a long time. Yi Fan took out the key of the Porsche and handed it to Yi Yangyang, saying, take this car to practice, and you can drive it to school in the future. Ah! Yi Yangyang exclaimed, shaking his head repeatedly, how can this be possible? This is a Porsche. What if I crash it? Yi Fan smiled casually and said, it's okay, just be careful on the road. Besides, I don't drive this car anymore, so leaving it in the garage is just like a pile of rotten iron. Xinyue is still young and can't drive, so you can take it. Besides, you have to pick up Xinyue during the holidays. After saying that, Yi Fan stuffed the key into Yi Yangyang's hand. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that Li Qingyi didn't have a car yet. Should he consider buying her a car? Chapter 108, Indirect Support. On Saturday morning, Yi Fan went to the company early for a meeting to make better plans for the next development. For more than a month, except for eating and sleeping, he stayed in the company. All matters in the company, no matter how big or small, now have to go through his hands and can only be implemented after his personal approval. Of course, in addition to opening up markets in other provinces, he also did not forget to expand himself in this city. He absorbed fresh blood from various companies and schools in Huan City. Of course, these people were selected through the system. They even cleared a floor near the company's office building and started cooperating with Lin Tian's live broadcast entertainment company to carry out live broadcasts. Using live broadcasts to teach market trends and learn strategies are things that other financial companies have already started using.
However, he added one more item on the basis, that is, after each lecture, he would choose one or two lucky stock investors to explain their own stocks to them live. This operation attracted countless investors from all over the country to join Yifan's financial company. In the first 6 months, these goals were achieved to become the top of Huan financial industry. His company became the leader in Huan City's financial industry. This feat really caused a surge of excitement among the merchants in the entire Huan City. It can be said that it took them most of their lives to become the leading company in Huan City and even to gain a foothold. But Yifan has established himself and become the leader of the industry. It took just 6 months. This is even darker than a dark horse. This is the Black Dragon. From that moment on, all the businessmen in Huan City regarded Yifan as a god in their hearts. It's amazing. Not only that, Yifan's companies in other provinces have already started full operation. The third-generation stock trading software took the opportunity to be launched into the market, but before Yifan and others could react, the first batch of 500,000 sets of the third-generation stock trading software were snatched up by many investors. Yifan asked Cheng Wenqing's R&D department and the employees of Future Technology to speed up the development of the second batch. At this time, the market value of Yifan's company has reached 10 billion. Become the second billion-dollar company in Huan City after Lu Qingtian. The company's bank account no longer needs Yifan's investment. During that month, Nia Qing went to see him several times, but he ignored her, which made Nia Qing feel a little dissatisfied. But there was nothing she could do. She heard from Yi Xinyue that Yifan had already greeted them and he had been very busy for more than a month. So after that, every night when she came to Yifan's house, she would bring Yifan some chicken soup and other nutritional supplements. If Yifan worked overtime late at night, she would put it on the steps at the entrance of the villa. Yifan would also put it on the steps for her when he left before dawn. Later, it seemed that this formed a tacit understanding, and the two people continued it. During this period, this scene fell into the eyes of Nia's father and mother, and they were really anxious. Now that both of them are in this state, why aren't they together? What are you waiting for? We are all looking forward to having grandchildren. What a joke these two kids are. It's already like this, why aren't they together? It makes me so anxious every day. Mother Nya kept complaining at home. Father Nya pondered for a while, sighed, and said solemnly, "Wife, you must be prepared. Yifan is a dragon among men. Our daughter will definitely not be the only woman in his life." Mother Nya paused as she heard this. She struggled for a moment, then sighed and said, "Then what do you think we should do? Our daughter is already obsessed with Yifan. Can we still bring her back?" Father Nya shook his head and said in a daze, "I don't know. It depends on whether my daughter can turn back in the end. I don't think it will work for the two of us." Finally, the two sighed again. Their daughter had grown up and they could no longer control many things. Not only them, but also the female car sales clerks in the 4S store in the south of the city are now circling around Chu Xinyao. "Xinyao, have you heard? Your client's brother's current company has become our second largest company in terms of strength within a month." Yes, Xinyao, you have to hurry up and do it. If you don't want it, you have to tell us. If you don't want it, it will be a bargain for us. We won't let go of someone this handsome and rich. As for how they knew, of course each of them had a big client, and those big clients told them. Chu Xinyao was disturbed by the chattering of her sisters, and her face was flushed with embarrassment. "But I felt very lost. Yifan hasn't contacted her since the last time, and it has been 2 months. Maybe it was his mother's behavior that day that really changed Yifan's mind about himself." "Chu Xinyao, come here." Manager Wang Kai's voice suddenly came. Chu Xinyao came to her senses and quickly ran to the manager. "Manager, you're looking for me?" Wang Kai quickly said, "Chu Xinyao, you don't have to call me manager from now on. The upper management of the Huan City subsidiary has unanimously decided that from today on you will be the store manager of this store, and I will work under you from now on." Chu Xinyao's eyes widened, and so did the others. Store manager? This is probably the fastest and highest level promotion in their company. Directly promoted to store manager. But what is going on? Why was Chu Xinyao promoted to store manager for no reason? Wang Kai saw Chu Xinyao's puzzled expression and explained, "Just now, your client Mr. Yi ordered 10 Autos, 10 BMWs, 10 Mercedes-Benzes, and 20 commercial vehicles from our store, and told you to be responsible for all these orders." Everyone's head was buzzing. Oh shit. 50 cars were ordered at one time.
All the orders are Chu Xinyo S. With this order, Chu Xinyo 1T have to work for several years. Is there any indirect support? But why does he need so many cars? Why did he buy so many cars? Chu Xinyo blurted out. It should be a car for the company. Wang Kai replied uncertainly, then waved his hand and said, Why do you care? Maybe they have the money to buy it for fun. Everyone's mouth twitched. Buy 50 cars to play with. What to play? Is this how you waste money? Oh. Chu Xinyao didn't ask any more questions, perhaps because she felt that she had asked too many questions. But next time I see Brother Yi, I must thank him properly. But how to thank? Do you want to? Chu Xinyao quickly shook her head, frightened by her own shameless idea, and her face turned red with embarrassment. Brother Yi doesn't like such a woman. Wang Kai looked at Chu Xinyao and said with a smile, Manager Chu, you have to work hard. Chapter 109, The Dust Settles. More than a month later, Yi Fan sat in his huge office, completely relieved. He had achieved everything he wanted in the past month, and he could finally take a break. This past month has been really tiring. I don't get home until midnight, and have to sit down with all the company's top executives for a morning meeting at around 6 in the morning. The same goes for ordinary employees. Although they don't rush to the company as early as they do in the morning, they get off work at either 12 or 1 o'clock in the evening. As a result, many employees who had just joined the company for less than 1 or 2 months could not stand the pressure and left. There was nothing that could be done about it. Not only his Blue Ocean Securities, but also the Kyoto Aoba Group has recovered its former vitality within this month. And it is even more powerful than before, with a market value of 60 billion. However, the cooperation with Tangchung Group has not yet been finalized. If this is also confirmed, the Aoba Group will reach a higher level. The breeding farm also started operating, and it ran very smoothly thanks to the presence of the Su Cheng brother and sister. Sometimes I would even help Wang Tao grow even when he didn't understand. Li Qingyi's clothing company is also developing rapidly. It has already reached cooperation with many clothing groups and its current market value has reached more than 10 billion. Overall, Yi Fan was still very happy, as his goal was gradually becoming visible. Mr. Yi, the meeting will start in 10 minutes. At this time, Yu Shu walked in and said, Okay, let's go over there. Yi Fan nodded, then stood up and went to the meeting room with Yu Shu. As for Yu Shu, Yi Fan gave her some shares and became a shareholder. But this girl didn't know what was going on. Even if she had shares, she still wanted to be Yi Fan as secretary. Hello, Director Yi. As soon as he entered the meeting room, all the company's top executives stood up in unison, their eyes becoming more and more excited. Now Yi Fan is no longer their idol. That's fucking God. God of business. God of finance. Yi Fan nodded and motioned for everyone to sit down, and they all moved in unison just as they had rehearsed. Thank you for your hard work over the past month. It's not hard. I do it for the company. Yi Fan was somewhat shocked and confused. Did these people practice secretly without my knowledge? This is so neat. He coughed twice and continued, according to the original goal and plan, we have already achieved it in half a year. Now let's talk about the reward we agreed on at the beginning. We said that if we achieve the goal within half a year, you will be the backbone of the company, the leader, and you will also receive the company's year-end bonus. This has been gradually achieved during the development, but I still want to say that the final year-end bonus for all employees will be doubled. Then we also talked about a 3-day trip to the South China Sea, but I thought about it and decided to change the destination. We will go to Gangmen. You can bring your families with you, and the company will reimburse all expenses. The tour will be divided into 2 groups. Lawu, Lushan, Chengya, Changsheng, Xianguang, you will take a group of employees, and Xinu, Yushu and other directors and I will take the rest. Chengya, you can go discuss the charter flight with the airline later or tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Yi, I understand. Hu Yelin and Chengya quickly began to register in the notebook. In fact, today's meeting is just about this matter. You can notify the employees and let them prepare, Yi Fan asked. Oh, by the way, the company doesn't need to work overtime recently, and you will get off work on time at 6 o'clock. Do you have anything else to do? Everyone shook their heads, and the meeting dispersed quickly after less than 10 minutes. These leaders quickly held a small meeting to inform the team leaders of each department, and then the team leaders informed their team members. The entire office building suddenly became lively, with all kinds of excited exclamations flying around. The most common one is, Long live Mr. Yi. After finishing his busy work, Yifan went back to his villa to sleep because he was too tired. When Yi Xinyue and Yi Yangyang saw him coming back so early, they were very happy because they knew that Yifan had finished his work. During this month, every time they came back, they saw Yifan coming back at midnight. After coming back, he didn't sleep but continued working in the study. He went to bed at 2 or 3 o'clock and had to go to the company at 6 in the morning. I don't know how distressed his two sisters must be. The two of them worried all day long whether Yifan's health would collapse because of this. But now they can finally put their minds at ease. However, Yifan ignored them and went straight to the bedroom to sleep. He was really too sleepy. Yi Xinyue suddenly missed the time when she had no money. Her brother had never been so tired at that time. I haven't had a good rest for more than a month. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Nie Ching arrived as promised, holding a box of chicken soup in her hand. When she was about to put it on the steps and prepare to leave, the door suddenly opened and Yi Xinyue came out. Before she could say anything, Yi Xinyue signaled her to be quiet and let her in. What's wrong? Nie Ching looked at the two of them in confusion and asked. She already knew Yi Yangyang and knew that Yi Yangyang was Yifan's cousin. My brother came back early this afternoon and is sleeping now. Yi Xinyue replied in a low voice. Ah? Really? Nie Ching said with a look of surprise. His eyes looked directly at Yifan's room, and he couldn't wait to ask, "Can I go see him?" Her voice was trembling as she spoke. She missed Yifan so much. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Yi Xinyue and Yi Yangyang looked at each other, smiled inexplicably, and nodded. Then the three girls tiptoed to Yifan's room, gently opened the door a crack, and seeing Yifan still sleeping soundly, Nie Ching's longing for him was somewhat relieved. She was about to leave, but suddenly there was a strong force behind her, and she and Yi Xinyue were pushed into the room. Then there was a click sound, and Yi Xinyue locked the door from the outside. Before she could struggle, she heard the ringing of her cell phone. She took out her phone and took a look. Yi Xinyue had sent her a message. Sister Nia, how long are you going to keep chasing my brother like this? I'm really looking forward to you becoming my sister-in-law. Victory. If you want to do something bad secretly, hurry up. You only have 20 minutes. Shy. Nie Ching's face immediately turned red. It turned out that the two girls already knew about it. I looked back at Yifan, who was sleeping soundly. After taking a deep breath and calming himself down, Nie Ching gently walked to Yifan's side and looked at his sleeping face. He's so handsome even when he's quiet. Nie Ching felt a little secretly delighted. This was how Yifan looked when he was asleep. But as she watched, she remembered what her mother had told her, and felt a little lost. Yifan definitely doesn't have only one woman. At that time, I thought about it for a long time and cried for a long time. Should I give up this relationship? But now when she sees Yifan again, she still likes him, the kind that she can't help herself. Perhaps if she gave up Yifan, it would be difficult for her to fall in love with someone else. Chapter 110, Do You Have Me in Your Heart? Yifan, do you have me in your heart? Nie Ching looked at Yifan deeply and couldn't help muttering to himself. Not sure if it was his own whisper or what, but Yifan suddenly reached out and grabbed Nie Ching's arm, which really scared Nie Ching. However, when he saw that Yifan was still sleeping soundly, Nie Ching breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to slowly pull his hand out. Don't go. A few words spoken in the dream made Nie Ching stop what she was doing and touched her heart. Tears welled up in my eyes, but I tried hard to hold them back. In the end, Nie Ching made a very bold decision and tiptoed into Yifan's bed. She leaned gently on Yifan's back with a sweet smile on her face. So what if Yifan has other women around him? I just like him. He is the one destined for me. It was not until the next day that Yifan felt the weight on his arm and gradually woke up. When he saw the beauty in his arms, he thought it was Li Qingyi at first. But after thinking about it, it didn't make sense. Li Qingyi had waist-length hair, but this one was obviously much shorter than hers, so it couldn't be Li Qingyi. Who could that be? Yifan quickly looked down and his eyes widened. Damn it, Nie Ching. Yifan was stunned, full of questions. What was going on? Why was she in her room? Nie Ching, wake up. Yifan hurriedly woke Nie Ching up and asked, What's going on? Why are you in my room? Well, let me sleep a little longer. Nie Ching murmured twice and hugged Yifan tightly again. She seemed to be sleeping very comfortably in Yifan's arms, and she even rubbed Yifan with her head. Fuck, don't sleep anymore, tell me what's going on. Yi Fan didn't dare to let her sleep anymore, so he quickly sat up with Nia Cheng and shouted anxiously. He was extremely confused at this moment. Nia Cheng finally woke up, and when he saw Yi Fan's big face, his sleepiness disappeared immediately. Ah! A scream broke through the sky. Then Nia Cheng suddenly disappeared. Yi Fan looked at the ball in front of him that looked like a hamster. He knew he couldn't ask any more questions, so he sighed and went out, and finally said, "I'm going out first, come out by yourself when you're better." Yi Fan left, and it took Nia Cheng a long time to poke his head out from under the quilt, his face as red as a red apple. Last night she originally wanted to come down before Yi Xinyue opened the door, but she didn't expect that she was so comfortable that she fell asleep. How can I face Yi Fan now? How embarrassing. Yi Fan, who was downstairs, saw that Nia Cheng still hadn't come down, and his two sisters were laughing strangely in front of him, which made him feel uncomfortable all over. Yi Fan sighed and said, "Xinyue, go call Nia Cheng down for breakfast." Yi Xinyue responded and went up to call Nia Cheng. 10 minutes later, Nia Cheng came down shyly, lowered his head and dared not look at Yi Fan, but still sat obediently next to Yi Fan. Yi Fan looked at her and sighed again, saying, "Did you wash your face?" Nia Cheng then remembered that he had still to wash up, so he quickly ran to wash himself, and then walked to Yi Fan to eat. After eating, Yi Fan handed the lunchbox to Nia Cheng. Nia Cheng picked it up gently and knew that Yi Fan must have drunk it. I felt happy again and said goodbye shyly. When he got home, Nia Cheng threw the lunchbox to his mother who was washing the dishes, then ran back to his room happily. Both Nia's father and mother sighed. Their daughter did not come home last night and her clothes were wrinkled, so they could probably guess what happened. Although I thought about persuading my daughter to give up Yi Fan, it's too late to say anything now. After Nia Cheng left, Yi Fan received a call from Shinsenyu, saying that the 50 cars he bought a few days ago had been delivered. Yi Fan changed his clothes and drove to the company. As soon as he got off the car, Yi Fan saw more than a dozen trucks parked at the door, all of which were 50 cars that he had bought with his own money. This scene really shocked the passers-by. Fuck! So many luxury cars, BMW, Mercedes, Audi. What are they doing? I've never seen so many luxury cars gathered here in my life. The cheapest one is less than $1 million. Is this a company car? Damn, this company is too rich. Brother Yi. Chu Xinyo ran over with joy when she saw Yi Fan and said, "Brother Yi, I've brought you the car." Yi Fan nodded, then glanced at Chu Xinyo's work badge and was a little surprised. "You are the store manager?" Chu Xinyo nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, thanks to you, Brother Yi." Yi Fan smiled and said nothing more. Instead, he looked at the driveways and said, "Chengya, go get 50 or so people to drive the cars to the underground garage." Chengya responded and went to the company to call someone. Passers-by looked at Yi Fan with their eyes wide open. Was this young man the one who bought all these cars? This is so awesome. More than 50 luxury cars are all company-issued cars. Yi Fan and Chu Xinyo were watching them unloading the cars one by one. When the employees saw that so many luxury cars were allocated by Director Yi to the company, they got excited just thinking about it. In the future, when they go out to discuss business or do other things, they will drive a luxury car, which will greatly increase their confidence. Brother Yi, how have you been recently? Chu Xinyo and Yi Fan were chatting casually beside them. Yi Fan said casually, "It's okay, how about you? Your mother didn't force you to go on a blind date again, right?" When Chu Xinyo talked about this, her face turned red, and she remembered that she asked Yi Fan to pretend to be her boyfriend. No, my mother has gone back." Yi Fan nodded. "That's good, then I don't have to pretend to be your boyfriend anymore." To be honest, he is quite afraid that this matter will give you a troublesome follow-up like in the novel, and then he will really have trouble explaining it. Oh. Chu Xinyo felt uncomfortable when she heard this. It seems like something is missing. She now somewhat wishes her mother had not left. Maybe Yi Fan could have continued pretending. Finally, it took them more than an hour to unload all the cars, and Chu Xinyo knew that she should leave. After saying goodbye to Yi Fan, he left. "Mr. Yi, I think that girl should like you." Chengya appeared next to Yi Fan. Yi Fan shook his head and said, "I only treat her as a sister, and she is not my type." Chengya's gossipy heart began to burn. "So what kind of woman do you like, Mr. Yi?" Yi Fan smiled and thought about it, and finally said, "I don't know either. Now I'm confused and don't know what type I like." Then Yi Fan left. Chengya was disappointed. She thought she could ask Mr. Shin something. Who knew that Mr. Yi would just say this perfunctorily? Chapter 111, Flying to the Port. Soon, the company's travel time was finalized. Yifan and Shinsinyu would be the first group to go, and by the way, the cooperation between Xingye Group and Tangcheng Group was finalized. Yifan brought more than 500 people selected by Hu Yelan, plus their families, a total of more than 1,000 people. Fortunately, Shanya was afraid of crowds at the time, so she chartered 3 planes for 6 days. When the people at the airline company found out that they had spent tens of millions to charter 3 planes just for the company's employees to go out for a trip, I wonder how envious they were of the employees of Blue Ocean Securities. Why didn't they meet such a good boss? Alas, the good boss is always someone else's. After 2.5 hours of flight, the 3 planes landed at the airport in Gangmen. As soon as Yifan and others got off the plane, Peng Dingyuan and Luo Feng came up to greet them. Li Jiayin had already informed them a long time ago. Yu Yunyun and 3 or 4 other directors of the Xingye Group also came. They were notified by Yifan. As soon as they saw Yifan, they called him chairman in a friendly manner, and Yifan nodded in response. Fanzi, we meet again. Yifan and Peng Dingyuan hugged each other and asked with a smile, long time no see, Dingyuan. This name was decided upon when they were chatting on the phone earlier. According to Hongmen, if a person's name is followed by Zai, it means they are good brothers. Come on, let's not rush the contract, let's play for 2 days first. As he said that, Peng Dingyuan was ready to pull Yifan away. Yifan shook his head, let me settle my employees first. Peng Dingyuan laughed loudly and said, don't worry, Fanzi, I have already arranged everything for you. Yifan smiled slightly and asked him to wait, then turned to the assembled employees and said, when we go to the hotel, put your things away. You can move freely for the next 3 days, but be careful. Gather at this airport in 3 days. Do you understand? I understand. The same uniform response made Peng Dingyuan shake his head in admiration. Look, this is an employee of this company, and his answers are as neat as those of a soldier. Then think about the employees in my own company, who are lazy all day long and do their work carelessly. Oh, how does that sentence go? Good employees always come from other people's jobs. Finally, under the leadership of Peng Dingyuan, Yifan and others got on an extended Cadillac, which was just big enough to accommodate their group of leaders. There are bodyguard vehicles in front and 60 buses behind. This huge convoy attracted a lot of attention. Especially the 4 big words Tangcheng Consortium on the bus are eye-catching. Fuck, what is the Tangcheng Consortium doing? So many cars? Is the entire company going on a trip? Damn, it's really the Tangcheng Consortium. What are they going to do? I don't think so. Hasn't the business community been rumored recently that the Tangcheng Group is going to cooperate with the Aoba Group in Kyoto to jointly develop the Gangmen market? This should be an employee of the Aoba Group who came to Gangmen for sightseeing. Aoba Group, why haven't I heard of this group before? You probably don't know this. The predecessor of the Xingye Group was the Han Group, which was the one that had been trying to monopolize our Gangmen market. Later, I heard that their chairman and deputy chairman offended someone they shouldn't have offended, and the stock market was directly monopolized by that person. It took only 7 days for the group to change its name. Now that person seems to be the behind-the-scenes chairman of the Xingye Group, and he usually doesn't show up. That guy is really amazing. He managed to take over a 50 billion consortium in just 7 days. How much money does that cost? Everyone was stunned, looking at the person who was popularizing knowledge to them. How does this guy know so much? I won't tell you anymore. This is big news. Maybe the chairman behind the scenes of the Aoba Group will come out this time. This is big news. I'm going to dig it out. After saying that, the man's eyes suddenly lit up, and he got into a car directly, quietly following this huge convoy. If he were to discover this chairman behind the scenes, promotion and salary increase would be a sure thing. Everyone then realized that he was a reporter. In the car, Yifan and others were chatting with Peng Dingyuan. There was a box of wine in the middle and wine glasses in their hands. From time to time, everyone would make a few jokes, and the atmosphere in the car was very pleasant. At this moment, they all abandoned the relationship between superiors and subordinates and chatted like friends. No one mentioned work, after all, bringing it up at this time would ruin the atmosphere. By the way, Fanzi, I remember when I looked at your information before, it seemed that your birthday was in a few days? Peng Dingyuan suddenly changed the subject and asked. Everyone's eyes fell on Yifan. Is Mr. Yi going to have his birthday? Then I must prepare gifts well by then. Yifan was stunned. It seemed to be true what he said.
His birthday was the beginning of November in the lunar calendar.
If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten that I have a birthday. But it doesn't matter. I don't usually celebrate my birthday.
Yi Fan waved his hand casually.
Like he said, no one had ever celebrated his birthday for him.
Apart from his family members who would give him 100 or 200 yuan to go out for a good meal, no one celebrated his birthday. And he never told anyone about his birthday because there was no need. So over time, he forgot that he even had a birthday.
Everyone looked at each other. How could anyone forget his or her birthday? How can that be possible?
Peng Dingyuan suddenly said seriously, "Fanzi, don't worry, I will help you plan your birthday this year, and I will definitely make sure you will never forget it." Yi Fan originally wanted him to forget it, as he really didn't care about birthdays anymore.
But seeing Peng Dingyuan's serious look, Yi Fan sighed, "Okay."
Seeing Yi Fan agreed, Peng Dingyuan also smiled. When they couldn't see, Yu Yunyun signaled to Shin Sinyu, and Shin Sinyu immediately understood what she meant.
But I have never given a gift to a man. She didn't know what to give when the time came. This is very distressing.
Seeing Shin Sinyu's expression of asking for help and distress, Yu Yunyun knew what was going on without having to think. He secretly made an okay gesture to her, indicating that he would help her.
Shin Sinyu finally breathed a sigh of relief.
They thought they were doing it very secretly and no one noticed, but in fact Yu Shu saw all of it.
She was about to give up and just be a secretary.
But when he saw Shin Sinyu's appearance, a glimmer of hope arose in his heart. It turns out that it's not just that woman who likes Mr. Yi, but Shin Sinyu as well.
The more people like Mr. Yi, the more chances I have to compete with them. Chapter 112, Subsidiaries.
Thousands of people talked and laughed along the way and finally arrived at the hotel booked by Peng Dingyuan.
Tangcheng Inn.
You can tell at first glance that this belongs to Peng Dingyuan's family. I have to say that this hotel is indeed antique and has a completely ancient architectural style. According to Peng Dingyuan, this hotel has actually been passed down for 300 to 500 years and has existed since the late Qing dynasty and early Republic of China.
It was just a small inn at that time.
It has experienced the baptism of 2 world wars, from ruins to restoration, and then from restoration to ruins again.
This tradition has been passed down in their family for hundreds of years.
But now we can no longer find any trace of what we saw 300 or 500 years ago. The only thing is a plaque engraved with the words Tangcheng Inn. Yi Fan and others were shocked at that time.
This is totally an antique.
Those who can come to this hotel are all very wealthy and powerful, and they can generate 10 billion here every year.
Fanzi, what do you think of this hotel? Peng Dingyuan asked after entering.
Yi Fan looked around and nodded. It is indeed quite nice, quiet and elegant, with many talented people around.
This hotel is indeed not as magnificent as other hotels.
There is a faint elegant fragrance here, and the lighting is soft, which is very comfortable to look at. This evaluation made Peng Dingyuan very proud. This was the only thing he could show off in front of Yi Fan. I don't have Yi Fan's talent and courage in business, nor his godlike gift in the stock market. In Peng Dingyuan's view, Yi Fan was like a giant dragon in the sky and he was a small snake crawling on the ground. I can only watch and envy others flying freely in the sky. It is no exaggeration to say that being able to be friends with such a person is the blessing he has earned in the first half of his life.
But even so, everyone has vanity.
In order to satisfy his vague vanity, he applied to his father for the right to use the hotel. After helping Yi Fan take care of everything, he took Yi Fan, Shin Sinyu, Yu Shu and others to the subsidiary here. As soon as I entered the door, I saw many people greeted Peng Dingyuan very warmly and called him General Peng. Glancing at Yi Fan next to them, they all felt that the person next to Peng Dingyuan looked a little familiar, as if they had seen him somewhere, but they couldn't remember who he was, so they didn't take it seriously.
But it's quite handsome. These people are really something. I showed them your photo during the recruitment process, but why didn't they remember it? After getting on the elevator, Peng Dingyuan took a deep breath and said, "Forget it. Let's have a meeting later and introduce you again."
There were a few leaders in the elevator who remembered Yi Fan's appearance.
When they saw Yi Fan, they were all surprised. Who is that young man next to General Peng? He looks so familiar. Are you blind? Isn't that the photo that Mr. Peng showed us when we were recruiting? Mr. Yi, the chairman of the head office? What? You said that's our CEO Yi? He's too young. He looks younger than our CEO Peng.
In the office, Yifan sat in his office chair and asked about the company's development over the past period of time. This office was reserved by Peng Dingyuan specifically for Yifan. To be precise, the entire top floor was left for Yifan. There are all kinds of indoor entertainment facilities and fitness facilities, and the bedrooms for rest are specially built. It's like a little place of its own. Usually when Yifan is not at home, this floor is blocked by him. No one can come in, even he would not come here easily. In response to Yifan's inquiry about the company's situation, Peng Dingyuan only said 6 words: "It can't be better." Within a month, many investors from Hongmen joined in. One day, I worked from morning to afternoon, a total of 8 hours. On average, several thousand people join every hour, and they all call to inquire after using the trial version of the third-generation stock trading software. Peng Dingyuan was really shocked at that time. Everyone knows that stock investors are very annoyed by receiving calls from financial companies, and many of the hot-tempered ones will even start cursing. But it is still unheard of for someone to call and ask how to join. Even many sales staff in the company wait for shareholders to call them all day long, and they can get a lot of commissions every month. Yifan nodded. He was quite satisfied with the result. After all, it took him 3 weeks to develop the third-generation stock trading software. It took 3 times longer than the second generation. After all, the two companies put all their efforts and spent hundreds of millions to create this thing. Moreover, Gangmen is the location of the earliest subsidiary in other provinces, plus it has the help of Tangcheng Group, and Gangmen is a special province. Therefore, unique companies developed very quickly here. It is easy to be accepted. Soon, the pager on Yifan's desk picked up the voice of Peng Dingyuan's secretary, informing him that the meeting was about to begin. Now these few people went down. When they arrived at the event hall, Peng Dingyuan took Yifan and others directly to the stage, and the host handed the microphone to him. He didn't waste any time and first introduced Yifan and others to everyone again. When they learned that Yifan was the chairman, they all remembered the photo they saw during the recruitment process, which was the young man standing on the stage. Everyone was shocked. What kind of person is this young man? He actually lets the boss of Tangcheng Group, the most powerful group in Hong Kong, be his subordinate. There are 2 beautiful ladies accompanying her. You know, Mr. Peng is one of the best among the wealthy young men in Hong Kong. Many girls in Hong Kong are obsessed with him, and now he is working for a young man from the inland. Who the hell would believe this if I told them? Many people became curious about Yifan. What is the charm of this Mr. Yi? It was Yifan's turn to speak next, which was nothing more than a repetition of the same rhetoric he had given at the head office. But even so, there were still many people who were deeply impressed by Yifan when they met him for the first time. The meeting ended in about half an hour. Peng Dingyuan said a few words to the vice president, and Yifan and others left. In the afternoon, Peng Dingyuan took Yifan and others to visit scenic spots around Gangmen. Although there are not many beautiful mountains and rivers here, the scenery everywhere and the modern facilities make it quite interesting to play here. The most important thing is that Shin Sinyu and Yu Shu are happy. Yifan has no interest in playing. Until the evening, Peng Dingyuan took Yifan to visit the night market in Gangmen. Different places have different characteristics, and once night falls, the nightlife for people of all ages here just begins. Chapter 113, Live Broadcast of the Contract Signing Ceremony. 3 days passed in a flash, and the first batch of employees had already had a great time and were sent back. The second group also came under the leadership of Hu Yelin, but today happened to be the day when the Tangcheng and Qingye consortiums signed a cooperation agreement. The cooperation between the two consortiums is naturally a big deal, so the 2 chairmen must show up, and in full view of the public. After all, the signing of this contract needs to go through all aspects and be presented to everyone in the country. Near noon, the 15th floor of Tangcheng became an activity hall that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. Normally, this place is never full at any time, but today it is packed. In addition to national TV stations, online TV stations are waiting here. The rest were wealthy and powerful people from all over the country, and even the politicians in Hong Kong were watching below. Why haven't you started yet? It's almost 11:20, why haven't you started yet? Yeah, I've been sitting here for over an hour. Are you stupid? They said it would officially start at 11:30. There are still 10 minutes left. Why are you in such a hurry? The whole hall was filled with chattering sounds. That's because the cooperation between the $2 billion conglomerates shocked the entire Chinese business community. The former Han Group, now the Qingye Group, has a market value of 60 billion. The Tangcheng Group is not as simple as it seems. On the surface, it is a 30 billion group. But everyone in Hong Kong knows that this consortium has a deep foundation. Otherwise, it would not have been passed down for hundreds of years. So the Tangchung Group might actually be able to rival the Aoba Group. If the two major conglomerates join forces, perhaps China's first 100 billion conglomerate will emerge. It should be no problem for them to compete with those ancient foreign families that have been passed down for hundreds of years. Soon, the time came to 11:30, and the chairman, second in command, and third in command of the Aoba Group and the Tangchung Group all took their seats. When everyone saw the chairman of the Aoba Group for the first time, they talked a lot. Fuck. The chairman of the Aoba Group is too young. Is that the chairman of the Aoba Group? He's not even as old as my son. This can't be someone just randomly found to fool people. Old man, look, our son is on TV. Ye's father and uncle, who had just taken a break, heard Ye's mother's joyful voice. They rushed to the TV and looked at Yi Fan on it. They were so excited that they shed tears. He's really on TV. He's really on TV. Father Ye's body was shaking as he looked at Yi Fan on TV. The same goes for the Nye family, the Lu family, and the Yang family. From the beginning, they only knew that Yi Fan was the chairman of Blue Ocean Securities and possessed terrifying business talent. Now watching on TV, Yi Fan was sitting in the position of chairman of the Qingye Group, stunned. Alas, it turns out that this guy is even more complicated than I thought. It turns out that Yi Fan is the chairman of the Kyoto Aoba Group. Of course, there are those who are happy and those who are sad. Those who had been against Yi Fan in the past were now in turmoil. I don't know how much regret they have in their hearts. Yi Fan is actually the chairman of a multi-billion-dollar consortium. In the hall, Yushu stood behind Yi Fan and placed the contract in front of him. After he signed it, she took out another contract and asked Yi Fan to check it and sign it. Although Yi Fan found something wrong with the contract, he did not say anything and signed it anyway. After all, that slight irregularity was in his favor, and it was probably something they had discussed long ago. No wonder Pang Dingyuan said that the contract should be drafted by their Tangchung consortium. Many reporters from TV stations thought she looked familiar, but couldn't remember who she was for a moment. 10 minutes later, the contract was finally signed. Next is the press conference time for the two chairmen and many directors. Many people are eager to ask questions. However, many people asked him about the future development of Hongmen. Yi Fan only said one sentence: I will hand over all the cooperation with Gangmen to Yu Yunyun, a member of the board of directors of our Qingye Group. She will be my agent in the future. If you have any questions, just ask her. Then everyone stopped arguing about this issue. Instead, one of them raised his hand and said, Director Yi, I have something I want to ask you. Yi Fan nodded and said, You ask. The reporter immediately stood up and bowed, then asked, Boss Yi, I apologize if I have offended you. I just carefully observed your secretary and wanted to ask you if your secretary is Miss Yu Yang, the new singing queen who has just retired from the entertainment industry? The hall was silent, and then he carefully observed the secretary behind Yi Fan, overlapping the shadow of Yu Yang in his mind with the shadow on the stage. Looking at it this way, they are so damn similar. Although I dressed up specially, it seems to be real. Then all the reporters looked at Yi Fan, wanting to know the answer. Yi Fan glanced at Yushu behind him, and Yushu smiled at him. I didn't expect this woman to be so charming. Even though I had put on makeup deliberately, I was still recognized. But now that he has been recognized, Yi Fan has nothing to hide. Anyway, this matter will be exposed sooner or later. It's her. She was indeed the singing queen Yu Yang before, but now she is my secretary Yushu. Everyone's eyes widened. This diva with millions of fans is actually working as a secretary for the chairman of the Aoba Group. Who would believe this if I told them out loud? Oh no, this is a live broadcast, they really have to believe it. Besides, this is big news. However, various problems immediately ensued. Boss Yi, how did you get a new singing queen to be your secretary? Mr. Yi, did you also use the unspoken rules? Mr. Yi. Yi Fan interrupted their questions and said in a cold voice, I have never used any of the hidden rules or coercion you mentioned. I will only say this once, she works as my secretary because she wants to repay me for saving her life. The hall became quiet again, and it seemed that one could hear a pin drop. Life-saving grace? Many reporters recalled the incident at the concert. Could it be that it was this young chairman who ran onto the stage to save Yu Yang? Holy shit! You don't know until you ask, and you'll be shocked when you ask.
There is still a lot of news for them to discover. This time, we can definitely make a lot of money.
But before they could ask, the host came up to the stage and said, "This meeting is over.
Please return one by one."
Then the reporters left with regret, but they would not give up.
Chapter 114, The Back End of Things.
Gangmen Tangchang and Kyoto Chingye are cooperating with $2 billion consortiums.
Is China going to have a $100 billion consortium? Shocking. The secretary of the chairman of the Aoba Group is actually a new singer with millions of fans? #photo #. Shocking. There's another twist in the new singing queen Yu Yangyang's concert. The savior turned out to be the chairman of the Aoba Group? Shock.
These news on WB have topped the news list for 2 days, and the popularity has not yet dissipated. The news lists these days have been flooded with Yifan's photos. Of course, there were all kinds of comments below, and some of Yushua's former brainless fans kept bashing Yifan, but rational people kept defending Yifan.
Anyway, the comments section below is a mess now.
Not only that, Nie Cheng has been calling non-stop in the past 2 days. She called herself every day to verify if it was true. If the idol was really so close to her, she would have no idea about it and she would still blame Yifan for not telling her. Although Yifan has been explaining that Yu Yangyang is now Yushu and his secretary and has nothing to do with the past. However, Nie Cheng refused to give in until Yifan asked her to go back and ask Yushu to give her an autograph. After hanging up the phone, Yifan sighed, and at this moment, there was a knock on the door.
"Come in." The person outside walked in, and it was Yushu.
Looking at Yifan's expression, the secretary with millions of fans smiled and said, "Mr. Yi, you look very distressed." Yifan rolled his eyes and said, "That's the trouble you caused me." Yushu covered his mouth and chuckled, without saying anything more.
"Why don't you go out to play and come to see me?" Yifan asked. Yushu replied, "Mr. Yi, you are such a joke. There are so many reporters outside watching me. How can I get out without a bodyguard?"
Yifan thought about it and agreed, even though she had already announced her retirement from the entertainment industry.
But the fame had not yet faded away, and this incident had to escalate.
She once again became famous and exposed to the public.
Yifan thought for a moment and asked, "How about this? I send you back to the entertainment industry. You continue to sing?"
Yushu shook his head and said, "Mr. Yi, you know this is impossible. I have seen the filth in the entertainment industry over the past few years.
It is impossible for me to go back.
Even if you saved my life, I don't know how to repay you in this lifetime."
Yifan nodded.
He had heard from others that the entertainment industry was a complicated place and one should not get involved if possible.
Just like a star was asked on TV before, "Will you let your children enter the entertainment industry when they grow up?"
The star shook his head firmly and said, "I will never let my children enter this place, it's too deep and too dirty." "Okay, since you don't want to go in, I'll find someone to suppress this matter and try not to let those people disturb you,"
Yifan said finally. Yushu also breathed a sigh of relief.
She was really afraid that Yifan would chase her away.
"If that's the case, I won't know what to do then."
Finally, Yifan called Lin Tian.
"Hello, Boss Yi, hello, I haven't contacted me since then. Is there anything wrong?"
Lin Tian's surprised voice came from the other end.
"Have you read the news?" Yifan asked directly.
Lin Tian sighed quickly and said, "I saw it, but I didn't expect it to be exposed in the end."
"What are you going to do about it, Boss Yi? Can this matter be suppressed?" Yifan asked.
"Yes.
But it will take time."
Lin Tian replied, "But it's okay, Boss Yi, I remember that Tangcheng Group and Xingye Group both have entertainment companies, you can ask them to work together, it will probably be done in a day."
"Okay, I understand."
After saying that, Yifan hung up the phone and took Yushu to Yu Yunyun's room. However, since she was not there, Yifan just found a director and asked him to handle the matter, and then he turned to find Peng Dingyuan.
"Hey, Fanzai, you're a big star now, why are you still running around?" Peng Dingyuan teased as soon as they met.
Yifan rolled his eyes at him and said, "This is inside a hotel.
Am I afraid they will come in?" "I said it directly, can you use your entertainment company to help suppress this matter? It's a hassle to prevent you from leaving the hotel." Peng Dingyuan nodded and said, "It's not difficult.
I will contact the president of that company for you and ask him to handle this matter." After saying that, Peng Dingyuan took out his cell phone and called. After briefly explaining the situation, he asked the president to handle it as soon as possible and then hung up. But seriously, Fancy, I have always admired you. Not only do you have a strong business acumen, you are also a legend in the stock market of our China. You also have a secretary who is a singing queen with millions of fans. I even wonder if your life is cheating. Peng Dingyuan said with envy. Yi Fan smiled casually and said, "What's there to envy? This is all due to luck." There is one thing Peng Dingyuan said that is absolutely correct, that is, cheating. Hang is the system in the brain. Whenever Yi Fan encounters something he cannot handle, he still has to rely on the system to handle it. That's why I have been so stable along the way. Most of the senior executives in the company are people I trust, so I can be a hands-off boss. Another point Yi Fan said was correct. It was his luck to get this system. If I had your luck, I would rather not live 10 years longer. Peng Dingyuan half-jokingly said, "By the way, don't you have a girlfriend now?" As soon as these words came out, Yu Shu, who was sitting next to Yi Fan, pricked up her ears. She also wanted to know the answer. Yi Fan was stunned and shook his head. "No, I am focused on work now, how could I have the energy to find a girlfriend?" Peng Dingyuan suddenly revealed a wicked smile and said, "How about I introduce you to someone? I think Jiayin is good. Although she is not very pretty, she is a beauty with a score of 7.8 and her personality. If you do this again, I'll leave." Yi Fan glanced at him and said, Okay, then I won't say anything more. I won't joke with you anymore." Peng Dingyuan laughed twice. Finally, the two chatted for a while and drank some wine. At this moment, Peng Dingyuan's cell phone suddenly rang. After answering the phone, his happy expression changed. When Yi Fan asked, he found out that it was Yu Shu's fans who came here to cause trouble. It is said that Yi Fan used unspoken rules to force Yu Shu to become his secretary. Today, Yi Fan must explain everything clearly. Yi Fan glanced at Yu Shu, and Yu Shu shrugged helplessly. Finally, Yi Fan and Yu Shu followed Peng Dingyuan down to check what was going on. Chapter 115, Brainless Fans. Hand over Yi Fan quickly and let him let my Yang Yang go. Yes, call him out. Why does he have the right to monopolize our Yang Yang? Yang Yang belongs to all of us. Hand him over. In the lobby of Tangchang Inn, a large group of people gathered together to make trouble, and hung banners with extremely exaggerated meanings. Save the angel Yang Yang, beat the beast Yi Fan. This group of people was making it look like a street parade, and the originally amiable lobby manager was really pissed off, and the reporters outside were filming the whole time. These brainless fans are so fucking disgusting. Shut the fuck up. The lobby manager suddenly shouted, not caring about his status. The group of people quickly quieted down and looked at the lobby manager in surprise. The lobby manager looked angry and shouted, "You idiots, do you know where this is? You dare to cause trouble here, you must be tired of living." The group of people looked at each other in confusion, they had no idea where this place was. They are all local people from Gangmen. They were all a group of salarymen, students, and the like. When they saw the Tangchang Inn, they only knew that it was big and famous, but had no idea of its status in Gangmen. I don't give a FCK where you are. If you don't hand over my Yang Yang and that bastard Yi Fan to us today, we will keep making trouble here. That's right, let that bastard Yi Fan release Yang Yang. The shouts of this group of people were getting louder and louder. The lobby manager was so angry that he wanted to tear these guys apart, but due to his work, he couldn't do it. Just as he was about to call security, a hand suddenly reached out to stop him. "Young master," the lobby manager said hurriedly. The person who came was Peng Dingyuan. At this moment, anger appeared on his face, which was completely different from the playful look he had in front of Yi Fan before. "You step back first, I'll handle this matter." Peng Dingyuan waved his hand and said. The lobby manager stepped aside with a look of panic on his face and waited. If Peng Dingyuan needed him later, he would have to go. However, with Peng Dingyuan's support, he straightened his back and looked at the group of people with a sneer on his face. "I'm the president and manager of this hotel. What do you want from me, brother Yi?" Peng Dingyuan said coldly, looking at the group of people. "Are you Yi Fan's friend? The owner of this hotel? Hand Yi Fan over now. Otherwise we will smash everything you have here." "Yes. I smashed your things here." Peng Dingyuan sneered and said, "You want to smash the things here? Fine, you can smash them as much as you want, but you have to be able to pay for it." Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, and the waiters watching nearby all sneered. "Smashing the things here?
Even if you lose everything you own, you still can't afford to pay. Peng Dingyuan casually picked up a piece of blue and white porcelain from the shelf and threw it into his hand, saying, "Go ahead and smash it, but I'll tell you in advance, this porcelain is from the official kiln during the reign of Emperor Kanshi. I bought it at the auction for 50 million. If you can afford it, then smash it." The whole place fell silent in an instant, and the man holding the porcelain in his hand was so scared that he wanted to throw the porcelain away. But he didn't dare. This antique worth 50 million is in his hands. Damn it, he just said he was going to smash it. I really can't afford to pay for this. The people around him quickly moved away from him, fearing that they would be implicated by accident. I. The man stammered for a long time and couldn't utter a word. Peng Dingyuan immediately showed a mocking expression, took the porcelain back, put it on the shelf and rearranged it. "Then get out of here." Turning around, Peng Dingyuan suddenly roared, scaring everyone back. The man breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could recover, someone in the crowd shouted, "Even if that's the case, so what? Hurry up and hand over Yi Fan and Yu Yang." The others immediately followed suit. "That's right, hand over our idols. As long as you hand them over, we will leave immediately." Peng Dingyuan frowned. He originally wanted to use this incident to divert the group's attention, but he didn't expect that he would end up coming back to it. Should we use force to suppress these people? Just as he was thinking, Yi Fan and Yu Shu walked out. When they saw these two people, everyone immediately prepared to pounce on them. "Yi Fan, you bastard, give Yang back to us. You are simply a beast. How dare you defile our Yang? You just have some money, don't you? Why do you take over our Yang? Don't be afraid, Yang. We will definitely rescue you from that bastard Yi Fan." If the waiters hadn't tried their best to stop them, perhaps this group of people would have pounced on Yi Fan, and Yi Fan's face was full of coldness. Yu Shu also stood in front of Yi Fan, with an angry look on his face. "What are you doing? I volunteered to be Mr. Ye's secretary, and I have already retired from the entertainment industry. I have nothing to do with you. Yang, don't be fooled by this liar Yi Fan. It wasn't him who saved you at the concert that time. Yes, it's not him at all. Don't be fooled by him." Yu Shu, Yi Fan, and Peng Dingyuan looked at each other. What does this mean? At this time, the lobby manager took out his mobile phone and showed it to Yi Fan and others. The three of them frowned when they saw this. It turned out that someone had pretended to be Yi Fan at night and said that he was the one who saved Yu Yang. Yi Fan is not at all. This made Yu Shu almost laugh out loud. How dare you pretend to be this? But let's put this matter aside for now and solve the problem at hand first. The hotel security personnel had arrived, holding rubber batons, and drove away all the reporters outside. Then they closed the hotel door, and more than 100 people surrounded the 50 or 60 people. Their ferocious looks really scared these brainless fans and made them huddle together. What do you want to do? Let me tell you, there are reporters outside. Do you dare to do anything? Yi Fan smiled coldly and said, "Go and catch the yellow-haired guy in the crowd." The security guard immediately rushed into the crowd and pulled out the person in the middle of the crowd. "What do you want to do? Let me go." The man looked panicked after being pulled out. "Fuck. Shut the fuck up." The security guard hit the yellow-haired man on the back with a stick, causing him to scream in pain. Yi Fan asked him to stop, then walked to the yellow-haired man, squatted down, and asked, "Who sent you?" Everyone was surprised when they heard this. What's the meaning? Is there someone behind this farce? Huang Mao's face flashed with panic, and he said, "I don't know what you are talking about." Chapter 116, Conspiracy. Yi Fan sneered and said, "From the beginning, you have been hiding in the crowd and stirring up trouble, constantly provoking these idiots. Do you really think I can't see it? Tell me, who sent you here?" The yellow-haired guy also knew that he had been exposed, so he simply stopped pretending and taunted, "Even if you know it was me who did it, so what? I tell you, I planned everything carefully, and no one instructed me." Then he looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Yi Fan didn't want to waste time talking to others, so he communicated directly with the system and used the system to check Huang Mao's situation in the next 3 days. Unexpectedly, he saw too much. "If I'm not mistaken, your name is Fan Nan, and you are the informant of Wang Jiangwei, the chairman of Gangmen Moyan Group. Were you instructed by him to come here?" Yi Fan asked back. Huang Mao was immediately shocked and horrified, and asked, "How did you know?" Peng Dingyuan's face suddenly turned cold.
The Mo Yun Group has always been the mortal enemy of the Tangcheng Group, and often makes things difficult for the Tangcheng Group in various businesses.
Moreover, their chairman, Wang Jiangwei, is an out-and-out villain who is good at stabbing others in the back.
I also heard from people in the industry that Wang Jiangwei was suspected of drug trafficking. Yifan sneered and ignored him, continuing, I wonder if you will go to the Tianziho box of Dihao nightclub to ask your master for the balance of 500,000 after this matter is resolved?
Huang Mao's face suddenly turned pale.
What Yifan said was absolutely correct. Wang Jiangwei really told him that after he was done with this, he should go to the number 1 box in the Dihao nightclub to get the balance.
Even Yifan knew how much the final payment was. How did you know?
The yellow-haired man repeated the same words again. When everyone heard this, they fell silent and looked at Yifan in shock, feeling chilled in their hearts. I felt like Yifan had seen through my secrets. Especially Peng Dingyuan, who looked at Yifan with a strange expression.
This guy can't be a god, right? He knows everything.
I've heard that there are people with superpowers and aliens in this world.
Could it be that Yifan is one of these two?
If Yifan knew what Peng Dingyuan was thinking, he would definitely despise him. Yifan sneered, stood up, looked at the group of crazy fans and said coldly, I have nothing to explain to you. I didn't care whether Yushu was a singer or something else before, but now she is my secretary.
Since you dare to make trouble, I will naturally not let you go. I will send someone to check your information. No matter what job you do, starting tomorrow, you will be banned from that industry. I think you should understand the law. Yushu has already retired from the entertainment industry.
Now that you are destroying other people's private lives, spreading rumors, and insulting people, I will file a lawsuit.
It will be easy to send you to jail for more than 10 days. If there are any people impersonating me online, I won't let them go either.
When those brainless fans heard this, they were completely panicked. They dared not to believe it. Yifan is so rich and is cooperating with the Tangcheng Group. It is too late for companies in Hong Kong to curry favor with him. It only takes Yifan a word to completely ban them from an industry.
No, Mr. Yi, we were wrong, Mr. Yi. We don't dare to do it again. We were all bewitched by that yellow-haired guy. In fact, we are not Yushu's fans. He paid us to come here. Yes, Mr. Yi, please be magnanimous and spare us.
This group of people began to kneel down and beg for mercy.
They were all people living at the bottom of society.
If they were banned, they really wouldn't know what to do. Plus they were thrown in jail for those crimes, and they really didn't know what to do. If I had known this, I would not have listened to others' instigation and come here to cause trouble.
Yifan sneered, said nothing, and glanced at Peng Dingyuan. Peng Dingyuan immediately understood and called the police.
The group of people suddenly became disheartened, knowing that their lives were over.
Wait until the police come and take all the people away.
At this time, changes also occurred on the internet.
Lin Tian, the president of Huaqing Entertainment Company, came forward to clarify the matter.
He used the most concise words to clarify everything and explained the relationship between Yifan and him. But he also hid some things and called Yifan brother in online entertainment.
And his last sentence made the online imposters panic.
He never imagined that Yifan and the president of Huaqing had a sworn brotherly relationship.
No matter who you are, if you pretend to be my brother Yi, I, Huaqing, will send you to jail even if I have to do everything in my power.
The stuff on the internet was naturally self-defeating, and Yifan didn't even pay attention to it. After returning to the room, Peng Dingyuan told Yifan about the Mo Yun Group, which made Yifan frown.
Then Peng Dingyuan asked, what are you going to do with this Mo Yun consortium?
Yifan thought for a moment and said, I want to meet Wang Jiangwei, the chairman of Mo Yun.
There are some things I need to confirm.
If there really is drug trafficking behind Wang Jiangwei and the Mo Yun Group, then he naturally cannot be kept, but it doesn't matter if he doesn't want the Mo Yun Group. Although he didn't know what Yifan wanted to confirm, since he said so, Peng Dingyuan naturally agreed.
Then someone was asked to contact Wang Jiangwei. Fanzi, how do you know that man is Wang Jiangwei's man? Peng Dingyuan asked puzzledly.
Yifan smiled and said, before coming here, I checked some information about your Tangcheng Group, including your mortal enemy, the Mo Yun Group, which has been making trouble for your Tangcheng Group in the past few years. So when I saw that yellow-haired guy was always trying to make trouble for him, the first person I guessed was the Mo Yun Group.
Peng Dingyuan finally understood and nodded, but he still had some questions. Then how do you sometimes know that Wang Jiangwei will be waiting for him at Dihao nightclub? Yi Fan continued to make up stories. Dihao nightclub is the largest entertainment venue under the Mayan consortium.
Someone like Wang Jiangwei you mentioned must be there, and he must be in the top box.
Pang Dingyuan understood it completely, thought for a moment, and then asked, "Are you guessing all this?" Yi Fan nodded. He could only say that it was a guess.
Pang Dingyuan is now convinced of Yi Fan and accepts everything.
It is unheard of that someone could be scared like that based on speculation. The key is that all his guesses were correct. This is even more scary.
Not only him, even Yushu looked at Yi Fan with admiration in his eyes.
Making money is awesome. Stock trading is awesome. Now speculating is even better. He is simply a perfect man. Now he is very glad that he likes Yi Fan. If it were someone else, he might not be attracted to him. It's a pity that you don't become a police officer. Pang Dingyuan looked at Yi Fan seriously and said.
Yi Fan smiled and said nothing.
Chapter 117, Eating and Setting the Game. In the number 1 box of the Dihao nightclub, Wang Jiangwei and his group of friends were sitting there waiting for news.
They thought they had done a perfect job this time, and there was no trace of it at all. The people causing the trouble were indeed the crazy fans of the new singing queen, who would instigate anyone casually with just a little money. Otherwise, how could these timid people dare to go to such a big hotel and cause trouble?
Boss Wang, you played this trick really well. I think those people probably don't know that it was you who did all these things, right? Yes, I think the Tangcheng Financial Group has been around for too long, and they have become senile and confused. They actually cooperated with the financial groups in the mainland. They really don't take people like us seriously.
While Wang Jiangwei was laughing heartily with his friends, he received a call from his assistant.
Mr. Wang, it's bad. Huang Mao and those people have been arrested.
His assistant's panicked voice came from the other end of the phone.
What?
Wang Jiangwei was startled, his face suddenly darkened, and he said, "Okay, I know about this matter."
After hanging up the phone, Wang Jiangwei began to ponder.
Now that Huang Mao and those people have been arrested, it is only a matter of time before Huang Mao gives himself away. It's only a matter of time before it's exposed. Although you won't end up going to jail or anything, it will be ugly if others find out. No one else knew what was going on, but seeing Wang Jiangwei looking thoughtful, no one dared to disturb him. At this time, Wang Jiangwei's cell phone rang again. After he picked up the phone, his face became solemn.
Okay, let's meet at the Tangcheng Inn. We'll be there in 30 minutes.
After hanging up the phone, Wang Jiangwei stood up and said to the others, "Let's go, young Master Tang Cheng invites us to dinner."
What?
The others were all shocked, looking at each other, and thought of 3 words at the same time.
Hongmen Banquet. But since you said you want to go, let us go and take a look. Mr. Pang, long time no see.
At the entrance of Tangcheng Inn, when several people met, they greeted each other like friends, and there was no sign of any grudges between them.
Mr. Pang, the person next to you is the famous Chairman Yi of the Qingye Group, right?
Yes. Pang Dingyuan replied with a smile. Wang Jiangwei reached out his hand to Yi Fan, but Yi Fan ignored him and stood with his hands behind his back. He had no intention of greeting his opponent.
Pang Dingyuan just watched and smiled without saying anything. Suddenly the atmosphere here became very awkward, and Wang Jiangwei, who was smiling just now, also looked gloomy. Hey! Mr. Yi, didn't you see that our President Wan wanted to shake hands with you? Are you a fucking idiot? Fuck! Don't think you're great just because you're rich.
Yi Fan glanced at them indifferently without saying a word, which scared those people so much that they quickly shut their mouths.
Mr. Yi, even if you are at the top of the business world now, you wouldn't humiliate us like this, right? Yi Fan let out a sighing smile and said, "Oh? Humiliation, what you said is really interesting. Wasn't it you who offended me first?" Wang Jiangwei and others' expressions suddenly changed. It's not that simple after all. He already knew it. Mr. Yi, what do you mean by that? However, Wang Jiangwei could not possibly admit it, and said, "This is the first time I've met you, Mr. Yi. How could I offend you? Don't tell me that you didn't do what happened this morning?"
Yi Fan replied, "The yellow-haired guy's confession has already come out."
What else do you want me to say? Wang Jiangwei's face suddenly darkened, and he said, "So what if I did it? How dare you, a mainlander, interfere in our Hong Kong business community? I'm giving you a little warning.
If you don't get out of Hong Kong quickly, it won't be so easy next time." Those lackeys looked at each other in bewilderment, feeling slapped in the face instantly.
They were just saying in the nightclub that there was no way they knew about Peng Dingyuan. But I didn't expect that others already knew. The slap in the face came so quickly. Oh? Then I'd like to see what you plan to do. Yi Fan continued to ask with a wicked smile. Then we'll see. Wang Jiangwei snorted coldly, turned around and wanted to leave. Why are you in such a hurry, Mr. Wang? Don't we still have to eat? Why do we have to leave so soon? Peng Dingyuan suddenly spoke up with a harmless smile on his face. It was as if what happened just now had nothing to do with him. Wang Jiangwei stopped and sneered. I think this meal is not delicious, right? Peng Dingyuan said, how do you know if the food is delicious before you even enter? And the chairman should also know that the cooking skills of Tang Chang'an are passed down from generation to generation, which cannot be compared with those 5-star chefs. Wang Jiangwei frowned and looked at the two of them. Peng Dingyuan was smiling, but Yi Fan had a cold face. He couldn't tell what the two people's purpose was, but he always had a bad feeling. What exactly do you want to do? Wang Jiangwei asked. Peng Dingyuan smiled and said, I'd like to invite you all to dinner. Didn't I just tell you about that on the phone? Wang Jiangwei became more and more confused. Were they really treating me to a meal and had that attitude from the beginning? That's unacceptable. But there is nothing these two can do now. Should they call the police? That's simply impossible. What evidence do they have to arrest them? Just based on the one-sided statement of that yellow-haired guy in prison? Besides, there is no way the police would take action just for such a small matter. So why is that? But soon, one police car after another stopped in front of them, and Wang Jiangwei and others immediately showed panic on their faces. Wang Jiangwei even stared at Yi Fan and the others with wide eyes. Did these two guys really call the police over such a trivial matter? What's the point? I didn't expect you to actually call the police. Wang Jiangwei said coldly, even if you did, what would happen? When I get out, I will never let you off easily. That's going to have to wait until you come out. Yi Fan and Peng Dingyuan sneered. A police officer walked up to Wang Jiangwei, took out an arrest warrant and said, Wang Jiangwei, you are suspected of drug trafficking and illegal fundraising. Now the evidence is conclusive. Come with us. Wang Jiangwei was stunned after hearing this, and his face suddenly turned pale. What the hell? What's going on? He had concealed these two things very well, and even his family didn't know about them. How did they know? But now he finally understood that Yi Fan and the other man had been delaying time from the very beginning. The lackeys around Wang Jiangwei stepped back and looked at their boss in shock. Drug trafficking? Illegal fundraising? What is going on? In the end, Wang Jiangwei was taken away, leaving only these blank-headed lackeys, not knowing what to do. You guys, go back and prepare the company acquisition contract. Peng Dingyuan said to those people, and then followed them into Tang Chang'an. The faces of those people also turned pale. They knew it was over, everything was over. After returning, Peng Dingyuan kept asking Yi Fan how he did it to Wang Jiangwei. Yi Fan still told Peng Dingyuan the fabricated reason, but fortunately Peng Dingyuan believed it. No more entanglement. Peng Dingyuan looked at Yi Fan's back as he left, and felt that Yi Fan was becoming more and more mysterious. Chapter 118, Birthday. After that day, the chairman of the Mo Yun Group was thrown into prison. The entire Mo Yun Group was dragged down by him, and all of its companies were closed down. At that time, Yi Fan and Peng Dingyuan were just delaying time to give the bodyguard Qin Long and others in secret the opportunity to sneak into Wang Jiangwei's house. Because the moment Wang Jiangwei appeared, he used the system to check his future career. It was learned that there was a hidden document on the computer in the study of Wang Jiangwei's villa, which contained all the criminal records of Wang Jiangwei. Standing with his hands behind his back, he was just sending a message to Qin Long to explain the situation. He had already mastered the 9-square grid typing method to the point of being proficient in it. It was also 30 minutes later when the police arrived. They just delayed for 30 minutes. And the companies of those lackeys, just as they had said at the beginning, were acquired by Yi Fan and Peng Dingyuan at the lowest price. Those people didn't dare to resist at all. Time flies, and it is the 10th day since arriving in Hong Kong. Of the grand procession that came before, only Yushu, the secretary, is left to accompany Yi Fan. But Yushu didn't seem to be here today, so Yi Fan was the only one left sleeping in the room, and he was locked in the room and refused to go out. Originally Yi Fan also wanted to go back with them, but was forced to stay by Peng Dingyuan. And today happens to be his birthday.
Since the morning, Yifan was informed by Peng Dingyuan that he should wait for the birthday party in the evening, with an ambiguous smile on his face.
Yifan just smiled and said nothing.
At noon, Ye's mother called to congratulate Yifan on his birthday. They knew that Yifan was still in Gangmen and had not returned yet, so they gave Yifan a red envelope of 2,000 yuan.
And it was stated that one was given by her and the other was given by Ye's father. Yifan accepted it.
Although the money was not much, it was a gift from his parents after all. Then the messages on WeChat kept coming.
Birthday wishes from Li Qingyi, Nie Cheng, Shin Xinyu, and those on the board of directors.
This was the first time that Yifan received so many blessings on his birthday, and a smile appeared on his indifferent face. As night fell, Yifan had slept all day and finally waited for Peng Dingyuan to arrive. I didn't expect this guy to be wearing a dark suit and holding a white one in his hand. After letting Yifan change, he took Yifan to the lawn behind Tangcheng Inn. The place was brightly lit and full of people. As soon as they saw Yifan, they immediately surrounded him, circled him 3 times, and all of them were blessing him. "Mr. Yi, I'm Kong Fei, the chairman of Kongtung Group.
I wish you a happy birthday today." "Mr. Yi, I'm Lai Yaguang, the chairman of Laiyan Group. I also wish you a happy birthday today."
"Mr. Yi, I am." Yifan just said thank you to them and smiled.
He didn't know these people and had no interest in making friends with them. I don't know what Peng Dingyuan's intention is in calling these people here.
Perhaps seeing Yifan's confusion, Peng Dingyuan whispered, "Don't be impatient, the fun is yet to come." Yifan was stunned when he heard this.
"Good show?
What good show?" Then a melodious music sounded, and in the gaze of everyone, a beautiful woman in a white dress walked slowly and walked onto the small stage. Yifan looked at his secretary with some surprise. He didn't expect that after dressing up carefully, she could still be so beautiful. Then there was a burst of singing. "I was treated too poorly."
"You never have any money to squander. Don't sing today, your luck will turn around today. Cakes are waiting for you to cultivate. Today I become an adult and have great power. Make 12 people happy for you personally. Today is your birthday.
Whoever is patient or not will listen to your groans."
Isn't this the new singing queen Yu Yanyan?
I heard that she became Mr. Ye's secretary. I didn't expect that she would stand on the stage and sing again for Director Yi today.
Director Yi is really lucky to have such a secretary. What do you mean Mr. Yi is lucky? I think it's Yu Yanyan who is lucky. She is with Mr. Yi, who is so elegant and talented.
That being said, there are still many people who are envious, jealous, and resentful of Yifan.
Diva secretary. This is like keeping a canary next to you. In the future, if you feel tired at work, you can ask her to sing to cheer you up.
Besides, there is a saying now, if there is something to do, the secretary will do it, if there is nothing to do.
It's exciting just thinking about it.
Halfway through the song, another voice was heard. The voice arrived before the person, but when Yifan saw her, his eyes lit up again.
Didn't Shin Xinyu go back?
Why is she still here?
She's still wearing a burgundy evening gown. It was completely different from her usual look.
What's more, I didn't expect that she, who usually doesn't talk much, could actually sing at her own birthday party today. This really caught him off guard. Shin Xinyu also noticed that Yifan had been looking at her, and a blush appeared on her face. The clothes were chosen by Yu Yunyun, who wanted Yifan to change the impression he made on Shin Xinyu. Yu Shu asked her to collaborate on the song, and Yu Yunyun was right next to her at the time, so she agreed on Shin Xinyu's behalf without saying a word. She was still a little worried, but when she saw Yifan's surprised expression, she felt relieved. Soon the song ended, and 2 beauties walked to Yifan's side, both with smiles on their faces. Everyone now has only one thing in their mind: I'm so damn envious.
How is it? Did you sing well?
Yu Shu asked, and Shin Xinyu beside him was also waiting for the answer. Yu Shu is not so bad, he already has a good singing talent and he sings pretty well. Shin Xinyu, it was indeed the first time Yifan heard her sing and he had to say, she sang really well.
Both are good, like 2 Orioles.
Yifan rarely praised others. Immediately, both of them were overjoyed and smiled at each other.
Yifan, happy birthday.
A familiar voice suddenly came from behind Yifan.
Yifan turned around and asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" "Of course I'm here to celebrate your birthday." Li Qingyi smiled and said, "It's not just me who's here. Look behind."
Yifan looked over quickly, and the surprise on his face became even greater. A large group of people were walking towards him.
It turns out this is the good show that Peng Dingyuan was talking about. He actually brought Yifan's parents over. Dad, Mom, Xin Yue, Yang Yang, Brother Lu, Sister Lu, you are here too. When did you come? Mother Yi nodded and smiled. Yes, I came to celebrate your birthday. I came this morning. Xiao Fan, this is a small gift from your brother Lu and me. Please accept it. Sister Lu smiled and took out a contract and handed it to Yifan. Yifan took it with a look of surprise. It is the transfer contract of the resort, and Lu Qingtian has already signed it. It clearly shows that Yifan owns 70% of the resort's shares, while Lu Qingtian only owns 30%. Brother Lu, this is. Lu Qingtian waved his hand and said, Xiao Fan, don't refuse. This is a little gift from me and your sister Lu. Please accept it. Yifan didn't say anything more. He accepted it and decided to sign it after returning. Chapter 119, Gift. Thank you Dingyuan. Looking at his family's happy expressions, Yifan said sincerely to Peng Dingyuan. Fanzi, what are you talking about? Given the current relationship between our two families, isn't it a bit redundant to say thank you? Peng Dingyuan said angrily. Yifan smiled and said nothing more. On the other side of the banquet, three top beauties, Shen Xinyu, Li Qingyi, and Yu Shu, sat together. Many men at the banquet looked at them sideways, but no one dared to come up and talk to them. These are all the women around Mr. Yi, who the hell dares to go up to them? Moreover, given the aura of these three men, no one dared to approach them. Shen Xinyu and Yu Shu both stared at Li Qingyi at the same time. Because they both knew that Li Qingyi was their biggest enemy. Of course, Li Qingyi would not give in to the two of them, and she had a faint smile on her face from beginning to end. Are you just going to keep staring at me like this? After hearing what was said, Shen Xinyu and Yu Shu did have a lot to say to Li Qingyi and the others, but they couldn't say it. Every move I make, I always feel like she is in control of me. I like him. After thousands of words, Shen Xinyu finally summed them up into 4 words. What she wanted was to break the current deadlock. Yu Shu next to him glanced at Shen Xinyu in surprise, then he pondered for a while and said, Me too. Shen Xinyu already knew that Yu Shu liked Yifan. She didn't believe that a star with millions of fans and a shining star would be willing to be inferior to others and be a secretary. I know. Li Qingyi just nodded and said, I knew from the beginning that I would not be the only woman around Yifan, and I have already prepared myself mentally. Shen Xinyu and Yu Shu were stunned. She had known this situation would happen. Then why did you say those words to me? Shen Xinyu asked quickly. She still remembered what Li Qingyi said to her downstairs in the company. The meaning of every sentence seemed to be that he hoped to lead Yifan. But now she said she was mentally prepared. Isn't this a contradiction? Li Qingyi smiled and said, I did say some harsh words to you, and the intention of those words was indeed to make you leave, but in the end, didn't you still stay with him? Shen Xinyu didn't know what to say. All that needs to be said has been said, and there is really nothing left to say. Yu Shu next to her looked at Li Qingyi without saying a word, but frowned. This woman is difficult to deal with. After 4 sentences in 2 rounds, Shen Xinyu was defeated. It is definitely impossible to deal with it alone, so I will definitely have to join forces with Shen Xinyu in the future. What are you doing? At this time, Yifan walked over and asked. He had just seen these 3 women sitting together. When they sat together, Yifan always felt a little creepy. I'm not doing anything. I'm just chatting with my 2 sisters. Seeing Yifan coming, Li Qingyi immediately came up to him and put her arm around Yifan. I saw that the 2 women's faces darkened at the same time. This woman is asserting her sovereignty over them. The 2 of them immediately felt jealous. By the way, this is my birthday present for you. Li Qingyi suddenly took out a small gift box and handed it to Yifan. Yifan took it and opened it. It was a golden watch with a blue border around the dial. Rolex? Yifan took out the watch, put it on his wrist and took a look at it. It was indeed quite good. Although he doesn't like wearing anything on his wrist, he still likes this watch. Seeing the scene, Shen Xinyu and the other person naturally would not show weakness. They took out their gifts and handed them to Yifan. A belt and a tie. The 2 of them seemed to have discussed it beforehand. Yifan also accepted it. It would be unreasonable to refuse a birthday present. Old man, look at our son. On the other side, Ye's mother pointed at Yifan and said excitedly.
At this time, Yi Fan was surrounded by Li Qingyi, Shen Xinyu, and Yu Shu. As a mother, she is naturally happy that her son is so popular. Father Yi also looked over, but he was different. He sighed and said, "This kid has such a strong luck with women. What should we do in the future?" Mother Yi rolled her eyes at Father Yi and said, "Can't you hope for the best for your son? Do you want him to be a bachelor for the rest of his life? I am not. What's wrong with having good luck in love? My son is rich now. At most, I can let him find a few more wives and have a few more fat grandchildren. I will be so happy." When she said this, Ye's mother's face was full of smiles. Father Yi rolled his eyes at Mother Yi and said, "Do you think this is ancient times? You still want your son to be hugged by women?" Mother Yi was speechless and said, "I was just thinking about it. But speaking of it, our son is indeed very charming. He was able to get the daughter of the old Li family. That girl was naturally beautiful back then, and I didn't expect that she would be even more beautiful after returning from studying abroad." Father Yi sighed and said, "Who says it's not true? I don't know how many lifetimes Yi Fan must have accumulated to make the daughter of the old Li family fall in love with him." After hearing this, Ye's mother's face showed anger. She said, "Hey, what do you mean, old man? Is Yi Fan your son? Is there any father like you?" Ah! Yi Fan heard the noise over there, just took a look and felt very happy. In the end, Yi Xinyuet and Yi Yangyang gave the gifts they bought to Yi Fan, and those people that Peng Dingyuan called from somewhere also prepared gifts for Yi Fan. Is this Huan City? At the gate of Huan City Airport, 4 or 5 black bodyguards stood behind a white-haired old man. There was a black-haired Chinese man standing next to the old man. "Please, where is the person I asked you to find?" The black-haired Chinese man immediately said, "Grandpa, the person you are looking for is still in Hongmen. You may not be able to see him for some time." The old man nodded, a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. When he was in the United States, he heard that China had a business genius named Yi Fan. This person took 6 months to build his company from its inception to the top company in the city, and it has now spread to various parts of China. And I heard that the Han Group, which used to be worth 50 billion in Kyoto, China, was swallowed up by this person in just 7 days. And he used his small financial company. Use a company to swallow up a consortium. Such a feat was unheard of. He really wanted to meet such a genius. What kind of person is he? Let's go. Since we haven't come back yet, let's go see the business world of Huan City first. After saying that, the old man got into a car with his bodyguards and the secretary named Kviz. Chapter 120, Conversation on the Plane. In the next 2 days, Yi Fan and his group were still not in a hurry to go back. Since his parents finally came out from home, Yi Fan naturally wanted to take them out to play. Under the guidance of Peng Dingyuan and Luo Feng, Yi Fan took them to visit various scenic spots in Gangmen for 2 days. On Sunday morning, they took Lu Qingtian's private plane back to Huan City. "Brother Lu, how is the resort in Nanjiang?" On the plane, everyone else was resting, and Yi Fan and Lu Qingtian asked while sitting on the sofa. Lu Qingtian replied, "I was the first to develop the hot spring you discovered. I spent 2 months to build up the grove. Now the hot spring has been put into trial use and the effect is quite good. There are many tourists coming every day, and the daily income is about 300,000 to 400,000 yuan. But the resort is still under construction. It will probably take at least a year to be completed." Yi Fan nodded in understanding and did not dwell on this issue any further. In fact, Lu Qingtian's method is also feasible. Putting the hot springs into the market for use ahead of time can save a lot of expenses in the construction of the resort. Finally, Lu Qingtian drove Yi Fan and exclaimed, "I really didn't expect that in just a few months, you have grown to a position that is out of my reach. It seems that the richest man in Huan City will change hands after I return." Yi Fan smiled and said, "Brother Lu, what are you talking about? Even if this is the case, I have received help from Brother Lu along the way. I still want to thank you, Brother Lu. There's nothing to thank me for. These are just trivial things." Lu Qingtian waved his hand and said, "Yi Fan, have you ever thought about changing the current situation of the business community in Huan City?" Yi Fan was stunned when he heard this and asked, "What does Brother Lu mean by this?" Lu Qingtian said, "Huan City's current business community is like a plate of sand, without any cohesive force. Those businessmen are playing by themselves. The entire Huan City's business community is now in chaos, and the economy cannot develop. Have you ever thought about integrating Huan City's business community?
Upon hearing this, Yi Fan frowned slightly and began to think with his head down. In fact, what Lu Qingtian said was that after being in the business world of Huan City for so long, he had also discovered the problem. There are many foreign companies in Huan City, and the local companies in Huan City are only concerned about their own development. They will only appear when interests are involved. Although this has nothing to do with Yi Fan. But since he wanted to build a business empire, the help of people like Nia's father, Yang Tianqi, and Lu Qingtian was definitely indispensable. It would be a good thing if we could take this opportunity to win them over. What does Brother Lu mean? Yi Fan asked, what should we do? Lu Qingtian smiled and said, Huan City is now dominated by my Lu Group, Nia Yuan's Shineyun Group, and Yang Tianqi's Future Technology Group. My Lu Group is mainly responsible for Huan City's entertainment venues, Nia Yuan's Shineyun is responsible for Huan's major shopping malls, and Yang Tianqi's Future Technology is responsible for the network. In addition, your Blue Ocean Securities and Xingye Financial Group basically cover all industries. As long as we integrate these, the entire Huan City business community will have the highest meaning, this form of existence. Yi Fan listened for a long time and roughly understood what Lu Qingtian meant. Just like what is written in martial arts novels, there are thousands and thousands of people in the martial arts world who practice and call themselves sects. But they all have a dream position in their hearts, that is, the top martial arts leader in the world. In order to compete for the position of the leader of the martial arts world, various sects will surely compete with each other, and all kinds of talents may emerge at that time. Lu Qingtian's method can not only integrate the entire Huan City's business community, but also enhance Huan City's economic development and the competitive awareness of the business community. It is indeed a better solution. It is also a small group similar to a business empire. But things are not that simple. Yi Fan said with a serious expression, Brother Lu, I think what you said is okay, but I think this matter involves too much, I think it may be difficult to proceed. Lu Qingtian also nodded in agreement and said, it would be difficult for me to do this, but you are different. You have grown to this point in half a year. Your business talent has been witnessed by people in the business community of Huan City, so many problems will be solved easily. And I've also told Lao Nia and the others about this matter. They've also tried it with me, but we couldn't succeed. But I think you should be able to do it. Yi Fan still lowered his head in deep thought. This matter was indeed too complicated and he couldn't give any answer now. Brother Lu, let me think about it. This time Yi Fan really needs to think about it. When he returned to Huan City, the company had already sent someone to pick up Yi Fan, and he said goodbye to Lu Qingtian. Yi Fan left, and Lu Qingtian's face became serious. Do you think Xiao Fan will agree to this? Lu Aiyun walked to Lu Qingtian and asked softly. Lu Qingtian shook his head and said, it's hard to say. This matter is indeed quite involved. It is very likely to involve both the business and political circles. It is normal for Xiao Fan to seriously consider it. The current business community in Huan City is indeed too chaotic. Someone needs to step up and integrate it. Well, let's contact Lao Nia and the others tonight and find a way to deal with this matter as soon as possible. If the business community in Huan City continues to be in such chaos, it will be out of control in the future. Finally, Lu Aiyun also sighed and followed Lu Qingtian back. After taking his parents around the company, Yi Fan took his parents back home. As soon as he got home, before he could even sit down, Yi Fan was pulled by his parents to sit on the sofa. Yi Xinyue and Yi Yangyang consciously hid in the room. The two of them gave their brother a look of encouragement. Xiao Fan, what are you going to do? I can see that those three girls all have feelings for you. Ye's mother asked seriously. Yi Fan was stunned when he heard this, and smiled and shook his head. Mom, what are you talking about? How could they like me? Except for Li Qingyi, those two are employees of my company. How could they like me? You think too much, Mom. Ye's father and mother looked at each other inside. Yi Fan is good at everything, but he has been too slow in terms of feelings since he was a child. What a blockhead. You really didn't see that? Ye's mother asked. This is impossible. Yi Xinyue told them that nowadays giving watches, belts and ties to girls as gifts has special meanings. Is this kid pretending to be crazy? How can you not know the meaning of giving those gifts? What did you see? Yi Fan asked back. Ye's mother observed Yi Fan for a long time. This kid really didn't know, so she shook her head. Chapter 121, American Investors. At this moment, Father Yi suddenly sighed, took out a cigarette and began to smoke sadly. Yi Fan and Ye's mother looked at each other and asked, "What's wrong with you?" "Xiao Fan, today I'm going to tell you something that you two women don't know." Father Yi finished smoking a cigarette and then spoke. Both of them were stunned when they heard this. What could be the matter that even Yi's mother doesn't know? Father Yi sighed, took out a yellowed piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to the mother and daughter. After reading the content, both of them widened their eyes. Yi Fan and Li Qingyi had an engagement as children? Dad, what's going on? Yi Fan asked with a frown. Ye's father explained the matter, and it turned out that it happened before Yi Fan was born. At that time, Ye's mother had just been diagnosed with pregnancy, and Li Qingyi was already able to get out of bed. Once, when Father Yi was drinking with Father Li, they signed a contract with each other after they got drunk. Originally, Ye's father thought that the two were joking and didn't take it seriously. After all, neither of them mentioned the matter for decades. But some time ago, Father Li called Father Yi and told him about it. Then he realized that Father Li took it seriously. Ye's mother and Yi Fan were speechless for a long time. The mother and daughter really never knew about this. Shit. Li Qingyi and I were engaged as children? I put this note in the box at that time, but I didn't expect it was still there. Finally, Ye's father said again. You old thing, you have kept this secret from me for more than 20 years. If it weren't for what we talked about Xiao Fan today, you would not have told me. Mother Yi immediately pointed at Father Yi and started yelling. This made her so angry that she exploded. The old man kept such a big thing hidden from her for so long. Ye's father didn't even dare to open his mouth and just listened quietly to Ye's mother's scolding. He looks just like a henpecked husband. Yi Fan didn't care about anything. He returned to the room, called Li Qingyi and asked, "Do you know that we have a baby marriage?" "I know. I've known this since I was a kid." Li Qingyi was silent for a while before replying, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hide it from you. I don't want to have this burden because of you. I want to have a normal relationship with you." This time it was Yi Fan's turn to be silent. To be honest, he is very angry now. He hates people lying to him and hiding things from him. In addition, the sudden incident made him feel even more depressed. My head is in a mess. Okay, I got it. After saying that, Yi Fan hung up the phone and lay on the bed, not knowing what he was thinking about. Brother, sister Nia Cheng is here. Yi Xinyue poked her head in with a complicated look in her eyes. She heard the conversation between her parents and Yi Fan just now. It was true that she liked Li Qingyi, but she hoped that Nia Cheng would be her sister-in-law even more. So she is also very conflicted now. As soon as Yi Fan and Yi Xinyue went downstairs, they saw Nia Cheng, Ye's father, and their parents sitting together. From behind, Nia Cheng looked nervous. She knew that Yi Fan had returned and came to give him a gift. But I never expected that Yi Fan's parents were still here. What should I do? Yi Fan didn't tell me his parents were here. What should I do now? I didn't even change my clothes, so I don't know if I left a good impression. The last time Yi Fan met Father Nia, he wasn't this nervous. Nia Cheng. When Nia Cheng turned around and saw Yi Fan, his tense body immediately relaxed a lot. He stood up, ran to Yi Fan with the gift, and handed the gift to Yi Fan. This is a birthday present. I still have homework to finish, so I'm leaving first. Then, Nia Cheng ran away as if she was escaping. She was really not ready to face Yi Fan's parents. Yi Fan looked at her leaving, smiled, and shook his head. You have shitty homework in college. Ye's father and mother looked at each other. This woman also seems to be interested in Xiao Fan. Besides being interested in the girl from the Li family, Xiao Fan seems to be interested in this girl. So what is the situation now? The meal ended in silence, and Yi Yangyang and Yi Xinyue went to school. Yi Fan was called back to the company by Yu Shu. After arriving at the company, Yu Shu immediately came to greet them, and only then did they know that several foreigners had come to visit. Yi Fan was still confused as to why the foreigners were looking for him. In the conference room, Yi Fan just pushed the door open and saw 4 or 5 strong men and 2 black-haired Chinese standing behind an old man. Yi Fan knew one of them, Tang Kai, the boss of a financial company in Huan City. But at this moment he was looking at the foreign old man with a fawning look on his face. The other black-haired Chinese man stared at Yu Shu, and Yi Fan frowned slightly when he saw it. When everyone saw Yi Fan coming in, the old man looked a little shocked. Hello, Mr. Yi, nice to meet you again. Tang Kai first greeted Yi Fan, and then introduced the old man to Yi Fan. Yi Fan learned from him that the old man's name was Vios Smith,
and he was the chairman of a multi-billion-dollar financial consortium in the United States. He is also a veteran of the Smith family, which has been passed down in the United States for hundreds of years. He is also one of the most famous investors in the United States. Yifan is now in the stock market, so naturally he knows a little about this old man, and he can find it out by just doing a casual search on the internet. Yifan was a little surprised and didn't know why he came to see him. Could it be that the other party came to him because he made too much money in the US market before? The old man also learned from Tang Kai that the young man in front of him, who was only in his 20s, was the chairman of the company. There was shock on the old face. Although I was a little bit unconvinced when I checked Yifan's information just now. But now that we really meet, we really feel young. Hello, Mr. Yi, nice to meet you. Vios greeted Yifan in very restrained Chinese. All the words are off tone, but Chinese is still spoken quite fluently. Hello, Mr. Smith, nice to meet you too. Yifan replied in the same Chinese. It's not that his English is bad. Now his English level is high enough to communicate normally with a foreigner. This is China, Yifan doesn't want to speak English. I've heard that Mr. Yi has achieved such success at such a young age. I admire him. After both parties sat down, Vio said, I wonder what Mr. Yi's family does? Can you tell me? Yifan replied one by one, Mr. Smith, you are too kind. My family is from the countryside and my parents are authentic farmers. Vios was even more surprised. Is there nothing wrong with the survey information? Are your parents really farmers? Vios knew that farmers were extremely poor in every country. So how did he make such a name for himself in the Chinese business world? Can you carve out a place for yourself in China's business world by yourself? It really is that Chinese idiom, young and promising. Chapter 122, Grandson Betrays Grandfather. In the end, Yifan chatted with the old man for a long time. Most of the time, Vios asked him about his own affairs, and Yifan just responded perfunctorily, which was considered a basically polite answer. Mr. Smith, excuse me, could you please ask your secretary to stop staring at my secretary so closely? Yifan asked, his face full of displeasure. But the secretary next to him looked at Yushu as if he wanted to drown her. Yifan also saw the disgust on Yushu's face, and he felt uncomfortable too. Vios was slightly stunned and glanced at Kviz. Kevis frowned and sneered, I want to watch it, so I watch it. It's none of your business. Stop talking to me. Yifan half closed his eyes and said, I advise you to put away your eyes and your thoughts. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking action. Yellow monkey, if you dare, say another word. Kevis immediately pointed at Yifan and shouted, I'm telling you, I can watch whatever I want, you are just a piece of trash. When Yifan heard those 4 words, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Say what you just said again. Kevis was about to sneer and said, hey. Cough cough. Suddenly, Vios coughed twice. When Kviz lowered his head and met Vios' somewhat angry eyes, he was so scared that his whole body trembled and he quickly turned his eyes away. When no one else was looking, Kviz's eyes were full of resentment towards Yifan. Vios said apologetically, I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I spoiled him. He's a grandson, an adopted Chinese, he's not usually like this. Kviz's Chinese parents died in a bank robbery, and Kviz became an orphan at a young age. Vios' grandson's parents also died in the accident, so Vios found him and adopted him as his grandson. Normally, Vios treated him as his own grandson and doted on him very much, so Kviz caused him a lot of trouble. In order to keep him by his side and prevent him from getting into trouble, Vios made him his secretary. I clearly told him to behave himself when he came to China this time, but he didn't expect it to start like this. Vios helped him solve the problem every time, so gradually this guy developed a bad character no matter what the circumstances. Yifan waved his hand, no longer in the mood to continue the conversation. I wonder why Mr. Smith came to see me today. Vios also sighed, took a document from Tang Kai and handed it to Yifan. It was all in English. Yellow monkey, those are all in English. Can you understand them? When Yifan was reading seriously, the suicidal Kviz spoke again, still in English. He had read Yifan's information and found out that he hadn't even passed the level 4 English test. You must not even know what's written on it, yet you're pretending to read it so seriously. But the English I spoke was the most authentic American English, which the monkey definitely couldn't understand. Pretending. Yifan frowned, feeling a little angry. Damn, why do I meet so many idiots this year?
Yifan couldn't bear it anymore, so he threw the things to Vios and said coldly, "Mr. Smith, if your grandson has this attitude, I don't think we need to talk, and my company can't be sold." It was an acquisition contract. Vios wanted to acquire Yifan's Blue Ocean Securities, and he also wanted the software development system with core technology. The price of $2 billion. At the beginning, Yifan thought this old man was okay. But his grandson and his acquisition contract made Yifan feel extremely cold. "Mr. Yi, don't you think about it again? I know your company is worth $10 billion in China. It should be good for me to pay $2 billion to acquire your company, right?" Vios asked. Yifan glanced at him calmly and said, "It's good, but I can't buy it. If this is what you want, please leave. Yellow monkey, you dare to chase us away?" Bang! Yifan slapped him in the face and said coldly, "You sound like you are not a yellow-skinned person. Take a good look at the color of your skin before you speak. If I hear you screaming again, I don't mind beating you up here." Everyone was stunned. No one expected Yifan to suddenly attack. Kawase only felt a burning pain on his face. The resentment in his eyes seemed to overflow. He pointed at Yifan and yelled at the bodyguards, "Why are you still standing there? Didn't you see him hitting me? Hurry up and give me your hands." These black bodyguards immediately came to their senses and rushed over to capture Yifan, and their speed was extremely fast. Yifan used the system to predict their actions and simply dodged sideways repeatedly. As soon as the fight started, Yushu ran out in panic. The men in black were stunned when they found nothing. Vios was also a little surprised. These black bodyguards are all retired veterans from top special forces, and they are carefully selected by him to stay by his side. Their attack speed can be said to be several times faster than that of ordinary people, and basically no one can escape their grasp. But today was an eye-opener for him. The seemingly weak boy was able to dodge time and time again. Could it be that this young man has practiced kung fu? Faster than these bodyguards? As Yifan dodged, his eyes became colder. "Yellow monkey, if you have the guts, don't hide. Aren't you very awesome? Why are you hiding?" Kviz shouted arrogantly from behind with a ferocious look on his face. "Damn, he actually dared to hit me. From childhood to adulthood, my grandfather has never hit me, but he dares to hit me. You are really looking for death. After catching this person, we must humiliate him." But just when he was imagining Yifan being caught and humiliated by him, the door of the conference room suddenly opened. Hu Yelin and a group of people rushed in directly. The huge conference room was instantly filled with people, and people were still pouring in from outside. After Yushu ran out, he informed everyone, and everyone knew that Yifan was bullied. All the male employees in the company rolled up their sleeves and rushed to the meeting room. "Damn, a few foreigners dared to attack our idol. I'm tired of living like this." There were so many people that Kviz was confused. "Mr. Yi, are you okay? We heard that the foreigners are taking action." Hu Yelin supported Yifan and looked at the angry faces of those people. "Mr. Yi, what do you say we should do? If there's a fight, we'll go right in." "That's right. We can drown these foreign devils with just one spit from each of us." "Director Yi, what do you think we should do?" "Boss Yi, if you want these people to leave lying down, we will come right away." When Kviz heard this, he was so scared that he almost sat on the ground. Even though there are 4 bodyguards, they are no match for more than 200 people. How come the people in this company are so united? Chapter 123, Slap in the Face. "Mr. Yi, there's no need for us to be so awkward, right?" Vios suddenly said. "What are you talking about, old man? We all saw it. You were the ones who started it first." "That's right, old man. I'm telling you, old man, no one can touch our Mr. Yi. If anyone touches him, I'll make him crawl out. Beat them up first, then what are you talking about?" The chattering of the employees made Kviz and others a little panicked. I've never seen such a united company. It's a fantasy for employees to defend their boss. And a gleam of brilliance flashed in Vios' eyes as he looked at Yifan. Yifan was indeed a person that satisfied him very much, and he must recruit him to their company. No matter what. The 4 bodyguards protected their boss tightly behind them, fearing that someone might rush up and hurt him accidentally. "Please make way." A heroic voice came from the door of the conference room. When the others heard this, they made way for Qin Long and others to come in.
All employees knew that Qin Long was the bodyguard assigned by Lin Tian to Yi Fan, so everyone naturally felt relieved when the four of them came. But when the four black bodyguards saw Qin Long and others, their faces turned pale with fright. How come the four of them aren't here? Qin Long didn't see it. He first checked Yi Fan's condition. When he found that he was not injured, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did they see the four people, and Qin Long and the others sneered, "It's you four, John, George, Statham, and Jem. It's been a long time since we last met. You dare to attack my boss? Haven't you suffered enough before?" The language used was English, which surprised Yi Fan, Vayos, and others. Does Qin Long know those four bodyguards? And it seemed that the four of them were very afraid of Qin Long. What's going on? Qin, we know you were very powerful in the past, but you have retired now. I don't believe you still have the same skills as before. The black bodyguard called John by Qin Long said solemnly. Qin Long smiled evilly and said, "Do you want to find a place with me to try it out?" John and the others were so frightened that their bodies tensed up. After all, the shadow Qin Long left behind still lingered. It's so scary. What a bunch of cowards. Qin Long sneered and ignored them. Vayos's face had already become extremely gloomy. He had never been humiliated like this before. Surrounded by all the employees in a company. His bodyguards were so scared when facing Yi Fan's men that they dared not say a word. "Mr. Yi, since you don't welcome us, we'll leave first," Vayos said, and was about to get up and leave. Yi Fan said coldly, "Leave? You can go, but your grandson has to stay. He has to pay the price for what he just said." Kevy's face turned pale immediately, and his arrogant attitude just now disappeared. He looked at Vayos and said, "Grandpa." Vayos glanced at him coldly, and Kviz lowered his head in fear. Without him, there wouldn't be so many things. Finally, Vayos sighed and said, "Mr. Yi, some of the things my grandson said just now were indeed wrong, but please let him go for the sake of an old man like me." Yi Fan said with a frost on his face, "Let him go? Why should I let him go? He keeps calling me a yellow monkey. Does he really think I have no temper? I am easy to talk to? I'm telling you." Vayos, he didn't just curse me, he cursed all of us Chinese. He asked me to let him go. Do you ask my employees if they agree? Disagree. The loud and neatly planned voice almost made Kviz's legs go weak, and he sat down on the ground with a look of fear on his face. Isn't it said that the Chinese are like a piece of loose sand? Why is it different from what you learned? When did the Chinese become so united? Vayos was almost going to have a heart attack because of anger. He said in a cold voice, "Yi Fan, are you really going to do this? Don't forget, I am from the Smith family." Yi Fan sneered and said, "I don't care what family you are from. Today your grandson must be responsible for what he said." Vayos looked at Yi Fan with a sullen face. He never expected that things would develop to this point. Okay. In that case, Mr. Yi, we'll see." After saying that, Vayos turned and left, not caring about his grandson anymore. No matter how Kviz called out to him from behind, he left without even turning his head. "You, what do you want to do? My grandfather will not let you go." Kviz looked at Yi Fan with fear. Yi Fan ignored them and asked all the employees to leave first, then left Qin Long and others to press him on the table. Bang! There was a scarlet hand mark on Kviz's face, and half of his face suddenly swelled up like a pig's head. Kviz's face was full of disbelief. "How dare you hit me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Fan raised his hand again and said, "If I hear you say the word yellow-skinned monkey again, this will be your fate today." Snap! 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 Yi Fan slapped him on the face one after another, and the entire conference room of several hundred square meters was filled with the sound of Yi Fan's slaps. In an instant, Kviz's face completely turned into a pig's head, and his original appearance could no longer be seen. He also fainted. "Throw him out, Qin Long, you stay." Finally, Yi Fan said coldly. At the company gate, Vayos had not left yet and was waiting for Kviz. When he saw Kviz being thrown out, lying on the ground motionless with such a miserable look on his face, the anger in his heart suddenly rose. "Yi Fan, you beat my grandson like this, I will never let you go." And Yi Fan and the company also understood why those black bodyguards were afraid of Qin Long. When Qin Long and others were still in the army, they once represented China in a quadrennial military exercise. That exercise happened to meet those four black people.
Before the exercise began, the four black men were very arrogant towards them and would say all kinds of harsh words whenever they met Qin Long. After the exercise began, the four of them chased and attacked Qin Long fiercely, even seriously injuring one of Qin Long's teammates. Because it was an exercise, Qin Long and his three companions did nothing. But after the exercise, Qin Long and his men went straight for the four black men and beat them severely in front of everyone. It was at that time that Qin Long left a shadow on the four black men. However, because of this, Qin Long and four others retired early. After returning to Huan City, they wandered around for a while without a fixed place to stay until they met Lu Qingtian. When Lu Qingtian learned that they had returned from the special forces, he didn't care what they had done and took them to the security company as trainers. The people in charge of training the security company, what happened later was that Lu Qingtian asked Lin Tian to send them to Yifan as bodyguards. No need to say more. Chapter 124, Tracking. Grandpa, you have to avenge me. In the hospital in Huan City, Kevis has woken up. His face is still swollen and his eyes are full of resentment towards Yifan. Vios, who was sitting next to him, still had a gloomy old face and looked at Kviz with a cold expression. Kviz, I will avenge you. Even though his acquisition plan was ruined because of Kviz. But the way Kviz was beaten was also a slap in his face. So now, no matter whether Yifan agrees to the acquisition or not, Yifan must not be able to stay. Dare to go against the Smith family. No matter who you are, Yifan, you are destined not to stay in the business world. Hearing Bio's words, Kviz forced a smile on his swollen face and clenched his fists tightly. Yifan, I will never let you go. And the secretary next to him, I must get her. After coming out of the hospital, Vios turned to the four black bodyguards behind him, with the same cold look on their faces. Go teach Yifan a lesson tonight. If you fail, you will be fired. The four black men all shuddered and said in succession, yes. Although they were afraid of Qin Long and his three companions, they had to obey their boss orders. And they also wanted to seek revenge for the previous humiliation from Qin Long and others. As night fell, Yifan left work with the other employees in the company. Not to mention what happened this afternoon, he couldn't accept what Ye's father said this morning. So he spent a day in the company today, or to be more precise, he spent a day in Shin Sinyu's office. Perhaps only by looking at Shin Sinyu can he feel better. Shin Sinyu also saw Yifan's sad face, but she didn't ask any questions and just stayed with Yifan quietly. When Yifan fell asleep, he covered him with a blanket. When he was hungry, he brought him food. When he was thirsty, he let him drink water from his own cup. In the evening, Yifan drove her back to the dormitory. They were silent all the way, but Qin Long called her. Boss Yi, you are being followed by someone. They are very professional. They might be John and his four companions. Please be careful. Hearing this, Yifan frowned and looked in the rearview mirror. Sure enough, there was a black Ford 3 cars away from him. Okay, I understand. Yifan hung up the phone and called Chang Liang again. After learning about the situation, Chang Liang asked him to drive the car to a place called Biaoga Boxing Gym, where he and Hu Biao were both. Then Yifan followed the navigation and drove at a leisurely pace. Half an hour later, Yifan finally arrived at his destination. Hu Biao was already waiting outside with a large group of people. Shin Sinyu looked at the boxing gym and wondered why Yifan brought her here. Boss Yi, where are the people? Hu Biao immediately rushed up, glanced at Shin Sinyu beside him, and asked, damn it, you dare to catch the attention of our boss Yi, you are really impatient to live. Yifan pointed at the Ford, and Hu Biao immediately rushed over with a large group of people, circling the car 3 times inside and 3 times outside, making it impossible for anyone to get in or out. Hu Biao knocked on the window and yelled inside, fuck it. Come down here. Come out here. Come out of there. Come out. As soon as Hu Biao started shouting, the people behind him also started yelling. John and the other 3 looked gloomy, knowing that Yifan had led them here and had been discovered. With so many people surrounding them, they could only stand there obediently. When Hu Biao saw the 4 men, he taunted them, oh, they are 4 black devils, and their bodies are really good. Tell me, why the hell are you following our boss Yi? If you don't tell me, don't even think about leaving here today. Amp %% #amp. He said this while looking at Yifan. Hu Biao was stunned for a moment, then pointed at John and shouted, what the hell are you talking about? Speak Chinese. Chang Liang and the others shook their heads helplessly and said, I told you to study English well but you didn't listen. You don't understand now, right? He asked Boss Yi why he could see through their tracking. Hu Biao looked at Yi Fan's embarrassed face. He had never liked studying since he was a child, otherwise how could he have survived in society? Boss Yi. For presidents. Qin Long came over at this time, and John and the other three understood. It was not this man named Yi Fan who discovered them, but Qin Long and others who were hiding in the dark to protect Yi Fan. However, since they were discovered, they had to admit defeat. They were still unwilling to accept it and said, "Since you have discovered us, we have nothing to say. Qin, we are here for two purposes today. The first is to teach Yi Fan a lesson as the boss instructed. The second is to return the humiliation you brought upon us. Since we are in this boxing gym, I will challenge you today. It's just the two of us. Do you dare to accept it?" Yi Fan, Cheng Liang, and others were stunned when they heard this. It turned out that these four guys were the reason why Qin Long was forced to retire from the army. Hu Biao couldn't understand what they were saying at all and had to rely on Lin Tian beside him to translate for him. After hearing this, Hu Biao immediately said excitedly, "Answer it." "Why not? If the black guy dares to challenge us, we will beat him to a pulp. Isn't that right, brothers?" "Yes. Beat him till his teeth are all over the floor." Cheng Liang and others rolled their eyes at him and were speechless about Hu Biao. Qin Long looked at Yi Fan with a questioning look in his eyes. Yi Fan thought about it and nodded in agreement. "Okay. John, I accept your challenge." On the boxing gym's ring, John and Qin Long were standing on it and exercising. Neither of them wore boxing gloves, and the referee was standing in front of them. The audience below was already excited, especially Qin Long and his three brothers. Class monitor. Don't lose. That's right, squad leader. If you lose, you will be unworthy of your title of Blood Dragon. Qin Long, if you lose, I will look down on you. Blood Dragon? Qin Long has such a domineering title. Qin Long gave them a confident smile and then took a starting stance. Tai Chi? Yi Fan looked surprised. Qin Long actually knew Tai Chi? Isn't Tai Chi good for strengthening the body? Boss Yi, this is Bajiquan. It's different from Tai Chi since the founding of the People's Republic of China. It has been stipulated that Kung Fu can only improve physical fitness. In fact, real Kung Fu is a killing skill. This is called ancient martial arts. Qin Long is the successor of ancient martial arts Bajiquan. Cheng Liang explained. Yi Fan immediately lowered his head and began to think, feeling as if he had entered a world of novels. Does Gu Wu have internal strength? Cheng Liang was stunned when he heard this, and said with a smile, "Boss Yi, you think too much. Where does the internal force come from? If there is internal force, wouldn't the world be in chaos?" Yi Fan thought about it and realized that it was impossible for such a mysterious thing as internal strength to exist. Just hearing about ancient martial arts reminds me of novels, and subconsciously I think that ancient martial arts means internal strength. Chapter 125, Martial Arts. On the ring, following the referee's order, John punched Qin Long with great force. Qin Long dodged calmly and even used his hand to push away John's fist. His movements were very casual, as if he was just playing. John was furious when he saw his attacks being resolved time and time again, and he stood on the ring and roared. "Qin! Is that all you can do? Come and fight me." Then, he rushed towards Qin Long like a titan, and the ring was filled with rumbling sounds. Qin Long dodged gently, then kicked John in the waist. A ferocious beast was kicked by Qin Long directly to the edge of the ring and then bounced back. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Qin Long pulled back one leg and pushed forward with his shoulder. Iron Mountain. John flew out again. Then he bounced back, Qin Long stretched out his foot, and John fell to the ground. Seeing Shin Yu's eyes widened, Yi Fan frowned. This Qin Long is so powerful. This is something you can usually only see in movies, right? I didn't expect to see it in real life. Hu Biao took the lead and shouted excitedly. Fuck! Qin Long, you are really awesome. I must worship you as my master. The squad leader is awesome. Get down here, nigger. You can't beat them. A group of people shouted, and the whole boxing gym echoed with excited sounds. This is Bajiquan, a combination of hardness and softness first and hardness later. Qin Long has been learning this ancient martial art since he was a child, so the attacking method is deeply rooted in his bones. He knows exactly when to use which attacking method. Cheng Liang explained to Yi Fan on the side. Yi Fan nodded when he heard that, and gave Qin Long a thumbs up in his heart, thinking he was indeed amazing.
It seems that brother Lou really gave me a treasure. But John was up again soon, his eyes blazing. 3 years ago, he used the same boxing skills to fool himself in front of various military elites. This time, Qin Long used the same boxing style, but he was still completely defenseless against him. Come again! John roared, then took up boxing stance and rushed towards Qin Long again. Yi Fan watched the following fight very seriously. But Jiquan is really good for strengthening the body. The final result is self-evident. Qin Long won and John fell to the ground with his face covered with wounds from Qin Long. Qin Long also had some injuries on his body, but compared to John's, his injuries were almost nothing. The other 3 black men took John away. They could do nothing, and what awaited them next was Vio's sanctions. Walking to Yi Fan's side, Qin Long lowered his head and said, "Boss Yi, I'm sorry to show you my ugliness." Yi Fan nodded with satisfaction and said, "Very good." Hu Biao suddenly ran over and hugged Qin Long's shoulders and said, "Fuck. Qin Long, you are really awesome. You made us proud by beating that black man up on the stage." Qin Long's other 3 also came up and said excitedly, "Yes, squad leader, I didn't expect you to be stronger than when you left the army." More and more people gathered around, and Yi Fan carefully protected Shin Sinyu behind him, and Chang Liang saw this action. "Everyone get out of the way, what if we hurt Boss Yi?" Upon hearing this, everyone quickly dispersed. Chang Liang waited for Hu Biao and said, "Can you keep an eye on him? Boss Yi is still here." "I'm sorry, Boss Yi and sister-in-law." Hu Biao apologized repeatedly. Sister-in-law? Yi Fan and Shin Sinyu were both stunned for a moment, and a blush appeared on Shin Sinyu's face. "I didn't expect that someone would mistake me for Yi Fan's girlfriend." It turns out that these guys have always viewed the relationship between themselves and Shin Sinyu in this way. Yi Fan shook his head and explained, "You are wrong, she is a colleague in my company, not your sister-in-law. I don't have a girlfriend yet." Although Yi Fan's explanation made Shin Sinyu feel a little disappointed, she felt relieved when she heard Yi Fan say that he didn't have a girlfriend yet. It is really as Yu Yunyun said, having sex does not necessarily mean being boyfriend and girlfriend. Chang Liang and others then realized that they had made a mistake. It turned out that it was not the case. "But it seems that girl likes Boss Yi, right? Boss Yi doesn't he know?" "I'm sorry, Boss Yi, I thought you were in that kind of relationship." Hu Biao began to apologize again. "It's okay." Yi Fan shook his head, then asked Qin Long, "Qin Long, can you teach me this boxing technique?" Everyone was stunned when they heard this. What is the purpose of Yi Lao Da's boxing skills? You don't want to fight, do you? "Boss Yi, if you want to learn, of course I can teach you, but why do you want to learn this boxing?" Qin Long asked. "To keep fit." Yi Fan replied. Qin Long lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said, "Boss Yi, if you want to use it to strengthen your body, I can teach you some simple boxing techniques. But Jiquan is too difficult, and it will take 3 to 5 years to learn it." Yi Fan shook his head and said, "It's okay, this is it." Seeing that Yi Fan was determined to learn, Qin Long agreed. Finally, Yi Fan wanted to send Shin Sinyu home, so he left first. Qin Long and others were afraid of revenge from those black people, so they followed him and continued to protect Yi Fan in secret. He sent Shin Sinyu to the dormitory building and then left. On the way, Li Qingyi suddenly called and asked Yi Fan to come to her side. Yi Fan didn't want to go at first and wanted to keep some distance for the time being. But from the tone of Li Qingyi's voice, it seemed that she was a little bit overwhelmed. Maybe he was drinking. Yi Fan sighed and let it go. Arriving at the door of the apartment, Yi Fan knocked on it, and then there was a burst of noise from inside. Then he saw Li Qingyi's face flushed with drunkenness, and before he could say anything, Li Qingyi threw herself into his arms. "Yi Fan, I know it's my fault. I lied to you and kept it from you, but I'm more afraid that you'll leave me. I don't care if you have other women. I just ask you not to leave me, okay?" Feeling the slightly trembling body in his arms, Yi Fan's frown relaxed, and he swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth, and said softly, "No." Hearing this, Li Qingyi looked up at Yi Fan aggrievedly. "Really?" That look was almost so cute that Yi Fan fainted. It turns out this is what Li Qingyi looks like when she is really drunk. Yi Fan nodded, then let Li Qingyi hold him and walk into the apartment. He saw red wine all over the sofa and coffee table, and all over the ground. "How much did you drink?" Yi Fan asked with a frown. Li Qingyi looked at him from behind and shook her head. "Not much, just 5 bottles. Yi Fan shook his head helplessly, pulled Li Qingyi over and asked her to sit on the sofa.
Sit here for a while I clean up. After saying that, Yifan found a mop and a garbage bag and cleaned up the garbage next to the sofa. To be honest, he had never cleaned a room like this for any woman before. Chapter 126, Martial Arts Prodigy. After cleaning up for her, Yifan originally wanted Li Qingyi to take a shower by herself. But Li Qingyi forced him to go with her on the grounds that she was drunk, and Yifan had no choice but to go. What happened next is self-evident. The next morning, Yifan came back after buying breakfast. Before he could go in, a burst of fragrance filled his arms and he almost spilled the soy milk in his hands. "You're up so early? Why don't you sleep a little longer?" Yifan touched Li Qingyi's hair, his voice surprisingly gentle. "I'm not sleepy anymore." Li Qingyi shook her head. Before, Yifan had been away from her for several days, but she didn't feel afraid. But Yifan called her yesterday and didn't contact her after learning everything. For the first time, she felt inexplicably panicked. At that moment she was scared, afraid that Yifan would leave her because of her concealment and deception, afraid that Yifan would get further and further away from her. Until Yifan appeared in front of her last night, and she opened the door and found herself drunk, with a worried and angry look on her face. Li Qingyi let go of all her reserve and all her previous attitudes. "I just want to stay with Yifan." Yifan didn't know that Li Qingyi had thought so much. He just felt that after getting drunk this time, she seemed to have become a different person. This girl wasn't so clingy before. Could it be that he is still not awake? Or is it that he has been drinking too much? Then let's have breakfast. Although she agreed to this, she did not let go of Yifan, so Yifan had no choice but to let her hold him. She didn't obey until we walked to the dining table and asked her to sit down. Yifan really didn't know what changes had taken place in this girl. "This never happened before when I was drinking. Why did it turn out like this time? Could it be that something was added to the wine?" Yifan finished his breakfast amidst all kinds of speculations, and then he prepared to take Li Qingyi to the company. "Yifan." Before leaving, Li Qingyi suddenly called Yifan. "What's wrong?" Yifan turned around and looked at her in confusion. Li Qingyi smiled brightly and said, "Yifan, I know that there may be more than one person by your side in the future, but I only ask that you can keep a place for me in your heart, but not too high." Yifan didn't say anything. He didn't know how to respond to this. He didn't know whether he should be angry or happy. In short, he fell silent. "Let's go." After a moment, Yifan said with a smile. After sending Li Qingyi to the company, Yifan stayed here for a while and then left. I went back to the villa with Qin Long and started learning Bajiquan. Qin Long said that the real Bajiquan cannot be passed on to outsiders, so what he taught Yifan at present are only some external kung fu. That is to say, those things that can be easily searched on the internet can be used to achieve what Yifan said about strengthening the body, and they are also easier to learn than real kung fu. If Yifan wants to learn the real Bajiquan, he is not able to do it now. Yifan didn't say much, as long as he could strengthen his body in a short period of time. After using the system for so long, Yifan still remembers the limitations of the system. System prompt: the time node for viewing the future will be randomly selected, but the host's physical fitness is currently low and the number of uses per day is limited. Please use with caution. Currently, the company has been developing steadily, and now he wants to make a breakthrough in his physical fitness. It would be too embarrassing to fall asleep again when watching many people at once in the future. After more than an hour of preliminary practice, Qin Long was stunned by Yifan's progress. He first demonstrated his external martial arts to Yifan. When he was about to teach him, Yifan said that he already knew it. Then he demonstrated it again according to Qin Long's playing style. Qin Long was simply dumbfounded. Although Yifan's fighting did not have that kind of momentum and charm, some of his postures were a little wrong. But I also typed it all over again from the beginning. What kind of memory is this? I just typed it once and he remembered it all. Boss Yi is a monster, right? Finally, Qin Long corrected Yifan's posture and punching momentum. Qin Long had no idea what to say. In just one morning, Yifan had mastered the entire set of external martial arts. How would he feel, a man who has practiced martial arts for more than 30 years? I feel so ashamed. It took me more than a month of practice to achieve this. Boss Yi, have you really never practiced boxing before? Qin Long's voice was trembling. This guy is a martial arts genius. I haven't practiced it before. Is there any problem? Yifan asked, wiping the sweat from his forehead. No. Qianlong was too embarrassed to say it. He would go back and ask his master if he could teach the real Bajiquan to Yifan, because Yifan's talent for martial arts was really too high. His physical toughness meets the standards of a warrior, and he also has an excellent memory and strong comprehension ability. Such a martial arts genius is not easy to find. Boss Yi, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. You can practice this set of boxing more in the morning. Yifan nodded and let Qianlong leave. Yifan went in and took a shower. He felt refreshed all over and the accumulated fatigue seemed to have really disappeared. After dinner, Yifan called Li Qingyi and asked her if she wanted to go shopping with his father and mother. Li Qingyi agreed without hesitation, and then Yifan drove the Mercedes-Benz G and took Ye's father and mother to the downstairs of the clothing design company to pick up Li Qingyi. The four of them went out shopping together. Along the way, Li Qingyi and Ye's mother sat in the back and chatted, while Ye's father and Yifan sat in the front with smiles on their faces. Qingyi, tell Aunt Ji honestly, do you like this kid Yifan? The two women finally whispered in the back. Li Qingyi said without hesitation, yes, I like it. Mother Yi smiled immediately and asked, when did you start to like him? Li Qingyi glanced at Yifan who was driving and found that he was peeking at the back with the rearview mirror, then smiled and said, Aunt Ji, do you still remember the time I accidentally drowned? It started from then. Ye's mother immediately remembered what happened when Yifan was 8 years old and Li Qingyi was 10 years old. These two people and Wang Tao went to play in a small pool behind the village while the family was not paying attention. The pool is filled with water only when it rains. At that time, Li Qingyi seemed to have accidentally stepped on empty air and fell into the water. A little girl couldn't swim and her foot was crooked, so she drowned. At that time, 8-year-old Yifan didn't know where he got the courage from. He dived into the water to save Li Qingyi, but he forgot that he was not a good swimmer either. Fortunately, Wang Tao, who was nearby, found a branch and pulled the two people back, thus avoiding a disaster. When the adults of the two families returned and saw that the two men were wet, they knew that something must have happened and scolded them a lot. For this, Ye's father even beat Yifan up. The next day, Yifan's butt was so swollen that he couldn't get out of bed for 2 days. It turns out that the seeds were planted at that time. Yifan and Ye's father in front of them stretched their ears as far as they could but couldn't hear what they were saying. Anyway, judging from the smiling faces of the two people, it was definitely not a good thing. Chapter 127, Shopping with Parents. Li Qingyi and Ye's mother were talking and laughing all the way in the back of the car, and they were all talking in private. Yifan in front knew that they might be talking about him, but he couldn't listen even if he wanted to. Finally, I thought about it and decided to give up. They wouldn't say anything bad about me anyway. Qingyi, let me tell you, if you really like our Xiaofan, Auntie Yi will definitely support you too. You must seize the opportunity and don't let other girls snatch it away from you. Mother Yi solemnly warned, in the future, I hope you can give me a big fat boy. Li Qingyi nodded and smiled, Aunt Yi, don't worry, I won't give up on him. With the support of Ye's mother, Li Qingyi felt full of confidence. After getting off the car, Li Qingyi held Ye's mother's arm. Ye's father, who was behind him, also solemnly reminded Yifan in his ear, boy, your mother and I like the girl from the Li family very much. I don't know what your situation is now, but you can't let her down. If you don't like her, tell her as soon as possible. Yifan nodded and said, Dad, don't worry, I can handle my own affairs, don't worry too much. Father Yi didn't say anything more. The children have grown up and it's time for them to handle their own affairs. After entering the mall, Li Qingyi took Ye's mother to visit various stores, and Yifan and Ye's father followed behind. After walking around for over an hour, the two of them didn't buy anything, and no one knew what they were looking at in the store. Alas, it's troublesome to go shopping with a woman. She buys this and that, and never feels tired when running. Ye's father sighed quietly beside Yifan. For this reason, Yifan felt the same way. Yifan, what do you think of Aunt Yi wearing this? Li Qingyi suddenly took out a long black down jacket and asked. Yifan carefully examined it, then waved his hand and said, it's pretty good. You guys can buy it yourself. I can't tell. Li Qingyi rolled her eyes. Finally, Li Qingyi asked Ye's mother to try on the dress. Sure enough, the effect of wearing it made Li Qingyi very satisfied, and her eyes lit up immediately. Then he quickly picked out a few sets of clothes, matched them together, and gave them to Ye's mother, asking her to go in and try them on. Every outfit looks great. Dad, you're drooling. Sitting on the sofa, Yifan glanced at his father. Father Yi blushed, glared at Yifan, and said, you little bastard, you dare to make fun of your father. Are you looking for a fight?
Yifan chuckled and said, how dare I, it's not possible. I chatted with Ye's father for a while and talked about how Ye's father and Ye's mother met. Only then did Yifan know that when his mother was in junior high school, she was a famous school beauty. She was very young at that time and there were many people chasing after her. But my grandmother's family was poor at the time and she had 3 children, so Ye's mother dropped out of school in the 3rd year of junior high school. It was not until she was 20 years old that she met Ye's father. After spending some time together, Ye's mother was attracted to Ye's father. But Ye's father only had his mother at the time, and his father passed away early, so the family was very poor, and his grandmother's family did not agree with the two of them. But despite her family's opposition, Ye's mother was determined to be with Ye's father. I didn't realize that, Dad, you guys are still in a free love relationship. Yifan said with a smile. Yifan felt that this story could be used to write a novel. Moreover, in that era, people followed the orders of their parents and the words of the matchmaker, which simply meant blind dating to find a partner. People like Mr. and Mrs. Yi are rare. Father Yi shook his head and said, alas, it's a pity that I have never let your mother live a good life in this life. She has to suffer with me every day. Yifan patted his father's shoulder and comforted him, Dad, don't you still have me? I will help you achieve what you haven't done. You can just enjoy a peaceful life with my mom in the future. Father Yi looked at Yifan with emotion. What are you two talking about? Both of you have the same expression. At this time, Ye's mother came over and said, Mom, are you okay? Yifan asked, turning his head to look at her with a look of surprise on his face. Wow, she looks like a rich lady in this dress. Then he stood up and walked to the shopping guide counter to take out his card. The salesperson's eyes were shining as he looked at Yifan. She had seen this person on TV and WB. He was super rich. I didn't expect to see him here in person. Wow. He is even more handsome in person than on TV. I want all the clothes my mom has tried on, by swiping my credit card. The shopping guy did not dare to delay at all and quickly counted the prices of the clothes and packed them. Sir, the total is 123,569. Mother Yi was also shocked when she heard this and quickly looked at the label on her clothes. More than 10,000. Just a piece of clothing costs more than 10,000? This is too expensive. Mother Yi was about to speak, but was stopped by Li Qingyi, who whispered in her ear, Auntie, just let him do what he wants. This is all Yifan's filial piety. Ye's mother didn't say anything. After paying the money, when Yifan was about to leave, the shopping guide suddenly spoke. Mr. Yi, I admire you very much. Can you sign an autograph for me? Yifan was stunned, full of doubts. Sign? You are not a star, why should you sign? However, the young lady looked expectant, so Yifan nodded and signed for her. After Yifan left, the young lady jumped up and down happily holding the notebook. She finally got her idol's autograph. The shopping guide next to him also had a look of envy on his face, because that was the famous Chairman Yi of the Aoba Group. And it is also the leader in Huan City's financial industry. These young girls are all Yifan's little fans. Don't be frivolous when you are young, don't show off when you are rich, and act in a low-key manner. He is the most perfect man in the eyes of many girls. Compared to those fancy people in the entertainment industry, Chairman Yi is so much more powerful. Why couldn't they just ask for an autograph like the salesperson did? Hey, Tao Tao, I'll give you 5,000 for your autograph. Can you give it to me? You dare to offer 5,000? Tao Tao, I'll offer 10,000. I'll give you 15,000. I'm risking it all. I'll give you 30,000. The salesgirl named Tao Tao held the autograph tightly, fearing that someone else would snatch it away. No matter how much money you offer me, I won't sell it. Yifan had no idea that his signature could be sold at a high price of 30,000 yuan. He gave the things he bought to Qin Long, asked him to put them back in the car, and continued shopping with his family. He is buying clothes for his father at the moment. With a professional like Li Qingyi around, Yifan basically doesn't have to do anything. Soon they came out of the shop. In order to avoid Qin Long and the others running back and forth, Yifan simply asked them to wait not far away. Chapter 128, Help Dad. Brother Long, are you sure you taught Boss Yi the external martial arts this morning? Yeah, Brother Long, why do I think he looks like nothing happened? Qin Long was also very puzzled. Normally, after practicing boxing in the morning, he should not be able to get out of bed in the afternoon. But Boss Yi really acted as if nothing had happened.
He accompanied his parents shopping and did what he was supposed to do. He was not affected at all. Isn't this too unreasonable? This martial arts prodigy cannot be explained. Could it be said to be a martial arts genius? If that were the case, even if he was beaten and scolded by his master, he would not mind breaking his vows and teaching Yifan the real Bajiquan. In fact, this is not the case. Yifan's family was very poor when he was a child, and he had to help with various housework at home since he was young. He will help with any heavy or tiring work. This kind of work has accompanied him for more than 10 years, and his physical fitness is naturally better than that of ordinary people. Therefore, those ordinary external martial arts could not cause any harm to Yifan's body. After shopping for an afternoon, Yifan finally took them to a jewelry store. Mother Ye's eyes lit up as she looked at the dazzling array of jewels, jade and diamond rings. "Hello, sir, what would you like to see?" the salesgirl asked politely. Yifan said, "Recommend a set of jewelry for my parents. Please recommend some. Don't make it too cheap." When the salesgirl heard this, she was immediately delighted. This is a big customer. "Okay, uncle and aunt, please follow me." The shopping guide hurriedly took Ye's father and mother to look at things, and Li Qingyi accompanied them. Yifan secretly pulled over another shopping guide and asked in a low voice, "Is your manager here?" The shopping guide was stunned for a moment and said, "What do you want to talk to our manager about?" "I sent him a piece of violet last time and asked him to find someone to make some jewelry for me." The shopping guide was surprised after hearing this and looked at Yifan. Only then did she remember that this young man had indeed sent her a piece of top-quality violet a month ago. The manager and the sculptor were stunned at the time. To be honest, violets are not common. Yes, I'll call it for you," the shopping guide said repeatedly. Yifan waved his hand and said, "No, take me to find him." Then he said something to his parents and followed the shopping guide to the upper part of the store. The shopping guide knocked on the door of the manager's office and said, "Manager, the customer who was violet last time is here." There was immediately a flurry of panic from inside, and then the door of the manager's office opened. "Mr. Yi, long time no see, please come in." The manager was fawning when he saw Yifan and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Yifan. "There's no need to go in, Manager Peng, is my jewelry ready?" Yifan asked directly. Okay, I'll take you there now." Manager Peng turned and walked into the office, taking out a finely crafted wooden box. When he opened it for Yifan, he saw several pieces of jewelry made of the palm-sized violet. "It looks very luxurious." Yifan nodded with satisfaction. It was indeed a famous jewelry store and the products they made were excellent. "Okay, how much is the handling fee?" Yifan asked as he took the box and put it into his clothes. Manager Peng thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Yi, I'll give you a 50% discount. Just give me 250,000 yuan. We didn't do anything." "Okay." Yifan took out his phone and transferred 250,000 yuan to him. When he was about to leave, he said, "By the way, I just saw your employees moving a 3-meter-high jade guanyin statue in the elevator. Are you selling it?" Manager Peng was stunned for a moment and said, "Mr. Yi, do you want the imperial green guanyin statue?" He was just thinking about how to sell this thing, but he didn't expect that the customer would come to his door. Although the imperial green guanyin statue is not the best imperial green, it took a lot of jade to make such a large piece of guanyin statue. So it would cost at least 5 or 600 million. Who would be willing to buy such an expensive thing? Yifan nodded without hesitation and said, "Well, that guanyin statue is well carved. If you sell it, I'll take it." Manager Peng thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Yi, I need to ask the higher-ups about this matter." Yifan asked him to ask, and Manager Peng immediately called the company's top management. A few minutes later, Manager Peng walked up to Yifan and said, "Mr. Yi, our president said that if you want it, we can sell it to you now, but there is a condition." "You say?" Manager Peng then said carefully, "It's like this. There will be a jade appreciation meeting in Weinan City in 3 days. We will need the Buddha statue at that time, so we hope you can lend us the guanyin statue temporarily. We will send it to you after the appreciation meeting. Don't worry, we will definitely return it to you intact. If there is any damage to the guanyin statue, we will double the amount you paid for it." Yifan thought about it and said, "Okay." In the end, Yifan bought the guanyin statue for 500 million yuan, using his own money. Why hasn't Xiaofan come back yet after going to the bathroom? Ye's mother and father had already tried on the jewelry, but Yifan had not come back yet. "Did you eat something bad?" asked Ye's mother. No, why haven't you eaten yet? Li Qingyi said. Why hasn't he come back after such a long time? Ye's mother was getting a little anxious. Father Yi sighed and said, forget it, I won't wait for that boy. I'll buy you the jewelry. Ye's mother and Li Qingyi looked at Ye's father in surprise as he walked towards the counter. Father Yi took out a bank card from his pocket and swiped 1.2 million on the POS machine. The 2 sets of jewelry cost 1.2 million. Old man, where did you get so much money? Ye's mother asked in surprise, feeling touched. Father Yi has never bought any gifts for himself. I didn't expect that this time I would buy something worth 700,000 or 800,000 yuan. Father Yi said, Xiao Fan gave it to me. Mother Yi was filled with contempt and said, in the end, you still used my son's money. I was wondering where you got so much money from, and I was moved for nothing. Father Yi coughed twice and said firmly, so what? That kid said that the money in the card was given to me, so I bought this jewelry for you. Mother Yi rolled her eyes at him and was too lazy to argue with him. A smile appeared on my face unconsciously, and I was still very happy in my heart. I feel a little contempt for myself. Even though I have been married for decades, I still feel as excited as a little girl when receiving gifts from my spouse. It really is. Li Qingyi stood nearby. For some reason, she felt like Yifan's parents had inadvertently fed her dog food. The kind that is very full. Chapter 129, Meeting by Chance. After Yifan came back and learned that Ye's father had already paid the money, the father and son smiled at each other secretly, and Yifan gave Ye's father a thumbs up. Well done, Dad. The idea was secretly thought out by Yifan, and the bank card was indeed given to Ye's father by Yifan when he was in the mall. Originally, Ye's father didn't want it, but when he knew Yifan's plan, he accepted it. Unexpectedly, it was a perfect success. Now, Ye's father and mother were walking in front, and Yifan and Li Qingyi were following behind. The whole family was very happy, but no one noticed that Nie Cheng, who was standing not far away, had his eyes fixed on them. Nie Cheng made an appointment with her college best friend to go shopping together. But I didn't expect to see this scene. Although she had thought about the possibility that Yifan might not have her alone. But when you really see this scene, the heart is destroyed. It turned out that he already had someone with him. What's wrong, Xingqing? Why don't you leave? The best friend next to her noticed that Nie Cheng was acting strange and turned around to ask. I'm fine. Nie Cheng shook his head and said, oh, by the way, I just remembered that I have something to do at home, so I'll go back first. After saying that, Nie Cheng got into a taxi and left. Her girlfriends looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. After returning home, Nie Cheng went straight to the study on the second floor. Dad, I want to study abroad. Father Nie stopped what he was doing and looked at Nie Cheng in surprise. She had refused to go to college no matter how he asked her to. Why did she want to go this time? Why? Why do you suddenly want to study abroad? Looking at Nie Cheng's expression, Father Nie frowned. Did something happen? I just want to go. Nie Cheng smiled and said, it's best to leave tomorrow morning. So urgent? Did something really happen? Father Nie was silent for a while, then nodded and said, okay, if you want to go, then go ahead. Nie Cheng didn't say anything and turned and left. Father Nie felt more and more strange. Why are you suddenly in such a hurry to leave China? Could it be that something happened between him and Yifan? After having dinner with Ye's father and mother, Yifan came back with them. He was really tired today. But seeing how happy my parents were, this trip to the street was worth it. Ye's mother and Li Qingyi went to prepare dinner, and Yifan helped Ye's father make tea. Dad, you and Mom should stay in Huan City for a few more days this time. It's not easy for you to come here, so you can go back after a while. Yifan said. Father Yi shook his head and said, no, your mother and I will go back tomorrow. We still need to take care of the breeding base at home. Besides, you are busy with work now, so how can you have time to look after us? We are not used to living in such a big house. As long as you stay well in Huan City, that's all. Your mother and I are not old yet. You can take care of us when we are old. Oh well. Since his parents had already made the decision, Yifan agreed. After dinner, the two elders sat on the sofa and drank tea, and Yifan consciously took the responsibility of washing the dishes. The two of them stood side by side in the kitchen, and to outsiders they really looked like a couple. Xingyi. Yifan suddenly stopped what he was doing and looked at Li Qingyi. What's wrong? Li Qingyi asked puzzledly.
close your eyes. Li Qingyi was stunned when she heard this. Although she didn't know what Yi Fan was going to do, she still closed her eyes obediently. Yi Fan took out the wooden box from his pocket and took out the violet pendant necklace from it and put it around Li Qingyi's neck. Then I took a look at it myself and thought it was pretty good. All right. Li Qingyi opened her eyes and looked at her neck. She just felt a slight chill on her neck. When I saw the luxurious violet necklace the size of a pigeon egg on her neck, my eyes instantly became wet. This is the gift Yi Fan gave her. Do you like it? Yi Fan asked softly. Yeah. Li Qingyi nodded vigorously, then quickly kissed Yi Fan on the lips. Thanks. Yi Fan also smiled, washed the remaining dishes, and then the two of them went out. Xiaofan, your dad and I are going out for a walk. Do you and Qingyi want to come? Ye's mother suddenly asked. Yi Fan shook his head and said, I won't go. I need to take care of some work. You and Qingyi can go together. Then Ye's father and mother went out for a walk with Li Qingyi, but not long after they left, Yi Fan heard a knock on the door. Uncle Nya, why are you here? Come in quickly. Yi Fan asked Father Nya to come in and sit on the sofa, and poured tea and water for him. Father Nya said nothing. He had just seen the three people leaving Yi Fan's house. He could guess that the two older ones were Yi Fan's parents, and he had seen the other girl before. Her name is Li Qingyi, and she works for a clothing design company under Yi Fan's name. She used to work in a foreign clothing design company. She returned to China a few months ago and Yi Fan invested in her to open a clothing design company. But is her relationship with Yi Fan so good that she can enter and leave Yi Fan's house freely? Xiao Fan, are you close to that Li Qingyi? Father Nya asked after taking a sip of tea. Yi Fan nodded and said, yes, she is my childhood sweetheart. So that's how it is. Father Nya suddenly realized, and then asked, Xiao Fan, let me ask you, did something happen between you and Xiao Cheng? Yi Fan was stunned when he heard this, and shook his head. No, I haven't seen her all day today. What happened to her? It's okay. He seemed to be in a bad mood when he came back just now. He must have had an argument with a friend. Father Nya shook his head. Yi Fan didn't see her all day today. Then why is she so anxious to go abroad? By the way, Xiaofan, Lu Qingtian has already told you about that matter, right? Suddenly, Father Nya changed the subject and asked, it's about our plan to integrate the Huan business community. Yi Fan nodded and said, well, I did, but I said I might need to think about it for a while. Father Nya sighed and said, this matter is indeed extraordinary. It is normal for you to consider it, but you should do it as soon as possible. I heard that a foreign company has begun to intervene in the business community of Huan City. If the plan is delayed any further, it may be difficult. Yi Fan frowned. Foreign company? Could it be Viosa's gang? Since yesterday, those people seem to have disappeared. Okay, I understand. I will give you a reply as soon as possible. This was all Yi Fan could say. Finally, Yi Fan chatted with Father Nya about the project for a while. Yi Fan never managed this project from the beginning to the end. It was all run by Nya's father. But the profit situation is still quite good, and Yi Fan doesn't need to worry about it at all. After chatting for a while, Father Nya explained to Yi Fan all the pros and cons of the plan. All in all, it is beneficial to both Yi Fan as the executor and Huan City. And with Yi Fan's business genius and the support of these old guys, it will be very simple. Chapter 130, Leaving. The next morning, Yi Fan got up early. He originally wanted to send his parents back personally. But the two elders stopped him, saying that they were so busy at work and could just drop them off at the bus station. Yi Fan certainly couldn't persuade them, so he can only buy 2 suitcases, put all the clothes he bought yesterday into the suitcases, and sent them to the bus station. I repeatedly told them to send a WeChat message or call me back when they got home. The two elders also nodded repeatedly and watched them get in the car and leave. Daughter, you must be careful when you get there. The United States is not like our China. You must protect yourself. At Huan Airport, Nya's mother held Nya Qing's hand and gave her many instructions, her face full of worry. Mr. Nya next to him also sighed, although he supported his daughter studying abroad. But when you say that the daughter you have been with for more than 20 years is suddenly leaving you and you don't know when she will come back, it is inevitable that you will feel reluctant. Mom, I get it. I will take good care of myself over there. Don't worry. Nya Qing hugged his mother and comforted her. Then he looked at Father Nya and said, Dad, take care of yourself too.
I'll go to the company to help you when I get back. Okay. Father Nia nodded and said, be careful when you go out.
Nia Ching suppressed the sadness in his heart and nodded with a smile. The airport broadcast came with the news that Nia Ching's flight was about to take off.
Nia Ching said goodbye to them and left.
Watching her daughter pass through security and disappear before her eyes, Nia's mother held back her tears and asked, what on earth is going on with your daughter?
Why did she suddenly want to go abroad to study?
And she had to do it right before the Chinese New Year.
Who knows? But studying abroad is also good. Let her see the scenery abroad. It's not good to stay in Huan City all the time.
Father Nia didn't know the specific reason, but he knew that Nia Ching's study abroad was fake and he really wanted to relax.
On the plane, Nia Ching looked at the increasingly smaller Huan City, and at that moment tears completely flowed down. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. Goodbye, Yi Fan.
At this moment, Father Nia's cell phone suddenly rang.
Hello, old Nia, come to Lingjin Manor. Yi Fan agreed. Lu Qingtian's voice came from the other end of the phone. Father Nia's expression immediately turned serious. Okay, I'll be there right away.
After informing Mother Nia, Father Nia immediately drove to Lingjin Manor, his heart filled with excitement. Once Yi Fan agrees, they will start implementing it. In the castle of Lingjin Manor, the 4 people sitting in the living room were all business tycoons in Huan City, and there were 2 people Yi Fan had never seen before.
After Lu Qingtian's introduction, these 2 were Huan City leader Hua Pingyang and his secretary Zhang Guangtao.
I didn't expect that when we got together, Han Shunya was missing and a business genius like Yi Fan came.
Yang Tianqi suddenly said.
They all knew that Han Shuanyao's son Han Qi had offended Yi Fan when he was in college. When the Han group was short of financial resources, they went to Yi Fan for help, but Yi Fan did not help at all.
Now Han Shuanyao's family has already moved out of Huan City, and no one knows where they went. Forget it, why bring up those things? Yi Fan, have you really agreed? Father Nia asked excitedly. Yi Fan nodded and said, I agree.
The reason why he agreed so early was because Vios had already started to take action against Yi Fan's Blue Ocean Securities this morning. Chang Wenqing called and said that an elite in the RD department was poached by someone for a large sum of money, and the RD program files were taken away.
It's Tang Kai's financial company.
It's definitely impossible for Tang Kai to poach people from Yi Fan's company.
That means he is already being driven by Vios.
Fortunately, the man took away the first generation, while the second and third generations were in the hands of Yi Fan and Yang Tianqi.
He doesn't have the courage to take it. Even so, Yi Fan was already angry. Since you want to do it, you can. Then I will destroy you like I did to other companies before. Mr. Yi, actually when Mr. Lu told me about this plan, I thought it was impossible to realize. After all, most businessmen only care about their own interests. But when I saw your talent in the business world, I knew that this plan could be implemented. Hua Pingyang said. Yi Fan smiled and nodded, I don't deserve it. I'm just lucky. How do we implement this plan? Lu Qingtian took out a document and handed it to Yi Fan, while explaining it. Xiao Fan, it will definitely take a long time and a lot of money to rectify the business in Huan City, but Cheng Liang and the others have said that you are very skilled in stock trading. Although I have never seen it, they said that in front of me, which only shows that you are really talented. So you are the most suitable person to do this, and we will serve as your assistants. So, first of all, we will give up part of the company to you, and let you lead the leading company in Huan City. This is equivalent to integrating our companies together. This is the first step of the plan. However, we can't give you the shares for free, which will arouse suspicion. At that time, we will sell them to you at the lowest price. The second step is to clean up the parasites in Huan's business community. There are many empty companies and companies that sell fake goods under the guise of sheep in Huan. We need Lao Hua's help to clean out these companies. Third, attract some interested companies to join this plan. Of course, if they don't want to come, let them develop on their own. We will select the companies that join and provide financial support. At the end, Hua Pingyang nodded and said, Yes, Mr. Yi, as long as you do it, the entire Huan City will cooperate with you. After hearing this, Yi Fan frowned. If this plan were implemented, they would have to make too great a sacrifice. They would become the biggest boss among the big bosses in Huan City's business community, holding the lifeline of their companies and the power of the chairman. At this point, it feels a bit like how a consortium operates. Brother Lu, Uncle Nia, Mr. Yang, Mr. Hua, aren't you afraid that I will ruin the entire plan? Yi Fan asked. Several people looked at each other, then laughed and said, Xiao Fan, we have been with you for such a long time, we can trust you. Yes, Mr. Yi, you are now under great attention from above. They know your every move now. If this plan collapses at that time, we are here. After hearing this, Yi Fan clenched his fists and said with a firm look on his face, okay, since you trust me so much, I'll do it. This time, Yi Fan didn't want to use the system to check what the future results would be. Life needs excitement. It would be boring if you always knew the outcome. Okay, let's get ready and start implementing it. Chapter 131, Getting Started. Finally, a group of people finalized the time and the plan had to start as soon as possible and must be carried out within this week. And they want to take this opportunity to clean out some of the bad apples in the company. Xiao Fan, our companies will give you a list at that time. You must get their shares at the lowest price. We will send the evidence of their corruption to your mobile phone at that time. At the same time, Lao Hua has also started to send people to clean up that short-selling company. When the cleanup is almost complete, I estimate that Xiao Fan, your acquisition will be almost complete, and the first stage can basically come to an end. As for the second phase, we will discuss it carefully at that time. Financial assistance alone is definitely not enough. Lu Qingtian said solemnly. Yi Fan shook his head and said, no need. I think in the second stage, if someone refuses to comply, then we will forcibly acquire their company's shares. We will conduct a thorough investigation of those who have unclean bodies, and we will take away the talents who deserve it and put those who deserve to go to jail. It is said that business is like a battlefield. Since we are going to do it, we need to figure out which people should be kept and which ones should not be kept. Everyone looked at Yi Fan with surprise, then became satisfied. Based on this point alone, they were indeed not wrong about Yi Fan. Yes, Xiao Fan is right. We must not be lenient in this matter. We old guys have been in the business world for so many years, but in the end, our courage is not as good as that of a child. We are really old. The meeting ended at noon, and after eating at Lu Qingtian's house, the few people planned to leave. At this time, Yi Fan went to see Father Nya. Uncle Nya, what time will Nya Qing come back today? Father Nya fell silent immediately. After a while, he sighed and said, Nya Qing went to the United States this morning to study abroad. Yi Fan was stunned and asked, study abroad? Why haven't I heard her mention that? She made the sudden decision yesterday afternoon. You made the decision yesterday afternoon, and you left this morning? Are you in such a hurry? Yi Fan pondered. I came to see you yesterday just to ask you if something happened between you and Nya Qing, but it seems that it is not your problem. Father Nya shook his head. Yi Fan pondered for a while. He indeed did not meet Nya Qing yesterday. Then why did she suddenly choose to study abroad? Did she say when she would be back? No. Which university in the United States is she attending? I don't know. I told her about it when she graduated from high school at Stanford. Yi Fan fell silent. It seems that Nya Qing did not reveal any information during his trip abroad this time. Even her parents only have a vague understanding of it. After a while, Yi Fan said, okay, I understand, Uncle Nya. If Nya Qing calls you, please let me know. Okay. Father Nya nodded. Then the two of them left one after another, and Yi Fan went directly to the company. Just as I sat down in the office, before I could even get comfortable, Chang Wenqing rushed in hurriedly. Old Ji, how do we deal with that matter? Do you have the process of that person's crime? Do you have any information? If so, then charge him with theft and hand him over to Party J for handling. Yi Fan said directly in a cold voice. Chang Wenqing nodded. He had collected these things a long time ago. The surveillance video, including the man's information, was back and waiting for Yi Fan to speak. After dealing with this matter, Chang Wenqing returned to Yi Fan's office again, and this time he brought his resignation letter. Yi Fan looked at the resignation letter in his hand and frowned. What are you doing? It's just a small matter, it doesn't need to be like this. Chang Wenqing said, Old Ji, we are close friends. You gave me the job and made me a leader. I know this has never happened in our company, but I didn't expect it to happen for the first time in the department I'm in charge of. I don't have the face to stay here any longer. Yi Fan stood up and walked to Chang Wenqing, patted him on the shoulder and said, Wenqing, you think too much. I told you it's just a small matter. It's normal for a company to have such a situation. It's not your fault. You can only blame yourself for not seeing the true nature of this person when you recruited him.
Besides, you're resigning from me just because of such a small loss. This is not the Chang Wenqing I know. Where has your stubbornness in college gone? If you leave, what will Yang Shua and Mu Yu think of me? And if you leave, who will develop and upgrade the software for me? To be honest, I don't trust anyone in the entire company except for the people in our dormitory and the group of people I promoted myself. If you leave, do you think I dare to hand over an entire department to someone I don't know? Chang Wenqing was suddenly speechless. Yes, compared to when he was in college, he is much weaker now. If he really resigned and left, it might really bring some bad rumors to Yifan. Moreover, he is now the main person in charge of the entire software development. If he leaves, the entire RD department may be completely paralyzed. Then he would lose more than he gained. I didn't expect Yifan to trust him so much. Okay, if you really think it's your own problem, then work hard and develop the 4th generation as soon as possible. Yifan smiled and said, don't think about those who won't resign. After some persuasion, Chang Wenqing said solemnly, okay? I will do my best. Seeing his full fighting spirit, Yifan nodded. How about the 4 of us in the dormitory go have a drink together tonight? We haven't gotten together for a long time. Okay, then I'll go inform Yang Shua and the others now. After Chang Wenqing left, Yifan called in Shinsenyu, Hu Yelan, and Changya. In a few days, there will be a big move in the business community of Huan City. I will tell you what the move is, but you must keep it secret. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Understood, Mr. Yi. The 3 of them looked solemn. Then Yifan told the 3 of them about the upcoming integration of Huan City's business community, and the 3 of them were shocked after hearing it. Integrate the entire Huan City's business community? And it was carried out with the support of Huan City's business tycoons. Let Yifan take control of shares in their company. And it has received the support of Huan municipal government. This action is not just big. It is simply boundless. How much liquid funds does Chunya have in the company now? Yifan asked. Mr. Yi, there are still 30 billion in liquid funds in the company's account. Chunya came back to her senses and said. Okay, keep 10 billion out of the 30 billion, and don't touch the remaining 20 billion. I will need it in a while. Yifan nodded, looked at Hu Yelan and said, Old Hu, I may need you to help me when the time comes. Chapter 132, The Plan Begins. Mr. Mu, I'll have a drink with you. This cooperation with Shang Yun Group depends entirely on you. In a private room at the Ziyuan Hotel, a man was pretending to obey a greasy middle-aged man and drinking a glass of wine. Ha ha ha, no problem, let's make money together. As long as you do as I say, you won't be discovered. Director Mu laughed twice. After the 2 of them drank a glass of wine, a sneer appeared on Mr. Mu's face. For this order, the old man Nye Yuan gave me 300 million yuan to order a batch of materials from other provinces. However, he only spent 30 million to get all the materials, and he didn't even have to pay for Huan City. At that time, as long as the 2 of them make some false accounts, the remaining money will belong to them. 270 million. That old guy Nye Yuan is so stupid. He has such cheap materials but he doesn't use them. He insists on spending a lot of money. Doesn't he know that it is very expensive? You have to do this yourself. The man put down his glass and gestured to the secretary behind him. The secretary immediately understood what he meant, picked up a glass of wine and sat next to Mr. Mu. The secretary was about to lean on the middle-aged man, and said in a coquettish voice, Mr. Mu, can I have a drink with you? Mr. Mu immediately perked up and nodded to the man with satisfaction. This man is really smart. Director Mu picked up the wineglass, looked at the secretary with a lecherous look, and said, okay, I'll drink with you. As they talked, the 2 of them clinked their glasses and drank. The man sneered. He thought that as long as he could keep this Mu company and make a fortune from Shanyun Group, he and Miao Chantian would run away with the money and live happily abroad. Next, I just need to ask Miao Chantian to serve this Mu guy well. Bang! At this moment, the door of the box was suddenly opened, and a man and a woman walked in and sat down in a seat under the stunned gaze of everyone. Are you Yifan? What are you doing here? Director Mu immediately let go of the salty pig hand he had just extended and said, can't you see we are discussing business? A cold sweat broke out on Mr. Mu's back. He thought, had he been discovered just now? Yifan and Nye Yuan live in the same villa complex, next door to each other. If he finds out, it will be all over. Yifan glanced at him indifferently and said directly, Mu Jun, I want the shares of Shangyun Group in your hand, 1 million per share. Mr. Mu was stunned when he heard this, but the man next to him frowned. I have just hooked up with this guy named Mu. How could I let this guy named Yifan ruin my good fortune? Your name is Yifan, right? You look young, but you're so arrogant that you want to buy out Mr. Mu's shares. Can you afford it? The man said sarcastically, You're just a kid. Go back to where you came from. Can't you see that Mr. Mu and I are discussing business? Mu Jun's expression changed. This idiot doesn't know Yifan? Yifan glanced at the man indifferently. Xiao Xinyang, 35 years old, was born in Baishui Town, Yuanxian County, Huan City. He dropped out of elementary school and was sentenced to 5 years in prison for fraud at the age of 25. As for that woman, I won't say anything. Now Chanxian, you two met a month ago. You asked someone to forge certificates and set up a shell company. You've swindled a lot of money in the past month. And you plan to go to the airport to buy a flight to in-country in 7 days, ready to run away. The man and the woman's faces changed in shock and their bodies began to tremble violently. They clearly hid this information very well, so why did this young man know it? And he even knew that they were going to buy plane tickets later. Could it be that he is from the J side? Yifan said, Don't worry, I'm not targeting you too. Someone will take care of you. I think they've arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of police rushed in and showed Xiao Xinyang an arrest warrant. Xiao Xinyang, Miao Chanxian, you are suspected of fraud and selling illicit sex. Come with us. The two of them turned pale and looked at Yifan in horror. Who is this kid? After Xiao Xinyang and Miao Chanxian were taken away, Yifan looked at Mu Jun, who had a serious face, and said with a smile, A little episode, Director Mu, let's talk about our own things, how about it? Do you agree with what I said? Mu Jun took a deep breath, calmed his panicked heart, and said in a cold voice, Mr. Yi, I don't know why you want to buy my shares, but isn't 1 million per share too little? A little? I think it's quite a bit. Yifan shook his head and said, 1 million per share is still a lot for you. Mu Jun was flustered and felt a little uneasy. He asked, Mr. Yi, what do you mean? Yifan smiled and said nothing, while Shinsenyu took out a document and handed it to Mu Jun. When Mu Jun opened it, his face changed instantly. It was full of records of his corruption in Shangyun Group, every transaction was clearly stated. And his various records. At this moment he understood. He thought these things were done very secretly and no one knew about them. In fact, it has been known for a long time, but no one has said it. Where did you get this evidence? Mu Jun asked in a trembling voice. Yifan smiled and said, Don't worry about it. How about it? Does Director Mu agree? If he doesn't agree, it doesn't matter. The police haven't gone far yet. I can give it to him. Mu Jun hurriedly said, No, I'll sell it. I'll sell it. In the end, Yifan paid him 6 million and left. Mu Jun thought he had escaped, but soon the police came in and Mu Jun's heart sank. It's all over. Uncle Nya, we've got one. After coming out, Yifan sat in the car and drove away in the police car while calling Father Nya. Really? How much money did you spend to buy his shares? A somewhat happy voice came from the other side. 1 million per share. You are awesome. You bought hundreds of millions of shares with only 6 million. I have to admit that you are awesome. Father Nya said, Tell me how you did it. Then Yifan explained the whole process. After hearing this, Father Nya burst into laughter. You are really good. You calculated the time when the police would arrive and used them to arrest Xiao Xinyang to intimidate Mu Jun. At this time, it was really easy to buy out his stocks for 6 million. Only you can come up with this idea. Yifan said, Thank you for the compliment. Uncle Nya won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to find my next target. Not long after I hung up the phone with Nya's father, Hu Yelin also called. He also got one, but he was not as good as Yifan. He spent more than 80 million to buy 7% of the shares from another person. Okay, if that's the case, let's continue. Chapter 133, Conspiracy. Have you heard? Many companies in our city have been closed down recently. Yes. And the CEOs of those companies have been arrested. Everyone has a criminal record. What is the situation now? Oh, right? There's also Yifan. You know, he's the young man who was on TV before. He's been buying up shares of the three leading companies in Huan City recently.
I wonder what he's going to do. Does this Yifan want to rule Huan City? Why doesn't the government intervene? It has been 7 days since the reorganization plan was launched, and they even gave the plan a name, He and Shang.
Many directors were kicked out by Yifan and Hu Yelin, and the shares they held have gradually increased.
Shang Yun Group, 20% of shares.
Future Technology, 25% stake.
Lushur Group, 30% of shares. There is still a long way to go before the three companies make a decision.
Such rumors are now prevalent in Huan City, and have even become a topic that everyone must talk about on their way to and from get off work. Even now the shareholders of the three leading companies are afraid that Yifan will take action against them, and they live in fear every day. After all, they are all guilty. Because they have already discovered the problem, Yifan specifically targets those problematic directors of each company. The key is that he has the evidence in his hands. They finally found out that Yifan was being instructed by those three old guys to eliminate the corrupt officials in the company. Now they are afraid that Yifan will find out about them. Those days gradually passed until two foreigners came to them.
Mr. Vios, what should we do? We've had enough of this.
Yes, Mr. Vios, Yifan is really too much. He relied on trumped-up evidence from who knows where to maliciously buy out our company's shares. He even bribed the police to send them to jail.
Mr. Vios, please give us some advice. As long as you can save us, we will do anything.
In a villa, more than a dozen people sat around Vios, looking panicked.
There's no need to panic. Vios tapped the ground with his cane, and everyone quickly quieted down. I have a solution, but I need your help. Everyone was delighted and asked quickly, Vios, tell me what you can do. We will definitely help you. Vios smiled and said, but before that, I want you to meet someone first. Tang Kai, please come down.
Then everyone heard a voice, and saw a man walking down, approaching Vios and saying, Sir.
Everyone looked at the man in shock.
They had heard of Tang Kai, the chairman of a small financial company.
How come he was here?
Let me introduce myself. Tang Kai is now my manager at Huaxia Company.
Vios said, let me ask another question. Do the shares held by the directors exceed the shares held by your chairman?
Everyone looked at each other and said, except for the Lu Group, the other two groups can surpass it.
Then is there any way to make sure that the Lu Group also has enough?
Vios asked. Everyone didn't know what he was going to do, so they could only say, okay, now the third in command of the Lu Group is dissatisfied with what Lu Qingtian has done, and thinks that Lu Qingtian is taking too much care of Yifan, so he should be able to do it.
Okay. Vios nodded and said, then let me tell you my plan. That is to transfer your shares to Tang Kai, my manager in China. Everyone's faces suddenly darkened. In the end, he was still planning to take away the shares they held. What's even more excessive is that Vios still transferred it. It would be better to sell it to Yifan. Although the money Yifan gives is a little less, you can still make money. But before they could say anything, Vios said, don't worry, the shares will be returned to you in due time. After we help you defeat Yifan, we will return the shares in full and give you a sum of compensation. Of course, if you don't believe it, we can sign an agreement, which is safer. Everyone was still a little worried, but what could they do now? They might as well give it a try. Okay, let's sign the agreement.
Finally they signed the agreement and also signed the transfer contract that had been prepared. Now Tang Kai has officially become the director with the largest shares in the three major companies.
After those people left, Vios showed a mocking look on his face and tore the agreement in his hand into pieces. These are a bunch of fools who didn't even read the transfer contract.
Vios said, Tang Kai, don't let me down in the future.
I understand, sir. Tang Kai said repeatedly, feeling ecstatic.
It turned out that it was right to follow Mr. Vios all the time. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, he became the richest man in Huan City. He holds the largest shares of the three leading companies in Huan City. Next, as long as he defeats Yifan and takes control of his Blue Ocean Securities, the entire business world of Huan City will belong to him. By then, the celebrity secretary beside Yifan will also be myself, and the assistant Shinsen Yu will also be mine.
It's exciting just thinking about it.
Sir, I'll leave first. Tang Kai left, suppressing his restless heart. Vios's cold voice came from the villa, Yifan, I want to see what you can do against my Smith family. Yifan also received a call. The person on the other end of the phone was talking non-stop, and a smile gradually appeared on Yifan's face.
Mr. Yi, I beg you to let me go. I will leave Huan City immediately. Can you please let me go? I don't want to go to jail. The last voice came from the other end of the phone. Yifan smiled and said, Don't act like I'm evil. You know how much you embezzled from Uncle Nia's company. It's already very good that I let Uncle Nia not pursue you. The price is that you help me be an undercover agent. But since you have accomplished the deed, I will give you 1 day to take your family away from Huan City and never come back, otherwise the evidence in my hands may be handed over at any time. The other side kept saying, Yes, I get it. I will pack up and leave Huan City right away. No, I will leave Huaxia right away. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Then Yifan hung up the phone. Yifan had found this person once before, but did not take away his shares. Because Yifan guessed that Vios would take this opportunity to deal with him, he used the system to check this person's future. Unexpectedly, he was really seen by him, so he simply made a deal with this person Yifan. He went undercover with Vios, recorded all their conversations, and wrote down the names of the people he met. I did learn a lot of useful things from it. For example, Tang Kai had completely become Vios' running dog. In this case, I can't stay. Yifan showed an evil smile on his face. Chapter 134, Grandma's Accident. In a daze, 5 days had passed and Yifan now held more than 100 shares in the 3 companies. The original 20 billion. This group of people gathered together again, still at Lingqin Manor. Now Xiaofan has almost acquired all the stocks in his hands. Xiaofan can now be said to be the chairman of our 3 major groups. Congratulations, Xiaofan, we are all yours from now on. You must guide us to become rich. Hearing this, Yifan smiled and shook his head, saying, Don't make fun of me, but I still have something to tell you. Lu Qingtian and others said, You speak, and we listen. Then Yifan took out the recording file of that day and placed it on the table. He played the contents from beginning to end, including the list. Lu Qingtian and others looked solemn when they heard this. I didn't expect that a foreigner would dare to interfere in this matter. He must be tired of living. A cold light flashed in Lu Qingtian's eyes. Father Nya pondered for a while and said, But how did he know about this plan? Apart from the few of us in Yifan's 3 men, basically no one else should know about this. Yang Tianqi nodded and agreed, This is actually a bit strange. It's not surprising. Yifan said, Vios actually wants to take this opportunity to bring me down. I have a grudge against him. What's the grudge? They asked hurriedly. Yifan explained what happened between him and Vios. Everyone then understood the whole story, and after listening, Lu Qingtian burst into laughter. It's really thanks to Vios that I know that some of my subordinates are dissatisfied with me. It seems that I have to talk to him later. Yifan shook his head and said, Brother Lu, don't act rashly. Our press conference will be in 3 days. Before that, you should give him some indirect warnings. If he still transfers the shares to Tang Kai by then we won't have to show mercy. Lu Qingtian lowered his head and thought for a while, then said, Okay. The few of them discussed for more than an hour and finalized the next matters, but Yifan received a call from Ye's mother. Son, something bad has happened to your grandma. Yifan stood up suddenly and said solemnly, Mom, don't worry, I'll be back soon. Yifan then hung up the phone and looked at everyone and said, Brother Lu, Uncle Nya, Director Yang, I'm sorry, I have to go back to my hometown today. I will come back as soon as possible in 3 days. Okay, it's okay. Just leave the rest to us. You can come back to attend the press conference when the time comes. Yifan immediately drove home, feeling very anxious. Lu Qingtian and others continued to discuss what to do next. Yang Tianqi said with a serious expression, This Vios should be the famous investor in the United States. I heard that he is from the Smith family. It may be difficult to deal with him. Father Nye seconded, Well, I guess that in addition to dealing with Yifan this time, he will definitely take this opportunity to control the business community in Huan City. Lu Qingtian said with a smile, Old Yan, Old Nya, you think too much. A powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. I don't believe that an American like him can stir up any storms in China. And that Tang Kai cannot be kept. How about this, let's first count how many shares have been lost. If it exceeds Xiaofan's, we have to think of another way. Several people immediately contacted trusted people in the company and began to count the transferred shares. The demerits are counted in a few minutes. Shang Yun Group, 35%. Future Technology, 37%. Lu Group, 43%.
The faces of several people suddenly became solemn. Compared with the shares acquired by Yifan, the shares transferred out far exceeded Yifan's, and even more than the shares held by them, the chairman. Lu Qingtian sneered, "It seems that a lot of corrupt officials have been forced out of the board of directors this time. Some of the people on this list need to be thoroughly investigated." After Yifan returned to the county town, he rushed to the county hospital.
Mom, Dad, Uncle, Aunt, what happened to Grandma?
When Yifan entered the ward, he saw the whole family with sad faces, and the grandma was asleep on the hospital bed. Mother Yi quickly asked Yifan to be quiet and said, "Don't make any noise.
Your grandma just fell asleep. Come out with me and I will tell you."
Yifan went out with Ye's mother. After coming out of the ward, Ye's mother let out a long sigh.
"What's going on?" Yifan asked anxiously.
When he was a child, besides his parents, the people who treated him best were his grandparents. So when I heard that something happened to my grandmother, I hurried back.
"Son, I tell you, you have to be mentally prepared."
Mother Yi said solemnly, "Your grandmother has stomach cancer." Yifan's eyes widened immediately, and he quickly asked, "How could grandma suddenly get stomach cancer?"
"Why so suddenly?" "Oh, I don't know."
"When your uncle went there today, your grandma suddenly said she had a stomachache. Then your uncle went to the town hospital for a checkup. The initial diagnosis was cancer. It was confirmed when she came to the county hospital." Mother Yi looked sad and said, "But the good news is that it is in the early stages."
"The bad news is that your grandma is too old and can't have surgery. She can only take medicine. How could it happen so suddenly?"
"I haven't even done enough to honor her, and now she's suddenly got this strange disease." As she spoke, Ye's mother burst into tears. Yifan's face was extremely solemn, and he said, "Mom, don't worry, I will save Grandma. I'll make a phone call first." After saying that, Yifan went to the stairs of the hospital, took out his phone and called Yu Yunyun.
"Hello, Mr. Yi. Sister Yun, do you know any experts who treat cancer?" Yifan asked directly.
Yu Yunyun immediately stopped what she was doing and said, "I know someone. He's my friend, but he's still studying abroad."
"Mr. Yi, why are you asking this?"
Yifan explained the situation, and Yu Yunyun said, "So that's how it is."
"I'll give him a call and tell him about it." "Okay, as soon as you can."
After hanging up the phone, Yifan returned to the ward. His grandmother seemed to be awakened by the noise just now. She was very happy to see Yifan, because he was her favorite grandson.
"Xiao Fan, you're back?" "Yes, Grandma, I'm back." Yifan smiled and said, "Grandma, how are you feeling?" "It's fine.
I want to go home, but your uncle insisted that I stay in the hospital."
"Well, it's just something I ate that was bad. There's no need to make such a fuss."
Yifan was stunned by his grandmother's words, and then he looked at his family members beside him. They all shook their heads.
"It seems that Grandma doesn't know about this."
"Grandma, you have a stomachache now, so why don't you stay in the hospital for a few days to recuperate, okay?" Yifan also chose to conceal it.
Grandma suddenly became anxious and said, "How can that be possible? There is still so much farm work to do at home." Mother Yi said quickly, "It's okay, Mom. Old Ji and I will do it."
"Just listen to your grandson and take good care of yourself."
"Yes, Mom, we are here for you, just take care of yourself." My uncle and his wife also said immediately. In the end, Grandma could only sigh and agree. Chapter 135, The One Who Came to Cause Trouble.
The family kept chatting with Grandma, and Yifan was anxiously waiting for Yu Yunyun's reply.
"Son, what's going on? Did your friend call you back?" Mother Yi walked to Yifan's side and asked in a low voice.
She knew that Yifan called to try to find a famous doctor in famous medicine,
so she wouldn't ask any unnecessary questions. Yifan shook his head and said, "Not yet. Her friend is in the United States now. It's nighttime in the United States now. Maybe she's still asleep and hasn't woken up yet." He was also anxious. "Did she ask?" "Mom, don't worry.
If it doesn't work, I'll call her and ask her later."
"Okay." Mother Yi sighed and went over to take care of her grandmother.
Yifan took out his cell phone and looked at it.
It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Several hours had passed and Yu Yunyun still hadn't called him back.
In the end, Yifan could only sigh.
"Wait a little longer. If he doesn't call by 7 o'clock, I'll have to find another way." "Mom, what do you want to eat later?" Let's go out to eat today. Ye's mother suddenly asked, by the way, son, go pick up your grandpa. Yi Fan responded and then drove away.
An hour later, it was time for dinner, and Yi Fan brought his grandfather over. The whole family went to the 3-star hotel we stayed at last time. Before entering the door, Yi Fan saw the lobby manager He Tianxiang from last time running towards him, followed by 2 waiters.
Mr. Yi, long time no see.
He Tianxiang immediately greeted Yi Fan with excitement and said, I have arranged for your family to stay in the Junzi box.
Please follow me. Yi Fan nodded and wanted to help his grandfather.
But the 2 waiters were very perceptive and had already stepped forward to help. At this time, Yi Fan's cell phone rang. He asked He Tianxiang to help the old man to the box first, and he went to answer the phone.
Mr. Yi, I asked for you.
My friend agreed, but you have to take the old man to the United States. He has been busy with research these months and can't get away.
But he asked me for your contact information.
He will contact you after he finishes his research. Yi Fan was immediately delighted. As long as he agreed, nothing else mattered.
Okay, I understand. Thank you, Sister Yun.
Yu Yun laughed and said, Hee hee, Mr. Yi, why are you being so polite to me?
I am your subordinate. I am in this position thanks to you. It is my duty to help you do this.
Her laughter made Yi Fan feel numb. It turns out that mature women are different.
The laughter feels alluring. Yi Fan said, okay, thank you anyway. I'll treat you to a meal next time I go to Kyoto. Okay, then I'll wait for your meal, Mr. Yi. After that, the 2 hung up the phone.
In the private room, Yi Fan was the one who took the order. It was the first time for Grandma and Grandpa to eat in such a place, and both of them seemed a little uneasy.
Grandson, it must cost a lot of money to eat here, right? Why don't we just not eat here? Let's just find some place to eat. Grandma said.
Yes, it's very expensive to eat here, grandson, let's just eat something casually.
Grandpa also echoed. Everyone laughed.
These 2 old men didn't know how famous and rich Yi Fan was now.
Mom and Dad, don't be nervous. Xiao Fan is rich now.
He often goes to hotels that are more upscale than this one.
He has a lot of money. Yes, especially you, Mom. You are not in good health. You can't eat those things from roadside shops anymore.
Yes, you and Dad will move into our house from now on, and we won't need the old house anymore.
That won't work.
The 2 old people were a little anxious when they heard that the old house was no longer needed. They said, we have lived there for decades. How can we just give it up? We can move in with you, but the old house must stay.
The 2 elders' attitude was so tough that everyone was speechless. But think about it, it makes sense.
After all, the 2 elders have lived there for such a long time and they do have feelings for the old house.
Yi Fan smiled and said, it's okay, just stay.
At worst, we can renovate the old house, and if Grandpa and Grandma want to come back to live here, they can still live there. After these words were spoken, the attitudes of the 2 old men softened. However, the meal was not peaceful. When the family was talking and laughing, 2 people suddenly broke in, a man and a woman. Following behind them was He Tianxiang, looking panicked. Just by looking at the way they were dressed, you could tell which family as Playboy was out to dinner with his girlfriend.
You are the ones who robbed my box?
As soon as he came in, the man shouted, I don't care who you are, get out of here right now.
This box is mine.
Yi Fan's face turned cold instantly. He had to disturb people while they were eating.
Young man, we booked this box first, so you should be the one to leave.
But before Yi Fan could say anything, his uncle said with a cold face.
The man showed a mocking expression on his face and said, so what if you booked it? I said this box is mine, so it's mine. Get the hell out of here. Little bastard.
Yi Fan's uncle was about to stand up and curse, but Yi Fan stopped him.
Uncle, leave it to me.
After saying that, Yi Fan stood up and walked to the man.
The man was frightened by the aura emanating from Yi Fan and took a few steps back. I always feel that this person in front of me looks familiar.
I seem to have seen him somewhere. A cold voice came out of Yi Fan's mouth.
He Tianxiang, is this how your hotel treats guests?
But the speaker was not speaking to the man, but questioning He Tianxiang. He Tianxiang was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. This was the person whom all the county leaders had to flatter. How dare he offend? He Tianxiang quickly ran to Yi Fan and said humbly, Mr. Yi, no, it's not like that.
Mr. Yi, please listen to me.
This is Guang Shangbei, the son of our hotel manager. He is just joking with you. Don't take it seriously. I will take him away now. After saying that, he was about to pull Guang Shangbei away, but that woman caused his own death. Husband, I can't eat unless they eat in this box. Isn't this your hotel? How can you let others bully you? The woman immediately shook the man's arm. Guang Shangbei came to his senses immediately and realized that this was indeed his own hotel. He glared at Yifan and said, "Boy, I don't care who you are. You heard it, this hotel belongs to us. I can eat wherever I want. Pay the bill and get out." He Tianxiang knew it was over. Chapter 136, 10 million to buy a 3-star hotel. Sure enough, Yifan's face became even colder after hearing this, and he said, "The hotel is yours, so you can just take people to kick the guests out of the hotel at will? You can just disturb others' meals at will? Yes, it's ours. It's our hotel and I can do whatever I want with it. Now that you know, get out of here." Guang Shangbei continued to shout. Yifan didn't say anything else, but made a phone call. "Mr. Yi, do you have any instructions?" Yushu's sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. "Find out who owns the Kunger Hotel in Ping County. Tell him and ask him to come see me immediately. Otherwise, I will close his hotel in 3 days." "Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll do it now." After saying that, Yushu hung up the phone. Guang Shangbei and the woman looked sarcastic after hearing this conversation. "Boy, did your brain get squeezed by the door? You still want my brother Bei's father to come and see you? Are you a fucking idiot? Are you crazy? Are you delusional? My father is a well-known rich man in Ping County. You asked him to come and see you? Are you crazy? He Tianxiang, do you think so?" He Tianxiang looked at the two men's arrogant appearance inside. "The real idiots are you two." Ye's mother's face was also full of anger. It was bad enough that he disturbed their meal, but he even dared to say that to her son. But just as she was about to get up, she was stopped by Ye's father, who told her not to say anything and just watch quietly. After the two of them finished laughing, Guang Shangbei looked at Yifan and sneered, "Boy, I don't want to waste my time talking to you. If you don't get out of here, do you believe I'll get someone to beat you up?" But just as he finished speaking, he heard a roar from behind, "Guang Shangbei, I'm going to fucking kill you." Hearing this, Guang Shangbei turned his head and slapped him to the ground without waiting for him to understand what was going on. The woman was so frightened that she trembled all over and dared not move. After a while, Guang Shangbei came back to his senses. He looked at the angry middle-aged man in shock and said, "Dad, why did you hit me?" The person who came was Guang Shangbei's father, Guang Ufa. He pointed at Guang Shangbei and yelled, "Not only am I going to beat you up today, I'm going to beat you to death. What's the point of living like a loser like you?" Although he said so, he did not take action. Instead, he walked up to Yifan and said, "Mr. Yi, I want to apologize to you. I am really sorry for offending you because I did not recognize you. I beg you to show mercy and not let my hotel go bankrupt. I only have this one hotel. How can I support my family if it goes bankrupt? How about this? I'll treat you and your family to a meal today, and then I'll give you 200 million in mental damages. Will you let us go? I'll kneel down for you." Guang Shangbei felt like a bolt from the blue had fallen on his head, and he had to curry favor with his father whenever he met people in the county. But today everything overturned his cognition. He saw his father kneeling on the ground begging for mercy from a young man. They also have to pay 200 million yuan for mental damages. That's all their family assets. This time I hit a brick wall, and it's made of stainless steel. Who is this young man? Do you think I'm short of your 200 million? Yifan's voice was as cold as if it came from an ice cave. Guang Ufa trembled all over and his face turned pale. Yes, Yifan has the ability to stir up the entire Huan City business community. Why would I care about a mere 200 million? Guang Ufa immediately knew that he was finished. At this moment, he wished he could strangle Guang Shangbei to death. Why mess with this great god when you can mess with anyone else? I want this hotel for 10 million. Yifan said at last, "You have no right to refuse." Guang Ufa knew that he no longer had the right to refuse, so he could only nod with despair, "I understand." Finally, Yifan asked Guang Ufa to draft the contract. "Dad, who is that young man?" After coming out, Guang Shangbei asked cautiously from behind. The woman was also confused.
What kind of person could scare the wealthy businessman in Guangzhou County like this?
Guang Yufa turned around and slapped him again, and Guang Shangbei fell to the ground again. This time the two sides of his face were symmetrical.
Go and read the news on WB yourself. After saying that, Guang Yufa left. Guang Shangbei quickly took out his mobile phone to check.
The woman came closer and both of them looked terrified. He is Yifan from Huan City.
No wonder.
No wonder his father was so scared, no wonder he felt familiar with her. It turns out that I have offended such a terrifying person. He didn't even know when the phone fell to the ground.
The woman knew that she couldn't stay here any longer.
If she stayed, she would probably die without knowing how.
While Guang Shangbei was dumbfounded, she quietly left.
In the end, Yifan bought the hotel for 10 million yuan and handed it over to Yi Tianxiang to manage. Yi Tianxiang thought he would lose his job, but unexpectedly he was promoted and became the manager of the hotel.
He thanked Yifan repeatedly. Mr. Yi, don't worry, I will take good care of the hotel. After returning to the hospital, Yifan received an international long-distance call and answered it quickly. Hello, is this Mr. Yi?
I'm Hu Ming, the cancer expert introduced by Yu Yunyun.
Can you tell me briefly about your grandmother's current diagnosis? Okay, Mr. Hu, please wait a moment.
Yifan hurriedly went to ask his mother for the diagnosis sheet. Then he walked out of the ward, went to the stairwell and told Hu Ming everything on the list.
After listening, Hu Ming said, I see. I already know what you are talking about. It is indeed treatable.
However, I will tell you a few drugs that can inhibit the spread of cancer. I will send them to your phone via text message later.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hu. I will contact you when I go to the United States.
After hanging up the phone, Yifan received a message from Hu Ming. After returning to the ward, Yifan asked his mother to go to the hospital pharmacy to inquire about the medicine on the phone. When Ye's mother heard this, she immediately went to ask with joy.
She knew that she might have found it.
Yifan had found an expert.
Then he walked up to his grandmother and said, Grandma, can we go abroad to play sometime? Going abroad? Grandma shook her head and said, Forget it, I won't go. We are not familiar with foreign countries, so what's the point of going there? No.
Yifan smiled and said, Grandma, you are not the only one going.
All of our family will go. Xin Yue will take her final exam soon. Let's go abroad and have some fun together.
Yes, Mom, let's go abroad and see how beautiful the scenery is. The new year is coming soon, let's go out and have some fun before the new year. Others also advised.
In the end, Grandma couldn't resist them anymore and agreed. Chapter 137, Press Conference begins. In a villa in Huan City, Vio sat on the sofa with a frown on his face.
I haven't heard from Yifan for 2 days. There has been no news from him since he disappeared out of thin air 2 days ago. Even the bodyguards he had arranged near Yifan's villa had never seen him return. However, there are constant news coming out of Huan City's 3 leading companies, which seem to be reorganizing their internal affairs.
Many company leaders were kicked out by those 3 people.
They were all subordinates of the chairman whom he had won over at that time.
Vios suspected they might have discovered something.
But that group of directors were not fired, so he was not sure whether these 3 had discovered anything.
What on earth is Yifan trying to do? Sitting on the sofa, Vios thought deeply. Grandpa, what happened? When can I take revenge on Yifan? Kawezi came up from the 2nd floor and asked anxiously with a look of resentment, and when can I get that woman?
He was almost going crazy these past few days, as he was kept under house arrest in this villa by Vios all day long and was not allowed to go out even for meals. He was afraid that after he got out, he would take the initiative to seek revenge on Yifan.
Vios gave him a cold look and said, Why are you in such a hurry? I will let you go out when it's time for me to do so. If I don't let you go out, you should stay at home.
Kviz was so frightened that he trembled all over and dared not say anything else. He returned to his room upstairs.
Curled up in bed, the humiliation of that day could not be erased from his mind. Kviz touched his face and his expression became grim. Yifan, I will never let you go.
Sir, I have received news that the 3 companies will jointly hold a press conference tomorrow. Downstairs, just as Kviz left, Tang Kai came and stood respectfully next to Vios.
Press conference? What are they going to do?
Vios asked. I don't know, the purpose is not clear.
Tang Kai said. Vios lowered his head and thought for a while, then smiled and said, "No matter what they are going to do, since they are going to hold a press conference, it is the best time for you to become famous in Huan. Be prepared." Tang Kai immediately said excitedly, Okay, sir, thank you, sir. Tomorrow, the entire Huan business community will be in his hands, and he will make those who looked down on him in the past pay the price. How is it going, Director Liu? Can Director Yi come back tomorrow? In Lingqing Manor, Hua Pingyang looked nervous, and Father Nya and Yang Tianqi were also looking at Lu Qingtian. Lu Qingtian put down his phone and said with a smile, "Don't worry, he will be back in time." He just called Yifan and confirmed that Yifan will be present on time when the press conference starts tomorrow. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. That Vios should take action tomorrow. Based on his previous actions, he should start to suspect us. Father Nye said at this time. Isn't this the result we want? Lu Qingtian said with a smile, it would be a bit unreasonable if he didn't take action. Moreover, if he wants to control the business community of Huan City, tomorrow's press conference is their best chance. The old man is very ambitious. He doesn't want to stay in the United States and wants to dominate the Chinese business world. People say that the older people get, the more cowardly they become. But he is different. It doesn't matter. Since he dares to come, let him lose all his money. Smiles of success appeared on the faces of several old foxes. I wonder what they are planning. In the 3 days since he returned, Yifan has been taking care of his grandparents in the hospital. My uncle's family left early because they had to go to work. Yifan's family was fine. Since Wang Tao was at the breeding base, the village chief and others didn't see any problems. Mom, Dad, Grandpa and Grandma, I have some work to deal with today, so I have to leave first. I will come back to pick you up to go to the United States at the end of the month. Remember to take your medicine. Yifan reminded. Okay, we got it. Go quickly and don't delay your business. Mother Yi waved her hand, and Yifan drove away. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Yifan returned to Huan City and went directly to Lingqing Manor. Xiaofan, you are finally here. Now we are just missing you. As soon as Yifan entered the door, he saw 3 handsome uncles. Who are you trying to charm to death? Yifan teased as he looked at them. These 3 must have been the most handsome boys in the school. Even if they go out now, they can still charm a lot of young girls. Ha, that's enough, hurry up and change your clothes, the press conference is about to start. Lu Qingtian laughed and said, Ai Yun, get Xiaofan a set of clothes as well. 30 minutes later, when Yifan came out again, he only heard a clang sound. Oh, sorry. A maid next to Yifan accidentally dropped the bucket in her hand to the ground. Fortunately, there was no water in it. Yifan glanced at her. At that moment, the little maid felt that she was in love. This is the most perfect man in her heart. TSK, Xiaofan, you are still the most charming. Lu Qingtian teased, if I were a woman, I would definitely snatch you back. I agree. Father Nye and Yang Tianqi seconded. Yifan smiled and shook his head, stop joking, let's go. After that, the 4 of them prepared to set off. Why are the 4 leading companies in Huan City suddenly holding a joint press conference? What are they doing? Who knows? But it looks like there are quite a few people here today, and it seems like all the bigwigs from Huan City's business community are here. Hey, look, isn't that Li Qingyi, the president of Qingyi Fashion Design Company? She's so beautiful. It's her, damn, this is the first time I've seen her in person, I didn't expect her to be even prettier than in the photos. The huge activity room on the top floor of Ziyuan Hotel was filled with people. Except for the reporters, the rest were all people from Huan City's business community. No one noticed Vios, Tang Kai and Kevi sitting in the corner. At 10:50, with 10 minutes left before the press conference began, the door of the activity room suddenly opened. 4 people walked in from outside, making everyone's eyes widen. Oh shit, is this a press conference or a fashion show? The next moment, before the press conference even started, the flashlights started flashing non-stop. Look, it's our President Yi. A group of employees in Blue Ocean Securities were equally excited. Fuck. Mr. Yi is even more handsome than me. How can I be so embarrassed? How dare you compete with Mr. Yi? Hurry up and take a good look at yourself. No, I'm going to be captured by Mr. Yi again. This is too cool. Chapter 138, Press Conference.
At 11 o'clock, the event hall became quiet and the press conference officially began. Lu Qingtian said, "You must have doubts as to why we have gathered together today. Please listen to me first, and you can ask questions after I finish speaking. Everyone should know about the turmoil in Huan's business community. Many companies were found to have bad records. Most companies have been living in dire straits during this period. But starting today, there is no need to be afraid. All the short-selling companies in Huan have been cleared out, and the business community in Huan has returned to its former clarity." When everyone heard this, they immediately started talking about it. No wonder I always feel that the air in Huan City's business community has become much fresher recently. It turns out that those companies that have been cleared out are all bad companies. They finally no longer have to live in fear. Afterwards, Lu Qingtian took out a document and showed it to everyone, saying, "The second thing is that starting from today, our Lu Group, Chairman Ye's Shangyun Group, Chairman Yang's Future Technology Group and Chairman Ye's Blue Ocean Securities will merge to create the first consortium in Huan City. We will call it the Huan Consortium." What? Everyone looked shocked. Are the four leading companies going to merge to create the Huan Consortium? A second-tier city is about to set up a consortium. This is so awesome. Vios in the corner sneered. It turns out that this is their purpose, to set up the consortium. But this complements my plan and saves me a lot of trouble. The third thing is about the appointment of the chairman and board members of Huan Financial Group. We will appoint Yifan as the chairman of Huan Financial Group. The second largest shareholder is me, Lu Qingtian, and the third and fourth are Director Nye and Director Yang. These are the things I want to talk about. If you have any questions, you can ask them now. Many reporters are already impatient. The turmoil in Huan City this time is so great that they have long wanted to know what is going on. Reporter, Mr. Lu, I want to ask, why did you suddenly set up the Huan Consortium? Lu Qingtian, in fact, we have been thinking about this matter for a long time, and the main purpose is to integrate the business community of Huan City. Reporter, Mr. Nye, hello. I would like to ask, what do you think of your sudden action this time? Why did you start it so suddenly? Father Nye, it wasn't sudden, but we were immature before, so we didn't take action until Mr. Yi came along. His talent in the business world gave us hope. Reporter, hello, Mr. Yi, let me ask you, what do you think of being the chairman of Huan Group? Yi Fan, I don't have any opinion. I am very grateful for the trust of Director Lu and others. Reporter. I really don't know how these reporters come up with so many questions. But the last question finally got to the point. Reporter, hello, my question is for the four directors. What are your criteria for selecting the chairman? On the stage, Lu Qingtian and others smiled in their hearts, here they come. Lu Qingtian replied, regarding the criteria for the chairman, we selected according to the one with the most shares in the four companies. Everyone knows that Mr. Yi maliciously acquired the shares of our four companies before. In fact, we asked him to do so. The first is that we asked Director Yi to help us remove the termites from the company. Those who were acquired were all people who embezzled from various companies. We took this opportunity to clean up the people in the company, and we also gave the evidence to Director Yi. The second reason is that we are impressed by Mr. Yi's talent. Everyone has witnessed how fast Mr. Yi has been growing in the business community of Huan City during this period, so we recommend him to be the chairman. Everyone suddenly realized that they had misunderstood Yi Fan. If that's the case, then I definitely have someone more suitable to be the chairman of this consortium. An inappropriate voice resounded throughout the venue, and everyone looked over and saw an old foreign man walking over with the support of someone. Many financial company bosses were shocked when they saw this person. Fuck, isn't this the famous American investor Vio Smith? I heard that I had seen him in Huan City before, but I didn't expect he was really there. Why is he interfering with such an important matter in Huan City? If that's the case, I think Tang Kai, who is beside me, is more suitable to be the chairman, said Vios. Sir, what do you mean? Lu Qingtian and others said with anger on their faces. Vio smiled and said, hello, Mr. Lu, Mr. Yang, and Mr. Nye. I am from the Smith family of the United States. I came here just because I think He-Fan is too young and is not suitable to be the chairman of the Huan Consortium, so I would like to recommend someone to you. Lu Qingtian sneered and said, Mr. Smith, let's skip the matter of you interrupting the press conference. I'm curious about what kind of person you will recommend to us. Vio said, it's Mr. Tang Kai next to me.
If what you said, Mr. Liu, is true, as long as you have more shares, you can become the chairman of the Huan Consortium, then Tang Kai now has a lot more shares than Yi Fan. I can show you. Kevis, who was standing next to him, took out a dozen contracts and walked to the table, handing them to Lu Qingtian and the other three. When he saw Yi Fan, a ferocious sneer appeared on his face. Thinking about the imminent revenge, I couldn't help but feel a sense of pleasure in my heart. Yi Fan ignored him and looked at the three people who signed their names one by one and whose faces became increasingly angry. These three people can really act. Just now in the car, they had already explained the situation to Yi Fan. This play must go on. Damn it! These bastards actually sold the contract behind my back. Father Nye suddenly threw the contract in his hand to the ground, exuding anger. They are a bunch of ungrateful people. I have kept them for such a long time. Not only did they embezzle the company's property, but they actually ran away at this time. Yang Tianqi then looked annoyed. Compared to before, Lu Qingtian's performance was much calmer. He just closed the contract with a cold face without saying a word. He looked like a sleeping lion gradually waking up. The people in the audience looked at each other in bewilderment. What is this situation? Suddenly this happened. Father Nye asked with a cold face, Mr. Smith, although we have seen that Tang Kai's shares have indeed exceeded those of Mr. Yi, does he have Mr. Yi's talent in business? Vio smiled and said, Mr. Nye, Tang Kai does not have the talent of Yi Fan, but behind him stands our Smith family, and he has the support of our Smith family. Chapter 139, Threat? As for someone who is only talented, you must be interested in the support of our Smith family. Vio's was full of confidence. He didn't believe these people could withstand the support of a family. Even if they are friends, so what? Aren't there many cases in this world where friends betray each other for money? What businessmen care about is profit. The people below were also discussing and talking non-stop. Just as Vio said, the support of a family is much stronger than that of a talented individual. To be honest, these people have already started to be moved. There were also those who were hiding in the dark, and the directors whose shares had been acquired sneered on their faces. Don't blame me for being unjust if you are unkind. However, Yi Fan smiled and said, Mr. Vios, I think your intention is not that simple. Do you want to take this opportunity to let the Smith family control the business community in Huan City? Vios looked at Yi Fan and said, Mr. Yi, what do you mean? I've made it very clear what you mean. I'm too lazy to waste time talking to you. Yi Fan said coldly, it's not up to you, a foreigner and a lackey, to decide China's affairs. Vios's expression froze instantly. Yi Fan, what did you say? Who do you say is a running dog? Tang Kai next to him immediately shouted. Yi Fan glanced at him calmly and said, whoever finds the right seat is the one I'm talking about. You. Tang Kai pointed at Yi Fan angrily, but couldn't say a word. Damn, he is still so arrogant even after walking inside. When I become the chairman of Huan Group, the first thing I will do is to get rid of you. Mr. Yi, aren't you exaggerating? Vio said, Boss Tang and I are just partners. I value Boss Tang's character, so I want to help him. How difficult is that? You're interested in Tang Kai's character? Vios, you can say that. Yi Fan suddenly showed an evil smile on his face and said, if you're interested in trash like Tang Kai, then I don't think your Smith family is that good. Vios's face suddenly turned pale and he looked angry. Yi Fan not only humiliated himself, but also humiliated his family. Before he could speak, Yi Fan suddenly took out a file bag and placed it on the table. Vios, Tang Kai, I think you will be interested in the things in here. Would you like to take a look? Yi Fan said with a smile. Suddenly, Tang Kai felt a little uneasy. Could it be that he had done something and was caught? Go ahead and take a look. I'm not afraid of you. Tang Kai took the file bag with gritted teeth and opened it. The things inside made him turn pale. Vios next to him frowned and looked extremely ugly. Tang Kai pointed at Yi Fan and roared, how is this possible? You sent someone to follow me. The reporters' gossiping hearts were burning with curiosity. They wanted to know what Yi Fan had shown Tang Kai that caused him to react like that. Yi Fan ignored him. Instead he looked at Vios and said sarcastically, how is it, Vios, what is the character of the person you like? Don't worry, we have a lot of photos, this is just a small part. Tang Kai began to look panicked. More? That means all the ridiculous things I've done during this period of time have been secretly filmed? If that's true, and I hand those things over to Party J, won't I end up in jail for life? Vio's body trembled violently. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Yi Fan. He sneered, "Humph. So what? No matter what, Tang Kai is destined to be the chairman of Huan Consortium today. You are just resisting stubbornly. Am I right? Mr. Liu? You won't fight against our Smith family for Yi Fan, right?" The tone was full of threats, and anyone could hear it. Fuck. This foreigner is a bit arrogant. Damn it. How dare you threaten people in China? Are you tired of living? Fuck, I thought your Smith family was pretty good, but you dare to stand on our Chinese territory and threaten others? Who gave you the guts? Who's coming with me? If I don't kill him today, I'm not a Chinese. The three Vios on the stage had different expressions, some were gloomy, some were frightened, and some were confused. What's going on? Chinese people shouldn't be like this. Why so united? Everyone, be quiet. As soon as Lu Qingtian's words came out, the exposed scene instantly became quiet. Then, Lu Qingtian looked at Vios with a sneer and said, "Vios, you really think you are an important person? How should my Huan Consortium develop and who will be the chairman? What qualifications do you, a foreigner, have to make decisions?" Vio's eyes suddenly widened. This is different from what he thought. Lu Qingtian continued, "You are right. With your help, Tang Kai has swallowed up a lot of shares in our three companies. It is indeed more than the shares held by Director Yi, but don't forget that we are the chairman of the three major companies. Besides, who do you think your Smith family is? Why does our Huan group need your Smith family's help? We have been silent all this time. Do you really think you are some good guy? You are standing on our Chinese territory to threaten us. Do you really think we are soft persimmons that can be easily squeezed?" Vios was so angry that he took 2 steps back. He finally understood. From the very beginning, Lu Qingtian and others did not accept his suggestions at all. "I've been watching myself put on a show. They were just pretending." Seeing his appearance, Yi Fan and the others all showed evil smiles on their faces and said, "As for those people you bribed our company with, I have already handed over the evidence of their corruption to the J Party. It just so happens that they are all sitting here, so it's just right to catch them all in one fell swoop." Just as he finished speaking, the door to the activity hall suddenly opened and police rushed in. The entire event hall turned into a capture scene, with all kinds of shouting and screaming. A few people walked up to Tang Kai and said, "Mr. Tang Kai, we suspect you are taking drugs. Come with us." Tang Kai was so frightened that he fainted and was eventually dragged away by the police. After the commotion subsided, everyone on the stands looked shocked. Fuck, isn't that Hua Pingyang, the leader of our Huan city? They will be here. Could it be that he also participated in this operation? He is the leader of the government. Hua Pingyang picked up the microphone on the table and said with a smile, "Everyone may be curious about why I am here. The reason is very simple. Huanan is what happened during this period. Director Liu and his team have been approved by me. History has also agreed to it. In addition, the higher-ups also strongly support Director Yi to become the chairman of the Huan Consortium." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. No wonder Lu Qingtian and his team can mobilize all parties. Yi Fan's becoming the chairman alarmed even the higher-ups. It's all approved. Chapter 140, Let us go play. Also, Mr. Smith, if you are really here to cooperate with the business community in Huan City, please have a good conversation with us. If not, please do as you please. As a government official, Hua Pingyang couldn't speak like Lu Qingtian, Yi Fan and the others, but he could still speak directly and with some meaning. Sure enough, after hearing this, Vios' old face turned red with anger, but he just couldn't say anything. After living for most of his life, the humiliation he suffered today was enough to make him lose all his face. Kviz, who was standing next to him, had also come to his senses, and his face had become ferocious. Today should be my day of revenge. But why did it turn out like this? This is all Yi Fan's fault. And I was embarrassed again and again. When have I ever suffered such a loss? Yi Fan, I will not let you go. Go to hell. Kviz suddenly roared, and rushed directly towards Yi Fan, clenched his fist and hit Yi Fan in the face. But before he could rush over, Xin Long, who was guarding beside him, moved. Kviz felt as if a bull was charging at him, and his entire body flew 3 meters away and fell to the ground. Without even the time to struggle, Kviz was pinned to the ground by the police. "Let me go, I am from the Smith family. If you dare to catch me, my grandfather will never let you go." Kevy struggled hard, but his crazy roar had no effect. Instead, he was met with the police's cold voice, "Shut up. We have evidence that you are suspected of threatening others and intentionally causing harm. You are under arrest now. Resisting arrest is aggravated." Kviz trembled all over. He looked at Vyos and pleaded, "Grandpa, save me quickly. I don't want to go to jail. Grandpa." This sudden change surprised everyone. This guy is awesome. You dared to do this in front of thousands of people watching on TV. Awesome. Everyone looked at Vyos. They wanted to see what countermeasures this foreign old man was going to come up with. Vyos looked coldly at Kviz, who was asking for help. He was really angry with this idiot. "I just can't understand why they took him in as their grandson. What a fool. Idiot. This is China, not the United States. From today on, you are no longer my grandson, and you have nothing to do with my Smith family." After saying that, Vyos turned and left. He could no longer stay here. Snap. Kviz, who was lying on the ground, felt as if struck by lightning, and his mind went blank in an instant. What did he just hear? No connection with the Smith family anymore. Only then did Kviz realize how big a disaster he had gotten into. "Grandpa, no, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again, please don't do this." Amid Kviz's desperate pleas, Ovis left, and Kviz was completely desperate. In the following time, the press conference went on as usual, and reporters continued to ask questions, as if what had just happened had never happened. The press conference was completed on time at 2 p.m. After dinner, several people sat in the car and still discussed what had just happened. From the very beginning, they set a trap for Orvis and made him jump into it step by step. When he thinks he has the upper hand, let him fall into despair and lose face. A foreigner dared to cause trouble in Wuhan. How could these old foxes let him off easily? Yifan suddenly said solemnly, "Brother Lu, Uncle Nya, Director Yang, I may not be able to participate in the second phase. After the high school final exam is over in 2 days, I will go to the United States. If you need financial assistance, ask Xingye Group and Tangshan Group to provide funding." Lu Qingtian and the others nodded and said, "Xiaofan, don't worry. We old veterans who have been in the business world for many years are already familiar with the second stage. You just need to be a hands-off boss." Like they said, when it comes to acquiring companies, these people are as familiar with each other as can be. There is no need for Yifan to do anything anymore, just let them handle it. Yifan smiled and shook his head. This was what he hoped for. If he wants to tie himself to his job, he should resign from the position of chairman. Back in the villa, Vyos sat on the sofa, leaving him alone. All previous layouts were destroyed. "I originally thought that Huan business was already in my pocket, but I didn't expect that others had already seen through it." What went wrong? No matter how hard he thought, he just couldn't figure out the problem. But when he thought of Yifan's face, he became furious. He threw the teacup in his hand to the ground. The crisp sound echoed throughout the living room. Vyos's face showed a ferocity that was not worthy of him, and he said, "Yifan, don't think you win like this. I won't let you go." "Sir, what's going on?" A Chinese bodyguard rushed in and asked. After their failure, the 4 bodyguards were directly fired by him, and no one knew where they went. "Get out!" Vyos roared angrily. He has never hated the Chinese so much. In short, he didn't want to stay here for even a second, so he immediately called to book a flight back to the United States. The bodyguard who came out also had a gloomy face. His companion looked at him and asked, "So, I told you not to touch this bad luck, but you didn't listen." "Fuck it. If it wasn't for the money, I would have left right now." "What the hell is a foreigner doing talking nonsense in China?" the bodyguard said angrily. All right, let's just stay here quietly. It's our bad luck to take this protection job." Another bodyguard consoled him, "After something like this happened, I don't think this old man will stay for much longer. Let's just endure it for a few more days, and then we'll leave after we get the money." After saying that, the 2 bodyguards sighed. It's really unlucky to take this job. At this time, the bodyguard's cell phone rang. He took it out and immediately hid to answer it. "Hey, Brother Biao, what can I do for you?" "Shama, I remember that you and Xiaotian took over the job of protecting that guy named what's the reason he died, right?" Hu Biao asked in a somewhat irritable tone on the other end of the phone. The bodyguard known as Xiaomai immediately cried, "Yes, Brother Biao, we don't want our salary this month,
and we don't want to protect this person anymore.
Can we go back? So you guys have the same idea? Hu Biao said quickly, then come back.
I can't stand that old guy either. Protect him for nothing.
Let the old man mess around.
I'll give you your salary this month as usual.
Xiao Ma was immediately surprised and said, Really? Thank you, Brother Biao. Thank you, Brother Biao. We will be back soon.
After hanging up the phone, he said something to the bodyguard named Xiaotian, and Xiaotian's face also showed excitement.
The two of them left without even saying goodbye. Just like Brother Biao said, let this old guy go to hell. Chapter 141, Becoming Famous.
2 days later, it is the last day for the final exams at Huan No. 1 High School. Yi Fan had already called Yi Yanyang and told her that he would pick up Yi Xinyue today and asked her to go back to the villa by herself.
Fuck, look, that's a Lamborghini Veneno, right? I've only seen it online before. Who is so rich to be able to afford this car? You don't know who the owner of the car is? Brother, you are not from our Huan. Of course I'm from Huan. Is the owner of the car famous?
Of course, the owner of the car is Yi Fan, the chairman of the Huan Group. Now everyone in Huan City knows about it, but you are the only one who doesn't know it like an idiot. You really are unworthy of being a Huan person.
Ahem, I just came back from studying in Kyoto, of course I don't know.
Outside the school, people were talking about the car, while in the dormitory building, Yi Xinyue's roommates stared at Yi Fan, who was helping Yi Xinyue pack her things with wide eyes. They never thought that one day they would be so close to their male idol.
Xinyue, you little girl are really good at hiding things. Yi Xinyue's roommates were pulled aside by their roommates and spoke with a hint of reproach. Yi Xinyue had a question mark on her face and asked, What did I hide? The roommates immediately said anxiously, It's your brother is actually Yi Fan. He is the new generation of male god. He is rich and handsome.
Yes, if you look at the male god rankings on the internet now, Yi Fan is firmly ranked first. You didn't even tell us that he is your brother. Originally, that ranking was for the entertainment industry, but your brother is an exception. He's the only one who crossed over.
Now your brother has several fan clubs online. There are hundreds of millions of fans in them. We're all in it.
Yi Xinyue was stunned for a moment. She had never paid attention to these things.
Her brother is now number 1 on the male god ranking list.
There are several support groups?
Hundreds of millions of fans? When did this happen? You didn't ask me either.
In the end, Yi Xinyue could only smile bitterly.
The roommates looked at each other, it seemed to be true. What are you talking about?
Yi Fan asked with a smile after he had packed up his things. The group of guys tensed up immediately after hearing the sound.
Their faces turned red and they said nervously, No, nothing.
Yi Xinyue next to her was speechless.
Is my brother really that charming? Really?
Yi Fan smiled and said, Thank you for taking care of Xinyue this semester. Several people panicked and said, No, nothing happened.
Xinyue usually takes good care of us. That's right.
Those stains on their clothes that couldn't be washed off normally were all washed by Yi Xinyue.
I still feel guilty about it.
But soon one of the girls said shyly, Brother Fan, I have something to ask of you.
Yi Fan nodded and said, You say. Can you sign an autograph for me?
As soon as these words came out, the other two roommates said in unison, I want one too, I want one too. Yi Fan was stunned when he heard this. Someone asked him for an autograph again, with the same expectant expression.
When did I become so famous?
High school students all admire themselves like this. But since they were Xinyue's roommates, Yi Fan agreed. After signing, Yi Fan took Yi Xinyue away.
But before they left the dormitory building, they heard cheers coming from the dormitory. Yi Fan became more and more confused, so he asked, Xinyue, do you know what's going on?
Looking at Yi Fan's confused expression, Yi Xinyue covered her mouth and chuckled. Then he told the story.
Yi Fan even took out his mobile phone to take a look at the ranking list and WB.
Sure enough, the first photo that appeared on the list was my own, firmly in first place, with an unknown number of votes ahead of the second place. Looking at WB again, Yi Fan searched with his own name and a lot of cheering groups came out. What about Yi Yi the little idol? What about Fan Fan the little angel? What about Yi Fan my husband? And so on.
Yi Fan was dazzled by what he saw.
Yi Fan was silent for a long time. It turned out that so many things happened when he was not aware of it. He really became a celebrity.
Brother, I'm optimistic about you.
Yi Xinyue suddenly teased. Her brother is so famous now, and she, as his younger sister, is so happy that she can't express it all.
Should I join a cheering group, say I'm a younger sister, and become the group leader?
Yi Fan rolled his eyes at her and said, please let me save some energy. Look, it's Yi Nanshan, the Nanshan and his sister are out.
Ah. Brother Yi, please sign an autograph for me. Sign one for me too. We can also take a photo together.
Before Yi Fan could react, a large group of people rushed up. They were all high school students, both boys and girls, and they surrounded Yi Fan so tightly that no one could get in or out. Yi Xinyue next to her was amazed in admiration.
My brother is still more charming. It's popular with both men and women. Oh shit. What's going on? Why is Boss Yi surrounded?
Qin Long and others who were hiding in the dark widened their eyes and hurriedly got out of the car to protect Yi Fan.
Get out of the way. Get out of the way.
The four of them rushed into the crowd with difficulty and managed to protect Yi Fan. He got on their Mercedes and left with Yi Fan. Sitting in the car, Yi Fan breathed a sigh of relief.
He really couldn't understand how he suddenly became famous? Actually, I didn't do anything. I've never acted, sang, or appeared on camera. Why did he become famous overnight?
Brother, you should wear a hat, mask and sunglasses when you go out next time, otherwise I will feel like I can't move an inch. Yi Xinyue next to him kept teasing. Yi Fan rolled his eyes. This little girl only knows how to make fun of her brother. Yi Fan took out his phone and called Lin Tian.
Hello, Boss Yi, why are you calling me? Are you planning to make your debut?
Lin Tian in the office said with a smile as the call was just connected. It seems that he has already known about this matter, but it is also normal.
Lin Tian is the president of an entertainment company and he must be concerned about entertainment matters. No plans. Yi Fan replied, delete all those things on the internet for me.
Oh, that's a pity. Lin Tian said with regret.
Yi Fan was silent for a while and said, Lin Tian, do you know what is going on? The reason is actually very simple. It was done by Big Sister.
Lin Tian explained, before Big Sister married Boss Lu, she was a professional makeup artist. She has done makeup for many famous stars.
Do you understand now? Yi Fan finally understood and nodded. So that's it. Chapter 142, Departure to the United States.
The next day, Yi Fan and his two sisters got up early. After returning yesterday, Yi Fan called his parents and asked them to come early today. Yesterday Yi Fan asked Xinya to charter a plane, and today all he had to do was pack his luggage.
Cousin, you and your family can go, why do you need to take me with you? Asked Yi Yangyang beside him. I'm taking you out to play. What for?
Yi Fan replied casually, okay, stop asking so many questions.
Your parents have agreed. Oh. Yi Yangyang really didn't say anything. In fact, there was a reason why Yi Fan took Yi Yangyang with him.
After all, he would definitely be very busy with his grandmother's affairs by then.
It would be nice to have someone accompany Yi Xinyue.
But speaking of this, Yi Fan, who was unfamiliar with the United States, would definitely have a lot of trouble, so he took out his cell phone and called Li Qingyi.
Qingyi, do you have time recently? What's wrong? Tell me. I'm going to the United States for a while, and I need a guide. Yi Fan said. Okay, I get it. I'll go with you.
I'll let Fu Jin take charge of the company temporarily.
After Yi Fan hung up the phone, a smile appeared on Li Qingyi's face. I got up and went to pack my things. At 10 o'clock in the morning, my uncle came with my parents and grandparents.
Yi Fan also transferred a business car from the company, and the whole family set off for the airport.
Xiao Fan, is there going to be any problems with this plane?
As soon as they got on the plane, Ye's mother and her group became very nervous. It was their first time on a plane, so they were inevitably a little nervous. Yi Fan smiled and comforted them, don't worry, Mom, Dad, Grandpa, Grandma, don't be nervous, there won't be so many accidents. Ye's mother and others nodded at this time, but still held the handles of the seats tightly. They didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the plane flew steadily and the stewardess's voice came over the speakers. The feeling of weightlessness after taking off really scared them. Even now Yi Fan sees that his father's face is still pale.
I tried hard not to laugh.
Son, the planes I saw on TV shouldn't look like this.
Why is there no one here? Ye's mother asked in confusion.
Yifan replied casually, I chartered a luxury plane, so there is no one else on it except our family.
Ah? You chartered a plane? Ye's mother widened her eyes and asked in a trembling voice, This will cost a lot of money, right? It's not much, just 300 million.
Yifan shook his head.
How much?
This time, whether it was Ye's mother, Ye's father, grandma or grandpa, their eyes widened.
You are so wasteful. Ye's father scolded, 300 million to charter a plane? How can you spend money so lavishly, kid?
That's right, grandson, no matter how rich we are, we can't waste it like this.
Grandpa also said.
Yifan smiled and said, Mom, Dad, Grandpa, Grandma, our family is not short of that little money now.
It's only 300 million.
Besides, Mom and Dad, given Grandma's current health, are you comfortable letting her take a regular plane?
Yifan said the last sentence quietly to his parents. He couldn't let his grandparents hear it. The two elders thought about it and agreed.
They were indeed not comfortable letting their two elderly people take that kind of civilian aircraft. In the end, he didn't care about it anymore and instead helped Yifan to persuade the old man.
And Yifan sighed.
In addition to this reason, Yifan also felt that his parents, as well as his grandparents, had been frugal all their lives. Even if they blamed him, he had to make their lives better. As for Yi Xinyue and Yi Yanyang, the two girls completely let go as soon as the holiday came, and the three of them gathered together to play landlord. Yifan walked over and watched how Li Qingyi played her cards for a while and then laughed. She played a very good hand badly.
I'll demolish the king bomb for you. Hearing Yifan snickering next to her, Li Qingyi's face flushed, and she glared at Yifan and said, What are you laughing at? I don't know how to play.
There was a hint of grievance in her tone. Yifan coughed twice, suppressed his exposed smile, and said, Okay, I won't laugh, I'll just watch.
Li Qingyi would not believe it, and handed the cards in her hand to Yifan, saying, I don't want to play anymore, you play, I'm going to chat with Uncle Yi and Aunt Yi for a while. After saying that, she got up and left. Yifan had no choice but to sit down and play with the two of them for a while. After 13 hours of flight, the family finally arrived at the U.S. Capitol Airport.
Yu Yunyun had already sent the president of the overseas company to wait there.
Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Sun Shang, the head of the overseas company of Qingye Group. Mr. Yu asked me to wait for you here. I was a little shocked when I saw Yifan for the first time. So young. How did the Han Group get this chairman? Yeah. Yifan nodded and said, Let's go. Okay.
Sun Shang immediately asked the bodyguards following behind him to take the luggage from Yifan and others and take them away. In the car, Yifan called Hu Ming, but the other party did not answer. Yu Yunyun said that there are only two situations in which this guy won't answer the phone.
The first is to do another test. The second is to do the surgery. But he would call back when he was done.
Yifan didn't disturb him. Sun Shang sent Yifan and others to a luxurious single villa, which was equipped with a butler and a maid. Mr. Yi, this place was bought by Han Yu in the name of the Han Consortium.
After you acquired the Han Consortium, this villa became yours. It's all yours.
Sun Shang introduced, not only this villa, but many places in the United States are now under your name.
This is the real estate that Han Yu bought in the United States at that time. Please take a look.
As he spoke, Sun Shang handed a document to Yifan, who opened it and took a look. I didn't expect that Han Yu bought quite a few places in the United States.
3 wineries, a horse farm, and several farms.
Yifan showed a smile on his face.
He acquired the Han Group and actually got so many real estates. Han Yu is really squandering money in the United States. Okay, I got it. You go and do your own thing.
Yifan put away the documents and waved his hand.
Okay, Mr. Yi, just call me if you have any instructions. After saying that, Sun Shang gave Yifan one of his business cards and left first.
However, all the bodyguards he brought with him stayed to protect the safety of Yifan's family. After packing up his things, Yifan walked around the villa.
Compared to Yifan's Zixing Pavilion in the Ziyuan Villa district, this villa is much more luxurious. There is a gym upstairs, a garden in front and a private swimming pool in the back.
There is an underground garage below, which is filled with various luxury cars and an RV. There is also a golf course the size of a basketball court next to it. It was true that Han Yu was living a luxurious life when he was abroad.
Chapter 143, Hiring Upon Meeting. After dinner, Yifan asked his family to adjust to the jet lag,
but the two girls were so excited that they couldn't sleep. Originally, the two wanted to go swimming, but since it was winter, they went to the golf course nearby to play. At the beginning, Yifan was still needed to teach them, but the two of them were both top students. After watching how Yifan operated and listening to the rules of the game, they understood how to play. The three of them played golf all morning. While eating, Yifan received a call from Hu Ming. Hu Ming asked Yifan to bring the old man directly to the hospital where he worked for a full body examination. Yifan agreed. After dinner, Yifan asked the housekeeper to prepare the car, and then took his family to the hospital.
Grandson, why are you in the hospital again?
Grandma stayed in the hospital for such a long time some time ago, receiving 4 drips and taking medicine all day long.
Now she is a little scared of seeing the hospital and holds Yifan's arm tightly.
Yifan made up a lie and said, "Grandma, I came here today to give you, Grandpa, and my parents a physical examination.
It will be done in a few minutes." It's okay. Grandma could only nod, but Grandpa next to her looked a little pale. It would be enough to just give your spouse a physical examination. Why do you need to get one for yourself?
I kind of regret coming abroad with him.
It would be better for me to stay comfortable at home.
After entering the hospital, Li Qingyi asked the nurse at the front desk where Hu Ming was. Hu Ming had already greeted the front desk, and the nurse immediately took everyone to his office.
Mr. Yi, we finally meet.
As soon as the two met, Hu Ming greeted Yifan in English.
Hello, Dr. Hu.
Yifan nodded and said, "Thank you for your help."
No problem, Mr. Yi. Did you bring the diagnosis results from China? I brought it.
Yifan took the diagnosis result from Yi's mother and handed it to Hu Ming. After reading it, Hu Ming just nodded and said, "Mr. Yi, please take the old man to get checked first, and I will do a comparison."
Okay. Yifan nodded. Li Qingyi came over and said, "I'll go."
Yifan handed the old man over to Li Qingyi and sat with Hu Ming. Hu Ming asked about the old man's condition, this time in Chinese. So Yifan asked his father to take his grandfather outside and wait for a while. Hu Ming nodded after learning from Yi's mother that she urged the old man to take medicine on time every day and often took him for exercise. Only then did Ji Xinyue realize that her grandmother had cancer and she almost cried. How could grandma, such a good person, get such a bad disease? It turns out that Yifan brought his family abroad this time just for this.
With Yi Yangyang's comfort, she managed to hold back her tears, not letting herself cry and not letting her grandfather notice anything unusual. Dr. Hu, what is my mother's condition? Is there any cure? Ye's mother asked anxiously. Aunt, don't worry.
Hu Ming comforted her, if it's really as you said, the condition shouldn't change much. I'll have to wait for the diagnosis to come out before I can make a judgment.
An hour later, Li Qingyi brought her grandmother in.
Hu Ming immediately compared the results and finally nodded with a smile.
Mr. Yi, good news.
The cancer cells have not spread and the medication is controlling it very well, so don't worry. Yifan then breathed a sigh of relief and signaled to Yi's mother to rest assured.
But the bad news is that the old man is old and has physical defects. Ordinary surgery and chemotherapy are not possible.
He can only use drugs to dissolve the tumor, which requires a long time in the hospital and the movement of the tumor must be monitored at all times.
Yifan frowned. This was what he was worried about. He asked, how long will it take?
It will take at least half a year, and at most 2 to 3 years, Hu Ming replied.
After listening, Yifan shook his head and said, impossible, it's too long, the old man definitely doesn't want to be hospitalized. Yes, if I keep it secret from you like this, you will definitely not be able to be hospitalized. Hu Ming also nodded.
Yifan lowered his head, thinking. It wouldn't be a good idea to tell the elderly because they would definitely be frightened.
Dr. Hu, I want to ask you for a favor.
Yifan said solemnly, I would like to hire you as my personal doctor during my stay in the United States.
I will give you a retainer of $1 million a day.
Hu Ming looked shocked.
$1 million a day? Converted into RMB, that is 7 million. Even my teacher can't do this. Is Mr. Yi so wealthy? This guy is so rich that he is burning money. Mr. Yi, do you trust me so much? We have only known each other for 1 day. Hu Ming asked with a frown. I naturally trust the people that Sister Yun recommends to me.
Yifan said seriously, and Sister Yun told me that you are an expert in this field. As long as you can save my grandmother, 1 million a day is not too much. Hu Ming was stunned, lowered his head and thought for a while, then said, okay, 1 million RMB a day will be fine,
But Mr. Yi, I have a condition. You say. Yi Fan said. In the end, Hu Ming was hired for just 1 million RMB a day. As for that condition, it was easy for Yi Fan to achieve. It's nothing more than a matter of investment. The medical team led by Hu Ming recently made new discoveries in cancer pharmacology. However, he had been unable to attract investors, so he wanted to take this opportunity to get Yi Fan to invest. Originally, the investment only required $10 million, but Yi Fan directly gave him $50 million. Hu Ming's eyes widened. Once again, I was convinced that Yi Fan really had a lot of money to burn. An investment of $10 million gave him $50 million. And it's my own personal investment and has nothing to do with the company. That means he has a lot of money besides the company. Yi Fan didn't even blink when he took out the $50 million. Hu Ming was really shocked, and in the end he wanted to curry favor with Yi Fan. After coming out of Hu Ming's office, Yi Fan really did as he had said before, and he gave the whole family a physical examination. Everyone was very nervous at the time, fearing that something might happen to their bodies. They all regretted whether they should not have followed Yi Fan out this time. Li Qingyi kept laughing behind him. Yi Fan's family is so interesting. A physical examination scared them like this. Fortunately, everyone's indicators are very healthy and there is nothing wrong. During the physical examination, Yi Fan called Sun Shang. Ask him to buy a batch of the best medical electronic equipment and send them to the villa today. Sun Shang immediately did as he was told. Originally, Yi Fan wanted Li Qingyi to lead the way and take the family to a nearby scenic spot for fun, but they were all very sleepy, so they didn't go. Everyone go home and sleep. Chapter 144, Pico no. Sun Shang rushed to the villa early in the morning. Yi Fan's family had just finished breakfast, and Hu Ming was taking his grandmother for a physical examination. Director Yi, the Picno family is holding a banquet today and invites the heads of various companies to attend. Here is the invitation. The Pinnock family? Yi Fan was a little confused. He took it and looked at it, then said, "Tell me about this Picno family." Then Sun Shang told Yi Fan everything about the Picno family. Legend has it that the Picno family was a family that suddenly rose in the Middle Ages, mainly engaged in the real estate industry. The family business has been passed down for hundreds of years and now has assets worth hundreds of billions. The villa where Yi Fan lives now is the product of their family. However, in recent decades, the Picno family has gone from prosperity to decline, and the entire family has begun to run into problems. It can be said that it has reached the stage of decline. The purpose of their holding this banquet is probably self-evident. Because of this, many families in the United States are now beginning to take advantage of the situation, hoping to use this opportunity to disintegrate this hundreds of years old family in one fell swoop. The Smith family was the loudest among them. This surprised Yi Fan a little. He had just arrived in the United States for a few days and heard the news about the Smith family. It's really interesting. In this case, Yi Fan is quite willing to go and take a look. After all, Vios will not let him go so easily. The confrontation with the Smith family is only a matter of time, and what he has done in the United States will be exposed sooner or later. He is very powerful in China, controls 2 major financial groups, and owns assets worth hundreds of billions. But in the United States, apart from the hundreds of millions of dollars company under Sun Shang's management, the other forces are almost non-existent. If this Picno family can be used, I might as well use the power of the system to help them. Okay, you come pick me up when the party starts. Sun Shang quickly said, "Okay, Mr. Yi, if there is nothing else, I will withdraw first." Yi Fan nodded and Sun Shang left. Sitting on the sofa, Yi Fan began to ponder. I have 3 purposes for coming to the United States this time. The first thing is to treat my grandmother's illness. Second, during the period before returning to China, influence in the United States must be established as soon as possible. Before, Yi Fan was still thinking about how to build up strength that surpasses everyone else in the shortest time possible. Now the springboard appears in front of him. Moreover, the starting point of this springboard is also very high, which is completely sufficient for your own use. Therefore, Yi Fan must obtain the Picno family. As for the third thing, what are you thinking about? Li Qingyi suddenly appeared and interrupted Yi Fan's thoughts. Nothing, have you had a good rest? Yi Fan shook his head and asked, You should have nothing to do today, right? There shouldn't be anything happening today, what's wrong? Li Qingyi asked back. Accompany me to a party tonight. Banquet? You've only been in the US for a few days, and you're already attending a banquet? Li Qingyi glanced at the invitation on the coffee table and asked in surprise, from the Picno family? You know? Yi Fan said. Li Qingyi nodded and said, my teacher is from this family. After graduation, I also worked in this family's company. However, this family has gradually declined. Do you want to attend the banquet of this family? Yi Fan showed a wicked smile on his face. I went there just to see if this family can be used by me. Li Qingyi looked at Yi Fan in shock and asked, what are you going to do? To conquer this family? Although this family has declined, it is still an old family with hundreds of years of history. Do you really want to conquer it? Yi Fan nodded without question and said, whether it's a company or a family, the reason for their decline is nothing more than money. I just need to give them enough money to kill all their competitors. Why can't I subdue them? Li Qingyi was speechless. Yi Fan was right, no matter what the reason for the company's decline was nothing more than money. As long as you have money, all problems can be solved. In the evening, Sun Sheng came to pick up Yi Fan on time. Yi Fan said hello to his family and took Li Qingyi out. On the way, Sun Sheng handed a document to Yi Fan and said, Mr. Yi, here are the main members of the Picno family at present, a total of 24 people, please take a look. Yi Fan nodded, then took the document and looked through everyone's information. 30 minutes later, Yi Fan handed the document to Sun Sheng. Sun Sheng was shocked and asked, Mr. Yi, have you finished reading it? So quickly? Well, it's all in my mind. Yi Fan said casually. Sun Sheng was stunned when he heard this. 30 minutes, 50 pages of A4 paper, and information about 24 people. Is it all in his mind? You only spent more than a minute reading one person's message? Is this true? Are you kidding? Yi Fan could see the doubt in Sun Sheng's eyes, but there was no need for him to explain so much. Once you remember it, you remember it. 2 hours later, we finally arrived at our destination. As soon as we got off the car, a woman in her 40s came over. Teacher, it's been a long time since we last met. How are you? Li Qingyi went up to him and hugged him, her tone full of respect. Yi Fan was a little surprised. Is this Li Qingyi's teacher? He looks very young. I'm in good health. How are you doing in China? The beautiful woman said with a smile. I'm fine too. The two of them exchanged pleasantries for a while, which stunned Sun Sheng, who was standing next to them. Who is this woman? Mira Picno, a famous American fashion designer. The woman next to Director Yi actually called her teacher. Rumor has it that this designer only had one apprentice, named Li Qingyi. Could it be her? No wonder it looks so familiar. But Mr. Yi is really amazing. He actually managed to get such an amazing person into his pocket. Teacher, let me introduce you. This is Yi Fan, whom I told you about on the phone. Finally, Li Qingyi introduced Yi Fan next to her. Mira stared at Yi Fan, somewhat surprised. This is the person who wants to invest in their family? She always thought that the person next to Yi Fan was the one. I didn't expect it was this young man. Isn't he a little too young? Hello, Mr. Yi, you can just call me Mira. Qingyi has already told us the purpose of your visit. The head of the family is also looking forward to meeting you. I will take you to meet the head of the family. Yi Fan stretched out his hand and shook Mira's lightly, then said with a smile, okay, thank you. Afterwards, under the leadership of Mira, Yi Fan and Li Qingyi went to meet the head of the Picno family. Only Sun Sheng was left disheveled in the wind. Didn't you say you were here to attend the party? Why do you still need to meet the head of the Picno family? This matter was a little beyond his imagination. Chapter 145, Success Through Scheming. Master, these two are my apprentices Li Qingyi and Mr. Yi Fan. In the study of the castle villa, a middle-aged man with white hair had a sad expression on his face. It was Tom Picnor, the head of this family. When he saw Yi Fan and Li Qingyi, a faint smile appeared on his face and he stood up and walked over. Hello, Mr. Yi, Ms. Li, I am Tom, the head of the Picno family, and I am glad to meet you. Yi Fan nodded slightly and said, hello, Mr. Picno, you should have heard about our purpose, right? Yes, I heard about it. Tom nodded and asked in confusion, Mr. Yi, I am very curious, why are you willing to help our family? You know, my Picno family is now a strong crossbow. Yi Fan said, of course I know. I have already learned about your family before coming here. If it weren't for the decline of your family, I wouldn't be here. Tom and Myra's faces froze instantly, and Li Qingyi also poked Yifan secretly. That's too blunt. Mr. Yi, what do you mean? Yifan smiled and did not answer directly. Instead, he said, Mr. Pickno, to be honest, this is my first time in the United States, and I will not stay for too long, but I want to build my own power during this time, and I need an ally. Of course. Mr. Yi, why don't you look for those thriving families? Why don't you look for us? Tom asked. The reason is very simple. The ally I need is a family that can cooperate with me for a long time and is willing to pay for me, rather than a family that relies on me for development. Yifan said. Only then did Tom realize that this young man named Yifan was willing to help his declining family. When talking about an ally, it's really just like looking for a very loyal servant. Yifan wanted to rely on this help to control their entire family. Mr. Yi, you revealed your purpose so early, aren't you afraid that I won't agree? Tom said with a sneer. Yifan glanced at him calmly and said, You will agree. After all, isn't the purpose of holding this banquet to find a partner to save the family? Tom was speechless for a moment. What Yifan said is right, isn't this his purpose? However, as the head of a family worth hundreds of billions, he really felt uncomfortable being controlled by others like this. Yifan continued, Mr. Pickno, I think you have sent someone to investigate my information before I came here. You should know what kind of achievements I have made in the Chinese business world. Apart from me, who else do you think can save your family? Not to mention that you are now deserted by everyone. Tom still didn't say a word. What Yifan said was all true. With this young man's talent, if we really want to restore the family's previous strength, his help is absolutely indispensable. Mira beside him sighed softly. Qingyi's friend is really good at winning people's hearts. In addition, the head of the family is really anxious about family affairs, so he has fallen into Yifan's plan. Perhaps, Yifan already knew what the patriarch would ask next. I admit that what you have done in the Chinese business world is indeed amazing, but the United States is different from China. Do you really think you can help us? Tom said with a gloomy face. Yifan smiled and said, There is an old Chinese saying that a dying horse should be treated as a living one. Mr. Pickno, I came here naturally to gain your trust and also because you are willing to become my ally. How dare I make empty promises without full preparation? After that, Yifan took out a piece of paper from his body and handed it to Tom, saying, Mr. Pickno, follow the instructions above at 9:30 tomorrow. I believe you will come to see me before tomorrow. Tom opened the note and took a look at it, then frowned. All the stocks on the paper are for tomorrow, 20 in total. It marks the time of purchase, the time of sale, and the number of shares purchased. After reading it, Tom was full of sarcasm and said, Mr. Yi, you don't want me to trust you with these stocks, do you? Yes, I just gave you a little method, but whether you should follow it or not is up to you, Mr. Pickno. Seeing Yifan's disapproving look, Tom stopped smiling and became a little confused about what was written on the paper. Is everything above true? But how does he know the stock market situation tomorrow? Mira, please take Mr. Yi out first. Tom waved his hand. Okay, head of the family. Finally, Mira took Yifan and Li Qingyi away. After coming out, Mira couldn't help but ask, Mr. Yi, what did you write on the paper? Nothing. Yifan smiled and said, It just gave him a way to make a fortune. Mira looked at Yifan in confusion, but since Yifan was unwilling to say, she didn't ask any more questions. Well, I'll take you to the party. The banquet outside the castle was already crowded. Sun Shang, who was chatting with others, saw Yifan and Li Qingyi and didn't care about his friends at all and immediately went to greet them. Mr. Yi, Mr. Li, have you finished talking with Mr. Tom? Sun Shang asked hurriedly. Yifan nodded. But before he could say anything, he heard voices coming from them and lustful smiles appeared on everyone's faces. Hey, Sun Shang, you actually know such a beautiful woman. Why haven't I heard you talk about her before? Yes, why don't you introduce us? Yifan's brows were tightly furrowed, and there was a chill in his eyes as he looked at Sun Shang. Sun Shang suddenly felt flustered. Just as he was about to turn around to speak, the two men had already stood in front of Li Qingyi, leaving Yifan aside. Miss, nice to meet you. My name is Kongsun and this is my friend, Jirue. What's your name? Those people had already started looking Li Qingyi up and down. This oriental beauty is so beautiful, so many times more beautiful than the last time I saw her. They couldn't help but get started. Sun Shang's heart sank. This group of people actually offended his boss. Isn't this just asking for death?
But before he could say anything, Yi Fan had already walked up, pulled Li Qingyi out and protected her behind him. "Get out of here!" Yi Fan's voice behind him was as cold as if it came from an ice cave. The two then looked at Yi Fan with mocking expressions on their faces. "Boy, this is your woman, right? I want her for whatever price you are willing to pay." The man named Kong Sun looked at Yi Fan and said. Chapter 146, Kong Sun Smith. "Kansun, Jirue, what are you talking about? Get out of here." Sun Shang was already sweating coldly on his back. He was really courting death. How could I be so careless as to be friends with such an idiot? Pushing yourself into the fire pit. "Sun Shang, what are you crazy about that you dare to scold me?" Kong Sun said gloomily, "Does your Huasheng company not want to cooperate anymore? Believe it or not, I will ask my dad to cancel the cooperation with your company when I go back." Sun Shang is now so angry that he doesn't care about cooperation anymore. "Damn it, if you keep going like this, I'm going to lose my job. Still talking about Nima's cooperation." Sun Shang shouted angrily, "I'll say it again, get out. I'd rather not cooperate with you. What happened here has attracted the attention of those attending the banquet." The faces of Kanser and the other man turned ugly. They couldn't help feeling unhappy with so many people watching. "Okay, Sun Shang, remember what you said today." After that, the two were about to leave. Sun Shang immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but the next second his heart was lifted again. "Did I let you go?" Yi Fan's cold voice reached everyone's ears. Sun Shang looked at Yi Fan in shock. Yi Fan glanced at him coldly, and Sun Shang's heart suddenly turned cold. Kong Sin and Ji Rui turned around, and Yi Fan had already walked up to them and said, "You insulted my girlfriend, and you want to just walk away like this? Boy, what else do you want to do?" Kong Sin asked in a deep voice. "Apologize," Yi Fan said coldly. Kong Sen's face showed a mocking look when he heard it, and he said, "Boy, is your head okay? Do you know who I am? You want me to apologize? Are you kidding me?" Ji Rui next to him immediately added, "Boy, Kanser is from the Smith family, and I am from the Jason family. Do you dare to ask me to apologize?" They thought that this Chinese man would be scared when he heard about the two families, but he sneered and said, "Someone from the Smith family? It's really easy to get it. Then there's no need to apologize, just go to the hospital." Yi Fan suddenly kicked Kong Sin in the stomach, and the 1.80-meter tall man was kicked away by Yi Fan. Everyone's eyes widened. Who is this Chinese kid? He dares to fight against people from the Smith family. Could it be that he is just a fool and doesn't know the Smith family at all? That shouldn't be the case. Didn't you hear what he said? It's easy to get. It seems that this Chinese guy has a grudge against Smith. It turns out that no matter which country you are in, there are always people watching the fun. Kong Sin was lying on the ground twitching violently. It took Ji Rui a long time to come back to his senses. He turned back and glared at Yi Fan, saying, "How dare you, a Chinese monkey, do this? Do you want to die?" A cold light flashed in Yi Fan's eyes, and he turned and rushed towards Ji Rui, punching him directly in the face. Ji Rui sat down on the ground, covering his face and howling in pain. "If I hear you say Chinese monkey again, I don't recommend that you go to the hospital. Careful." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Fan heard Li Qingyi exclaim. Yi Fan frowned immediately and dodged to the side, and the bottle in Kong Sen's hand fell into nothingness. Bang! But Yi Fan took the opportunity to slap him in the face. Kong Sen took a few steps back and his face suddenly swelled up. "OMG, this Chinese boy is so awesome. Is this the legendary Kung Fu? This is the first time I've seen the real thing. They say that all Chinese people know martial arts. Today I believe it. I will never dare to provoke them again." Amid the discussions of get out of the way, the bodyguards of the Picno family rushed in. When they saw the two people lying on the ground with their hands covering their faces, their hearts trembled. These are people from the Smith family and the Jason family. I can't even tell who hit me like this. Did you beat up these two guys? A bodyguard walked up to Yi Fan and asked. Yi Fan glanced at him and said, "So what if I hit you? How about it?" The bodyguard sneered and said, "Catch him and send him to the Smith family." Yes. The bodyguards behind him rushed over immediately. Yi Fan frowned and showed sarcasm. These people, although they were members of the Picno family, were thinking of the Smith family. It's really like a tiger in dire straits being bullied by a dog.
Stop! What are you doing? Someone outside the crowd suddenly shouted angrily. Then Mira and a young man ran over in a hurry. Myra's face was full of worry. She had just been away for a while, so how could such a thing happen? Qingyi, are you okay? Li Qingyi shook her head and said, I'm fine, teacher. Everyone was shocked again. Teacher? This girl is actually Myra's apprentice? Could it be the Chinese fashion designer who was very popular in the circle before? It's her. I didn't recognize him this late at night. Hearing Li Qingyi say that she was fine, Mira breathed a sigh of relief, then stared at the bodyguards and said in a deep voice, What do you want to do? Kaijia Picno. This Chinese guy just beat us up. Let your bodyguards arrest him and make him apologize to me. Kongsin shouted before the bodyguards could say anything. The young man named Kaijia said in a cold voice, This Mr. Yifan is now a distinguished guest of our family. If you want to beat him, then beat him. When does my Picno family need to apologize to others? Kongsin was stunned when he heard this, and then said with a ferocious look, Kaijia. Pekino. Are you sure? Don't forget that your Pekino family is already a strong bow and crossbow. Now you are my subordinate, do you dare to disobey me? Kaijia sneered and said, Kansan Smith, there is an old Chinese saying that a lean camel is bigger than a horse. As long as my Picno family is still around, don't even think about restraining me. Take your people and get out. You are not welcome here. You. Kongsin pointed at Kaijia and couldn't say a word. But this is someone else's territory. When trouble comes, even your own people are not around. In the end, Kongsin had no choice but to snort coldly and left with Jerry. After the two of them left, Yifan immediately fired Sun Shang and called Yu Yunyun to ask her to send someone else, and the banquet went on as normal. Kaijia turned to look at Yifan with a bright smile on his face, and stretched out his hand and said, Hello, Mr. Yi, let me introduce myself. I am Kaijia Picno. I just heard Aunt Mira mention you. I am very happy to meet you. Hello. Yifan shook hands with him and said with a smile, Nice to meet you. I'm so sorry that our bodyguards were rude just now. I will teach them a lesson. Kaijia said apologetically. Yifan shook his head and said, It's okay. Then Yifan started chatting with Kaijia, and Mira next to him was also talking to Li Qingyi about everything about Yifan. When Mira learned about what Yifan had done in China for more than half a year, she was shocked. I have to look at Yifan with new eyes. Teacher, don't worry, Yifan will definitely help your family. Li Qingyi said finally. Chapter 147, Thoughts. Yifan, no matter what the final outcome of your father's actions is, you and I are still friends. Kaijia said to Yifan when he was about to leave after the banquet. The two of them had a very pleasant conversation just now. As a foreigner, Kaijia likes Chinese culture very much and is deeply attracted to it. Yifan naturally talked to him a lot about China's tourist attractions. In this way, after a few interactions, the two became friends. Okay, Kaijia, if you want to visit China in the future, give me a call and I will make arrangements for you. Yifan also said with a smile. Okay. Kaijia gestured. After Yifan left, Mira walked to Kaijia and asked, Kaijia, what do you think of Yifan? Kaijia lost his playful smile and said seriously, It's different from what father said. He doesn't have any ulterior motives when dealing with people normally, but when talking to father, he seems to be as ulterior motives as you said. It's not difficult for Yifan to become famous in Chinese business so quickly. In short, no matter whether he can really help us at that time, this person is worth making friends with. After saying that, Kaijia turned and left, and Mira nodded. He had just left when he was called back by the eldest brother of the family head, who asked him to bring Kaijia to meet Yifan. Her nephew was extremely calm and careful, even the head of the family didn't have such a temperament. Therefore, if the Picno family still exists at that time, Kaijia will definitely be the best candidate. Driver, let us down. Li Qingyi suddenly said at the riverside. Yifan was stunned for a moment and asked, Aren't you in a hurry to go back? Come with me for a walk. Li Qingyi said with a smile. Yifan looked at her expression and nodded in agreement. The two of them walked slowly along the river bank. Li Qingyi held Yifan's arm and leaned tightly against him. No one spoke for a long time. Yifan, is what you just said at the banquet true? Finally, Li Qingyi's pretty face was full of anticipation, and she was holding Yifan with a little more force. Yifan was stunned for a moment, and asked in confusion, What did I say? Have you forgotten?
Li Qingyi widened her eyes, looking a little angry.
Yi Fan nodded. He really didn't know what he said at the time. You.
Li Qingyi stamped her feet in anger and said angrily, I'm not going to pay attention to you.
Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Why are you suddenly angry? What did he say at the party? No, you have to find out for yourself.
Then Yi Fan caught up with Li Qingyi to ask, but the girl just turned her head away and ignored Yi Fan.
Yi Fan was really angry.
Deciding to go all the way, Yi Fan grabbed Li Qingyi's shoulders and kissed her hard.
10 minutes later, Li Qingyi's face turned red with shame, and Yi Fan asked forcefully, will you tell me or not? If not, I will kiss you.
Li Qingyi quickly covered her mouth and said, No, 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 please forgive me.
If you kiss me again, it will get swollen.
You said at the party that I was your girlfriend.
Is that true? Li Qingyi finally asked timidly. That's all?
Yi Fan rolled his eyes at her and said, You have always been my girlfriend.
Don't you know?
Li Qingyi widened her eyes upon hearing this, shook her head violently, and said, I don't know.
When did I become his girlfriend? He never confessed. Ah?
Yi Fan was stunned and said, Since the last time we did that, you were drunk, right?
You told me that you wouldn't let me leave you, and I thought that was your confession.
Besides, we've been engaged since we were young, so I accept it.
Did I misunderstand? That wasn't a confession? Then I made a big mistake.
Li Qingyi widened her eyes and couldn't say a word.
Did it start from that time?
It turned out that what I said that day was regarded by Yi Fan as a confession. I'm still waiting foolishly for Yi Fan to confess his feelings.
I am here.
That doesn't count, that's just drunken talk. Li Qingyi suddenly became anxious and was about to turn around in circles. Yi Fan took 2 steps back and frowned.
What does this girl mean? Is it that he is just being too sentimental?
Li Qingyi stood there, breathing in and out, and after sorting out her mood, she said, I want you to confess to me. Yi Fan immediately rolled his eyes at her.
Isn't it the same no matter who confesses to whom? Does it have to be like this? Go back.
Yi Fan said in a calm tone. Feeling that Yi Fan was a little angry, Li Qingyi didn't say much, feeling a little aggrieved. It's always the boys who confess to the girls. Why is it that in my case, it was a girl confessing her love to a boy, and when she was so drunk? Yi Fan, who was walking in front, secretly glanced at Li Qingyi. Her aggrieved look made Yi Fan sigh.
Qingyi. I like you, will you be my girlfriend?
Li Qingyi immediately raised her head and looked at Yi Fan, her bright eyes filled with joy. She originally thought that she would not be able to hear Yi Fan's confession. But it came so suddenly that I didn't know what to do and just stood there in a daze.
Yi Fan turned around and looked at her, then asked with a smile, Do you disagree?
I agree.
Of course I agree.
Li Qingyi quickly came back to her senses, nodding and shaking her head. She didn't know what she was doing.
Finally, she simply threw herself into Yi Fan's arms and hugged him tightly.
Yi Fan rubbed her head and teased, If you use more force, I will be strangled to death, and then you will lose your boyfriend. After a long time, Li Qingyi let him go, and the two continued walking along the river.
Even though it's winter now, it feels like spring around them. At this moment, they really looked like a couple. When they returned home, the two had already separated.
After all, it's better not to let your parents know about this for the time being, otherwise they will definitely force you to get married.
Yi Fan doesn't even have to guess.
But even if the old man didn't notice it, the two maids noticed something unusual between the two of them. The two of them sat on the sofa and discussed in a low voice.
Cousin, did you see that? The atmosphere between my brother and sister Qingyi is not right. Yeah, I also smelled a scent of lemon acid. I went out to attend a party. Could it be that something happened between the two of them? If something happens to those two people, what will Sister Nie Ching do?
I haven't seen her for a long time.
Yeah, what should I do, Sister Nie Ching?
As they chatted, the two people who were originally excited became depressed inside at the same time. At this time, they were the only ones thinking about Nie Ching.
What are you talking about?
At this time, Yi Fan came over with fruit and asked.
Nothing.
The two girls shook their heads and made room for Yi Fan.
Chapter 148, Conquer.
At 9 o'clock the next morning, Tom sat in his study, looking at the stock slip in his hand with a serious expression. He didn't know whether he should believe what Yi Fan said.
Is Yi Fan going to turn his family around with the help of these stocks? There is always a feeling of daydreaming. But what can he do now? There is no one willing to help him and the bank is reluctant to provide him with a loan. Now the whole family is in an independent state. What else can he do except believe in Yifan? As long as there is a glimmer of hope, he must grab it. Just like Yifan said yesterday, let's give it a try. The market officially opened at 9:30. Tom only bought 4 or 5 stocks in the morning with a try it attitude. He added the other stocks to his watch list and maintained a wait and see attitude. Moreover, the number of shares purchased for each stock was not as Yifan suggested, only a little was bought. He only bought 100 shares of each stock. He can't act rashly, as every penny of money is important to the family now. Is this really possible? Looking at the stocks that had not been rising for a long time, Tom began to have some doubts. For a long time, the stock price did not rise, but kept falling. Tom felt that his last hope was extinguished, and his heart was filled with despair, and he became angry towards Yifan. But when he looked at the stocks in his watch list and saw that they were all red and started to rise rapidly, his eyes widened at that moment. What's going on? Tom quickly compared it with the list and then he discovered the problem. It was because he bought at the wrong time. He bought the stock as soon as the market opened. But the time Yifan prompted was different. Then he stared at those stocks closely. He watched those stocks soar into the sky like a Chinese dragon. Until the limit was reached. Comparing the orders again, all the stocks with daily limit were those given by Yifan. Not a single one was not. FK. Tom suddenly cursed, scaring the servants who were cleaning outside. What's wrong with the owner of the house so early in the morning? Master, are you okay? Although I thought so in my heart, I still showed concern. Tom also realized that he had lost his composure and said repeatedly, "It's okay, just go and do your thing." Hope once again rose in the heart that had just been in despair. In the end, he didn't dare to be smart anymore. Then when it is time to sell, he will immediately sell all of them according to the time prompts above. The next second, he saw those stocks falling rapidly. The stocks in his watch list were all green. At that moment, he was completely shocked. Tom's eyes quickly turned to the stock market account. The $70 million in the account turned into $230 million. It tripled. Tom began to regret in his heart that he only bought 5 stocks. The list clearly indicated 10, but he only bought half. If you buy all 10, the money would be more than $230 million. I'm so regretful inside that I'm almost beating my chest here. Why didn't you buy stocks according to the above tips? Why should you doubt Yifan? He came to help me, and I had no reason to doubt him. Too much money was lost in vain. Finally Tom sighed and realized that he had made a fatal mistake. When the market opened in the afternoon, Tom called Keeger and Mira to the study. He handed Yifan's list to the two of them and said sternly, "Buy all the 10 stocks and operations mentioned here with your own accounts. Don't ask why. Just follow it." Although they didn't know what the patriarch was going crazy about, they could only nod and say, "We understand, patriarch." The two men sat on both sides of Tom and followed the operation. When they accidentally glanced at Tom's excited face, they were both full of questions. What happened to the head of the family? Then for the rest of the time, their expressions became the same as Tom's in the morning. His face was filled with shock. None of the stocks turned green, all were red. Their faces were all glowing red. The two of them did not dare to hesitate and began to trade stocks according to the time on the list. When the market closed at 4 p.m., they looked at the funds in their accounts and their eyes widened. The 100 million yuan in Myra's stock trading account turned into $1 billion. Kaiji's $300 million turned into $3 billion. It has increased tenfold. How much did you two earn? Tom asked excitedly as he left. Two people quickly reported. Finally, the statistics were compiled. In 6.5 hours they made nearly $6 billion. If we take into account the stocks Tom sold this morning, he would have made at least $8 or $9 billion today. This is something Tom has always regretted. You have to know that they used to earn so many US dollars in 6.5 hours. I wonder how much human resources it took. Today, they just traded stocks according to the orders given by Yifan, and watched the stocks appreciate rapidly, and the money arrived in their accounts. It turns out that making money is such a simple thing. Master, this list is not the one that Yifan gave you yesterday, right? Mira said in a trembling voice. Yes. Tom nodded. Now he really admired Yifan. Hiss. And Mira took a breath of cold air. If this is true, then Yifan's attainments in the stock market are even greater than his attainments in the business world. This is the real stock god. But there was one thing she couldn't understand, which was how a child in his 20s could achieve such a state. Even if he had been in the stock market since he was a child, there was no way he could guess so accurately. Could it be that Yifan has the ability to predict the future? But Mira thought about it and it was impossible. This wasn't magic, it wasn't science fiction. How could it be possible? What kind of man did Qingyi follow? Similarly, Kaijia next to him also began to wonder what kind of person Yifan was. He now felt more and more that it was right for the patriarch to let him contact Yifan yesterday. And Tom has already called Yifan. As soon as the call was connected, Tom immediately praised, "OMG, Mr. Yi, you are really amazing. The stocks you gave me helped me earn back 6 billion. You are really amazing." When have Mira and Kaijia ever seen the head of the family being so servile and fawning on others? It seems that Yifan has really impressed the head of the family. Yifan had already known that Tom would call at this time. He smiled and said, "Mr. Pickno, I said it was just a little joke to gain your trust." Did this shock you? Yes. Mr. Yi, I really admire you now. Tom said quickly, "Mr. Yi, I wonder if you have time today, can we have a face-to-face meeting?" Yifan naturally agreed. A face-to-face interview is definitely the best. Chapter 149, Gather 50 billion to help you earn 100 billion. Mr. Yi, as long as you are willing to help, our Pickno family will follow your lead in the future. Tom said solemnly in Yifan's villa. He has already seen hope, so he will naturally not give up. He couldn't let a family that had been passed down for hundreds of years be destroyed in his hands. If that happens, after he dies, he won't even be qualified to meet the elders of the family. Therefore, no matter what request Yifan makes next, he will definitely agree to it. Mr. Yi, if you help our Pickno family to get through this difficult time, I am willing to give you 30% of the shares of all the industries of the Pickno family in the future. This is the maximum I can give. Tom continued. After these words were spoken, Kaijie and Mira beside them widened their eyes. In order to win over Yifan, is the head of the family willing to give up shares of the industry to an outsider? Yifan was slightly surprised. The head of the Pickno family said all this without any greetings as soon as he entered the door. Yifan thought that he would at least be a little reserved or something. It seems that the decline of his family has already pushed him to a dead end, but his sudden appearance is like a life-saving straw, and he wants to grab it desperately. But it's good this way, 30% of all the shares of the Pickno family. It's a very good number. Based on the information Sun Shang gave him before. At the peak of the Piconot family's prosperity, its assets amounted to 500 billion. Almost monopolized 1/3 of the US market. They can be found in every industry. Even people in the family have begun to infiltrate the political and military circles of the United States. And they all hold great power. But since the previous head of the family passed away, Tom took over the position of head of the family at the age of 30. Everything starts to go downhill in the Pickno family. The entire Pickno family was in disarray. The family was torn apart. Even now, Tom is in his 40s and is still struggling. His hair has turned white over the past decade. I have to say that Yifan also admires Tom Pickno very much. The family was already in this state, but he still held on tightly and pulled the already disappeared family back from the brink of death. The family has been on the brink of life and death for more than 10 years. Of course, this is also the reason why Yifan chose the Pickno family. Okay, since you have said so, Mr. Pickno, I will of course do my best to help you. Yifan said with a smile. Tom's face suddenly showed joy, and he said, "Mr. Yi, then I would like to thank you on behalf of the entire Pickno family." Okay, I need 20 people before the US market opens tomorrow. Yifan said, "Of course, if you have enough funds, I can restore your Pickno family to 1/5 of its heyday in one day. If you don't have enough funds, then take your time." Tom and the other two widened their eyes, and he asked in a trembling voice, "Mr. Yi, 1/5 of our Pickno family's heyday, that's 100 billion in assets. Can you really do it in one day?" Yifan nodded with a faint smile and said, "If I can do it, I can do it. If I can't do it, I can't do it. I have no reason to lie to you." Hiss. They all gasped. Yifan's serious look really makes it hard to tell he's fake. If that is really the case, how easy is it for Yifan to make money? Okay, Mr. Yi, I will definitely do what you ask, but how much is the specific amount of funds you mentioned? Tom asked. Yi Fan said, 50 billion. Your Pekino family should be able to come up with that now, right?
Tom thought about it and decided that they could indeed come up with 50 billion. Even though the Pekno family was in decline, it was not at the end of its rope. However, taking out these 50 billion will determine the fate of their entire family. These 50 billion are everything their family has. But what can he do? In the end, he can't hold on to the 50 billion. Tom gritted his teeth and said, okay, 50 billion is 50 billion. Whether it is good or bad, you will always know the result after gambling. Yi Fan looked at their expressions and knew the value of the 50 billion. But this has nothing to do with him. How to get the 50 billion is their business. After dinner, the three of them returned to the family, and Tom left to hold a family meeting. When the older generations of these families learned that Tom was going to raise 50 billion for stock speculation, they were filled with anger. Tom, I think you are crazy. Let's not talk about whether we can take out the 50 billion. You actually believed a Chinese person's words and used it to speculate in stocks. You've lived for most of your life. Don't you know how dangerous stock speculation is? Do you want our entire family to collapse? Tom, you are really confused. You'd better not trust the Chinese. I know how treacherous they are much better than you do. That's right. I really can't understand why the old patriarch would pass the position of patriarch to you. All kinds of questioning and sarcastic voices made Tom feel overwhelmed. He shouted angrily, enough! All the voices stopped and everyone looked at Tom. You guys usually don't care about the family affairs, but now as long as your interests are involved, you clamor louder than anyone else. I have finally found someone who can save the family, but you are like this. If you think the person I found is unreliable, then go find me someone who can save the family. If not, what qualifications do you have to speak here? The whole place was in complete silence. Let them look for it? They will never find out even if they search for their whole life. Seeing that they were silent, Tom sneered and continued, we gathered you together to discuss this matter because we are giving you face, because you are still members of my Pekno family. I think it is necessary to let you know about such an important matter. But I didn't expect you to have such an attitude. Well, that's fine. From now on, in the name of the head of the Pekno family, I order you to collect 50 billion before 9 o'clock tomorrow. If anyone disobeys, don't blame me for not respecting family ties and expelling him from the Pekno family. Everyone's faces were filled with anger, but they dared not speak out. Because the head of the family has such authority. Being expelled from a family is not just as simple as kicking it out of the family. The surname of Pekno, the company's shares and all the industries under his name will be recovered. It's equivalent to leaving the house with nothing. This was formulated in order to prevent anyone from betraying the family. I didn't expect that when I used it again today, it would be for something as ridiculous as stock trading. But what can they do? Even though the Pekno family is now in decline, it still has influence in the American business community. The surname Pekno is still useful. Chapter 150, 100 billion in one morning. In the morning, Yi Fan was taken to Pekno's family by Kaijia. Along the way, Kaijia still asked worriedly, Yi Fan, can you really help my family? Yesterday his father used coercive means to collect the 50 billion. But it also caused dissatisfaction among most people in the family. If everything really fails today, then his father will really become the sinner of the family. After death, you can't even enter the family cemetery. So he was not worried about Yi Fan's skills, he was just too worried. Yi Fan smiled, patted Kaijia on the shoulder and said, don't worry, I never do anything without confidence. For some reason, Kaijia felt a little relieved when he saw Yi Fan smile. Whatever the result, thank you, Yi Fan, for being willing to lend a hand when our family is in decline. Finally, Kaijia said sincerely, no matter what your purpose is, I should say thank you to you. Yi Fan smiled and said nothing. Mr. Yi, you are finally here. As soon as he entered the door, Tom said enthusiastically, I have prepared everything you need, 20 people, computers, and I have put all the money into their stock market accounts. Please follow me. Yi Fan nodded, okay. Tom took Yi Fan to the conference room, and the people behind him were talking about it. Is this the Chinese helper that Tom was talking about? He's too young. This Tom has really been deceived by this Chinese guy. I really want to know what will happen to him when he ruins the entire family. Humph, we must make sure the 50 billion is returned when the time comes. In the conference room, except for Tom, Mira, and Kaijia, everyone else was surprised to see Yifan.
Is this the person? This is too young.
Yifan ignored the looks of these people and handed the 20 lists he brought to Tom, saying, "There are 40 stocks on each list.
I have marked everything. Just let them follow the instructions." Tom took it and looked at it. 20 pieces of paper, 40 stocks on each. 800 stocks. Does this mean that all of these will rise just like what's written on that paper?
He asked Kaijia to pass the list to everyone, and then asked, "What are you doing, Mr. Yi?"
Yifan smiled and said, "I won't do anything. If you follow the instructions above, 100 billion is not a problem."
When everyone heard this, they looked at the young man who spoke so arrogantly in shock.
Where does he get the confidence to say such things? Master, you were not deceived by this Chinese man, were you?
Yes, Patriarch, 100 billion is not a problem? Even the most famous investor in our stock market can't do this.
How can he, a Chinese, say such a thing? He looks like he's only in his 20s.
Even if he started trading stocks when he was young, it's impossible for him to do this and that.
All kinds of questioning voices echoed throughout the conference hall. "Shut up!" Tom roared, glaring at everyone, and said, "Just do as you're told. I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. It has nothing to do with you." Everyone was suddenly speechless.
He didn't expect that the head of the family actually trusted this young man so much, but he had nothing to say. They wanted to see how the patriarch and this young man would end up. At 9:30, the US market officially opened, and the people who had been questioning just now obediently bought the stocks according to the list.
The money isn't theirs anyway. If anything really happens, it has nothing to do with them.
At that time, as long as they go out and tell the leaders of the family, they will not be the ones to be punished.
They just have to follow the instructions on the paper. They just can't understand how one can make 100 billion just by relying on a piece of stock written on a piece of torn paper. It's a daydream. Each person quickly invested 2.5 billion into all stock markets.
When they switched to their watch list of stocks, everyone was shocked. The stocks that I just bought that were falling have all started to rise.
And the speed is extremely fast. Some of them have even reached their daily limit. What is going on? Aren't those stocks still going down? How come the stock price reached its daily limit when I didn't check it for a while? Don't just stand there. Can't you see it's time to sell?
Yifan said to one of them with a sad smile on his face.
Everyone came back to their senses.
It seemed that the words just now were spoken to one person, but they felt that the reminder was directed at all of them. I didn't dare to delay at all and quickly sold all the stocks that could be sold according to the prompts.
When they looked at the account again, everyone gasped.
The stocks haven't been sold yet, but most people already have more than $3 billion in their accounts.
After selling out at 12 o'clock, their accounts all reached 4 billion, and some people even got 6 billion.
The previous $2.5 billion has doubled. Looking at Yifan again, he was already stunned.
Is this young man really so good at stock trading? Tom couldn't wait to have people start counting the morning's harvest.
Finally, after calculations with Mira and Kaijia, they had acquired 100 billion this morning.
I immediately took a breath of cold air.
It seems that the list Yifan gave before was really just to show his sincerity. When Yifan exerted his full strength, it only took him 2.5 hours to make 100 billion from 50 billion.
This is no longer just a stock trading genius, this is simply a god. Mr. Yi, you are really awesome. I don't know how to thank you.
Tom ran to Yifan and said excitedly. His worried heart was finally put at ease.
In just one morning, 100 billion yuan was really taken out of the stock market. The family can finally take this opportunity to recover. Those who attack the family should pay the price. Yifan laughed and said, "Don't get excited. There's still afternoon left. It's too early to get excited now." Tom nodded repeatedly and said, Yes, I'm so excited. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, it's so easy for you to make money. Mira next to him also laughed and said, I never thought that money could be made so easily. Mr. Yi, I apologize for my rude attitude just now. Me too, I'm really sorry. I looked down on you just now. I'm really sorry.
Yifan smiled and nodded, accepting their apology. It turns out that the children of big families are different. Many of them can admit their mistakes and correct them.
After dinner, everyone was seated in their seats. When they looked at Yifan, they still didn't look down on him as they did in the morning. Some even had a little bit of admiration for him. This money-making carnival party in the afternoon will continue. Chapter 151, Kaijie's Black Brother. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the banquet ended and Yifan was the first to leave. He was really bored staying inside, so he planned to walk around the manor. However, before he could go far, someone blocked his way. "You are the Chinese who deceived my father, right?" The leader was a young man, followed by 3 bodyguards. Because he is 1.9 meters tall, he looks down at Yifan. Yifan glanced at him indifferently and ignored him, wanting to turn around and leave. But he had no intention of letting Yifan go. He asked his bodyguards to surround Yifan and angrily said, "I'm talking to you, how dare you ignore me?" Yifan then turned around and said coldly, "First, I don't know you, there is no need to waste time talking to you. Second, I didn't lie to anyone, and I don't know who your father is. Third, get your people out of here." "Impossible, my second uncle told me that it was you. It was you who tricked my dad into using 50 billion to invest in stocks," the man shouted immediately. But since he said so, Yifan guessed that he should be Tom's son. But what puzzled Yifan was why this guy looked nothing like Kaijie. Kaijie has long blonde hair, but this guy has dark brown hair. And the skin is a little darker. "You cheated my dad, and now you want to run away? Hand over the 50 billion you cheated my dad of. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving here today," said the man. Yifan frowned tightly and asked in a cold voice, "I'll say it again, get out of here." "FK, you dare to scold me? Come on." At the man's command, a bodyguard next to Yifan instantly reached out and grabbed Yifan. Yifan snorted coldly, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he turned around and kicked the bodyguard in the chest. The bodyguard never expected Yifan to suddenly attack, and was kicked by Yifan and fell to the ground. The eyes behind the sunglasses suddenly widened. "Why is this Chinese monkey different from what I heard? It has such great strength. What are you still standing there for? Come on," the man suddenly yelled again. The remaining 2 bodyguards immediately pounced on Yifan. Yifan had predicted their actions long ago, and he dodged at high speed, avoiding the bear hug from both of them. He turned around and kicked the bodyguard directly in the face, and another bodyguard flew out. The remaining one didn't have time to react. He just felt the figure in front of him sway, and then he was hit in the stomach, and then fell to the ground. Tom's son was stunned. You should know that his 3 bodyguards are all from the army. He couldn't even withstand a blow from this skinny Chinese monkey. Is this the legendary Chinese Kung Fu? Yifan didn't expect that the combination of the system and Kung Fu would be so powerful. The system predicts the movements and uses Kung Fu to beat people. It seems that it is the right thing to do to practice the external martial arts of Bajiquan every morning during this period. Not only does it make you stronger, but it also makes you more powerful in fighting. Oh, St. When this man saw Yifan walking towards him, he immediately took out the switchblade hidden in his pocket and pounced towards Yifan. "Stop!" A sudden angry shout scared the man so much that he trembled all over and quickly threw the knife in his hand into the haystack beside him. Kaijie just came over and saw this scene. He was almost scared to death. His stupid brother actually dared to fight with Yifan. Kaijie quickly ran to Yifan's side, checked his injuries, and said, "Yifan, are you okay?" "It's okay," Yifan replied coldly. Looking at the terrified man in front of him, his eyes were still as cold as frost. Kaijie was relieved when he heard Yifan's reply. If I had been a second later, something might have happened to Yifan. Kaijie immediately looked at the man angrily, and without saying a word, he slapped the man in the face. The man covered his beaten face, his eyes full of disbelief. Kaijie ignored him and asked coldly, "What did you want to do just now?" "This Chinese guy stole my father's money and wanted to run away. I want to catch him." The man trembled and said in response to Kaijie's questioning, "It seems that this guy is very afraid of Kaijie. Who told you that he cheated your father of his money? Do you know that he saved our entire family? Who told you?" Kaijie yelled, looking very angry. "Ah." The man suddenly stared and trembled, "But I heard from my second uncle that this Chinese guy cheated my father out of 50 billion, so I came to teach him a lesson." "Second uncle?" Kaijie's eyes flashed coldly, and he said, "Don't you know what kind of person second uncle is? Do you dare to believe what he says? Why don't you apologize?" The man trembled all over, walked to Yifan reluctantly, and said, "I'm sorry, I was wrong."
Since he had apologized and he was Kaijie's younger brother, Yifan didn't care about it anymore. But Kaijie didn't let him off so easily, and he fired the 3 bodyguards directly, and he said to the man, "Come with me to see my father. I will explain to my father what you did." The man had no choice but to follow Kaijie and Yifan obediently. On the way, Kaijie sighed and introduced his younger brother behind him. Yifan was surprised when he heard this. The guy behind him turned out to be Kaijie's half-brother, named Jason Picknow, 16 years old.
He is 1.9 meters tall and only 16 years old? What are you eating? No wonder I felt like Yifan was a child. He really is a child.
Johnson's mother is a black person, but not a purebred one, and her skin is slightly darker than Yifan's. Johnson also has 2 older brothers, so all 4 of them have the same father but different mothers. That means that now the old guy Tom has other women besides Kaijie's mother.
Is this a harem? Yifan asked his question directly.
Kaijie explained with a smile, "For a family like ours, polygamy is a must if we want to pass it on, and the country won't care, so just turn a blind eye. After all, a lot of the country's economic sources come from families like ours. And as long as we apply to the state, they will give our family a marriage certificate for polygamy, so they won't say anything."
Yifan nodded.
It turns out that families can have fun like this.
That's pretty awesome.
No wonder Li Qingyi told me before that she didn't care about having other women around her.
I guess she was influenced by this family culture when she was in the United States. Then why haven't I met your other brothers? Yifan asked.
Kaijie sighed and said, "In order to protect them, my father asked them to run the company outside. As long as the crisis in the family cannot be resolved, my father will not call them back." At this point, Kaijie said again, "Thank you again this time, Yifan, otherwise I might not see my 2 brothers again in the future." Yifan shook his head. He didn't do anything, but Kaijie gave him very important information.
Chapter 152, Taunting in Conflict.
In the afternoon, after Tom learned about this, he punished Johnson directly. He was not allowed to leave the house for half a year, and all his pocket money was cancelled.
At that time, Johnson's face turned gloomy, although the punishment did not seem very severe.
But for the children in a family, not having pocket money for half a year is more serious than taking their lives. During the meal, Tom directly held a family dinner to entertain Yifan. In the morning he asked Li Qingyi to take her family out for a walk. Now that there was no one at home, it would be better to eat here. When the family dinner started, the people in the Picknow family didn't know why the family dinner was suddenly held. When they heard that it was to entertain a Chinese, anger appeared on their faces.
What's wrong with the master's brain these days? He's been fooled by a Chinese. He actually wants to use a family banquet to entertain a Chinese monkey. That's right. A family banquet is a banquet held within the family. The head of the family is using this banquet to entertain a Chinese. Doesn't this mean he doesn't treat him as an outsider? Humph.
First he used 50 billion to speculate in stocks, and now he's using a family banquet to entertain Chinese monkeys. I think this Tom Picknow is no longer fit to be the head of the family.
It's time to change him.
Yes, wait a minute, we unanimously oppose and pull him down from the position of head of the family. While they were chattering, Tom had already walked over with Yifan. The flattering smile on his face made many of the tribesmen feel disgusted. Only now did they feel that they had seen Tom Picknow's true face. He was such a stupid person. Yifan certainly didn't know what these people were thinking. He was a little surprised. Only now did he realize that the people of the Picknow family were usually invisible. But when they gathered together, there were several thousand people.
This is what a big family should look like.
Mr. Yi, because the family dinner was held in a hurry, many things are not prepared perfectly.
Please forgive me,
Tom said apologetically.
Yifan shook his head and said, "It's okay, as long as I can eat."
These words made Tom speechless and happy at the same time. At least it showed that Yifan didn't care about these things. After accompanying Yifan for a while, Tom said that he had things to deal with, so he asked Kaijie to accompany Yifan.
But as soon as Tom left, someone came up to cause trouble. "You are the Chinese monkey who deceived Tom. Apart from being a little handsome, you don't look that good. You are too skinny.
Not even as strong as one of my thighs.
You are too skinny. Are all Chinese people so skinny? You don't know this, right?
I heard that Chinese people consider thinness to be beautiful. The thinner a person is, the more beautiful they are."
Wouldn't it be the most beautiful if it looked like a telephone pole? I feel like you're right. I think so too. How do you think they sleep at night? Two telephone poles hugging each other? I believe that picture is very funny. Ha 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 ha. I think so too. The words of this group of people caused the people around them to laugh at them. Yifan's face gradually darkened, and a chill came over him. Kaijia's face turned pale and he roared, "Kenawak! Tell your people to shut up. How dare you treat our family's distinguished guest like this?" All the laughter stopped abruptly. The leading Hongfa man sneered, "Distinguished guest? Kaijia, are you as mentally ill as your father? A Chinese monkey cheated our family of 50 billion in assets, and you actually treated him as a distinguished guest? How dare you say that? Also, don't forget, I'm your second uncle. You dare to call me by my name when you see me? Don't you know how to respect your elders? I'm telling you, even though you are the son of the head of the family now, you won't be that anymore. The people in the family have united to remove your father from his position as the head of the family. I'll see how arrogant you can be then." A cold look appeared on Kaijia's face, and the cold light flashing in his eyes was enough to expose Kenawalker. He couldn't do anything about this person, and even many people in his family couldn't do anything about him. If his father had not been the patriarch of the family and had not suppressed him forcefully, he could have even caused unrest in the entire Picno family. However, Kenawalker ignored his gaze and looked at Yifan with a mocking expression, saying, "Chinese monkey, you can deceive our stupid patriarch. I believe your deception skills must be very advanced. Can you teach me your deception skills?" Yifan looked at him and said coldly, "If I hear the words Chinese monkey from your mouth again, I don't mind putting you in the hospital now." Kenawalker was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, pointed at Yifan and said to everyone, "Did you hear what he said? He said he wanted me to go to the hospital?" Others also began to laugh, saying, "Huaxia monkey, you want to put Kenawalker in the hospital? With your body? Kid, Kenawalker has been the boxing champion of our country for 3 consecutive years. You are not even worthy of a punch from Kenawalker. Kenawak, show him how powerful you are. Don't let a Chinese monkey look down on us." Yifan's face was already showing anger, and he sneered, "Then I really want to see how powerful the boxing champion you mentioned is." Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter again. This Chinese monkey actually dared to provoke them after listening to their introduction. He must be tired of living. "Okay, since you want to die, I'll let you see it. Don't blame me for being too heavy-handed and making you cry for your parents." Kenawak sneered. Everyone consciously made room for the two people. "Yifan, do you really want to fight him?" Kaijia immediately grabbed Yifan's hand and said with a worried look on his face. Yifan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not a vegetarian either." Kaijia had no choice but to let go of Yifan's hand. He asked a trusted person to go find his father quickly while he focused on the situation on the field. If Yifan was defeated, he would be able to take action as quickly as possible. "Kenawak, teach this Chinese monkey a lesson. Yes, if he dares to cause trouble in my Picno family, don't let him leave standing today." "Whoa! Go ahead, Kenawalker." On the court, Kenawalker took off his shirt, his muscles bursting instantly. He looked at Yifan with contempt, raised his fists and said, "Come on, I'll let you, let's see what you Chinese monkey are capable of." Yifan naturally wouldn't be polite and rushed straight towards Kenawalker. Kenawalker immediately sneered. This guy didn't know how to fight when he rushed over like this. Wasn't his intention very obvious? Then he grabbed Yifan's face with one claw. Yifan had an evil smile on his face, and the system in his mind was already predicting Kenawalker's next move. Just when he was about to catch him, he slithered around Kenawalker's body like an eel. Kenawalker was shocked. "What?" Chapter 153, Expelled from the Family. But before he could react, Yifan used the iron backrest to support his back. Suddenly, Kenawalker lost his balance and was knocked to the ground by Yifan, looking like a dog eating shit. Everyone's faces froze instantly and their eyes widened. What's going on? This is not what they imagined. Shouldn't it be that Chinese monkey who was taught a lesson by Kenawalker? Why was it Kenawalker who fell to the ground? This is the boxing champion you mentioned for 3 consecutive years? Didn't you say you would give in to me? What? You can't even take one of my moves? Yifan's sarcastic voice exploded in the crowd. The luster on many people's faces instantly disappeared, but there were still many people who gritted their teeth and clamored. "You, don't be so proud. Kenawalker was just careless." That's right, he gave in to you because he saw that you were weak. Why are you so arrogant? Kennewack. Hurry up and teach this Chinese guy a lesson. Don't let him underestimate us. Yes. Teach him a lesson. Being lectured by so many people, Kennewacker's face was also gloomy. He said in a deep voice, "Boy, I really underestimated you. I'm going to show my real ability." After saying that, he roared angrily and rushed towards Yifan like a black bear, punching him closely. Yifan still dodged casually, Kennewacker continued to attack, and Yifan dodged again. From beginning to end, Yifan had a faint and confident smile on his face. But the onlookers couldn't see it, they just felt that this Chinese monkey hiding here and there was really annoying. More and more shouting. Kennewack. What are you doing? Hurry up and beat that Chinese guy. Chinese, are you so cowardly? Don't you dare to fight our boxing champion head-on? Then you might as well surrender quickly. Hurry up. The more Kennewacker thought about it, the more surprised he became. It seemed like this Chinese guy could see through his next move. Time and time again, he dodged when I was about to hit him. It feels like I'm being played like a monkey. And the smile on his face seemed like he was mocking himself. He immediately became furious. He shouted, "Chinese monkey, are you so afraid to fight me? Do you really want to jump around like a monkey?" Yifan stopped after hearing this, his eyes were cold, and he said nothing. He just raised his finger and hooked it at Kennewacker. Kennewacker was delighted, as he had indeed taken the bait. Then, he clenched his fists and punched Yifan. Seeing this scene, Kaijia immediately tensed up and held his breath. But the next second, not only him, but everyone else widened their eyes. Yifan dodged at the most critical moment, and then hit Kennewacker's chin with an uppercut, and then hit Kennewacker's stomach with his knee. Just as Kennewacker bent over and covered his stomach and wailed, Yifan's elbow hit his face with a crisp sound. Kennewacker felt dizzy and fell to the ground. The series of actions left everyone at a loss as to how to react. Is this really a thin Chinese person? Could it be that Kennewacker's 3 consecutive years of boxing championship was fake? He couldn't hit a single Chinese person. He didn't even touch the edge of the Chinese person's clothes. This is so amazing. Is this the boxing champion you rely on? Was he bought? Yifan looked at everyone sarcastically. Everyone lowered their heads and dared not look directly. I'm so embarrassed today. OMG. Mr. Yi, you are so awesome. Is that Chinese Kung Fu? Tom suddenly rushed into the crowd, looked at Yifan excitedly and said, "Oh my god. Mr. Yi, you are so talented in the business world and the stock market, but I didn't expect that you were so talented in martial arts." Tom had actually arrived a long time ago, but Yifan's combo just now shocked him and the old men behind him. It's so handsome. Yifan ignored his praise and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Picno, I hope your Picno family can give me an explanation for this matter." Tom immediately said solemnly, "Mr. Yi, don't worry, I will definitely give you a perfect answer to this matter." After that, Tom walked up to Kennewacker and said in a cold voice, "Kennewacker. Picno, from today on, you are no longer a member of our Picno family." Kennewacker, who had just woken up, was incredulous when he heard Tom's words. He asked in a trembling voice, "You want to expel me from the family?" "Yes, not only you, but also your lackeys in the family, we will expel them all this time." At this point, many people in the crowd were stunned. "Master, are you going to expel us just because we provoked a Chinese monkey?" "That's right, Patriarch. That Chinese monkey cheated you out of 50 billion. We were just venting our anger on your behalf. Why are you going to expel us?" Many doubts echoed among the crowd. They didn't believe that the master would expel them for a Chinese monkey. "Shut up!" Tom roared, "Mr. Yi, whom you all look down upon, helped my Picno family earn 150 billion just today. He helped my family. And you guys are so self-righteous that you think Mr. Yi cheated me out of 50 billion. Even if it's a lie, I'm willing to accept it. It's much better than you rubbish who are still squandering the family's money when the family is in crisis." Stupid. Everyone is stupid. The Chinese helped the family earn 150 billion in one day, just in the stock market. How is this possible? But looking at the Patriarch's expression, it was true. That's not a joke. But you have offended Mr. Yi again and again. You have offended my distinguished guest. Why should I keep you here? Security, throw all these people out. I don't want to see them again. Tom continued to yell.
Afterwards, a large group of security guards came running, picked up these dozens of people, and threw them all out of the Picno family. Those who were not related hurriedly moved aside, fearing that they would be implicated. After throwing these people out, Tom walked up to Yifan and asked flatteringly, "Mr. Yi, are you satisfied with the result?" Yifan just nodded, and the old men who came with Tom also gathered around. "Mr. Yi, I was prejudiced against you before, I apologize here. And thank you for saving our Picno family at this time." "Yes, thank you, Mr. Yi. Tom has already told us old guys that we are willing to give you 30% of the family's shares, and we have decided that in the future, all the properties of the Picno family will be handed over to you as long as you want them. The Picno family will follow your lead." Chapter 154, The Farm. Head of the family, something bad has happened. For some unknown reason, the Picno family suddenly has an extra sum of money, and now all of the Picno family's businesses are starting to operate again. A blonde and blue-eyed young man from a family suddenly rushed into the meeting room and said hurriedly, "What?" A middle-aged man stood up suddenly and said solemnly, "What's going on? Have you found out the exact amount of the money and where it came from?" The young man shook his head and said, No. "Go check it out," the middle-aged man ordered immediately. The young man immediately did as he was told. The middle-aged man sat in the main seat with a serious look on his face. It will take at least 100 billion yuan to run all the industries under the Picno family. But what is going on? Why did the Picno family suddenly have so much money? And once the Picno family gets back into action, all his previous plans will fail. "Master, I think this incident may be related to the stock market volatility in the past few days." An elderly voice came. If Yifan were here, he would definitely recognize this old man, Vio Smith. "Uncle, can you tell me what is going on with the stock market fluctuations?" the middle-aged man asked immediately. This man is the head of the Smith family, named Buck Smith, and Vios is his uncle. Vios explained, "A few days ago, 20 US stock market accounts suddenly appeared. They specifically targeted stocks that rose rapidly and those that were manipulated by bankers. Their methods were extremely fast. At that time, those accounts were counted and made hundreds of billions in the stock market." This method reminded Vios of the encrypted Huaxia stock trading account he had seen before. The two are extremely similar. So these days he couldn't help but wonder whether the Chinese man had come to the United States to help the Picno family. If this is true, he would like to take the opportunity to see what this Chinese man looks like. "Uncle, that stock market shock is very likely related to the Picno family?" Buck asked with a frown. Vios nodded and said, "It is very likely that those accounts were closed after they appeared once, and there is no way to track them down. And it is very likely that someone is helping the Picno family behind the scenes, and it should be a Chinese." Buck also fell silent. "Chinese? What reason does a Chinese monkey have to interfere in the fight between American families? What is he trying to do? Immediately call the heads of other families to discuss countermeasures." He couldn't wait any longer. If the Picno family recovered this time, the industries of their small families would inevitably be swallowed up by the Picno family. Everything will be over then. He would never allow such a thing to happen. "Uncle San, do you know the identity of that Chinese man?" Buck asked with a serious face. "I don't know. I had no idea where to start when I went to China before." Vios shook his head. When he mentioned China, he felt furious. "The humiliation I suffered in China is still vivid in my mind." What's even more outrageous is that when he was about to leave China, the 2 Chinese bodyguards he hired had already run away. Even when he was moving his things, the moving companies he called saw that it was him and they all said that they would not help him move even if they didn't make any money on that order. In the end, he went to the airport on foot. No taxi would stop for him. He was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. As a famous investor in the United States, when has the elder of the Smith family ever suffered such humiliation? During the time he was in China, he suffered the most humiliation he had ever experienced in his life. It's all because of Yifan and those 3 people. He won't let those 4 people go. After resolving the issue of the Picno family, Yifan had no more problems. He had already given them the money, and they had also handed over 30% of the shares of the Picno family to Yifan in the form of a contract. How to use the money to revive the family is their business. Yifan has no control over it. These days, Yifan and Li Qingyi accompanied their family to visit the farm outside the city. When Ye's father, Ye's mother and others learned that this farm of more than 300,000 square meters belonged to Yifan, their eyes widened.
"Son, when did you own such a big farm abroad?" Yifan explained, "This farm was purchased by the son of the previous chairman of our Qingye group. After I acquired their company, the farm became mine." Everyone nodded in understanding, and Father Yi even said, "Does that mean you got something for nothing?" "That's true," Yifan said. His tone was somewhat reluctant, but he couldn't refute what his father said. Instead, Mother Yi rolled her eyes at Father Yi again and again. Father Yi also knew that he had said the wrong thing, so he quickly shut his mouth and followed everyone. When the farm manager learned that the owner was coming, he notified all the farm staff to come here to pick him up. However, they didn't know about the change of ownership of the farm yet, so the administrator came up and asked, "Hello, you should be Mr. Han's assistant, right? When will Mr. Han arrive?" Yifan shook his head and smiled, "No, this farm is mine now." The staff were all stunned, and the administrator frowned and asked, "Sir, I don't understand what you mean." Yifan didn't say anything, but the assistant next to him took out a contract and showed it to everyone. This assistant was Jia Jianfu, the head of Huashan Group, who was reassigned by Yu Yunyun after Sun Sheng was fired. But now he is Yifan's assistant. When everyone looked at the front of the contract, they finally understood that the farm had really changed hands. The young man in front of them is their new farmer. Is the new farmer so young? But many people are nervous. What they fear most is losing their jobs when the farm changes hands. "Sir, I'm sorry, we didn't know you were the new boss. I'm really sorry for offending you just now. I'm the manager of this farm, you can just call me Chris." The manager immediately introduced himself. Yifan shook his head to indicate that he was fine. "Take us to where we live." Chris and the others showed an embarrassment on their faces. Yifan frowned and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Chris was silent for a while, then explained the whole story. During the time he was away, the farmer's villa had been occupied by a film crew. They didn't even have Chris's permission. No matter how hard Chris tried to drive them away, they just wouldn't leave. He also said that he had obtained the farmer's consent. Yifan frowned immediately. He didn't expect there would be such a person. Let's go check it out. Chapter 155, The Crew. Hey, what's going on outside this villa? There's garbage everywhere. It's so messy. How can people live here? After Chris brought Yifan and others to the villa, he saw garbage piled everywhere outside, and lunchboxes and wine bottles thrown everywhere. But this is the scene outside. Yifan didn't even dare to think about what it was like inside. As soon as they pushed the door open, Yifan and others saw the dirty and messy scene inside, and his brows immediately frowned. Xingyue, Yang Yang, Qingyi, and Ye's mother all covered their noses and fanned their noses with their other hands. "Brother, what's going on here? Why is it so messy?" Yi Xinyue asked. Yifan's face gradually turned cold. There were so many problems just traveling. Where are the people from that crew now? Yifan asked, suppressing his anger. Chris quickly pointed in a direction and said, "It's at the horse farm over there." "Sir, if you want to go there, I'll take you there now." Yifan nodded, and then said to everyone, "Mom and Dad, you wait here, Jianfu, come with me to take a look." Then, led by Chris, the three of them walked towards the horse farm. From a distance, Yifan saw the crowd gathered there and the garbage scattered all over the ground. Yifan's face became even colder. Ka. How did you shoot this? Can't you be more professional? Can't you memorize your lines? Where's the assistant director? Where's the screenwriter? Is this how you supervise the actors? At this time, the director over there said angrily while holding the script in his hand. A thin man quickly ran up to him and said, "Director, don't be angry, I'll let the actors rehearse their lines." But the director still said angrily, "It was a simple horse-kissing scene, and it still didn't pass after more than 300 takes. Do you know how to act?" No one in the audience dared to speak, because they all knew the director's temper, and he was famous for his violent temper in the industry. His name was John. Anyone who dares to provoke him will definitely suffer the consequences. Even those superstars don't dare to mess with him. But every step of the film is a masterpiece. Because he only shoots scripts he writes. He once had a scene in which he simply ate a chicken leg, but the star couldn't perform the taste he wanted. The one eating chicken drumstick was filmed 3,000 times. The star ate the chicken drumstick until he vomited before letting it pass. Until now, whenever that star appears on variety shows and is asked what he hates the most, he will say chicken legs without hesitation. At that time, the star had tens of millions of fans and was a big name.
After filming that scene, he threatened that he would never let the director have an easy time. But the matter was eventually left unresolved, and John became mysterious from then on. It was rumored that he had a family backing him. The assistant director and screenwriter next to him both nodded and bowed, accepting the director's reprimand. John seemed to have run out of scolding at the end, and then asked, "Have you found the Chinese actor I asked you to look for?" The assistant director and screenwriter trembled all over, looking a little panicked. Just when the screenwriter was ready, the assistant director suddenly said in surprise, "Found it, found it." The screenwriter was stunned for a moment, watching the assistant director run to a Chinese man and then pull the Chinese man over. The screenwriter's eyes lit up, and indeed this young man met the requirements. "Director, that's him." John himself looked at the dark-haired Chinese man in front of him. "Young, pretty boy, and calm temperament, this is exactly what I'm looking for." Since he found it, why didn't he change his clothes? John yelled again. "Change it immediately, change it immediately." The assistant director quickly winked at Yifan, who was frowning, indicating that he would go over to explain the situation to him. But no matter how hard the assistant director pulled, he couldn't move. The assistant director suddenly became anxious and whispered in Yifan's ear, "Brother, this is a good opportunity to become famous. It's just a simple shot of a few minutes. If you play it well, I will give you $30,000. I'm not here to act, and I don't need your money." Yifan suddenly spoke up and said coldly, "Did you get the owner's consent to film here?" Everyone looked at Yifan, looking at this young Chinese man strangely. John frowned and yelled at the assistant director, "Is this the person you found? Is he here to cause trouble? Get him out of here." The assistant director was so frightened that he trembled, nodded repeatedly, and then looked at Yifan with anger in his eyes. Originally he wanted to give this Chinese man a chance to become famous, but he didn't expect him to be so ungrateful as to ask such a question. "We are filming here, why do we have to care about your business without your consent? If you are here to cause trouble, please get out of here and don't disturb us. You are the ones who should get out," Yifan said directly. Everyone was stunned again, stopped what they were doing, and started talking. "Is this Chinese guy mentally ill? He wants us to get out? He's not the owner of this farm, why should he ask us to get out? But he's really brave. He even dared to mess with director John. He must be tired of living." John remembered that the owner of this farm seemed to be a Chinese, so he walked up to Yifan and asked, "Are you the owner of this farm?" "It's me," Yifan said. "We have rented this farm from you for more than a month. What qualifications do you have to ask me and my team to get out?" John continued to question. Yifan asked back, "You said you rented it from me? Why don't I have this memory? How come I don't know about this?" John's face darkened, and then he asked his assistant to bring the lease agreement over to Yifan, saying, "See for yourself whether it was rented from you." Yifan took it and took a look at it, then looked at the name below, with a sneer on his face. He asked Jia Jianfu to take out the contract, handed it to John and said, "Return the original words." John frowned and took it back to check. When he saw the last name on it, his face suddenly turned gloomy. The person who signed the contract was Han Yu. But the person who signed the contract was Yifan. Moreover, the contract was signed a week ago, but the agreement was signed 2 weeks ago. So they didn't rent the farm at all. John was so angry that he trembled all over, his face turned pale, and he slapped the assistant director next to him. The crisp sound made everyone feel pain on their faces, and some even covered their faces with their hands. The assistant director came to his senses and didn't know why he was suddenly hit until John threw 2 documents into his arms and let him read them himself. Then he understood what was going on. The signatures are different and the dates don't match, which means that the farm changed hands 2 weeks ago, and the lease contract signed a week ago is invalid. Chapter 156, Just Wait for the Ban. "Assistant Director, can you explain to me what is going on?" John asked, suppressing his anger. The assistant director was suddenly flustered and quickly began to explain. According to him, he was looking for a filming location according to the director's request, and when he came across this area, he asked a young man on the farm. After hearing this, the young man brought him here, and he thought this place met the requirements for filming, so he asked the young man about the farmer. The young man said that the farmer was a Chinese and was not here most of the time. He was the manager of the farm, so everything was left to him. Then he told the young man the price and rented the place and the villa for $6 million. Finally, the assistant director said in a trembling voice, Director, I don't know what's going on." That young man told me. "I don't know what's going on either."
After hearing this, Yi Fan frowned. If the farm manager is not this Chris, who is that young man? Instead, Chris turned pale and asked tremblingly, is the young man you are talking about the one who usually wears a black leather jacket and has a nail in his mouth? The assistant director nodded repeatedly and said, yes, that's him. Do you know him? Chris's face turned red, his eyes burning with anger, and he said, he is my son, I will call him now and ask him to come over. After that, Chris took out his cell phone and walked aside to make a call. John took a deep breath and said to Yi Fan, Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. I'm John. My people didn't do their job well and caused you trouble. But we've already filmed half of this scene. Can you rent this place to us? I can give you double the rent. Impossible. Yi Fan refused without hesitation and said, I am not short of money, and I don't want to rent this place to you. John's face darkened again and he asked, why is that? Why? Yi Fan sneered and said, look at the garbage around here, and the garbage in my villa. Do you think I dare to rent this place to you? I have a good farm and you guys trample on it like this? If I hadn't brought my family to the farm to play today, I wouldn't have known that my farm had become like this. With people like you, why should I rent the farm to you? John was speechless and could only say, well, we can help you clean up when we leave and make sure there won't be any trash left behind. Yi Fan glanced at him calmly and said, of course I have to deal with you, but it's impossible to rent this place. You. John pointed at Yi Fan, the anger that had just dissipated rushed up again, and he clenched his teeth. Finally, John snorted and said, if you don't rent it to us, we won't pick up the trash here. Not going to clean up? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and said, don't forget, you are breaking into my territory and it is illegal. Aren't you afraid that I will call the police and have you arrested? Everyone else had a look of panic on their faces. Once caught, it would be a lifelong stain, and it would be impossible to wash away the stain. John laughed loudly upon hearing this and said, catch us? I'm not afraid to tell you, even if we are caught, with the power behind me, I will definitely not let you off easily if I get out. The force you are talking about should be the Picno family, right? Yi Fan asked. John frowned immediately and stared at Yi Fan, as if asking him how he knew that. Yi Fan naturally understood what he was thinking and explained, there is a badge of the Picno family on your camera, how can I not see it? Since you know this, why don't you rent the place to us? John asked in a deep voice. Yi Fan did not answer him, but took out his mobile phone and called Kaijie, asking, Kaijie, is your Picno family cooperating with a director named John? Kaijie on the phone was stunned after hearing this and said, yes, we do have a cooperative relationship with this person. Every investment in his movies is from our family. What's wrong? Yi Fan told the story again. There was silence for a while, and then he said in a deep voice, is he next to you now? If he is, give him the phone. Hearing this, Yi Fan handed the phone to John. John suddenly felt a little uneasy. He sensed something was wrong when the Chinese man called his name just now. John, can you recognize my voice? John's face turned pale instantly, cold sweat broke out on his back, and he said, yes, I can hear it, Mr. Kaijie. Apologize to the person in front of you. When he forgives you, you can reshoot your movie. If he still hasn't forgiven you before he leaves the United States, you and all the staff of this movie will be banned. Just a simple sentence made John fall off the cliff in an instant. The young man in front of him not only knew someone from the Picno family, but he also knew the eldest son of the Picno family. And from what the eldest young master said, it seemed that he had some ingratiating charm towards this Chinese man. But before he could say anything, the other party hung up the phone. The others looked at the director's dull expression and felt a strong sense of uneasiness in their hearts. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, it's all my fault. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. I will double compensate for all the losses caused to your farm today, and I will clean up everything. John immediately began to beg for forgiveness. Everyone was stunned. This change happened too fast. How come the director, who was so arrogant just now, became like this after receiving a phone call? Could it be that this young man really knows someone from the Picno family? Director, what's wrong with you? The assistant director stepped forward and asked. John slapped him again. If it weren't for this guy, how could he have become like this? Why don't you apologize to Mr. Yi? And all of you. If you want to continue to mix in the circle, apologize to Mr. Yi. When everyone heard this, they realized that they had underestimated this Chinese man. They dared not hesitate anymore and walked up to Yi Fan to apologize. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, we were wrong. Yi Fan ignored them and left. At this time, Chris's son came and ran over in a hurry. Without saying a word, he was slapped by his father and his eyes were full of stars. There were so many slaps today. The assistant director was also furious when he saw the young man. If it weren't for him, there wouldn't be so many things happening today. How could I be slapped twice in front of so many people? Call the police. Director John's faint voice came from the side, and the assistant director immediately took out his mobile phone and called the police. Chapter 157, 1 month paid vacation. Until the last moment when Chris's son was taken away, Chris didn't say a word, but just took a deep breath. The mistake was his. He had trespassed on the farmer's land without permission. As long as the farmer didn't forgive him, he would be taken away by the police. The filming of the movie had to be suspended and the Picno family had withdrawn all their investments. Now the entire crew is a pauper. The filming cannot start until John and those staff members get Yifan's forgiveness. Although some big stars tried to resist, after John repeated Kaijia's words, those big stars were almost scared to death. Ban. The Picno family was in a period of decline before, and it was easy to ban them. Not to mention that now the Picno family has received help from a mysterious man and has gradually separated itself from the declining family. It is just a matter of talking. If these people want to survive, they still have to rely on the power of these families. I didn't expect that the Chinese man would be so valued by the Picno family. So now we can only go and apologize to that Chinese guy, someone in the crew asked. What else can you do besides apologizing? Someone immediately replied, before apologizing, let's deal with the garbage on the farm first, otherwise it will be useless to say more. Then the entire crew of several hundred people put away all the filming equipment and began to pick up all the garbage they had thrown away. The scene was extremely spectacular. When Yifan returned to the villa, his family had already cleaned the entire villa and all the garbage had been piled up into a small hill outside. Yifan's originally good mood for traveling was gone at all. All the actors and directors who look so glamorous outside have turned their farms into this. But at this time, Yifan received a call from Kaijia. Why? Are you still angry? Kaijia asked as soon as the phone was connected. Yifan said in a bad tone, what else? Kaijia first told Yifan about the punishment just now, and then said, okay, don't be angry, I know a good place, do you want to go there together to relax in the evening? Where are you going? You'll know when the time comes, don't worry. Yifan thought for a moment and said, okay, but I'll tell you in advance that I have a girlfriend. Kaijia laughed twice when he heard this and said, don't worry, it's not the place you think. Yifan then breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. After hanging up the phone, Yifan went in to help pack up. The first thing he did was throw out the bedding and other things. He threw out all the equipment belonging to the crew without mercy. Then asked the farm staff to buy a few more sets. Just when he was about to finish cleaning, Yifan heard a noise coming from outside. Soon, the crew cleaned up the horse ranch, and when they rushed to the villa and saw the filming equipment thrown into the trash, many people were angry. Director, this Chinese guy is so abominable. He actually threw our filming equipment on the ground. What if it breaks? That's right, director. These are all the works we worked so hard to shoot. These are all the works we worked so hard to shoot for the record. Director, let's go and argue with him. He is just relying on the support of the Picno family. Why is he, a Chinese, so arrogant in the United States? Yes, let's go and argue with him. There are so many of us, I'm afraid he won't be able to do anything. After saying that, many people started walking towards the villa. Stop! John roared, and then said in a deep voice, if you want to kill me on the spot, do it now. Everyone stopped in their tracks and looked at John in shock. Maybe other people don't know what the Picno family's attitude towards Yifan is, but he knows. So they cannot afford to offend this young Chinese man. Then he took the lead in cleaning up the garbage near the villa, and others did not dare to neglect and started cleaning up. John's attitude says it all. 3 Chinese women came out carrying a mattress, and everyone was amazed. These 3 people are more beautiful than each other. They are as beautiful as fairies. But John, the assistant director, stared at Li Qingyi with his eyes wide open. Isn't this the Chinese fashion designer Li Qingyi who was previously making headlines in the United States? Why is she here too? John was attracted by her temperament and beauty and wanted to ask her to make a movie, but she refused. Afterwards, she returned to China, but she didn't expect to meet him here this time. So what is her relationship with the Chinese man named Yifan? The three women also saw these hundreds of people, and Yi Xinyue and Yi Yanyan were both shocked. What is going on? Judging from their appearance, they should be from that crew. What are they standing here for? Yi Fan happened to be carrying out a pile of garbage. When he saw the people from the crew, he sneered and ignored them. Mr. Yi. John suddenly called out, Mr. Yi, we were wrong before. We used your farm without knowing the situation clearly, causing you losses. Can you give us a chance to atone for our sins? Yi Fan heard this and crossed his arms and said, Atonement? What are you going to do? John was delighted. Since Yi Fan said so, there was hope. Mr. Yi, all the staff of our entire crew can work on your farm for free for a month as compensation. When the people behind him heard this, they were immediately surprised. I didn't expect John would go to such lengths to please this Chinese man. Yi Fan pondered for a while and said, 1 month? Okay. Then Yi Fan turned around and looked at Chris, who was in a low mood, and said, Chris, these people are handed over to you. Let them do what you usually do. For our original staff, some people will stay to supervise them, and the rest of the people will all take a month's paid vacation. Everyone was shocked. Paid vacation? For a farm worker, having 4 days off a month is pretty good. But it's a month's paid vacation. How great it would be to not have to go to work for a month. Okay, I'll do it right away. Chris immediately ran to deal with the matter. Everyone in the crew was dumbfounded. It happened so suddenly without any preparation at all. I have to work on this farm for a month. No salary yet. Who can bear this? But what can they do? Now they can only obey orders obediently. Chapter 158, Underground Advanced Boxing Arena. At night, Kai Jie drove to pick up Yi Fan. After saying goodbye to his family, Yi Fan left. When the crew members saw Kai Jie's attitude towards Yi Fan, they were so surprised that they looked shocked. Is this still the eldest son of the Picno family? The high and mighty man actually had a hint of flattery in his smile towards a Chinese person. So, who is this Chinese man? Of course, after the doubts, there was a feeling of relief at having survived the disaster. Fortunately, I didn't contradict this Chinese guy before, otherwise I might have been banned on the spot, as Director John said. Where are you taking me? Yi Fan asked puzzledly on the way. Kai Jie was always mysterious and said that he would bring his family along, but Kai Jie didn't mind. He also said that it was a place suitable for boys and girls should not go there. Yi Fan gave up. But where is this guy going to take me? This is already the bright and bustling area of the city, and Yi Fan actually hates coming to such places. Ha ha ha, you'll know in a minute. Kai Jie continued to be mysterious. Anyway, it's not the place you think it is. He kept repeating these words, and Yi Fan became more worried and felt more and more suspicious. But since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it, so Yi Fan didn't ask any more questions. Soon, Kai Jie took Yi Fan to a bar and stopped. In the car, he gave Yi Fan a black boxing badge and asked Yi Fan to wear it on his clothes. Then when they arrived at the door of the bar, Kai Jie showed his badge to the 2 black bodyguards, and the 2 men understood. Taking Yi Fan and Kai Jie into the bar, the heavy metal rock music inside made Yi Fan frown. The bodyguard took the 2 of them directly through the crowd and took an elevator. The elevator didn't stop until it reached the 5th floor underground, and then Yi Fan heard a burst of intense cheers. Kai Jie then began to explain, this is an underground boxing ring. The bar outside is just a cover. Only those who have a black boxing badge can enter here, and there is only 1 match per month. The boxers here are all super famous champions from all over the world. They fight without traps and punch hard. And if you fight here, the winner will receive $100,000. You can take the $100,000 and leave, or you can keep challenging. The money from winning will continue to accumulate, but if you lose, all the prize money will be gone. If you can defeat the champion in the end, you can get $1 billion in addition to the victory. Of course, if you are found to be faking the fight, the staff here will not show mercy. Yi Fan nodded when he heard it, and looked towards the cage in the field. There were 2 strong men fighting each other inside, and tens of thousands of people in the field were shouting excitedly in various ways. The hot scene and the strong smell of hormones made Yi Fan's heart surge. Under the guidance of the bodyguard, Yi Fan and Kai Jie came to a private box, which was fully equipped. The glass in front allows you to clearly see the boxing match on the field. But before Yi Fan could sit down, 2 blonde girls in maid uniforms came in. Each private room can only be owned by a family. It includes 2 private maids who can provide various services. Kaijia said to Yi Fan in an ambiguous tone.
Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. I told you I have a girlfriend.
Kaijia laughed loudly and said, I was just joking. Even here, this kind of thing requires mutual consent.
Yi Fan and Kaijia were chatting happily in the box, and people in other boxes were also whispering.
Have you seen the box of the Picno family? It's lit up.
Yes, I saw it. I didn't expect that after 3 years, the box would be lit up again.
It seems that what is said in the family is true.
The Picno family has received help from a mysterious person. Otherwise, how could they dare to come to such a place at this time? The faces of the people from other families who came to watch the game became solemn.
In the Smith family's box, Vios and Kansun frowned at the black-haired man from the Picno family.
That black-haired man really looks like Yi Fan, who made him suffer in Huan City.
It was a pity that it was too far away to see clearly, but no matter how he looked at it, he thought it looked very similar. It seems that I need to go to the Picno family's box to take a look later.
Kongsun was already furious when he looked at the box of the Picno family inside. The humiliation he suffered in the Picno family is still vivid in his mind. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he didn't care who was in the box over there. As long as they were from the Picno family, he would humiliate them. Soon, a boxing match was over and there were all kinds of exclamations in the arena. The boxers on the field were also shouting, and some of them were standing on top and yelling, "Who else?" Then I saw a strong man walk onto the stage. Another boxing match was about to begin. In the box, Kaijia handed a tablet to Yi Fan and introduced, "This is equivalent to gambling. You can bet on your favorite boxer to win. The money will be deducted directly from the bank card. Today is your first time here, so use my card. If you win, give part of it to the boxing ring, and we will split the rest in half." Yi Fan looked at the boxers on both sides on the tablet computer, with an inexplicable smile on his face, and said, "I didn't expect that an underground boxing ring could come up with so many tricks."
Kaijia explained, "Isn't that the case now? Underground boxing rings make money from this. Otherwise, why do you think a boxing ring would give out more than $1 billion as a reward?"
Yi Fan thought about it and it made sense, otherwise how would the boxing ring continue to operate? Looking through the information of various boxers on the tablet, he was suddenly surprised when he saw a champion from a few years ago. Qin Lon, 22 years old, Chinese Kung Fu Bajiquan.
Did this Chinese guy also come to fight in the ring back then? Yi Fan asked hurriedly.
Kaijia took it and took a look. With regret in his eyes, he said, "This Chinese guy was a legend in the boxing ring back then. He took 3 hours to punch through the 10-layer ring. He defeated the champion at that time. His Chinese Kung Fu made many families at that time want to recruit him, but he disappeared after defeating the champion and didn't even take the prize money. At that time, many people were looking for news about him. Later, we found out that he was a member of your Huaxia army and he has already returned to the army."
"Oh? That's quite interesting."
Yi Fan showed an interested smile on his face. He didn't expect that Qin Long was so powerful and actually came here to fight.
Lu Qingtian is throwing a treasure to himself. From the look of you, you know him? Kaijia asked.
Yi Fan said, "He is my bodyguard now."
What?
Kaijia looked incredulous.
Such a legendary figure is now Yi Fan's bodyguard.
Chapter 159, Boxing Contest. Another fight on the ring ended, but this time both men had left.
What's going on? Why are two people leaving this time?
Yi Fan asked.
Kaijia explained, there are two types of situations.
The first is a challenge match, which is a fight in the ring. The second is that one family wants to challenge another family to a competition. The competition is to select 2 boxing champions from all the boxing champions who came today, pay a commission, and compete in the ring on behalf of the family. Of course, if your family has a boxer, you can use someone from your family.
Yi Fan nodded in understanding. An underground boxing ring with a lot of tricks.
At this moment, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open, and Yi Fan and Kaijia both frowned. But when Yi Fan turned his head and looked back, he was stunned for a moment, then a kind smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Vios, long time no see." When Vios saw Yi Fan, his face darkened and he said in a deep voice, "It is you, Yi Fan. I didn't expect you to dare to come to the United States. Why can't I come? I have my business and friends here, and it's not up to you to decide whether I come to the United States or not, right?" Yi Fan said with a smile. Vios's face suddenly became extremely ugly, and he gritted his teeth, as if he wanted to tear Yi Fan apart. But Yi Fan's words left him speechless. Kaijie and Kongsun were already looking surprised.
There is a conflict between the old and the young? When did it happen?
At this time, Kongsun suddenly remembered that the last time Grandpa Vios came back from China, he shouted that he would never go to China again, and he didn't say anything when asked.
He always stays in the family and doesn't go out or do anything. Now Kongsun should understand what is going on.
It must be Yifan who is behind this. Thinking of this, Kongsun showed a sneer on his face. It would be fine if this Chinese guy had angered me, but I didn't expect that he had angered Grandpa Vios as well.
He would definitely pay the price. Chinese, I didn't expect to meet you here. Kongsun sneered, since you are related to the Picno family, do you dare to compete with us?
Yifan and Kaijie understood immediately. This scene is a challenge and competition between the Smith family and the Picno family.
Yifan glanced at him and said, "Are you crazy? I'm here to watch the game, why should I compete with you? Besides, Kaijie and I are just friends, what relationship do I have with the Picno family?" Kongsun's face froze and he was stunned. In his impression, shouldn't Yifan agree? This was a little beyond his expectations.
Kaijie, who was standing next to him, almost laughed out loud when he saw Kongsun's expression. This child is so stupid, he is really spoiled.
Yifan, are you afraid? Are you scared? At this time, Vios sneered. If he gets any chance to satirize Yifan, he will seize it. Afraid? I've never been afraid before. You don't have to use provocation to provoke me. If it worked, how could I be in this position now?
Yifan laughed and said, "You are a half-buried person, and you still play this kind of trick.
Aren't you a little childish?" Vios's face suddenly darkened and the corners of his mouth twitched twice.
He is a man in his 60s, but he was called childish by young people.
What the fuck? Then what do you want in exchange for the competition? Kongsun asked through gritted teeth. FK.
This Chinese guy is so talkative, he killed them with just 2 sentences. Moreover, they have asked the staff of the underground boxing ring to clear the ring, and now they are just waiting for the consent of Picno's family.
But you didn't expect that someone would do this to you.
Yifan smiled evilly and said, "We can compete, but we have to have a bet."
Kongsun and Vios looked at each other and asked, "Bet, what do you want to bet?"
Yifan pretended to be in deep thought for a moment, then said, "If I win, I will take all of your Smith family shares in this underground boxing ring." This time, Kongsun, Vios, and Kaijie all changed their expressions, and even the 2 little sisters next to them looked at Yifan in surprise.
"You are a Chinese, but you are quite arrogant." Vios sneered and said, "But I agree. What if you lose?"
"If we lose, our Picno family shares in this boxing ring will belong to your Smith family,"
Kaijie suddenly said. Vios was stunned.
It seems that Yifan has a close relationship with the Picno family. The Picno family would actually offer to use their shares as a bet for Yifan. And although the Picno family is not as strong as before, they still have absolute controlling rights in this boxing ring. But he is the second largest shareholder of this underground boxing ring.
If I get their shares, my family will definitely have a presence here. Okay. We agreed. Kongsun, let's go.
Finally, Vios and Kongsun left here, and Kaijie immediately came up and asked, "Yifan, how do you know that our families have a stake here?"
Is this hard to explain?
At first I thought that the underground boxing arena set up this private box as a privilege for your family, but when the boxers were cleared out and you said that families could use this as a platform for competition, I guessed it.
Without shares in it, who would give you such great power? The owner of this boxing arena is not a fool. Yifan talked freely. Kaijie nodded approvingly and said, "I didn't realize you have such a flexible mind."
Yifan rolled his eyes at him and was too lazy to argue with him.
If you weren't smart, could you have fooled your father? What's going on? It's been so long. Could the boxing match tonight be over so early? I don't know. They didn't let us leave, so there should be more. Maybe they are preparing for something. Look at the screen, isn't that the boxing king, Jack Statham? OMG. It's really him. Is he going to play in the next game? Now there's something to watch.
The entire audience was already cheering for the appearance of the king of boxing.
However, Kaijie and the box did frown and said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect that the Smith family would spend a lot of money to hire Jack Statham. Is he very powerful?"
Yifan asked as he flipped through the information of each boxer on the tablet.
Kaijie introduced this Jack Statham.
8 years ago, he was the famous boxing champion in this ring.
During the 8 years, he won 99% of the fights he fought. Praised by many boxing fans. Although Yifan thought this person was very awesome, he was still thinking in his mind. 99%? That means losing a game, that's all. Chapter 160, Abuse. System, can I now predict this person's future based on the personal information on the computer? Answer, because the host's physical condition has improved, it is possible. Yifan was suddenly overjoyed. So what are you waiting for? Make a prediction now. Yifan immediately used the system to predict Jack Statham's career on the computer. He wants to use Jack Statham's future to find an opponent who is equal to him, which can be regarded as a kind of reverse thinking ability. But the result was not bad. Yifan found the target, but what surprised Yifan was that he looked like a Chinese. Afterwards, Yifan started searching among these hundreds of boxers. What's going on? Why hasn't Yifan sent out their boxers yet? Vyos muttered to himself in confusion. Kongson next to him sneered, oh, maybe they don't dare to come out after seeing the boxers we hired. But soon everyone in the audience exclaimed, with question marks all over their minds. What's going on? The Picno family actually chose a skinny Chinese as their opponent. Does this mean that the Picno family has given up? What do you know? I met this guy once. He was so powerful that he knocked the boxing champion on the opposite side unconscious with just one punch. Kai Jie was the same. He looked at Yifan in shock and asked, what are you doing? Have you given up? Yifan smiled inexplicably and said, give up. There is no word like give up in my dictionary. I have my reasons for choosing him. Can you call this person to me? Although he didn't know where Yifan got his confidence from, Kai Jie still said, wait a minute, there will be a meeting between the family and the boxer before the start, and the boxer will come to the box at that time. That's good. Yifan nodded, and then just waited. The host on the stage has already said a lot, and I've been listening to his nonsense for more than 10 minutes. Soon it was time for the two contestants to meet with their employers. As soon as the Chinese guy came in, Yifan looked at him, who was dark and thin, and asked in Chinese, your name is Tang Tianhe? The Chinese boy nodded but didn't say anything. Yifan said, I read your introduction on the tablet. You want $5 million to save your mother? Tang Tianhe said hurriedly, yes, sir, my mother has cancer and needs $5 million. Can you help me? Yifan said, I can help you, but you have to make sure you can beat the boxing champion. If you win, I can not only give you $5 million to save your mother, but also find the best experts for you. I am short of a bodyguard, so I can hire you at a high price. Tang Tianhe showed a happy expression on his face and asked, really? As long as I defeat that black guy? Yifan was stunned for a moment, then looked at the big screen and laughed. In fact, what this guy said was not wrong. The king of boxing was indeed a black man. Are you really sure that this guy named Tang Tianhe can win? Kai Jie said with a worried look on his face as he watched Tang Tianhe go on the court. After all, compared with the boxing king, this guy's physique is only 1/3 of that of the king. Don't worry, we can win. Yifan had a confident smile on his face, so Kai Jie didn't ask any more questions, but there was deep worry in his eyes. The shares of this boxing ring are very important, and the dividends received from it are hundreds of millions of dollars every month. After all, a spectator seat here is worth tens of thousands, not to mention the existence of a gambling system. King of boxing, kill the Chinese monkey and show him how powerful you are. Jack Statham, you are my idol, I want to give birth to a baby for you. There were all kinds of cheers from the audience, all cheering for the appearance of Jack Statham. Chinese monkey, I'll give you a chance. How about you surrender yourself? On the stage, Jack Statham folded his hands and said disdainfully, I can't understand why the Picno family would choose such a person as their opponent. With his small body, a casual punch from me would be enough to keep him from getting up. I am Tang Tianhe, please teach me. Tang Tianhe clenched his fists, ignored the words of the burly man in front of him, and bent his body slightly. His movements made him look like an ancient man. Jack Statham saw this and said contemptuously, don't overestimate your abilities. Don't let me beat you to tears later. With the ring of a bell, the competition began. Jack Statham launched an attack directly and Tang Tianhe suddenly became sharp. He dodged sideways, then turned around and kicked back. Jack Statham felt his head go dizzy and his huge body slid to the side. There was a burning pain on my face, as if I was hit by a long whip. But before he could recover, he felt another huge force on his chest, and he flew backwards and landed on the iron railing. He was shocked. This Chinese monkey was not as simple as he had imagined. Even though his hands don't look very strong, his leg muscles are very strong. Because my pants covered my body, I underestimated my enemy. He quickly shook his head to clear his mind, and saw that dark-skinned Chinese boy rushing towards him again, like a cheetah hunting its prey. And his kicking technique is already perfect. Without thinking, Jack Statham quickly used his arms to defend himself, but when the foot landed on him, he realized what power was. Just a simple kick made him feel like he was hit by a tiger stake. If he hadn't forced himself to steady his body, it is very likely that he would have been sent flying by that kick. But even so, he had no power to fight back, because the opponent's subsequent attacks were like a rainstorm. The audience and all the families in the audience were stunned, only Yifan was laughing. The king of boxing in their eyes was pinned to the ground and rubbed by a skinny Chinese man whom they looked down upon. There's no way to fight back. Could it be that they were mistaken? So what is the situation now? Suddenly there was a roar on the stage, and Jack Statham began his desperate counterattack. The moment Tang Tianhe kicked, he quickly grabbed the opponent's ankle. An evil smile suddenly appeared on Jack Statham's face. As long as he grabbed this guy's feet, he would not be able to attack. But what he didn't expect was that the Chinese man in front of him actually used his strength to jump high, and his other leg landed directly on his head. Then, under the gaze of tens of thousands of spectators, their boxing champion fell to the ground and fainted completely. The entire boxing ring suddenly fell silent. Everyone had the same expression. Eyes wide open, mouth open. The whole game took only 5 minutes. During these 5 minutes, their boxing champion was pinned to the ground by this Chinese guy and had no way to fight back. A battle they were looking forward to ended just like that? A few years ago, this ring was broken through by a Chinese man, which shocked the boxing arena. A few years later, their boxing champion was beaten to a pulp by someone who was a Chinese. How can they accept this? Mr. Vios, you have seen the result. It's time to fulfill our bet. When will you give me the shares? At this time, Yifan's voice came from the Smith family's room. The faces of the two men suddenly turned ashen as if water could drip out of them. Yifan had forced them into a desperate situation. Chapter 161, Boxing Arena Shares Obtained. Vios was so angry that he was shaking all over, his face flushed, and his eyes were staring at Jack Statham, who was unconscious on the stage. Damn, what a waste! How dare you be called the king of boxing? Grandpa, what should we do now? Kongson asked from the side, his face full of panic. Vio's eyes kept flickering, always looking for a solution. Shares in the boxing ring must not be given. Finally, he gritted his teeth and decided that if it really didn't work, he would just deny it. Anyway, they didn't leave any receipts when gambling, and there were no cameras in the box. As long as you don't admit it, what can they do? Vio smiled evilly. Mr. Yi, you are kidding, right? Betting shares with you? When did this happen? How come I don't know about it? Fuck. This old guy wants to shirk his debt. Kaijia said beside him, this old bastard. He's already so old, does he have any shame? What should Yifan do now? Then Kaijia turned around and asked Yifan. Yifan showed an evil smile on his face, told Kaijia to be patient, and then said, Vios, I knew you would do this, so I secretly recorded it. Do you want to listen to it? Of course, I don't mind playing the recording here to all the audience here. Let everyone know what kind of family your Smith family is. Besides, have you forgotten that there are 2 maids in each box? They can also testify. How dare you? Vios roared. His face suddenly became uncertain. He was extremely angry at Yifan, and also regretted provoking him. I didn't expect that a Chinese person would have more tricks than him. I never thought that Yifan actually had the recording and those 2 maids to threaten me. Losing shares is a small matter, but if it ruins the reputation of the Smith family, he will be the sinner of the family. So now he has no choice but to hand over his shares. Mr. Vios, thank you for your generosity. Goodbye. After signing the share transfer contract, Yifan said sarcastically. Vios snorted coldly and turned away with Kongson. Kaijia now admires Yifan more and more, as he got the shares of this boxing arena so easily. You have to know that these families joined in at a price of hundreds of millions per share. Not only did Yifan not spend any money, he also took advantage of this opportunity to win $600 million. This was after he parted ways with the boxing ring. However, Yifan did not look happy about this. Instead, his brows were tightly furrowed. Let's go. After saying that, Yifan was about to leave. Don't want to watch it anymore? Kaijia asked puzzledly. Yifan shook his head and said, no more watching, go home and have a rest early. Grandpa, are you planning to let that Chinese guy go? Kongson asked outside with a gloomy face. Vio showed a cruel smile on his face and said, let him go? He made me lose so much and brought shame upon myself. Why should I let him go? If I don't kill him, I will never be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Kill? Kongson shuddered violently, panic flashed in his eyes, but soon became ferocious again. Yes. If he doesn't kill Yifan, he won't be able to sleep well. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Kaijia asked puzzledly while driving. He didn't believe that Yifan would go to bed so early. It was only 10 o'clock. It was the time when these young people were wandering outside. Yifan did not answer. His face was extremely gloomy, but a cold light kept flashing in his eyes. Because even if I tell him, Kaijia may not believe it. Before Vios left, Yifan checked his future using the system. Discovered that he would hire mercenaries to kill himself in the future. But by that time, I had already returned to China. But since there is this problem, Yifan has to find a way to solve it. He doesn't want to leave a lot of trouble behind. Kaijia, I have a task for your Picno family. Yifan suddenly said. Kaijia's expression also turned serious, and he said, you tell me. The Smith family acquired all of his properties in the shortest possible time. If you need money, contact me and I will let all the companies in China help you. Kaijia was surprised and didn't know why Yifan suddenly made such a decision, but this just happened to be in line with the family's current intentions. Swallow the Smith family. The most desolate time for the Picno family was when the Smith family was always pressuring them. They have been swallowing up their family's businesses, so the Smith family will not let them go. Said, okay, after I go back, I will deal with this matter with my dad. Yifan nodded, then looked at Tang Tianhe who was sitting behind him and said, Tianhe, I also have a task for you. After we go back, I will tell you what to do. Okay, boss. Tang Tianhe replied solemnly. After Kaijia sent Yifan back to the farm, he left. He wanted to discuss this matter with his father as soon as possible. On Yifan's side, after briefly introducing Tang Tianhe to his family, he took him to his room. I explained the content of the mission to Tang Tianhe. It was on that day. Mr. Yi really said that? Tom frowned and asked in the study, did he say that we should annex the Smith family in the shortest possible time? Kaijia in front of him nodded solemnly and said, yes, father. Tom lowered his head and pondered for a while, then said firmly, okay, in that case, let's start from tonight and notify everyone in the family. Within 7 days, all the assets of the Smith family must be transferred to our Picno family. Kaijia did as he was told immediately. Tom took a deep breath and began to think. If the other families want to swallow up the Smith family, they will definitely not sit idly by. Although I don't know how many families will take advantage of the situation. But since you want to profit from it, there is no way I will let you go. Either you belong to me, or you disappear from the American family. Father, I have brought everyone here. At this time, Kaijia walked in and said. Tom withdrew his thoughts, nodded and said in a deep voice, okay, I understand, let them in. 8 people filed in and found a place to sit in the study. Tom said, I think you have understood the task Mr. Yi has given us. Does anyone have any objection? Everyone shook their heads and said, Patriarch, annexing the Smith family was originally part of our family's rise plan. We just moved the plan forward. This is a good opportunity to express our gratitude to Mr. Yi. Tom immediately smiled. This group of people were not optimistic about Yifan at the beginning. After the 150 billion was deposited into their accounts, they recognized Yifan. Now, as long as they can do anything to show their loyalty to Yifan, they will do it without hesitation. Okay, in that case, let's start the annexation plan ahead of time. Chapter 162, Undercurrent. Master, something bad has happened. At night, when Buck was about to do something bad with his second wife, he suddenly heard a noise coming from outside. He was interrupted abruptly and naturally became furious. FK. What are you doing? Can't we talk about it tomorrow? Buck yelled outside. Okay, don't be angry. Go and see what's going on. We'll do our thing when you come back. The second wife comforted Buck and asked him to go and see what's going on first.
Buck had no choice but to put on his pajamas, suppress his restless heart, and go out with a gloomy face. If the news wasn't good enough, he would beat this man to death. I finally felt my emotions surge, but I didn't expect to be interrupted by someone. It's inevitable to feel a little unhappy. As soon as he came out, the blond young man ran over and said, "Master, it's bad. The Picno family suddenly started to acquire our family's business." Buck exclaimed immediately, "What did you say? What's going on? Why is there no news at all? When did it happen?" 3 consecutive questions. The blond man replied tremblingly, We just got the news too. It started 2 days ago. Now many of our family's businesses have been acquired, and we've lost 20 billion. What? 20 billion? Buck exclaimed again, then lowered his head and began to think. Why was the Picno family's counterattack so sudden this time? And the attack is so fierce? In just 2 days, their family has lost 20 billion. That's 10 billion a day. If this goes on, within 5 days, the Smith family will fall and be destroyed. Call the heads of other families to a meeting immediately. At 1 o'clock in the morning, 8 people were sitting in the meeting room of the Smith family, all of them were the heads of various families. Buck, tell me what's going on. Why did you call us here so late at night? Yes, I was sleeping with my 3 wives in my arms, and you asked us to come over and said something big had happened. What was it? What's going on? Tell me now. It's going to be very cold outside at night. Everyone was urging him, and Buck signaled everyone to be quiet. Then, with a gloomy face, he said, "The Picno family has begun to fight back." What? Everyone was shocked, and someone immediately asked, "When did it happen?" 2 days ago, because their actions were very covert and sudden, none of our families received any news. Buck replied with a serious face. The remaining 7 family heads all fell into deep thought, and then said, "But what is going on?" The Picino family has received more than 100 billion in support from the mysterious person. Now should be the best time to restore the family's vitality. Why would they suddenly choose to acquire the family business? I don't know about that. Anyway, the Picno family has already started to fight back, so we can't just sit there and wait for death. Yes, even if the Picno family gets help from others, what does it matter? Are we, the families that have formed an alliance, afraid of a family that has experienced decline? Master Smith, let's move forward the plan we discussed together. Buck smiled and said, "Okay, then I declare the 8 Clans Alliance officially established, and now we will strike back at the Picno family." In the next few days, the 8 Clans Alliance and the Picno family began to fight openly and secretly in the business world. Yifan had nothing to do these days, so he stayed on the farm with his family and discussed matters with Hu Ming. "Doctor Hu, what do you think of what I said?" Yifan asked. Hu Ming said excitedly, "Mr. Yi, are you serious? As long as I go back to China with you and become your personal doctor, all my medical research investments will be yours." Just now, after he finished examining Yifan's grandmother, Yifan called him to the study. Yifan opened his mouth and hoped that Hu Ming would be his personal doctor and follow him back to China the day after tomorrow. Yifan then promised to invest in all Hu Ming's medical research. Yifan smiled and said, "Of course, not only that, I can also invest in you to open a hospital, and you can be the dean. The hospital will of course also include the medical research institute you want, and you can research drugs in it. I will give you a dividend of $1 million every year. What do you think of my conditions?" To be honest, Hu Ming has already started to be tempted. He wants to invest in a company and make himself the dean. This is Hu Ming's biggest dream. Even though he is middle-aged now, he still has dreams. And the dividend is $1 million every year. That's 7 million renminbi. It's much better than staying here doing research and never finding an investor. How could he not be moved? "Okay, Mr. Yi, I can promise you." Hu Ming nodded fiercely, "But I have one condition." "But it's okay. I have a medical team under me, all of whom are international students from China. When the time comes, I want to bring them back with me. I wonder if you can help arrange some work for them?" Hu Ming asked cautiously. Yifan's eyes suddenly lit up. This was a good thing. Originally, he wanted to ask Hu Ming to form a medical team after returning. Now that they are there, it would save a lot of trouble. "Okay, but I want to make sure there are no foreign worshippers among them." Hu Ming quickly shook his head and said, No, absolutely not. I hate people like that, so if there's anyone like that in my team, I'll expel them. Don't worry, Mr. Yi. Hearing this, Yifan nodded with satisfaction, and then Hu Ming left. He now had to go back to make preparations. However, as soon as Hu Ming left, Li Qingyi walked in. Yifan, I want to go out alone tomorrow. My teacher asked me to go to the university to find her. Then just go. Yifan said casually. When Li Qingyi was about to leave, Yifan suddenly had an idea. Li Qingyi's university is Stanford. I remember Uncle Nia said Nia Qing seemed to be in that school. Wait a moment. Li Qingyi turned around and looked at him in confusion. I'll go with you tomorrow. I'm going to find someone. Yifan said with a guilty conscience. Li Qingyi rolled her eyes at him and said, Is she a girl? Yifan chuckled and nodded, feeling a little sorry for Li Qingyi. It is indeed inappropriate to say this in front of your girlfriend. But he has made up his mind, so he won't give up. Li Qingyi rolled her eyes at him, feeling a little uncomfortable, but there was nothing she could do. She had already made the decision and there was no way she would regret it. Okay, I'll take you there tomorrow. Chapter 163, I am a greedy man. Nia Qing, I like you. Please date me. Downstairs of the girls' dormitory at Stanford University, a red-haired person is standing among heart-shaped roses, confessing his love. This was the 25th confession this month, and the students coming and going had become accustomed to it. At different times of the day, this red-haired man would always appear here and confess his love to a Chinese woman upstairs. At first the Chinese woman would refuse, but later on she ignored him. However, this also became a topic of conversation among the crowd. Alas, if I were Nia Chang, I would definitely agree to this guy's confession. After such a long time, I should be moved by this guy. That's right. Besides, this man is the son of a dean of our school. If he confessed to me, I would have agreed long ago. Alas. Confess to you? Don't you see how you look? You might as well confess to me. I don't know how good-looking that girl named Nia Qing is that the dean's son is so persistent. Nia Qing, I like you, please date me. In the dormitory, Nia Qing was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and reading a book. He dressed himself very simply and looked very calm. However, her roommate next to her looked anxious and said, Nia Qing, why don't you go and take a look? This person is really annoying. He is yelling downstairs every day. If he likes to yell, let him yell. We just don't care. Nia Qing replied calmly, Kelly, bring me a portion when you go to eat later. I don't want to go down. Kelly looked at Nia Qing helplessly. No boys except girls could get close to this girl. As soon as anyone approached her, she would turn around and leave. Ah, if it weren't for the photo on your bedside table, I would have suspected that you really had misogyny. Okay, I'm going to the cafeteria. Send me what you want to eat on your phone. Yeah. Nia Qing nodded, then looked up at the photo that Kelly mentioned, and a trace of loneliness flashed in his eyes. Classmate, can I ask what are you doing? Why are there so many roses? A young Chinese man suddenly appeared downstairs in the dormitory and asked everyone. The female student being questioned rolled her eyes at the Chinese boy and said, You can't even tell that. Come on, confess your feelings. When he saw the man's appearance clearly, he was stunned for a moment. This guy is so handsome. Orientals look more handsome than Westerners. The female classmate couldn't help but say a few more words. Handsome, let me tell you, this guy has been confessing his love to a girl named Nia Qing here for 25 consecutive days. He comes here every day, but the girl doesn't care about him at all. But he is so persistent. Handsome, look, I have told you so much. Let's keep in touch. Hey, where is he? While she was talking, the Chinese boy had already walked downstairs to the dormitory building. The young man looked at the scene and burst out laughing. I didn't expect this girl to be quite popular abroad. But he was not in a hurry to find Nia Qing. He just wanted to wait and see how this student would end up. Kelly just came down and looked at the roses all over the ground and sighed softly. Why is Nia Qing so depressed? There is such a passionate person who confessed his love to her, but she is just looking at the Chinese man in the photo. Sometimes I would hide in my bed and cry secretly at night, thinking that my roommates didn't know. Alas, each one is more infatuated than the other. Kelly, isn't Nia Qing coming down yet? The boy who confessed his love asked immediately when he saw Kelly. Kelly glanced at him and said, No, I think you've done enough. Nia Qing has rejected you so many times. Why are you still asking for trouble? Nia Qing doesn't like you. No, I won't give up. I liked Nia Ching from the first time I saw her. I believe that I can impress Nia Ching with my persistence.
The boy looked determined. Kelly sighed again. Why are they so infatuated with each other? Then you can have fun by yourself.
After saying that, Kelly was about to leave, but when she saw the Chinese boy who was watching the fun not far away, her eyes suddenly widened.
Isn't this the person in the photo on Nia Ching's bedside table? Kelly rushed to the boy and asked anxiously, Is your name Yifan? The boy was stunned for a moment and asked, Do you know me?
Yes, of course I know him.
Kelly nodded repeatedly.
Nia Ching calls your name in his dreams, how could I not recognize you? But when this man came, the man who had confessed his love to me all day long had an end to his howling.
I can finally be free.
I don't have to bring meals to Nia Ching or copy notes for her. I know you are here to find Nia Ching, come with me.
Kelly quickly pulled Yifan up to the girls' dormitory.
When passing by the boy, he didn't forget to say, West, from today on you don't have to confess your feelings.
Do you see this Chinese man next to me?
He is Nia Ching's boyfriend.
He has always been.
Then he left West in a daze and took Yifan straight upstairs.
West didn't know what was going on. Nia Ching has a boyfriend? Has she had one since the beginning?
No. You must ask clearly later.
Nia Ching, look who I brought you? Kelly said excitedly before entering the door. Who is it?
Nia Ching put down the book in his hand, turned around and looked over, then his eyes widened and he covered his mouth with his little hands.
How come he is here? Long time no see.
Yifan greeted in Chinese. There was silence afterwards.
Kelly glanced at Yifan and then at Nia Ching.
Finally, Kelly coughed twice and said, I'm going to the cafeteria.
I'll leave first. Kelly's departure made the atmosphere in the dormitory even more awkward. Why are you here?
After an unknown amount of time, Nia Ching's voice trembled and tears fell uncontrollably.
Come to see you,
Yifan said with a smile as he walked into the dormitory. Nia Ching was suddenly delighted, but when the scene of that day reappeared in her mind, her tone turned cold and she said, Why did you come to see me?
You already have a girlfriend, and you still come to see me. Aren't you afraid that she will misunderstand?
Yifan did not say anything, but walked step by step to Nia Ching, gently lifted Nia Ching's chin, and showed an evil smile. Nia Ching was suddenly at a loss, his heartbeat quickened, his face turned as red as a ripe apple, and he avoided her gaze, not daring to meet hers. Why does it feel like Yifan has changed?
Did I ever say a word to you? What? I'm a greedy man. Ugh. Chapter 164, Sudden Dominance. Let go. Haven't you kissed me enough?
Nia Ching pushed Yifan away suddenly, panting, staring at him with a shy look on her face. What a man, he doesn't even give himself time to grieve. How come you suddenly became so tough after not seeing you for such a long time? We've been kissing for 10 minutes and my lips are almost swollen from his kisses.
Yifan smiled evilly and said, I don't think it's enough. We haven't seen each other for so long, why don't you let me kiss you a little longer? No.
Nia Ching quickly covered his mouth and shook his head to refuse. I'll be kissed so hard that it's swollen later.
How can I go out and meet people?
Yifan smiled and said nothing more. Nia Ching didn't say anything else, his eyes fixed on Yifan. I haven't seen him for more than a month, but he still makes me so excited. It's true that I can't fall in love with anyone else except Yifan. After hiding from him for so long, I finally fell into his hands.
Then what was the point of coming to the United States when I was so sad?
After a while, Nia Ching asked worriedly, Yifan, if you are like this, what will happen to your girlfriend? She already knows about you and has agreed that you can be with me. Yifan said casually while sitting on Nia Ching's bed.
Is this true?
Nia Ching was very nervous and asked, You are not lying to me, are you?
How could she agree to you being with another woman? Wouldn't she be jealous? She told me that she didn't care about these things from the beginning.
Yifan replied, After all, her teacher is from a big family in the United States, so she knows that no one in the family will have a woman around him. After a long silence, Nia Ching said, Your girlfriend is really generous.
Yifan smiled and said, Why? Do you mind? I mind, of course I mind.
Nia Ching pouted, sighed, and said with a somewhat resentful tone, But what can I do?
It's you I like. In that case, I will accept you without hesitation.
Finally, Yifan laughed twice and suddenly picked up Nia Ching by the waist. Nia Ching exclaimed, but before she could react, Yi Fan had already placed her on his lap and pecked her gently on the mouth. The little face turned red again, and Nie Qing gave Yi Fan a charming look. Bad guy. Yi Fan chuckled and just hugged her quietly. The time in the dormitory seemed to turn pink. I'm hungry. Nie Qing suddenly spoke, with a hint of coquettishness in her tone. Yi Fan said, let's go, I'll take you to eat. Well, then you go wait outside. I need to change my clothes. Yi Fan smiled evilly and said, there's no need to go out. You'll have to see it sooner or later anyway. Nie Qing's face flushed again, and he hurriedly got off Yi Fan, pushing him away and saying, if you want to see it, that's for the future. I won't let you see it now. Get out now. With no other options, Yi Fan was pushed out and was waiting outside the dormitory. But when he saw that the man who had confessed his love was still waiting downstairs, the two men looked at each other and Yi Fan frowned tightly. It seems there is still a problem to be solved. West saw Yi Fan coming down from the dormitory building, then walked over, stared at Yi Fan gloomily and said, are you Nie Qing's boyfriend? Yi Fan nodded and said, yes. West immediately said, I will give you 1 million, you leave Nie Qing and never bother her again from now on. When the people passing by heard this, they immediately understood that there was going to be something good to watch. Yi Fan smiled and shook his head without saying anything. West immediately sneered and said, 2 million. Yi Fan still shook his head and said nothing. 3 million. Don't speak. West's face suddenly froze, and he said in a cold voice, it is said that Chinese people are very greedy, and it is true. For the last time, 5 million. Take the money and get out, and don't let me see you again. After saying that, he took out a check from his pocket, quickly wrote down 5 million on it, and threw it in front of Yi Fan. Yi Fan still didn't say anything and let the check fall to the ground. What do you mean? I gave you the check, but you don't want it? West's face suddenly turned cold, and he looked at Yi Fan with gloomy eyes. Yi Fan finally spoke, mockingly, when did I say I wanted money? When did I promise you to leave Nie Qing? When did I say I wanted your check? West was stumped by Yi Fan's 3 consecutive questions. His face suddenly darkened and he said, are you kidding me? When did I play tricks on you? Yi Fan asked again. You. West pointed at Yi Fan angrily and was speechless. He wanted to curse but couldn't. After all, this Chinese man really only said one word from beginning to end, and it seemed that he was just humiliating himself. FK. How dare you? Mr. Yi, you are here. Before he finished his sentence, he heard a voice coming from behind him. West immediately felt the voice sounded familiar, turned around, and saw Mira and a super beautiful woman walking towards him. Teacher Picno, why are you here? West immediately ran over with a flattering look on his face. His father's ability to become the dean was closely related to the Picno family. In addition to being a teacher at the school, this woman is also a member of the school's board of directors. What Mr. Picno hates most is people making trouble in the school, let alone the mess he has made here. But what surprised him was that this time Mira ignored him, but walked up to the Chinese man with a flattering smile. Mr. Yi, what are you doing here? I wonder how many people were shocked by this scene. What's going on? The high and mighty Picno family is now courting a Chinese person? Isn't it said that the Picno family has received help and has recovered some of its strength? How can you treat a Chinese person like this? Ahem, I'm looking for someone here. Yi Fan said. Li Qingyi next to him smiled inwardly, this guy really cares about her feelings. But Mira already knew it. Coming to the girls' dormitory to look for someone, what could be going on? She could see through it but couldn't explain it. She just looked at Yi Fan with ambiguous eyes. Oh, by the way, do you know this person? Yi Fan suddenly pointed at West and asked. West's feet suddenly felt cold and his whole body was instantly soaked in cold sweat. Mira then looked at the person next to her and nodded, I know him. His father is the dean of a department in this university. He was promoted by our Picno family. What's wrong? Mr. Yi, did he offend you? Yi Fan nodded and said, you take care of it. I don't want to see this person in this school anymore. I understand what you mean. Mira nodded slightly, then looked at West and said coldly, go back and tell your father that he and you are fired. This one sentence made West's legs go weak. This Chinese man and his father were fired just because of this sentence? Mr. Yi, I'll take Qingyi for a walk first, you go about your business. Finally, Mira said to Yi Fan.
Yifan nodded, but Li Qingyi suddenly came over and whispered in Yifan's ear, "Accompany her well." Chapter 165, Buy a car to store your stuff. "I'm fine, let's go." When Nie Qing came down, the place had been cleaned up and nothing was left. After all, she had an hour, and anything was possible in that hour. She was not just changing clothes, Yifan now felt that she was changing herself. "If you don't come down, I'll faint from hunger." Yifan teased, "You said you're so beautiful, why do you still need makeup?" Nie Qing stuck out her tongue playfully and said, "I like it, no way." Okay, all up to you." Yifan shook his head. Then Yifan took Nie Qing for a walk outside the school. This was the first time Nie Qing had walked outside the school since coming to the United States. During the period before that, I was pretty much stuck between 2 points, the classroom and the dormitory. Because of the existence of West, she no longer went to the cafeteria. But when I came down just now, I didn't see Wester. It should be that Yifan has already dealt with that matter. Along the way, Nie Qing held Yifan's arm, attracting a lot of attention. Isn't this the Chinese beauty Nie Qing who was so popular in school? Why was she holding another person's arm? Looking at how intimate the two of them are, it seems like this man is her boyfriend. What's going on? Didn't West say he was chasing Nie Qing? How come she suddenly has a boyfriend? After dinner, Yifan accompanied Nie Qing for a stroll outside. As long as she wanted, Yifan would buy it for her without hesitation. After all, after today, he will leave the United States tomorrow, so today is the only day he can accompany Nie Qing. Yifan stayed by Nie Qing's side for the whole day, and his body was already full of things, but Nie Qing bought a lot of them. "I say, you have bought 4 bags, more than a dozen clothes, more than a dozen pairs of shoes, as well as cosmetics and other miscellaneous things. Do you want to continue buying?" Yifan asked. Nie Qing rolled his eyes at him and asked, "Why, you don't want to?" Yifan sighed and said, "It's not that I don't want to. Who wouldn't want to buy something for their girlfriend? The key is that I can't afford more if you buy more. I didn't bring any bodyguards with me this time, and the car is not with me." Nie Qing thought about it and realized that Yifan really didn't bring anything with him this time. "Okay then, let's go back." Nie Qing said, a little disappointed. "Go back? Why do we have to go back?" Yifan asked doubtfully, "Why don't we just go to the 4S store next door and buy a car? Why do we have to go back?" Why buy a car? I'll accompany you shopping. Why don't we just buy a car and put the things in it?" Yifan replied. Nie Qing finally understood that he wanted to buy a car as a mobile treasure trove. "Okay, let's go buy a car first." Without saying much, Yifan took Nie Qing to the 4S shop next door. "Hello, sir, are you here to buy a car?" As soon as I entered the door, a beautiful car salesperson came up to me. Yifan nodded and replied, "Yes, show me one, any price is fine." The salesman's eyes lit up when he heard this. Any amount is fine. This must be a big money sponsor. "Okay, sir, please come with me. We have a list of cars here. You can choose the car you like from the list." After saying that, she took Yifan and the other person to the front desk and took out a list of cars. "We have every car on the list in our shop, and the cars on display outside are changed every day. If there is a car you like, we can go to the garage to pick it up." Yifan was somewhat interested in this marketing method. The car list is similar to a hotel menu, with all the car photos, prices, and an introduction to the vehicle's characteristics and features. You can try this method at a 4S store in Huaxia, but the prerequisite is that they agree. After browsing for a while, Yifan pointed at a dark blue car and asked, "Can I see this Bugatti Veyron?" The salesman's eyes suddenly lit up. This was the most expensive sports car in their store. Worth more than $20 million US. Nearly 30 million. "Yes, of course, sir. This car is on display today. I'll take you to see it now." Afterwards, the beautiful car salesperson took Yifan to the showroom to see the Bugatti worth more than 20 million yuan. Yifan looked around and nodded with satisfaction. The car was indeed good. "Okay, this one will do." The salesman immediately said with a look of joy, "Okay, sir, I'll take you to handle the formalities now." If she could sell this car, regardless of the money, at least she would have a greater advantage in competing for the sales manager position in the future. Did you see that just now? There's a Chinese guy who wants to buy this Bugatti Veyron. Is this true? This is a luxury car worth more than 20 million yuan. How can a Chinese person afford it? Yes, it's our country's US dollars. If it's converted into RMB, it would be nearly 200 million. At this time, Jack, the manager of the forest shop, suddenly came over for inspection with an excited look on his face. The appointment in the family has been made. He will soon go to the head office to become the general manager, and his job at that time will be to sit in the office and listen to others' work reports. Just thinking about that kind of life makes me feel comfortable. However, when he saw the figure standing by the service desk, his eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't this Mr. Yi that the head of the family wants to curry favor with? Why is he here? But he knew that as long as he could curry favor with Yi Fan, his promotion would not be limited to a small general manager. Mr. Yi, why are you here? Yi Fan heard the voice behind him, turned around and asked in confusion, do you know me? Jack nodded repeatedly and said flatteringly, I know you. I am from the Picno family. Now even the servants in the Picno family know you. How could I not know you? Mr. Yi, are you here to buy a car? The car salesmen all looked shocked. This Chinese guy actually knows the store manager? And judging from the store manager's appearance, it seems that this Chinese man has a very high status. Yi Fan nodded, and Jack waved his hand and said, Mr. Yi, you don't have to buy it. You can just drive away any car you like. The company already has your shares, so why do you need to pay for it? The company will help you pay for the car you drive away. Everyone present widened their eyes and looked at Yi Fan. Just drive away without buying? What is the identity of this Chinese person? Yi Fan didn't expect that he would have his own shares here, but even so, he still said, that will work. I can't do it for my own benefit. I still have to pay the money. Seeing Yi Fan's firm attitude, Jack didn't know what to say, so he said, okay, since you insist on paying, Mr. Yi, that's fine. You just need to pay for the car, and there's no need to pay the handling fee. Now Yi Fan agreed. After all, it was the other person's kind gesture, so he just let him do it. The first thing Yi Fan did after getting the car was to put all his stuff into the trunk. He said with a sense of relief, oh, I can finally put my stuff down. I was so tired. When everyone heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched. You spent more than 20 million to buy a car, just to store things? You're not the kind of loser that can ruin a family. Chapter 166, Return to the Capital. In the following time, Yi Fan drove this Bugatti Veyron to take Nia Ching for a walk. No matter how much Nia Cheng buys now, Yi Fan will no longer worry. After lunch in the afternoon, Yi Fan sent Nia Ching back and helped her move all the things Nia Ching bought to the dormitory. The huge dormitory was filled with things Yi Fan bought for Nia Ching, which really made those roommates envious and jealous of Nia Ching. Why didn't they find such a rich boyfriend? There are so many things, and not a single one is priced below 10,000. They don't believe that all these things added up are less than $1 million. Nia Ching's boyfriend is so good to her. As soon as we met, he bought so many things for Nia Ching. It turns out that all the good boyfriends are from other people's families. Finally, Kelly and the other sighed and teased, Nia Ching, we're going out first. You two haven't seen each other for so long. Do whatever you want to do quickly. We won't tell anyone. Nia Ching's face immediately turned red with embarrassment. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell what they meant. Yi Fan also shook his head. Foreign women always speak so freely and explicitly. But Yi Fan didn't take it seriously. After all, Yi Fan respected Nia Ching very much for that matter. As long as Nia Ching disagrees, he will not do anything too excessive to Nia Ching. But since the kiss has already happened, he certainly won't be polite. Another 10 minutes later, their lips parted. Nia Ching leaned in Yi Fan's arms, panting, punching his chest with his little fists, and said, you bad guy, do you really have to kiss me for such a long time every time? Although his words were slightly reproachful, his facial expression was one of happiness. Yi Fan said in a sly tone, of course. The longer we kiss, the more important you are to me. If it weren't for you, I would have kissed you a little longer. Nia Ching immediately raised his head and rolled his eyes at him, then said with a smile, I didn't expect that a blockhead like you can actually make girls happy now. Did you learn this from your older girlfriend? Yi Fan glared at him and said, what nonsense are you talking about? What's the big deal? You are all the same. Don't say such things in the future. Do you hear me? Oh. Nia Ching leaned on Yi Fan's chest contentedly. After a while, Yi Fan said, Nia Ching, I'm going back tomorrow. I'll give you a gift before I leave. What gift? Yi Fan took out the wooden box from his pocket, took out a bracelet from it and put it on Nia Ching's wrist. I wanted to give this to you before, but when I asked Uncle Nya, he said you had already come to the United States. I have been wearing this bracelet for more than a month and have never taken it off. I wanted to give it to you when I came to the United States this time. Nya Qing looked at the bracelet on her wrist and couldn't help but shed tears. She suddenly threw herself into Yifan's arms, hugged him tightly, and refused to let go. Now I realize that all my previous worries were unnecessary. Thank you, Yifan. There was a rare look of deep doting in Yifan's eyes as he gently stroked Nya Qing's hair. Nya Qing. Just wait, whether it's you, Li Qingyi, or anyone else, I will marry her home. At 4 o'clock in the morning of the next day, Yifan's family and Hu Ming's medical team arrived at the airport. I have been in the United States for more than a month, and the Chinese New Year is less than a week away. It is time to go back. Things here have come to an end. Mr. Yi, don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer to your request. Before leaving, Tom looked very serious, and the people from the Picno family who followed him also nodded. Their original 7-day plan to annex the Smith family had to be extended. Those small families united and were now resisting the Picno family. Tom didn't expect this move. Yifan also nodded, took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Tom, saying, I don't need to say much about the things on it. It won't be a problem for your family to earn back another 100 billion. When Tom and others heard this, they were immediately delighted and hurriedly took it to check. It is filled with stocks and operations, more than 600 in total, and all for tomorrow. This piece of paper is like timely help. Now is the time when the two forces are tense and fighting each other. The 100 billion yuan worth of paper sent by Yifan is a great help to the entire acquisition plan. Although they didn't know how Yifan predicted that these stocks would rise. But now they have no choice but to believe in Yifan unconditionally. After 13 hours of flight, the plane finally arrived and landed in Huan City. As soon as I came out, Lu Qingtian and others were already waiting outside. Yifan, Lu Qingtian and others sat in a car and immediately began to ask about the current situation in Huan City. The three of them smiled and then told Yifan what had happened in the past month. Since Yifan left, their second phase has already started. Any company that wants to join the Huan Group will be allowed to join only after a thorough investigation of the company's background and ensuring that there will be no negative impact. Just as originally discussed, they provided certain support funds to some companies with potential to help them grow. For those who refuse to comply, but the consortium needs such companies, they choose forced acquisition. In short, over the past month, combined with previous actions and Hua Pingyang's cooperation, the air in Huan's business community has become much fresher. Just a little more finishing work and it's done. But it's still the same. Yifan can continue to be a hands-off boss and leave things to them. Only in some necessary occasions would Yifan appear to take charge of the situation. Yifan had no objection to this, but he still said, this time when I go to the United States, I will also open up the American business community and find a suitable opportunity to let the companies under the Huan Consortium go abroad first, and then develop domestically, so that the consortium can develop faster. Lu Qingtian and the others were all shocked, then they pondered for a while and said, okay, this is also a solution. Develop from the outside to the inside and use the currency difference between the two countries to develop the domestic market. In this regard, Xiaofan, your Blue Ocean Securities is the most suitable to go abroad. In fact, Yifan also knew about this matter. He asked someone to investigate the financial industry in the United States, and found that no company had the same smart stock trading product as theirs. As far as the current situation is concerned, if Huan Group wants to develop rapidly, it would be most appropriate for his financial company to go abroad first. But now that it has been finalized, Yifan can't wait to implement it. Chapter 167, After Returning. However, it may be difficult for Xiaofan's financial company to drive the entire Huan Group alone. We may have to find another way. At this time, Father Nya suddenly said. But at present, the most innovative and attractive thing in the entire Huan Group is nothing other than the software from Xiaofan's company. Yang Tianqi shook his head. Then several people fell into deep thought. It is true that the speed of innovation in various industries is very fast now, and people are now numb to aesthetic fatigue, making it difficult to find new things. I think we can make a breakthrough through Mr. Yang's technology company. Yifan suddenly said. Lu Qingtian and others looked at Yifan and asked in confusion, how can we break through? This matter needs to wait until I go back and try it. I can't guarantee it. Yifan was silent for a long time and suddenly spoke. To be honest, he really couldn't guarantee it. Who knows how long into the future the current system can see images?
In short, if he wants to make a breakthrough now, he has to rely on future technology. However, Director Yang, I may need to borrow a few people from you when the time comes, and they must be top talents in product research and development. Although Yang Tianqi didn't know what Yifan was going to do, he still agreed. Hu Ming and his medical team were temporarily accommodated in the Ziyuan Hotel. Tomorrow he would go to the sales center to buy a villa specifically for Hu Ming and his team. Teacher, can this young man really be trusted? Will he really invest in all our research? Yes, teacher, I also think this young man is a little unreliable. We have encountered people who suddenly withdrew their capital after investing half of it before. Do you think this young man is one of them? In the hotel, everyone on the medical team asked Hu Ming, all with worried expressions on their faces. They were afraid that after Yifan tricked them back, he would deny the promises he had made. In fact, many of these people were students taught by Hu Ming. They were reluctant to leave and followed Hu Ming, working and researching drugs at the same time. However, Hu Ming shook his head and said with a smile, "No, although Mr. Yi looks young, he is not the kind of person we have met before." Since he said it, he will definitely come true. Although this is comforting, many people still look panic-stricken. Will it really happen? Hu Ming looked at his students and sighed softly. They have encountered many such situations abroad over the years. So it's normal for people in the medical team to be so worried. Hu Ming trusts Yifan very much. He had been in contact with Yifan for about a month when he was in the United States. He knew very well what kind of person Yifan was. This is also why he agreed to Yifan's request so easily. In addition to his own dreams, it is Yifan's feeling about himself. Then Yifan brought his family back to the villa. Although I really want to go to the company now, it's almost time to get off work, so I'll talk about overseas development tomorrow. After settling Yifan's family, Li Qingyi wanted Yifan to send her back. But Yifan asked, "Where are you going back to? We have confirmed our relationship, isn't this your home? You can move in from tomorrow." Li Qingyi was stunned when she heard this, then smiled and said, "Okay." Afterwards, now and in the future, Li Qingyi lived in Yifan's villa. The next morning, Yifan took Li Qingyi to the fashion design company. When Fu Jin saw Yifan, he was so excited that he almost threw himself on Yifan and cried. Yifan didn't chat with him and just briefly learned about the operations during this period. Yifan discovered that Fu Jin was still talented, and the company's management and development were much better than when he was at his best. Then he said goodbye to Li Qingyi and went to Blue Ocean Securities. As soon as they entered the room, the employees were all surprised. "Boss Yi, you're back? Mr. Yi, you are finally back. We have missed you so much." Yifan smiled and nodded. "It's just that we haven't seen each other for a month. Are these people making such a fuss?" The first thing Yifan did when he returned to his office was to start a meeting with the directors and heads of various departments. "I learned about what has happened in the company during this period. This month, the entire company has been on a steady upward trend and nothing major has happened. And now companies in every province across the country are on the right track. As for the fourth-generation stock trading software, it has been half developed, but if he wants to improve it further, Zhang Wenqing still needs to think of a way. It took more than an hour just to report on the work, and I reported all the trivial matters to you." Finally, Yifan nodded with satisfaction and said, "It seems that everyone has been in good control of the company during my absence, but I want to say two things next. First, the Spring Festival is coming soon, and the annual holiday is about to begin. The company should prepare to hold the annual meeting in the next 2 days, and also finalize the annual dinner. Just book either the Ziyuan Hotel or the Victory Hotel, and Chanya will take care of it. The second thing is, after the Spring Festival, I will slowly expand the company abroad. Now that I have opened up the American business community, I will definitely choose one of you to go to the United States to establish a company. You are all the people I trust the most. I feel more at ease leaving this matter to you, and there will be people from American families to help, so don't worry too much." That's all I want to say. Does anyone have anything to add? If no one wants to add anything, please let me know. Everyone shook their heads and started to talk about the matter. When all employees knew that the annual meeting and dinner would be held at Ziyuan or Victory Hotel, and the entire hotel would be booked, everyone shouted, "Long live Mr. Yi! Mr. Yi is awesome!" The whole office building cheered. It would cost several million to book an entire 5-star hotel. No company is willing to pay this much money. But their Mr. Yi is different. He broke this precedent. Spending several million to organize the annual dinner instantly won over a lot of people's hearts.
After Yifan returned to the office, he called Shen Sinyu in and asked with a smile, "Are you tired this month?" "Not tired." Shen Sinyu shook her head. Yifan nodded and said, "It's good that you are not tired. Pay more attention to rest and eat well when it's time to eat. Do you hear me?" Shen Sinyu was full of questions. What happened to Yifan? Why does he care about me so much this time when he comes back? I'm a bit confused. Oh, I see. Chapter 168, Construction of the Manor. After resolving the company's affairs, Yifan called Mu Xianxian and informed her that he was going to buy a house today. Mu Xianxian turned down all company matters without saying a word and went to the sales center to entertain Yifan. The new sales employees were very curious when they saw their boss looking nervous yet happy. What happened to Ms. Mu? Is her boyfriend coming? You are kidding me, Mr. Mu has always been single, how could he have a boyfriend? Then why is she like this? You don't know this, right? I'm telling you, our manager is like this now because her old client is coming. It can be said that Sister Xianxian is now the deputy director of sales, all thanks to that old client. Ah? Really? What kind of old customer? She's handsome, rich, and young. She's also very famous now. Oh, why didn't I meet this client in the first place? If it were me, I could also be in her position. These new salespeople suddenly became curious again. What kind of customer could make these seniors look so envious and jealous? While anxiously waiting, Mu Xianxian finally saw a Lamborghini parked at the entrance of the sales center. Her eyes suddenly lit up and she hurried over to greet it. "Mr. Yi, it's been a long time since we last met." Mu Xianxian smiled warmly. Yifan nodded slightly and said, "Long time no see. Let's go. In addition to buying a villa, I have another matter I want to discuss with someone from your company. Could you please notify the general manager or president of your company? This matter is quite serious." "Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll call now." After saying that, Mu Xianxian called the company, but hung up after a few minutes. The other party also said that they would send someone over soon. Then Mu Xianxian took Yifan to buy a house first. When the new salespeople looked at the young people Mu Xianxian was entertaining, their faces were immediately filled with admiration, like little fans. Isn't this Yifan, who was ranked first on the male god list before? Could it be that he is Mr. Mu's client? Wow, I didn't expect to meet my former idol in a place like this. It's really awesome. I really want to ask him for his autograph. That is what they said, but no one dared to actually go up and ask for an autograph. Mu Xianxian first took Yifan to the Ziyuan Villa district and spent 10 million to buy 2 villas. Both villas were very close to Yifan's Zixing Pavilion, and the 2 villas were right next to each other. Originally Yifan wanted to buy 1 house, but his parents asked him to buy 2. These old people cannot live in Yifan's villa forever. After all, Yifan also has his own life. Although Yifan said that it was okay, his father and mother insisted that Yifan rebuild the house, otherwise they would go back to their hometown. With no other choice, Yifan bought 2 buildings. After signing, someone from the upper management of Ziyuan Company also came. He walked straight to Yifan and said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Wu Dong, the president of Ziyuan branch. I have heard of Mr. Yi's name for a long time. I have been busy with work and have no time to meet you. I am really sorry." Yifan also smiled and said, "It's okay." Then Mu Xianxian took the 2 of them to the lounge upstairs in the sales center. "Mr. Yi, Xianxian told me that you have a business that you want to cooperate with our company. I wonder what kind of project it is?" Wu Dong asked directly after sitting down. Yifan also said unceremoniously, "It's like this, I want to build a manor outside Huan City. I wonder if your company can contract this project?" Wu Dong and Mu Xianxian were shocked and asked, "Manor? Like Mr. Lu's Lingqin Manor?" Yifan nodded and said, "Yes, but I want to build a bigger one than his. I have learned before that Brother Lu's manor is 15,000 square meters, and the largest manor in China is 20,000 square meters. The manor I want is 30,000 square meters. At that time, the design of this manor, the garden in front, and the entertainment venue in the back will all be designed by your company, including the decoration, and the maintenance of this manor in the future will also be done by your company. How about that?" Wu Dong was even more shocked. This is going to break the record for the largest manor in China. This is indeed a huge project, and the design, decoration, and maintenance of the manor were given to them. Add the land, it would cost at least tens of billions. Mr. Yi, are you really willing to entrust such a project to us? Wu Dong said in a trembling voice. Of course, if you don't want to, I can find someone else. Yi Fan said. No, that's not what I meant. Wu Dong quickly shook his hand, then took a deep breath and said, Okay, Mr. Yi, I will accept your project on behalf of Ziyuan. I wonder where you plan to build it. On the outskirts of Huan City. Yi Fan said, the land is located near a large factory on the outskirts of Huan City. It has not been demolished yet. You are still responsible for the demolition. That large factory has been closed down because its top management was suspected of doing something illegal. When Hua Pingyang was having a headache about what to do with such a large factory, Yi Fan bought it with just one sentence. At that time, Yi Fan spent billions to buy it, but because of his grandmother's illness, it has been left unused. Now that we're back, it's time to start work. After finalizing the matter with Wu Dong patted his chest and said, Don't worry, Mr. Yi. I will notify the head office after I go back and design a manner that you will be satisfied with. Yi Fan nodded, said nothing more, and left. After coming out, Yi Fan called the company and arranged a business card to go to Ziyuan Hotel. When Yi Fan went there, Hu Ming had just returned from examining Yi Fan's grandmother. He said directly, Pack your things. I bought a villa for you near my home. You can live there for the time being. Hu Ming was stunned when he heard this. Bought a villa specifically for them? He hurried to each room to wake people up, and then followed Yi Fan to the villa area. Yi Fan asked them to choose one of the two villas. After choosing, Yi Fan said, Next to it is my parents' villa. I will deal with the establishment of the hospital as soon as possible. If you want to do research, you can do it here temporarily. I will give you 300 million as activity funds. You can buy whatever you need yourself. Everyone widened their eyes. Just give 300 million as activity funds? They haven't done anything yet, so why are they giving so much? This is too arrogant. Okay, thank you, Mr. Yi. Hu Ming nodded repeatedly. Chapter 169, Mom. At the entrance of Ziyuan Hotel, all kinds of Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi cars followed by buses, and people got off the buses one after another. This is the Cheyenne Hotel. It looks really grand. I never dreamed that I would be able to eat in such a grand hotel one day. If you ask me, our President Yi is the rich one. I heard from others that when the company was just established last time, the dinner party was held at the Victory Hotel. Fuck. I really regret not coming to our company last time. Otherwise I could have made it to the party last time. Look at what you have accomplished. Why don't you just eat well this time? The lobby of the Astor Hotel was filled with excited noise. Many people come to such a high-end hotel for the first time, so it is inevitable that they are a little excited. The waiters were full of envy and hatred towards these people. They heard what they had just said. Both dinners were held in 5-star hotels. Why wouldn't he, such a boss, be theirs? Although they work in a 5-star hotel, they never eat inside. What a boss! He actually booked the entire 5-star hotel. Where can I find such a good boss? Finally, these people were led to the activity hall by the waiter. When they saw the cube made of red RMB with a length, width, and height of 2 meters on the table, their eyes widened. Fuck, that wouldn't be our year-end bonus, right? This must be tens of millions. This is the first time I've seen so much money. Who said it wasn't true? If someone gives me so much money, I will work like a slave for him for the rest of my life. The annual meeting will not begin until everyone is seated and those who don't have seats are willing to stand. The first 3 hours were all about each department's summary reports for the past 6 months and work incentives. The same old stuff made everyone drowsy. When Yi Fan came on stage at the end, everyone regained their spirits and prepared to listen attentively. Yi Fan smiled and said, I don't have much to say. In the past 6 months since the company was founded, I may not have spent as much time in the company as you all, so the development of the company basically depends on you all. So I want to say that everyone has worked hard. It's not hard. Everyone suddenly interrupted Yi Fan and replied in unison. Yi Fan nodded with satisfaction and said, I will take this opportunity to make some changes to some positions. Chengya, Lu Shan, Chen Guang, and Wu Changsheng will be promoted to directors in the new year and own shares of the company. Their positions will not be changed for the time being. That's it. Next, our director Chang will present you with your year-end bonuses. We agreed to double them at the time, and I will naturally not break my promise. Long live Mr. Yi, everyone exclaimed. Chanya walked onto the stage excitedly. Yi Fan was always so unexpected. The four of them are about to become directors without any preparation. If I wasn't used to it, I would be embarrassed again. Walking onto the stage, Chanya coughed twice and said, "From now on, everyone whose name has been handed in, please line up consciously. 100 people at a time. I hope everyone will not disrupt the order." Thousands of people have been waiting eagerly for more than 3 hours. In the following period of time, Chanya led all the people in the finance department to begin awarding year-end bonuses to thousands of employees. Everyone whose name was called rushed to the stage to line up like hungry wolves and tigers. Many employees are now envious of themselves for not being in the finance department. I really want to go up and touch that cube. It took an entire afternoon just to send out all these tens of millions. All the employees were discussing with each other how much money they received as year-end bonus. They admire and encourage each other, and the cohesion of the company is gradually deepening. The lowest year-end bonus is more than 50,000 yuan, and the highest has even reached hundreds of thousands. Although Yi Fan knew that the year-end bonus could be directly transferred to these people's accounts, this operation was simpler. But in order to motivate the employees' final fighting spirit, he converted the year-end bonuses into cash and distributed them on the spot. Let everyone see how much year-end bonus their companions get. Look at how excited they are, and how full of fighting spirit they are for next year. This is the result Yi Fan wants. It was just time for dinner, so the meeting was held right after the dinner. At the dinner, Yi Fan was still being forced to drink by everyone. Last time, Yi Fan got quite a few people drunk by himself. This time, many of those people refused to believe in evil and insisted on drinking with Yi Fan. In the end, they returned in defeat. Everyone really admired Yi Fan's drinking capacity. He can drink 1,000 cups without falling. The feast lasted from 6 o'clock to after 10 o'clock in the evening, and many people were drunk and unconscious. Yi Fan directly asked someone to put them into the hotel room, then called Li Qingyi and asked her to drive over to pick him up. Shun Xinyu and Yushu watched Yi Fan get into the car before they drove away. After returning home, Li Qingyi took Yi Fan to take a bath. This was not the first time this had happened, so she was not so shy. There was another round of sex that night. Ever since Li Qingyi moved in and Ye's mother moved to a nearby villa, Yi Fan has been as lively as a tiger every night. The relationship between the two of them has also been made public. At that time, Ye's mother forced him to get married, and she insisted that Li Qingyi give her a grandson as soon as possible. After much persuasion, the two finally made Ye's mother temporarily give up the idea. I can finally live the life I want. The next morning, the two were woken up by Ye's mother. Put the cooked black chicken soup in front of Yi Fan and said, "Well, drink it quickly. You don't know how to be restrained. You have been tormenting my daughter-in-law every day these days. Can you bear it? At least ask my daughter-in-law if she can bear it." Qingyi, don't always give in to Yi Fan. You should know how to refuse. Doing this too much will not be good for you, understand? Yi Fan just wants to ask his mother a question now. Am I your biological son? Li Qingyi looked at Yi Fan's bitter face, covered her mouth and chuckled, and replied, "I know, Aunt Yi." Mother Yi rolled her eyes at Li Qingyi and said, "At this time, why are you still calling me Aunt Yi? Call me Mom." "Okay, Mom." Li Qingyi called out obediently. Mother Yi nodded in satisfaction, and then began to nag, "As for me, although I listen to you and don't let you get married so early, but at least you let me hold my grandson first, or granddaughter is fine. When I was pregnant with Yi Fan, Yi Fan finished the soup in the bowl in one breath, stood up and said, "Mom, I'm full. I'm going out first. I have an appointment to discuss work today." After saying that, he ran away. Chapter 170, Full Screen Mobile Phone. After coming out, Yi Fan breathed a sigh of relief. His mother had been repeating those words to him and Li Qingyi countless times in the past few days. Every time we have breakfast, she can talk for more than 10 minutes without getting bored. Now Yi Fan can recite those words by heart. In short, it's not that he hasn't considered the things that Ye's mother mentioned, such as marriage and children, but it's really too early. Now he just wanted to spend some sweet days with Li Qingyi and Nie Qing. On the way, Yi Fan started communicating with the system in his mind while driving. System, how far into a person's future can I see now? Answer, because the host's physical fitness has improved, he can view the next 60 years. The next 60 years? Yi Fan was stunned. How could it be so simple to improve so much? In the past, I was exhausted if I had to watch for 3 years, but now I can actually watch for the next 60 years? System, how exactly do you calculate this improvement method? Is it just to improve physical fitness? Can you give me some hints? After a moment of silence, Yifan knew that he could not get an answer from the system, so he could only rely on himself to find it. But I just hope that this time to view the next 60 years will be enough for me. Then Yifan drove straight to Yang Tianqi's future technology company. Taking advantage of the company's annual holiday today, Yang Tianqi temporarily kept the 5 people Yifan wanted. As soon as they met, the 5 people greeted Yifan very warmly. Xiao Fan, these are the 5 people you want to meet. They are all veterans of the company. Their main responsibilities are developing new electronic products and software. Mr. Yi, I have heard of your great name for a long time. I have wanted to meet you for a long time, but I have been busy with work, so I have been delayed. Yes, Mr. Yi, seeing is believing. We admire you very much just by hearing about your glorious deeds. Now that we see you in person, we admire you even more. Yifan knew that these people were just trying to deal with him, but he still said modestly, No, compared to your achievements, my achievements are nothing. After a round of mutual flattery, the few people asked, I wonder why Mr. Yi came to see us today? It's like this. I came to you today because I want you to help me develop something. Yifan said. Fortunately, when he first met these people, he had already used the system to check the future careers of all of them. I wonder what it is. Full screen phone. The 5 people immediately looked at Yifan with strange expressions. Aren't full-screen mobile phones already available now? What is there to study about this? Yifan looked at the strange expressions of the crowd and said with a smile, the full-screen mobile phone I'm talking about is not the current one. The current mobile phones can only be called pseudo-full-screen mobile phones, and they can't reach the real full screen. What I want is a full screen in the true sense. I think you've all read science fiction novels or watched some science fiction movies. That's what I want. The 5 people were becoming more and more confused, and some of them even had their brows slightly furrowed. Mr. Yi, I roughly understand what you mean, but are you sure you are not joking? Although that type of mobile phone is within the scientific prediction range of the next few decades, it is not a simple matter to develop it. It will take the rest of our lives for the 5 of us to realize it. That's right. Not to mention us, even the country's R&D team may not be able to develop it right now. What if I have a way to help you do it? Yifan asked. Everyone was stunned, looking at Yifan's confident smile. For a moment they felt that it was indeed possible and they were very excited. But then they all shook their heads firmly and said, Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. This kind of thing is unbelievable. That's future technology, how is it possible that anyone knows how to develop it now? But Yifan's next words surprised them. Because Yifan really spent more than an hour explaining to them the research and development methods and the various materials needed to make mobile phones. They didn't think Yifan was talking nonsense, because every step he said was feasible for them, the professionals, to analyze in their minds. They have even started recording on their phones. When Yifan finished speaking, everyone had a look of astonishment on their faces. Yifan looked at them and smiled. What do you think of this? The 5 people suddenly came to their senses, looked at each other, and finally said, Mr. Yi, although what you said is indeed well-founded, whether it is really feasible or not, we still have to wait until we have done specific research and development to know the results. By then, there will definitely be many factors that need to be considered. Yifan nodded and said, Of course I know this, so I came here just to tell you about this matter and see if you agree. If you don't agree, I agree, of course we agree. Before Yifan finished his sentence, 5 people couldn't wait to say it. Director Yi, please leave this matter to us. No matter whether it succeeds in the end or not, we will do our best. Only then did Yifan nod with satisfaction. But Mr. Yi, where did you hear these things? The 5 people asked with confusion. Yifan said, I have a friend who does this. This is a hypothesis he proposed. He doesn't know whether it will succeed or not, but the success rate is definitely above 95%. This is what he told me. The 5 people immediately understood and nodded, praising, Then your friend is very capable, can you introduce him to us? Yifan immediately said in an awkward manner, Well, you have to wait for me to go back and ask him, but you still don't have too much hope, he doesn't like to contact too many people. Of course we should. The 5 of them nodded repeatedly. After all, people with stronger abilities all have their quirks, so they understand. Then the 5 people chatted with Yifan for a while before getting up and leaving. They originally wanted to leave, but now that there was such a good innovative thing in front of them, the 5 people naturally went into the laboratory and tried to develop it according to what Yifan had described. After they left, Yang Tianqi held Yifan's hand and thanked Yifan sincerely. He also understood what Yifan said this time. If it is really developed by then his future technology can truly be called future technology. It is 60 years ahead of the entire technology market. You can definitely stand at the top of the country and even the world. Yifan didn't care about anything. These things were what he saw from the future of 5 people, and the materials used were also provided by them. So I just made this thing appear in front of the world earlier. Chapter 171, Future Games. Time always passes quickly, and in the blink of an eye it is New Year's Day. It was only the beginning of the year, but Yifan's house was already full of people, and the originally small house could no longer accommodate them. If it were the Chinese New Year in previous years, it would have been great if only a few people came to Yifan's home. This year, all those relatives who had previously avoided Yifan flocked to his home. When everyone saw the car parked in front of Yifan's house, their eyes widened. Some are familiar and some are unfamiliar. Oh my god! What kind of car is this? Why is it so beautiful? It looks just like the one in the game? I know that the SUV is a Mercedes and that van is also a Mercedes, but I've never seen this brand of sports car before. It's so cool. This sports car is called Lamborghini, and it's this year's latest model, Venom, and it's worth 80 million. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. 80 million for just this car? Just a car like this can ensure they have a lifetime of wealth and glory. When these relatives came in and saw Yifan, they were so enthusiastic that they were trying to get closer to him. Hey, Xiaofan, you look so handsome after such a long time. Hey, Xiaofan, do you remember that I held you in my arms when you were a child? In response, Yifan just smiled slightly and did not express anything. Everyone looked embarrassed and left tactfully. No one approached Yifan again. Seeing this scene, Father Yi, who was standing at the door, sighed and muttered softly, "This is what people are like. When they are poor, they don't even want to look at you, but when they are rich, they rush to your door to curry favor with you." After receiving the guests, Yifan hid in his room and continued to record the small future technologies he saw at that time in his notebook. At that time, I used the system to look at the future of those 5 people. What Yifan saw was more than just a mobile phone. The same goes for video watches, computers, some popular games of the future and many other things. When I saw them, I memorized them so well that I wrote down all the development and production processes. The reason why Yifan chose to give them the development method of future mobile phones. It's simply because mobile phones are the most secure electronic gadgets we talk about nowadays. The marketing speed is faster. It is more conducive to the rapid development of Huan Group. As for the remaining things, Yifan planned to write down their production process first. By then, when the real full-screen mobile phone is developed, he can find a reason to hand over the production methods of these things to them. If this game called a Shenhua is made in this way, it may not be possible with the current game production techniques. At this time, Yifan suddenly heard a voice coming from behind him and couldn't help but be startled. Turning around, I saw a man holding his chin with a very serious expression. This is Yifan's distant cousin. I met him twice when I was a child, but I haven't seen him much since then. His name is Yikan. Yifan did not blame him for suddenly breaking into his room, but became interested in his words, frowned and asked, "Brother Kan, what do you mean by this?" Yikan did not answer him directly, but asked, "Can you let me see it first?" Yifan handed him the cup. Yikan took the notebook and read the game code written by Yifan in full, with excitement flashing in his eyes. This Yifan is really a genius in games. He just casually wrote down the code for such a perfect game. Yikan took a deep breath and said, "Your game is indeed very avant-garde. If it is produced, it will indeed attract a lot of players. But because it is avant-garde, it doesn't feel like a product of this era. Many of the codes in it are simply incomprehensible to current game developers, and the effects produced will make it difficult for many players to adapt to it at first, which will drive away most players. Besides, I've seen that your game requires a lot of memory. If the computer configuration is even slightly worse, it will crash. So your game is for those in the upper class, the so-called rich man's game. Although it doesn't require money, it's more expensive than paying money. It's not suitable for ordinary people to play at all." Yifan nodded after listening. He couldn't understand the game's code, so he just wrote it down and asked the 5 people to develop it. However, there is one thing about Yikan that Yifan admires very much, that is, he can tell from the game codes that they are not a product of this era. After all, this game is from 30 years later. This shows that Yikan has a deep understanding of the game. So what should I do? The code for this game was given to me by someone else, and I can't understand it. Yikan looked at the full page of game code, thought for a while, then looked up at Yifan solemnly and said, "Xiaofan, I want you to hand over the development rights of this game to my studio. In 3 days, I will give you a new Xianma game code, or I can buy it." Yifan was surprised that Yikan actually had a studio. Yikan's eyes were also full of eagerness. The coding of this Xianma game really made him excited. Just by looking at the codes of these games, he could already imagine the grand worldview of the game, and he couldn't wait to develop it and play it. This is so beautiful. He had never seen such a perfect game. Yifan waved his hand and said with a smile, "Of course, Brother Can, if you want the development rights for this game, I can give it to you for free. Just modify it according to your own wishes." "Really? You're giving me such a good game development for free?" Yikan said excitedly. Yifan nodded and said, "This Xianma is just one of many games. Brother Can, if you do well, all my game development will be yours in the future." Yikan's eyes widened immediately, and he grasped Yifan's hand and said, Okay, don't worry, Xiaofan, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer for the game Xianma. 6 months at most, no, 3 months, I will launch this game in 3 months. By then, you will get 60% of the money from the sale of the game and I will get 40%. Good. Yifan tore off the 2 pieces of paper and gave them to Yikan. Yikan held the 2 pieces of paper in his arms as if he had found a treasure. Yifan also looked at him happily. It seemed that his cousin really liked making games. There shouldn't be any problem handing over the production of the game to him. Finally, Yifan asked Yikan some questions about the gaming industry, and Yikan naturally explained patiently. It is best for the game to target players of all levels, so that more people will play it and there will be capital for publicity. There are fewer and fewer games like Xianma that do not require payment. Most games have become games for the rich, the kind that ordinary players cannot afford to play. As a result, many gamers now have no games to play. The game industry is becoming more and more saturated with game production, while the games played by players are becoming more and more crude. Chapter 172, Investing in Yikan's Gaming Company. Son, it's time to eat. Before they knew it, the two of them had spent quite a bit of time talking about the gaming industry. After Yikan's explanation, Yifan now also has the idea of entering the gaming industry. The gaming industry is a highly profitable industry. Basically, no matter how well the game is made, as long as you are a player, you will spend money on the game more or less. Combined with his cousin's achievements in game production, Yifan felt that he could give the gaming industry a try. However, this matter still needs to be discussed slowly after dinner. This meal was a very enjoyable one. In the past, their favorite thing to do at such times was to compare their children's achievements. But this year they don't want to embarrass themselves. Because the child whom they looked down upon the most back then has now stood at the top of China's business world and is looked up to by everyone. So they deliberately avoided this topic this year and only talked about other things. So this meal was quite peaceful. After dinner, Yifan and Yikan discussed matters related to the gaming industry in the room. Yikan used to work in a famous game company, where he produced hundreds of games of all sizes and gained a lot of experience. With his talent in game production, he soon became the manager of a game team. But he was not happy about it because he could not make the games he liked and was bound by the rules and regulations of the company and could not show his talents. So later Yikan resigned and set up his own game production studio, where he made his favorite games every day. Although those games are not well known now, they are more than enough to keep the studio running. But after all, it was a studio he founded himself, and he wanted to expand it, but he didn't have any opportunities. It was not until he saw the Immortals and Demons game written by Yifan that he knew his chance had come. For an hour, the two of them spent in Yifan's room talking about Yifan's desire to enter the gaming industry. When he came out, Yikan's face was full of excitement. He grabbed his mother's arm and said in a trembling voice, "Mom, my studio can be turned into a company. My studio can finally be turned into a company. Xiaofan wants to invest in me." The relatives who were still talking and laughing immediately looked at Yikan. Yikan's mother was also very happy and asked, "Really? How much did he invest in you?" Yikan held up 2 fingers, "So many. 600,000? Yikan shook his head. 6 million? Yikan shook his head again and said, "He said he would invest 600 million in me first." How much?
Everyone exclaimed, their eyes widened and their mouths were full of eggs.
Son, it's New Year's Day, aren't you trying to make your mother happy? Yi Kan's mother said in a trembling voice.
Her son's studio was originally invested by her and her husband, with a total investment of only 300,000 yuan. But Yi Fan suddenly wanted to invest 600 million, which was enough to buy his son's studio. Yi Kan quickly said, "Of course it's true. Xiao Fan told me this himself, and he also said that all the games he writes in the future will be produced by my studio." This Yi Kan's mother was speechless. After a while, she said, "Where is Xiao Fan? I want to say thank you to him." Yi Kan said, "Xiao Fan is also busy now. He is currently writing the script for that game, so it may not be released for the time being. He told me to slowly make the game according to the script after I go back home for the new year. Now he has no time to come out."
Really?
That's a pity. Not only Yi Kan's mother, but also those relatives who had just shown some concern felt regretful. If Yi Fan comes out, there will be nothing they can do about their little tricks.
However, when they saw Ye's father returning from the breeding base, their eyes suddenly lit up.
A group of people surrounded Ye's father.
"Old Ji, where did you go just now?
We brothers haven't seen each other for a long time, why are you running out?"
"That's right, Old Ji.
You should be at home drinking with your relatives and chatting during the new year.
Don't go out and run around." Father Yi glanced at them indifferently and said, "I went out because you are here. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Don't beat around the bush. If it's nothing else, I have to go out later. There are still many things to do at the breeding base." Several people were stunned for a moment. They didn't expect Ye's father to be so direct. They could only laugh dryly and said, "Well, Old Ji, it's like this. Look, Xiao Fan just invested 500 million in Yi Kan's small studio. Can you let Xiao Fan invest some in our company as well?" Father Yi sneered in his heart. Sure enough, nothing good happened. What a shameless bunch of brothers. I can't control this matter. That's my son's money. It has nothing to do with me. If you want to invest, go and talk to him. It's useless to come to me." These people looked at each other. Let them talk to Yi Fan? They can't afford to do that.
Moreover, Yi Fan knew very well what their attitude was towards Yi Fan's family in the past.
"How could I invest? How could you not control it? He's your son. His money is his money. What's the difference between son and father?" "That's right. How can we bring this up with him?
You're his father, so it's most appropriate for you to help us talk to him."
"We are all his elders. We can't say such things, can we?"
Father Yi was really annoyed by their noise, so he threw the things in his hand to the ground, making a crisp sound. All the relatives sitting at home looked over at once. Staring at these people, Father Yi shouted directly, "I said I can't control it, so I can't control it.
Are you guys done yet?"
These people were also frightened by Ye's father's sudden action. When they came to their senses, their faces changed.
"Hey, Old Ji, what do you mean by this? Didn't we just ask you for a little help? Is it necessary to be angry?"
"That's right, Old Ji. After all, we are all your brothers.
We are just asking your son to invest some money in our company. He is now the chairman of 2 major financial groups. What's wrong with him donating some money to support us uncles? Yes, maybe our company can help him in the future." Father Yi sneered, and his true face was revealed. But before Ye's father could say anything, Yi Fan's voice suddenly came, "Do you think I owe you money? My company needs your help?"
Looking back, they saw Yi Fan standing at the door with a cold expression. "It's New Year's Day today, so I don't want to make a fuss about it, but now that you guys have brought it up, I don't want to be merciful anymore."
Chapter 173, Slander?
Yi Fan walked up to the group and said coldly, "Since I was born, my father has taken me to your house every New Year's Day, but what is your attitude? Other relatives are provided with delicious food, drinks, cigarettes, and alcohol when they visit our family, but you guys really act like you can't wait for us to leave.
In the past few years, you didn't even open the door. Is this what you call a brother? Not to mention that you never come to our house every New Year."
"Yes, my father is soft-hearted. He still treats you as brothers, but I am different.
I have a clear distinction between gratitude and resentment. I know you? I am very familiar with you? Why should I invest in you? What reason do you have for me to invest money? Yi Fan's relentless pressure and sharp words made these people take a few steps back. However, when they saw so many relatives looking at them, they naturally felt a little embarrassed and said, "How can you talk like that, kid? After all, we are your uncles, how can you talk to your elders like that?" "Elder?" Yi Fan sneered and said, "Then you have to be worthy of the word elder. But now that we've already torn our faces apart, I'm too lazy to waste time talking to you and playing a family drama with you. You made my dad unhappy during the new year, so I naturally won't let you be happy. From now on, you are not welcome in our home. Get out of our home. You." Those people immediately pointed at Yi Fan angrily. I didn't expect Yi Fan to be so ruthless. He didn't care at all that they were relatives. Just tell them to get out. However, they immediately began to sneer, saying, "Relatives and friends, you have seen it, right? Now that the little bastard from the Yi family is relying on his wealth, he dares to tell our relatives to get out. Now he really doesn't take us relatives seriously. Don't you feel chilled?" That's right. I don't know how old she taught his son. He doesn't know what it means to respect the elderly and love the young. We are your relatives, your elders, and we are all family. What's wrong with asking you to invest some money in our company? Everyone, have you seen the true face of the Yi family now? They rely on their wealth and don't even treat us as human beings. Several people were talking to each other, not noticing that a cold light had flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. You guys. Father Yi pointed at those people, so angry that he couldn't speak. I didn't expect that the bloody things in TV dramas would actually happen in their family. If this gets out in the village, the villagers will laugh at us. These people's consciences have been eaten by dogs. Yikan didn't expect that because of him, things would develop to this extent. He secretly clenched his fists. When I was about to leave, someone had already spoken. My son always talks about respecting the elderly and loving the young, and it has nothing to do with you. My son doesn't need to respect you. At this time, Ye's mother also came out with an angry face and said, "You are not welcome in our home, get out of our house now." She also saw clearly the faces of these people just now. It's really heartbreaking to think that there is such a person among my relatives. But those people were not willing to give up so easily. They continued to slander. "Have you seen the faces of their family? They told us to get out. Do you think such a family is worthy of being our relatives?" They had sneers on their faces and were waiting for their relatives to speak. Why are these people like this? It's up to Yi Fan to decide whether to invest or not. Why should he give money to their company? Who are they? Why haven't we seen them before? Do we have such relatives in our family? It's obvious that I need something from Xiaofan, but now that Yi Fan refuses to invest, I'm actually slandering him. I really don't know how they usually teach their children. That's right, how can there be such a shameless relative? What are you still doing here? Can't you just get out of here sooner? In an instant, the faces of those people changed suddenly. How is this different from what they thought? Shouldn't everyone turn around and impeach Yi Fan's family? Why are they being impeached now? What? Do you think your wishful thinking is wrong? At this time, Yi Fan suddenly sneered and said, "Do you think you can sow discord among us relatives with just a few words? Let me tell you, you think too much. Do you think we are all like you, blinded by money, shameless, and willing to slander others at will? Over the years, your consciences have been eaten away by dogs, and there is nothing left. During this Chinese New Year, you made me unhappy, made my parents unhappy, made my relatives laugh at you, and even slandered my family. Naturally, I won't let you feel comfortable either." After saying that, Yi Fan took out his cell phone and called Yu Yun. "Boss Yi, you called me on New Year's Day. Are you here to wish me a happy New Year?" Yi Fan was silent for a while. "Where is Yu Yun's previous mature charm? I'll give you the information of 4 people. Buy out their company at the lowest price. Find out if their boss has any criminal record. If he has, hand him over to the police." When Yu Yun heard this, she knew that someone had offended her, Director Yi, again. "Okay, I understand, Mr. Yi." Then Yi Fan hung up the phone. The 4 people were immediately terrified and covered in cold sweats in the middle of winter. They saw that Yi Fan really made the call and it was not a threat. They never expected things to turn out like this. Yi Fan actually wants to take over their company. Xiaofan, don't be like this, can we talk it out nicely? That's right, don't buy our company. If you buy our company, how will our family survive? We were wrong. We are leaving now. We will not come here again. Can you ask your people to stop? Yi Fan didn't say a word. No matter how hard they begged, Yi Fan's face remained cold. They knew that they could no longer be forgiven by Yi Fan, so they could only turn around and go back to Yi's father. Master, can you please help us beg for mercy? We don't dare to do that anymore. Don't let your son swallow up our company. If that happens, what will happen to your nephews and nieces in the future? As they spoke, they burst into tears. But Ye's father just couldn't bear to do it. He was not a heartless person and couldn't be so heartless. Son, look. Dad, I understand. Yi Fan nodded, then called Yun Yun again and cancelled these actions. Those people immediately thanked Ye's father repeatedly, and then left quickly under the contemptuous eyes of the relatives. At this time, other relatives also breathed a sigh of relief. Although those people are hateful, they are relatives after all. If Yi Fan acts too ruthlessly at that time, he will destroy all family ties. However, taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Fan also designed this drama. He played the good guy and Ye's father played the bad guy. This will quickly improve Ye's father's status in the hearts of all relatives. Chapter 174, You Stole My Dad's Little Lover. As Yi Fan had expected, in the end many relatives gathered around Ye's father. Maybe they will still have lingering fears about themselves, but it's different for their parents. This is the result Yi Fan wanted. This time, these relatives talked to Ye's father about all the topics that they couldn't talk about normally. Finally, the depressed mood of Ye's father and mother was swept away, and they chatted with the relatives. Around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, the relatives began to leave slowly. Before leaving, Yi Kan kept apologizing to Yi Fan, saying that if he had not been so proud of himself and revealed the investment matters, such a thing would not have happened. Yi Fan shook his head indifferently and said, "It's okay. If it weren't for you, Brother Kan, none of us would know that there are such people among our relatives. This also allows everyone to see the true colors of some people. Don't care so much." Although Yi Kan did feel better after Yi Fan said this, he still sighed. Yi Fan patted Yi Kan on the shoulder and consoled him, "Brother Kan, if you really feel sorry, then make the game Shenhua well, and then let me see your strength." Okay. Yi Kan nodded solemnly and said, "I will go back and modify the game code of Shenhua now. I will definitely satisfy you by then." Yi Fan nodded. After everyone left, Father Yi sighed and said, "This is how people are. Money is more important than family affection. If you don't have money, people won't even come into your house. Come on, you old man, where do you get so much emotion from?" Ye's mother said contemptuously, "If you really don't want to care about your relatives, you can just ignore them. Why are you still contacting them?" Father Yi was speechless. He really couldn't give up those relatives and friends. "Dad, don't think too much. If they want to curry favor with our family, just let them do so. If they really have any ideas at that time, just do as you said today. You can't interfere in my affairs. Just let them call me." Yi Fan also comforted. In the end, Ye's father nodded, and the matter was over. 3 days later, Yi Kan sent the modified Shenhua game code to Yi Fan via email. Yi Fan took a general look and found that there were not many changes in the game's coding as a whole, but Yi Kan gave Yi Fan a suggestion. That is, in addition to PC and mobile phones, you can also try the latest VR game technology development. Yi Kan said that he had thought carefully about this Immortals and Demons game and felt it was very suitable for VR gaming technology, so he asked Yi Fan if he wanted to consider it. Yi Fan didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, he brought this game from the future. By that time in the future, VR gaming technology will have become very common, so the Shenhua game will be a VR game in the future. However, what Yi Fan did not expect was that Yi Kan could actually see this. It seems that it was the right decision to invest in him. Yi Fan said, "Sure. I invested 600 million in you so that you can show your talents. Whether it's a computer, a mobile phone, or a VR terminal, as long as you can make the game, I can give you more if the money is not enough." Yi Kan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly said, "Okay, Xiao Fan, just your words are enough. Don't worry, you have confidence in me, and I will definitely not let you down." Then, Yi Fan hung up the phone, looked at Father Li next to him, and asked, "Uncle Li, what's wrong with you?" Today, Li Qingyi invited Yi Fan and his family to visit her home, but before they had even sat down for a while, Li's father's face became gloomy. Father Li glanced at Yi Fan indifferently, snorted coldly, and said nothing. Yi Fan looked at Li Qingyi beside him with a puzzled look on his face. "No matter how you look at it, he seems to be angry with me? I don't think I have offended Uncle Li, right? Li Qingyi looked at Yi Fan's expression, covered her mouth and chuckled, then said, "You stole my dad's little lover, how can he not be angry?" Yi Fan immediately understood, so that's it. It turns out it was because of Li Qingyi. Yi Fan immediately coughed twice and said, "Uncle Li, didn't you and my dad arrange a marriage for us? You should be more open-minded. And didn't you also tell my dad about this before? Is it not okay for me to regret it now?" Father Li said confidently, "I raised my little girl with great difficulty, but you, the Yi family, snatched her away like this. How can I not feel sad? During the 4 days since she came back from the New Year, she praised you in front of us every day. She has never even praised me, her father, like this." Li Qingyi and her mother kept laughing, and Yi Fan's family next to them were speechless. The reason they went through so much trouble was because Li Qingyi often praised Yi Fan in front of them, so they were jealous. Father Yi said quickly, "Old Li, what do you mean by this? I told you, Qingyi is our daughter-in-law now." "That's right, Old Li, do you think you need to do that? Given the relationship between our two families, you can come anytime you want to see your daughter. It's not like we're not allowing you to come. I'm telling you, don't even think about breaking off the engagement. The engagement document you signed with my old man is still here. If you dare to break off the engagement, I'll go to the factory and accuse you of being an untrustworthy old man." Ye's mother seconded. "By the way, it seems like I'm threatening Mr. Li, of course this is a joke. There was no way she could do that. Besides, it's impossible for Li's father to cancel the engagement." "Break off the engagement? Who told you I want to break off the engagement?" Father Li said, "Yi Fan is such a good kid and it's the most suitable for me to be my son-in-law. How could I bear to break off the engagement?" "Then what kind of demon are you?" Ye's mother asked. Father Li was speechless after being scolded by Mother Yi, and said, "I can't just express my feelings." Yi Fan secretly gave Ye's mother a thumbs up. "As expected, she is my mother. She seems fine at ordinary times. But when it comes to scolding people, he is very fierce. This hits the mark directly. All right, stop it. You are so old, but you are still like a child, fussing over trivial matters." At this time, Li's mother suddenly said, "Xiao Fan, when are you two going to get married? I am looking forward to having a grandson." "Aunt Li." "Still calling me aunt?" Li's mother looked unhappy. Yi Fan changed his words and said, "Aunt, we want to date first, and then get married when the time is right. Besides, Qingyi's company also needs to develop, so we don't have time to think about these things." Mother Li sighed and said, "Actually, we all know what you said. Forget it, let's just do as you say. Anyway, your uncle, your parents and I are only in our 40s this year. It's still early. You should deal with the things at hand first." Yi Fan and Li Qingyi both nodded. Then they let Yi Fan and Li Qingyi go out for a walk. It is still early for dinner, and they cannot let the two of them stay here with them. Chapter 175, How much does it take to win you over? When are you going to explain Nia Qing's matter to my parents? Li Qingyi suddenly asked. The parents she mentioned were not only her own parents, but also Yi Fan's parents. The last time Yi's mother asked her to call her mom, she told her not to change her words at any time. Li Qingyi was naturally very well behaved and obedient. After she returns home, I will find time to tell my family, Yi Fan said without hesitation. Li Qingyi nodded and said nothing more. The two of them were just walking on the street, but on New Year's Day most of the shops around were closed, so the two of them could only walk on the street. Hey, isn't this Yi Fan, the school hunk in our class during high school? At this moment, they were suddenly stopped by 7 or 8 people. Just hearing the voice of the person coming, Yi Fan frowned, turned his head and a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. How come I met them here? Lu Yu, Li Yang, Sun Lianxue, all of them were people who had conflicts with Yi Fan when he was in high school and who often caused trouble for him. They didn't expect to meet them during the New Year's Day. This year is so unlucky. When they saw Li Qingyi next to Yi Fan, the man's eyes suddenly lit up. He had never seen such a beautiful woman before. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. The woman felt inferior to her, she had never seen such a beautiful woman. I didn't expect that you, now dressed up so well, actually have such a beautiful girlfriend. You are so lucky. Lu Yu, the leader, mocked, and then his eyes fell on Li Qingyi, staring at Li Qingyi's face unscrupulously. Li Qingyi felt his gaze, her expression gradually turned cold, and there was deep disgust in her eyes. Yi Fan, we are going to Conger Hotel for dinner now, do you want to come with us? Eating with you guys will only make me sick. Yifan's words immediately froze Lu Yu's expression and then turned gloomy. Yifan, how the hell are you talking like that? Do you want to die? Fuck. Yifan, don't be so ungrateful. Lu Yu invited you to dinner to give you face. How dare you talk like that? It's been such a long time since we last met, and you're really getting more and more arrogant. Apologize to us now. The people behind him pointed at Yifan and shouted angrily. Yifan just glanced at it lightly and ignored it. Yifan, why didn't I see you driving your Porsche out this time? At this time, Li Yang mocked, could it be that you have returned it when the lease expired? The last time Yifan looked at a Porsche, he felt so ashamed and lost face in front of everyone. But then he thought about it again. Yifan was the most famous poor student in the school, and the school relied on poverty subsidies every semester. How can I afford a 5 million Porsche? He must have calculated the time and rented it from somewhere just to save face. He was made so embarrassed in front of everyone at that time. How could he give up the opportunity to humiliate Yifan this time when he met him? However, when others heard it, they immediately became interested and asked what was going on. Li Yang secretly revealed a sly smile and said loudly, you don't know, last time Sun Lianxue stopped her friends from having a party and kindly invited Yifan, but this guy was so stubborn that he rented a Porsche sports car from somewhere and showed it to us, making us all mistakenly believe that he had a Porsche and had made a fortune. He deceived us so badly at that time. Everyone looked at Yifan with contempt. Yifan, I didn't expect you to live like this. You even rented a Porsche for the sake of face. It must have cost a lot of money, right? The Porsche is rented, so I think the brand name clothes he's wearing must have been bought at a street stall. Yifan, the recognized top student in high school, has ended up like this now. TSK 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 TSK. That's right. We told you that studying was useless back then, and asked you to just hang out with our brother Lu. Now brother Lu is a senior executive of an overseas company with an annual salary of $6 million. Maybe he can even arrange a good job for you in his company. Do you regret it now? Everyone was talking to each other, and Li Yang's mood immediately improved a lot. Finally, I got rid of the anger I felt at that time. Okay, everyone stop talking. At this time, Lu Yu suddenly raised his hand to stop them. He was very satisfied with the flattery that these people behind him had just given him. Then he looked at Li Qingyi and said, Beauty, you heard it too. Do you want to consider me? Yifan is just a poor bastard. He is not worthy of you at all. If Yifan is a poor guy, then I think there are no rich people in this country. At this time, Sun Lianxue suddenly said something inexplicably. Maybe Lu Yu is abroad and doesn't know what's happening in China, or maybe these men don't watch Weibo much. But she often visits WB, so she naturally knows what kind of person Yifan is now. At this moment, she really regretted looking down on Yifan when she was in high school. Everyone looked at her, and Lu Yu also said with a gloomy face, Sun Lianxue, what do you really mean? To boost others' morale and destroy your own prestige? Sun Lianxue sneered. Ambition? Prestige? Do you still have the nerve to say these things in front of Yifan now? Just keep making trouble here, I'm leaving now. Then Sun Lianxue walked up to Yifan, lowered her head in the shocked eyes of everyone, and said, Yifan, I'm sorry for what happened before. Yifan was slightly stunned, somewhat unconvinced. But Sun Lianxue's sincere tone made her unable to help but believe it. After saying that, Sun Lianxue turned and left. Yifan thought for a moment and said, wait a moment, I have something to tell you. Although Sun Lianxue didn't know what Yifan was going to do, since he said so, she would just wait a moment. Then she stood next to Yifan. Sun Lianxue, what the hell are you doing? Lu Yu said with a gloomy face when he saw this scene. Sun Lianxue just glanced at him calmly and said nothing. Although Lu Yu didn't know what Sun Lianxue was doing, he couldn't care less now, but he could take advantage of this opportunity to make use of it. Beauty, you've seen it too. This Yifan is not only a poor bastard, but also a scumbag. Do you want to consider me? Look at the Porsche sports car next to you, it's worth 3 million. If you agree, I'll take you for a ride right now. Li Qingyi looked up at the Porsche he was talking about and chuckled. This guy is quite cool. He bought himself a bright red Porsche. You want to seduce me just because you have a Porsche on your face? Are you thinking too much? Li Qingyi said with a smile. When Lu Yu heard that he was happy, he quickly said, then how much do you think it would cost to seduce you? 5 million or 10 million? Tell me a number. Chapter 176, Don't Ruin Your Relationship with Him. Honey, take out your car and let people see it.
Li Qingyi suddenly took Yi Fan's arm and said in a coquettish tone. Yi Fan glanced at Li Qingyi helplessly.
What the hell is this chick doing?
But he still took out his car keys and pressed the button in the air.
Everyone only heard two beeping sounds not far away.
Hearing the sound, everyone looked around and their eyes widened.
Is that a Lamborghini? Was it the Lamborghini that made the sound when Yi Fan pressed the key just now? Well, it seems so. That's more than just a Lamborghini. That's a Lamborghini Veneno, a car worth 80 million. What? Are you serious?
Nonsense, I study sports cars every day, how could I not know?
Instantly, the whole crowd fell silent.
But soon Li Yang started to commit suicide again.
No. Impossible.
Yi Fan is just a poor bastard, how can he afford such a car?
He must have rented it. Yi Fan, did you rent it? Everyone looked at him as if he was an idiot, and then someone said, Li Yang, are you a fool?
Lamborghini is the newest sports car in the world, and there are only a few of them in the world.
You told me to rent this sports car? Is there something wrong with your brain? Sigh. Renting the world's newest sports car? Unless the merchant is crazy. That means, this car was bought by Yi Fan. Hiss. Everyone gasped, especially Lu Yu.
Yi Fan's car is worth his annual salary for 2 years overseas.
Or the kind that converts US dollars into RMB. What kind of person did I just mock? What happened to Yi Fan during the time when these people were away?
I just heard you say that you were going to Kanger Hotel for dinner, right?
At this time, Yi Fan suddenly asked. Yes, yes. Someone nodded by mistake.
Yi Fan said coldly, then you don't have to go, Kanger Hotel does not welcome you.
Lu Yu sneered and said,
Yi Fan, I admit that you are very rich now, but what makes you say that Kanger Hotel does not welcome us?
That is my friend's hotel. Who do you think you are? Just say you don't welcome us, so what?
Then you can call your friend and ask him who owns the hotel now.
Yi Fan said.
Lu Yu's expression suddenly froze, and a sense of uneasiness arose in his heart.
He warned Yi Fan, then took out his cell phone and called Guang Shangbei. Hello, Lu Yu, what's the matter?
Shangbei, I want to go to your hotel for dinner now.
Can you give me a private room?
There was a silence over there. Just when Lu Yu was puzzled, Guang Shangbei's voice came, that hotel is not mine now.
It has been acquired by someone. By whom? Yi Fan. What did you say? Yi Fan? Are you sure your name is Yi Fan?
Lu Yu exclaimed, and immediately looked at Yi Fan with some fear.
It's him, what? Do you know him? Guang Shangbei asked. Lu Yu said in a trembling voice, yes, I know him. He is my high school classmate. Really? Then call him after you have dinner. I advise you to get on good terms with him. He is not someone we can mess with right now. What do you mean by that? Just check it out online and you'll know.
Remember what I said, don't ruin your relationship with him. After saying that, Guang Shangbei hung up the phone, and then immediately checked Yi Fan's information on his mobile phone.
Everyone looked over and gasped.
Yi Fan, the current chairman of the Kyoto Chingye Group.
The current chairman of the Huan Group in Huan City. The current chairman of Blue Ocean Securities, a famous financial company in Huan City. A famous stock investor in China.
The former top of the entertainment male god list, the youngest billionaire in China.
Just the string of names made them feel uneasy, and Li Yang almost fell to the ground. Is this the Yi Fan they used to look down upon? Billionaire? What a concept! That is a level they will never be able to achieve in their lifetime. That was an unbridgeable gap between them. Lu Yu was still thinking about what Guang Shangbei had repeatedly told him just now, and smiled bitterly, don't ruin the relationship? But now their relationship has long been incompatible.
It certainly can't be broken, but it's almost impossible to save it. But he was still like a fool, showing off his annual salary of several $1 million in front of others.
He even wanted to steal their girlfriends? What a living clown. I wonder how many of these people feel the same regret as Sun Lianxue did back then.
I think you should have asked, and you should know that Kanger Hotel is mine now, so you don't have to go.
If I say you are not welcome, then you are not welcome.
From now on, you are on the hotel's blacklist.
Yi Fan said. Everyone felt disheartened and knew it was all over. Finally, Yifan looked at Sun Lianxue and said, I remember you used to be a hotel manager, or a manager, right? Sun Lianxue nodded blankly, yes. Go to Kangar Hotel now to find their manager He Tianxiang. When you meet him, tell him that I recommend you to be the deputy general manager of the hotel. Yifan said. Sun Lianxue suddenly opened her mouth wide and was stunned for a long time. After a while, she came back to her senses and nodded repeatedly, okay, I'll go now. Thank you, Yifan. Yifan waved his hand casually, and then Sun Lianxue turned and ran towards the Kangar Hotel. Along the way, Sun Lianxue was very grateful. She made the right choice. Yifan not only forgave her, but also recommended her to be the deputy general manager of Kangar Hotel. No need to look at other people's faces anymore. The reason why Yifan stayed was to let Sun Lianxue be the deputy general manager. It was exactly like when I used the system to check Liyue's future just now. I saw Sun Lianxue's future. She has made extraordinary achievements in hotel management. In addition, she has sincerely realized her previous mistakes, so Yifan made an exception and accepted her. Meanwhile, Yifan looked at Liu and Li Yang and said, Liu, I will let the Picno family in the United States put pressure on your company. As long as they don't fire you, their company will have a hard time. This includes the industry you are in. Li Yang, the same goes for you. When the two heard this, they were stunned as if struck by lightning. Liu even sat down on the ground. The Picno family. Yifan actually knows someone from the Picno family. And you have to completely ban yourself from this industry. If you take it yourself, you're completely finished. Yifan, this is none of our business. We didn't do anything. Yes. Liu said he would treat us to a meal, so we followed along. We didn't do anything. You can't do this to us. Seeing their panicked looks made Yifan sneer, and he took Li Qingyi away without saying a word. Chapter 177, Martial Arts Exchange Conference. After staying at home for another 3 days, Yifan produced 3 copies of the game code and script and sent them to Yikan. Yikan was immediately pleasantly surprised. The game codes and scripts that Yifan provided were all top-notch. It's just that too many codes in it are not suitable for current game applications, so you need to modify them yourself. But he can keep these codes and study them, and they will definitely be useful in the future. Today, the last day of the New Year holiday, Yifan suddenly received a call from Qinlong. Mr. Yi, I would like to take a day off the day after tomorrow. Yifan agreed without saying anything, okay. But the person on the other end didn't hang up the phone for a long time, as if he had something to hide. Yifan asked, is there anything else you want to talk about? Qinlong said, it's like this, Mr. Yi, there will be a martial arts exchange meeting between our country and the country of South Korea the day after tomorrow, but the requirement is that only those under 25 years old can participate. My master and I are already over the age of participating in the competition, so I want you to participate. Is that okay? Yifan thought about it and decided that since he had learned Bajikwan, he really had to go and take a look at this matter. But is there no one else besides Qinlong and his master? So Yifan agreed, asked for the location, and then hung up the phone. After telling his parents, Yifan bought a plane ticket to Beha province. Yifan simply packed his luggage, then picked up Li Qingyi and returned to Huan City. When the time comes, the family can just ask Yi Yang to drive the Mercedes-Benz G to deliver it. I stayed in Huan City for a day and then took a plane to Beha. As soon as they left the airport, Qinlong had already picked up Yifan and took him directly to their family's martial arts gym. Qinlong took Yifan to meet his master Wu Hang. When Wu Hang saw Qinlong and Yifan next to him, he asked, Qinlong, is this the Mr. Yi you mentioned who was so famous in Huan City before? Yes, master. Qinlong replied respectfully. Wu Hang immediately walked up to Yifan, stretched out his hand and said with a smile, hello, Mr. Yi, I heard from Qinlong that you want to learn our Bajikwan internal boxing? Yifan stretched out his hand and shook it, saying, Master Wu, hello, I told him before. Then show me how to perform external boxing. Yifan then performed the external martial arts from beginning to end. This really surprised Wu Hang. This set of external martial arts was full of momentum when demonstrated by Yifan, and there was no drag at all. This is definitely not something that someone who has only studied boxing for 2 months can do. Great! Before, I didn't believe what Qinlong said about you, Mr. Yi, being a martial arts genius, but now it seems I was proven wrong. Wu Hang said excitedly. Back then, it took me a year to develop the same aura as Mr. Yi, and Qin Long only needed half a year to become a genius. I didn't expect there would be someone even more talented. Mr. Yi, I believe that if you were placed in ancient times, you would definitely be the object of competition among various martial arts. I don't deserve it, I'm just fighting casually. Yi Fan said modestly. Qin Long next to him also breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Wu Hang would blame him for giving everything to others. Master Wu, I have a question from just now. Mr. Yi, you go ahead. Why haven't I seen many disciples in your hall since the beginning? Do you only have Qin Long and those few disciples outside the door and no other people? Yi Fan asked puzzledly. Wu Hang sighed and said with a wry smile, nowadays, young people are learning taekwondo or something like that. They don't care about the things passed down by our ancestors. Plus, ancient martial arts need to be cultivated from a young age, and it is difficult for people to persist, so fewer and fewer people practice ancient martial arts now. Yi Fan thought about it and it was true. Ancient martial arts were quite hard to practice, and the results were not as cool as taekwondo. So naturally there was no one there. Yi Fan didn't dwell on this topic anymore. Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry to bother you. You are about to start work and you have to come here specially for these things. Wu Hang said apologetically. Yi Fan shook his head, it's okay. After all, promoting our Chinese martial arts culture still requires strength. That being said, he had already started thinking about how to do this. After a while, he came up with an idea and said, Master Wu, I have a way to promote the martial arts culture of our country. Wu Hang was immediately delighted and asked quickly, what's the solution? Yi Fan smiled and said, Master Wu, leave this matter to me. You just need to notify me before tomorrow's competition. Wu Hang was stunned when he heard this. Is there any need to be so mysterious? But now he can only trust Yi Fan. Finally, Qin Long took Yi Fan to a nearby hotel, and Yi Fan took out his cell phone and called Lin Tian. Boss Yi, what do you want me to do? Lin Tian, am I still as famous as before? Yi Fan asked. Yes, although I have tried to suppress it for you, the popularity of your fan club is only increasing, and there is nothing we can do. Lin Tian's tone was full of helplessness. No need to suppress it. I just need those things. Just put that male god ranking list on it. Yi Fan said. Lin Tian was full of questions and asked, Boss Yi, what are you planning to do? Yi Fan then told the story of the Martial Arts Exchange Conference, and then said, although ancient martial arts are now in decline, since I am involved in it, I will help to restore it if I can. We can't throw away our ancestors' things so completely. Okay, Boss Yi, don't worry, I know what to do. I'll bring a team of filming personnel over right away. After saying that, Yi Fan hung up the phone and asked Qin Long to send him a photo of the martial arts gym's facade. Then he posted a message about his participation in a martial arts exchange conference. In an instant, the entire WB exploded. Fuck. Not only has my idol regained the top spot on the idol list, but he's also participating in the martial arts exchange conference. My dear, have you ever learned martial arts? I want to see it. Lewd eyes, lewd eyes, lewd eyes. My dear man, look at me, look at me. Where is the exchange conference? I'm going to buy a ticket and go there now. Fuck. I'm going to watch the martial arts exchange conference even if I don't go to work tomorrow. Yi Fan looked at the comments one by one and couldn't find the bottom of the page at all. Then he took out his cell phone and called Yu Shu. He knew that he couldn't handle this matter alone, and he needed her to come over. Add to that Yu Shu's still popular fame, and I guess that's about it. But this is all I can do, the rest depends on Ling Tian. Chapter 178, the conference begins. When I woke up the next day, the news that Yi Fan and Yu Shu were going to participate in a martial arts exchange conference had spread like wildfire on the internet. Many fans of the two have come here to watch the show, trying their best to buy a ticket to go in and watch the show. This is absolutely nonsense. What does Yi Fan regard our martial arts exchange conference as? Is it a symbol of his fame? In the Martial Arts Association of Beihai Province, a group of people sat together and discussed this matter of Yi Fan. President, I suggest that Yi Fan be disqualified from the competition. If he continues to behave like this, how will the people of South Korea view our martial arts exchange conference? Yes, isn't this bringing discredit upon our country? Everyone began to criticize Yi Fan for this matter. In short, they could not see any benefit at all. However, the president Chen Pujiang, who was sitting in the main seat, bowed his head and thought for a while, then said, "I think we can take this opportunity to promote our Chinese martial arts. Otherwise, if this continues, our country's martial arts will be completely replaced by foreign things such as Taekwondo. Chinese martial arts may be lost in the hands of our generation. What do you think?" Everyone looked at each other and it seemed to be the same. Those who practice martial arts do not want the inheritance of martial arts to be cut off in their hands. How can they be worthy of their teacher? In fact, what the president said is right. This matter was originally a method that Yi Fan came up with to promote martial arts. At this time, Wu Hang, who had not had a chance to speak just now, said, "Boss Yi told me that he wanted to contribute to the promotion of national martial arts culture. I think this should be his method." Everyone fell silent and finally sighed. I never thought that they would use this method to promote martial arts culture one day. Soon, it was time for the Martial Arts Exchange Conference to begin. People from both countries have entered the competition hall of the Wushu Association and sat down on both sides of the arena. Yu Shu and the crowd had already started a live broadcast with Lin Tian. Within just a few minutes, millions of fans flocked in. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room has been flooding the screen like crazy. "My male god, where is my male god? I want to see my husband. Let my husband come out. Lord Yi, I love you. I want to give birth to a baby for you. What nonsense are you talking about, you idiot above? You even want to give birth to a baby for my husband. You are overthinking it." Lin Tian looked at the number of fans in the live broadcast room that was rising rapidly, and soon it exceeded 10 million. He nodded with satisfaction. Boss Yi was indeed the most charming. Soon, the Martial Arts Exchange Conference began, but before it started, the arrogant words of the leader of the South Korean country made everyone's face darken. "Today, we are not only here to exchange martial arts between our two countries, but more importantly, we are here to challenge each other. I know there is a saying in the Chinese martial arts community that challenging each other, and today we will take this opportunity to prove that our Korean Taekwondo is worse than your Chinese one. I want the whole of China to know that you Chinese are not as good as us in martial arts. So I hope that this exchange conference can bring out each other's true strength." After that, he looked at Chen Pujiang with a mocking and disdainful expression and said, "President Chen, I have an idea. Can we change the rules of this year's exchange conference?" Chen Pujiang's face was extremely gloomy. Their sudden change of the purpose of the conference caught people off guard, and now they even wanted to change the rules of the game. The meeting place, which was noisy just now, suddenly became quiet. They all wanted to know what this stick symbolized. "What do you think? How about we use the format of attacking the ring this year? We are disciples of 8 martial arts schools. Each school has 3 disciples, all under the age of 25. How about we use our disciples to challenge each other?" The leader over there looked at Chen Pujiang with contempt. What's wrong with the people in South Korea? Why did they suddenly change the rules of the game without notifying us in advance? What do they mean by this? Are they treating the exchange conference as a joke? So, Koreans are very cunning. Seeing is believing. Who the hell can understand what this guy is saying, but judging from his expression, it doesn't look like a good thing. He said he was here to mess things up. He wasn't here to compete. He also said he wanted to change the rules of the conference. My country is the best and invincible. Fuck. There's actually someone sneaking in among us. What's your name and where do you live? Do you dare to tell me? Fuck, someone show me this guy. I'll take some people to get him. The entire venue was filled with angry chatter, and the people watching in Yeshua's live broadcast room were all annoyed. Why are these Koreans like this? They changed the rules of the game for no reason. Yushu said angrily. When she got angry, the little fans in the live broadcast room immediately stopped and kept comforting her. Lin Tian next to him sneered and said nothing. Chen Pujiang and others frowned. Since those people from South Korea can say such things in front of everyone, it proves that they are not afraid at all. And if they back down now, it would prove to others that our Chinese martial arts are not as good as your small country. You really have a good plan. Chen Pujiang sneered and said, Okay, Pu Shugwa, then it's as you wish. Pu Shugwa suddenly smiled wickedly in secret, turned around and nodded slightly to the people on his side. Yi Fan in the crowd saw this and realized that all the rules that Qin Long had just told him were now useless. But looking at the man named Pu Shugwa, Yi Fan always had a strange feeling for some reason. There must be some conspiracy behind this group of people doing this.
It is impossible for such a thing to happen for no reason. System, help me check Pu Shuguo's career for the next 7 days. Afterwards, a lot of images appeared in Yifan's mind, and he closed his eyes for a while to digest them. When he opened his eyes again, Yifan had a sneer on his face. I didn't expect that these guys would even resort to this method to win. But since you want to use it, don't worry about me exposing it. Yifan found a random excuse to call Qin Long out. Mr. Yi, is there anything I can help you with? Qin Long asked after coming out. I want you to do something. Go now while you have this opportunity. Yifan solemnly explained the whole story. After Qin Long heard this, his face also darkened. He said, I understand, Director Yi. I will do this right away and bring the things back before the end of the exchange conference. After saying that, Yifan gave some more instructions. Qin Long turned and left, and Yifan also returned to the arena. The fight to challenge the ring had already begun. Chapter 179, I come to challenge you. President Chen, is this your Chinese martial arts disciple? Isn't he a little too vulnerable? The hall was filled with Pu Shuguo's laughter, and Chen Puzheng's face looked like water was about to drip out of it with anger. After an hour, the opponent had challenged their 3 martial arts schools with just 1 person. Moreover, those from the martial arts schools couldn't even last for a minute before being knocked off the stage by their opponents. The many fans who were watching the game also felt the same way. Alas, has our Chinese martial arts fallen to this point now? Just let one person beat us up like this. Too many young people nowadays are learning things like Taekwondo in pursuit of the times, and have long since forgotten the martial arts left by our ancestors. It's so sad. Damn it, I really can't stand that Korean guy's face. Is there anyone who wants to beat him up? Take me 1. +1. President, what should we do now? If we continue like this, we might really lose. Then we will be so embarrassed, said the person from the Wushu Association anxiously. Yes, President, do you have any solution? Chen Pujiang said in a deep voice, what can I do? What can I do? Aren't they all disciples taught by your own martial arts school? What can I do? In an instant, these people didn't know what to say, because that was indeed the disciple they taught. Of course, they didn't expect that South Korea would send such a powerful disciple from the very beginning. There is no way to win. And they were all carefully trained, but even so, they still lost miserably in the end. Chen Pujiang stared at the Korean warrior on the stage, feeling that something was not right. This person's skills don't look like they were acquired over 20 years. Each of his moves was as smooth as flowing water, and the transitions were perfect. His techniques were mature and there was no stiffness in his gestures. This should be something that can only be developed after practicing for more than 40 years. How could this feeling appear in a young man in his 20s? Chairman Chen, do you have any outstanding disciples you think are worth looking at? The people you send to challenge us now are not good enough. At this time, Pu Shuguo's disdainful voice was heard. Fuck, don't be so complacent. The masters of the martial arts schools slammed their hands on the table and shouted, give up. It's not even the end yet, and it's still unclear who will win or lose. Why should we give up? Admitting defeat is equivalent to proving that Chinese martial arts are not as good as South Korea's Taekwondo. Pu Shuguo shrugged casually and said, okay, that depends on how long you can struggle. But I advise you to give up as soon as possible, otherwise you will lose too badly and hurt everyone's harmony. Everyone was gnashing their teeth at what he said, but what could they do? Fuck, this guy is so arrogant. No, starting tomorrow, I'm going to learn Chinese martial arts, and I'm going to get this back. Fuck. I'm going too. We can't let them bully us. Take me 1. And me. The entire live broadcast room was filled with +1s, which brought smiles to Yushu and Lin Tian's faces. Although this had nothing to do with what they had said originally, Pu Shuguo did inadvertently help them. On the ring, 3 disciples from another martial arts school were eliminated. Now 4 martial arts schools have fallen to 1 person, and the disciples of the remaining 4 martial arts schools gradually began to panic. This is a fucking monster. How do you fight this? What's the point of fighting? Looking at those disciples who had lost all their fighting spirit, Chen Pujiang sighed. Is this really the end? Anyone else want to come up? Are you all a bunch of wimps? The man on the ring shouted throughout the hall, and said with disdain, is this the limit of your Chinese martial arts? You can't even beat one of me? Then why are you still practicing ancient martial arts? Why don't you all come with me and learn from us, bang. As soon as he finished speaking, the angry voices from the audience drowned out the entire venue. Mad, what the hell are you talking about? Do you want to die? Fuck. How dare you slander our national quintessence? If you want to die, just say so. If I don't kill you today, I'll take your father's last name. The people on the stage changed color when they heard the words. They never thought that their words would arouse the anger of so many Chinese people, but they still said with a stiff upper lip, "What? Isn't what I said true? Is the fight you just watched fake?" Too many people were already gritting their teeth, but no one was saying anything. Everything that had just happened on the stage really illustrated the problem. Is ancient martial arts no longer effective? Just when everyone was disappointed, a slender figure walked out from the remaining 12 disciples and went directly onto the stage. Isn't that their male god Yifan? But what's the point of him going up now? They have all given up hope on ancient martial arts. But this is exactly the result Yifan wanted. When people are deeply desperate, hope will expand quickly. Since you guys from the South Korean country are determined to cheat at all costs, I will naturally not let you off easily. I'm here to challenge you. Yifan said lightly. The man on the stage glanced at Yifan, his face showing sarcasm, and said, "Do you really have no one left? You are worse than the previous 12 people. You actually sent such a pretty boy to fight in the ring? Aren't you kidding me? Kid, I advise you to get out of here by yourself, otherwise I might break your bones with one punch." These words made the people on their side burst into laughter, and they all told Yifan to get out as soon as possible. Yifan ignored those words and said, "We have to fight to know." "Okay, since you want to fight me. When you cry out in pain, don't say I showed no mercy." After saying that, the man clenched his fist and rushed towards Yifan's face. The speed was so fast that everyone was scared and closed their eyes. They started to silently recite to Yifan in their hearts. This punch will definitely disfigure him, and he will no longer be on the list of male gods. But those who were watching the scene widened their eyes. They saw Yifan suddenly squat down at the most dangerous moment, avoiding the fist and punching the man in the abdomen at the same time. Feeling the pain, the man immediately bent down, and Yifan's elbow just happened to rush forward. The whole audience only heard a scream. When they opened their eyes widened. They originally thought that it was the male god who fell, but Yifan stood firmly on the ring with frosty eyes. The guy covered his face and wailed on the ground. He had lost the ability to fight. At that moment, the whole audience and the live broadcast room were boiling. Two moves to take down a person that 12 people couldn't beat. This is the real male god. Chapter 180, The Truth is Revealed. Fuck, did you guys just see that? Did you see that? What? What did you see? 2 moves. The male god defeated a man that 12 people couldn't defeat with just 2 moves. Not only them, but even Chen Pujiang and the others were stunned. Is Yifan so good at martial arts? Yifan ignored their expressions, but looked at Pu Shugui and said, "Let your people continue to come up." Park Su-guk frowned upon hearing this, then sneered, "What are you so proud of? You just defeated a disciple who was about to be exhausted. Kwang Su, you go ahead." As soon as he finished speaking, a 1.9 meter tall man stood out from the team over there and walked onto the stage. The man named Guangzhu looked at Yifan and rubbed his hands together, saying disdainfully, "Boy, Junhua just fought 12 rounds in a row and has no strength left. In addition, he underestimated the enemy, so he lost to you. Now, you are facing me, I advise you to surrender." Yifan glanced at him calmly and said, "Are you done? Do you want to fight or not?" Upon hearing this, Kwang Su sneered and said, "Since you are so anxious to be tortured, don't blame me for being merciless." After saying that, he immediately kicked directly at Yifan's head. It seemed like he was about to score, but the same scenario happened as in the previous game. Yifan suddenly squatted down and then sent a sweeping kick. Kwang Su fell to the ground immediately, but at the moment he fell in mid-air, Yifan suddenly stood up and kicked Kwang Su directly in the chest, but the stick was kicked out of the ring by Yifan. This ring is different from a boxing ring, as it doesn't have the protective ropes on the side. Everyone's eyes widened. What is the situation now? That kick in the air just now was exactly like a scene from a movie. I thought this was all fake, but now someone has actually done it. This shouldn't be a martial arts novel, right? Just ask these people in the Martial Arts Association, they may not be able to do that finishing touch just now. Fuck, this is too awesome. Chen Pujiang couldn't help but swear.
After a long while, he finally came to his senses and asked Wu Hang, the power and moves he used should be your Bajiquan, right? Wu Hang nodded and said, yes, and he uses external martial arts. He has only learned it for 2 months and he can use it so freely. I originally thought he was a martial arts genius, but now it seems that he is a martial arts pervert. The people from the Wushu Association were shocked again. He had only learned external martial arts for 2 months, but he beat those who had learned it for more than 20 years. What would it be like if one learned the authentic Bajiquan? To say I'm a pervert feels like a real pervert. But now their hearts are also filled with excitement. They see hope for the future of Guwu. This is Chinese martial arts, this is Chinese martial arts. Come on, male god. Knock down all those sticks. Let them be so arrogant again. No, that kick from my idol just now was too cool. I need to go back and talk to my mom. I want to learn Chinese martial arts. There were all kinds of crazy screams in the audience, and the screen in the live broadcast room was filled with comments. The hundreds of millions of people scrolling the screen had forced many people watching the live broadcast to turn off the barrage. There are so many that I can't even see the content. Are there any more? Yi Fan looked at Pu Shugua and asked indifferently, are there any more trash like this? Do you want to call them out together? Pu Shugua's face was already livid. He clenched his fists tightly, took a deep breath, and said, don't be too proud. I don't believe you can challenge all the remaining 22 of us. How can we know if we don't try? Yi Fan looked at the 22 disciples from the Bang country and said, it's you. I'm here to challenge you. Do you dare to accept it? Fuck. Don't be so arrogant. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Mr. Yi, I have brought back the evidence you asked me to find. At this time, everyone heard a heroic voice, and then they saw a man holding a briefcase in his hand. When the Koreans saw the briefcase, their faces changed in shock. They stood up suddenly and asked in a trembling voice, where did you get that briefcase from? He obviously hid the file very well, so how come it was still discovered? And how did he get into his room? Didn't I clearly tell the hotel repeatedly that no one is allowed to enter the room? How did he get in? If these things were exposed, they would be finished. Not only in China, if this matter spreads to their country, they will be finished. Of course, from the hotel you are staying in. Yi Fan said, then took the briefcase from Qin Long's hand, took out the things inside, took a look at them, and nodded with satisfaction. Then he said loudly to the entire venue, everyone, today I will show you something interesting that will definitely open your eyes. Wait a minute. Pu Shugua suddenly yelled. Yi Fan turned his head and asked, what's the matter? Pu Shugua's face turned pale, and he said in a trembling voice, let's talk about the conditions. You must not make these things public. I can give you money. A lot of money. Yes, we can give you money, beautiful women, and anything else. Please don't make this public. After they said this, everyone became even more interested in knowing what this thing was. Besides, would their male god be short of this little money? Yi Fan sneered, money? How much can you give me? Do you think I'm short of money? Pu Shugua began to speak incoherently, and said, no, you don't need it, but I beg you, you must not make this thing public. If you make it public, we will be finished. How about this? I admit that your Chinese martial arts won this exchange conference. Your Chinese martial arts are very powerful, okay? Yi Fan glanced at him and said, does it take a foreigner like you to recognize the power of Chinese martial arts? When you did this, why didn't you think of this result? Do you regret it now? Weren't you very arrogant just now? You kicked 4 of our martial arts schools by yourself? Don't you think you are very powerful? We Chinese martial artists have been insulted for so long, it's time to let everyone see the truth. Although he decisively showed the contents of the briefcase in his hand to the camera. Don't want. But when everyone saw what was on the document, they were all stunned. Then everyone got angry. Fuck. You guys are so shameless that you actually used plastic surgery to turn a 40-50-year-old into a 20-something to attend the conference. Damn it, you dare to play us like monkeys. If you can't win, just admit defeat. You use these tricks. You Koreans are really good at tricks. Fuck, these people are so disgusting. Get out of China. Get out. The matter was exposed in an instant. How could those Koreans dare to escape? They had already fled the moment Yi Fan announced it. Chapter 181, The End. But before they could get out, a group of police rushed in and arrested everyone. What are you doing? We are from the United States. We want to apply for the protection of the embassy.
However, the police could not understand what they were saying and said directly, after investigation, we found that your identities and passports are fake. We suspect that you are illegally crossing the border.
We are arresting you now.
Afterwards, both parties were taken away speaking a language that the other party could not understand. The matter came to an end, and the whole audience cheered.
The male god is awesome. This is the real male god. He can make money, he's handsome.
And he knows martial arts.
Oh my god, how can there be such a perfect male god in the world? No, I want to be like my idol.
Even though I can't make money and I'm not handsome, I can learn martial arts.
From today on, I want to learn Kung Fu.
Add me, I want to learn Kung Fu to fight the bad guys and protect the country.
+1. The conference finally ended, and no one expected the final result to be like this. I never thought that cosmetic surgery technology could be used in this way.
Many people have realized the new uses of plastic surgery, but if they use it they will go to jail, so after thinking about it they might as well give it up. Finally, under the protection of everyone, Yifan left the hall and went upstairs to the office of President Chen Pujiang of the Wushu Association. The heads of the 7 martial arts schools all surrounded Yifan.
Except for Wu Hang, each of them wanted Yifan to join their school.
A man who had only learned martial arts for more than 2 months defeated 2 people who had practiced martial arts for more than 40 years with just 4 moves. Such a martial arts genius is rare in the world.
Once you miss him, you will never have the chance to meet him again in your life.
However, Yifan still rejected them all. There was no other use for him to practice martial arts except to strengthen his body, increase his physique, and extend the number of years the system could monitor the future. The only reason I attended this conference was to learn the internal martial arts of Bajiquan. Otherwise he wouldn't care about these things.
Therefore, Yifan's refusal made those museum owners feel it was a pity.
They thought that such a good seedling was not going to be considered in this aspect.
What a pity. No matter what, thank you for this time, Mr. Yi.
Chen Pujiang thanked him seriously. If it weren't for you, Mr. Yi, we would still be in the dark about this matter. And you have helped us so much by promoting Chinese martial arts.
Thank you so much. I wonder if you have time later. I'd like to treat you today. I'd like to ask you to have a meal to express my gratitude.
Yifan smiled and said, no need. Now that the matter has been resolved, I should go back to Huan City. I came out in a hurry this time, and there are still some matters at the company that I need to go back to deal with.
I have already asked someone to buy the plane ticket.
Well, that's indeed a pity. Chen Pujiang said with great regret. But just when Yifan was about to leave, his cell phone suddenly rang.
It was a foreign mobile phone number. Hello. Hello, boss, I'm Tang Tianhe. I've already done what you asked me to do.
He was probably talking about what he saw at that time, Vios and the mercenaries. It's done, which means the mercenaries should have been dealt with.
But he was really quick in taking action. Okay, when you're done, bring your mother back. Call me when you get to Huan Airport and I'll send someone to pick you up.
For the flight, you can contact the Picno family.
Okay, thank you, boss.
Then, Yifan hung up the phone, but soon someone came up and grabbed Yifan's arm tightly, and said in a trembling voice, Yi, Mr. Yi, I just heard that your friend is called Tang Tianhe, right?
Is he a tall, thin man with a buzz cut and a black mole on his right eyebrow? Yifan was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, yes, do you know him?
Suddenly the man burst into tears and said, he is my nephew.
My name is Tang Suyang.
A few years ago, his family was on a trip abroad and had a car accident.
Tianhe's parents died and he got lost.
I have been looking for him for the past few years, but there has been no news of him. I didn't expect that you, Mr. Yi, actually knew him and had news about him.
Mr. Yi, can you tell me how he is now? Is he in good health? Oh, by the way, can you also tell me about his mother? Who is his mother? This plot is a bit bloody.
Yifan then told Tang Suyang how he met Tang Tianhe's current situation, and his mother.
Tang Suyang nodded and said, no wonder I couldn't find him resting before.
It turns out that he was taken in by an underground boxing ring.
But it's good that he's okay.
With his leg skills, he should have a place in the underground boxing ring.
Then Mr. Yi, when will he come back? Can I meet him? Okay, I estimate he should be back in the next 2 days, and then you can come to Huan City to find him. Yifan said. Finally, he left and came to the back of the building. Now he was surrounded and blocked by people in front of him, waiting for him to get out. In order to avoid trouble, Yifan had to leave through the back door. Lin Tian and Yushu were already waiting for him there in the car. After getting into the car, Yushu was worried about Yifan and checked his injuries. He was just surrounded by so many fans and the scene was so chaotic. There may be some bruises and scrapes which are inevitable. This kind of thing happened frequently when she was a celebrity. Plus, we were just fighting in the ring. Okay, stop looking, I'm fine, Yifan said. Yushu finally breathed a sigh of relief, and when she looked up at the smile on Yifan's face, her pretty face suddenly blushed. Realizing that he had lost his composure, he said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I was too worried about you." Yifan shook his head and suddenly leaned closer to Yushu. Yushu was also made tense by Yifan's action. She didn't know what Yifan was going to do. Should I kiss her? But Lin Tian is still in front. I should decide whether to refuse or not, but if I refuse, will I have such an opportunity again next time? All kinds of thoughts flashed through Yushu's mind at this moment. In the end, I just closed my eyes and gave up, leaving him alone. I already know the meaning of the gift you and Shinsenyu gave. Unfortunately, Yifan whispered this in her ear and then withdrew his body. Yushu opened his eyes immediately, feeling both frustrated and excited. Yifan already knew about her and Shinsenyu's feelings, and they hadn't rejected him yet, which meant that the two of them. Thinking of that possibility, Yushu's face flushed with shame. On the other hand, Lin Tian in front said, "Mr. Yi, we will post the things the photography team took today online after we process them. Don't worry." Well, Yifan said, "Just go and do it." Chapter 182, Future Mobile Phone. On the day he returned to Huan City, Yifan received a call from Yang Tianqi. He was so excited on the phone that he could hardly speak clearly. Until the end, he calmed down and said, "Yifan, come over. The test version of the full-screen mobile phone has been developed by them." Yifan was surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that the time those guys took would be much shorter than he imagined. However, now that it has been developed, Yifan is very interested in this type of mobile phone. After hanging up the phone, he drove to Future Technology Group. As soon as they entered the chairman's office, the 5 people rushed directly in front of Yifan. Yifan was really scared by their disheveled appearance. And the smell on their bodies rushed straight into Yifan's nose. "Mr. Yi, hard work pays off. We made an experimental version according to what you said before, but we made some minor changes in some places. Take a look at it, is it right?" As they said that, they took out a mobile phone they made and handed it to Yifan. Yifan took it and weighed it first. It was very light, just like a piece of glass in his hand, completely transparent. It really does feel like a mobile phone from the future. There is a black bar 1 finger wide on the top and bottom of the phone. Inside the black bar are the important chips and various controllers of the mobile phone. There is a card slot, headphone jack, and power port under the black bar. Yifan reached out and tapped twice on the screen of his mobile phone. The phone dinged twice and then turned on. There were all kinds of software on it, and Yifan slid his hand across it twice. "I tested all the software and functions on the phone, and they all ran smoothly without any lag." Then Yifan took the phone and walked under the sunlight, and tested it again, and there was no problem at all. At this time, Yifan felt that the software icon was floating in the air. I have to say that Yifan was very satisfied. Being able to achieve this was beyond Yifan's expectations. "This is the full-screen phone I want." As soon as these words were spoken, excitement appeared on everyone's faces. The total sleep they had in these 10 days was 2 days and 48 hours, and they didn't have a proper meal. "I didn't go home during the Chinese New Year and stayed in the laboratory all day busy with research." Despite the blame from his family, he repeatedly played Yifan's recording and developed this mobile phone step by step according to the above steps. They have lost count of the failures they have experienced, if not tens of thousands, then thousands. If they still can't satisfy Yifan, then they will have wasted these 10 days. They really advanced China's technology by 60 years. Great, we finally succeeded. It's really great. We can finally go back to sleep. The 5 people were as happy as children at this moment. It's really not easy. Thank you for your hard work. Finally, Yang Tianqi patted their shoulders to encourage them and said, "Go back and have a good rest first, and then develop the first batch of these mobile phones as soon as possible based on the test version." They had long since been unable to hold on any longer and said goodbye one after another.
The five of them were all staggering as they walked. After they left, Yifan began to discuss the quantity and price of the first batch of mobile phones with Yang Tianqi. Originally, Yang Tianqi wanted to release the first batch of mobile phones in half a month, 1,000 units, with the price set at 50,000 yuan each. But Yifan wanted to get it on the market faster, and in order to make the phone appear more scarce, he crossed out a 0 to 100 units. Only 100 units will be sold in the first batch, priced at 50,000. Then by the time the second batch came, those 5 people and their subordinates had completely mastered the research and development methods of this type of mobile phone, increasing the number to 50,000 units and reducing the price to 30,000. The third batch is 1 million units, and the price is 10,000. Then the price will remain unchanged at 10,000 from now on. There are no rules, but allowing this kind of mobile phone to have hunger marketing is the best way. But I want to reserve 6 first. At this time Yifan suddenly said seriously. Yang Tianqi laughed and said, Xiaofan, don't tell me you made a reservation. You were the one who originally proposed this phone. If you want it, I can just ask you to make 6 more. But ordering 6, it seems like your relationship is not simple. Yifan coughed twice and said, Uncle Yang, don't think too much. 2 of them are my sisters, and the rest are my friends. Yang Tianqi laughed twice again. I guess this friend is not an ordinary person. But he saw through it but didn't say it out loud. Uncle Yang, remember, the research and development technology must not be spread out before this mobile phone is fully sold to the public. Finally, Yifan said solemnly. Yang Tianqi replied solemnly, Don't worry, Xiaofan, I will classify the research and development technology of this mobile phone as the company's top secret. In the future, I will never let anyone touch it except me. Only then did Yifan nod. By the way, we have been talking about this for so long, we should give this kind of mobile phone a name. What name do you think would be better? Oh, and also the logo. Yang Tianqi suddenly asked. Yifan thought for a while and said, Let's just call it Future. There's no place to carve the logo on the phone. We can only put it on the phone packaging. It's okay if the logo is made a little sci-fi. After all, this mobile phone was copied by Yifan from the future. Yang Tianqi nodded and smiled, so, I still got the upper hand. Yifan was stunned when he heard this. It seemed to be true. His company was called Future Technology. But it doesn't matter. Yifan took out the notebook he had drawn during the new year from his pocket and handed it to Yang Tianqi. Uncle Yang, these are some new things that my friend of mine made. Wait for the 5 of them to come back and see if the things above can be developed. If they can be developed, I think they will definitely sell well. Yang Tianqi was stunned for a moment, and quickly took the notebook and opened it. A few minutes later, Yang Tianqi was shocked and said, Your friend is really amazing. His ideas are so wild. I really want to see who your friend is. Yifan smiled and said, We'll see each other if we have a chance. Actually, no, they can't see or touch the system, so how can they see it? Besides, he couldn't possibly let others know that he had such a powerful thing. Finally, he chatted with Yang Tianqi for a while. When it was time for dinner, Yang Tianqi originally wanted to keep him for dinner, but Yifan already had an appointment, so he left first. Yushu, do I really look good like this? Shinsen Yu asked nervously downstairs at Blue Ocean Securities. It was the first time for her to dress up so beautifully, so she couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Yushu next to him did the same, dressing up for the first time in a long time. Looking at Shinsen Yu's appearance, Yushu was a little amused and said, Okay, you've asked several times, don't worry. Chapter 183, A Cold Joke at the Dinner Table. Hey, did you see that just now? It's the first time that President Shin and President Yu dressed themselves up so beautifully in the company. Yes, I have been in the company for more than 3 months. This is the first time I have seen them both wearing such beautiful makeup. They used to wear makeup casually. What happened today? Could it be that they both fell in love for the first time? Both of them on the same day? Are you kidding me? You know what? I think it's possible. The 2 CEOs seem to have been very close since they came back from Hong Kong Gate last time. I even suspect that they are in love with the same person. The employees who were watching the fun were stunned when they heard the words, and there was a moment of absolute silence. To be honest, they think it is possible. After all, the look in the eyes that the 2 of them usually give to Mr. Yi, as anyone who has been in a relationship knows, is a look of deep love. So it is not nonsense to say that 2 people fall in love with the same person. Look, Mr. Ye's Lamborghini is here. Just as they were making groundless guesses, someone suddenly exclaimed, and everyone ran to the window to watch the excitement.
Could it be that there really is something going on between him and Director Yi?
Everyone had the same thought, but soon someone raised a question.
Mr. Ye's Lamborghini Veneno only has 2 seats. How can it possibly accommodate 3 people? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. He was right. How could 2 seats accommodate 3 people? You are so stupid. Our company has so many cars. Mr. Yi can just drive one of them and take 2 people with him. What's so difficult about that?
Suddenly, the man felt that he had asked a very stupid question. The entire company belongs to Mr. Yi, and he can use the company's car at will. Besides, Mr. Shin and Mr. Yu now have their own cars.
If Mr. Yi's car can't accommodate them, can't they drive their own cars? You too, who are you going to meet after dressing up so beautifully?
Yi Fan joked casually as he got out of the car. The two of them blushed immediately and rolled their eyes at Yi Fan, who had a smirk on his face. But they were very happy in their hearts. After all, Yi Fan was praising them both.
Are you here to treat us to a meal, or to tease us? If so, we'll go back to work. Yu Shu said in pretended anger.
Shin Sinyu, who was standing next to him, became anxious upon hearing this, and hurriedly tugged at Yu Shu's clothes secretly.
How could that be possible?
This was the first time Yi Fan invited them to dinner since he knew their feelings.
This meal was extraordinary, and she didn't want to miss it.
Yu Shu glanced at Shin Sinyu and immediately sighed in his heart. This girl looks so cold normally, but when it comes to love, she becomes a different person.
Yi Fan smiled, then took the 2 of them to eat. As for what to eat, the 2 of them let Yi Fan decide. Anyway, he is treating me to dinner today. Chinese cuisine restaurant.
This was the place Chu Xinyao brought Yi Fan to before. After eating here last time, Yi Fan thought the food here was pretty good. He couldn't find a better restaurant, so he brought the 2 of them here. After ordering the food, the atmosphere between the 3 people was quiet and no one spoke. Usually, apart from discussing work matters, the 3 of them basically have no communication in life. So inevitably the atmosphere was a bit awkward when the 3 of them sat together. And with Yi Fan's almost straight male personality, the situation between the 3 of them is even more messed up. The atmosphere here actually ignited the gossipy hearts of the people eating around.
Look over there, what's going on? A handsome guy with 2 beauties, this is definitely a melodrama. Could it be that 2 blind date partners have run into each other? Impossible.
If they were blind dates, the 2 beauties would have already started asking the guy if he had a car, a house, or savings.
This is a common routine. Hey, what do you think the plot is? The mistress and the original wife? Or 2 beauties chasing after a handsome guy, or a handsome guy chasing after 2 beauties?
I think the original wife and the mistress are more interesting. I think they are all worth seeing.
By the way, do you think that handsome guy looks familiar? I think I've seen him somewhere before. You know what? Now that you mention it, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before, but I just can't remember where. The whispers here all fell into Yi Fan's ears.
Although he couldn't hear clearly what they were saying, Yi Fan could roughly guess what they were saying. After all, there are only a few situations where you would take 2 beauties out to dinner.
You know it without even thinking about it. Looking at their tense bodies, Yi Fan shook his head and said with a smile, I wonder if you are too nervous. It's just a meal. How about I tell you a joke? Okay, I want to listen. Yu Shu nodded and smiled. Shin Sinyu next to him also nodded, full of anticipation.
The smile on Yi Fan's face suddenly stopped. Why don't these 2 guys play by the rules? I just said it casually to ease the tension between them, but it really made me laugh.
In winter, a little matchstick was walking on the road.
Suddenly, it felt very cold, and then it set itself on fire.
Isn't it funny? The 2 people were full of questions. What's the funny part? Seeing their expressionless faces, Yi Fan coughed twice and said, Isn't it funny? If not, then I'll tell you another one.
It is said that a long time ago there was a steamed bun walking on the road. It suddenly felt a little hungry, so it broke off a piece from its head and ate it. But one piece was not enough, so it broke off another piece. It was still not enough, so it broke off another piece.
In the end, it ate itself. Ha 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 ha. Still expressionless, the 2 of them didn't find it funny at all, and even felt a little cold.
They both hugged their arms tightly.
It's so warm in the restaurant. Yifan looked at their expressions, and the smile on his face disappeared. He asked, "Why aren't you laughing? Isn't it funny? How about I tell you another one?" "No way." When he was in college, he saw these two jokes and laughed for a long time. "No, no, no, no." The two of them quickly shook their heads and refused. If Yifan continued talking, the two of them would probably fall into an ice cave. "It's too cold. You'd better stop talking. If you continue, it will be useless for me to wear more clothes." Yushu rolled his eyes at Yifan and said. Yifan didn't say anything else. Although the joke was funny, his purpose was to liven up the atmosphere among the three people. The joke was not the point. But it was indeed because of these two jokes that the two women gradually began to talk to Yifan. Chapter 184, Don't Call the Police. The meal ended with laughter and joy, and no one mentioned the matter of affection again. Even after Yifan and his friends paid the bill and left, some people were still pondering over Yifan's identity. This person looks so familiar. I feel like he looks like someone. But who is it? But just as Yifan and the others were leaving, a group of people came out one after another. Everyone was shocked when seeing this scene. Everyone knew that the guy with a buzz cut who was leading the group often ate here. That's the new gang leader on this street, the buzz cut guy Xiaodingshan. He always causes trouble with his four colorfully dyed little brothers, and today they're either doing this or that. Several surrounding shops have moved away because of them, and they are suffering terribly. And this time, seeing that they followed those three men out, it seems that those three men are going to meet with disaster. Oh. I remember. I know who that man is. At this time, someone suddenly exclaimed with an excited look on his face. Who is it? Tell me quickly. Many people couldn't wait to look at that person. After all, they had been guessing the identity of the young man for a long time and they were really curious. Isn't that Yifan, who performed kung fu like in the movies at the martial arts exchange conference before the Chinese New Year? He's also the new richest man in Huan City. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. It's him. No wonder he looks so familiar. Now the web and the news are all filled with news about him. Not only did he defeat the martial arts masters of Bangwa, but he also exposed their conspiracy. He can be said to be a national hero. It seems that the leader Xiaodingshan is going to hit a wall this time. As soon as they came out, Yifan originally planned to take the two of them shopping, but before they left the place, they were surrounded by a group of people. It was Xiaodingshan and his four companions. When they saw Yushu and Shinsenyu in the restaurant, they already had lustful thoughts. But in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, they chose to wait until these three people came out before taking action. He immediately frowned, protecting Yushu and Shinsenyu behind him, and asked coldly, "What do you want to do?" Xiaodingshan smiled lewdly and said, "Boy, isn't it a bit too much for you to monopolize two beauties? How about giving one to us brothers?" "That's right, give us one. One of these two must be your mistress anyway. How about you give that one to us? Let us have some fun too." Others also started shouting, unable to wait any longer. This is not the first time they have done this. Ever since their boss Xia became the boss of this street, they have often done this kind of thing. They will also take photos and threaten the victims. As long as the victims dare to call the police, they will find someone to post the photos online to destroy their reputation. So they are all safe until now. Yifan's face turned cold, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He said, "Get out of here if you don't want to die." "Oh, boy, you are quite brave. How dare you threaten us? I want to see how you want us to die." He didn't believe what such a young man could do. "Get started," Yifan suddenly said. Xiaodingshan only heard a few banging sounds, and then he felt that there was a lot of space next to him, and the expression on his face suddenly froze. The next second, he was surrounded by four men in black clothes and sunglasses. There was a feeling that he felt like an alien. Looking at his younger brothers, every one of them was unconscious on the ground. "Who are you? What do you want to do?" Xiaodingshan's legs went weak and his voice trembled. "From your tone, this shouldn't be the first time you've done something like this, right?" At this time, the young man in front of him, who he had just looked down upon, suddenly said in a cold voice, "How many times has this happened?" Xiaodingshan looked at him and collapsed to the ground in fear. What he saw was not the gaze of a human being, but an angry lion staring at him. "I always feel that if I say something wrong in the next second, his day will be over." The 10th time. This time, not only Yifan,
but also Shen Sinyu and Yu Shu beside him turned cold.
The 10th time.
Before them, many people had been poisoned by them.
If it weren't for Yi Fan this time, it's hard to say what would have happened to the two of them.
The fact that they still dare to get away with it for the 10th time proves that they either have some powerful background or they have some shameful means.
But this is not Yi Fan's business, that is JC's business. Tianhe, get the police to deal with these people. Yi Fan gave the order and prepared to leave.
No!
Don't call the police.
At this time, Xia Dingxiang suddenly shouted.
If the police were called and they found out what he had done before, he would be dead.
Yi Fan immediately turned his head and looked at the guy with a look of fear on his face, frowning.
Sir, I was blind and didn't recognize you. I apologize for offending you. I apologize. You can ask your bodyguard to beat me up. But please, don't call the police. Don't call the police. Xia Dingxiang pleaded repeatedly.
But Yi Fan doesn't care about these things.
Since he has already said so, he must have some unspeakable secret.
After giving Xia Dingxiang a cold look, Yi Fan left. Xia Dingxiang suddenly became disheartened, he knew it was all over.
After escaping for more than 20 years, I had plastic surgery. I changed my appearance and my name.
In the end, he fell into the hands of a young man in his 20s. This mother really regrets it. Why did she provoke this young man when she had nothing to do? At this time in the Smith family of the United States, the previous family alliance had already collapsed under the overwhelming siege of the Picno family. Some families have been swallowed up by the Picno family, and one family has already announced its surrender and become a vassal family of the Picno family. Now only a few mortal enemies of the Picno family are left, and they are still trying to survive in the cracks. But the only thing that puzzled them was that the Picno family clearly only had 100 billion in funds, but why did it suddenly become more than 200 billion in just one day? It is already half of its heyday, and it is no longer something that small families like them can contend with.
What should we do now?
We are no match for the Picno family, said a family member with fear in his tone. The others were silent and no one spoke.
They really didn't know what to do.
This time, the counterattack by the Picno family caught them off guard from the very beginning, and now they have no strength to resist.
How about we make peace with the Picno family? Everyone looked at the man who made the speech.
Buck sneered, make peace?
Are you kidding? Have you forgotten how we treated them before? Making peace is simply a fantasy.
That's right, I've never seen you so stupid.
So what do you say we should do now? The family head was also angry and asked, do you want to watch your family being devoured here? Do you want to see your family destroyed in your own hands?
Everyone was speechless, no one wanted to see this scene.
Chapter 185, Undercurrent.
Father, the families headed by the Smith family have sent us requests for peace, and are willing to become vassal families of our family. In the Picno family, Tom looked at the document in his hand, as if he didn't hear what his son Kaijie just said.
After a while, Tom signed the document in his hand, put it down, and said with a sneer on his face, do you think Mr. Yi will let the Smith family go?
Kaijie was stunned when he heard this.
Yes, how could I have forgotten this?
Yi Fan and the Smith family are now sworn enemies. As Yi Fan's affiliate, if his family accepted the Smith family's request for peace, it would be telling Yi Fan that their family no longer needed Yi Fan. With Yi Fan's ability, it is not an uncommon thing for him to destroy their family alone.
It would be a bit stupid to ask such a question myself.
I'm sorry, Dad.
I know how to reply.
After saying that, Kaijie left.
Tom nodded.
It seemed that his son was not so stupid as to not understand these things.
So, what does the Picno family say?
These people looked at Buck nervously and asked.
Buck looked at the document in his hand with a gloomy face.
Finally, he snorted coldly and threw it on the table. Everyone else looked at each other, took the document and took a look at it, all with frowns on their faces.
The above English sentence translated into Chinese means, fight until death.
It seems that the Picno family is determined to completely destroy their mortal enemies this time.
Everyone sighed.
It cannot be said that it is over now, but under the current circumstances, they have no room to fight back.
Now I really regret why I went against the Picno family in the first place, otherwise how could this scene happen? Is the family's century-old foundation going to be destroyed in their hands?
But at this moment, the door of the conference hall was suddenly pushed open, and Bios walked in and said, I have a good way to resolve the current crisis.
Buck looked at him gloomily.
He now knew that he and Kongson had lost the shares of the underground boxing ring to a Chinese man. So when Buck sees this former uncle, he doesn't have the slightest bit of good impression of him. If he had not lost those shares, perhaps the family might have been able to hold on for a while longer in the face of the attack from the Picno family.
Vios, what do you want to do? Get out of here. This is not a place for you to be in now.
Vios's face suddenly turned pale. But what Buck said now was right. His status in the family had plummeted and his quality of life was much worse than before. And Kong Sen, who had gone to the boxing ring with him at that time, had already been sent to some construction site of the family to help with the work. All of this was his own fault, but he blamed it all on Yifan. Ever since he met Yifan that time, he felt that nothing was going well for him. It's all Yifan's fault. If Yifan had listened and handed over his company to me, there wouldn't be so many problems. Thinking of this, Vios felt a surge of murderous intent towards Yifan in his heart. Speaking of the last time, the mercenary I hired with my own money to assassinate Yifan was agreed to be there in 3 days, but now such a long time has passed and why is there no news at all?
But I don't have his contact information and I don't know how to contact him. Master, don't be anxious. How about listening to my solution first? I believe you will definitely be interested.
Vios said, suppressing his anger.
You.
Just as Buck slammed the table, someone spoke up and said, Buck, don't be anxious.
Let's first listen to what Mr. Vios has to say.
In the end, Buck could only snort and ignore it, while the others motioned for Vios to continue. Vios said, some time ago, I have been paying attention to China's futures market and sent people to collect data in China's market. I found that in the next 7 days, China's oil futures will be a good place to make money. If we can take advantage of this opportunity, we may be able to break through the current predicament and take down the Picno family in one fell swoop. But the prerequisite is that your family can come up with enough money, and I will handle this matter. Everyone stared at Vios with some suspicion.
If what Vios said is true, then this is indeed a good idea. How confident are you about this matter? How much money do you need?
Vios took a deep breath and said, 90% sure. Of course, the more money the better, but it can't be less than 30 billion.
More than 30 billion?
Indeed, for the 5 families now, it is very easy to come up with this amount if they pool their money together.
And there's a 90% certainty. But who can guarantee the remaining 10%?
But all they can do now is try their best to save the situation.
Buck, we think this can be done, what do you think?
Suddenly, the decision was given to Buck. Buck looked at Vios with burning eyes, but now he had no choice but to believe him.
Vios, since everyone has agreed, then it will be as you wish.
In addition, I will restore your previous identity during this period of time.
If this thing really succeeds, I can give you whatever you want. But if this thing fails, you know the consequences.
Vios secretly clenched his fists, a trace of gloom flashed in his eyes, and said, please rest assured, family heads, I will definitely not let you down.
Yifan, you made me become like this. This time, when I get back what I want, I will never let you go. Achoo!
In the villa, Yifan, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly sneezed, then rubbed his nose and said, is there anyone who was still thinking about me so late?
Li Qingyi next to him rolled her eyes at him and said, how is it possible that no one misses you? After returning from the United States, you seem to have found your way and took in all the women you liked. How could they not miss you now?
Yifan chuckled, reached out and hugged Li Qingyi, letting her sit on his lap, and said, what?
Are you jealous? Do you think I'm jealous? Li Qingyi asked casually.
But Yifan could hear a hint of unhappiness in her tone. I guess it was because I told him about going to dinner with Shin Sinyu and Yushu, and after I declined her invitation, I acted unhappy.
Okay, don't be unhappy. At worst, I can just stay with you all night.
As he said this, Yifan's hands were still a little dishonest. Li Qingyi snorted, quickly pushed Yifan's hands away, and said with a smile, not tonight, I'm having my period.
Ah?
Yifan's face looked as if he had eaten bitter melon.
The fire in your body is burning like that now, and you can't tell me that. Where can I vent my anger?
Li Qingyi covered her mouth and chuckled, not forgetting to tease him, and she felt a lot better in her heart.
I told you not to accompany me. Now you know how painful it is. Chapter 186, A Mistake.
Yifan felt so angry that he had nowhere to vent for the whole night.
He finally calmed down and fell asleep.
But when he woke up early in the morning, he saw Li Qingyi's half-revealing pajamas, in her favorite purple color.
And this dress is exactly what I wanted.
At that moment, Yifan's anger, which he had suppressed with great difficulty, rose again. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, but he could do nothing to her. This chick definitely did it on purpose. She clearly knew that I couldn't touch her these few days, but she still dressed like this, which was clearly tempting me. I've never seen her dressed like this before. Does it look good? I made this dress myself. As if she felt Yifan's gaze, Li Qingyi turned around in front of him and said with a smile. No wonder Yifan had never seen this style of pajamas before, no wonder it met Yifan's aesthetic requirements so well, the one he made was really amazing. Did you calculate the time to wear this? Yifan asked, gritting his teeth. No, I just made this dress yesterday and brought it back. Li Qingyi smiled and said, I wore it to show you the first thing I did after I got it back. Yifan could only reply in the end, it looks good, okay? Change it back quickly. Then he went to exercise, without noticing the triumphant smile on Li Qingyi's face behind him. While practicing, he was thinking about how he would spend the next week. You can't touch it, and you can't touch it either. It was impossible to find Nie Qing at that time, so going to find Shen Xinyu and Yu Shu was also unlikely. It's only been 2 days since they confirmed their relationship, and now he's going to fight with them over this. What kind of person would he be? For the first time, Yifan felt that being so energetic was not a good thing. After Qin Long came back, he passed the internal martial arts of Bajiquan to Yifan, and Yifan has been studying it these days. Perhaps because he was full of energy, Yifan exercised more seriously. After exercising, Yifan communicated with the system in his mind while taking a shower. System, how far into the future can I see now? Answer, given the host's improved physical condition, it is now possible to see the future 73 years from now. After getting the answer, Yifan nodded. It turned out to be the same as I had guessed. It has been more than 60 days since I started learning the external Bajiquan, and I have also been exposed to the internal martial arts for a few days. These days add up to about 73 days. It happens to be possible to see the next 73 years. In other words, as long as you exercise every day, the future you can see will continue to rise. Maybe when you are old, you will be able to see the future of the destruction of the world. By the way, system, I want to know, if there is one of me that I don't exercise, is there any punishment? Answer, no, but it is predicted that the number of years will be reduced in the future. Please wait for the host to check for the details. Yifan was speechless for a moment. Trying to trick me into reducing the number of years I have to look into the future? That's impossible. I'd rather not know than reduce the number of years I have to look into the future. Thinking of this, Yifan finished washing up and had breakfast. He was about to send Li Qingyi to the company, but at this moment the doorbell suddenly rang. Hello, is Mr. Yi here? It's me, Hua Pingyang. Yifan and Li Qingyi were stunned. Hua Pingyang? What did JC want to do with Yifan so early in the morning? Li Qingyi opened the door, then saw Hua Pingyang and the 2 JCs behind him, and let them in. As soon as they met, Hua Pingyang greeted Yifan like a friend, which surprised the 2 little JCs. It's fine that Yifan actually knows the leaders of Huan City, after all, the previous news about Huan City is already known to the whole city. But I didn't expect that their relationship seemed to be quite unusual. It feels like meeting old friends whom I haven't seen in a long time. Hello, I am Yifan's girlfriend Li Qingyi. What can I do for you? At this time, Li Qingyi's words made them retract their thoughts. The 2 police officers replied politely, Oh, hello, Ms. Li, we want to thank Mr. Yi. Thank me? Thank me for what? Yifan was confused for a moment. He looked at Hua Pingyang who was smiling, and then looked at the 2 JCs. I haven't done anything to deserve JC's thanks, right? The 2 JCs quickly explained, It's like this, Mr. Yi. Yesterday you sent your bodyguards to bring 5 people here. After our questioning, we learned that the 5 people were criminals who had been on the run for more than 20 years. Xia Dingxian's original name was Xie Guang. He committed an unforgivable crime more than 20 years ago, and recently. After their lengthy speeches, Yifan finally understood. Those people whom I had my bodyguards knock down yesterday were the kind of people who committed unforgivable crimes punishable by death. Especially Xie Dingxian, who even sneaked into South Korea to receive authentic plastic surgery. He transformed himself from a man in his late 40s to a spirited young man in his 20s. It also cost a lot to remove fingerprints and other things from my hands. All in all, this group of people's lives have come to an end. No wonder Xie Dingxian didn't let me call the police yesterday. So this is what happened. I have to say that today's cosmetic surgery technology is really being ruined by these people.
So, the two of them came to give themselves a reward, a banner, and 100,000 yuan. Mr. Yi, I really didn't expect that not only are you so powerful, but the bodyguards around you are also so powerful. You actually caught 5 criminals who committed murders so easily. Hua Pingyang said with a smile. Yi Fan smiled. He didn't expect that the few people he casually dealt with turned out to be criminals. The key point is that those guys are such rubbish, and they don't seem like the criminals they claim to be. Especially Xie Dingxiang, he was stunned when his brothers were defeated by Tang Tianhe and his men. It's just luck. Finally, Yi Fan shook his head and said, but do you still need to come in person for these things? I just took this opportunity to come and see you and tell you something. Hua Pingyang said very seriously, recently, many foreigners have come to Huan City. They are all well-known business leaders in their countries. Although I don't know why they came, I think they may have other purposes. And you are most likely their target, so I want to tell you to be prepared in advance. Yi Fan was surprised when he heard this, then lowered his head in thought. Have the business leaders from other countries come to Huan City? But the opportunity is just right. No matter what their goal is, it is just right for them to see the future brand mobile phone. And it is also just right to enter the international market. It seems that the plans for the first batch of mobile phones on the market may really have to change. Chapter 187, Confession in the Company. After sending Li Qingyi to the company, Yi Fan went to find Yang Tianqi and repeated to him what Hua Pingyang had said when he came to see him this morning. After listening to this, Yang Tianqi immediately showed an excited smile on his face and said, "This is great. I'm worried that I won't be able to launch the future mobile phone into the international market. Although I don't know what these guys are here for, this is definitely a good opportunity." His idea was exactly the same as Yi Fan's. They both wanted to take this opportunity to launch the mobile phone into the international market as soon as possible. Maybe we can also raise the price of the phone for the international market based on this. Yi Fan nodded and said, although there is an opportunity, how to contact these business leaders is another problem. Yang Tianqi pondered for a moment and said, I don't think we need to contact them specifically. They must have another purpose for coming to Huan City for no reason this time, and this purpose is very likely related to you. Me? Just like what Hua Pingyang said, they all felt that this group of people coming to Huan City must have a great relationship. Even if there are, what is the purpose of this group of people coming to me? This has left Yi Fan puzzled. But it doesn't matter if it's really what they say. It is common sense that when enemies come, we must fight them with our generals, and when floods come, we must block them with earth. Finally, Yi Fan and Yang Tianqi redetermined the production quantity of the first batch of mobile phones, increasing it from 100 to 1,000. And they have to try to complete it within a week. No one knows when those business tycoons will take action. In short, they still have to make full preparations. Hello, miss, is your chairman Yi Fan in the company now? At the front desk on the first floor of Blue Ocean Securities, a well-dressed foreigner asked with a spring breeze smile. The lady at the front desk looked up at this man and immediately felt as if her whole body and mind were overwhelmed by his smile. I didn't expect that the chairman of my own company was so handsome and eye-catching. There is actually someone who can compete with him. Yi Fan has an oriental handsomeness and calmness, but this guy has a western handsomeness and looks as delicate as a girl. If it weren't for the slightly magnetic voice, the receptionist would have suspected that this person was a woman dressed as a man. How can there be such a handsome boy? This lady? The call from her own son brought the receptionist back to her senses. She also noticed her silly look just now, and her face immediately turned red with shame. She hurriedly said, No, sorry, sir, our President Yi is not in the company right now. The man nodded and asked, Oh, then when will he be there? We don't know about this either. Mr. Yi's time in the company is random. If you want to see our Mr. Yi, you can make an appointment. I will notify you the next time Mr. Yi comes. The man was stunned when he heard this. Random? Is it so casual? Is it so casual to hand over such a large company to others? But this has nothing to do with him. His purpose is to meet Yi Fan. Okay, I understand. Please make an appointment for me. Just as he was about to make an appointment, a figure walking out of the elevator suddenly caught his attention. That is... The man hurried over and stood in front of the two beauties. Unlike before, his face was full of excitement. That's the person he has admired for a long time. He had lost contact with his beloved ever since she retired from the entertainment industry, but due to the situation in his family, he had no way of sending anyone to inquire about her situation. In the past few months, he missed her day and night, to the point where he had no appetite. The reason why he volunteered to come to China this time was to take this opportunity to find out about her. Unexpectedly, he met her by chance before he even started. Oh, this is really God's arrangement. Yang, I didn't expect to see you here. How have you been lately? Shinsinyu looked at Yushu, then looked at that man. There were only 2 little hearts missing in her pair of light blue eyes. Yushu saw that this person was indeed frowning, and said in a deep voice, "Chris Jacobin, why are you here?" The employees passing by widened their eyes when they heard the name. Chris Jacobin. He is a famous singer in the United States and even the world. Every song released is a classic. It is the favorite song of contemporary young people, that is, these people. All counting in China, he has hundreds of millions of fans, several times more than Yushu had before. Not to mention the global statistics. He is, by far, the modern-day Michael Jackson. However, perhaps because he feels that he is too famous, he has been involved in numerous scandals since his debut. There were even rumors that he had affairs with several female stars in one day. But less than an hour later, the rumor was confirmed to be groundless, but no one knew whether it was true or not. It is also possible that the family behind him suppressed the matter. Unexpectedly, Mr. Yi's singing queen secretary actually knows such a person. And it seems like they still have some kind of relationship. Oh, Yang, don't you think this is our fate? It must be God guiding us to be together. Chris Jacobin looked at Yushu affectionately, and quickly moved towards Yushu's hand. Yushu quickly dodged and said with a cold face, "Just talk, don't make a move." Chris Jacobin was immediately embarrassed, but this was not the first time Yushu rejected him, and he was used to it. It is because of Yushu's repeated rejections that he is deeply fascinated by her. Otherwise, what's the point of getting her so easily? However, this time, because Yushu left the entertainment industry, he could be with her openly without having to worry about missing each other. So, he said seriously, "Yang, you know how I feel about you. I have liked you for 3 years and 25 days. Why don't you accept me? In the past, we may not be able to be together because of our respective work commitments. Now that you have retired from the entertainment industry, you can be with me openly. Yang, I like you. Can you date me?" After confessing in front of so many people, she will definitely agree this time. Everyone around was surprised. This guy even remembered the time he fell in love with Mr. Yi's secretary so clearly. I feel like this person is a little crazy. Yushu's eyes flashed with deep disgust, and he said, "I'm sorry, please don't be so self-righteous. I can't possibly date you." Chapter 188, Paranoia. What? The smile on Chris Jacobin's face froze immediately, and he quickly asked, "Why?" "I have already confessed to you in front of so many people, and we can obviously be together now. Why do you still reject me? If we were together, there would definitely be a lot of people blessing us. Just like the people watching next to us, they must be blessing us too, don't you think?" Then when he looked at the employees watching nearby, there was shock on his face again. I saw those people were whispering. What is this foreigner talking about? Why do I notice his expression has changed a little bit? He seems to be a little crazy? I'll give you a rough idea. Anyway, this foreigner is so self-righteous that he thinks that our president you will definitely be with him after he quits the entertainment industry. He's like a paranoid lunatic. Is this crazy? Everyone knows that Mr. Yu likes our Mr. Yi, so how could he like this foreigner? I used to think this bastard was pretty good looking. Damn, he turned out to be such a piece of shit. He dared to snatch a woman from our boss Yi, he must be tired of living. What's going on? Chris Jacobin's face was full of disbelief. How could this happen? Shouldn't they bless us? Why did it turn out like this? Mr. Yi's woman? Could it be that Yang is already together with Yifan? Yushu looked at him and shook his head. When I first met this person, he was already famous in the American entertainment industry, and at that time he was already a self-righteous person. In addition, his family is a well-known family in the entertainment industry, and he has lived a life of luxury since he was a child. His parents doted on him immensely. So as long as he thinks of something and has determined it in his heart, he feels that it is his. It's like a paranoid person plus a person who is always self-righteous. I don't know why he fell in love with me the first time we met. Chris Jacobin, you've heard it. I have someone I love and a boyfriend now. I hope you won't bother me again in the future. Yushu said coldly at last. No, how is this possible? How can you fall in love with someone other than me? I will never allow it.
Chris Jacobin immediately shook his head, and a hideous look began to appear on his handsome face.
You are never allowed to be with anyone else. You have to leave with me.
After saying that, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Yushu again. But suddenly a hand reached out from the side and grabbed his wrist. Before he could react, the huge force made him scream in pain.
Ah! Let go, let me go. It hurts so much.
Yi Fan's face was already frosty at this moment. If Yang Shua hadn't called him just now, he wouldn't have known that such a thing had happened in the company.
Touching his woman in his company is simply too much.
Yi Fan dragged him out without saying anything and said, "Get lost.
I don't care who you are.
If you dare to cause trouble in my company again and hurt my people, I will never let you go." The bodyguards waiting outside saw their master being thrown out like garbage and immediately rushed forward.
Master, are you okay?
Chris Jacktin looked at his swollen wrist and said angrily, "Why are you still standing there?"
"I've been beaten up. Why don't you go up and teach him a lesson?"
Upon hearing this, the bodyguards rushed towards Yi Fan. "I wonder who dares to touch our brother, Mr. Yi." Suddenly, a group of people rushed out from the office building and stood behind Yi Fan.
The bodyguards immediately braked and looked solemn.
Their ferocious looks immediately frightened the bodyguards so much that they retreated one after another. The only thing missing is that they have a bunch of steel rods in their hands.
This scene really scared Chris Jacobin. Why are all the people in this company protecting Yi Fan? What is going on?
Yi Fan also looked back at the hundreds of people and nodded with satisfaction.
This is the company he wants. This is the place that can be called his second home. People passing by stopped and watched, and many people recognized the foreigner at a glance. What's going on? How did this nationality star, Jacqueline, get into a fight with the people at Blue Ocean Securities? And are all the employees at Blue Ocean Securities so united? Who knows?
It seems that the foreigner asked his bodyguard to teach the chairman of Blue Ocean Securities a lesson.
Damn, is this foreigner's brain broken?
He dares to teach Yi Fan a lesson in our Huan city.
Isn't he afraid of the four fierce generals under Lu Qingtian?
People around took out their phones and started taking photos and uploading them online.
For a time, public opinion on the internet began to ask what was going on. Yi Fan, how dare you do this to me? Do you know who I am?
Chris Jacktin's arrogant demeanor suddenly faded.
I only have 8 bodyguards, but there are hundreds of people on the other side.
Each of them looked like street thugs, as if they would fight to the death if they dared to touch Yi Fan. Yi Fan said with a cold face, "Who you are has nothing to do with me. I just know that if you cause trouble in my company again and hurt my people, next time it won't be as simple as throwing you out."
You!
Chris Jacktin immediately pointed at Yi Fan, angry but not daring to say anything. After all, the action of raising his hand just now has already made those people behind Yi Fan eager to make a move.
God knows what will happen if he continues talking. Just wait for me. In the end, Chris Jacobin could only give a warning, then turned around and left under the escort of bodyguards. After he left, Yi Fan let everyone disperse, then walked up to the two of them and asked, "Are you okay?"
Shinsen-yu and Yushu both shook their heads to indicate that they were fine. However, Yi Fan saw deep worry in Yushu's eyes and knew that things might not be that simple.
But he didn't say much.
He took the two of them to a nearby cafe to have a drink, and then he asked about the man's situation. After Yushu's explanation, Yi Fan finally knew who that guy was.
An international superstar, a member of a big American family, the Kate family.
However, Yushu didn't know much about the Kate family, so it seemed that Yi Fan had to ask the Picno family. "Yi Fan, you have to be careful of this man. He is very narrow-minded and has character flaws.
He will definitely not let it go so easily."
Finally, Yushu said solemnly, "I'm so sorry for causing you so much trouble."
Yi Fan smiled and said, "Okay, this is no trouble, don't worry, even if he is a member of the family, he is in the United States, but he is in China now, what kind of storm can he cause?" Chapter 189, Transformed into a Keyboard Warrior.
Although for Yi Fan this is indeed just a simple little thing.
But Yushu doesn't think so. The other party is an international superstar and a member of the family. He has a huge influence internationally. There must be a way of revenge.
So later, Yi Fan spent a long time coaxing Yushu and making her believe that he could handle the matter.
But it's just a way to coax her.
If Shinsen-yu were sitting here, she would definitely be jealous. The means are too radical, and these 4 words are not an exaggeration to describe it. When Yishu came out of Yifan's office, the blush on her face had just faded away. Yifan in the office had a wicked smile on his face. It seemed that he had somewhere to go tonight. FK. How dare a Chinese monkey do this to me? And you dare to snatch a woman from me, are you looking for death? In the hotel box, Chris Jackton said angrily. He has never been so embarrassed. He actually embarrassed himself in front of so many people. Now no matter what task his father gives him, he will never let Yifan go. Young master, the public opinion on the internet is becoming more and more serious. Do you want to find someone to suppress it? At this time, a foreign beauty came in from outside the door and said respectfully. She is both Chris Jackton's agent and his personal butler. Hearing this, Chris Jacobin immediately thought of a good idea. He took the tablet from his agent, flipped through it casually, and then said, "Go find some internet trolls now and point the public opinion online to Yifan. I want to destroy his reputation." "Okay, young master." After saying that, the beautiful woman left. An evil smile suddenly appeared on Chris Jacobin's face. If Yifan offends him, he will definitely not have an easy time. However, their actions were also very swift. Within an hour, a large number of water armies began to stir up trouble on WB. In an instant, all public opinion on the internet pointed to Yifan. Yifan was in a meeting at the time, so he didn't notice this matter. But his thousands of employees have noticed it. What the hell? What's going on the internet? Why are these people just cursing at others without even seeing the facts? That's right, damn it. These people are here to cause trouble. Did they see what happened at the time? How dare they talk like that? No need to look at it, this must be a crazy fan of Chris Jackton or one of his hired trolls. Damn it, why would I ever like someone who plays like this? There's something wrong with my brain. This group of people began to feel indignant. These idiots on the internet have no idea of the real situation and are just talking nonsense here. They are helping foreigners to slander the genius of China. They are simply courting death. Brothers, can you tolerate this? Can you tolerate our dear Mr. Yi being abused like this on the internet? Cannot. Then what should we do? Scold back. In an instant, thousands of employees turned into keyboard warriors, put down their work, and started their journey online. Even those who knew computers in RD had already started to search for those people based on their WeChat accounts. CNM people. What do you know about the situation? Do you know what's going on? How dare you say such nonsense here? Those who know will know that it was that fucking Jaketon who was making trouble in front of the Blue Ocean Securities Company. He relied on himself as an international superstar to harass women in our company. Now he dares to distort the facts here. Who gave you the face? Fuck, you are a bunch of traitors, helping a foreigner to deal with us Chinese. Were you a traitor in your previous life? Do you specialize in dealing with our people? It's people like you that I despise the most. Don't let me know what you mean. If I find out, I will make you pay for it. Why didn't your father and I come on the wall when we created you? Why didn't we give birth to a thing like you? I advise you to get out of our country as soon as possible. I shouldn't call you a dog when I scold you. This is simply an insult to dogs. You are not even a human being, not even a beast. Thousands of messages immediately flooded the comments section below. The messages were rising rapidly. No one could see what was written. But they knew that this group of people who suddenly appeared had already cursed the ancestors of the Navy. In a studio in Huan City, hundreds of people were stunned, especially their leaders. What's going on? Where did these people come from? How many people are there? The men shook their heads and said, I don't know. This group of people suddenly appeared. And it seems that they have more people than us. Yeah, there are probably thousands of them. Boss, what should we do? We can't win. Their boss was stunned. Thousands of people? That would be many times bigger than their small studio. Nothing like this had ever happened before when they were asked to do these things. Why did it suddenly turn out like this time? The boss looked at the comments online and began to fall into deep thought. After a while, he asked solemnly, Do you know who we are spraying? Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads to indicate that they didn't know. I know. Someone raised his hand and said, It seems to be Yifan, the chairman of Blue Ocean Securities.
What? Everyone slammed the table and stood up. Fuck. They were actually criticizing Yifan. Are you looking for death? Fuck, hurry up, return the money, we won't take this order. This foreigner is really looking for trouble for me. Blaming Yifan is simply courting death. Instantly, the studio was in chaos. The boss immediately contacted the other party, scolded them, and then returned the money to them. After hanging up the phone, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, they received another piece of despairing news. Oh no, boss. Our computer has been hacked. Our location has been locked. Everyone's faces turned pale again. Bang bang bang. Hello, we are JC. After the employees of Blue Ocean Securities finished cursing, they saw that the comments section had calmed down, and then everyone made another decision. It happened that someone took photos and videos at that time, so they posted all the videos and photos on WB. Let everyone see what kind of person Chris Jackton is. When Yifan came out of the meeting, they had already finished everything and the keyboard warriors became ordinary office workers again. It took Yifan a long time to find out about this matter. Chapter 190, The Visitor. After having lunch with Shinsinyu and Yushu at noon, Yifan received another call from Hua Pingyang. On the phone, Hua Pingyang's tone was completely different from when he came to Yifan's house this morning. This time, his tone was full of seriousness. Mr. Yi, could you please come to the City Hall Center? Something happened and I may need your help this time. Yifan was stunned for a moment. Why do they need my help with their affairs? But since he is so serious, he must have really run into some trouble. Yifan said something to the two of them, then drove towards the city government center. After arriving, Yifan was led by the staff of the government center to Hua Pingyang's office. In the office, there were two well-dressed men sitting, each wearing the national emblem of their country on their chest. As soon as they saw Yifan, they all smiled. Yifan, let me introduce you to these two people. They are the two leaders of the National Financial Supervision Department, Xiao Shangyang and Gui Tianming. Hua Pingyang immediately introduced them to Yifan. It was they who listed your stock trading account as confidential, and they are the ones who came to see you today. Yifan was surprised for a moment, and quickly shook hands with the two men and said hello. Hello, Mr. Yi, we have known you for a long time and have wanted to contact you for a long time, but we have been busy with work and have postponed it until now. The two people said with a smile. Yifan knew that these were compliments, so he just smiled and said, I wonder what you two came to see me about today? Xiao Shangyang and Gui Tianming looked at each other, and then said solemnly, It's like this, Mr. Yi, originally the securities aspect is not our responsibility, but recently several financial companies told us something, so we have to pay attention to this aspect. But we don't have anyone with the relevant talent here, and we know that your stock trading skills are unmatched in China, so we can only come to you for this matter. They are at a loss as to what to do with the stock market and come to me for help. Yifan was somewhat interested. Tell me what you want to do. If I can help, I will definitely help. Yifan didn't say the second half of the sentence. That is, help if you can, and forget it if you can't. Even if you are a national. Helping others also depends on personal ability, it is not just blind help. This is Yifan's principle. It's like this, Mr. Yi. The country has decided to raise the price of oil. We originally wanted to announce this in the news 2 days later. From their mouths, Yifan roughly understood the details. This matter was accidentally discovered by a foreign investor, who laid a trap of $40 billion in oil futures, waiting to reap the rewards. However, if the investor really succeeds in this matter, China's economy may regress for several years and the RMB will also depreciate. However, they had no way to interfere in this matter, so they went to Yifan. But this matter has been put on the agenda and cannot be delayed. Yifan nodded and said, I understand what you mean. You just want us to stop this crisis? But I can't help you with this matter. They want to make money and I can't stop them. You should understand the interests of businessmen. Although Yifan is patriotic, he really can't help with this matter. It's impossible for him to go to the United States and tell an investor he doesn't know, this is my country, don't mess with it. That's not realistic. People might even call you an idiot. After all, businessmen focus on their own interests. As long as they can make money, they will not miss this opportunity. The two of them looked at each other in surprise. They really did not consider this matter enough. But if we don't find a way to stop this, the losses could amount to trillions of RMB. Xiaofan, is there really no other way? Hua Pingyang beside him asked pleadingly. Yi Fan lowered his head and thought for a while. What they said was too abrupt. Yi Fan did not react at all. But if you think about it carefully, there might be some good solution. Because there is no solution to this problem. If we allow them to create a batch of confidential accounts like ours, the other party will definitely suspect that the country is interfering in this matter, which goes against the rules of the game and the business world, so it won't work. However, if a batch of accounts with various information exposed are left outside, and people over there follow the information to track down, no matter who was operating the account at the time, it will be unsafe. But he couldn't just sit there and watch. Ding ding ding. Yi Fan's cell phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was a call from Tom, the head of the Picno family. Yi Fan said something to the three of them, then went out to answer the phone. Soon his face darkened and he asked, "Are you sure it was him?" "Sure, Mr. Yi, that's what the person I placed in the Smith family said." "Okay, I get it. I'll handle this matter. From now on, temporarily give up on the acquisition of Smith and other companies, and secretly monopolize all the industrial stocks in the hands of those families. As long as they dare to put this money into the industry, immediately make the money go away without return. By the way, secretly collect their information to see if they have a criminal record. If they do, send them to prison for me." "Understood, Mr. Yi." After hanging up the phone, Yi Fan's face was gloomy. "Vios. You still don't give up. You are planning to target China this time. I will definitely leave you with nothing." Finally, Yi Fan walked into Hua Pingyang's office and said solemnly, "I agree to this matter, but this is a personal grudge between me and that person, so it has nothing to do with the country." Everyone was surprised and showed joy on their faces. Although I don't know what happened when Yi Fan went out to answer a phone call, it's good enough that he agreed. And there is one thing that meets their requirements, that is, to put aside the country and only talk about the personal grudge between Yi Fan and the investor. But you also know that businessmen focus on their own interests, so I have a request. Yi Fan suddenly said. "Mr. Yi, please tell us if you have any requirements. We will try our best to satisfy you." Chao Shangyang and Gui Tianming said quickly. Yi Fan stated his request. A strange look flashed across their faces, but they didn't show it. Instead, they smiled and said, "Okay, Mr. Yi, we will take care of this matter." Yi Fan nodded with satisfaction. He didn't expect that he could take the opportunity to resolve this matter. That would be the best. After the matter was finalized, Hua Pingyang wanted to take a few people out for a simple meal to express his gratitude to Yi Fan. But Yi Fan refused. Although he refused this matter at first, he did so for various reasons. But now that he could help, he was naturally happy, even if it meant eating. Chapter 191, Mobilizing the entire company to invest in stocks. After returning to the company, Yi Fan was still thinking about how to resolve this matter. Public stock trading accounts are not allowed. If you take an extreme approach like Vios and hire killers or mercenaries, it will be a big trouble. Maybe he was lucky last time, Vios was in front of him, and he used the system to see Vios' future. But this time, Vios was neither in front of him nor had any photo of him, so it was impossible to predict the future. So he can't take this risk. But if you set it as a confidential account, it will definitely arouse suspicion, so you can't do it. Moreover, Yi Fan has already looked at the US futures market, and the final rise and fall rate will take several months, so he cannot keep up with the time and cannot adopt it. So Yi Fan finally set his sights on the US stock market. The only way to solve this problem now is to do something about the stocks. But if he does it alone, even if he works himself to death in the next few days, he still won't be able to recover the trillions of dollars he has lost. Finally, Yi Fan sat in the office and thought hard. After a moment, he suddenly came up with a good idea, and quickly contacted the Picno family to ask Smith if there were any other businesses under the name of the family. Another 30 minutes later, an email from abroad was sent to Yi Fan's mailbox. Click to view, there are more than 300 companies covering all industries. System, help me predict the stock trends of these companies in the next 6 days. Afterwards, Yi Fan closed his eyes and began to digest the stock trends he saw in his mind, and then selected all the stocks that had reached their daily limit in Word. More than 200 companies, Yi Fan smiled. He called Yu Shu in with the pager. "What's wrong?" Yu Shu asked as soon as he came in. Now he doesn't have to call her Mr. Yi anymore. Even when there is no one around, she doesn't have to go through the complicated formalities of superiors and subordinates. The chairman is my boyfriend and that is how capricious he is.
But when she thought about what happened here this morning and what was going to happen tonight, she blushed.
Notify all employees in the company now and gather in the event hall for a meeting. I have good news to announce,
Yi Fan said with a smile. Yu Shu looked at Yi Fan strangely.
Good news so soon? An hour later, thousands of employees sitting in the event hall began whispering. What's going on today? Why do we suddenly have to have a meeting, and such a big one? I don't know.
Anyway, it was a sudden decision.
I don't know what our Mr. Yi is going to do. It should be a good thing. Oh, it doesn't matter.
Anyway, every time Director Yi convenes a meeting, it's always good news.
When has he ever given us bad news? That's right. Now that you mention it, I feel a little excited. Could it be that someone is going to get a promotion and a raise again?
Amid the discussion, Yi Fan took the microphone and walked onto the stage, smiling. We have been together for so long, you should know my personality, so I won't say any more nonsense this time.
Now I will only ask you one question. If there is an opportunity to make a lot of money in front of you, but it is risky, would you take it? I will only listen to your answer once. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Why does it feel like Mr. Yi is here to do pyramid schemes?
But since there really is such an opportunity, they naturally have to ask clearly.
Mr. Yi, I don't know what the opportunity to make a lot of money you are talking about is. Can you tell me?
Yes, Mr. Yi, since you said so, you should let us know what the project is and how big the risk is.
Thousands of people asked this question one after another.
It's true that they trust and admire Yi Fan, but that doesn't mean they are blind. They still need to know what the situation is before making a decision. Yi Fan pressed the button of the projector in his hand, and more than 200 companies from the families he had selected earlier appeared on the projector behind him. Everyone should remember Vayos, the old man who caused a scene at the launch conference of our Huan consortium last year when we wanted to acquire our company.
Remember. Everyone nodded in confusion. Does this matter have anything to do with that old guy? He is from the Smith family, a century-old American family.
The main reason I mentioned him is because he is related to the money-making opportunity one told me about. If he didn't like to commit suicide, you probably wouldn't get such an opportunity in your lifetime, so you have to thank him when you see him. There was a burst of laughter in the activity hall. It was the first time they heard Yi Fan joke. Although the words were all sarcastic. Mr. Yi, please stop beating around the bush and tell us what this money-making plan is.
Yes, Mr. Yi, we can't wait any longer.
Yi Fan then smiled and said, okay, if you want to know, I'll tell you.
Finally, after Yi Fan's 30-minute explanation, everyone roughly understood what was going on.
Now the family controlled by Mr. Yi is in the final stage of annexing the Smith family, but those headed by the Smith family are still resisting stubbornly. Taking advantage of the rising price of China petroleum, they bought oil futures, hoping to make a fortune and save their family's current situation.
But once they are allowed to make some money from it, China's economy will decline and the RMB will depreciate. In other words, the confrontation between the two families has implicated China and brought damage to it. Of course they can't tolerate such a thing. Damn, you foreign families can fight however you want. If you involve us Chinese, you are courting death. Mr. Yi, we understand what you mean. What do you think we should do? Yes, Mr. Yi, what do you think we should do? Many people in the hall can't wait.
Yi Fan smiled and nodded, then pointed to the more than 200 companies on the projection screen behind him and said, these companies are all companies under the names of the Smith family. There were originally more than 300 companies, but after careful selection, I found that these more than 200 companies will experience a substantial surge in the next 6 days. But this high tide is artificially controlled.
Of course, I sent people to do it. This is the opportunity one gave you to make money. How much you can get from it is up to you. I have given you the opportunity. We understand, Mr. Yi, everyone responded. They will open an account in the US stock market after they return, and they will make a fortune from it.
Yi Fan also nodded with satisfaction. He had never said that this was an arrangement made by the country.
He did not mention a word about it. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. Chapter 192, Chris Jacobin's Setup. I don't just want you to do this, you also have to notify all the customers. This time I give you the right to mention the stock code to the customers and tell them that this is a company promotion and they are giving away stocks for free. Of course, you can also think of this as a benefit I give you since you have been in the company for so long. Yi Fan said one more sentence at the end. His idea was that since the previous methods didn't work, he would let more than 50% of Chinese investors buy the stocks of these hundreds of companies. The wider the net is cast, the less likely those families will suspect that there is a country behind this matter, and they will not be able to suspect him. The company can also take this opportunity to become famous again. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. However, his words surprised everyone, and they were also delighted. In their hearts, they admired Mr. Yi more and more. Let us not worry about how much money they can get back from this surge in profits. But just telling them that this is a benefit for joining the company is enough to make them excited. Among the financial companies they used to work for, which one would provide employees with such benefits? It's already good enough if they don't try to deduct their wages. Under the leadership of Director Yi, it was like throwing money at them. It was like money raining down. And if this spread is done well, it can amount to millions or even hundreds of thousands. That was money they had been dreaming about all their lives but never knew if they could earn. Please rest assured, Mr. Yi, we will definitely not let you down. Yes. Mr. Yi, the Smith family has a grudge against you and wants to make things difficult for us. Moreover, they even dare to target us Chinese. They are simply tired of living. Mr. Yi, we promise to complete the mission. From now on, you will be our bread and butter. If you tell us to go east, we will never go west. From now on, we will follow your lead. Yi Fan listened to their words and nodded with satisfaction. As the saying goes, when people are united, they can move mountains. He alone cannot achieve anything in this matter, but thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people behind him may join forces to deal with you. You have to obey the appointment. These people can kill you with just a mouthful of spit. After the meeting, Yi Fan sat in the office, and time passed by minute by minute. Soon it was 9 o'clock in the evening, which was the time to get off work. But what surprised Yi Fan was that no one had left. They were all sitting in front of their computers, still making phone calls. They will inform all their clients of what Yi Fan said in the meeting before the US market opens in the evening. It can be said that at this moment, their work tasks are very heavy. Everyone has at least a few hundred clients under him. Just notify as many as you can and make as many calls as you can tonight. Of course, there were also those who had been notified early and were sitting there waiting, muttering to themselves why 9:30 hadn't arrived yet. Yi Fan grabbed a manager and asked, "Is it necessary to fight so hard?" The manager replied, "Boss Yi, didn't you talk about the big money-making event today? We organized some activities this afternoon and plan to stay in the company tonight." Yi Fan was speechless for a while, but never mind, since they want to do this, let them do it. Okay then, you guys should make sure to get some rest early. Finally, Yi Fan was about to leave with Yu Shu and Shinsenyu, but a phone call at this time interrupted all his future plans. 10 minutes later, Yi Fan hung up the phone, looked at the two of them and said, "You guys go back first, I have something to take care of." Okay. Yu Shu and Shinsenyu nodded, and left without asking what was going on. Yi Fan looked at his phone with a puzzled look on his face. The guy who came to the company to cause trouble in the morning actually wants to treat me to a meal? And at this point in time? What on earth is this guy trying to do? With doubts, Yi Fan drove to the UN Hotel. He wanted to know what Chris Jack Tin was up to. "Mr. Yi, you're here." As soon as he entered the box, Chris Jacobin came up to him with a bright smile on his face and said, "Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry this morning. I haven't seen Yu Shu for a long time, so I was a little out of control. There was a misunderstanding between us, please forgive me." However, Yi Fan did not give him a good look. From the moment he came in, he used the system to predict what would happen next. So I already know what this guy is going to do. He glanced at the agent standing next to Chris Jack Tin, who was dressed so seductively and had a springy look on her face, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He chose to ignore the hand that Chris Jack Tin extended and just sat in his seat. "Tell me, what is it that you are looking for me for?" The smile on Chris Jacobin's face froze, and a trace of mist flashed in his eyes. "How dare you ignore me? I'll make you suffer in a moment. Mr. Yi, I also told you on the phone that I invited you to dinner this time just to apologize to you." Chris Jacobin sat next to Yi Fan, holding the wine glass on the table and said, "Mr. Yi, there is a saying in China that hatred cannot be solved by a meal of wine, or 2 meals. This glass of wine represents my apology, I'll drink it first. You are free to do as you please." Then he swallowed the wine in the glass in one gulp. Yi Fan really wanted to laugh. Where did he hear those words? As a Chinese, how come he had never heard such words? But don't worry, if there hadn't been drugs in Yifan's wine, Yifan might have taken it seriously. I quit drinking, Yifan said lightly as he looked at the wine glass in his hand and showed it to him. Chris Jacobin was stunned when he heard this. Quit drinking? This sounds like a lie. But if Yifan doesn't drink, how will his next plan proceed? Isn't the reason why my agent dressed so beautifully just to set up a trap for Yifan? Seeing his embarrassed face, Yifan laughed in his heart. If he hadn't been against him, Yifan would have thought this guy was quite cute. Everything is shown on the face, nothing is hidden. But since he couldn't continue, Yifan spoke on his behalf. Let's get to the point. I just want to know why you're looking for me. I know eating is just an excuse. With just a few gestures, Yifan took the initiative into his own hands. Yifan's directness made Chris Jacobin at a loss, and he could only bite the bullet and say, Yifan, how much money are you willing to leave Yushu? Chapter 193, Are you smart or stupid? Do you think I'm short of money? Yifan asked back. No, of course you are not bad. Chris Jacobin shook his head, staring at Yifan with burning eyes and said, but that's only you in China. Maybe you have hundreds of billions of assets in China, but in the United States your assets are not worth mentioning at all. As long as you leave Yushu, I promise that your company and consortium can become vassals of our Crowley family and help you expand the market in the United States. What do you think? When he said this, a hint of intense madness flashed in his eyes. Yifan was a little surprised and frowned. He didn't expect that this guy would go to such lengths for Yushu. Do you like Yushu so much? Yifan asked out of curiosity. Yushu? That's the Yu Yang you guys are talking about. So her real name is Yushu? Chris Jacobin muttered softly, then looked at Yifan with a hint of jealousy in his eyes. This guy actually knew Yang's real name before me. I will never allow this to happen. Everything in Yang should be mine. Chris Jacobin said arrogantly, that's right, from the first time I saw Yang, I knew she was my destiny. I love her deeply, she can only be my woman in this life. She can only live for me. She can't leave me for a second now. I just want to take her for myself as soon as possible. The more Yifan listened, the colder his expression became. This guy is not just a paranoid, he's simply a pervert. If his fans knew that their idol was such a person, I wonder what they would do. Yifan, you must agree to the conditions I said. Finally, Chris Jacobin said with red eyes, staring at Yifan. It seemed that if Yifan didn't agree in the next second, he would tear Yifan to pieces with his bare hands. Yifan smiled evilly and said, should I say you are smart, or clever, or stupid? What do you mean? Chris Jacobin asked with a frown. You have a good plan. Yifan stood up and said, you want to get Yushu from me, and you want to use my consortium company for your family under the pretext of helping me expand the American business community. I don't know whether you are just pretending to be stupid or you are really that stupid. I don't understand what you are saying. Chris Jacobin shook his head. Forget it if you don't understand. Yifan sneered and said, if you come to me for something like this, then I'll leave. Oh, by the way, the medicine in this cup will be left for you two to use tonight. After saying that, Yifan was about to turn around and leave, but Chris Jacobin behind him suddenly had an evil smile on his face. Leave? When did I say you could leave? Yifan turned around, looked at him gloomily and asked, what else do you want? Chris Jacobin clapped his hands, and suddenly a group of bodyguards rushed in from outside and surrounded Yifan in an instant. Yifan frowned immediately, stared at Chris Jacobin and asked, what do you want to do? Chris Jacobin shook the red wine glass in his hand and said, Yifan, I'll give you another chance. As long as you leave Yushu, all the conditions I said will count. I can even invest $10 billion in your company consortium now. But if you still don't agree, I don't mind letting my bodyguards teach you a lesson and letting you stay in the hospital for a while to calm down. Of course, if you agree at that time, I won't give you these things, and your company will be swallowed up by my family. My bodyguards are all from underground boxing rings and retired special forces soldiers. They don't care how hard they hit you. If someone gets disabled for life, you can't blame me. Isn't this considered intimidation? Don't you think you are a little too bold to intimidate me, a Chinese? Faced with his intimidation, Yifan looked indifferent. He had predicted this scene a long time ago anyway. Chris Jacobin laughed twice and said sarcastically, so what if I threaten you? I am the international superstar Chris Jacobin. Even if I threaten you, what can it matter? Who can do anything to me?
but the next second the smile on his face froze. Yi Fan took out a piece of glass from his hand. He didn't know what was going on. He just pressed the glass and repeated what he had just said. "What are you holding?" Chris Jacobin asked with a gloomy face. "This is a cell phone that I recently had developed. It has very comprehensive functions. If I post what you just said on the internet, will you become more famous?" Yi Fan said with a smile while playing with the cell phone. "This phone is really useful. He stole it from me." Yang Tianqi probably still doesn't know that his phone is missing. Chris Jacobin didn't have time to think about what kind of phone it was, but the most important thing now was the recording on Yi Fan's phone. "Put the recording." Bang! As he was speaking, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open. Everyone looked over, and Chris Jacobin was even more surprised. "Yang, no, Shu, why are you here? Are you here to see me?" Yushu just glanced at him coldly, then walked into the crowd, looked at Yi Fan with a worried look, and said breathlessly, "Are you okay? Did he hurt you?" Chris Jacobin's smile suddenly disappeared and his face turned ashen. "Why are you here?" Yi Fan looked at Yushu in surprise. "I heard your conversation on the phone. I came here after sending Sinew back." Yushu explained, "Are you okay?" Yi Fan shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Yushu finally breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Chris Jacobin and said, "Chris, I've said this many times. If you don't understand, I'll tell you straight out that you're being so entangled and it makes me feel sick." Chris Jacobin's face turned red with anger. It was the first time that a foreigner said that he was disgusted. How could he not be angry when the person he loved said that? After saying that, she was about to pull Yi Fan away. "Stop them!" Chris Jacobin suddenly yelled. The bodyguards immediately blocked the two people's way. Yushu's face was pale, and he was retracting the hand that was holding Yi Fan. "This girl looks quite arrogant, but I didn't expect that she is actually quite timid." Yi Fan stretched out his hand and scratched her palm, motioning her to be at ease, then turned to look at Chris Jacobin and said coldly, "What on earth do you want to do?" Chapter 194, The Woman I Protect in Secret. Chris Jacobin seemed not to hear Yi Fan's question. He stared at Yushu with his eyes fixed, and the expression on his face became more and more ferocious. In the end, he even threatened directly, "Shu, you can only be my girlfriend in this life. If you break up with this Chinese monkey now and stay with me, I will let him go. Otherwise, he will have to lie down today." Yushu's face suddenly turned pale. She didn't expect that Chris Jacobin would dare to force her to say such words directly. "How dare you?" Yushu said in a trembling voice, "This is China, not your country." "So what? As long as I can get you, I don't care whether this is China or the United States." Chris Jacobin sneered, his handsome face looking ferocious and crazy. His expression frightened Yushu so much that he stepped back repeatedly, feeling angry and powerless inside. He is from a family in the United States, and Yi Fan has no way to fight against him now. But she finally got together with Yi Fan. Why did this happen? "Brother Fan, Before she could finish her words, Yi Fan blocked her mouth. After a while, Yi Fan let go and whispered in her ear, "When did I need your protection? Stand behind me." Yushu's face turned red with embarrassment. She was kissed in front of so many people, and she nodded involuntarily. Yi Fan looked at Chris Jacobin with a look of sneer on his face. Chris Jacobin was already so angry about Yi Fan's actions that his chest was heaving violently. Kissing the woman he loved in front of him, he suddenly felt green on his head for some reason. "Yi Fan, you are looking for death. What are you doing? Come on." The bodyguards immediately pounced on Yi Fan. Yi Fan had already used the system to predict their next move, with a sneer on his face and no intention of dodging. When Chris Jacobin saw this scene, he thought Yi Fan had given up resistance. He had already seen Yi Fan fall to the ground. But soon his eyes widened, and he only saw Yi Fan's dazzling figure in the crowd. Then all his bodyguards fell to the ground, wailing one after another. How is this possible? Those were the bodyguards carefully selected by his parents. How come they couldn't even withstand a single attack from Yi Fan? Yi Fan actually knows Chinese Kung Fu? But Yi Fan didn't care about his look and walked towards Chris Jacobin step by step. What do you want to do? You can't hurt me." Seeing Yi Fan walking towards him with a cold face, Chris Jacobin's face suddenly turned pale and he stepped back repeatedly. But there was a wall behind him and he couldn't retreat any further.
But Yifan said nothing and continued to walk towards him. His figure enlarged in Chris Jacobin's eyes. The aura of Yifan made him feel that he was facing a devil at the moment. What a waste! Suddenly, the female agent who had been silent beside him snorted coldly, and then her body rushed towards Yifan like a phantom. Yifan frowned immediately and quickly raised his hand to block the kicking foot. Then he quickly distanced himself from the two of them, his brows furrowed. He really didn't use the system to predict this situation. He only predicted that Chris Jackton wanted to use this beauty to seduce him, but he was refuted by his own words. Unexpectedly, this seemingly weak and quiet agent is actually Chris Jackton's bodyguard. And her kick was really painful. Yifan lifted up his sleeve and saw that it was red and swollen. If it were in the past, I would have probably been thrown flying after being kicked like that. But I seem to have just heard her calling Chris Jacobin a loser? So what is their relationship? Chris Jackton was dumbfounded. No one knows what is going on now. How come Gina, who always looks quiet, knows Kung Fu? And he seems to be even more powerful than his bodyguards. Are you his bodyguard? Yifan asked in a deep voice. Damn, what is this? Could it be the secret guard in the novel? Sir, let's end this here. It will be bad for you if you continue. Gina smiled gently, as if what happened just now was not done by her. Yifan also looked at her with a frown. Smiling face with a knife hidden? Is she a snake? The figure is still so charming. System, help me check that woman's career. Yifan stared at her closely, but in his mind he was constantly checking the future of this beautiful snake. As he watched, Yifan's face darkened and he said, "What if I insist on causing trouble for him? Then I don't mind letting you go out lying down," as the young master said. Gina still had a smile on her face, but her hand had already touched the knife on the table. Yifan took a deep breath, looked at Gina with a sharp gaze and said, "After you go back, keep a close eye on your young master. If he comes to harass my girlfriend again, it won't be so easy next time." After saying that, Yifan took Yushu away. As soon as he left, Chris Jacobin stood up and roared at Gina, "You are so powerful, why don't you help me teach him a lesson? Are you just going to watch me get scared like this?" Gina glanced at him indifferently and said, "If he hadn't been concerned about his girlfriend, it would only be a matter of time before I lost in a fight with him. Besides, your parents only ordered me to come here to protect you, not to follow you to do evil. You should understand the situation clearly." You. Chris Jacobin immediately pointed at Gina, angry but not daring to say anything. Now he finally understood why his parents replaced his agent with Gina before leaving. It turned out that she was the real bodyguard. After sending Yushu back to her residence, Yifan did not stay for long and forgot about the exercise he had planned for the evening. "After all, I just got some very important news from the system's forecast. There really is such a thing as secret guards in foreign families, and it seems to be a very common situation. But unlike the secret guards in novels, the secret guards here are mainly used to collect intelligence and carry out secret protection work. Just like Gina, pretending to be Chris Jackton's agent to protect him." Yifan knew from Gina's future career that people would basically not do things like killing people. But that doesn't mean they won't do it. They will still do it when it's not necessary. However, as secret guards, although they are proficient in various killing skills, they are actually just a decoration to intimidate the enemy. However, if some special circumstances arise, they will still obey the family's orders and kill people. This is also the reason why Yifan did not fight with Gina just now. If he really fought, what would happen if she hurt Yushu? Then I have to find a place to cry? Chapter 195, Becoming Famous. What is going on? Why are so many people suddenly buying stocks in our family business? In the Smith family's study, Buck frowned and kept switching the mouse back and forth on the computer. This was extremely unusual. A large amount of foreign capital poured into their family's stock market, causing the stock market of their family business to rise rapidly in an instant. In the shortest possible time, those shareholders who suddenly appeared frantically collected their family's funds, sold all their stocks and disappeared. The speed was so fast that even the traders he hired couldn't react in time. He originally thought that this was a good opportunity for the family to rise, but he did not expect that it would only add salt to the wound of the family. It's not just their Smith family, it's the same for other families as well. His phone has been blowing up these days. If this continues, several of their families may end up in poverty before they can even wait for VOS's funding. The more than $100 billion they have collectively borrowed from banks are about to be swallowed up by these stock trading accounts.
Not only that, Buck gradually felt that there was something abnormal in their stock market. The stock price was rising too quickly, as if someone was manipulating it at will. After staring at the stocks on the computer for a long time, Buck still couldn't see anything, so he had to give up. But at this time, Vios came in and he came to report. Master, as I expected, China has notified us today that oil prices will begin to rise tomorrow China time. By then, we can earn $250 billion from it. Buck's just gloomy face showed a look of joy. $250 billion US dollars. As long as these families unite at that time, they can definitely bring down the Picno family again. By then, 1/3 of the American business community will be led by their Smith family. He couldn't wait to see the Picno family surrender to him. As for other families, let them all be swallowed up by the Smith family. Uncle Vios, thanks to you this time. As long as the money arrives in our family account tomorrow, no matter what your request is, I will do my best to satisfy you. Buck said solemnly. Vios smiled inexplicably. I just want what I want, but I'm afraid you won't be willing to give it to me when the time comes. Finally, Vios said this and left the study. It was evening at Yifan's place, and it was rare for him and his employees to stay in the company. He was fiddling with something on the computer and didn't seem to take Vios' matters seriously. His fingers tapped quickly on the keyboard, and the computer screen was black as he wrote out strings of green codes. It looks so boring, but Yifan's face is full of excitement. What if he could write this thing? Then he is the most talented person in China, and even in the world. For this reason, he has read a lot of books on programming these days. All of them were borrowed for Chang Wenqing. At that time, Chang Wenqing was very surprised and didn't know what he was up to. Suddenly I want to read books on programming. With his ability to read 100 lines at a glance and have a photographic memory, coupled with the system's ability to predict the future. As long as he slightly modifies the codes he got from the future and makes them suitable for current use, he will definitely become famous. Chapter 196, also this. More than an hour later, Yifan finally stopped what he was doing, watched the code on the computer start to run autonomously, and then the computer automatically shut down, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally got it done. However, after stopping, he felt a little thirsty and wanted to drink water. A cup happened to be handed to him. Yifan said thank you and suddenly felt something was wrong. He turned around and saw 3 women standing behind him. Yifan was shocked. It would be fine if Shinsinyu and Yushu were here, but why was Li Qingyi here too? Why are you all here? How long have you been watching? We've been watching for 2 hours. The 3 replied. Yifan was stunned when he heard this. Isn't that the beginning? I was so focused that I didn't even notice the 3 of them coming in. But luckily I wasn't watching a porn movie, otherwise it would have been embarrassing. What are you doing? Writing a program? Shinsinyu asked. Yes, to be precise, I rewrote the program of this computer and developed some gadgets by the way. Yifan said with a smile. The 3 of them looked at Yifan in surprise, with shock on their faces. It was obvious that they had not expected that Yifan would have such a method. Rewrite the computer program? You can do that? Isn't that a hacker? Yifan smiled and said nothing. Watch this. Yifan suddenly stood up and left his seat, then he coughed twice and said, Huasu, turn on the camera. Although they heard the sound of a computer starting up, their eyes widened. They only saw Yifan's computer turn on automatically. The key point is that none of the 4 of them touched the computer at all. It even took less than a second to boot up. Master, hello, I am Huasu, the 1st generation Super AI intelligent artificial system. I will serve you wholeheartedly. The sudden appearance of this line of words on the screen and the sudden appearance of a female voice on the computer really scared the 3 women. Yifan nodded with satisfaction. It was indeed the artificial intelligence he saw from the future. It is indeed many times more advanced than the current artificial intelligence. But there are still many areas that need to be improved. But there is no rush. This is just the 1st generation of superintelligence developed by Yifan after seeing the future 80 years later. After seeing more, he will slowly improve this thing. As for why she was called Huasu, Yifan referred to some things in mythology. Huashu is the mother of Nuwa and Fuxi in mythology, and is also called the ancestor. It just corresponds to Yifan's system, so he called it this name. Did you really develop this? The 3 girls said in shock. This is fucking black technology.
The current artificial intelligence development cannot achieve what Yifan has done, and the key is that he developed it all by himself. It's like this one person is more awesome than all the scientists in the world. If all the countries in the world knew about this, no one knows what would become of Yifan. The second Einstein? Yifan nodded casually, and then said solemnly, I developed it, but don't tell anyone. Before we become stronger, the fewer people who know about it, the better. The three of them nodded solemnly. It was indeed as Yifan said. It's better not to spread this matter for now. However, when Yifan let them know the existence of this thing, they were so happy. Prove how important I am in Yifan's heart. Chapter 197, Super-Intelligent Stock Trading. After the super artificial intelligence was developed, Yifan spent the first half of the night testing its performance, and by the way, he designed a Q version of a made image for it. This was all forced upon him by the three women behind him. When there were no commands, Huasu quietly occupied a corner of Yifan's computer. When there is an order, it will act according to Yifan's order. In short, Yifan has now freed his hands from the computer. All you have to do is give the orders, and leave the rest to Huasu. The three girls were looking at this novel toy behind Yifan. There was no sleepiness in their eyes, but they were flashing with excitement. He kept pestering Yifan to design one of these things for his computer because it was so convenient and fun. However, Yifan refused. The Huasu intelligence system was just a prototype designed by him, and there were still many functions he had not added. So after this thing is fully developed, I will make a complete one for them. After hearing what Yifan said, the three women all looked disappointed, but at the same time they were also looking forward to it. The prototype already has so many functions. It will be quite exciting to see what other functions Yifan will include when he makes the complete product after a while. So they could only wait. At this time, Yifan suddenly smiled and said, although I can't give you this intelligence system for the time being, I can give you something else. After saying that, Yifan took out 3 future mobile phones from the drawer of his desk and handed them to them. The 3 girls took it and looked at it, and were dumbfounded. Is this the good stuff he was talking about? 3 pieces of glass that feel like plastic and are 5 or 6 millimeters thick? Seeing their expressions, Yifan smiled and explained to them, this is a new mobile phone developed by Yang Tianqi and Mr. Yang's Future Technology Group. It is named Future. It will be launched in a few days. You can turn it on by tapping twice on the screen. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them immediately operated and were then stunned. Their eyes widened as they looked at the software and other things that suddenly appeared on the glass. Is this really a cell phone? Is this something that only appears in movies? It was actually developed in reality. And it was developed in cooperation between Yifan and Future Technology Group Corporation. First, there was the super intelligence system developed by Yifan alone, and then there was this super avant-garde mobile phone. It always seems a bit unrealistic. Yifan, you didn't come from the future, did you? Shen Xinyu suddenly asked. The other 2 nodded in agreement, and even Shu seconded the suggestion. I think so, too. When I was bored in the past, I read a lot of online novels. There were stories about people from the future traveling back to a period of time before their death. Could it be that? Yifan rolled his eyes at them, tapped their heads with his hands, and said, you guys have really big imaginations. You can really think of anything. What are you imagining? Of course it wasn't time travel, it was a system that he had, but he couldn't say it. The 3 of them screamed in pain and looked at Yifan with some grievance. Li Qingyi felt the most aggrieved. She was hit on the head for nothing without saying a word. Yushu was still mumbling to himself, it's not what it is, why are you hitting me? Shin Xinyu was the most obedient and did not express any attitude. Yifan didn't dwell on this for too long. He told them some usages of the phone and successfully diverted their attention. But he really admired the imagination of these 3 guys, who could actually think of this. It's not easy. At this time, Yifan's phone rang and he picked up the phone to answer it. Mr. Yi, the Smith family will close in tomorrow. The solemn voice of Tom, the head of the Picno family, came from the other end of the phone. Yifan said, well, I understand. You guys should start taking action, but don't act rashly before they inject money into the company. I see. Then, Yifan hung up the phone, with a wicked smile on his face, and glanced at the time. Yifan said to Shin Xinyu and Yushu, go to the office now and get your computers. No one can sleep in the second half of the night.
Shinsen-yu and Yushu immediately went to get their computers, while Yifan looked at the artificial intelligence on his computer desktop and said, Huasu, connect the company's voice and the cameras of each department.
I want to speak. Okay, master, please wait a moment.
Yifan looked at this intelligence system and felt it was a bit stiff.
He tried to set a better personality for it.
10 minutes later, the 4 big words, connection completed, appeared on Yifan's computer.
There are dozens more images. Yifan coughed twice and said, Can you hear me?
All the employees in the company, if you can hear me, please nod towards the camera. The sound spread throughout the entire floor, and everyone who was drowsy turned to look at the speaker in the department, confused.
Ha? Mr. Yi is talking? How can you go to the broadcasting room so late? Wasn't the broadcasting room closed a long time ago?
You idiot, he is Mr. Yi, the whole company belongs to him, and he has the final say on where he wants to go.
Mr. Yi, is there anything else you want to talk about so late at night? Never mind. Since we are asked to nod, just nod first.
Yifan looked at the employees in the images on the screen and nodded one after another. He also nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that he was successful.
Everyone, tonight is the last day I will give you benefits.
If you trust me, I will guide you in the operation in the second half of the night and ensure that you will make a lot of money.
How about that?
Everyone, rest assured, now that we see your images, there will be no mistakes. Everyone was stunned again when they heard this, because the broadcasting room and the monitoring room were not in the same place at all.
How did Mr. Yi manage to be in 2 places at the same time?
Not only can he speak through the radio, but he can also see their current images.
Could it be that Mr. Yi knows how to clone himself?
They would never have thought that Yifan didn't even leave the office.
But Director Yi is in charge personally?
Hu Yelin and others who had followed Yifan in stock trading all showed joy on their faces and agreed without saying a word. The others also nodded. Although they had never seen Yifan's stock trading skills, they believed that since he was able to build a large company, his stock trading skills should not be too bad.
So they agreed.
Finally, Yifan opened the stock trading software on Shinsen-yu's computer. Shinsen-yu also bought stocks of more than 200 companies and put them in her watch list.
This saved him a lot of trouble.
Without saying anything, he started using the system to predict, and then told Huasu to do the same on the computer according to his instructions. In the second half of the night, the entire company was shocked by Yifan's stock trading skills.
Chapter 198, has he appeared again? Fuck, did you see that? Is our CEO Ye's stock trading skills so amazing? He can always buy at the lowest point and sell at the highest point. This is too accurate. Even the 2 stock gods in the United States can't do this, right? I admire Mr. Yi more and more now. This is so awesome. I really want to give birth to a baby for him. You are a fucking idiot. You are a man and you say that. Who do you think Mr. Yi is? I will be the one giving birth. Everyone in the department looked at these 2 idiots. The people around them also quietly moved away from them. Are there people like this in the company? They prayed silently for Mr. Yi. These 2 people didn't expect that their jokes were taken seriously by others. If I had known, I would never have made such a vulgar joke. But what they said is also right. Mr. Yi's stock trading skills really impressed them. Everyone was operating strictly according to the instructions given by Yifan. Every time, Mr. Yi can catch the lowest and highest points of the stock and let them operate. As long as they follow Mr. Ye's instructions, they will only make profits and never suffer losses. Even those people who had operated blindly before not only recovered their money under Yifan's command, but also made a fortune. But at this time Yifan was playing a game of cat and mouse with the Smith family. The Smith family always tries their best to get the foreign funds from Blue Ocean Securities back into their hands, which causes their stock market today to fluctuate like an electrocardiogram. But Yifan already knew their thoughts, so he would sell at the most critical moment every time. Moreover, the Smith family is like a fool, constantly raising their stock price, trying desperately to catch Yifan, the loach, in their hands. Li Qingyi, who was standing next to her, was terrified. Although she didn't play the stock market, she still knew the basic operations. Yifan's stock trading skills are so amazing that he can play the opposing banker and trader like fools. And from beginning to end, there was a faint smile on his face. It seems that he doesn't take the other person seriously. Only at this moment did she realize that for Yifan, making money was just a matter of playing around in the stock market. In Yifan's eyes, making money is too easy.
Until the US market closed, the head of the Smith family had a look of rage on his face and slammed the table. FK. Who the hell is this guy? Why does he manage to escape so easily every time? This time, not only did they fail to catch the outflow of funds, they even managed to get a large sum of funds from the family business. Now many projects in the company are forced to stop. Vios next to him also had a gloomy face. It was the first time he encountered such a stock investor. Too treacherous. Always save the day at the most critical moment. It's like I know what they will do next. Who on earth is the other party? At this moment, a man suddenly rushed in with a panicked look on his face. Buck asked hurriedly, "How is it? Did you find out who the other party is?" Buck actually had another idea. It doesn't matter if you lose money, a large sum of money will arrive in your account tomorrow. But they must find a way to make friends with this person. Maybe this person is the key to their family's turnaround. No, we didn't find it. The other party's account is encrypted. We don't have the right to access it, the man said tremblingly. What, encrypted? Buck's eyes widened, and then he thought for a while and said, "What about the other accounts?" The other accounts can be checked. They are all Chinese stock investors, and they are scattered all over the place. Buck had a gloomy face. In this case, apart from knowing that these were Chinese stock investors, there would be no other way to investigate. Encrypted account. Vios's brows turned pale. I didn't expect that after so long, this long-lost Chinese stock god appeared again. Of course he still remembered the time when he sent someone to check the account at the company, but received the same message. Encrypted account. Who is this person? Why would such a powerful person appear at such a critical moment? For the first time, Vios felt powerless. He could only watch helplessly as the family's money in the stock market was sucked away, with no way to do anything. In the past, he felt that he had the power to fight against this person. Now he saw the truth. Maybe in the eyes of others, I, the so-called famous investor and the American stock god, am just a little kid. Time quickly came to the next day, and as the heads of the 5 major families watched anxiously, Vios sold all the oil futures in his hands. And there was an additional $250 billion in his stock trading account. Buck and the others looked at the 12 zeros, their faces full of excitement. Watched Vios transfer the $250 billion into his own bank account. How is it? Has the money arrived? Buck and others asked with burning eyes. Vios nodded and said, "It has arrived, but Master Buck, you said before that if the $250 billion arrives, you will agree to anything I ask for, no matter what it is." "Yes, tell me." "As the head of the family, I will agree to any request." Buck was only thinking about the $250 billion and didn't notice the evil smile on Vios' face at all. "I want you to give up your position as the head of the family. Pass it to me." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Vios in surprise, and Buck's face became gloomy after his surprise. "What did you say?" Vios repeated it again, and this time Buck made sure he heard it correctly. But before he could say anything, Vios continued, "Of course you can choose not to pay, but of the $250 billion, I can only give you $50 billion at most. You lent me $40 billion that day, and I will return you $50 billion. $10 billion is the interest. This should be a good deal, right? Patriarchs, am I right?" After saying this, he looked at the heads of the families with a smile on his face. He has been thinking about the position of head of the family for a long time, and if he doesn't take advantage of this opportunity today, he will be able to seize the position. From now on, it will be impossible for him to become the head of the family. Everyone was silent for a while. No one expected that at this time, Vios would turn the tables and try to take advantage of the opportunity to gain the position of the head of the family. But they have no choice. Without the $250 billion, their family will soon be swallowed up by the Picno family. By then, they will be the eternal sinners of the family. "Mr. Buck, I actually think you are no longer suitable to be the head of the Smith family." "I think so too. If it weren't for you, our families wouldn't be like this now. I suddenly feel that Mr. Vios is more suitable to be the head of the Smith family than you. You should pass the throne to him." Chapter 199, Finalization. "Hua Su, turn on the light." "Hua Su. Set the oven to 20 minutes." "Hua Su, turn on the heater for me." "Hua Su. Hua Su." Now, as soon as Yifan wakes up in the morning, he looks like this. He calls Hua Su every time he opens his mouth and closes his mouth. He calls her Hua Su more diligently than his girlfriend. These few days at home, Yifan has completed the upgrade of Hua Su. Up to now, Hua Su can truly be regarded as a super artificial intelligence. Self-study, character, all kinds of cuteness, omnipotent. Yifan was very satisfied with this. A few days later, business leaders from all over the world who came to Huan City received an invitation to attend the launch of the future mobile phone. They thought that Yifan, the person they wanted to meet, would appear there, so they all dressed up beautifully and went there in the evening. But after they went there, they forgot their previous purpose, because the mobile phone developed by Yifan and Future Technology Group made their eyes shine. One group of people is scrambling to get the overseas agency rights of this mobile phone from Yifan and Yang Tianqi. After all, according to scientists, this mobile phone will only appear in the future. I didn't expect that the Chinese have already developed it. It seems the China's foundation is not at all what it claims to be. Maybe their technology has reached unimaginable levels, first the 5G network, and now the futuristic mobile phones. Who knows what strange and weird things will come next? So they have to re-examine China from today. As for Yifan and Yang Tianqi, they already had a target, so the agency rights were given to the people they favored. However, they did not disappoint the 4 top executives of the Huan Group. After returning, it only took them a week to open up the foreign market, which was faster than Yifan had expected. However, in this case, Yifan, Lu Qingtian and others agreed to cancel the plan of hunger sales for the second and third batches and directly start large-scale production of mobile phones. In just 1 year, the whole world has switched from pseudo-full-screen phones to Yifan's real full-screen phones and other gadgets of future technology. Coupled with the release of Yifan's Xianma and other games, it dominated the global gaming industry in the first place. The Huan Group also took advantage of this opportunity to become the largest group in China. The Qingye Group and the Tangchun Group have also been merged into the Huan Group. It only took Yifan 3 years to build a nearly $1 trillion consortium. Yifan is now worth trillions. Lu Qingtian and others felt that following Yifan was the right choice at that time. During these 3 years, Yifan's manor has been completed and Li Qingyi and others have moved in. When Ye's father and mother found out that Yifan had more than just Li Qingyi, the one they admired, their faces were filled with shock. But those girls didn't say anything, so they naturally couldn't say anything. I just hope Yifan will be nicer to them by then. Nie Qing has also graduated from university and took over his father's position as the 4th largest shareholder of Huan Group. With the help of Yifan, Li Qingyi, Xin Xinyu and Yushu also became the 5th, 6th and 7th largest shareholders of the consortium. Yifan's dream has been fulfilled, and his business empire has spread all over the world. His company has footprints in countless countries and cities around the world. Hua Su, what do you think of me wearing this dress? Yifan asked the maid beside him while looking in the mirror. Master, you look so handsome in this dress. If Hua Su wasn't a robot, I would also like to marry you. The maid's eyes suddenly turned into 2 red hearts. Her 2 little hands were resting on her chin, looking obsessed. If someone were here, they would be scared. That is a real heart. Yifan showed a happy smile on his face. Of course, this outfit is all made by my wife. How can I not look handsome in it? Okay, time is almost up, let's go. After saying that, Yifan ran out in a hurry. The wedding door was closed. Yifan felt so nervous for the first time. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. Now, let's invite the groom to come out. As the host inside finished speaking, the wedding door opened. Yifan walked in with a smile on his face. Following the applause, the bride in front of him turned around with a smile on her face. The beauty of that moment is forever fixed in Yifan's heart.